The man rubbed his eyes and found himself in a large shed resembling a cattle or sheep pen, with hay laid out as beds. What shocked him even more was that a group of sexy women were lying on the beds. He realized that all these women were people he knew, the class monitor, the academic representative, and other classmates. Yi Fan was stunned. He immediately walked over and patted Liu Anuona's buttocks. "Hey, wake up." Liu Anuona frantically covered her body. The other girls also woke up one after another, and they pushed Yi Fan out. At this moment, the system notification sounded. All members of Class 1, Nursing, first year of Jiangxing Experimental University have awakened. Congratulations to Yi Fan for becoming the clan leader. You may begin extracting talents. The girls were also very surprised to hear the notification sound. Wintermelon's sister asked, "What should we do now?" Lin Qingxue suggested that everyone ask Yi Fan. After all, he was the clan leader. The girls opened the greenhouse door and called Yi Fan in. Then, the system notification sounded again. Your clan leader has activated the talent draw. Congratulations, Yi Fan. You have drawn an SSS level talent, Divination Crystal. Yi Fan checked his personal panel and found that his tribe level was 1. Upgrading to level 2 would require a lot of resources, and his physical attributes were only level 1. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Just as everyone was discussing, a girl suddenly exclaimed, "There's a strange person coming from outside." Everyone rushed to the door to check and saw a green-skinned monster walking towards them. Yi Fan stared intently at the monster, his mind on high alert. A girl in his class named Zhang Jimei seemed unconcerned. She walked directly towards the monster, saying as she went, "These people are too cowardly." As Zhang Jimei approached the monster, she saw that it had hands and feet, and asked, "Big brother, are you filming a movie?" The goblin did not answer. Goblins usually capture women to use as breeding machines, but it clearly hesitated. Zhang Jimei was furious at being ignored. Just then, the goblin in front of her suddenly revealed a fierce glint in its eyes, and then swung its club at Zhang Jimei. With a muffled thud, the goblin's club struck Zhang Jimei squarely on the head. She immediately lost consciousness. Several timid girls immediately collapsed to the ground, their breathing rapid with fear. Yi Fan immediately shouted, "Don't panic, everyone. Quickly, look for weapons or anything." They frantically searched the shack. Just then, the goblin outside slowly approached them, its yellow eyes filled with ferocity. Lin Qingxue spotted a box in the corner and rushed over to open it. Inside were several stone axes. However, all the axes were made of stone. Upon hearing the news of the axe, everyone rushed over, eager to get their hands on it regardless of its usefulness. Yi Fan also picked one up and discovered it was a poor quality axe. Just then, a loud bang was heard as the goblin slammed its club into the door. A fist-sized hole was instantly smashed through it, and the goblin's yellow eyes peeked out. Yi Fan gripped his axe tightly and said firmly, "Don't be afraid, everyone. There's only one of these. If you don't want to die, you'd better be brave." Squad leader Lin Qingxue mustered her courage and stepped forward, followed by Wintermelon's sister. Her large frame was somewhat intimidating. She said, "I'll rush over and knock it down in a bit." Seeing this, Yi Fan felt a little relieved. He figured that dealing with this goblin shouldn't be too difficult. He decided to open the gate immediately when the goblin attacked again. The goblin swung its club and slammed it down on the door. Now, Yi Fan's heart tightened, and he immediately pulled the door open. The goblin's attack missed, and due to inertia, it stumbled into the shack. Wintermelon's sister charged forward decisively, and as she ran, the entire ground seemed to tremble. She pounced on the goblin, knocking it down. A series of hacking sounds rang out, and in just a few seconds, the goblin was chopped into pieces. A beam of white light immediately emanated from the dead goblin and instantly entered Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan was startled and immediately stood up, touching his body. "What's going on? What was that thing?" With a thought, Yi Fan brought up the panel and found that his physical attribute level, LV1, 50%, was gradually increasing. He said happily, "That means I only need to kill one more goblin to reach level 2. What Yi Fan was most concerned about was the items dropped by the goblin. 2 items dropped from the goblin's corpse: goblin handbone, white common grade, and club, white common grade. Yi Fan immediately picked up the 2 items and then grabbed the club. He swung the heavy club, producing a crisp swish sound. He felt that one blow would be enough to smash a person's head open. He looked up at the sky. It was a sunny day, but the sun was so bright it hurt his eyes. Yi Fan decided to form a team to collect food. He decided to use the crystal ball to divine before setting off again. Yi Fan also discovered that the crystal ball had a function. It could obtain specific information about the monsters or plants in the vicinity. So, he immediately chose to use it, and the text before him appeared. 1. There are some bushes to the east. It seems there might be some food. 2. There's a smell of blood to the west. It seems there's some fighting going on. If the timing is right. 3. There's a small goblin tribe to the north. Their warehouse is overflowing with supplies, danger level, for stars. In addition, Yifan also checked the chat channel messages. Combining everyone's comments, Yifan realized that the true power of the crystal ball lay in its growth potential. As the tribe's level increased, the crystal ball could acquire even more abilities. Everyone stared at the words appearing in the air, lost in thought. Of the 3 divination results, 2 were of lower risk, while 1 was of greater danger. All eyes turned to Yifan, awaiting his decision. Lin Qingxue suggested, Yifan, how about we split into 2 groups? Yifan nodded. That's what I was planning too. The first route shouldn't be too risky, 10 people should be enough. For the second route, we'll need at least 20 people. Because there seems to be a battle taking place at the place mentioned in the second point. If those corpses are wild animals, a few people definitely won't be able to bring them back, Yifan analyzed. He then arranged for the people to stay behind. How should we divide them up? Wanyu asked. She was the class's academic representative and a responsible class officer. Yifan replied, Wanyu, take 10 of the more agile ones to the east side, and the rest of you come with me to the west side. Then he added, those who go out today can have priority in receiving food. If there isn't enough food, then priority will be given to those who contributed physical labor. Hearing this, the others also agreed to join in. So they began their journey. Yifan looked at the crystal ball. The 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, were clearly visible. Lu Li led 9 people eastward, while Yifan led 20 people westward. They walked through the forest, remaining highly vigilant. In the forest, there were some large green leaves, as wide and long as banana leaves. The girls made skirts out of the leaves, and Lin Qingxue took a banana leaf and made a simple apron, handing it to Yifan. After putting on makeshift clothes, they continued on their way. After walking for a while, Lin Qingxue asked, Yifan, how long will it take us? Yifan looked around at the scenery and replied, I don't know. He marked the trees as he walked to avoid getting lost. After walking for half an hour, he heard a series of roars ahead, like the howls of wolves and the mooing of cows. Yifan immediately signaled everyone to stop and whispered, Everyone be careful, there's movement ahead. He added in a low voice, the place mentioned in the divination should be ahead. Let's go slowly. As they crept closer to a thicket, they discovered 2 wild beasts locked in fierce combat. A one-horned black wolf and a crimson bull were locked in battle, the stench of blood filling the air. The girls were incredibly curious and urged Yifan to take out his crystal ball to check. Yifan immediately understood, took out the crystal ball, and the results showed. Unicorn wolf, level, iron red bull, level, iron. Yifan, should we let the 2 fight like the snipe and the clam, so that the fishermen can benefit? Liu Anuona asked. Yifan nodded. Perhaps it's an opportunity. Yifan wasn't sure how long the 2 beasts would fight, so he simply opened the chat interface. Various discussions arose in the chat, and besides chatting, the clan leader could also exchange resources in the trading hall. After a long while, the unicorn wolf finally stood up, exhausted, but it swayed precariously and soon collapsed. Yifan and the others were overjoyed. Finally, they could eat meat. The girls looked at Yifan with eyes full of admiration. Half a minute later, the unicorn wolf finally breathed its last. This predator never imagined it would die at the hands of its prey. Let's go. Go collect the body. Yifan immediately urged. Then everyone rushed forward with excited expressions, their eyes shining as they saw the cow and the wolf. Great. This meat is enough to feed our whole class. Lin Qingxue exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, Yifan used his axe to chop down at Red Bull, chopping down one axe blow after another. Although the axe wasn't very sharp, it was still able to cut through the bull, albeit slowly. He looked at the bewildered girls standing beside him and shouted, What are you all standing there for? If you can't drag it, can't you just dismember it? At that moment, they suddenly realized what he meant and slapped their foreheads. Quick, quick, Qingxue, go chop off the bull's head. Give me the bull whip. Liu Anuona stepped forward and grabbed the bull whip, saying. Yifan suddenly felt a tightness in his body. Liu Anuona's behavior was very carefree. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a good brother. Liu Anuona pulled hard, then raised her right hand and chopped down at the base of the bullwhip. With a soft crack, the thick bullwhip was cut in half. Liu Anuona then brought the axe down hard, cleaving the entire bullwhip in two. About half an hour later, the group had completely dismembered the Red Bull. They used sturdy vines to poke a small hole in the meat, and two people carried it on sticks, while Yi Fan carried the unicorn wolf's carcass at the back. Not long after they left, one by one, grayish-white, bald, human-like creatures crawled out of a small hole. There were about 4 or 5 of them, licking the blood and bits of flesh from the ground. When everyone returned to the camp, the girls who stayed behind, including Wintermelon's sister, were overjoyed. They immediately swarmed over. "Wow, it's meat." Yi Fan asked the people who stayed behind, "Where's Wanyu? Haven't they come back yet?" Just as he finished speaking, Wanyu pushed open the door of the shack, and Yi Fan glanced over to see that each of them was carrying several lotus leaves filled with red berries. Yi Fan said, "Come on, let's divide it properly." The girls immediately put the fruit together. They had contributed this time. Those who hadn't gone out were now feeling somewhat regretful. Everyone turned to Yi Fan, waiting for him to distribute the food. There was enough food for the whole class, so Yi Fan said to distribute it according to contribution. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he asked those who went out today to choose their food. Each person who went out today could get 1 piece, and the rest could share 1 piece between 2 or 3 people. As for the internal organs, Yi Fan planned to trade them. He opened the trade channel and asked, "Does anyone like to eat animal internal organs?" Yi Fan scanned all the information. There were still many people wanting to trade with him. He then selected a few who wanted to trade weapons and sent them back. "Okay, I've looked at your terms, no problem." The other party quickly replied, expressing their willingness to trade with Yi Fan. With a series of notification sounds, Yi Fan received a total of 10 goblin clubs. Including the one he already had, he actually had 11 in total. He planned to use these 11 clubs to build a fighting squad, first establishing an armed force belonging to the tribe. "Lin Xingxue, Liu Anuona, you two come here," Yi Fan called out. "Yi Fan, what do you want with us?" Liu Anuona asked. Yi Fan said, "So, based on your understanding, you two should select a few brave and fearless people. I plan to form a combat-ready squad." At this moment, dozens of fair-skinned young women were squatting beside the Red Bull carcass, cutting up the beef and placing it all on clean, large green leaves. The best cuts were given to those who went out that day. "Wanyu, Zhou Xiaoxiao, Nalan Mimi, come here for a moment," Lin Xingxue called out to the group cutting the beef. She handed out all the cutting sticks to them, saying she planned to build a strong team. Lin Xingxue said, "If any of you are unwilling, you can return your weapons to me," but no one withdrew. Soon, an adventure team of 11 people, including Yi Fan, was formed. "Yi Fan, should we cut down some trees to make a fire and cook?" a girl asked. Yi Fan looked at everyone and nodded, saying, "Okay, now that we have some fighting power, we can go cut down trees. Let's set off now." Aside from a few people staying behind to continue preparing the ingredients, the rest of the group went south with Yi Fan to cut down trees. There was a broad-leaved forest to the south, and the girls who hadn't contributed much that day naturally took on the responsibility of cutting down trees. "We're patrolling within a designated area. If we spot anything, we'll notify you immediately," Yi Fan said sternly. Lin Xingxue and the others, holding their clubs, knew this was no small matter. If they encountered enemy activity, they would lose their lives. Soon, the sounds of felling trees filled the forest. Since Yi Fan's tribe consisted mostly of girls, they naturally had a slight disadvantage in the early stages of felling trees. But fortunately, none of them were too fussy. "Eat some fruit if you're tired. Xingxue just said that this fruit can replenish your strength and also increase your experience." The girls who were complaining about being tired recovered after eating the fruit, and their experience increased by 5%. Yi Fan opened the chat channel to check. People were chatting idly in it. He saw someone say that cutting down trees had attracted goblins. Yi Fan immediately looked into the distance and saw 4 or 5 green figures appearing to the west. The girls were extremely nervous and scrambled to find places to hide, some even crawling naked into the haystacks. Yi Fan hid behind a large rock. Then, squad leader Lin Xingxue also saw the big rock. She thought it wouldn't be a problem to hide 4 or 5 people behind it. She immediately led 3 people and rushed behind the rock, but they bumped into a protruding rock and fell forward. Yi Fan reacted quickly and immediately reached out to hug Lin Xingxue. Lin Xingxue, in pain, clung to Yi Fan and bit his shoulder, much to everyone's surprise. Chapter 9. The Smelting Furnace. Everyone knew that the most important thing right now was to deal with the goblins approaching them. So, everyone scrambled to find places to hide. Several goblins soon came into view. They looked around, but after searching, they didn't seem to find anything unusual. They scratched their heads. A goblin let out a strange cry, seemingly communicating with its companions. Seeing that the goblins had relaxed their guard, Yifan signaled for everyone to act. He picked up a stone and quickly threw it at the goblins. With a thud, the sound of stones hitting each other immediately attracted the goblins' attention, and they hurriedly turned to look at the source of the sound. Perfect! Yifan was delighted and seized the opportunity, rushing out with his club in hand. Attack! As Yifan roared, the people around him sprang into action. All those hiding in the bushes, behind trees, and behind rocks rushed out in unison. The goblins were startled by the sudden attack, but it was too late to react. Yifan's club slammed into the back of one goblin's head. Charge! Kill them! From the bushes, behind the trees, and behind the rocks, everyone pounced on the goblins like madmen, wielding axes and clubs, smashing them relentlessly. The goblins tried to fight back, but they were no match for them. Every move they made was smashed to pieces. Wanyu smashed a goblin's head with a single blow, splattering brain matter everywhere. Liu Anuona kicked a goblin in the groin, causing the goblin to wince in pain, its eyes nearly popping out. The sounds of hacking and slashing filled the air as goblins fell one after another, smashed into a pile of mud by the horde. Many were participating in combat for the first time, and their hearts were still pounding even after the battle ended. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from Yifan, Lin Xingxue, and Liu Anuona simultaneously, accompanied by a notification sound. Your physical attributes have been improved. Current level LV2. The three were overjoyed. Yifan gripped the club tightly, feeling his whole body brimming with power. Leveled up. That's great. I feel so powerful. As the goblins died, their items dropped. Yifan obtained 5 goblin clubs, 8 goblin handbones, and 5 beast cores. He then distributed the clubs to the other girls. Yifan said, "Let's keep cutting down trees. We'll build the fence tonight." Hearing about building a fence, everyone started chopping down trees. Everyone was full of energy. Yifan calculated that it takes 1 unit of wood to build 1 meter of fence. At the current pace, 1,000 units of wood will be cut down before dark, and there are no other dangers encountered afterward. Luli led the other girls into the forest to collect large rocks and dig up some soil to build a simple stove. On the stove was a free iron pot, in which beef was stewing, and the water was obtained by Yifan in exchange. Yifan, didn't you see any water sources nearby when you went out today? Wanyu asked. Yifan replied, "No, that's a forest over there, but I think there should be a river or lake to the north." Wanyu nodded. Water is indeed scarce for us, but it's not difficult for those classes near water sources. Meat, on the other hand, is a hard currency. Yifan checked the construction panel. There weren't many buildings he could construct at the moment, but Yifan knew that as the main city's level increased, the number of things he could build would also increase. He had plenty of wood, but not much stone. Fortunately, he had collected 200 units of stone. After thinking for a moment, Yifan decided to start building the smelting furnace. 10 minutes later, the smelting furnace was completed. Yifan figured that since he could melt down anything, he should try it out with something less important first. He picked up a stone and threw it in. He obtained 1 G of iron ore and 0.1 G of gold ore. He then tried throwing in a large cow bone, and the furnace burst into flames. Yifan obtained 1 Red Bull blood essence and examined it with a crystal ball. Red Bull blood essence. Short-term use provides temporary euphoria. Long-term use allows one to draw upon the power of a wild bull at any time. Chapter 10. The Clan Chief's Luxurious Shelter. Yifan was overjoyed to see how useful the cow bones were. Something so valuable that it could be used to extract blood essence should certainly be preserved. He immediately told the girls, "Leave all the cow bones for me." Besides this, Yifan also found a new building option in the corner of the building page. Chief's Advanced Shelter. Construction requires 20 stones and 10 wood. Without hesitation, Yifan chose to build it and placed it to the left of the hut's entrance. Upon entering, Yifan saw a campsite ablaze with flames. Inside, there were wooden tables, chairs, and stone beds. Compared to the shack, the comfort here was incomparable. After all, living among a bunch of people was really inconvenient. At this moment, Lin Xingxue and several other girls also saw the newly built shack, their eyes filled with envy. Although Lin Xingxue was envious, she knew that this shack was reserved for the clan leader. The girls sat on the chairs, somewhat disappointed, but they did not leave until dinner was ready. When the food was served, everyone used large green leaves as bowls. Since there were no chopsticks, they had to eat with their hands. Liu Anuona handed the bull penis to Yifan. "Here, have some to nourish yourself. It tastes good, soft and delicious. Yi Fan took a bite and said, Liu Anuona, you like eating these so much. What are you trying to supplement? Liu Anuona smiled and said, what's it to you? She deliberately glared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was startled. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Besides, I'm as sturdy as rebar. Can you even cut me? Liu Anuona curled her lip disdainfully. You guys are always bragging. Don't end up looking all show and no substance. Yi Fan awkwardly asked Lin Qingxue, how about I invite you to chat about life tonight? Lin Qingxue was taken aback for a moment, then replied, sure, that would be great. Chapter 11, The Squad Leader Lives With Me. Yi Fan and the others sat together, gnawing on delicious beef. Each bite boosted their physical abilities, granting twice the experience points compared to vegetarian meals. As notification sounds rang out, Yi Fan's physical abilities increased to LV3, while the girls who had participated in the goblin hunt also reached LV2. Everyone cheered, and the atmosphere was lively. Great! I leveled up too, a girl exclaimed excitedly. Seeing everyone enjoying the delicious meat, Yi Fan said, eat up, you'll become stronger. At this moment, Wanyu walked up to Yi Fan with 2 pieces of beef in her hands. Yi Fan, have you finished building the fence? Yi Fan suddenly remembered. I forgot. I'll build the fence after we finish eating. Otherwise, I won't feel safe tonight. Wanyu continued. I just saw someone in the chat channel say that you can forge an iron axe by combining iron and stone axes, which makes chopping trees much faster. Yi Fan thought to himself, luckily, I'm not the only one in our tribe who does this. We need to find some stones tomorrow. The stones around here are all ordinary, and even if we refine them, it won't be enough, Yi Fan continued. But let's get through tonight first. I feel like it will be more dangerous tonight. Yi Fan looked around. The sky was beginning to darken, and the forest was unusually quiet. The surrounding light grew dimmer, and a cold wind blew by, carrying eerie sounds. After dinner, Yi Fan immediately began building a fence. He decided to build a circular fence to surround the entire camp. The fence would be about 3 meters high, effectively preventing attacks from wild animals. As darkness fell, the atmosphere in the camp grew tense. The sun had disappeared below the distant treetops, and everyone sat around the hut, the fire still crackling in the center, offering a small measure of warmth. Yi Fan took out the crystal ball and examined the campfire through it. The description of the campfire made him realize that this was no ordinary campfire, but a vain fire. It was an eternal fire. As long as the planet existed, the fire would never go out. The fire was located in the center of the shack, out of reach of others. For everyone's safety and warmth, Yi Fan built several smaller fires and surrounded them with stones to ensure everyone could enjoy the warmth. These fires can't burn forever, but they can provide some warmth, Yi Fan said. If anyone wakes up or can't sleep in the middle of the night, remember to get up and add firewood. Yi Fan, you've worked hard today. Go and get some rest, a girl said with a smile. Yi Fan replied somewhat helplessly. Okay. After saying that, he took Lin Qingxue back to his shack. The fire in the shack was still burning, its warmth comforting. Yi Fan took Lin Qingxue's hand and led her to sit on the edge of the bed. Lin Qingxue gave a shy, soft laugh. Then Yi Fan gently pinched Lin Qingxue's small foot, took out a small fruit from his storage compartment, cracked the fruit open, and gently smeared the pulp on Lin Qingxue's injured toe. Lin Qingxue couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Chapter 12, The Cave Dwellers Invade. The bed wasn't big, but it was more spacious than the bunk beds at school, at least more comfortable to lie on. Yi Fan climbed onto the bed and stretched. You lie on the outside. It's warmer there. Lin Qingxue hesitated. We're going to sleep together so soon. Seeing her expression, Yi Fan said, Qingxue, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue asked, Yi Fan, if we were trapped here forever, would you fall for Anuona and Wanyu? After all, they're very beautiful. Yi Fan was stunned, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, perhaps. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue lay down next to Yi Fan after a while. Yi Fan, no man is without a tendency to be unfaithful. But I hope you won't hide it from me. If you like someone else, remember to tell me. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility, Yi Fan replied gently. I'm not an irresponsible person. Once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely take care of the goblin's lair. Lin Qingxue glanced at Yi Fan, finally relaxed, and slowly loosened her grip. Meanwhile, the others inside the greenhouse, unable to contain their curiosity any longer, pressed their faces against the door to eavesdrop. They were clearly very interested in the progress between Yi Fan and Lin Qingxue, and whispered amongst themselves. About half an hour later, Yi Fan finally lay down, feeling much more relaxed. Lin Qingxue got up to wash her hands. Soon after, she suddenly heard a rustling sound, like mice gnawing on something. Her heart tightened, realizing something was wrong, and she quickly ran back to the shack. Yi Fan, come out and take a look. It looks like something is gnawing on the other side of the fence. Yi Fan rushed out of the shack without hesitation. Everyone, grab your weapons. The sound is coming from the west. Chapter 13, Wounded. A group of people hurriedly ran outside, naked, carrying weapons and torches. The cold wind made them shiver, and the air was filled with a heavy smell of blood. When they reached the west side carrying burning firewood, they found the sound had stopped. Something had gnawed a large hole in the fence, about half a meter high, and there were footprints on the ground. The four-toed footprints looked like those left by a wild animal. Based on the footprints, Yi Fan judged that 3 monsters had entered, but he didn't know exactly what they were. Everyone swallowed hard. Although they were afraid, they had no choice but to face them head-on. In the darkness of the night, the girls naturally surrounded Yi Fan. Only by being close to him could they feel a little safe. The only sounds were the crackling of burning firewood, their tense breathing, and the occasional sound of hurried footsteps. Suddenly, a sharp scream shattered the silence. It turned out that several girls were still inside the shack and hadn't had time to come out. He grabbed a stick and ran towards the shack, with Liu Anuona and the others quickly following behind. Yi Fan rushed into the shack and saw several girls huddled in a corner, holding firewood and driving away 2 monsters. The monsters crawled on the ground like spiders, but they were human-like, hairless, with only sharp teeth and claws. The monsters were extremely sensitive to firelight, and the girls used torches to scare them away. The monsters could only roar from the sidelines, but dared not approach. 2 monsters surrounded the girls, frantically closing in, their claws capable of tearing a person apart with a single swipe. Yi Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The monsters began to attack. Suddenly, one of them swung its claw, knocking a piece of firewood to the ground. Yi Fan, wielding a club, charged at the monster and smashed it down, breaking off its claw. Enraged, the monster immediately pounced on Yi Fan, while another one charged forward at incredible speed, crawling like a spider. Just then, several burning firewood flew and struck the monster, and Yi Fan smashed his staff into its head. Another monster pounced and bit Yi Fan's calf. Bang! With a loud crash, the monster was smashed to pieces, green blood and pinkish-white brain matter splattering everywhere. Yi Fan clutched his calf, and the girls surrounded him, asking him with concern. Suddenly, 2 beams of white light flew into Yi Fan's body, and a system notification sounded. Physical attributes upgraded to LV5. Obtained 4 cave dweller eyeballs, 3 cave dweller claws, and 2 beast cores. Yi Fan felt his wounds gradually healing, and the bleeding was no longer so rapid. Lin Qingxue, her eyes red, squatted to the side, clearly still shaken by what had just happened. The girls were filled with gratitude towards Yi Fan, who had just risked his life to protect them. Let's all sleep together tonight. The fence has been chewed through, and we don't know if any other cave dwellers will come, Liu Anuona suggested. No one objected. Staying together would definitely be safer. Yi Fan is injured. I'll keep watch. One you volunteered. Count me in. I'll keep watch too. The others also expressed their willingness to keep watch. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Lin Qingxue helped Yi Fan lie down and applied red tassel fruit to his wounds to help them heal faster. Liu Anuona also laid down behind Yi Fan, guarding him with a guilty conscience, finally feeling some relief from her worries. Chapter 14, Divination, Predicting Good and Bad Fortune. Although everyone saw Yi Fan and Lin Qingxue leaning on each other, no one said anything. In this world full of dangers, everyone's fate was closely intertwined, and they relied on each other. Wanyu gripped the wooden mallet tightly, her eyes warily peering through the crack in the door to observe the movements outside. Although exhausted, she dared not relax her vigilance for a moment. If they returned even a moment later, they might find corpses strewn all over the floor. Wanyu stayed up all night keeping watch. Only when dawn broke and sunlight streamed into the room through the cracks in the door did Wanyu finally breathe a sigh of relief and fall asleep against the door. Little sister Donghua quietly went to Wanyu's side and carried her closer to the fire. Yi Fan slowly got up. Lin Qingxue was still lying in his arms, using his arm as a pillow. Yi Fan felt weight pressing on his chest and legs, and when he looked down, he saw that it was Liu Anuona's arms and legs draped over him. He took out the crystal ball and found it was already full of energy. Today, he decided to use the crystal ball's divination function to gather more resources and enhance his strength. The crystal ball lit up, and a magical scene reappeared. 1. A treasure chest was found under the crooked tree to the east. 2. There was a small goblin tribe to the north, and their warehouse was full of supplies. Danger level 3.5 stars. 3. The roar of an unknown beast came from the south. He knew that although the threat from the goblin tribe had decreased, it was still not to be underestimated. Sai, let's focus on increasing our strength first. Let's gather more resources today and consider attacking the goblin tribe tomorrow, Yifan pondered. He decided to first check the treasure chest under the crooked tree to the east. After quickly washing his face and brushing his teeth with wood ash, Yifan picked up his club and prepared to set off. Liu Anuona had also woken up by this time, and she also took her club, ready to go with Yifan. After spending some timber to repair the fence, they set off eastward with a group of 10. Liu Anuona felt guilty about her hesitation yesterday, and today she wanted to do everything she could to make amends. Yifan, what do you think might be in the treasure chest? Liu Anuona asked. Suddenly, a girl interjected, treasure chest? I heard about it yesterday, but since no one has found it, it must be a hoax. The girl quickly searched for treasure chest on the chat page. From this information, Yifan learned that the rewards from the treasure chests were very generous, including blueprints, food, and other useful items. He then led his team out. Chapter 15. Obtaining the blueprints. They walked east for half an hour and finally saw the crooked tree. These kinds of trees weren't hard to find, but not every tree was crooked. From the grass beneath the crooked tree, a sharp corner peeked out, resembling the corner of a box. Everyone immediately began working on it, discovering that although the box looked old, it wasn't damaged. Yifan examined the lock on the box. It clearly required force to open. He decided to take the box back first. Everyone picked up their suitcases and headed back. Suddenly, they heard a cracking sound coming from the left. Liu Anuona saw the bushes beside her and immediately ducked in. Yifan followed suit. In less than 2 minutes, the clattering footsteps grew closer. Finally, a dozen or so small, green creatures passed by them, one of which was particularly enormous, nearly 2 meters tall, and looked like a toad. Then, Yifan secretly checked its data with the crystal ball. Goblin large, bronze grade. These goblins didn't stop. After the goblins were far away, everyone slumped down in the hay. Then they started their journey back. After Yifan returned, Lin Qingxue asked as she approached him, Yifan, how was your haul today? Yifan pointed to the box beside him. Help me break it open. Lin Qingxue immediately led several people to smash the lock on the box with clubs. After a few loud bangs, and a dozen or so, the lock on the box was finally broken. Lin Qingxue opened the box and found only a piece of parchment inside. On it appeared some text. Leather armor, used to unlock this technology and increase civilization points by 10. He chose to use it. Then he checked the tech tree. Leather armor, common required materials. Animal leather X2, wood X2, iron X1. I have leather and wood. The only thing I'm missing is iron. Yifan thought to himself. He then went to the trading channel to see if anyone was selling it. About 2 minutes later, a clan leader named Wang Mang with the ID Iron-Blooded Tribe contacted him, saying, I have iron here. I'll give you 10 units of iron, but I want 50 gene of beef. Yifan retorted without hesitation. But right now, meat is the real currency. Chapter 16. The Iron-Blooded Tribe. Wang Mang knew there was a meat shortage. Although he could forego the iron mine, meat was essential. He then said, all right, name a reasonable price. Iron refining is indeed difficult. Yifan's tone softened upon hearing Wang Mang's words, and he replied, all right, but my meat wasn't easy to come by either. If you can find an iron ore mine, we could have a long-term partnership, he countered. Fine, let's do it 1 for 1. I'll give you 10 gene of iron, and you give me 10 gene of meat. Then a notification sound appeared. Ding, transaction successful. You have obtained 11 units of iron. Yifan was stunned when he saw this message. He asked Wang Mang, why is it 11 units of iron? Wang Mang replied, this is all the wealth of our tribe. Thank you. Next, Yifan immediately began constructing leather armor. He had enough leather, so without hesitation, he built a blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop displayed the following description. Currently capable of crafting and repairing common-grade weapons and equipment, requires someone to be present to use it. Yifan thought this was a good thing, and immediately called out to the corner. Nalan Mimi, come here. Yifan pointed to the blacksmith shop. Go in and improve your experience. Nalan Mimi went in, and instantly, she mastered all the knowledge of forging equipment and repairing weapons. Yifan placed the materials on the forging table, 22 animal hides, 22 pieces of wood, and 11 pieces of iron, forging a total of 11 pieces of leather armor. Nail and Mimi threw the materials into the furnace, started the furnace, and the materials turned into 11 white orbs of light. She picked up a hammer and began forging. Half an hour later, 11 pieces of ordinary grade leather armor were completed. The leather armor felt stiff to the touch, was brown in color, and could be worn directly. Yi Fan put on the leather armor and checked its attributes. Increases resistance to attacks from iron-grade beasts by 30%, and increases resistance to attacks from bronze-grade beasts by 5%. Chapter 17, The Goblin Tribe. Yi Fan handed one of the leather armor pieces and the goblin club to Wang Mang, considering it an investment. If Wang Mang survived, he would surely be grateful. After all, as the tribal chief, he was by no means a morally corrupt person. Yi Fan, how should these leather armors be distributed? Lin Qingxue asked. Distribute them according to rank, with higher ranks given priority, Yi Fan replied. The higher the rank, the stronger the combat power, and those who had participated in previous battles naturally had higher physical fitness levels. After Yi Fan donned the leather armor, his personal information changed. Physical attribute level, LV5, 30%. Overall strength, black iron. Equipment, leather armor, white common grade. He discovered that the members of the other combat teams were also rated as black iron, indicating a significant boost from their equipment. He saw that the crystal ball's display had changed again. 1. There is a small goblin tribe to the north, and their warehouse is full, danger level 2 stars. The message in midair caught everyone's attention. After their strength increased, the goblin threat gradually decreased. Yi Fan raised the goblin club and said loudly, Let's not delay. Now that our combat strength has improved, let's go and wipe out the goblin nest in the north. Everyone was so excited that they couldn't contain themselves. It seemed that this time they would definitely gain something. Yi Fan led everyone for about 20 minutes when suddenly he smelled the aroma of meat and cooking smoke. He immediately stopped, and everyone crouched down, not daring to move. Yi Fan pointed to a bush about half a meter high nearby. You guys go in and hide first. The girls nodded and carefully slipped into the bush. Yi Fan continued northward, needing to ascertain the situation before deciding on his next move. After walking for about 5 minutes, he heard the sound of flowing water. He immediately stopped, overjoyed. A river. If he could eliminate this goblin tribe, the water problem would be solved, a win-win situation. He quietly stood up, his gaze passing through the bushes, and noticed 5 thatched huts ahead. Yi Fan scanned the area and noticed a larger straw shed to the left of the huts, with several rabbits hanging inside. He thought that if they won this battle, this food would be enough to solve their problems for the next few days. Chapter 18, Battle Against the Goblin Tribe. Yi Fan didn't rush back, continuing to observe his surroundings. Most of the goblins he noticed were only black iron level, clearly far from the level of the lesser ferocious ones he'd encountered before. Just as he hesitated, a strange sound caught his attention. Yi Fan immediately turned to look at the riverbank. A small goblin, only 1 meter tall, crawled out of the river. Yi Fan immediately used his crystal ball to check its stats. Assassin Goblin, Iron rank. A nimble little monster. Do not approach it easily. Keeping your distance will be safer. Yi Fan then quietly hid in the bushes and stealthily returned to report the situation. A head popped out of the bushes and said, I figured it out. Everyone was startled, but when they saw it was Yi Fan, they quickly reacted. How is it? Yi Fan quickly deployed tactics. The girls listened attentively. Yi Fan's plan was clear. Actually, as long as we overcome our fear of goblins, we humans have a natural advantage. As long as we don't fall, the goblins have almost no chance of attacking our heads, Yi Fan explained. Remember, everyone, don't be afraid, work together. Soon after, the group arrived near the goblin tribe. Following plan, Yi Fan charged towards the goblin assassin. He picked up a stone and, as usual, threw it into the river. Splash! The loud sound attracted the goblin's attention. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly leaped out of the bushes. The girls behind him quickly followed, wielding clubs and smashing them at the sleeping goblins. The goblin assassin reacted the fastest, drawing his short sword from his waist and lunging at Yi Fan, who dodged it. On the other side, a goblin leaped down from a tree and slammed its head down on Liu Anuona's head. Liu Anuona's scalp tingled, and she hurriedly dodged. Although she avoided being hit on the head, she was struck in the thigh. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and Liu Anuona's leg was folded in half by the impact. Lin Qingxue stepped forward and smashed the head of the goblin that had ambushed her with a single blow. Just then, another goblin charged at her. Another girl swiftly intervened, knocking the goblin away with a single blow, breaking its spine and leaving it lying on the ground, barely alive. Yi Fan charged towards the goblin assassin, wielding his club. The goblin let out a strange cry and spun rapidly like a top, hurtling towards Yi Fan. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He aimed at the center of the spin and smashed the goblin assassin's body down with his club, killing him instantly. Seeing their tribe's strongest assassin killed, the goblin's morale collapsed instantly. Yi Fan immediately rushed over, swinging his club and continuing to smash and kill, quickly dispatching several goblins. Suddenly, a goblin rushed out of the thatched hut and swung his club at Yi Fan. Thump! Yi Fan was hit in the chest. Although protected by leather armor, he still felt a jolt. Yi Fan turned around, grabbed the goblin, and slammed it to the ground. Lin Qingxue immediately followed up with a blow. Puffed. The goblin's head exploded instantly. Chapter 19, The Harvest. As the goblin fell, a series of notifications followed. Obtain Goblin Club X20. Obtain Monster Core X21. Obtain Storm Blade X2. Obtain Torn Goblin Skirt X5. Obtain Goblin Handbone X35. Everyone's level has also increased. Your physical fitness level has increased to LV7. Your physical fitness level has increased to LV5. Everyone's body is shining with light, and Yi Fan has reached level 7. After the battle, Yi Fan leaned against a tree, feeling a surge of emotion in his chest. His body was slowly recovering from the attack. Lin Qingxue quickly asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Yi Fan waved his hand, panting, and said, "I'm fine." Lin Qingxue rushed over to Liu Anuona and found that many people had already gathered around her. Yi Fan, catching his breath, immediately rushed over to check on Liu Anuona's injuries. He saw her biting a wooden stick, which was making a crisp sound as she chewed it. Seeing the blood everywhere, Yi Fan panicked. He noticed that although the veins in the injured leg were visible, it hadn't been torn apart, which was undoubtedly good news. Yi Fan took a few deep breaths and decided that he had to bend her leg back into place. With a sharp crack, Liu Anuona's leg was finally snapped back into place. Blood gushed out, mingling with the pooled blood, creating a gruesome scene. Liu Anuona was in unbearable pain and appeared close to fainting. However, her wound was healing, though it would take several days to fully recover. Yi Fan directed everyone to clean up the battlefield, and they quickly followed his instructions. Some of the girls strapped their spoils, fish, to their backs. With their improved physical abilities, carrying over 100 pounds was no problem for them. This was a considerable haul. They had 20 goblin clubs, further enhancing their fighting prowess. Chapter 20 Yi Fan carried. Long legs. Everyone quickly packed up their spoils, moving swiftly without delay. Since arriving at this place, everyone had been on edge. It wasn't safe outside, and even the camp couldn't guarantee complete safety. Soon, Lin Qingxue, carrying several rabbits on her back and 3 fish in each hand, walked up to Yi Fan. "Everyone's all packed up, even the firewood the goblins gathered. Shouldn't we head back now?" Yi Fan nodded. "Yes, let's go back." Yi Fan walked over, hoisted Liu Anuona onto his back, and headed towards the camp. He let the injured girls leave first to ensure their safety. Carrying the wounded would definitely slow down the group's progress. Liu Anuona's pain lessened, although Yi Fan's back was covered in blood. "Are you all right?" Yi Fan asked. "I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile," Liu Anuona replied weakly. She then smiled and said, "Everyone will be overjoyed when we get back." Yi Fan noticed that Lin Qingxue's lips were twitching from time to time, so he immediately went over and said, "Qingxue, want to have a long talk about life tonight?" Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes and said irritably, "TCH." After saying that, Lin Qingxue quickly walked forward with the rabbit on her back. For the rest of the journey, no one spoke. Liu Anuona was quietly carried on Yi Fan's back. The others carried the supplies through the bushes. The low bushes were quite inconvenient, and everyone carefully made their way through. After walking about 3/4 of the way, the group caught up with the wounded, regrouped, and headed towards the camp. When we returned to camp, the sun was high in the sky, and the temperature was quite high. It was clearly noon. Wanyu had taken a nap and had already woken up. There was some food stewing in the pot, but the pot that was previously full of beef now only had some beef bones with meat stuck to them. Clearly, the food they had prepared was only enough to last until noon. The others who went to chop wood and collect stones also sat outside the camp waiting. Several girls paced back and forth, their eyes closed, praying for Yi Fan and the others, hoping they would return safely. Chapter 21. The Starfire tribe is established. Fortunately, Everyone's expectations were not disappointed. 10 minutes later, a group of people appeared outside the camp. "Open the door," Yifan shouted. A group of girls ran wildly toward the gate with great joy. "Great! They're back. Go open the door." The fence has a gate that can be adjusted, but there is a bolt inside, which is a piece of wood about the thickness of an arm wedged in at the back. Wanyu immediately removed the door bolt, and some girls slowly pulled the door open from both sides. They saw the undisguised joy in the eyes of the people returning home with their bountiful harvest. There were not only fish and rabbits, but also mushrooms. The crowd made way, and Yifan and the others headed straight for the shack, their eyes burning with eagerness. But when they saw the bloodstains on Liu Anuona's legs, and the girls with broken legs and dislocated arms slumped helplessly to the side, they also felt a sense of respect. The danger of going out this time is still quite significant. Although the divination crystal says it's a level 2 danger, there is still a risk of death if not handled properly. Yifan also gained a general understanding of the results of the divination crystal. The divination crystal was simply an assessment based on everyone's strength. However, many more situations can arise during battle, and the divination crystal cannot predict all of them. Therefore, the risk of injury is very low for 1 star, while there is a risk of injury for 2 star, and improper handling could even lead to death, but it should be possible to win if handled properly. Yifan felt that if the divination result was 3 stars or higher, then injury was almost certain, and death might even be commonplace. Even if it's only 2.5 stars, Yifan won't easily set foot there in the future, unless there's absolutely no other way. He'll take the risk. Yifan and the others ate heartily, and the girls who had previously complained about dieting at school were now eating more than anyone else. In particular, to speed up her recovery, Liu Anuona started gnawing on pieces of beef the size of her face, eating in a way that resembled that of a wild animal, almost like a return to primitiveness. Everyone was radiating light, and some people with less experience leveled up on the spot after eating the food, entering a higher level of life. "How much wood did you collect today?" Yifan asked. As the clan leader, he had to ask about this matter. When he led his men out to fight, he was risking his life. He wouldn't allow anyone to reap the benefits without contributing. At this moment, Sister Donghua also said, "Today we felled 800 units of wood, and as for stones, we only collected some scraps, about 300 units. Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly. Today's speed was a bit faster than yesterday's. Not bad. Is there anyone who hasn't gone to work?" Wintermelon's sister hesitated for a few seconds, then looked at the 4 girls huddled inside the shack. For girls are on their periods, so they didn't work today. Yifan didn't blame them when he heard it was their period. "Oh, is that so? Let them come out to eat. Eating some meat is good for them during their period." Wintermelon's sister called out, and the girls immediately came out. Yifan was quite familiar with one of them. The girl had her hair in a bun, with permed bangs and delicate features, with a prominent nose that looked as if it had been carved by a knife and axe. This girl is neither a class leader nor a top student, but simply a stunningly beautiful class beauty, Suma Miao. Suma Miao is not only the class beauty, but also the school beauty. However, due to her poor family background, she is somewhat introverted and doesn't like to talk much. Everyone thought Suma Miao was aloof, but Yifan knew she wasn't. Suma Miao lived next door to him, with her grandmother. Her parents divorced, and each started their own families. After having children, they stopped caring for her. It was a case of neither her father nor her mother wanting her. Suma Miao knew she didn't have work today, and she felt quite embarrassed, since everyone was contributing to the tribe. She stood there awkwardly, wearing a short skirt made of leaves and a bra made of 2 palm-sized pink flowers, waiting for dinner to be served. Seeing everyone busy, the girl spoke up somewhat nervously. Yifan, I'm on my period today, so I didn't go cut down any trees. I'll work hard after my period is over, so please don't kick me out. I won't eat for free. If you don't believe me, I can show you. There's blood on it." As she spoke, the girl was about to lift the leaf to show Yifan, but Yifan immediately reached out and grabbed her hand. "What are you doing? I didn't say anything. Don't be so sensitive, I believe you." Upon hearing this, the girl slowly released her grip on the leaf. Beneath the leaf lay a mysterious realm. Yifan had always known that Suma Miao was a very sensitive girl. When she was little, she cried for her father and mother, but neither of them wanted her. After all, both of them had new families, and their parents' new lovers did not want a child to come into the picture, so Suma Miao became the one who was abandoned. Therefore, she felt extremely insecure. Suma Miao was also afraid of being kicked out because she hadn't done any work. No one would support a good-for-nothing who eats free food and spends money. Those were her parents' exact words. This isn't Earth. There's no grandma here. Only endless forests and darkness, and terrifying monsters that can devour people. Just thinking about it terrifies her. Yifan would naturally not kick anyone out. If someone were to eat for free and do nothing, Yifan would simply condemn them or reduce the amount of food distributed. After all, those who work here can't possibly support everyone else. Everyone is putting in the effort, so why should someone be lazy and do nothing? This isn't home. No one will indulge you here. I'd like to ask if anyone has any good names. I'd like to name our tribe, Yifan said loudly to the crowd. Nowadays, everyone else has changed their names, like Wolf Fang Tribe, Iron Blood Tribe, and Werewolf Tribe, all of which sound much better than their Jiangcheng Experimental University Freshman Nursing Class 1. How about calling him Star Guardian? Girls Alliance? Ionia, Washueti's mom's group. I love drinking animal milk. Lightbringer. Why don't you call yourself Digimon? How about Cardcaptor Sakura? No, change it. Let's go to the Spark Tribe. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Sparks represent hope. As they rise in the night sky, they illuminate the entire starry expanse. It means that we can definitely ignite the world with the spark of hope and build a sky in this world. How about that? When you said, Yifan smiled faintly and slapped his thigh. All right, it's decided. We'll call ourselves the Spark Tribe. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Chapter 22 The Deal. Complete the set. Everyone was very happy with the new tribe name, as it was definitely much better than the previous one. After lunch, Yifan decided to share his spoils for the day. 20 goblin clubs, 1 for each person. That meant that only a small group of people in the class were still without weapons. What concerned him most were the 2 knives, 2 gleaming knives lying on the ground, reflecting the blinding sunlight. Stormblade, excellent. Weapon level, LV1, unrefined. Wearing level, LV10. Skill, Stormblade. Uses magic crystals to unleash this skill. This appears to be an object casually hammered out by a master swordsmith. Yifan was quite annoyed when he saw that the equipment required level 10, but he was also frightened when he thought about how the goblin assassin's physical fitness was level 10. If his opponent hadn't been so short, he could have struck the center of the spin directly and might not have been able to take it down. Yifan is currently level 7, and he is 3 levels away from being able to wear this weapon. Although it is not much, it is not easy to find monsters to fight right now. He couldn't guarantee that he could handle the monster he found perfectly. What if he attracted some terrible monster? That would be terrible. Realizing his level was a bit low, Yifan ate a few more large bites of meat, gaining another 10% experience. Since his weapon was still a few levels below the required level, Yifan naturally couldn't just sit idly by and do nothing. He immediately opened the trade channel. Spark Tribe. Does anyone have blueprints? Preferably for armor. Wolf Fang Tribe. We don't have blueprints for armor, but we do have blueprints for short swords. Do you want them? Blood Demon Tribe. I also want the armor blueprints, but unfortunately not many tribes have them. Mundo Tribe. I have one. Starfire's brother. But it's just the helmet. Do you want it? Shining Tribe. Want some boots? How about some meat for me? Washueti Tribe. Can a regular leather miniskirt be okay? Our tribe is also short of meat. Damn it. These 40 people are like pigs. We're about to be eaten out of business. Yifan stopped the screen to prevent the messages from scrolling, and he scanned a few key pieces of information. Helmet, skirt, boots. Hey, isn't this a perfect set? As for the short sword, Yifan actually planned to accept it as well, since upgrading to a level 2 main city required 50 civilization points. However, after doing the math, he realized that he couldn't afford 4 blueprints based on the current market price, so he had to give up for now. He could always get more blueprints later. He immediately created a group chat for several clan leaders who had armor. Tell me your requirements and conditions. I want all 3 types of drawings. Mondo Tribe. My request isn't high, just 20 gene of meat at a normal market price. After all, people in our tribe need to eat too. Shining Tribe. 20 gene is about right. I changed a weapon blueprint before, and it was also 20 gene. Washueti Blog. 20 gene? Didn't I sell one at a loss before? Holy crap. Yifan wasn't surprised at all when he saw 20 gene of meat. Most classes currently have around 40 students, some more and some less. Yifan's class actually had a relatively large number of students. If you have 20 pounds of meat, each person gets half a pound. Under the current circumstances, half a pound of meat is barely enough to last a day. Of course, these clan leaders probably either have special talents or are lucky. Otherwise, the blueprints wouldn't be so easy to find. After all, the vast majority of the tribes in the replies below did not have the blueprints, or those who did not have the blueprints at all would not have replied. However, Yifan did not intend to accept this market price, and he replied, "Too expensive. I don't have much food here. I'd like to use 15 jin of meat and 5 jin of small matsutake mushrooms, which is also 20 jin. How about this exchange?" Yifan's words silenced everyone. Although the total weight is 20 pounds, 20 caddies, with a mix of meat and vegetables, 5 pounds of it is vegetarian. Vegetarian food will naturally provide less energy, even though the total weight is the same. Mundo tribe. Brother, I'm not saying anything, but what am I supposed to say about this? Shining tribe. That's not fair. Would it be the same if it were vegetarian food? Washwedi blog. I think it's alright. Isn't a balanced diet of meat and vegetables more nutritious? Yifan continued calmly. I know that doing this is indeed a bit of a loss, as 20 jin is the transaction price for most tribes in the market. However, some are sold for 16 jin, some for 10 jin, some for 17 jin, and some even for 30 jin. It's just that 20 jin is more reasonable in terms of price. Everyone, I have no choice. To be honest, our tribe has nearly 50 people, and we really don't have enough meat. My Starfire tribe sincerely wants some. According to what Junior Wa said, a balanced diet of meat and vegetables is indeed good for the body. Since we're all here to do business, it's all for the sake of our respective tribes. Then let's make money peacefully. A balanced diet of meat and vegetables will also amount to 20 jin, and 15 jin of meat is not a small amount. In this environment, let alone hunting, you might even get eaten by prey. Please understand, even if the deal falls through, we can still maintain good relations and exchange goods next time, right? Yifan's eloquent words did indeed move the group's hearts. First of all, Yifan's words were quite honest, at least he showed some sincerity. And they do need food, otherwise who would trade blueprints for it? Blueprints can only unlock the tech tree once, and if they trade them to someone else, they won't have any more. But as long as we have our resources, we can always rebuild. We need to be well fed now, so that we can continue to develop and better cope with the dangers ahead. After some consideration, all 3 team leaders responded. Alright then, I'll accept. I accept it too. Deal then. I knew a balanced diet of meat and vegetables was a good thing. The chief of the Washiwedi tribe felt he had made a small profit. He had initially received a blueprint, but ended up exchanging it for 15 jin of meat. He's making a profit by getting 15 jin, 7.5 caddies, plus 5 jin, 2.5 caddies, of small matsutake mushrooms. He can't compare market prices, they vary widely. 20 jin, 10 caddies, is just an average. Soon, all 3 transactions were completed smoothly, and a series of notification sounds came again. Ding! You have obtained a common grade skeleton helmet blueprint X1. Ding! You have obtained a common grade fine leather boots blueprint X1. Ding! You have obtained a common grade refined leather skirt blueprint X1. Looking at the 3 blueprints, Yifan was very happy. It was just that he had 60 pounds less food, but there was nothing he could do. You have to give up something to gain something. It will be evening in half a day. He must craft more equipment to fight against the cavemen who may come. Otherwise, it will be meaningless to stockpile food if he loses his life. Chapter 23 Manufacturing Equipment 1 set. Yifan used the 3 drawings. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking 3 new technologies. Common grade skeleton helmet. Requires 3 bone materials and 2 leather. Standard grade fine leather boots. Requires 2 pieces of leather and 2 pieces of wood. Common grade refined leather mini skirt. Requires 3 leather and 1 grass. Yifan took a look and found that he had all the materials for the 3 items. He could use the goblin hand bone that had dropped earlier. In addition, the leftover wolf bones and cow bones can also be used, but most of the cow bones have been melted down by Yifan into blood essence. If cow bones can be melted into blood essence, what can goblin hand bones be melted into? Yifan couldn't help but wonder. After thinking for a moment, he decided to throw one in to try. He turned on the furnace, and the firelight inside immediately made Yifan's face turn red. As Yifan tossed in a goblin hand bone, a notification sound came through. Ding! You have forged a goblin hand bone. Obtained 1 ashes, obtained 1 magic crystal. A clump of white ash and a black, hexagonal, die-like object appeared in mid-air above the furnace. Yifan waved his hand, and 2 items appeared in his hand. Wow, so this is the magic crystal. The appearance of the magic crystal was undoubtedly good news, and without thinking, he fused a few more hand bones into it. Ding! You have obtained 9 ashes and 9 magic crystals. Yi Fan smelted a total of 10 hand bones. He planned to use the rest to forge equipment and would not consider smelting any more for the time being. Stormblade is an excellent grade equipment and requires level 10 to use. Yi Fan had just eaten until his stomach was about to burst, and he had only reached level 8 so far, still 2 levels away from level 10. Wanyu! Yi Fan called out. Wanyu, with her short hair, walked over with nimble steps. What's wrong? Yi Fan. Tell everyone that if they see any low-level monsters around the camp, let me know. I'm only 2 levels away from level 10. Wanyu hummed in agreement and smiled. Okay, I will. Yi Fan urgently needs to upgrade, but there are many powerful creatures around this forest. He naturally dared not go there rashly, so it was necessary to keep an eye out for creatures of the black iron level. Yi Fan then melted down the goblin's skirt, which was actually the goblin's pants. Ding! You have melted the goblin's skirt. Obtain 10 leather. Yi Fan was also overjoyed. Great! This stuff can actually be refined into 10 pieces of leather. He didn't have many cowhides and wolf hides left, and he calculated that with these 10 pieces of leather, he had a lot left. It can craft 10 skeletal helmets, 10 fine leather boots, and 10 fine leather skirts. He immediately found Nail and Mimi. Mimi, make 10 of these 3 items, the materials will be just right. Nail and Mimi is the kind of big-breasted girl who is not very bright and has a slightly dim brain. She is of average to above average appearance and usually speaks in a gentle and soft manner. Nail and Mimi nodded excitedly, her 2 white breasts trembling slightly. Okay, I'll make it right away. She operated as before, and after a burst of sparks and clanging sounds, 30 white orbs of light appeared in midair. Yi Fan immediately called Lin Qingxue and the others over. There were 10 people in total, including Yi Fan, all of whom were currently performing well and had outstanding levels. Each of you will receive 3 pieces of this equipment to complete a set with the leather armor. Okay. Lin Qingxue distributed the equipment, and everyone put it on. The equipment didn't have sizes, so everyone could fit into their own body shape, which was quite convenient. We now have a fully armed 10-man squad. If the cavemen really attack tonight, we will be the backbone of the camp. A serious expression settled on everyone's faces. No one knew how many cavemen there were, or whether any of them were powerful bronze-level beings. According to Yi Fan's guess, there must be bronze-level monsters. After all, if even the spies in a race are iron level, then the leaders above them cannot possibly be iron level. Now everyone hurry up and cut down trees and collect stones to upgrade the main city as soon as possible so that we can survive better. After Yi Fan made the arrangements, everyone who had finished eating took their axes and headed towards the forest. The place where they cut down trees was around the camp, less than 100 meters away, so it wasn't far. The stone collectors searched for stones in the forest to move, but since most of the stones in the surrounding area had already been moved, they had to go to a slightly more distant place. Some armed forces remained around the camp, but they either had only one club or they had leather armor and a club. The fully armed squad, led by Yi Fan, ventured into the forest to explore and protect the girls who were moving stones. Yi Fan, we don't have any tools, so moving stones is too inefficient. Why don't we try to exchange them for something? I saw someone selling baskets. Maybe we should buy a few? Lin Qingxue suggested. Okay, I'll go take a look. Trading channel. Handicraft tribe. Does anyone need bamboo tools? I sell dust pans, winnowing baskets, bamboo baskets, and wooden chairs. I'll trade 1 pound of meat for 2. Upon seeing this, Yi Fan immediately contacted the other party. I need 10 baskets. Handmade tribe. Okay, 5 gene of meat, no bargaining. Yi Fan didn't waste any time and immediately made the deal. Ding! You have obtained 10 survivor-made baskets. 10 bamboo baskets immediately appeared in front of Yi Fan. Although the workmanship was a bit rough, they were still usable. Come on, we're of a higher rank, so we can carry them and let them pick them up and put them in the baskets. Yi Fan was the first to put on the basket, and the others didn't say anything either. The basket could only carry a maximum of 100 gene, 50 caddies. It's not too difficult for most people nowadays, but carrying it on your back all the time is still very physically demanding. Some girls filled their baskets with stones of varying sizes from the forest. After walking for about 3 hours, everyone's baskets were full. Lin Qingxue, carrying the basket on her back with some difficulty, said, "We should be able to bring back about 2,000 pieces of stone on this trip. It should take another 3 or 4 days to reach the target of 10,000 units. Yeah, pretty much. I saw someone in the chat channel say they found an iron ore mine. The iron consumption should be quite high in the future. Tomorrow we need to look around for similar veins, otherwise these rocks won't provide enough iron. Yifan said. With iron, you can upgrade a stone axe to an iron axe. Iron will also be needed for tempering weapons in the future. However, you can only get 3 or 4 units of iron from 100 caddies of ordinary stone, which is not enough at all. Yifan looked at the horizon. It was getting late, and the sun was about to set behind the treetops. I estimate the sun will set completely in about 2 hours, and then the world will be plunged into darkness again. Chapter 24 is here. Cave Dwellers. Today, the group didn't encounter any monsters attacking the camp, but they did spot 2 rabbits. However, they couldn't catch up with them because the rabbits were too fast. As everyone returned to the camp and saw the sun gradually setting, their hearts tightened. As night approached, the wind around them grew a bit colder. Some fish and small matsutake mushrooms were stewing in the pot, and all the fish scales had been scraped off. Yifan collected some fish scales. Although he didn't know what the black dragon fish scales were for, the hints from the crystal ball couldn't be ignored. The firewood crackled and popped as it burned, and the water in the pot gradually began to boil. Yifan, should we put up 2 more fences around the area? That way, the cave dwellers will have to break through several layers to get in, and we can avoid being surrounded by cave dwellers from all sides. The one who said this was Wanyu. She was quite intelligent, not only in her studies. Wanyu's explanation was simply a matter of creating a large encirclement around the camp, adding 2 layers of protection, which would make it take the cave dwellers some time to get in. In addition, if cave dwellers were to gnaw on the fence from multiple directions, the multiple layers of protection could prevent them from suddenly swarming in from all sides. After a brief analysis, Yifan patted Wanyu on the shoulder. Okay, your idea is very good, but we only have enough wood to make 2 more rounds. So let's make 2 rounds then. They had more wood than stones, but Yifan planned to add about 10 small fires for illumination. Otherwise, they would have to fight in the dark when the cavemen arrived, which would be too dangerous. Qingxue, take some men and make a few bonfires, but don't light them yet. We can light them after we confirm that the cave dwellers have indeed arrived. Aina, you can't walk right now, but you're good at fighting monsters. Teach the other students how to fight monsters and encourage them. We must not let the situation become chaotic. That would not do us any good. Nalan Mimi, you are in charge of repairing everyone's weapons. If any weapons are damaged in battle, repair them immediately. Even if it makes a little bit of a difference, it will be good. Little Wintermelon, you're fully equipped now, and your physical condition is better than the others. You're in charge of guarding the camp entrance to prevent any stragglers from sneaking into the camp and hurting people. Those few who are still injured and have started their periods are in your care. Everyone, move out according to my instructions. Good. No problem. Don't worry, I will protect everyone. Wintermelon's sister said earnestly. The entire camp sprang into action immediately. Although it appeared chaotic, it was remarkably orderly. Currently, more than half of the people have obtained a club, but many of them lack combat experience. Therefore, Liu Anuona needs to teach them how to use it and what to pay attention to when fighting monsters. Lin Qingxue and her men piled up wood in a well shape around the camp, ready to ignite it at any time. It will take time for those cave dwellers to break through the wooden fence. There will be plenty of time to light a campfire when they arrive. It would be too wasteful to light one now. As darkness fell, Yifan had already surrounded the camp with 2 more fences. There was very little wood left, just enough to start a fire. A strange cry came from the dark forest, seemingly the call of some kind of bird. A howling wind swept through, causing the forest to groan and creak. A fishy smell permeated the air, carried by the wind. All that could be seen was darkness all around, with the tall trees standing like giants staring down at them. Yifan twitched his nose and sniffed the air. They're cave dwellers. They really are coming towards us. Yifan immediately shouted alertly. Qingxue, light the campfire. Okay. Lin Qingxue, holding a burning torch, quickly got to work upon hearing this. Yifan had smelled this scent on cave dwellers before. It was a faint fishy smell. But now the fishy smell was very strong, indicating that there were a lot of them. With a few whooshes, brilliant flames suddenly ignited, and one campfire after another was lit, illuminating the entire area around the camp and instantly opening up the field of vision. Just then, a rustling sound came from the northeast. It was the sound of something gnawing on wood. The sound was incredibly clear, and it was as if dozens of things were gnawing at it. It was extremely clear and loud for a moment. Yifan gripped the goblin club tightly. Here it comes. Everyone's faces were etched with solemnity, a mixture of fear, unease, and excitement. Liu Anuona and several wounded soldiers who were unable to fight huddled in a corner of the camp. Su Ma Miao and several girls who were menstruating were also among them. There were also a few people who had not been allocated equipment because they did not have enough. That thing is here. So many of them. Are we going to die here? A girl trembling all over asked worriedly. Don't be afraid. Trust Yifan. With him here, we'll be fine. Liu Anuona comforted her. She wasn't really sure herself, but she couldn't tell the truth, so she could only comfort everyone like this. Winter Melon's sister and 10 others blocked the entrance to the shack, their eyes warily scanning their surroundings. They don't need to participate in the charge. Their purpose is to guard the gate and prevent cavemen from sneaking in and killing their classmates. The rustling sound grew closer and closer. Yifan stood at the front with several fully armed men, followed by other armed men. Yifan is coming. The second fence has been breached. One said in a deep voice. She was breathing rapidly and her face was pale, whether from fear or the cold wind, it was hard to tell. At this moment, the third fence also made a sound, and Yifan could clearly see that a hole had been gnawed into the fence. A mouth full of sharp teeth kept gnawing at the wood, tearing off large chunks of wood with each bite. The cave dwellers inside the hole also discovered Yifan and the others, their eyes filled with surprise and delight, and they quickened their gnawing pace. About 10 seconds later, a dog hole large enough for a caveman to pass through appeared, and the first caveman suddenly darted out from it. The caveman let out an excited roar, drooling as it charged rapidly toward the group. Chapter 25: The Great Battle. The battle against the cave dwellers. Yifan's pupils dilated. They're here. He immediately rushed forward, grabbed the club with both hands, and swung it at the head of the first caveman that charged at him. You son of a bitch, die. The cave dwellers were clearly not very intelligent. They simply waved their claws and attacked Yifan. The sharp, long claws lashed out at Yifan. If he were hit by those claws, he would definitely be disemboweled. Yifan swept his hand across the caveman's claw, breaking it off with a crisp snap. Then, Yifan raised his staff and charged forward, striking the caveman's head with a blow. With a soft thud, the caveman struck on the head instantly lost consciousness. His skull caved in, and a sticky, disgusting odor emanated from it. At this moment, more cave dwellers rushed out of the breached cave, and Lin Qingxue led her fully armed squad to charge in. Everyone charge. Don't be afraid. Be brave, they're just beasts. Don't back down. Kill. A group of girls rushed forward, shouting as they went, as if that could dispel their fear. The cave dwellers immediately engaged the group in battle, their claws reaching out to grab them, but much of it was blocked by the group's protective gear. With a few sharp slashes, some people were already injured in the initial clash, small cuts appearing on their bodies, oozing blood. Fortunately, the armor provided some protection, which mitigated much of the cave dwellers' attack. Otherwise, that single claw strike would have been enough to kill them. After seeing that the cave dwellers' attacks could not kill them in one blow, the group became bolder. One stepped on the head of a caveman, then smashed it open with a club. With a plop, the caveman's head exploded. Don't be afraid, everyone. We're wearing protective gear. Their attacks won't kill us instantly. Give them a good beating. Good. Over here, over here. Hit it. Hit it. Upgrade. I need to upgrade. Charge. Wan Yu's words greatly boosted everyone's morale, and in an instant, they bravely rushed forward to attack the cavemen. Smash their claws away, then smash their heads. One after another, eerie gray-white figures emerged from outside into the camp. Yifan naturally charged at the forefront, but there were also people on both sides of him. Everyone, don't get separated. Let's keep our formation and not get scattered. Yifan shouted a reminder. The group was now arranged in a fan shape, with the hut and Sister Donghua and others behind them, so they only needed to deal with the cavemen rushing up in front of them. The team cooperated fairly well. The cave dwellers didn't all rush up at once. Instead, they crawled in from inside the cave, so they only needed to deal with 4 or 5 at a time. However, the speed at which Yifan killed the cave dwellers couldn't keep up with their speed of charging up. At first, Yifan only needed to deal with one, but now after he killed one, another would rush up. However, the rustling sounds around them did not stop. Another hole opened up on the other side, and one caveman after another rushed out of it. Yifan noticed this scene. Quick, Qingxue, take some men to block that side and guard the rear. After killing a caveman, Lin Qingxue, panting heavily, replied, Okay, Xiaolan, Xiaoya, come with me. You're here, Sister Shui. Lin Qingxue led some fully armed men to the other side, and the vacancies on Yifan's side were naturally filled by those wearing leather armor. Some girls with goblin clubs also want to join the battle. If Yi Fan and other powerful fighters are all wiped out, then the rest of the people will only have to wait to die. Wintermelon's sister was anxious watching everyone fight. She wanted to rush up and help, but she knew she couldn't. She had to protect the rear. Just then, a gray-white figure suddenly rushed out of the darkness on the left and headed towards the shack. Wintermelon's sister was also taken aback. Oh no! Cave dwellers have launched a surprise attack. Everyone, follow me. Wintermelon's sister immediately rushed forward, using her sweeping weight to crash into the caveman, who stretched out his sharp claws to grab at her. With a crisp plop, the claws sliced through the armor, leaving a small gash in the skin, but not fatal. Wintermelon's sister was chubby and naturally couldn't match the agility of Yi Fan and the others. She approached the cave dwellers through this fighting method. Crow flies an airplane. Wintermelon's sister shouted, leaping and knocking the caveman over, pinning him to the ground. With two cracking sounds, the caveman's back seemed to break on the spot, and it frantically scratched and clawed, but couldn't reach the Wintermelon sister who was pressing down on it. Ah! A girl shouted and rushed forward, delivering a fatal blow to the caveman. Ding! Your physical fitness level has been raised to LV5. Are you alright, Donghua? The girl asked with concern. Wintermelon's sister stood up and looked at the torn areas on her leather armor, where there were several claw marks. It's alright, the leather armor protected me most of the way, otherwise this claw could have torn my chest open. By this time, the scratches on her body had begun to scab over. With the protection of her equipment, the attacks from the cavemen could only injure them at most. Killing them would still be somewhat difficult. She immediately took off her equipment and went to the blacksmith shop. Quick, Mimi, help me fix this. Nail and Mimi's eyes were bright, and she was fully alert, even though it was nighttime, and she was very sleepy. Leave it to me. Ah-da-da-da-da-da. In less than half a minute, the leather armor was repaired, and Wintermelon's sister put on the leather armor and returned to the battlefield. There's still time to repair her equipment, so she naturally needs to keep herself in peak condition. Otherwise, if 4 or 5 enemies rush over, she won't be able to repair her equipment in time. Lin Qingxue and her group are still dealing with the cave dwellers, and her level has now reached LV7. Level 7. Don't be afraid, everyone. Once we take them down, our strength will increase significantly. Don't treat them like monsters. They're all great experience packs. Lin Qingxue's shout brought everyone to their senses. That's right. This is a crisis. But it's also a feast. A feast for leveling up. Yi Fan charged ahead, and as a male and the highest-ranking person, he was extremely fierce at this moment. The battle left him covered in blood, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. Everyone was panting heavily, puffs of white breath coming from their mouths. Although it was a bit cold around them, they only felt their blood boiling in the midst of the battle. Chapter 26, Cave Dweller Chief. Bronze level. Ding. Your physical fitness level has been upgraded to LV9. A burst of light suddenly appeared on Yi Fan's body, and his level was very close to level 10. Kill 10 more, and I'll reach level 10. Yi Fan exclaimed excitedly. Once they reach level 10, they can equip Stormblade, which will greatly increase their survival rate tonight. Yi Fan was also exhausted. Although his physical fitness had improved a lot, the battle had taken a heavy toll on him, both mentally and physically. Just then, a screech suddenly rang out. The sound was sharp and terrifying, and it seemed especially frightening in the quiet night. The cave dwellers retreated, as if summoned by something. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what had happened. What's wrong? I don't know. What was that howling just now? I don't know. It seems something even more terrifying has appeared outside. Yi Fan. I'm here, don't panic. No matter what it is, everyone stay calm, or we'll all be doomed. Yi Fan warned. No matter what, everyone should first check their injuries. Those with serious injuries should go inside to rest, and those with damaged equipment should quickly find Mimi to repair them. Yi Fan immediately directed everyone to carry those who were seriously injured into the shack by Sister Donghua and others. Blood was splattered all over the ground. Many of them had leg injuries. The cave dwellers' attacks were relatively weak and rarely managed to injure their upper bodies. A girl lay in the shack, her leg severed, only her Achilles tendon holding it to her leg, groaning in agony. My legs. Wah! My knee is broken, sob sob. The cries echoed in the shack, which was stained with blood. Fortunately, everyone's physical fitness has improved nowadays, and as long as it is not a fatal injury, such bleeding injuries will not take their lives immediately. It's just a matter of how long it takes to recover, but the pain is still really bad. Yi Fan counted the number of people. There were 30 people who could fight, including himself. The surrounding fences were now gnawed and broken. If those cave dwellers rushed over, they would come from all directions. His plan was no longer working, so he decided to narrow the scope of the battle. Everyone, go and guard the main entrance of the shack to avoid being ambushed by cavemen rushing in from all directions. They're here. Quick, everyone. Everyone retreated to the fighting circle and took up positions at the entrance of the shack. Yi Fan added firewood to several bonfires and threw some burning firewood around to set the wooden fence on fire. Fire is something those cave dwellers fear, so whether this method is effective or not, it can't do any harm. The shack had only one main entrance. The rest of the area had neither windows nor side doors. Even though the group of people stood at the main entrance, the cave dwellers wouldn't gnaw on the shack from behind. They're not that smart. They just rushed towards the crowd at the door based on their bloodlust. Even so, Yi Fan still had several girls with clubs guard the shack to prevent any accidents from happening. Roar. A roar, like someone with a sore throat from a cold, came from ahead. Everyone's pupils contracted. They're here. What is it? Whatever it is, kill it. Don't panic. Stay united. Don't break formation. The sound of gulping saliva could be heard as the group, weapons in hand, stared ahead, their bodies trembling slightly. The fire in front was getting smaller and smaller, almost going out. Suddenly, a black, scaled claw slammed down on the burning campfire. With a whoosh, sparks flew everywhere, and the burning firewood was extinguished. A monster covered in black scales, resembling a hybrid of a spider and a scorpion, appeared in everyone's sight. Yi Fan immediately took out the crystal ball. Azagel, leader of the cavemen. Grade, brass. A lowly worm from the pond of a dark god, swept away by a great flood, formed its own lineage and even became king. Yet, in the end, it was still just a disgusting worm. Perhaps killing him would yield unexpected rewards, but who kills whom is uncertain. Bronze grade. It really is bronze grade. Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. His guess was right. The leader of this group of cavemen was indeed a bronze-level monster. The claws of Azagel, covered in scales, clanged together, and his malevolent eyes were fixed on Yi Fan. Its intelligence level seems to be higher, as it can sense the power emanating from Yi Fan. Yi Fan. What? Do we even survive? This guy looks pretty tough. Yes, but I need you guys to hold this guy back. I need to level up 10 times. Alright, Wan Yu, Donghua, everyone fully armed. Let's hold off that giant scorpion. Lin Qingxue said solemnly. If they weren't fully armed, they would be killed instantly. Although their armor could only block 5% of the damage from bronze-level enemies, their chances of survival were naturally much higher than others. With a series of clattering sounds, Azagel suddenly charged towards Yi Fan, like a rapidly crawling spider, its speed astonishing. They're here. Lin Qingxue's pupils dilated. Winter Melon's sister swallowed hard, handed the club to the others, and then rushed towards Azagel. I hate spiders the most. Ugh. With a bang, Winter Melon's sister crashed into Azagel, knocking him to the ground, much to his surprise. Azagel never expected that the obese creature in front of him could unleash such power. It roared and charged forward to finish off Winter Melon's sister. Winter Melon's sister was also quite frightened. Her legs were trembling at the fear of death. At this moment, Lin Qingxue and the others rushed up and attacked Azagel. You bastard, die. Kill him. The dull thuds echoed as their attack struck Azagel, causing her only slight discomfort. With a charge, Azagel instantly knocked everyone to the ground. Several loud bangs suddenly rang out, and Lin Qingxue, Wan Yu, and the others were thrown into the air and fell like dumplings being dropped into a pot, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Yi Fan was currently leading his men in a frenzied massacre of the cave dwellers. At this point, he no longer cared about Lin Qingxue and the others. If they couldn't reach level 10, they would only face certain death. Go to hell. Go to hell. You all should die. 7, 8. 2 more are missing. Go to hell, you too. Sharp claws came flying at him, but Yi Fan felt a sharp pain in his back, turned around, and struck the caveman with his club, killing him instantly. 9. Just one more. Yi Fan was overjoyed. Chapter 27. Level up to 10, Stormblade. However, at this moment, one of Winter Melon's sister's legs had been pierced by Azagel's leg, and Lin Qingxue was also lying on the ground clutching her stomach, with a large gash on her stomach that looked like a cesarean section. Yi Fan's situation wasn't much better. The girls who had fought alongside him against the cavemen were now either wailing in pain or injured. The ground was covered in blood, along with several severed fingers, and a person lying on the ground clutching their stomach, desperately screaming to stop their intestines from spilling out. My intestines, my intestines. Wah, someone please save us. Don't give up. Fight them. People were lying haphazardly all around. Fortunately, some quick-witted people immediately stepped forward and dragged the wounded back, regardless of their injuries. They just wanted to get them away from the battlefield first. Bloodstains were left on the ground, and the stench of blood filled the air. Seeing this, Liu Anuona dragged her limping leg out to meet the enemy. But at that moment, she heard rustling and gnawing sounds all around her. The hut had been attacked. Oh no, everyone get out of the corner. Cave dwellers are eating our shacks, she immediately warned. Get out of there immediately. A group of girls screamed and ran away, while the wounded were dragged to the middle of the campfire. Yi Fan, the cavemen are coming in too. Liu Anuona cried out, her nose twitching, her heart aching. With the battle raging outside and the threat looming over them, a wave of despair washed over them, and they began to cry helplessly. With a soft plop, Yi Fan smashed the skull of the caveman that was just one step away from being destroyed. Green blood spurted out, and the caveman collapsed with a thud. Yi Fan was panting heavily. His body, face, and legs were already covered in wounds. If he hadn't been a level 9, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. Just then, a notification sound came from the depths of despair. Ding! Congratulations! Your physical fitness level has increased to LV10. The next moment, Yi Fan was radiant, and he could now carry the 2 weapons that he could not equip before. Damn it! Anuona, protect everyone for me. Why are you scared again? We're still alive and well, aren't we? Hold on. Protect the wounded. I'll come help you after I take care of this boss. Yi Fan practically shouted. He wouldn't allow anyone to show fear or despair, as despair only served to spread. Liu Anuona wiped away her tears and gripped the mallet in her hand again. Okay. I will definitely protect everyone. Yi Fan, go ahead and do it. Liu Anuona gritted her teeth and shouted back. At this moment, she calmed down. The hope of their tribe rested on Yi Fan. What she had to do was protect everyone, not cause trouble for Yi Fan, and let Yi Fan concentrate on dealing with the boss. Yi Fan immediately took out 2 blades from his storage compartment. He was now able to use them. The blade was incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of cutting through anything. Skill, Storm Blade, requires 4 small crystals to activate. Yi Fan chose to use it without hesitation. The entire blade began to emit a silver light, and then the blade emitted a vibrating sound. As the magic crystal poured in magic power, the blade began to cut through the airflow in front of it on its own, and it also moved Yi Fan's arm with tremendous force. No wonder I see. At this moment, Azagir was recklessly charging at the remaining 3 girls, knocking them away with his head, and then unleashing 2 slashes in midair. With 2 soft thuds, an arm fell to the ground with a thud. The girl screamed in pain, clutching her severed arm, and lay on the ground groaning in agony. Yi Fan's eyes blazed with fury, and his entire body began to spin. Knock on your mother. Come on. Screw you. All of you, come at me. Yi Fan continued to rage, and the enormous sound immediately attracted a large number of cave dwellers. These cave dwellers had the most developed hearing, followed by their sense of smell, and because they lived underground for so long, their eyesight had deteriorated. Therefore, they are exceptionally sensitive to sound, much like a blind person, whose hearing and sense of smell become highly developed. With a series of creaking sounds, about a dozen cavemen charged towards Yi Fan. Azagir was no exception, immediately charging towards Yi Fan, his thick black scale armor still unbroken. Spin around. Yi Fan roared. At that moment, a gust of wind swept around him, and he spun around like a top. The blade slashed and cut through the air with incredible speed, producing a series of soft, popping sounds. The roaring caveman charged towards Yi Fan, who immediately spun around and charged forward, heading straight for the densest area of the caveman. Either give birth or either die. Come on. Disgusting underground creatures. With a whoosh, Yi Fan crashed into it like a spinning top. His face was completely obscured. All that could be seen was a giant spinning top rapidly rotating amidst a fierce wind. As Yi Fan crashed in, a series of sharp, slicing sounds, like chopping fruit or vegetables, suddenly rang out. A series of miserable howls came from the cave dwellers. Half a claw, half a leg, and half a head flew up, blood splattering along the blade and turning the surrounding area green. The ground was now a mix of red and green. Before the cave dwellers could even get close to Yi Fan, they were slashed directly by the sharp blade. The hardness of the cave dweller's claws was no match for the blade, and they were cut off one by one. Gaga Azajir also rushed up at this moment, leaping towards Yifan. Yifan was startled. He hadn't expected the other party to jump up and attack him, but he wasn't a clumsy goblin. He bent his knees and squatted down, his body still spinning. Fuck you. Who the hell can't jump? Now that he has reached LV10, Yifan's physical abilities are incomparable to what they used to be. With a spring of his taut legs, he also took off from the ground and rushed towards the lunging Azajir. Azajil was equally shocked. It hadn't expected Yifan to be able to jump up and attack it. As Yifan spun around, he caught a glimpse of surprise in Azajil's eyes and immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's good that you know fear. Grandpa, I'm sending you to your death today. Ah, Stormblade. Die, you bastard. Chapter 28, The Final Battle. Slaying Azajil. Yifan's face was covered in blood, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared as he crashed into Azajir in midair. Immediately, a series of clanging sounds rang out, and sparks suddenly appeared in midair. The spinning blade slashed fiercely at Azajil, cutting gashes into its scales, from which blood immediately began to flow. Azajil was shocked. Its defenses had been breached. How could it not be alarmed? It immediately tried to break free, but Yifan spun it around and forced it to the ground. However, Yifan suddenly noticed that the spinning momentum seemed to have slowed down. Oh no, my magic is about to run out. He remained calm, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Looking at Azajir, who was on the verge of defeat, he chose to use it once again. If he doesn't kill him this time, he won't be able to catch him if he tries to escape. He can't let this guy get away. Use it. Use it. Spin it. Spin it. Ding, successful use. Stormblade continues to activate. The attack, which had slowed down, began to spin rapidly again after the magic power was replenished. The whooshing sound of the spinning wheels, like a giant electric fan, pressed Azajir down as he crashed toward the ground. Azajil lunged at Yifan with his claws, but they were severed by the blade, leaving only a bleeding stump. The girls were stunned. They saw hope. Hope to survive. Go for it. Yifan, kill him. Kill them. Kill this bastard. Chop it up. Go for it. The crowd's morale soared, and they immediately charged towards the remaining cave dwellers. He swung the club with increased force, dispatching the remaining scattered cave dwellers one by one. The sound of cutting suddenly rang out, and the clanging sound disappeared. Yifan felt that it was not enough, so he immediately knocked down 2 drops of blood essence. His aura suddenly surged, and the entire storm circle was enveloped in red blood energy, like a fiery red spinning top. Azajil's scales were cut open, and the blade sliced away its flesh bit by bit. It howled in pain, trying to get rid of Yifan. It was scared. Really scared. This unassuming human in front of me has gone mad. He's gone berserk and wants to kill me. A deep fear appeared in its eyes. It had lost all will to fight. You're desperate. Azajil, you should die. Yifan roared. With a loud bang, Yifan knocked Azajil to the ground, but the spinning motion didn't stop, rubbing and cutting him to the ground. As the color faded from Azajil's eyes, its intestines, its internal organs, and its flesh were all sliced and shredded by the Stormblade. Blood gushed out, flesh flew wildly, and 2.5 seconds later, Azajir's eyes dimmed, and his entire body was cut into pieces. No, it's not that big. The surrounding battles were also nearing their end. The cave dwellers had all been slaughtered and died on the spot. Yifan stood slumped on the spot, glancing around at the chaotic scene. Corpses, arms, fingers, and fragments of flesh were scattered everywhere. Upon seeing that none of the cavemen were alive, his eyelids grew heavy, and his armor was riddled with wounds and claw marks. Ding! Congratulations! Your physical fitness level has increased to LV12. Ding! Obtained 56 caveman's eyeballs. Ding! Obtained caveman's claws X34. Ding! Obtained 28 beast cores. Ding! You have obtained 1 black scale armor set blueprint. Ding! Obtained 1 black scale katana blueprint. Yifan smiled contentedly at the notification sound, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. The surrounding fires were still crackling and burning when a group of girls swarmed over. Yifan! Yifan! Quick, help him inside. Come on, lend a hand. In his hazy state, Yifan only felt as if he had entered a gentle embrace, soft, and so soft with a hint of milky fragrance. Inside the shack lay 2 girls, but they had already lost their vital signs. Lin Qingshue's eyes were red and tears welled up in her eyes, and everyone around her was also sobbing. In tonight's battle, we paid a heavy price. 20 people were seriously injured, 2 died, and the rest sustained minor injuries. What should we do? Should we bury it? Someone asked in a low voice. Liu Anuona stood up from the ground, her face also looking rather pale. Let's bury them when it's light. If we can get back, let's inform their families. After all, they sacrificed themselves for the tribe. Wah, where am I? I want to go home. Go ahead and cry, but don't cry when Yifan wakes up. We need to be strong. Everyone was in a heavy mood. Although they had acquired a lot of supplies, the deaths of their classmates made them unable to be happy. One Yu held Yifan in her arms. One of her fingers was missing. It had been snatched away by the cave dwellers during the battle. Winter Melon's sister picked up a dozen or so scattered fingers from outside and brought them to the scene. Everyone come quick and take a look. Reattach it immediately. It should be able to recover. Those missing fingers immediately stepped forward to search for them, as they could still recognize their own fingers, since they were part of their own bodies. This is mine. This is my middle finger. I thought I'd never be able to give the middle finger again. Are you funny? Luckily, I found my thumb too, or I'd be crippled. Fortunately, the people who lost fingers remembered where they were cut off. The cavemen were fighting at the time and did not eat the severed fingers, so everyone got their fingers back. As the finger was washed and reattached, strands of blood immediately began to grow from the severed area, slowly reconnecting the broken finger. This scene is quite amazing, completely different from the suturing done in hospitals. Hospitals only stitch the joints together, which may still cause some inconvenience in the future. But it's different here. Your finger can be completely restored to its original state, just like before it was broken, without any impact. Everyone remained tense throughout the night, and few people slept because they couldn't fall asleep. When the sun rose again the next day, Yifan woke up from Wan Yu's arms and saw 2 white mounds. Yifan, still half asleep, playfully pinched it twice. Duong. Duong. Bouncy. Wan Yu's face immediately turned bright red. Ah. A moment later, Yifan, clutching the red handprint on his face, looked at the 2 dead men, his expression extremely grim. Chapter 29 Divination. 3 Ominous Signs. Yifan squatted on the ground and stared for a long time, tears streaming down his face. He pursed his lips, looking extremely distressed. These 2 were classmates who spent every day together. They had eaten with Yifan during the day and asked him when he could return to Blue Star and if he would ever see his family again. But now only 2 cold corpses remained, and a surge of anger welled up in Yifan's heart. Ugh, he roared, though it was unclear who he was venting his anger on, perhaps the world itself. That feminist blogger Zhang Jimei. It was bad enough that a certain soul-looking guy died, but now 2 of his classmates have died too. Yifan was also filled with regret at this moment, wondering why he hadn't intensified his efforts to find those monsters during the day. If he could find and kill some monsters during the day, he would likely have reached level 10 much earlier, and things might not have turned out this way. At this moment, Liu Anuona placed her hand on his shoulder. Yifan, this isn't your fault. Nobody wanted this to happen. Yes, Yifan, perhaps this is fate. Wan Yu comforted him from the side. Lin Qingxua hugged Yifan from behind, holding him tightly, and then said gently, Yifan, you've done very well. Without you, everyone would die. The girls around him were also wiping away tears. They came forward and surrounded Yifan, hugging him one by one to show him not to blame himself too much. Su Ma Miao came to Yifan's side, holding a bowl of water in her hands. Yifan, have some water. It's already dawn, and life has to go on. Everyone knows that. No one will blame you. You've done your best. Yifan gave a bitter smile, shook his head helplessly, and then plopped down on the ground. Sigh. Let's dig a hole and bury Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi. If we can go back, we need to give their families an explanation. Yes. Everyone nodded in silence. In fact, everyone had already dug the pit. Now all that's left is to wrap things up. Before long, 2 grave mounds appeared within the camp area. Although they looked somewhat out of place, their classmates were buried inside, so no one was too afraid. These days, bloodthirsty, man-eating monsters are far more terrifying than evil spirits or the like. Yifan sorted out his gains. Although he had gone through a brutal battle, the rewards were still considerable. He reached level 12 and obtained 28 monster cores. Combined with some he had obtained from killing goblins, he now had 50 monster cores. In addition, there is a blueprint for a set and a blueprint for a matching weapon, which will undoubtedly be very helpful in improving combat power. Ding! You have unlocked the Tech Black Scale Armor set and gained 10 civilization points. Ding! You have unlocked the Black Scale Katana and gained 10 civilization points. Yi Fan immediately opened the two technologies to take a look. Black Scale Armor Set. Excellent, requires 100 Black Dragon Fish Scales and 30 iron. Black Scale Katana. Excellent, requires 20 Black Dragon Fish Scales and 15 iron. Both technologies are currently top-tier equipment, but the materials required are also quite staggering. Yi Fan had previously scraped off quite a few scales from the Black Dragonfish, and currently had about 50 units of Black Dragonfish scales. Although it's still far from enough, at least he knows where to get this material. Those goblins can catch Black Dragonfish in the river, and so can Yi Fan. However, he currently lacks a way to obtain iron in large quantities. The stones he collects provide very little iron. He needs iron ore. Upgrading to level 2 outpost requires 50 monster cores, 10,000 stones, 10,000 wood, and 50 civilization points. Yi Fan has already met 2 requirements. The only missing items are stones and wood. Therefore, he must save up the stones to upgrade the shelter, as it would be too uneconomical to use them to refine iron. Looks like I need to speed up the collection of wood and stone. I wonder what kind of benefits the upgrade to the shelter will bring, Yi Fan muttered to himself. After finishing the preparations, Yi Fan took out the crystal ball, which was now full of energy and ready to be used. He immediately chose to use the crystal ball. 1. To the east, there is a group of mandrills with human faces. They seem extremely interested in human heads and have taken over a small iron mine, making it their home. Danger level, 3 stars. 2. A group of uninvited guests have arrived from the west. Their purpose is unknown, but they do not appear to be human. Danger level, 4 stars. 3. The snoring of an unknown beast can be heard from the south. It seems to be sleeping after a good meal. It is powerful enough to destroy your fragile tribe. Danger level, 4.5 stars. Yi Fan was also taken aback when he saw the results of today's divination. All 3 of them are in some danger. Today's divination results were all negative, which undoubtedly made Yi Fan's face turn ugly. Everyone was terrified upon seeing this result. 3 dire outcomes. What should we do? These 3 directions all seem a bit dangerous. It's not just a feeling. Last time, even a 2-star goblin could get injured. Now even 2-star or higher goblins are very likely to die. Sai, what should we do now? Go cut down trees. Let's listen to Yi Fan and see what he thinks. But I think we should focus on upgrading the shelter right now, since we only need more stones and wood. The group discussed the matter and expressed their opinions, but the final decision rested with Yi Fan. Yi Fan thought about it. The small iron ore mine looked very tempting, but he was unwilling to risk his life again. As everyone just mentioned, you can get injured even at 2-star danger, let alone 3-star danger. Moreover, Yi Fan can now use skills, and his overall strength is much greater than when he fought the goblin tribe. Even so, it was still no match for that group of human-faced mandrills, which shows how terrifying they were. Everyone, go north to cut down trees and collect wood. We only have enough food for 2 more days. Let's get a few nimble hands and feet, good at fishing in the river, preferably swimmers, to come with me to catch fish in the river. Yi Fan said. These words were within everyone's expectations. They knew that Yi Fan was not the type to take risks, especially knowing that the other party was Xiao Xiong. He would not be reckless. At this moment, Liu Anuona raised her hand. Then I'll go fishing with you. After all, I'm a member of the sports committee, so swimming is no problem for me. Several other girls also raised their hands, saying, count me in. Me too. I'm going too. Yi Fan glanced around and was quite surprised to find that Su Ma Miao had also raised her hand. Your period is over? Yi Fan asked. Su Ma Miao nodded shyly. I don't know why, but even though today is the 4th day, there's definitely no bleeding, and my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Yi Fan nodded slightly. I suppose it's because I've been eating a lot of meat these past few days, and the environment has changed too. Eating some red meat during menstruation is very beneficial, a fact Yi Fan was well aware of. After all, he was studying nursing. Chapter 30, Catching the Black Dragonfish. Wan Yu and Lin Qingxue couldn't swim, so they didn't go fishing with Yi Fan. Their mission was also clear, to protect the students who were not yet at a high level. Because eating meat increases experience, the lowest level member of the tribe is now level 4, and they can chop down trees much faster than before. Yi Fan also repaired the surrounding wooden fence, which naturally cost a lot of wood, but he had to do it for everyone's safety. Su Ma Miao decided to go fishing with Yi Fan out of guilt. She hadn't been of much help during my period, but now that I'm better, she naturally wants to lend a hand. Yi Fan decided to forge several sets of black scale armor first. Iron ore was something he had to acquire. Although he didn't have much iron on him at the moment, he could use food to trade for it. He planned to catch some black dragonfish, scrape off the scales, trade the fish meat for some iron. Soon Yi Fan led a group of 10 people to the former goblin tribe. Su Ma Miao and Liu Anuona were there, along with several others who could swim. 2 of the girls come from coastal areas and have been swimming and diving since childhood, so catching fish is naturally no problem for them. However, the goblin tribe is now very clean. The goblin corpses have all been eaten by something, and even the bloodstains have been cleaned up. Everyone who saw this was somewhat frightened. One of the girls looked terrified. Something ate the goblin's corpse. Could it still be lurking nearby? Yi Fan stroked his chin and looked around. He had been looking on the way here, but hadn't seen anything. The surrounding area is filled with low shrubs, and there aren't many tall trees here, so the view is relatively better. Most of those trees had been cut down by goblins for firewood, which also provided Yi Fan with a good view. Birdsong drifted through the forest, their chirping somewhat noisy. Yi Fan looked over and saw that they were sparrow-like birds, flitting back and forth among the bushes as if playing. Let's go. There are many small birds in these bushes. If there are any ferocious beasts wandering around nearby, they will surely be scared away. The fact that they can still jump around in the bushes safely means that the surrounding area is safe. At least those things that ate the goblin corpses are no longer here, Yi Fan analyzed. Everyone hummed in agreement and headed towards the riverbank. Yi Fan exchanged a few more fish baskets with the handicraft tribe to hold the fish. The group arrived at the riverbank, where the river was about the width of 2 lanes. There were some fish and shrimp swimming freely in the water, and at the very front of the river was a small downhill slope, from which came the sound of flowing water. There were many pebbles and stone slabs in the riverbed. I wonder if there were any crabs in it. Yi Fan was in a river pool, and these fish could only be found in deeper water. Above the pool is a small waterfall about 10 meters high, from which water cascades down and crashes into the pool. Yi Fan dipped a branch into the clear river water to test it. When he pulled it up, the water was about waist deep. The water is about 1 meter deep, not too deep. You can go in, he said. 2 of the girls immediately took off their leaf-patterned skirts and clothes and plunged into the water under Yi Fan's watchful gaze. With a splash, the cool river water splattered all over everyone. Then 2 heads popped up, and the long-haired girl immediately waved. Come on down. The water isn't too cold. You can handle it. But since you don't go into the water often, you should do some warm-up exercises, otherwise you risk getting cramps. Yi Fan hummed in agreement and started jumping around on the side, but his eyes remained fixed on the 2 people in the pool. Just as Yi Fan said, everyone in their class was good-looking. Even the least attractive one was the kind of girl who was pleasing to the eye and had a delicate, enduring beauty. The 2 girls are twins, one named Yin Lily and the other Yin Lily. Their names are pronounced the same, but the characters are different. Whether it's a coincidence or not, the 2 look remarkably similar to Yin Lily, the dark fairy from Balala the Fairies. The 2 women didn't look away after feeling Yi Fan's gaze. They exchanged a glance, then scooped up a handful of water and splashed it at him. Yi Fan, have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, hurry up and come down to catch some fish. Liu Anuona immediately moved closer to Yi Fan, a mischievous grin on her face. Hee, isn't it pretty? Yi Fan nodded, rubbed his nose, and thankfully there was no nosebleed this time. It seems he's developed a resistance to it after seeing so much of it. It's alright, just average. Just then, more water was splashed at him, and the Yin sisters looked at Yi Fan with disdain. Hey, who are you calling average? You got a good deal, and didn't even say a word of praise? Bah! Yi Fan was also embarrassed. Liu Anuona was standing next to him with her breasts swaying. Could he say that she was pretty? After all, Liu Anuona was indeed better looking than the other 2 women. Everyone took off their clothes and put their equipment into their storage, so they could take it out to fight whenever needed. As for the skirts and clothes woven from leaves and grass, even if they are lost, there will be no loss. Yi Fan grew up in the countryside and often caught fish and shrimp in the river when he was a child. Although he was not as good a swimmer as the children by the sea, he was still good at catching fish in this pond. They all used fish baskets to drive the fish together underwater, and then they could still catch a few with their baskets. Currently, without fishing rods or bait, this primitive method is the only way to catch them. 10 white-clad figures swam freely in the pool. The water wasn't cold, and especially since it was nearing noon, the surface was even a little warm. Yi Fan also had a great time watching the scene. To put it simply, the underwater scene was naturally more breathtaking than the one on land. Especially when Liu Anuona swam towards him, he felt as if he would be killed by her somewhat illegal headlights. One after another, the fat black dragonfish darted away underwater, But unfortunately, they were not very smart and were repeatedly chased and intercepted by the crowd. The number of fish was decreasing, and Yi Fan caught them one by one and threw them into the fish basket. Chapter 31 Argument. There were quite a few black dragonfish in the river, and Yi Fan and his companions spent almost a whole day catching them. Not only because they can be used to craft black-scale armor sets, but also because these fish can provide protein. Yi Fan wasn't sure what kind of world this was, but he was certain that it wasn't a quantum world like in online games. Because it is so unscientific, he will be hungry, cold, and injured. Even his physical recovery is slow and involves the growth of flesh and blood. Furthermore, although he has a level panel, it's actually more of a numerical feedback tool. It simply displays his power data. For example, Winter Melon's sister's physical attributes were LV2 at the beginning, while Yi Fan was only LV1, which he verified in the chat channel. Some conscripts who return to school have a physical fitness level of LV3 from the start, which is higher than most people. However, after absorbing the white experience clusters from those dead beasts, everyone's improvement was the same. This is similar to how a level 5 soldier and an ordinary person who has upgraded to level 5 will have roughly the same physical abilities. Even if someone who has served in the military is initially at level 3, once ordinary people catch up and reach the same level, there is little difference in strength between the two. Yi Fan glanced at the time on the panel. It was currently the second half of the day, which was 3 p.m. The group had already reached the shore, their fish baskets overflowing with their catch. Each person had caught about 6 or 7 fish. Yi Fan didn't bother to count them, but he estimated there were around 60 or 70. Everyone's skin was wrinkled and chafed from being soaked in water. It really wasn't a good place to stay underwater for long. Yi Fan slung the fish basket over his shoulder. Let's go back. Liu Anuona shook the water off her hair, deliberately splashing it all over Yi Fan. Go back. Hey, what are you doing? With a whoosh, the sound of heads being shaken rang out again, and a lot of water was immediately thrown at him. Quickly, throw it at Yi Fan. Ha! Yi Fan was speechless and could only let the cold water splash haphazardly on his face. According to Yi Fan's estimate, this trip should yield enough black dragonfish scales to make a complete set of the black scale armor, but iron remains a problem. They headed back to the camp, but on the way back, Yi Fan noticed a huge pile of excrement blocking their path. The excrement was about half a meter high, forming a puddle spread out like a pancake. It was dark and reeked of a terrible stench. Everyone covered their mouths and noses. Yi Fan, what is that poop? How come it's so big? It must be some kind of monster, right? I wonder, it seems there are some dangerous things in this forest. Yi Fan quickly used the crystal ball to take a look. Despite the reminders from the crowd, Yi Fan didn't hesitate and took out the crystal ball. The armored rhinoceros's droppings. This armored rhinoceros appears to have eaten something disgusting and filthy. Yi Fan understood. Judging from the name, it should be something like a rhinoceros. However, it could produce such a huge lump. Even the skin of a swallow was huge. Just how big was its body? Yi Fan dared not think about it in detail, because there was a large footprint in front of the feces, which was about 4 or 5 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. A cold wind swept by, and Yi Fan shivered. Let's go. Let's get out of here quickly. We can't stay here any longer. Everyone immediately chose to take a detour, but Yi Fan vaguely saw some green things in that pile of excrement, which seemed to be a goblin's arm. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. What? Yi Fan, what are you saying? Liu Anuona asked. I mean, there's a goblin's arm in that pile of dung. Yi Fan replied. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that the reason the original goblin tribe was so clean must be because this guy had eaten all the corpses. Let's avoid this area in the future. If we accidentally run into that thing, we'll all be wiped out. Yi Fan said, still shaken. Yes. Everyone nodded silently. Therefore, they decided to postpone crossing the river for the time being and come back to check it out later, since that thing couldn't stay nearby forever. When everyone returned to the camp, the welcoming figure did not come running. Instead, a group of people gathered together, and it seemed that an argument had broken out. At this moment, Sister Donghua and the others were gathered in a small circle outside the shack, and Lin Qingxue was arguing with 4 or 5 people inside the circle. Qingxue, you're so biased. Just because they're in your dorm, you give them sticks, and even an extra portion of food, every time. Yes, that's right, this is a rigged operation. It's unfair. You don't deserve to be the class monitor. Exactly. Why do we always get the least amount of food? Last time when we had beef, we only got scraps. It's so unfair. These girls were all from the class, and they were quite good looking, so Yi Fan knew a thing or two about them. The girl leading the group has pigtails and usually wears JK uniforms. Everyone calls her Mengming-chan. She is a lowly blogger with 4 million followers online. The other girls were all pretty good looking, and they all lived in the same dorm. Wintermelon's sister tried to persuade her. Ming, don't be ungrateful. With all the work you've done, it's good enough that you won't starve. Yes, Ming, that's not right. Qingshua's distribution is quite fair. Stop acting up. Yi Fan definitely won't help you when he gets back. Ming puffed out her cheeks, extremely angry. Yi Fan likes Lin Qingxua. That's not fair. As the clan leader, he's showing favoritism, which is unreasonable. Lin Qingxua also looked troubled. As the class monitor, she always set an example, but in the past, she had only handled some miscellaneous tasks assigned to her by the class teacher. For example, she doesn't know how to organize events, spring outings, or dinners. If she were to get angry, she would actually know Ming, and Lin Qingxua could chat with anyone in the class, so she could be considered a friend of Ming. Now that her friends are criticizing her, she's caught in a dilemma, to speak up or remain silent. Wanyu was also at a loss about this matter. She was close to Ming and Lin Qingxua, and at this moment, she was also at a loss for what to do. Yi Fan is back, a voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look and saw that Yi Fan and the others had returned from fishing and were walking towards them with a full catch. Everyone immediately beamed with joy. They're here. They finally arrived. Let Yi Fan be the judge. Make way for Yi Fan. Where do we go? A girl asked, not quite understanding. Where do you want to go? How about your primary school? Someone next to him asked in a surprising way. Is this for real? Isn't this a reward? A bystander rolled their eyes. All you do is talk big. All right, get out of the way quickly. Yi Fan, come quick, something's happened here. A girl waved to Yi Fan. Chapter 32 Debate. Yi Fan frowned and quickly walked into the crowd. He had seen the white figures all around him many times, but every time he saw them, he was always amazed. Seeing the group confronting Lin Qingxua, Yi Fan had his own guess. The people on Mingjiang's side are all involved in online activities, cosplay, and Lolita fashion. It said that 9 out of 10 young girls are rich, and the 10th lives in a villa. That's absolutely true. Especially Mengming-chan. When she was in school, her dad drove her there in a Maybach. In addition, she was also active online, and her millions of followers made her a fortune. Her bank account balance had already exceeded 10 million when she was still in school. The others were all quite well off, coming from very good families, so naturally they weren't used to this place. However, he still asked, Ming, why did you two argue with Qingxua? Mengming-chan also glared at Yi Fan, looking somewhat disdainful. Of course, she didn't look down on Yi Fan. She looked down on everyone present on an equal footing. What else could it be? It's obviously a problem of uneven distribution. On the first day when the fruit was distributed, there were only 3 pieces of fruit for the 6 people in our dorm. Because we didn't go out, when we ate meat, we could only eat offal, tripe, and some scraps. We couldn't get the good parts at all. Even when we were eating fish yesterday, why were we only allowed to eat the fish head? They got to eat the most delicious parts of the fish. They don't know how lucky they are. I'd like to eat fish head, but I can't even get it, someone nearby chirped. Yes, I like to eat fish eyes. Yi Fan raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then looked at Lin Qingxua. Qingxua, you distributed the food, so tell me your reasons for doing so. Lin Qingxua was also seething with anger, but she didn't lash out. She said, because there weren't enough fruits on the first day, they were given priority to those who went out to forage. Beef is also the first choice for those going out, but I also said that although they can choose, they are not allowed to take more than they need for themselves. Ming and the others didn't go out on the first day, and they didn't go out when they participated in the goblin hunt either. I just let them stay in the camp and cut down trees. But when I came back, everyone told me that Ming and the others cut down less than half the amount of timber as the others, which was obviously a slacker. Since those who slack off should receive less food than those who work hard. Otherwise, who will be willing to work hard in the future? That's about it, nothing else. After Lin Qingxua finished speaking, she felt much better. Before she could even say anything, Ming and the others launched into a barrage of insults, leaving her no chance to speak. After listening, Yi Fan nodded silently, agreeing that Lin Qingxua's approach was correct. Everyone looked at Yi Fan, wanting to see how he would handle the situation. They, for their part, were unlikely to lose face, since they would see each other again soon. As for arguing, Yi Fan could only say it was perfectly normal, especially with so many people in the class. It was hard not to argue. After all, They were a group of 6 people in one dormitory who could create 12 group chats. Even a family of 3 can argue, let alone nowadays. Yifan wasn't afraid of them arguing. He was afraid of them not arguing at all. People who kept their thoughts to themselves were even more frightening. Especially those who keep quiet and don't say or make a fuss, but can be terrifying when they get angry. Mengming Jiang also had an indifferent attitude, thinking that Yifan couldn't possibly do anything to her. Mengming, you were wrong about this. Apologize to Qingxue, Yifan said calmly. Why should I apologize to her? Shouldn't you reprimand her for distributing the spoils unfairly? Mengming Jiang was very indignant about this. When had she ever been treated like this before? Even company CEOs had to call her young miss when they saw her. That's right, Yifan. Just because you like Qingxue, you're favoring her, aren't you? It's not that we didn't try, it's just that we're physically weak and couldn't keep up with everyone else. This is how you treat us. It's not fair. Mengming's roommates then launched into a verbal sparring session. Yifan took a deep breath and then said, all right, since you think you're fine, that's great. From now on, you don't need to do any work. And they will no longer receive food, not even the basic necessities to fill their stomachs. Yifan's words were resolute. He had actually expected this kind of problem to arise among so many people in the tribe. As for how to handle it, he had already thought it through. He would deal with the matter objectively, not personally, and handle it officially. Even if Lin Qingxue made a mistake, he would not show any leniency. After all, he's now the tribe's chief, so his perspective on things is naturally different. Mengming was quite surprised to hear this. She didn't expect Yifan to just tell them to lie down and not even do their work anymore. What? Why are you treating me like this? Yifan, this is favoritism. Why should you have it? Before Mengming could finish speaking, Yifan slapped her across the face. Ah! Mengming-chan screamed. She turned her head and raised her hand instinctively to dodge and defend, but the slap missed her by a hair's breadth. Mengming, stop being unreasonable. You're not stupid, you're a smart person. The reason you're making a scene here is simply because the contrast is too great and you can't accept it right away. You once possessed tens of millions in assets on Earth, living a life of luxury where you could buy whatever you wanted to eat or do. But don't forget, this isn't Earth. This is an unknown place, a place full of monsters, a place where people can die at any moment. As he spoke, Yifan grabbed Wan Yu's arm. Wan Yu, did you see that? Her finger was cut off yesterday. Do you know how much it hurt? And Xiaoya, her leg is broken. Have you ever felt her pain? And Xiaolan, when you were cowering in the corner yesterday, did you forget Xiaolan's intestines were spilling out, and it was Wan Yu who put them back in? Who here hasn't contributed more than your entire dorm? And what about you? What are you doing? I have never forced you to go out to fight or forage. It has always been voluntary, and I have even given you a meal. If everyone just lazed around like you guys, our whole class would have been wiped out last night. Do you understand? Mengming Jiang's face darkened, unable to refute for a moment. She was indeed neither stupid nor foolish, and naturally knew that everyone else had contributed more than she had. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Mengming Jiang hasn't adapted to life here at all. Every day, she had to worry about food and her own safety, and she also had to cut down trees and collect stones. The huge difference between her previous life and her current situation was unacceptable to her. Yifan pointed to the forest in the distance and said in a low voice, "Do you see that forest? If you don't want to stay here any longer, you can leave. I can even give you a set of weapons and equipment and see you off. But if you want to stay here, don't slack off. If you do, don't blame me for not getting good food." Mengming and the others looked towards the forest. The sky was gradually darkening, and the forest was shrouded in darkness, with strange noises coming from time to time, which was extremely frightening. Gulu and the others swallowed hard, their bodies trembling, fearing that Yifan would kick them out at any moment. After all, nobody wants to leave the group and venture into that unknown and terrifying place. Chapter 33: The Iron-Blooded Tribe's Reward. Mengming was also scared at this moment. She was afraid that Yifan would really kick her out, and Yifan might actually do it. The girls who were with Mengming didn't dare to speak at this moment, as there were hardly any people on their side now. At this moment, Yifan continued, "Whether you leave or stay is your own choice. I respect everyone's fate." The cold words, devoid of any emotion, immediately chilled the hearts of Mengming and the others. "We were not leaving. Stay? Don't send us away," one of the girls said timidly. She was afraid. Yifan took a light breath, having anticipated all of this. "Since you've chosen to stay, then don't slack off." I don't care how prestigious you were on Earth or how rich your family was. This place is no longer Earth. Go ahead and slack off if you want. But if a monster attacks, you'll be too weak to even escape, let alone fight. Your lives are your own. After saying this, Yi Fan then addressed the others. Alright, that's all for now. If you have any objections, feel free to talk to me. Now everyone go cook, stew the fish we brought back, and I'll make the next arrangements after we've eaten. Yay, time to eat fish, someone exclaimed happily. I'd like to try the fish head. Give me the fish's eyes to eat. I heard that eating them will make your eyes bright and clear. Set up the pot. Set up the pot. Everyone was overjoyed, as they hadn't gone hungry in the past few days, which was certainly something to be thankful for. Meng Meng and the others stood there, stunned, unsure of what to do. One of the girls tugged at Meng Meng's arm. Meng Meng, let's go help with the cooking. What if we get kicked out? Sigh okay. Meng Meng and her friends also joined the cooking team. Although the other girls didn't seem to care about them, no one chased them away. Just then, Yi Fan received a notification beep. Who sent a message? He immediately opened the message and saw that it was from none other than Wang Mang, with whom he had previously had a minor connection. Iron-blooded tribe. Brother, I have good news for you. We've killed that flame lizard and harvested a lot of supplies. Yi Fan smiled, happy for them. Oh, really? That's great. Congratulations on surviving another day. Iron-blood tribe. This time, we owe a great debt to the equipment you provided. If it weren't for that 5% damage reduction and that goblin mace, we would probably have been wiped out. At this point, Wang Mang's eyes also welled up with tears, and he was filled with gratitude. Beside him lay a huge red monitor lizard. The surrounding trees and grass were charred black, and one after another, burned victims were being helped into houses to rest. Although they won, it was a Pyrrhic victory, with a total of 7 people dying. If it weren't for the goblin club provided by Yi Fan, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill the opponent with just the stone axe. Even if he could kill them, the casualties would more than double, and he couldn't afford such losses. Before Yi Fan could reply, Wang Mang sent another message. As a token of my gratitude, I'd like to give you some iron. You were short of iron last time. I wonder if you're still short this time, brother Yi? Yi Fan was overjoyed to hear this. He had been wondering where to find iron, and now it had arrived. He didn't stand on ceremony at all. There was no point in being polite at a time like this. Brothers who need it. Brothers who need it. Iron-blood tribe. Then I'm relieved, because I only managed to get some iron, a total of 50 units, which I'll give to you. Yi Fan was so excited, he almost fainted. The black scale set required 30 units of iron, and the black scale katana required 15 units of iron. With 50 units, he could craft a complete set of equipment, greatly enhancing his strength. Spark tribe. Brother, you're so generous. It's my blessing to meet someone with such spirit. However, I'll take these 50 units of iron. Your tribe has probably suffered quite a few casualties this time, so I'll give you 5 fish to help you recover. Wang Mang naturally wanted to refuse, but Yi Fan had already sent the fish with a ding, and Wang Mang was deeply moved when he looked at the big fish in the fish basket. He really wanted to return the fish. He hadn't initially planned for Yi Fan to reciprocate, but the classmates' eyes were fixed on him, or rather, on the fish. Wang Mang took a deep breath, clenched his fists, but ultimately did not return the fish to Yi Fan. After simply saying, I am deeply grateful, he gave Yi Fan 50 units of iron. Yi Fan also successfully obtained 50 units of iron, enough to forge a set of excellent grade equipment, so he naturally didn't care about the 5 black dragonfish. In Yi Fan's view, the Iron-blood tribe was a tribe worth getting along with, and it was appropriate to establish a friendly cooperative relationship. Moreover, Yi Fan felt it was worth it to get such a reward for just a few ordinary pieces of equipment. With enough black dragon scales, Yi Fan naturally needed to forge a set of equipment first. He handed all the materials to Nailin Mimi, who then ran towards the blacksmith's shop, her breast swollen. With the repair materials and crafted equipment, she has now reached level 7, which is quite a good leveling speed. However, when she returned to the blacksmith's shop, she was dumbfounded and stood there stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked. Nailin Mimi raised her head, her face full of worry. Yi Fan, the blacksmith shop's level is too low. It's still only at the ordinary level, so I can't forge excellent level equipment. In the past, whenever Nailin Mimi obtained materials, a strange knowledge would flow into her mind, automatically teaching her how to create them. But when faced with this set of excellent equipment, she was stumped, because the miraculous scene did not occur. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan immediately opened the blacksmith shop's panel to check. Blacksmith shop, common level. Currently, We can craft and repair ordinary-grade weapons and equipment. This requires someone to be present to use it. Those present can increase their experience points by repairing equipment and crafting weapons. Upgrade requires 5 iron, 5 beast cores, 100 stones, 100 wood, and 10 civilization points. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Fortunately, I have all the requirements for upgrading, and the materials are also sufficient. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to upgrade. Ding! Upgrade successful. Your blacksmith shop has reached the excellent level. Yi Fan checked again. Blacksmith shop, excellent level. As a skilled blacksmith, how could you not know how to create something interesting? A new furnace is now open for you, where you can freely smelt and craft items. Of course, I advise you not to experiment recklessly, or you'll be blown to bits. Ha ha ha. Chapter 34 Black Scale Set Complete. The blacksmith shop now felt a bit more spacious, and there was an additional furnace on the left side. The furnace was gourd-shaped and about 2.5 meters high. The stove had 3 openings, one of which was burning with a raging flame. The pink flames looked rather eerie. Wow, we have a new stove. Nalan Mimi jumped up and down with joy. She was very interested in the stove. Simply put, this furnace can be considered a small chemistry laboratory, except that the materials used in the experiments are from this world, not things like hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, sulfur, chlorine, argon, potassium, or calcium. Yi Fan was also very curious, but since he had entrusted the blacksmith shop to Nalan Mimi, he naturally wouldn't try it himself. This thing is indeed quite good, but be careful when you use it. It's okay if you blow up the blacksmith shop, but don't hurt yourself. Nalan Mimi nodded without turning her head, her eyes fixed only on the large gourd-shaped stove. Okay, don't worry. It's all covered. Yi Fan was also embarrassed, wondering if this busty girl had really listened to him. He had a vague sense of foreboding. Come on, let's forge some equipment first. Okay, I'll build it right away. At that moment, that strange knowledge flooded his mind again, knowledge about how to forge superior equipment. Nalan Mimi suddenly felt full of power, and then threw the black dragonfish scales and iron into a large pot. The pot was huge, bigger than a water vat. She quickly started stirring it, and after preparing the ingredients, she began the crafting process. However, the crafting process was a bit slow. Yi Fan waited for a full half hour before Nalan Mimi finished crafting the equipment. Ding! Your physical fitness level has been raised to LV9. Nalan Mimi wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling very happy. She had reached level 9 through blacksmithing, which was already quite impressive. It seems that the better the equipment you craft, the more experience you gain from it, Yi Fan analyzed. Yi Fan simply didn't understand where this experience came from. After he killed the goblin, a small amount of energy from the goblin's body actually entered his own body. He just called it experience. Where does Nalan Mimi's energy come from? Yi Fan glanced around and noticed that the hammer Nalan Mimi was holding was gleaming with a dark light, seemingly possessing some kind of strange ability. Yi Fan tentatively took out the crystal ball to examine it. Orn's hammer. A unique hammer capable of forging all things and absorbing the primordial energy of all things. Perhaps it can also be upgraded. Forging a divine weapon is not out of the question. After reading the description, Yi Fan understood. This hammer could give back something to Nalan Mimi, which was very likely the so-called Mother Chi of all things. Yi Fan put on the black scale set he had crafted and then checked its stats. Black scale set, excellent. Includes helmet, bracers, boots, pants, chest armor, complete set. Armor level, LV1, unrefined. Wearing level, LV10. Skill, protective blacklight, consumes 10 units of mana crystals per minute. Increases defense by an additional 20% when activated. Increases damage reduction by 50% against iron-grade beasts, by 30% against bronze-grade beasts, and by 10% against silver-grade beasts. Wow, that's a really cool outfit. Hey handsome young man, how about we become friends? Yi Fan was very satisfied. The defensive power of this set was naturally much stronger than other single-piece equipment. If the protective black light is activated, it can withstand 70% of the damage from black iron-level alien beasts, which is terrifying, and this is still the level 1 without tempering. Even when facing silver-level alien beasts in the future, Yi Fan will at least have some ability to protect himself. Great, this equipment is awesome. It's a pity we don't have enough materials, otherwise we could make 2 more sets, and it would be perfect. Yi Fan also felt it was a bit of a pity. In that case, he felt that it was essential to take over the iron mine in the east, as it would greatly benefit the tribe's development. Then he picked up the black katana. The katana was very long, and the blade was covered with patterns that resembled scales. Just looking at it made people feel very comfortable. If this thing existed when we were in school, Yi Fan would have chopped down all the rapeseed flowers within a 10-mile radius. Black scale katana, excellent grade. Weapon level, LV1, unrefined. Wearing level, LV10. Skill, black flash. Uses a magic crystal to unleash a skill. Swings a sword wave approximately 10 meters in length forward. Is this weapon that emits light waves for sale? If so, I can offer 100 billion for it, of course. If you're really willing to sell, then disregard what I said. Yi Fan smiled as he looked at the suffix. That's quite interesting. This katana is indeed a fine sword. It does resemble Ichigo Kurosaki's Tensa Zangetsu somewhat. Yi Fan was still immersed in joy, and even couldn't wait to find a monster to test the power of this set of armor. Yi Fan, dinner's ready. Wan Yu's voice came from not far away. The fish soup simmering in the pot had turned milky white and smelled delicious. They're here. Mimi, let's go eat together. Good. As everyone munched on the fish, having had a bountiful harvest, Yi Fan decided to give each person a large, fat fish to eat their fill. The fish here don't have that fishy, foul smell. Although I don't understand why, it's a good thing, and no one will dwell on it. Yi Fan used a large banana leaf to put a few fish in, then walked over to Meng Meng and the others and handed them the fish. Meng Meng Jiang was stunned when she saw the several fat fish that Yi Fan handed over, and didn't reach for them for a moment. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Yi Fan asked. Meng Meng Chan was squatting on the ground, her face still bearing the marks of charcoal fire, blackened and looking rather comical. No, but you said before that I didn't do enough. Do you really think I'll get a whole fish? She asked incredulously. Yi Fan squatted down and reached out to pinch Meng Meng's face. Meng Meng was startled and tried to back away, but there was nowhere to avoid it, so she could only let Yi Fan reach out his hand. Yi Fan reached out and wiped the charcoal ash off Meng Meng's face. I know you want to go home, but fate is a fickle thing, and we can't go back anytime soon. You're smart. You actually know you're wrong, but you're unwilling to stay in this world. You want to go back, you want your millions in assets. Such a huge gap. If it were me, I would also complain. Come on, eat this fish and work hard with everyone tomorrow. Aren't we working just to survive? Don't you want to know what this world is like? Don't you want to return to Earth someday? Meng Meng Chan immediately started sobbing, her pouting lips making her look rather pitiful. However, her pitiful appearance really evokes a protective instinct in people. Imagine a cute little girl with twin ponytails, a youthful face, and large breasts crying in front of you. Who wouldn't want to go and comfort her? A social media influencer with millions of followers, someone many people send virtual rockets to in order to meet in person, is now crying. She buried her face in Yi Fan's arms and hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face as she stammered. I'm sorry I've dragged everyone down. Thank you. Yi Fan, you're the best. I'll definitely cut down trees properly tomorrow and try to survive with everyone. Chapter 35 Night Watch Arrangements. At this moment, Lin Qingxue also came over and squatted down. Although she felt a little jealous seeing this little girl with pigtails hugging Yi Fan, she didn't say anything. Meng Meng, eat quickly while it's hot. Lin Qingxue said with concern. Meng Meng twitched her nose, looking at Lin Qingxue somewhat embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Qingxue. Lin Qingxue smiled gently, revealing a beautiful smile. All right, it's okay. We're all in this together. Let's cheer each other on. Meng Meng pursed her lips, forcing a rather awkward smile onto her tear-streaked face. Okay. Before long, Meng Meng and the others were eating the fish. The meat was very fresh and delicious. Furthermore, this black dragonfish only has one main bone, making it easy to eat, and one fish is enough to fill their stomachs. After finishing our meal, it was already getting dark. Although it wasn't my first time experiencing the night, the pitch-black darkness still sent shivers down my spine. Everyone was gathered in the shack, with Yi Fan standing in the center, about to assign tasks for the evening. He said loudly, given the unexpected situation these past 2 days, I think we still need someone to keep watch tonight. Otherwise, if everyone is asleep and some monster sneaks in, we'll definitely suffer heavy casualties. So now we need to arrange for someone to keep watch, and we'll discuss who should be chosen together. You can all share your opinions, and then we can all reach a consensus. After Yi Fan finished speaking, everyone immediately started discussing it. Keep watch. Does that mean we can't get any sleep? Still sleeping. What if some monster shows up, and you eat it all up? That's true, but if you're on night watch, you need to sleep and rest the next day, so you can't work or go out, right? Yi Fan, how should resources be allocated for night watch? Someone asked. Yifan had already thought this through and said, resource allocation is naturally ranked after the first tier. The first team needs to go out and explore, whether it's fighting monsters or searching for supplies. It's risky, and they are the backbone of the tribe. Therefore, the food and supplies allocated to people who go out will definitely be better. As for those who keep watch, they will definitely need to rest the next day and will not be able to participate in normal gathering work, but the resource allocation will be the same as that of the loggers. Furthermore, I plan to select 2 teams to take turns on guard duty, with a rotation every 5 days. Not only will they need to patrol during the day, but they will also need to keep watch at night. I will give these patrol and watchmen a boost in strength, and it's much safer for them to stay in the tribe than to go out. Alright, if you're interested, you can raise your hands to sign up. After he said this, everyone started a heated discussion. This job is definitely not particularly tiring. Although it is a bit boring, it is still much better than going out. Every trip outside carries the risk of death, but this patrol of the tribe does not require going outside. Soon someone raised their hand. Me. I'll take the night watch. Me too. I want some too. Count me in. There were 20 people who raised their hands, which is almost half of the class, a number that is obviously a bit too many. Yifan glanced around and found that Lin Qingxue, Wan Yu, Donghua, and Liu Anuona had not raised their hands. Su Miao, along with several other girls from Mingmingjiang's original dormitory, also raised their hands. They were too timid to go out. Lin Qingxue and the others clearly wanted to improve their strength. Although going out was dangerous, they could also gain a lot. Yifan thought for a moment and decided that he only needed 10 people to patrol. There are 5 people on the day shift and 5 people on the night shift. Their main responsibility is to keep watch and alert everyone if there is any situation. Therefore, he doesn't need too many people. He needs more people to collect wood and stones. There are too many people. I only need 10. Everyone will play rock, paper, scissors in pairs. The winner will get the job. Then, under the supervision of the crowd, the 20 people played rock, paper, scissors, a best-of-3 game. Yay, we won! Mengmingchan exclaimed happily. I won too, I'm sorry, Xiaoxiang. Su Miao said happily, but also with a hint of apology. It's okay. I can go cut down trees without any problem. To Yifan's surprise, Mingmingjiang's entire dorm won against 5 people, but it didn't matter. He only needed 10 people. Alright, now that the people have been decided, let's discuss which 5 people will take the night watch tonight. Yifan said. Mengmingchan pursed her lips and stood up somewhat awkwardly. How about just the few of us keeping watch tonight? I will do this job well. Yifan wasn't surprised. In his opinion, Mengmingchan had really taken his words to heart. Alright, then you'll keep watch tonight. You'll stay in my chieftain's hut tonight. Once we have warm clothes, you'll be needed to patrol around the fence. Mengmingchan nodded seriously, her 2 pigtails swaying along with her 2 tufts of white hair. Okay, don't worry, I'll be extra careful. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. The temperature here was only around 15 degrees Celsius at night, which was quite cold. Since no one has any clothes to wear right now, we don't need to patrol at night for the time being. We just need to stay at the chieftain's hut and not sleep. Okay, then you all go out and keep watch. Also, once you discover anything, whether it's good or bad, come in first and wake everyone up. Your job is just to act as megaphones. I only need you to give notifications. Your levels are too low for combat. Okay, got it, we'll go right now. Yifan distributed leather armor and goblin clubs to them, at least giving them some ability to protect themselves. Yifan then turned to Su Miao. The 5 of you go to sleep first, and will be responsible for the patrol work during the day tomorrow. Okay, Su Miao said weakly. Alright, everyone, now you can all go to sleep. Yifan called out. Everyone was yawning repeatedly. They were really sleepy. They hadn't had a good night's sleep in the past few days. With someone keeping watch outside, they can naturally sleep peacefully. Yifan slept next to Lin Qingxue, both of them lying on their sides. Yifan easily slipped his right hand under Lin Qingxue's neck. Lin Qingxue blushed and asked in a barely audible voice, Yifan, what are you doing? Everyone's here. It's nothing. I just can't fall asleep without squeezing something. Yifan's voice came from behind her, his breath gently brushing against her back, making her feel ticklish. Lin Qingxue twisted and turned, but she still couldn't shake off Yifan's dragon claw hand. She was helpless after struggling to no avail. She was too tired. She had fought all night and hadn't rested much during the day. Gradually she fell into a deep sleep. Some people noticed what the two were doing, but no one said anything. After all, they were all adults. However, some onlookers were still excitedly watching the two, unable to contain their curiosity. Chapter 36 Flames of the Night. Meng Meng and the others went to the clan chief's hut that Yi Fan had built. There was a fire inside to keep warm, so it wasn't too cold for a while. The group stayed by the fire until the middle of the night. But in the middle of the night, they were so tired they couldn't stand it anymore, so they decided to chat. Meng Meng, when do you think we can go back? I don't know, and it's possible we'll never be able to go back. Meng Meng said, if we really can never go back, are we going to end up like in those novels and TV dramas, having to take on the task of procreation? Upon hearing these lewd words, the others blushed. Damn, I'll spray you with salt water and kill you. You want to work Yi Fan to death? Meng Meng rolled her eyes dramatically. I'm saying, how come you guys are all so amazing? Meng Meng, what if it's your turn to have children with Yi Fan? Have you thought about that? A girl teased. Meng Meng spat out a mouthful of water and immediately stood up. What the hell? Are you all poisonous? Me and Yi Fan. How could I do that with him? Then why is your face red? Huh? It's red now. Everyone nodded with amused and gossipy expressions. Meng Meng was also a little embarrassed, because although they were joking, she couldn't help but think about it after the joke went this far. The thought of not being able to go back, and what if Yi Fan suddenly became unrestrained and lost his bestial nature? After all, Yi Fan had said some lewd things during class before. For example, saying things like, Lolas have 3 good qualities: soft voice, flexible body, and easy to push over. She also noticed that Yi Fan frequently watched suggestive videos and even liked one of her swimsuit videos. Thinking about this, Meng Meng suddenly felt numb. Could Yi Fan really be planning to seduce her by giving her fish today? Oh my god! Just as the group was chatting and gossiping, one of the girls suddenly looked startled and turned to the door. Stop talking. Something's up. Everyone immediately tensed up and looked towards the door. They hadn't closed the door, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to see what was happening outside. 2 flickering lights appeared in the dark forest, heading towards them, which startled the group. I'll stay here and watch over them. You guys go and wake up Yi Fan and the others. Meng Meng said. Okay, be careful. As he spoke, the others rushed into the shack and slapped everyone awake, creating a rustling sound of people getting up. Yi Fan and the others immediately woke up. What happened? Something is coming towards us. Yi Fan suddenly woke up with a start and jumped up. Let's go see. In the blink of an eye, about 10 people arrived behind the fence. Yi Fan stepped on the stones and looked in the direction of the 2 flames. He saw 2 flames floating in midair in the forest ahead. He rubbed his eyes and looked for a long time before realizing that they were not fireballs floating in midair. Wait, it looks like someone is coming this way with a torch. What? Someone's coming towards us. Is anyone even human this late at night? Everyone couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In this godforsaken place, anyone running around outside at night was definitely not a good person. Yi Fan could only vaguely make out a humanoid outline by the firelight. He couldn't see anything else because it was too dark. Lin Xingxue also climbed onto the rock and looked out. The firelight suddenly stopped about 100 meters away from the fence. Yi Fan, stop. Yes, I see it. The 2 flames were still burning, standing out starkly in the darkness, and they remained motionless. Yi Fan could now see 2 faces illuminated by the firelight. Although they were barely visible, they were definitely 2 people. However, they seemed to have something like camouflage on their faces, but otherwise it was difficult to make out anything. Yi Fan, should we rush over and take a look? Since 2 of them were able to get here, it means there shouldn't be any danger over there. We outnumber you, and you have the black scale set, so we should be able to take this down, right? Faced with Lin Xingxue's audacious idea, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't agree. No, we don't know what those 2 guys are. They don't look like humans from Earth. Moreover, their ability to traverse the forest at night with torches shows their strength should not be underestimated. They could easily put us all to death. After hearing Yi Fan's calm analysis, everyone decided to abandon the idea. Taking the initiative at night was unnecessary and too risky. So what are we going to do? Just watch, someone asked. Yi Fan hummed in agreement. There's no other way but to watch. If they continue forward, we'll have no choice but to confront them. But we're about 100 meters away. Even if we could win, they'd run away in a flash if they weren't stupid. Let's see. I suspect we're being targeted by something again, maybe another tribe, or perhaps some humanoid monster. Yi Fan's analysis naturally came from his previous experience of being attacked by cavemen. It's like ants. First they scout the area, then they go back to report, and then they launch their attack. The 2 flames lingered for about 5 minutes before gradually receding into the distance, eventually shrinking and disappearing into the forest. A sense of crisis suddenly welled up in everyone's hearts. They might really be being targeted by something strange again. Meng Meng and the others continued their night watch, while Yi Fan and the others had already returned to their shack. Yi Fan arranged for the other girls to continue resting, and he also discussed things with the class leaders. Although we can't determine what that creature is yet, we should prepare for the worst. For now, let's just assume we're being targeted by a monster. Yi Fan said calmly. Wan Yu and the others looked somewhat uneasy, but being worldly wise, they didn't panic. Everyone, share your thoughts. 3 heads are better than 1. Let's discuss it, and start with Wan Yu. Yi Fan said. Me? Then let me share my thoughts. Since we're assuming the worst, let's just say we're being targeted by a monster. In that case, we should take precautions. Since they are coming from the west, it means their main base should also be in the west. Then we can set traps in the western forest, such as large pits, lassos, or some other traps. What if it's people from other tribes? Lin Qingxiang asked at this moment. Wan Yu smiled wickedly. It's better to die for your fellow Taoists than for me. If they really are from other tribes, then so be it. As long as we ensure our own safety, that's enough. Besides, what kind of good things do you think a tribe could be wandering around our area at this time of year? If they're dead, they're dead. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. I've finished speaking, now you can give your opinions. The group exchanged glances and shook their heads, saying, I think Wan Yu has already analyzed it very thoroughly. There's nothing to add. Me too. Yi Fan stroked his chin and nodded, quite satisfied. All right, let's start with prevention. This time we should have plenty of time to prepare. Then Wan Yu, you will be in charge of making and placing the traps. You can also ask if any other tribes know how to make traps. If so, let me know, and we can trade food for them. Wan Yu nodded seriously. No problem. Then I'll take care of this. Chapter 37 Weapon Distribution. Liu Anuona wins alone. After everyone discussed and agreed, they went to sleep again. There were still a few hours until dawn, so they could take another nap. Since those two might just be spies, they won't be coming over tonight. He didn't know exactly when they would come, but it was always good to be prepared. He couldn't afford to suffer another loss this time. Yi Fan held Lin Qingxue tightly in his arms, and Lin Qingxue was a little shy at first. After feeling the warmth in Yi Fan's arms, she stopped being coy and snuggled into his embrace, seeking that comforting warmth. When Yi Fan woke up the next day, he immediately checked the crystal ball, which had already shown signs of change. 1. To the east, there is a group of mandrills with human faces. They seem extremely interested in human heads and have taken over a small iron mine, making it their home. Danger level, 1.5 stars. 2. A group of uninvited guests have arrived from the west and seem to have already set up camp. Their purpose is unknown. Danger level, 2.5 stars. 3. A beastly roar echoes from the south, as if something has awakened, and it's a bit grumpy. It's powerful enough to destroy your fragile tribe. Danger level, 4 stars. Yi Fan was somewhat shocked to see the information change once again. It's changed. It's become 1.5 stars now, and the divination result has also changed. Yi Fan was immediately puzzled. He suddenly recalled what had happened last night. Weren't those two things carrying torches the ones who came from the west? Hiss. It seems the creatures to the west are somewhat human-like. They even migrate and set up camps. However, Yi Fan is not particularly worried at the moment. Before he had the black scale set, the threat to his tribe from the west was quite significant. But now it has become 2.5 stars, which means that its threat level is not high enough to wipe out Yi Fan's tribe. The great evil in the south has never changed. Even though the tribe's strength has increased considerably, the enemy can still wipe out the entire tribe. It's best to avoid going to the south. However, Yi Fan was not worried. At least according to the divination results, the monster in the south should be a monster with a fixed residence. As long as he did not provoke it, he should be fine for the time being. Qingxue, Wan Yu, Anuona, Yi Fan called out. They're here. They're here. The three of them immediately jogged over. They naturally knew what Yi Fan wanted to do. Now that the little evil had turned into a great fortune, they naturally had to take it down. Iron ore is already quite scarce at level 1 in the main city. In the future, the demand for iron will only increase when making weapons and equipment or building structures. Yi Fan took out the storm blade and then said, I don't need this storm blade right now, but I won't be too biased. Now that you've all reached level 10, you're the highest level people besides me. So, you guys pair up, and then play rock, paper, scissors. The three nodded in agreement. Having no objections, the Stormblade was indeed an excellent grade piece of equipment. If you can get it, it will greatly increase your combat power, so there's no need to be polite. Naturally, everyone wants it. The three immediately formed a circle, and Liu Anuona put her hands behind her back. Alright, no matter who gets the weapon in the end, everyone should refrain from complaining. Don't worry, we're not that stingy, Wan Yu and Lin Qingxue said at the same time. Alright, let's begin. Black and white match. Boys and girls match. The three attacked simultaneously. Lin Qingxue used her palm, while the other two used the backs of their hands. Lin Qingxue sighed helplessly. Alright, I'm out. You guys continue. Wan Yu and Liu Anuona naturally had to play rock paper scissors, and the winner would get the weapon. After a fierce competition, Liu Anuona defeated Wan Yu's scissors with a stone and obtained this excellent grade weapon. Yay! Liu Anuona was naturally extremely excited. Hee hee, Wan Yu. Qingxue, you flatter me. Although the two women were a little disappointed, they were not jealous, since the competition for this weapon was very fair. Yi Fan's approach is also correct. If he were in charge of making the arrangements, he would definitely have given it to Lin Qingxue. However, that would not be conducive to unity, so this was the only decision he could make. Yi Fan took out 10 small black hexagonal crystals and handed them to Liu Anuona. Here, these small magic crystals are what I refined. You'll need them when you unleash your skills. Okay, thanks. Yi Fan didn't actually have many magic crystals in his hand, since a monster would at most drop a hand bone, or none at all. He only had 50 magic crystals in total. Now that he has given away 10, he will only have 40 left. If the protective black light is activated, it can only last for 4 minutes, which is far too short. It seems we have to choose a quick and decisive approach, Yi Fan pondered. Yi Fan, I saw someone in the chat channel encounter the man-faced mountain demon. We're fighting this time. Should we ask about it first? Lin Qingxue suggested. Yi Fan nodded and said, that's exactly what I was thinking. I noticed it before too. I should ask first. You can never be defeated if you know yourself and your enemy. Chapter 38, Su Manmiao's clever idea. Yi Fan also sent a message in the chat channel to inquire. Now that they were going to attack the human-faced mountain demon, they naturally had to make full preparations, as they did not want to see any casualties. Has anyone encountered a man-faced mountain demon? If so, please let me know. Not long after Yi Fan sent out his message, several clan leaders replied. Kawaii tribe. A mandrill with a human face? Holy crap. Bro, did you encounter one? That thing is terrifying. War God tribe. That's right, that thing looks a bit like a monkey, but it's a little bigger, about the size of a 10-year-old child, about 1.5 meters tall, and weighs at least 150 kilograms. Goddess tribe. Never mess with those monkeys. They'll pounce on you and attack your head, snap your neck, and tear your head off. King's tribe. That's right, 2 people from my tribe were ambushed by those damned monkeys while passing through a forest, and their heads were ripped off. War God tribe. Actually, what I find terrifying about these things is their gregarious nature. They often swarm up like monkeys on Mount Ame, attacking as a group, making them impossible to defend against. Yi Fan and the others read through all the messages, not wanting to miss a single detail. After about 10 minutes, everyone had gained a basic understanding of the mandrill. Alright, let's summarize now. The mandrill can climb trees, lives in groups, and fights by attacking in groups. Its specialty is jumping on people and twisting their necks or tearing their heads off. So how do we prevent it? It seems like it can happen in an instant, a girl asked. They couldn't even handle the monkeys on Mount Ame, let alone this enormous mandrill. Even if we manage to take over this iron mine, the losses will certainly be substantial, and there's a possibility of deaths. At this moment, Su Manmiao suddenly appeared beside Yi Fan. If we apply some lubricant, won't the man-faced goblin become slippery? Everyone was stunned, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Wait, are you saying the man-faced demon can't be caught? Wan Yu asked. Su Manmiao nodded, then took out a plant with a rather thick stem, about the thickness of a thumb. What is this grass? Someone asked. Su Manmiao immediately explained. This is a round-leaved grass. I found it while cutting down a tree. There are many more. I accidentally stepped on one and broke it. The sap inside its branches made me slip and fall to the ground. I feel it's even slipperier than lubricant. From what you guys were saying, if that monster wants to tear off a person's head, it must have to scratch it, since tearing off a head requires a lot of force. If you apply the juice of these herbs and your face and body become slippery, won't it make you slippery? Yi Fan's eyes widened, and he patted Su Manmiao's head seriously. Genius. I admit you've got something. Come on, take us to collect some round-leaf grass first. Okay, then please follow me. Yi Fan, is this really effective? The juice doesn't smell very good, someone in the crowd asked. It's definitely useful, just like catching fish or loaches. If the fish and loach don't have slime on their surface, they can be caught easily. Normally, catching an eel or loach requires skill because they are slippery and can easily escape. I just checked this round-leaved grass with my crystal ball. It's just an ordinary plant and doesn't pose any harm. Don't you think your lives are more important than the unpleasant smell? Yes, that makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon Su Manhwa led everyone to an area where round-leaved grass covered the ground, and there were traces of trees that had been cut down. Come on, everyone, put some on your heads. It should help a little. Yifan shouted. Good. The group started pulling up weeds, and then applied the clear liquid from the thick roots to their bodies. The liquid was similar to aloe vera gel, but it was very slippery, even slipperier than aloe vera. The group consisted of 15 people, the lowest level of whom was LV8. They were all elites of the tribe and a fully armed team. In the team, Yifan wore a complete set of excellent grade armor, while Liu Anuona wielded 2 excellent grade swords, making their combat strength incomparable to that of the other team. Yifan gripped the black-scaled katana excitedly. He couldn't wait to fight. Around noon, the group finally found their destination. From a distance, they could see a mandrill with a human face perched on a branch of a tree ahead, holding an arm in its hand, which appeared to be a human arm. Luckily, we knew beforehand that the man-faced mandrill had sentries lurking in the trees. Otherwise, we might have been ambushed. One you said thankfully. Yes, that's true. Let's be careful and not go out yet. The group hid behind a large rock, with Yifan occasionally peeking out to check on the man-faced mountain demon's movements. There was still a lingering smell of blood in the air, mixed with a faint stench of decay. It's a cloudy day today, so it's not very bright. They could see a small, black, artificial hill about 200 meters in front of them. Yifan, it seems someone here has died. That mandrill was holding an arm in its hand. Judging by its appearance, it was definitely human. This thing is really ferocious. Look at what's sitting on the artificial hill. It seems to be the Monkey King, holding a head in its arms. The group cautiously peeked out, and, sure enough, saw a rather unique mandrill. The other mandrills were all black, but the one sitting high up had 2 horns on its head, making it look like a demon. Yifan immediately took out the crystal ball to check. Mandrill with human face * special. Grade, brass. A terrifying predator that resembles a human, but this one seems to have consumed a lot of Red Bull blood essence, evolving unique abilities. Yifan counted them. There were a total of 12 human-faced mandrills, of course, only those that could be seen at the moment. Yifan estimated that there were at least 20 of them, which was the limit of his estimate, and it was unlikely that there would be more than 20. So far, we have only seen 12. Apart from that special monster, of the remaining 11, 3 are bronze level and the rest are iron level. We can still handle it for now. Aina, you take Qingxue and Wan Yu to deal with those bronze level ones. Leave the special species to me. The rest of you should be careful. It's best to fight back-to-back to avoid being flanked by that guy. Their claws aren't long, and they're all muscle. Their attack method will definitely be close-quarters combat. Let's go. Let's set off now and take out that sentry first. Chapter 39 Battle. After discussing it, the group decided to send a girl who was nimble and had some special skills to seduce the human-faced mountain demon. After all, the man-faced goblin was in a tree, and they couldn't possibly climb up to fight it. Is this really okay? Xiaoduo, will something bad happen? Lin Qingxue asked worriedly. Xiaoduo gave an okay sign. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. I'm not a reckless person. Alright, be careful. The girl named Xiaoduo walked forward with great courage. She knew some traditional skills. Her ancestors had practiced acrobatics, so she knew some of them as well. She also participated in performances at school, and even represented the province in some acrobatic performances when she was in elementary school. About 10 seconds later, the mandrill perched in the tree spotted Xiaoduo walking below. It was startled at first, then a ferocious look appeared on its humanoid face, and it licked its lips. He crouched in the tree, closely watching Xiaoduo's movements, his whole body tense, and his attention highly focused. Seeing the fat meat delivered to its doorstep, it naturally couldn't let it go. When Xiaoduo walked below it, it suddenly leaped down and landed behind Xiaoduo in an instant. Roar! The man-faced mountain demon roared, and in an instant, it reached out with both hands, grabbed Xiaoduo's head, and twisted it violently. However, no snapping sound came. Xiaoduo's head turned completely around, and she was now facing backwards while her body was still facing forwards. Hello, friend. Xiaoduo greeted with a smile. Drink, the mandrill growled in astonishment. This was beyond its comprehension, The creature before it had turned its head 180 degrees and was still speaking. However, just as it was about to continue its attack, a low shout came from behind. Die. Black flash. The man-faced mountain demon suddenly awoke and looked back, only to see a black wave of sword energy shooting towards it, magnifying rapidly in its pupils. With a whoosh, a black light pierced through its neck. Before the man-faced goblin could react, its head had already bounced to the ground with a thud, its eyes blinking in astonishment. Blood gushed from the man-faced goblin's veins, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. The commotion was quite loud, and even the man-faced goblin not far away heard it. Roar. Aho-ho. They were huffing and puffing as if they were talking, and then 3 mandrills walked toward the direction from which the sound came. However, Yi Fan and the others had already hidden themselves in the bushes nearby, waiting for the mandrills to come over. Just 1 minute later, the 3 mandrills discovered their companion's head and bloodstains. They were about 10 meters apart, their eyes filled with terror. Awu-wawu-wawu. They started howling wildly, and the mandrills from the iron or mountains heard the commotion and immediately roared and charged towards them. Yi Fan no longer held back, drew his sword, and charged out of the bushes. Kill them. Kill these 3 first. Charge. Black flash, black flash, black flash. Yi Fan used black flash one after another, splitting the 3 human-faced mountain demons in half in an instant. It was naturally a good thing to be able to take down the 3 first. Upon witnessing its companion's death, the special species flew into a rage and simultaneously became more wary of Yi Fan. Its horns instantly turned bright red, and its fur also turned blood red. It's in full swing. Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. However, Yi Fan was not afraid and charged towards the guy. According to the division of labor we agreed on before, all of you, get up. Good. Everyone shouted in unison. Liu Anuona, wielding twin swords, immediately used her magic crystals. Storm Blade activated. Immediately, the twin swords in Liu Anuona's hands emitted a vibrating and buzzing sound, causing Liu Anuona to begin rotating clockwise. 5 seconds later, her spinning speed reached its peak, and a tall spinning top appeared, creating a gust of wind around her. Hey, all of you, go to hell. Liu Anuona shouted excitedly. It was her first time using a skill, and the unique feeling was naturally quite peculiar. Moreover, she didn't feel dizzy, which is probably largely due to her improved physical fitness. Liu Anuona charged towards a group of mountain demons that were coming towards her. The mountain demons were startled and jumped away. However, a few were too slow and had their limbs severed by Liu Anuona, and 2 unlucky ones had their heads chopped off on the spot. Lin Qingxue and the others stood back to back in pairs, not charging forward, but waiting for the mountain demons to attack them. Everyone was sweating profusely. These guys looked so menacing that they sent chills down their spines. Everyone calm down. Maintain formation. Don't expose your backs to the enemy. Okay, don't worry, squad leader. Come on, you stinking monkeys, attack now. A group of people, wielding clubs, confronted the mandrills. The mandrills, naturally unafraid of these humans, charged towards Lin Qingxue and her companions. Since Lin Qingxue and the others were all back to back, the mountain demons could only attack from the front, swinging their fists, which were as big as sandbags, at Lin Qingxue and the others. With several loud thuds, the club and the mandrill's fist collided violently, producing a dull thud. After several more thuds, the 2 sides were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yi Fan, these guys are so agile. We can't hit them at all, someone shouted. Then let's wait and see, until I decide the winner on my side. As they spoke, Yi Fan was sent flying, a black light swirling around him as he slid across the ground for about 10 meters, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yi Fan steadied himself, his breathing slightly heavy, and stared coldly at the red-haired mandrill before him. I didn't expect this guy to become more than twice as fast after turning red. My black flash couldn't hit him at all. This also frustrated Yi Fan greatly. Although his black flash was powerful, it was useless if it couldn't hit anything. Yi Fan knew that as long as he hit the target once, he could turn the tide of the battle, but the mandrill's intelligence was obviously much higher. The red-haired mandrill stared intently at Yi Fan, especially at the katana in his hand. It knew this weapon could kill it, so it remained on guard. Yi Fan held a katana, facing off against the mountain demon. The 2, 1 human and 1 beast, circled each other, neither daring to make the first move. If it weren't for the protective blacklight, Yi Fan estimated that he would have definitely broken 2 ribs in that attack. After activating his berserk state, his strength was already approaching the silver level. Chapter 40, Taking Down the Mandrill Clan. Yi Fan is very patient. After all, he doesn't go to school or have to do homework now, so he can't make the first move. If the opponent sees his sword-wielding motion, he will immediately dodge. On the contrary, Yi Fan needs to wait for the mountain demon to make its move so that he can find an opening and kill it with one strike. Lin Qingxue and the others remained locked in a stalemate, but Liu Anuona's side was experiencing a one-sided massacre. The mandrills couldn't get close to the rapidly spinning Liu Anuona. Yay! Yay! This is so awesome! Liu Anuona spun around and shouted happily. She had already killed 4 mountain demons. And this time, she no longer had to be chased. Instead, she took the initiative and charged towards the mandrills. The mountain demons all climbed up the trees, and for a moment they didn't dare to fight Liu Anuona. After all, trying to hit a blade with your fists is like throwing an egg against a rock. Seeing that she could no longer pose a threat to the other mountain demons, Liu Anuona immediately rushed towards the special species. Yi Fan, I'm here to help you. With a whoosh, Liu Anuona spun like a top towards the special species. The red-haired mandrill was startled and immediately leaped 4 or 5 meters into the air, grabbing the tree trunk above. Liu Anuona missed her target and darted past below. A great opportunity. Yi Fan was overjoyed and instantly unleashed a black light wave that slashed towards the red-haired mountain demon. The red-haired mandrill was startled. It tried to dodge, but discovered that the black light wave was not aimed at it. The next moment, with a whoosh, the black light wave severed the branch that the red-haired mandrill was holding. The branch, having lost its connection, snapped and fell downwards, and the red-haired mandrill followed suit. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile, while a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Black flash. Yi Fan shouted and unleashed another beam of light forward. The red-haired mandrill was in a panic. During its descent, it was unable to change its direction in midair and could only let the sharp light wave slash towards it. Although the red-haired mandrill could not stop itself from falling, it desperately twisted its body during the fall, trying to avoid a fatal blow. Its body bent rapidly, and a black beam of light slashed through, instantly severing half of his shoulder. With a snap, a large part of a shoulder blade, neatly severed and still attached to the flesh, lay silently on the ground, the cut clean and bleeding. The red-haired mandrill roared in agony, for as a primate, it was naturally terrified of pain. Its eyes, filled with resentment and bloodshot, stared intently at Yi Fan, as if it wanted to devour him alive. However, at this moment, Liu Anuona charged at the red-haired mandrill again. This time, the red-haired mandrill was already seriously injured, so it didn't have time to dodge and was hit squarely by Liu Anuona. The sound of slicing rang out immediately, and the red-haired mandrill roared, trying to break free. But Liu Anuona kept charging forward, and for a time the red-haired mandrill could only be frantically sliced apart. Go to hell, you stinky monkey! Liu Anuona screamed viciously. In an instant, a gash was torn open in the chest of the red-haired mandrill. The gushing blood brought it back from its frenzied state, and despair now shone in its eyes. At that moment, Yi Fan's shout came from behind. Black flash. A beam of light slashed out, striking the already defeated red-haired mountain demon squarely and severing its head on the spot. After rolling twice on the ground, it was trampled under Yi Fan's foot. Special species are nothing special. It seems my strength has now reached the mid to late stage of the bronze level. Once the boss is dealt with, the rest will naturally be much easier to handle. Just then, Lin Qingxue was unable to dodge in time and was knocked away by a bronze-level mountain demon, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Qingxue, don't worry about me. Wanyu, look behind you. Lin Qingxue shouted, ignoring her injuries. In the instant she was thrown into the air, she saw another mandrill leap down from the tree and stand behind Wanyu. Wanyu was immediately shocked and tried to dodge, but it was too late. A pair of dry, rough, black hands grabbed her head from behind. Oh no! Wanyu was shocked, but there was nothing she could do. She was powerless to resist in this situation. Wanyu, save her! Everyone shouted in panic, but even if they ran over to Wanyu, it would still take at least a second or two. That short second or two was enough for the mandrill to tear off Wanyu's head. With a roar, the mandrill immediately yanked upwards with both hands, a move that would definitely rip Wanyu's head off on the spot. The people who came here before had their heads ripped off by it. The mandrill's face lit up with delight, but then a slippery, squelching sound rang out. Bayu. Wanyu's head didn't fall off, but the mandrill's hand slipped. That's right. Wanyu's entire head was smeared with grass juice, making her as slippery as an eel. The mandrill couldn't catch her for a moment and actually slipped. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Wan Yu reacted quickly, turning around and smacking the bewildered mandrill with a club. How dare you touch my face? Dot. Wan Yu frantically swung her club at the mandrill, the first blow knocking it unconscious and crushing its skull, the subsequent blows exploding its head on the spot. Bright red blood plasma splattered onto Wan Yu's body, along with white brain matter, making the scene somewhat bloody. Well done, Wan Yu. It worked. That's great. Everyone was extremely excited, never expecting that Wan Yu had actually dodged this fatal blow. Yi Fan immediately ran over and helped Lin Qingxue up. How are you? Lin Qingxue coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face turning somewhat pale. It's okay. I can feel my body slowly recovering, but that guy's strength was too great. I feel like my bones are about to be broken. Let's go see Wan Yu. Wan Yu was alright. Aside from some scratches on her face, she was otherwise unharmed, except for a small tuft of her hair being pulled out. The mandrills in the surrounding area had been mostly cleared out, but two that had escaped also fled from the trees when their group was defeated, and their whereabouts are unknown. However, Yi Fan was not worried. The remaining two mountain demons were both of the black iron level. First of all, it was highly unlikely that they would come back, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. At that moment, a series of notification sounds suddenly appeared. Ding. Obtained 10 mandrill heads. Ding. Obtained 18 mandrill hand bones. Ding. You have obtained 1 universal parchment scroll. Ding. Congratulations. Your physical fitness level has increased to LV14. Chapter 41 General Skills, Climbing. Yi Fan had already reached level 14. After all, the special species was ultimately killed by Yi Fan with a single blow. The rest of the people also leveled up. Originally, there were only 3 people at level 10 in Yi Fan's tribe, but now there are 3 more. Yi Fan took the universal parchment in his hand. The parchment was tied with a small red string. Yi Fan was very curious about this thing. After all, it was the first time he had seen it. He used a crystal ball to examine it. Universal scroll. After opening, you can learn some common skills. Each time you inject a small magic crystal, you can use it, with a maximum of 66 uses. Upon seeing this, Yi Fan immediately opened it and placed a small magic crystal on it. In an instant, the entire scroll emitted a golden light. Then a golden character appeared in midair. General skill, climbing. After learning this skill, your climbing ability will be improved, and you can use magic crystals to upgrade its level. The next moment, the golden characters entered Yi Fan's mind, and Yi Fan did not dodge. A strange message flooded his mind, and he could sense that the unique aspect of this skill was that it could ignore some physical aspects. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Yi Fan climbed up a tree. Facing a tree thicker than his arm span, Yi Fan was able to climb it like a spider. This astonishing scene almost made everyone's jaw drop. Holy crap, Yi Fan, have you evolved into a spider? A spider? Shouldn't it have evolved into a gecko by now? Holy crap, how can you climb like that? Won't you fall? This is not scientific. Wan Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Fan climbed onto the tree trunk, at least 8 or 9 meters off the ground, his eyes filled with excitement. I recommend that everyone learn this general skill. It's quite useful. You can ignore weight and friction, which is amazing. Even Yi Fan, a poor student, knew that this was not scientific. Normally, climbing a tree requires a point of leverage and friction. However, after learning this skill, neither of these two things is needed. Yi Fan can climb thick trees like a gecko and a spider, which looks very strange and bizarre. Let's get down first. We don't have many magic crystals. Let's go check out the iron mine first. Liu Anuona called out. Yi Fan nodded, then climbed down from the tree. Let's go check out the iron mine. A group of people arrived at the iron mine. The iron ore was all black, not inside a mine shaft, but exposed on the ground, resembling an artificial mountain. Yi Fan used the crystal ball to investigate. Iron mine small. A small mine with a smelting ratio of 0.3 can smelt 0.3 units of iron, 0.05 units of gold, 0.05 units of silver, and other metals from 1 gene, approximately 500 kilograms, of iron ore. The current iron ore reserves are 15,000 gene, approximately 7,500 caddies. Yi Fan calculated that the iron mine could extract 4,500 units of iron, but he still needed to figure out a way to mine it. 15,000 gene is equivalent to 7.5 tons, which is enough for Yi Fan. Of course, it's more like a small hill than a mine, and it's completely different from the mines on Earth. However, this is not Earth after all, and this small hill sits on the ground, which is quite peculiar. In terms of reserves, it is far inferior to that of Earth. However, Yifan had no interest in how this strange mine came about or how it appeared. All he needs to do is mine. The mine will belong to him. They didn't have iron picks. Most of the iron ore was in one piece, and an iron pick was needed to mine it. Yifan, should we call someone over now? Lin Qingxue asked. Yifan stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Yes, of course we'll take them, but we need to leave a few people to keep watch. It's about a 20-minute drive from here to the tribe, and if something happens here, we won't be able to get there in time. Lin Qingxue agreed, saying that there was no problem with that, as safety was the top priority. All right, let's call someone over to take those loose stones back first. As for the whole iron ore, we'll deal with that once we have a pickaxe. Yifan immediately sent a message in the tribe's message channel. Donghua, bring 10 people to mine iron ore. I'll send you the coordinates. Upon seeing this, Wintermelon's sister immediately replied. Okay, no problem. She opened the map app, and most of the area was black, with nothing there. However, the places their tribe had passed through were displayed in 2D graphics, but only the terrain and landforms were shown, not the real-time situation. Soon, one black stone after another was smashed into pieces with axes and put into baskets. Yifan did not leave either, but stayed there to guard the place, and they also took axes and started chopping down trees around. Yifan, I'm going to set up the traps to the west. The pits I had dug are finished, and I need to go set them up. One you said. Okay, go ahead, be careful. After working for a while, Yifan returned to the camp, while Lin Qingxue and Liu Anuona remained stationed near the iron mine. Yifan smelted some of the collected materials. He needed those small magic crystals, and the consumption of these was enormous. If you have enough magic crystals, you can keep casting spells. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so timid when fighting that mountain demon just now. It would have been better to just unleash hundreds of slashes and hack it to death. He felt that leaving the iron ore to Liu Anuona and Lin Qingxue wouldn't be a big problem, and he had also smelted 10 drops of Red Bull blood essence in the past few days. Looking at the 10 drops of blood essence floating in the furnace, Yifan took a deep breath. 10 drops is enough for a short body tempering. The special species mutated because it ate Red Bull. To fully integrate Red Bull's bloodline into his body, he needs to undergo 3 body tempering sessions, each requiring 10 drops of blood essence. Of course, all of this information was obtained through a crystal ball. He swallowed 10 drops of Red Bull blood essence, and immediately a fiery heat spread throughout his body. Yifan felt his throat was on fire, and his skin was completely red, just like when he was angry. The girls around them all witnessed this scene and were immediately worried about Yifan's condition. Yifan, are you alright? Yifan's breathing was heavy, and he exhaled a puff of hot air whenever he opened his mouth. It's alright. Just a few side effects, like after drinking alcohol. You don't need to worry too much. At this moment, Nalan Mimi stepped forward and touched Yifan's forehead. Wow, it's so hot. Like he has a fever. It's alright, this is one of the side effects of blood and semen. It will be fine once the body metabolizes the toxins in the blood. Yifan explained. Just then, a few whispers came from behind. Yifan looks really hot. By the way, has anyone here ever tried using a fire poker? Huh? What fire poker? What do you think? Stop pretending to be innocent. My goodness, you know what? You really have to admit, I've never experienced this before. Won't it be very hot? I think so. Yifan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was truly impressed by these seasoned veterans. Honestly, even as a guy, he felt inferior to these girls in terms of driving skills. Even a fire poker is an idea. Chapter 42, Kimchi Tribe. Liu Anuona and Lin Qingxue were stationed near the iron mine to protect everyone's safety. If you're tired, take a break. After all, mining is really difficult without pickaxes. Liu Anuona shouted. Some of the girls didn't complain at all. On the contrary, they were full of enthusiasm. It's okay, this is much more interesting than going to school. Yeah, it's better than English class, at least I don't get sleepy. I've lost a lot of weight after working for a few days. I've even lost some of the fat on my stomach. Wow, I didn't even notice until you told me. I think I've lost weight. It really works. It really helps you lose weight. Do it now, it can help you lose weight. The group of people started working again with renewed vigor, while Liu Anuona stood there, momentarily stunned. Oh, is it really possible to stimulate myself like this? However, Lin Qingxue's expression suddenly tightened. Someone's coming. It's not one of ours. Liu Anuona was startled and looked in the direction Lin Qingxue was looking. She saw about 10 people walking towards them from another direction. The group was led by a man, followed by men and women, all of whom were wearing sheepskin coats. Everyone stop. Grab your weapons. Something's happening. Liu Anuona immediately warned. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and took out their clubs. What happened? Someone's coming. Are they enemies? Maybe. Attention everyone, stay alert. The girls immediately went into battle mode. They had encountered quite a few things in the past few days, so their reactions were very quick. There were 24 people in total, including Liu Anuona and the others who were mining there, which was not a small number. In addition, Liu Anuona and Lin Qingxue have both reached level 11, so their combat power is quite good, especially since she has dual swords. The person walking towards us was carrying a short sword, but it looked rather worn and was not a high-quality weapon. Who gave you permission to mine on my Appa tribe's territory? Get out of here, the leader roared, his voice filled with rage. He is about 1.8 meters tall, on the heavier side, and looks somewhat like Ma Dong-suk. Although there were not many of them, they were not afraid when they saw that Liu Anuona and the others were all girls. The man draped in sheepskin standing nearby also looked disdainful upon seeing Liu Anuona and her group of girls. Cut a woman? Get the hell out of here, all of you. This iron or mine is ours. You bitches, what are you standing there for? Didn't you hear me tell you to get out of here? The members of the Starfire tribe all turned pale. They had clearly conquered the mine, and now someone wanted to drive them away. Naturally, they would not back down. Liu Anuona strode forward with her rather overpoweringly long legs, drew her twin swords, pointed them at the other person, and began to hurl insults. Is that a tumor growing in the middle of your shoulders? We suggest you have it removed. Or are you out of touch with reality? This place was conquered by our Starfire tribe, and it has absolutely nothing to do with you. Yes, that's right. You're the ones who should get out. Get out of our mining area. Get out of here. Thud. A stone was thrown at the other person. They were naturally not intimidated by these Koreans from South Korea. Here, rank represented physical strength. Therefore, even for women, as long as their rank is high enough, it is easy to crush men of lower rank. The man in the lead twitched. As the second in command of the Kimchi tribe, his level had reached LV9, making him the highest-ranking member after the tribe leader. Moreover, they had previously attempted to capture this iron mine, but ultimately had to abandon the attempt at the cost of 2 lives. Now that someone is mining iron ore, he naturally had to come and take a look. When he saw that it was a group of girls, he immediately had some ulterior motives. Ha ha ha, interesting. Absolutely interesting. Are all the people of your Xia kingdom this arrogant? A mere few women, and they dare to challenge us. I'm telling you, if you still don't obey, I'll have no choice but to kill you all. Upon hearing that the other party intended to harm her companion, Liu Anuona's eyes immediately flashed with murderous intent. You scoundrel. Say that again and see what happens. The atmosphere was now so cold that it could be ignited by the slightest spark. Liu Anuona naturally wouldn't back down, and since the other party didn't seem to be level 10, she wasn't afraid of anything. The man sneered. I said, if you don't leave, I'll kill him. The man even playfully made a throat-slitting gesture, his face full of disdain. You're asking for death. Liu Anuona roared in fury and immediately activated her skill. Stormblade. The next moment, to the astonishment of the Kimchi tribe members, Liu Anuona suddenly began to spin like a top and then charged towards them. Die, all of you. How dare you threaten us? The members of the Kimchi tribe were immediately shocked. What? A skill? Oh no, she's the clan leader. It's a level 10 player. Run. With a series of splattering sounds, Liu Anuona instantly killed 2 people, hacking them to pieces. Help me. Several cries for help rang out, and 2 more people were immediately killed. Liu Anuona acted decisively, without wasting any time on the other party, especially since they wanted to hurt her classmate, which she could not tolerate. The once calm members of the Kimchi tribe now fled like stray dogs. Their previous arrogance vanished instantly, leaving them with no choice but to run away in a panic. Split up. Assemble at the campsite. Yes. The next moment, the people of the Kimchi tribe immediately split into several groups and fled. After chasing for a while, Liu Anuona also ran out of magic power and stopped. Damn it, they got away. Liu Anuona gritted her teeth in anger. Lin Qingxue and the others caught up as well. It's all right, Anuona. If you keep chasing them, it will be too dangerous if you end up at their base. Yes, and they've split up, so it'll be hard for you to catch them. You should go back and tell Yifan what's going on. There's actually another tribe nearby, so conflicts are inevitable in the future. Well, that's all we can do, Liu Anuona said helplessly. She looked up at the already late sky and decided to head back. Everyone, take your things. It's getting late. Let's go back for dinner. Yay, time to eat. Very good. Phew, it's finally over. I can finally get some rest, hee. Go back and eat fish. I need to gain experience. Chapter 43 Negotiation. I won't give an inch. When Yi Fan returned to the tribe and learned the situation, he was also taken aback. You mean there was a Korean tribe near that iron mine, and a conflict broke out, and you even killed a few of them? Yes, what's the problem? They went too far, threatening us, saying they'd kill us if we didn't give them the iron ore. Liu Anuona said angrily, still fuming about it. Yi Fan gave Liu Anuona a thumbs up. No problem. Well done. We captured that iron ore mine, so naturally we can't give it up. It seems a conflict is inevitable. Let's eat first. The other side doesn't seem very strong. After all, if they were stronger, they would have taken down the mountain demon tribe long ago. I'll go over there tomorrow and see. If they come back, I won't hesitate to kill them all. As Yi Fan spoke, a chilling glint appeared in his eyes. He could not allow a threat to exist. Especially now that I'm short on wood and stone to upgrade my main city. Is it possible that the opposing tribe has a lot of resources? Without realizing it, Yi Fan started laughing to himself, looking somewhat deranged. Meanwhile, the people of the Kimchi tribe had already returned to their tribe. There were 4 or 5 sheep being roasted over a fire in the open space, and it was unclear where they got them from. The man who had been leading the group looked terrified, with some bloodstains still wet on his face, and ran breathlessly to the chieftain's hut. Oh no, big brother. We've run into a tough opponent. In the shack, a man was sitting on the bed meditating, looking as if he were cultivating himself. He was lean and had a muscular build. The man slowly opened his eyes. Didn't I send you to hunt the mountain demon? Why are you back so soon? What happened? Did someone else die? Yes. Several more have died. Useless trash. Brother, this time is different. This time, it wasn't the mandrills that killed us, but people from other tribes, and a group of women at that, the man said with a pitiful look. The man frowned slightly upon hearing this, craned his neck forward, and looked at him with a strange expression. A group of women? Are you sure? Confirmed. It is indeed a group of women. What about the mandrill? Did they kill it? Anyway, we didn't see the mandrill when we got there. Either it wasn't there anymore, or they killed it. I saw bloodstains on the ground, so it must have been a fight. Upon hearing this, the clan chief slapped the man hard across the face. You act without thinking. Since you said they likely killed that group of mountain demons, their strength is naturally not weak. And yet you still dare to provoke them. But they're a group of women. I was thinking, why should I be afraid of a group of women? Who would have thought that the leader would actually reach level 10 and be able to use skills? Their chieftain took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily. It seems that the woman who attacked you was their chieftain. Although we lost a few more people, it was because I wasn't there. If I had been there, they would have been the ones dying. Brother, what do we do now? This iron ore is very important to our tribe. Are we just going to hand it over to someone else? Of course I can't just give it away like that. I'll negotiate with them, and this score can't be settled like this. Besides, they should have a lot of resources. As long as we kill their chieftain, we can easily kill the rest of the girls. Since there are more men than women here, each of us can have one to play with. Yes, brother, you're right. The clan chief took a gleaming white sword in his hand and stroked it carefully, clearly showing his great fondness for the sword. The man in front of him stared at the broadsword with envy, the broadsword having been obtained from a skeleton general. To obtain this knife, 2 people from the tribe died and about 20 were injured, so its power was naturally enormous, making it an excellent weapon. Yi Fan was eating when he received a message from an unknown number. The sender was none other than Kimchi tribe. Yi Fan took a couple of bites of the fish, then opened the information. Kimchi tribe. You must be the chief of the Spark tribe, right? Spark tribe. That's right. It's me. Kimchi tribe. It's good that it's you. I was afraid I had the wrong person. Aren't you going to give me an explanation for what happened today? Spark tribe. Give me an explanation? Are you kidding me? Kimchi tribe. You seized my iron mine and killed my men. You've got some nerve, but you don't consider the consequences of your actions. You're all brawn and no brains. I'm giving you the deadline to bring me 3,000 pieces of wood, 3,000 stones, and 200 caddies of food by tomorrow as an apology, or I won't hesitate to wipe you off the map. Yi Fan was so angry he almost laughed. People really do want to laugh when they're speechless. The other person calling him a big-breasted, brainless woman clearly meant that they thought Liu Anuona was the clan leader. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't reveal his identity himself. He would just play along and launch a surprise attack later. Wouldn't that be even better? Yi Fan immediately replied. Go to hell. Do you really think you're someone important? Let me tell you, the iron mine is mine. Those men who died deserved it. Furthermore, your actions today have caused varying degrees of fright to my people. I've calculated the compensation for this emotional distress, and it amounts to all the resources of your tribe. How about that? With a bang, in the shack on the other side, the chief of the Kimchi tribe slammed his fist on the table in anger. Oof. This woman is really arrogant. She actually dares to covet my resources. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fan sent another message. If you've got the guts, let's have a go. See if I can prick you or not, then it's over. Stop whining to me. I was just about to upgrade my main city to level 2 with resources. Either hand over your resources obediently, or we'll fight. I'll take care of all your problems. Kimchi tribe, utterly arrogant. A tribe entirely composed of women dares to challenge me? Wait till I wipe you all out, then tie you up and make you scream in agony beneath me. Spark tribe, childish. Where did this elementary school student come from? Kimchi tribe, you motherfucker. Yi Fan didn't bother with it anymore. He would definitely go and check it out tomorrow. He wanted to see what gave the other party the right to be so arrogant, actually trying to seize his iron or mine. They were really going against the heavens. Yi Fan is now a level 14 person, and his strength is only a little bit away from the silver level. He has now refined another 30 magic crystals, which is more than enough to deal with a mere Korean. Chapter 44 Liu Anuona and Wanyu's Little Secrets. Yi Fan, are we going to have a war? Lin Qingxue asked. Yi Fan sighed, somewhat helplessly. There's nothing I can do. Actually, I don't want to fight either, because once a fight breaks out, there will definitely be casualties. If I were all alone, I would definitely fight back and not tolerate anyone else. But now the tribes are in conflict, and my decision affects everyone's lives. If someone dies because of this, how can I explain it to them? Liu Anuona and Wanyu also moved over and sat down next to Yi Fan. Liu Anuona spoke with a hint of apology. Yi Fan, shouldn't I have killed them? Otherwise, there might have been room for negotiation. Yi Fan smiled and placed his hand on Liu Yi's long, graceful leg, stroking it gently. What are you talking about? They've already threatened to kill you, so what you did was perfectly reasonable. I just feel a lot of pressure. This time, people might die. The opposing team has more males than us, and their overall combat strength should be higher than ours in the early stages. Although I am absolutely confident that I can destroy their chieftain, the rest of our tribe may die as a result, which is something I don't want to see. Oh, it's so difficult. Yi Fan was naturally somewhat helpless. His voice wasn't loud, but quite a few people still heard it. Yi Fan, don't feel pressured. We've survived until now thanks to your leadership. Su Ma Miao comforted him. Yes, Yi Fan, we'll do whatever you want. That's right, we're all part of a group. When the cavemen came before, we almost got wiped out, didn't we? If we can't fight them, let's fight them. Yes, let's fight. We're not backing down. They're just mostly guys, they're nothing. Wintermelon's sister patted her chest and said, let me be the first one. I'll crush them. The group of people were filled with righteous indignation. The other party wanted to rob and kill them. How could there be any room for negotiation? Although they were a group of girls, they were not timid or cowardly. Now that the other party is threatening to kill them and defile them, they naturally cannot tolerate it. Even if we take a step back and say that, the only person here who could subdue them is Yi Fan. For human beings, everyone is actually somewhat dependent. The weak depend on the strong, and the weak become brave by feeling the spirit and energy of the strong. Their emotional support is Yi Fan. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and his mood relaxed considerably. Alright, since everyone says so, let's go all out. We not only have to fight this battle, but we have to fight it spectacularly. All the supplies in their tribe belong to us. Let's take them all. Everyone was very excited to hear this. At their current pace, if they continued mining, it would take at least another week to upgrade to level 2. Now, as long as they seize the Kimchi tribe, they can upgrade their main city to level 2, which is naturally a good thing for them. Yi Fan glanced at the open space not far away and noticed several poles erected there, resembling clotheslines. He asked with some curiosity, what are those poles for? We don't think we have any clothes to dry yet, do we? Liu Anuona and Wanyu exchanged a knowing smile, a sly and malicious grin on their faces. Lin Qingxue was utterly bewildered. She had a bad feeling about this, and she saw a hint of amusement in Liu Anuona's eyes. What are you laughing at? What's wrong? Yi Fan was also completely bewildered. Speak, Wanyu said to Liu Anuona. You should say it, Liu Anuona said, gently nudging Wanyu with her shoulder. Wanyu hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke up, that it's a fish bladder, a dried fish bladder. Fish swim bladder? Yi Fan looked puzzled. He didn't know what it was, but it seemed to be taken from a fish. Upon hearing that it was a fish bladder, Lin Qingshue's face flushed red, and even her neck turned bright red. Yi Fan was also taken aback. He vaguely guessed what was going on, but he wasn't sure. No, what is this thing? What's the swim bladder for? He asked anxiously. The seasoned drivers around them, who instantly understood, chuckled. Ha ha. Yi Fan, you're too naive. You don't know about fish bladders. By the way, Yi Fan always sleeps in class, so it's normal that he doesn't know. Ha ha. Yi Fan was speechless for a moment, then said, you wouldn't be doing that kind of thing, would you? Liu Anuona winked and smiled, saying, bingo, you guessed it. In ancient times, there was no Durex, so they used fish bladders or animal intestines. Fish bladders are a little better. Just wash them, dry them in the sun, wash them again, and you can be sure there won't be any bacteria or smell. Plus, they're super thin. After Liu Anuona finished speaking, she hugged Lin Qingxue tightly. Qingxue, tell me quickly, how are you going to repay me? Lin Qingxue blushed deeply, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of her chest. Oh dear. You guys, oh dear. Lin Qingxue shyly nestled into Liu Anuona's arms, feeling soft and comforting. She was too embarrassed to look at Yi Fan again. After cleaning and drying the fish bladder, she would. Oh my god, even my mom gets a little excited just thinking about it. Oh no, I'm not shy. Liu Anuona raised an eyebrow at Yi Fan. So, Yi Fan, how do you think you should thank me? Once the swim bladder is cleaned, you'll have to eat it. How about that? Aren't you excited? Yi Fan gently rubbed his nose, his face calm and composed, and said, it's alright, just SOSO. What haven't I, Yi Fan, seen? It's nothing. A murmur of disapproval came from the girls around them. Pack. Yi Fan is such a show-off. Oh, these are all small matters, a girl said sarcastically. That year, Yi Fan and I worked at an inflatable doll factory. I was in charge of attaching the doll's head, and Yi Fan was in charge of looking cool. Yi Fan was completely bewildered. He suppressed his inner elation, thinking to himself that he absolutely could not laugh. Be elegant. Be calm. These experienced drivers could easily lead him astray. However, Lin Qingshue's face instantly turned cold, and she glared angrily at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was startled and embarrassed, realizing that he had become complacent. Hey Qingxue, you look a little angry. Did someone offend you? Tell me. I'll go beat them up. Lin Qingxue grabbed Yi Fan's ear. Small scale, huh? Come on. Tell me, what other big-scale scenes have you seen? Then Lin Qingxue picked up Yi Fan and stood up, then walked towards the clan chief's hut. Yi Fan tilted his head, crying out in pain. Ouch, it hurts. You have to say it even if it hurts. I am the clan leader. The clan leader must also speak. Let go, Qingxue. I've seen your situation before, but I haven't seen anyone else's. Chapter 45 Nailin Mimi's Little Inventions. Inside the shack, Yi Fan pulled Lin Qingxue into his arms, gently touching her burning cheeks, and spoke softly. Qingxue. What? Lin Qingxue pouted. It's nothing, just calling you about that fish bladder. It really wasn't my idea. I know it wasn't you. You're not that bored. So, you're not angry anymore. I wasn't angry at all. I was just too embarrassed to be out in public. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan immediately sat up in bed. He climbed above Lin Qingxue, and the two locked eyes. So you've thought it through? Lin Qingxue pursed her lips, revealing a faint smile. What do you think? Didn't I already say it last time? How many times do you want to ask? I'm just checking again, because this feels like a dream. As he spoke, Yi Fan slowly lowered himself and hugged Lin Qingxue tightly in his arms. Lin Qingxue did not resist, and reached out to hug Yi Fan tightly as well. Stop it, you idiot. You can't breathe properly. Do you think I'll run away? Just as the two were deeply in love, a loud bang suddenly rang out. There was a loud bang, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! Yi Fan was startled. What's going on? The two quickly got up and rushed outside, only to find a scene of utter chaos. Looking around, I saw that the blacksmith shop had been blown open, with a huge hole in it, and the furnaces had been blown away and were still smoking. A girl, covered in black dirt, was lying on the ground, rolling around and wailing. It was Nailin Mimi. Mimi! Quick! Help her up. What happens? I don't know. It suddenly exploded. Mimi. The crowd rushed forward and immediately helped the bewildered Mimi up. His shoulder was blown open, about the size of a bowl, and blood was gushing out. Yi Fan immediately covered it. Don't move. Don't move. It's healing. It's healing. It won't die. If Nailin Mimi's physical condition had been much weaker, this large wound would have been enough to kill her. Everyone gathered around worriedly. Nail and Mimi was in so much pain that she couldn't stop drooling, and Wanyu cleaned her up without any disgust. Whoosh whoosh, Nail and Mimi took deep breaths of fresh air. However, her eyes were filled with excitement, and she said in a hoarse voice, I did it. I did it. I actually did it. Seeing that his injuries were healing and the bleeding was gradually decreasing, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, Success? What did you succeed at? You'd risk your life for that. Liu Anuona used a leaf to scoop up some water and fed it to Nail and Mimi. Drink some water first. Nail and Mimi quickly drank 2 sips, then excitedly exclaimed, My monkey head bomb is finished. It's a success. It's a real success. Yifan frowned and looked at the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop was severely damaged. It had basically collapsed from the explosion and would need to be rebuilt with materials. A bomb? You mean you invented a bomb yourself? Nail and Mimi nodded excitedly. Yes, that's right. I discovered before that the hammer can absorb the primordial energy of all things. I was thinking that it could help me gain experience, so I tried hammering the magic crystal. Sure enough, the hammer could absorb magic and store it in my body for a short time. Then I tried some materials, and finally I discovered that the mandrill head you brought back could absorb magic power, so I injected magic power into it. The magic was sealed in the head, desperately trying to escape, so I used the caveman's eyeballs to plug all the holes in the head. Those eyeballs were sticky, just the right amount to shove in. After I poured in 5 small magic crystals, I heard a slight cracking sound from the bones. I blocked the last part of the trachea, and then I accidentally fell to the ground. My head exploded, and I was blown away. But I figured out the pattern, and it won't happen again next time. Nail and Mimi was filled with excitement as she spoke eloquently, proud of what she had accomplished in her experiments. How much damage would it cause if it were thrown directly into a crowd? Even those of them who don't have excellent weapons can still acquire a powerful skill. If you're close enough, killing a black iron-level alien beast is no problem at all, and you can even cripple a bronze-level alien beast. Yifan was naturally very happy to hear Nail and Mimi's description, but seeing how serious her injuries were, he still asked with concern, Don't be so reckless next time. Doing experiments is a good thing, but don't risk your life. Go and get some rest, and take good care of your injury. Nail and Mimi immediately objected. No, I want to keep making them. I've mastered the technique and won't make a mistake again. Mimi, you should go and rest. It wouldn't be good if something else went wrong. Yes, Mimi, you should focus on getting better. Nail and Mimi pouted, her face resolute. No way. We're going to war with the neighboring tribe tomorrow. If we can make 1 more monkey head bomb, our chances of winning will increase, and the mortality rate will be greatly reduced. Yifan, believe me, I really can do it. I'll be fine. I won't fail again. Nail and Mimi looked at Yifan with a pleading expression. Yifan took a deep breath, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then asked, Are you sure there's no problem? Sure. Okay. You can talk from the side. I'll do the controls. I'm a high level, so even if I get blown up, I won't die. Yifan said. Just as the people around were about to dissuade him, Yifan raised his hand to stop them. All right, everyone, there's no need to persuade her. Mimi is right. If we can actually build them, we can reduce a lot of casualties in tomorrow's battle. We must make some even if it means staying up all night. All right, everyone go and rest. Leave the night patrol team behind. All right then. Be careful, the group said worriedly. Okay, Yifan nodded. Yifan spent the materials to rebuild the blacksmith shop, and then began operations under Nail and Mimi's direction. Do it like this, and then do it like this again. That's right, that's it. Yifan, be careful. Use the fire to plug the nostrils, eyes, and ears together with the caveman's eyes and roast them. Once they're charred, they'll stick together tightly, ensuring the magic won't leak out. Yifan then injected magic power as instructed, followed by a cracking sound. Stop. This is it. No more magic can be injected. Seal the trachea in the neck. Yifan immediately blocked it. Okay, grill. Seal it. The sizzling sound of roasting filled the pink flames, and soon Yifan held a head full of magic in his hand. He immediately took out the crystal ball to check. Self-made item, monkey head bomb. Detected as explosive. What a skillful creator. This round head seems to contain immense magical power. Hold it tight, but be careful not to drop it. A violent impact will make it explode with a bang, blasting you away. Ha ha ha, how funny. Chapter 46 Wanyu's Worries. A cry for help. With Yifan's help, the two of them worked until about 1 a.m. and finally made 8 monkey head bombs. Yifan, thank you for your hard work. Nail and Mimi said, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Yifan yawned. It's nothing. I'm sleepy too. I should go to sleep. Nail and Mimi lay down to sleep in the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith's furnace burned eternally, so it provided warmth. There were several furnaces in the shop, and Nail and Mimi loved staying in her little nest. Nail and Mimi lay on her bed, which was covered with leaves, in front of Yi Fan. The firelight had scorched her skin red, revealing the red veins beneath. Nail and Mimi's ample bosom made Yi Fan swallow hard. She looked up at Yi Fan and blushed when she realized he was looking at her. How about I move you to another spot? You're staring at me like that. It makes me really uncomfortable. It's kind of awkward. Yi Fan scratched his head, finally snapping out of his peeking through the cracks face. I think I'll go back to sleep. Qingxue can't sleep without me. Okay then, Nail and Mimi said, sounding a little disappointed. She didn't think she had fallen for Yi Fan, but she still felt a little disappointed when she heard this. However, this disappointment was probably more likely due to resentment. After all, if you tell a girl in front of her that you're going to see another girl, she'll be a little unhappy. Yi Fan returned to the shack and lay down next to Lin Qingxue. Everyone was very considerate and had reserved a spot for Yi Fan. Yi Fan lay down and asked softly, Qingxue, can't you sleep without me? The soft breathing of Lin Qingxue could be heard. She was clearly fast asleep. Yi Fan was also embarrassed. He seemed to sleep even better without him around. A soft laugh came from behind, seemingly mocking. Yi Fan was also startled. He turned around and saw Wanyu. Why aren't you asleep yet? Where's Ina? Wanyu pointed to the other side of the fire. Over there. She said you keep touching her thighs and making her so horny that she doesn't want to sleep next to you anymore. Yi Fan was speechless. What was all this about? They wouldn't even let him touch her legs anymore. No. Then why are you sleeping next to me? Is something wrong? Yi Fan asked. He knew that Wanyu wasn't a flirtatious person, but rather the simple type. She didn't drive much, and there must be something wrong with her staying up so late. Didn't you tell me to go to the west to set up a trap today? And then what? Originally, we planned to dig several large holes, and then insert sharpened wooden sticks into them, but a faint sound kept coming from one of the holes. A sound came from inside. And then? Yi Fan asked curiously. Wanyu swallowed hard, her voice trembling with fear as she spoke. Can I hold you? I'm scared. Yi Fan was taken aback at first. No problem, as long as you don't mind. Then Wanyu threw herself into Yi Fan's arms. Yi Fan swallowed hard. The girl's fragrance surrounded him, intoxicating him. Continue, please continue, Yi Fan said. Feeling Yi Fan's body temperature, Wanyu felt a sense of security and then spoke. No one else could hear that sound, which is very strange. When I asked them, they all said they didn't hear anything. At first I thought I was hallucinating, but I didn't realize it was not a hallucination until I pressed myself tightly against the cave wall. There's something underground crying for help. The voice is very mournful, like a woman's, and very weak. At this point, Yi Fan felt his hair stand on end. If there weren't so many people around, he would have jumped up too. He gently patted Wanyu's back. Don't worry, don't be curious about what's under the ground anymore. Even if we have to go, we'll bring people with us. Upon hearing this, Wanyu began to sob softly, seemingly very nervous and frightened. She hugged Yi Fan tightly, pressing herself close to him. Yi Fan, keep a close eye on me. That voice seems to be calling me all the time. I can still hear it now. It's terrifying. Keep a close eye on me. I'm afraid I'll lose control. I'm afraid. Wanyu's whole body was trembling. The sound that only she could hear almost made her collapse. If there hadn't been so many people around, she would have been scared out of her wits. It's like you're in the middle of nowhere and a woman's voice keeps calling to you. But if only you can hear that voice. Are you afraid of being bewitched and falling out of control? Yes, of course. Wanyu was terrified at this moment, but she believed that Yi Fan could protect her. She was terrified that she would open her eyes and find herself in that cave. What awaited her? What was calling to her? She dared not think about it. By the way, how did that voice call to you? She kept repeating the same phrases. Save me. Save me. Save me, you'll come to save me. Wanyu's voice was trembling as she spoke. Clearly, for a girl, this kind of mental torment was devastating. Why didn't you say so sooner? If it were during the day, I would have dug it up to see what was down there. Yi Fan said, somewhat angrily. It doesn't happen this often during the day. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan hugged her even tighter, then softly sang. Raindrops fall one by one. A rainbow hangs in the blue sky. Is the sky crying? I have the courage. I'm not afraid of anything, whether it's the cold winter or the scorching summer. Yi Fan, what song is this? It sounds like a children's song, but it feels so reassuring, so warm. Wanyu relaxed a little, and her body was no longer as tense as before. Yi Fan gently stroked Wan Yu's smooth back and patted it lightly. It really is a children's song. A song from childhood. Sung by Nangong Wenya. Really? I've never heard of that before. Most boys probably haven't heard of this. Sleep well. I'll hold you. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Wan Yu forced a rather awkward smile onto her tear-streaked face. Lin Qingxue opened her eyes at this moment, but she didn't turn her head to look. She knew that Yi Fan wasn't trying to take advantage of her. A little while later, Yi Fan suddenly felt a warmth behind him. Someone had hugged him from behind. Qingxue, he was immediately startled. However, Lin Qingxue's heavy breathing could be heard, indicating that she was asleep. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she's asleep. Chapter 47, An Unexpected Discovery. Kimchi Camp. Yi Fan held Wan Yu tightly in his arms, and even tied his hands in a knot with straw rope to prevent her from letting go after he fell asleep. Some girls woke up and were utterly bewildered by what they saw, secretly cursing Yi Fan as a scumbag. Yi Fan was unaware of this. Being sandwiched between two people, Yi Fan was naturally very warm, and there was a fire burning at his feet. The nights here are pitch black, without a single star, and devoid of any neon lights or bustling activity. The silence is eerily profound. Imagine you suddenly find yourself in a deep, dark forest, surrounded only by the dark outlines of rocks and trees, and the only sound you make is the rustling of your movements. Perhaps Yi Fan's tribe lived in such an environment. In the early hours of the morning, when it was barely dawn, the people of the Kimchi tribe had been woken up by their chief, who was not a fool. The people who were woken up were all still sleepy-eyed, but they forcibly rubbed their eyes and tried to turn themselves back on. Some of these women are quite good-looking, but their faces are full of technological and ruthless work. You can't tell unless you look closely. No wonder we're a country that's obsessed with plastic surgery. Chieftain, shall we fight this battle? Although the people of the Starfire tribe are weak, too many casualties would be detrimental to our future development. Nisanai, just do it. You brute. That woman's weapon is strange. It can spin a knife around a person. If you rush in, you're just asking for death. The crowd chattered amongst themselves, and their chieftain glanced at the still dark sky, taking a deep breath. Quiet down. Everyone immediately shut up and waited for the clan leader's instructions. The clan chief touched the large sword in his hand, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. I woke you up so early because I had already thought of a plan. No matter whether the Starfire tribe is strong or weak, we must deal with it cautiously. Here, level and equipment are everything, and I feel I need to remind you of that again. However, men make up 2/3 of our tribe, so in the early stages, we are stronger than our opponents in both combat and gathering abilities. So we have the overall advantage. According to my calculations, even I am only level 11 at the moment, and the highest level in our tribe besides me is only level 9. Then the number of level 10 members in their Starfire tribe is naturally small, maybe only 1. Even if we consider the worst-case scenario, there are only 2. But they probably can't get a lot of excellent grade equipment. You all know how hard it is to get excellent grade equipment, especially when you're weak in the early game. I'll hold off the woman with the weapon. Your job is to kill the rest of them. Remember, don't hold back. Only capture them alive if you are 100% certain. The primary goal is to eliminate them. Do you all understand? Everyone agreed that this made perfect sense and exclaimed in unison, "We understand." The clan chief is right, his analysis is spot on. In that case, victory is assured. It's better to be careful. After all, your life is your own. Everyone was very confident about this. Whether it was comparing the chieftains or the overall strength of the tribe, they had an overwhelming advantage. All right, now distribute the smoke grenades, the chieftain ordered. Soon everyone had something that looked like a ping-pong ball, except that these little balls were actually sheep testicles. Chieftain, what is this? Yeah, it smells so fishy and stinky. It's incredibly foul. The chieftain smiled faintly. I made this thing overnight. It's a smoke bomb made from pollen from the powdered ball and hollowed out sheep testicles. All you have to do is throw it out, and it will explode, producing a pink puff of smoke. And the pollen from this powdery ball will make you incredibly itchy if you get it on your skin. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed, and lewd smiles appeared on their faces. The itching is unbearable. This is good stuff. We'll help them stop the itch later. Slurp, slurp, it feels so good. That's what I'm best at. Damn, you're all animals. But coincidentally, I like it too. It's great that there are so few women here. Chief, are we getting up so early to set up an ambush? Someone asked. Of course. Are we going to wait for them to attack? We'll ambush them from the direction they're coming from and catch them off guard, the clan chief said with a sinister look in his eyes. His plan was simple. Ambush, sneak attack, drop pollen bombs. The intensely itchy pollen would instantly incapacitate the enemy, and then it was just a matter of harvesting. Before dawn, the people of the Kimchi tribe led their group out the door. The road Yi Fan and her group took to the iron mine yesterday still had some crushed flowers and broken branches, making it very easy to identify their route. The trees, thicker than millstones, provided them with excellent hiding places, and the surrounding area was also covered with shrubs and weeds about a meter tall, making it perfect for concealing their figures. Sunlight streamed through the trees, illuminating the dewdrops, making them sparkle and look quite beautiful. Colorful snails slowly crawled on them. The seemingly quiet surroundings were actually hiding human figures, each wielding a short knife, concealed like wild beasts, waiting for their prey. Yi Fan set off at dawn, but he wasn't in a hurry. He was carrying the lives of the entire tribe on his shoulders, so he had to consider everything carefully. Yi Fan and the others slowly walked towards the iron mine. The forest was eerily quiet, with only the rustling sound of their footsteps. Yi Fan, do you think they might ambush us on the road? One Yu suddenly asked. It's not impossible. I've thought of that too. It's just that the forest is so dense with trees and weeds that it's hard for us to spot them if they want to hide. Yi Fan was walking in front when he suddenly waved his hand and called out. Wait a minute, everyone. I need to go check the tree. All of you squat down. Without asking any further questions, everyone squatted down, lowering themselves below the surrounding bushes. The enemy is quite close to the iron mine, and there might be an ambush. He can't be reckless. Even if it wastes some time, he doesn't care. Safety comes first. They are already locked in a life-or-death struggle with the Kimchi tribe, so they must be cautious. Because Yi Fan had climbing skills, he didn't need to worry about the physics engine, so he climbed directly to the top of a tree. This tree, thicker than his arm span, is the tallest in this small area, at least 100 meters high. It was about the height of the rooftop of a 33-story residential building. From this vantage point, Yi Fan could see an endless forest, as well as a patch of barren, withered forest. Yi Fan didn't understand why a large area of forest had withered, but he wasn't concerned about that at the moment. He looked around and saw iron ore exposed on the ground. His gaze swept over again, and suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. A shack, a fence, an open space. This is the Kimchi's headquarters. He was also delighted. In a small, bare clearing, he discovered the Kimchi tribe. At this moment, it seemed that there were only a few scattered people in the tribe doing odd jobs, tending the fire, adding firewood, and roasting lamb. Yi Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile. Looks like these guys really did leave a while ago. Sorry. Yi Fan, am going to raid someone's base. Therefore, Yi Fan naturally did not want to fight head-on, as there were more boys on the other side, and their overall strength was slightly stronger. But he certainly enjoys raiding other people's bases. We need to gather everyone's feedback here. I hope to make it more and more interesting. I don't want it to become increasingly boring for everyone to read. What directions would you all like to see the story develop in? I mean the main plot. Like, fighting the great demon king in another world? Or do you have any better ideas? Or maybe some interesting new settings? Feel free to suggest them. Thank you everyone. Chapter 48, A Counter Ambush. After confirming that the direction was correct, Yi Fan immediately started climbing down. When he turned his head to look down, he felt dizzy. To be honest, looking at it from that height really makes me dizzy. It's really easy to climb up a tree but hard to get down, Yi Fan said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He felt that crawling down with his head up and legs down was too slow, and it wasn't good to have his buttocks facing down. After thinking about it, he turned his head and crawled down towards the ground. On Earth, such a posture would have resulted in him being smashed into a pile of mud, but Yi Fan walked on it, as if it were flat ground. Those below looked up and saw Yi Fan swaying as he climbed down, his face flushed with embarrassment. Crucially, a ray of sunlight shone down precisely from above, landing right on that unique spot. Liu Anuona's mouth dropped open. Wow, the golden legend. Everyone blushed deeply, except for Liu Anuona, who waved. Wanyu lowered her head, but still stole a glance at the golden legend. After Yi Fan came down, he saw that everyone's faces were a little red, and they looked puzzled. He scratched the back of his head. What's wrong? Is it hot today? A little bit, Lin Qingxue said. So what did you see up there? Wanyu immediately asked, changing the subject. The Kimchi tribe's camp only has 4 or 5 people guarding it. We can raid their base, Yi Fan said excitedly. Upon hearing steal the base, Everyone's eyes lit up. Steal the base. Right. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yi Fan didn't waste any time and led the way, making the surroundings a mess. If anyone came here, they wouldn't know which direction Yi Fan came from. If their tribe doesn't have many people, then that means they should be lying in ambush near the iron mine, right? A girl said. Most likely, though I'm not sure, but they shouldn't know if we go directly to their camp. But everyone should still be careful and report any incidents immediately. Okay, no problem. Just as Yi Fan had expected, nothing unusual happened along the way. Yi Fan had also guessed most of what was going on. The people from the Kimchi tribe had indeed gone to the iron mine to ambush them. Soon, the group arrived outside the Kimchi camp, where a tall wooden fence blocked their way. From outside, they could still hear rustling conversations inside, as well as the crackling of burning firewood. The group crouched in the bushes outside the fence, not daring to go out directly. Yi Fan, what do we do now? We're inside the fence. If we try to get in, we'll definitely be discovered. Yes, they will also send messages to the clan leader. If the other side is prepared, it seems like it will be a tough battle. Yi Fan was rubbing his chin as he pondered. Only people within the tribe could send messages through the tribe's channel, but it was sufficient for just notifications. It's practically impossible to kill the people inside silently. He doesn't have any ranged weapons. At this moment, Yi Fan observed the direction and then opened the map to take a look. Based on the analysis, they are to the southeast of our tribe. The iron mine is to the east of our tribe, so their current location should be to the north of their tribe, which is over there. Yi Fan pointed in a direction and said. The quick-thinking Wan Yu immediately understood what Yi Fan was trying to do. You mean we should ambush them from behind? That's right. Their chieftain is no fool to have been chosen. I reckon they went to ambush us before dawn. But if we attack their tribe directly now, although we can kill those few people, they will be on guard and come back to fight. So a fierce battle is inevitable. So let's launch a counterattack. This will not only catch them off guard, but also greatly reduce our casualties. Everyone fell silent. Now they would do whatever Yi Fan said. Their election as clan leader was certainly not without reason. Soon, everyone quietly lay in ambush all around, a plan Yi Fan had come up with after much deliberation. At this moment, Nail and Mimi walked over, half squatting, swinging two rather unruly sacks of grain. Yi Fan, don't worry, my monkey head bomb will definitely blow them to smithereens. Hee hee. Nail and Mimi flashed a row of pearly white teeth, looking completely harmless. Yes, I believe your bomb. Yi Fan and the others all lay in wait, remaining completely still. Meanwhile, the Kimchi tribe, who were lying in ambush near the iron mine, were practically covered in cobwebs, but no one came. Brother, where are these guys? Didn't they say they were going to meet up in person? The man asked, puzzled. The chieftain, disguised as a wolf, was quite puzzled. Had he run into a chatterbox? She talked a lot online, but turned out to be a coward in real life? He thought for a moment, then immediately opened the panel and sent a message in the clan channel. Old Han, is anyone from our clan coming over? The young man named Lao Han quickly replied, No. What's wrong, King Soft? Have you won, and are you coming back? Upon hearing this, Chief Jinshan frowned even more deeply, his mood becoming somewhat sour. Win my ass. They didn't even come here. Really? These women are such cowards. Why don't you come back? You haven't eaten breakfast yet. Come back and have something to eat first. If they don't dare to come over, then the iron mine will naturally become ours. Jinshan let out a heavy sigh. Hey, no rush. I can't sleep peacefully until this thorn in my side. I might as well go and check out their camp. After saying that, Jinshan closed the chat interface and then stood up. Stop hiding. Those bitches are probably scared. Follow me, everyone. Follow the route they took to get to the mine. Maybe we can find their tribe. Everyone stood up, pulled off the green leaves covering them, and rubbed their sleepy eyes, somewhat speechless. Damn it, those filthy bitches. They've kept us waiting. Damn, a bunch of cowards. Let's go, let's march straight to their headquarters. A group of people set off, grumbling and cursing. They had waited for 3 or 4 hours in vain, and they were both tired and hungry. Jinshan didn't suggest going back first. They had eaten a full meal last night, so being hungry for 3 or 4 hours wouldn't have a big impact on their physical functions or mobility. Jinshan followed the trampled and damaged flowers, trees, and shrubs westward, making his way towards Yi Fan's base camp. Chapter 49 Sneak Attack. However, after touching half of it, Jinshan was dumbfounded. He came to a fork in the road. It seemed to have been deliberately damaged, and the area of damage was so extensive that it could be divided into more than a dozen roads. Of course, this was the result of Yi Fan's deliberate sabotage. Moreover, Yi Fan had sent people on a long trip to find out which road led to the Starfire tribe. It was almost impossible for them to figure out which road led to the Starfire tribe. Big brother, what do we do now? The group of kimchi were also stunned by what they saw. How about we split into a dozen or so groups to search? Are you crazy? There are only 37 of us here. If we split up, 2 or 3 people will have to go on each road. If we encounter any monsters, we'll be in big trouble. The man also remained silent. This was indeed a problem. They had to consider not only the threat from the Starfire tribe, but also this dangerous world. It is much safer for everyone to stick together. Even if they encounter a slightly stronger monster, they are not invincible if they fight together. However, once they are separated, the level of danger will increase dramatically. All the kimchi were looking at Jin Shan, waiting for him to make a decision. However, they had already wasted more than 10 minutes and were unwilling to go any further. They all wanted to go back and fill their stomachs first. Jin Shan sighed as he looked at the damaged route. All right, let them go for now. Let's go back the way we came, have dinner first, and then get back to mining iron, ore, and forging armor. Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. They could finally go back for dinner. While walking, Jin Shan immediately sent a message to Xingho tribe. Oh, so you people from the Starfire tribe are nothing special after all. You were so arrogant online. Why are you chickening out now? Yi Fan tapped his arm lightly with his finger, thought for a moment, and then replied. A wise woman doesn't suffer losses in front of her eyes, haven't you heard? But we'll get that iron ore back sooner or later, just you wait. If you don't want to clash with us, you can give me 2,000 units of wood and stone, and I can give up the idea of the iron ore. As for those who died, they deserved it. You gain nothing from clashing with me. I guarantee I'll kill quite a few of your people. Upon hearing this, Jin Shan's last remaining doubts were dispelled. Based on yesterday's conversation, he believed that the other party must be a very tough person who was ruthless and killed someone on the spot. Yi Fan was well aware of this, so although he appeared timid on the surface, he still kept talking, showing that Miss Dunn was not cowardly, but felt that it was not worth sacrificing the tribe's strength for such a small benefit. Jin Shan retorted sarcastically, Is that so? So I should thank you for giving me the iron ore? Don't think you can just let this go with a few polite words. You're not getting away with this. Seeing this, Yi Fan didn't reply, because at this moment he heard some noisy voices coming from the distant forest. The Kimchi tribe is back. Everyone heard the commotion, and their eyes immediately sharpened. A faint gurgling sound of swallowing saliva appeared, but it was so low that only he could hear it. Nalan Mimi held the monkey head bomb in her hands with a solemn expression, and even her palms were sweating. This sneak attack could only succeed and could not fail, otherwise people might die. Liu Anuona, wielding 2 swords, climbed behind a giant tree several meters high. Her back was against the tree, her hands gripping the branches behind her, the enormous leaves, as large as car windshields, obscuring her figure. Yi Fan's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. He gripped the black scale blade in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. His eyes were only on Jin Shan. If he killed him, the battle would be almost entirely one-sided. He calculated that the magic crystal in his hand could be used for black flash 6 times, which was more than enough. Everyone's breathing became heavy with tension. Although their opponents were also human, this battle would determine victory or defeat, and life or death. They dared not be careless. Jin Shan was naturally very relaxed. According to his analysis, the Xingho tribe had chickened out and did not come, nor did they invade his tribe, because the people left behind in the tribe were all fine. Yi Fan's gaze was fixed on the people of the Kimchi tribe, and he was getting closer and closer to Jin Shan. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. They were getting closer, but then Jin Shan noticed broken branches in the grove of trees to the side of the village. That was the direction Yi Fan had come from. A bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Then a terrible thought appeared in his mind. Looking closer, one could see what appeared to be footprints outside the fence. Of course, from 20 meters away, they couldn't see those footprints. Oh no! He suddenly realized what was happening and shouted. Yi Fan was also somewhat surprised, and immediately shouted, Attack! Nalan Mimi, holding the monkey head bomb, leaped up, caught it with both hands, and launched a fadeaway shot. Damn Kimchi! Die! 3-pointer! All of this happened in an instant. Before the Koreans could even react, the bizarre and ugly monkey head bomb landed in the middle of the crowd. They even glanced curiously at the monkey head bomb that had crashed to the ground. But before they could even wonder what it was, they heard a loud bang. With a deafening roar, the explosion sent dirt and dust flying everywhere. 3 people who were nearby were killed instantly, and several others had their legs blown off, dragging their mangled bodies on the ground and screaming in agony. "Oh, my legs! My legs! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Damn it!" But then another bomb was thrown. "Woohoo! We'll blow you up! Taste my homemade megabomb! Yo-ho!" 2 loud explosions rang out, instantly throwing the group of kimchi members to their knees, leaving them no time to react. In those short 2 seconds, Yifan's morale was naturally boosted. The other girls also rushed out, weapons in hand, shouting, "Wah, I'm Tarzan. Wow, let's go. For Piltover. For the Horde. Kill them. Kick them, Kunba." A group of girls, completely enraged, rushed out like a madwoman, their breasts swaying wildly. The scene was well indescribable. Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. And a bit illegal. The group of young volunteers were thrown into chaos. Not only were they caught off guard and taken completely by surprise, but the fight in the Starfire tribe was also accompanied by seduction. They swore they only wanted to see how the other side would make their moves, but their eyes kept wandering into the gaps between the people, which really affected their fighting. This is quite normal. Imagine you're fighting with someone of the opposite sex. The former was wearing clothes. The latter was only wearing a grass skirt, and the grass skirt didn't cover much at all. Can these 2 fight the same way? Of course not. Counterattack. Counterattack now. Ah, my kumpa. They're so cunning. Watch out, you might get kicked. In addition, Yifan had already given them a heads up. This battle could not leave any survivors. Either Kimchi would die, or they would die. The group of Kimchi was already in a panic, and on top of that, the girls had no sportsmanship. They were either throwing handfuls of dirt at them or kicking them in the groin. The chaotic scene made Yifan secretly shudder. Black flash. Yifan suddenly rushed out of the way. Jinshan was caught off guard by the oncoming black light wave and rolled away. With a soft thud, one of his legs was severed, and his thigh fell to the ground with a thud. The wound was clean, and even the bone was completely flattened. He was the first to notice something was wrong, and therefore the first to react. Luckily, his reaction was quick enough, otherwise that attack could have killed him. Jinshan rolled over and hid behind a rock. With his back against the rock, blood was gushing from his broken leg, and his forehead was covered with large beads of sweat. Pain and fear are eroding his will. Damn it. Level 10. There's actually a level 10. This guy is the clan leader. Damn it. Damn it. He really deserves to die. He gasped for breath and cursed through gritted teeth. Jinshan was filled with remorse. He never imagined that the people he had painstakingly laid an ambush for were already waiting for him at the entrance of his tribe. This was something he never expected. Chapter 50: The Powdered Ball of Little Kimchi. Yifan did not rush over rashly at this moment, because he knew that Jinshan also had excellent grade weapons. The other party is now hiding behind a rock. It would be dangerous to go over there rashly. The 2 sides were now locked in a fierce battle, almost completely embroiled in combat. Therefore, Liu Anuona did not use any skills, otherwise she might have accidentally injured someone. Die! Little Kimchi roared and swung a rusty broadsword at Liu Anuona. Liu Anuona was not afraid at all. Her physical attributes were superior to her opponents, not only in strength, but also in speed, agility, and mental strength. Her face contorted with rage, she dodged to the side, causing the broadsword strike to miss its mark. Liu Anuona then raised her foot and kicked the opponent in the groin. With a loud plop, the immense force smashed the small Kimchi to pieces. Ouch! Little Kimchi cried out in pain, instinctively clutching her groin and lying on the ground, groaning. Her whole body was convulsing and spasming. The pain was unbearable. The next moment, Liu Anuona swung her sword down, the gleaming blade slaying him, blood splattering all over her face. However, she did not linger and charged off elsewhere. The battlefield was somewhat chaotic, and Yifan dared not use his skills carelessly. If he accidentally killed one of his own men, he would be in deep trouble. However, he didn't dare to run around recklessly, and kept his eyes fixed on the stone, with one side of his shoulder showing behind him. Ah! With a roar, a little Kimchi with both arms severed suddenly stood up from the ground and rammed into Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue was also surprised that the corpse on the ground had moved. She didn't know who had slashed it but hadn't finished it off, but it was normal in such a chaotic situation. The man roared and slammed his head against Lin Qingxue's abdomen, slamming her against a tree. Lin Qingxue coughed up blood, her chest tightening, and then smashed a club in her right hand at the man's head. After a few more blows, the man's head was reduced to a pile of mud. At this moment, someone saw an opportunity and swung their knife at Lin Qingxue, yelling, "Damn it, you brat." Lin Qingxue was shocked. There was a giant tree behind her, and she had nowhere to avoid it. She immediately swung her club and smashed it at the other party. The blades and clubs collided with a series of sparks. It was unclear what material the clubs were made of, but they could withstand a direct collision with iron without breaking. "You damn Kimchi! Die!" A furious roar came from behind little Kimchi. With a bang, his head exploded and he fell to the ground. As Xiaopeikai fell, a short-haired girl appeared behind him, who was none other than Wanyu, who was holding a club. Wanyu gasped for breath. "Hu Qingxue, are you all right?" Lin Qingxue pushed aside the corpse in front of her, wiped the sweat from her forehead, but accidentally smeared some blood on it. "I can still manage. Go help everyone." The two went to the battlefield together. Due to being ambushed and having most of the little Kimchi killed, the little Kimchi were naturally at a disadvantage in this battle. At this moment, a small white ball appeared in the hands of several little Kimchi enthusiasts, and their companions were also shocked upon seeing it. "Are you crazy? There are so many people here. We'll get ourselves into trouble." "Never mind. We're all going to die anyway. If we're going to die, we'll take them with us." Aish. Let's do it. Come on. We can't let them get away with this." At this moment, the little Kimchi were almost surrounded. They stood back to back, holding knives, their eyes filled with fear and anger as they stared at the group of girls who were closing in on them. Yifan noticed the small ball in their hands and immediately called out, "Wait, don't rush over there. They're acting strangely." The women were startled and immediately stopped approaching. However, at this moment, the little Kimchi, whose faces were covered in dust and blood, grinned menacingly. "Ha ha ha ha, oh my god. Go to hell." The next moment, the little Kimchi slammed the small balls in their hands at the crowd. At the same time, seeing that the situation was not chaotic and that Nail and Mimi had taken out a monkey head bomb and threw it at the little Kimchi. "I'll lose it too." The popping and banging sounds suddenly rang out like firecrackers. 5 people were instantly killed in the explosion, and several others lay on the ground, groaning in pain. My arm. The entire scene was a sea of pink, with pollen spreading out like a red mist, obscuring everyone's vision. The pink smoke spread quickly, and since the little Kimchi had thrown out almost all the powdered balls, everyone, including Yifan, was caught in it. Everyone within a 70-meter radius was affected. Instantly, everyone felt an unbearable itch and wanted to scratch. Even Jinshan was cursing angrily. "Damn it, these idiots." He was also affected while hiding behind the rocks. He felt both pain and itching, and being caught in the middle was extremely uncomfortable. Yifan wasn't much better off, but his physique was the strongest among them, and he was able to endure it for a while. However, the scene was currently filled with pink, so he immediately ordered, "Everyone, get out of here." As they walked, everyone kept scratching themselves, their necks, thighs, backs, and arms all scratched red. Some people with manicured nails even scratched their skin until it bled. "It's so itchy. What the hell is this? It hurts so much, but it's so itchy. My back is so itchy. Can someone scratch it for me?" Everyone was complaining bitterly, but fortunately, the last bomb had almost wiped out the Kimchi tribe. Yifan stepped out over the corpses scattered on the ground. Among them, someone who wasn't quite dead grabbed his foot, only to be slashed to death by him. However, after emerging from the mist, Yifan also began to scratch, though he didn't scratch as vigorously. Seeing that everyone's skin was bleeding profusely from scratching, Yifan immediately instructed Liu Anuona and the other higher-level players to tie them up with vines to prevent them from breaking their blood vessels if they continued to scratch. Liu Anuona and the others were also in great pain. Their legs were trembling as they walked, but they were able to grit their teeth and persevere, relying on their strong will to not scratch. "Yifan, won't it cause problems if we tie him up?" Liu Anuona asked. "No, I just checked with a crystal ball. This pollen can cause skin allergies, but the effects are short-lived, lasting at most 10 minutes. There are no other effects, just intense itching. You all stay away. Once the fog clears, most of them will be dead and won't be able to cause any trouble," Yifan said calmly. "Good." Liu Anuona used various binding techniques to tie up the hands and feet of the students who were scratching. However, those who were bound were also in great discomfort, as they wanted to scratch but could not. Therefore, he could only breathe heavily with his mouth open, sticking out his tongue, and constantly twisting his head, as if he was in great discomfort. Chapter 51: Jinshan's Last Stand. The pink mist came and went quickly, carried away by the forest breeze. At this moment, Yi Fan could see everything around him. Several men, covered in blood, slowly rose from the pile of corpses, still holding large knives in their hands. They looked at Yi Fan with resentment, exhaling heavy breaths. Almost no part of their bodies was intact. They were covered in blood. Yi Fan was also shocked by this terrifying scene. The other party's appearance was truly horrifying. At this moment, Jinshan also dragged his injured body out from behind the rock. He still had great difficulty, even standing. Jinshan was also speechless. He hadn't even shown his power yet, and things had already turned out like this. It seems that being one step ahead always leads to being one step ahead in everything. Looking at this scene and the state of his people, Jinshan knew he could no longer live. Even if he exhausts all the magic crystals he has, he might not be able to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at Jinshan's venomous eyes and didn't rush forward. He could sense that Jinshan looked somewhat dangerous, and even in his current state, he was not to be underestimated. You must be the chieftain of the Starfire tribe, Jinshan asked through gritted teeth. You know perfectly well what I'm asking. Yi Fan replied coldly. Fine. You killed my men, so I'll send you on your way too. You'll die alongside my people. Yi Fan naturally scoffed. Send me on my way? Do you have that kind of ability? Yi Fan was about to make his move when Jinshan was one step ahead of him. Jinshan's face was contorted with rage as he held the large knife in his hand and plunged it fiercely into his abdomen. Immediately, he felt a sweet taste in his mouth, and streams of blood gushed out. Yi Fan was also startled and quickly withdrew the skill he was about to activate. Damn, has this guy gone mad? Chieftain, Brother Shan. No, the few still living kimchi kids shouted. Ha ha ha, are you crazy? Jinshan laughed maniacally. My crippled body is no match for you, but the vengeful ghost I've transformed into can. Come out, skeleton soldiers. The next moment, to everyone's puzzled gaze, Jinshan's entire body surface gushed out like water, forming a puddle of something that flowed onto the ground, emitting an unbearable stench. The once magnificent Jinshan is now nothing but a skeleton, its jaw still clicking and making a clanging sound of bones hitting each other. A red flame burned on its chest, and two more red flames burned in its empty eyes, resembling eyes themselves. Yi Fan didn't hesitate. Although he didn't know how this thing got out, it was definitely aimed at him. He roared. Black flash. A black beam of light slashed out, but the skeleton dodged it with surprising agility. Then the skeleton soldier, like a wild beast, wielded a large sword and slashed at the few little kimchi. Not good. Oh no. Damn it. The group was shocked, but they couldn't outrun the thing at all. They were killed by the skeleton in just a couple of quick strikes. Yi Fan suddenly realized something and shouted. Aina, quickly get them away from here. Liu Anuona and the others were also transferring the wounded. Because it was a surprise attack, there were no deaths, only 3 seriously injured and 5 slightly injured. Yi Fan dared not be careless. The skeleton in front of him was not Jinshan at all, but a monster that seemed to be related to the knife in his hand. The young kimchi, hacked to death with the broadsword, collapsed to the ground. Their skins quickly rotted, emitting a foul stench, and then 4 skeletal skeletons crawled out from beneath them. Everyone witnessed this scene and was utterly horrified, feeling a deep sense of lingering fear. If they had fought Jinshan head-on back then, and Jinshan had killed 1 or 2 of them, their entire clan would have been wiped out. The skeleton did not attack rashly, seemingly possessing some intelligence. The skeletons that had just been assimilated had little intelligence. Upon seeing a living person, they attacked Yi Fan with a series of cracking sounds. Without hesitation, Yi Fan unleashed several slashes. Black flash. Black flash. With a whoosh, several black beams of light instantly sliced the small skeletons in half. However, the skeletons did not die. Instead, they picked up the broken bones from the ground and set them back together. Indestructible. Yi Fan was immediately astonished. With a thought, Yi Fan suddenly saw the crystal ball appear before him. Skeleton soldiers, undead. Grade, brass. A cursed race, possessing eternal life, yet fearing only divine power. Of course, perhaps stewing their bones in soup would be a good experience. Divine power? What the hell? Where the hell am I supposed to find divine power? Damn your Kingsoft, you son of a bitch. You made me this piece of junk. Yi Fan cursed angrily. Gulu Yi Fan swallowed hard. How was he supposed to fight an unkillable monster? Calm down. Calm down. Yi Fan held the katana, while the assassin's gaze remained fixed on the skeleton before him. If the opponent was unkillable, how did Jinshan and his group obtain this katana? No. There must be a way to kill this guy. However, at this moment, the skeleton suddenly moved. He was as light as a swallow and took a few steps to cross over, wielding his big sword and slashing fiercely at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, naturally unperturbed, drew his sword to defend. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere. The skeleton was incredibly strong, and having jumped up, it managed to suppress Yi Fan for a moment. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, his arms bulging with veins, and the flames burning in the eyes of the skull so close to him intensified, his strength increasing as well. Just then, a club swept past Yi Fan and struck the skeleton, accompanied by a furious roar. "Get out of my way!" The skeleton was not stupid. It immediately jumped back and moved away, causing Wanyu to miss her target. "Why are you here? Where are Aina and the others?" They were in the Kimchi tribe. The rest of them were killed by Aina. "This guy is invincible, be careful," Yi Fan warned. "Can't be beaten to death?" It can be reassembled, but I don't know if it can be reassembled if it's broken into pieces." Yi Fan pondered. Wanyu's eyes darted around, and suddenly she remembered something. "Do you remember the Imperial advisor in Journey to the West who challenged Sun Wukong to a rainmaking contest and got his head chopped off?" Yi Fan wasn't stupid. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood. "I get it." It seems the crystal ball meant that. Understanding what he meant, Yi Fan immediately rushed forward, wielding his katana in his right hand, and charged forward in a few strides. Black flash. With a flash of black light, Yi Fan dispatched the small Karami skeletons, then immediately kicked at their heads, yelling, "Get lost!" Several skulls flew into the distant forest, and the headless skulls immediately picked up their feet and pieced them back together before running into the forest. The skeleton also witnessed this scene. Possessing intelligence, it sensed something was amiss. The flames in its eyes flickered restlessly. This skeleton is clearly stronger than those little Karami. Yi Fan must be careful. Chapter 52. We have enough materials to upgrade the shelter. Yi Fan caught sight of that flickering flame. "What? You're panicking?" Even the undead fear death. The skeleton, of course, did not answer Yi Fan's question. It made cracking noises all over its body, and then charged at Yi Fan. Good timing. Black flash. Black flash. Black flash. Yi Fan used up almost all of his magic crystals without holding back. A single slash was simply not enough to defeat this guy, and it might even miss. However, the 4 or 5 slashes delivered at once completely blocked the skeleton's escape route, which was exactly what Yi Fan wanted. Several black beams of light arrived in an instant. The skeleton instinctively tried to dodge, but Yi Fan's attacks were simply too dense this time. If you haven't achieved anything after using up all the magic crystals you have, that would be really a shame. Although the skeleton possessed intelligence, it couldn't dodge this free-for-all attack. Several beams of light slashed through the air, slicing its body into several pieces. Head, limbs, spine, leg bones were all severed. "Wanyu!" Yi Fan shouted hurriedly. Before he could finish speaking, a nimble figure flashed past him from behind, leaping forward to catch the severed skull. "I got it!" Wanyu exclaimed with delight. "Leave quickly," Yi Fan urged. "Good." Wanyu sprang to her feet with a somersault, which startled Yi Fan, but there was no time to be surprised at the moment. The skeleton's legs and hands were crawling back up the body like a spider, and they would be completely healed in less than 2.5 seconds. "Where do you want to run?" "Kimchi tribe." "Good." Wanyu held onto the skull's head tightly, refusing to let go. Flames flickered in the skull's eyes, pulsating violently. "What should we do when we get to the tribe?" Wanyu asked at this moment. To be honest, this was her idea, but now she doesn't know where to put her head. This thing is somewhat intelligent. Even if it's thrown far away, it might still find the head and come back to kill them. "Throw it in the pot," Yi Fan shouted. The two ran all the way, and since they were not far from the Kimchi village, it was only a minute or two away. The two ran ahead, with a headless skeleton chasing behind them, seemingly saying, "Give me back my head." The water in the pot was boiling. The people from the Kimchi tribe used to cook here. Without a word, Yi Fan threw his head into the pot to stew. Seeing the skeleton chasing after him again, Yi Fan immediately shouted, "Quick, stop it!" Seeing this, Liu Anuona and the others naturally understood. "Attack him!" Those who were physically fit rushed forward and gave the mangled body a sound beating, smashing it to pieces. Then each of them took a bone. These bones seemed to act like magnets, trying to gather together, but it was clearly impossible for a group of people to do so while holding them in their hands. The pot continued to boil, and the flames in those eyes gradually dimmed. The skull was thoroughly cooked. About 10 minutes later, The bones in everyone's hands suddenly stopped trembling and completely lost their life. Seeing this, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that besides divine power, stewing can also kill this thing. What if, by some chance, eating itself is a sacred thing? Lin Qingxue said, carrying a sheep on her back. You're right, perhaps the act of eating itself possesses a sacred power. As for the reason, Yi Fan couldn't explain it either. It's just that in some places, people would perform rituals to thank the gods for their blessings before eating. Food is a gift from the gods. It's like stewing the skeleton to make it food. The gods then bestow the food, and the skeleton will naturally die. After all, there's no such thing as food that can move and kill people. Of course, Yi Fan didn't dwell on the matter any further. Now that everyone in the Kimchi tribe is dead, it's time to take stock of the harvest. The Kimchi tribe is doing quite well, at least they don't lack food. Ding! You have massacred the Kimchi tribe. Obtained 5 live sheep. Obtained 25 rotten greatswords. Obtained the dead man's greatsword, X1. Received 4,000 stones. Received 5,000 wood. Obtained 20 torn leather shorts. Obtained the gatekeeper's key X1. Obtained iron X70. Obtained 1 bow and arrow research blueprint. Wow, this is much faster than fighting goblins. Yi Fan was also pleasantly surprised. You only get so few loot from defeating a goblin tribe, but now you can get so many resources from defeating a level 1 tribe. It's amazing. However, looking back, the danger was considerable. If they hadn't gained the upper hand and the bomb hadn't disrupted the enemy's formation, some people might have died, or even been wiped out by that big sword. Yi Fan didn't rush to check the properties of certain items. His priority was to get everything back first. He sent a message to Su Ma Miao, who was on patrol. Notify everyone else in the tribe to come to the place I'm marked. Su Ma Miao was patrolling near the tribe's fence with a club in her hand, responsible for patrolling the tribe. Upon seeing the message, she stopped and asked, Okay, shall we go together? Yi Fan, no need. You 5 continue patrolling. That way we'll know if anything happens. Just send the rest of you. Okay, no problem. Su Ma Miao immediately spread the news, and the girls who were cutting down trees stopped, their eyes filled with joy. Moving things. Very good. We're sure to have gained a lot this time. Definitely, it must be quite a lot to move with so many people. Quick, everyone, let's go help. A group of girls cheered and ran towards the marked location. This was definitely a great success. Among them were several live sheep. These sheep had horns that spiraled like snails, and they were grumpy, trying to butt people whenever they saw them. They were full of energy. Liu Anuona kicked a sheep over, walked over and hoisted it onto her shoulder. You big fat sheep. I'll stew you tonight, and you still dare to talk back to me. Which one is on top? Someone joked. Liu Anuona was speechless. Old driver, move aside, you're blocking the way. Yi Fan, standing at the door, rolled his eyes slightly. These experienced drivers were practically speeding they were speeding recklessly. Soon, the people from the tribe arrived at the Kimchi village to carry things, following the markings on the map. The move lasted until the sun began to set. Looking at the abundant supplies, Yi Fan decided to upgrade the shelter. He looked excitedly at the mountain of stones and wood, his eyes filled with satisfaction. We have enough materials. We can finally upgrade our shelter to level 2. The other girls were also standing next to Yi Fan. They were equally excited. With the shelter upgraded, they would be safer. After working so hard for so long, it was time to see the rewards. Upgrade. Level 2 shelter. Ding. You will consume 50 beast cores, 10,000 stones, and 10,000 wood to upgrade your shelter to a level 2 outpost. Upgrade now. Yes. Ding, upgrading you. Estimated time 3 hours. Everyone looked on with anticipation. Now they could finally upgrade their shelter. Chapter 53 Upgrade. Level 2 Shelter. Seeing that it would take 3 hours, Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry. All he could do now was wait. It takes 3 hours to upgrade to level 2, so wouldn't it take even longer to upgrade to level 3? It seems I'll have to find a better time to upgrade in the future. Yi Fan muttered to himself. With less than 2 hours until sunset, the problem shouldn't be too serious. Call. A cold wind blew by, bringing with it a strong smell of blood. Yi Fan could tell from the movement of his hair that the wind was coming from the south. There is a great evil in the south, something Yi Fan cannot afford to offend, but he is also very curious about what exactly exists in the south. So Yi Fan took out the crystal ball, wanting to see what the divination results would be for the day, even though it was getting dark. 1. About 4 kilometers to the east, a few strange, lone creatures seem to have just arrived. If you can take them in, they might be able to serve you. Danger level. 2 stars. 2. A group of uninvited guests have arrived from the west. They have eaten and drunk their fill and are now resting and recuperating. Danger level, 2 stars. 3. A loud snoring sound comes from the south, as if something terrible is sleeping. It is powerful enough to destroy your fragile tribe. Danger level, 3.5 stars. Yi Fan was taken aback upon seeing this, because the first suggestion seemed quite good. Was it about gaining some subordinates? Or was it about a pet beast? Yi Fan wasn't sure either, but it was already late, so he could only go and see it during the day tomorrow. The 4-kilometer distance would take at least an hour to walk, so it was still quite a distance. Wow, could we get some little pets? It's possible. Ideally, it would be some cats or dogs. I actually wish those things could fight. That would be wonderful. 4 kilometers is so far. I wonder if it's dangerous. If we're careful, we should be fine. We don't know if we'll encounter any monsters along the way. The group engaged in a heated discussion, showing great interest in what lay 4 kilometers to the east. Yi Fan gnawed on a lamb leg and drank lamb soup. There were some herbs in the pot, which, after being identified by the crystal ball, were found to enhance the aroma and flavor. This is something most people don't possess. Although Yi Fan's crystal ball can't provide combat power so far, information acquisition is obviously more important here. However, whenever he calms down, he always thinks about one question. Where exactly is this place? At times like this, Yi Fan would check the chat channel, hoping someone could find even the slightest clue. Evil Dragon Tribe. Damn it. We went out to explore today, walked for 4 or 5 hours, and all we saw were mountains. 4 people even died. I'm speechless. Iron-blooded tribe. Mountains? We're surrounded by rocks, endless rocks. Where are we? Snow King Tribe. When you're in a bad mood, just have a cup of our homemade fruit tea. It's delicious and inexpensive. Third Sister Tribe. It's nothing but monsters, and besides, does anyone know how those monsters knew where our camp was? Courage Tribe. What the person upstairs said is indeed very strange. Those monsters seem to have come to us on their own initiative. It's really strange. Why did they find us? And why did they choose to find us? Yi Fan looked around and found that everyone was either asking questions or expressing doubts. No one knew the answer yet. Nobody knows where this is. Nobody knows where those monsters came from. No one knows how those monsters knew the location of their camp. Liu Anuona and the others were equally puzzled. They knew far too little and could only take things one step at a time. Just then, a notification sound came. Ding. Your tribe has successfully upgraded to level 2. Outpost defense. Everyone's previously tired expressions brightened with a cheerful sound from the ding. It's a success. It's been upgraded. Take a look. Everyone immediately looked towards the shack, only to see that the originally simple shack was disappearing at an extremely fast speed, slowly dissipating like dust. At the same time, solid bluestone bricks began to be laid out, transforming the city into a 2-story main city, resembling a double-layered cake, except that it was not circular but square. The surrounding wooden fence also disappeared, replaced by solid bluestone brick walls, which were significantly stronger than before. The pot that was originally used for simple stewing soup has now been transformed into a dedicated kitchen for cooking. The joy on everyone's faces was indescribable, and they smiled unconsciously. This change filled them with a sense of security, and they were so grateful to little Kimchi this time. Quick, go in and check it out. Let's go, let's go. Lin Qingxua moved closer to Yi Fan and took his hand, saying, Come on, let's go take a look too. Okay. Yi Fan followed the others inside. The camp was no longer a dilapidated shack resembling a cattle or sheep pen, but a place with a bluestone floor. Besides the bluestone floor, there were stone beds on both sides. Yi Fan counted them, and there were 46 beds in total, about the same size as the bunk beds in the school. Furthermore, each bed was covered with dry grass. The grass was not prickly and would not cause itching. Although it was not as good as cotton, the conditions were already very good for the time being. Great. We have beds. A girl jumped onto the bed. She was finally free from the crowd with everyone else. Everyone had their own little bed. There are 23 beds on each side, and the beds are spaced 1 meter apart, which is still quite spacious. At the far end was a large fireplace with a burning flame, which brought warmth to the entire hall, ensuring that no one would wake up from the cold at night. The camp gate has been replaced with a sturdier stone gate. Although it is heavy, anyone who has reached level 5 can push it open, so it is not difficult. Looking at all this, Yi Fan's face, which hadn't shown a smile in a long time, finally broke into a smile, as if he were very pleased. Everyone searched for their own beds. Since they were all the same, No one fought or grabbed. Everyone got one. There were stone steps on both sides near the fireplace, and Yi Fan, Lin Qingxue, and the others went up to check them out. Yi Fan's private shack is gone. It has now been replaced by his private room on the second floor. The second floor is a separate room with a wooden bed with a palm fiber mesh woven in the middle, a type of bed that used to be very common in the village. The bed was covered with withered grass, and on top of that was a huge tiger skin. A neatly folded tiger skin blanket sat at the corner of the bed. "Looks like this is my private room," Yi Fan said with some excitement. In the corner of the room, there is a small, private fireplace, complete with a table and stools. Yi Fan pushed open the wooden door on the second floor and went out. He even had a private balcony. "Wow, I'm so envious. Qingxue, you can sleep here with Yi Fan tonight," Liu Anuona said with a hint of schadenfreude. As she spoke, Liu Anuona wrapped her arms around Wanyu's neck. "You agree, right, Wanyu? This is quite enviable, huh?" Lin Qingxue blushed instantly, her face turning bright red. These two mischievous friends dared to say anything. Chapter 54. Qingxue, you are so beautiful. The group went outside to the balcony, which was surrounded by railings made of bluestone bricks, similar to ancient city walls. However, all that could be seen was pitch blackness. Nothing could be seen except for the blurry outlines of the giant trees, which made one's heart race. A cold wind was blowing from the balcony, making the group feel rather chilly. The group glanced around and then went inside. It was indeed cold and dark outside, which was quite frightening. Liu Anuona yawned, her mouth wide open. "You guys should get some rest. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to bed." "I'm also exhausted after a long day," Wanyu said. "Anuona, hold Wanyu tight," Yi Fan reminded her, not forgetting what Wanyu had told him last night. Liu Anuona nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, I will protect Wanyu." Seeing this, Yi Fan felt relieved, and the two women followed one after the other downstairs. Yi Fan then opened the information about the shelter. Clan level 2. Hold fast at the front. A shelter that provides basic self-defense capabilities might offer you a sense of security. Symbolism, a shift from passive escape to active defense, the budding of order. Upgrading to level 3. Dawn Fortress requires 200 monster cores, 50,000 stones, 50,000 wood, and 100 civilization points. Besides this information, Yi Fan noticed that his interface had some additions, including several new buildings and special skills. The added buildings include Watchtower. High vantage point provides a better view. User will receive a 300% boost to ranged weapon damage. Altar. The altar will select a suitable person to be a priest for you. The priest possesses unique abilities. Bianongxi. This department will select a suitable person for you to inherit Shinong's abilities and become a farm girl. Magic Tower provides skills and spells for everyone to learn. These are the 4 buildings that have been added so far, and Yi Fan is very interested in them all. However, apart from the Watchtower, the other 3 require 50 magic crystals each. As for iron, stone, wood, etc., Yi Fan currently has enough. "It seems I need to get some magic crystals as soon as possible." Yi Fan counted his inventory and found that he currently only had 30 magic crystals. The only way to obtain magic crystals at present is by smelting certain materials from monsters. Therefore, to obtain magic crystals, you must continuously slaughter monsters. In addition, his crystal ball also gained a new ability. Divination Crystal, a powerful magical artifact, seemingly an item belonging to a witch. New abilities will be unlocked as the tribe's level increases. 1. Divination of good and bad fortune. The divination result is based on the tribe's strength. Please remember that this is only a prediction, not the actual outcome. Please make appropriate arrangements. 2. Holy Light. The crystal ball bursts forth with a dazzling light, causing a blinding effect on all units except friendly units, resulting in a 3-second blinding effect. It is extremely effective against undead creatures. Yi Fan was overjoyed. Now that the crystal ball had acquired new skills, it was naturally something to celebrate. If the Holy Light had been there before, the skeleton that Jin Shan turned into would have been no match for it at all. In addition, it had a 3-second blinding effect, which was very useful. Don't underestimate those 3 seconds. Anyone who has experienced how annoying Teemo's blindness can be. Being unable to see anything for 3 seconds opens up a whole host of possibilities and makes it incredibly useful. Yi Fan, aren't you going to sleep yet? Lin Qingxue's slightly sleepy voice came from beside Yi Fan's ear. Yi Fan took a deep breath. Sleep now. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue smiled gently and then walked towards the bed, as she was indeed a little sleepy. However, Yi Fan hummed a song as he strode to the bedside and removed all his armor and weapons. What's wrong? Why are you humming a song? Lin Qingxue asked, somewhat puzzled. Seeing this, Yi Fan took out something, which was the fish bladder that had been dried earlier. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue's heart also raced. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Yi Fan, when did you get it? Hee, Aina just secretly gave it to me. Bring it on. Leaf. Before Lin Qingxue could finish speaking, Yi Fan's lips sealed her words. This was the first time for both of them. Although he has watched quite a few adult films, he has never actually tried it himself. The two were so close that their breaths brushed against each other, making them feel a little itchy. The night was quiet, so quiet that you could hear each other's heartbeats. Yi Fan could feel Lin Qingxue's heartbeat. My heart was pounding like a deer's. Lin Qingxue swallowed hard. It's coming. A moment later, Lin Qingxue bit her lip, and tears slid down her cheeks. Yi Fan, his face flushed and covered in a fine layer of sweat, asked, What's wrong? No, nothing. I just wanted to call you. Qingxue, you're so beautiful. As long as you like it. Liu Anuona and Wan Yu's bed was near the stairs. Although the noise on the second floor was low, Liu Anuona practically had to press her ear against it. Aina, are you sure you're okay with this? Wan Yu asked. Don't worry. They're fine. There won't be any problems. Liu Anuona joked. Wan Yu blushed slightly and stopped worrying. Judging from the voice, it didn't sound like anything was wrong. If something was wrong, then it was a good thing. I'm worried about potential side effects later, like Lin Qingxue developing a lump in her stomach. After a while, the creaking sounds from upstairs became more rapid. Yi Fan hugged Qingxue tightly with both hands. Qingxue, I love you too. After a long and tender time, the two gradually fell asleep, sleeping soundly until the early hours of the morning when Mengming's voice suddenly rang out. Something's coming. Everyone get up. Chapter 55 The Ape Men Invade. Yi Fan was struggling between consciousness and sleepiness when he heard these words. Then, the sound of footsteps going upstairs came from behind him, and Yi Fan suddenly sat up. Just then, he saw Liu Anuona, looking somewhat panicked, running up without even putting on her clothes. Before he could even express his surprise, he immediately asked, What's wrong? What happened? Liu Anuona took a breath. Something's coming. Last time there were torches. This time there are a dozen or 20. Yi Fan almost jumped up. He immediately pushed open the wooden door on the second floor and rushed to the balcony. On the balcony, he indeed saw bright flames approaching them from afar. Yi Fan took a deep breath, and the cold air immediately filled his lungs, making him much more awake. Quickly, prepare for battle. After saying that, Yi Fan put on his weapons and equipment and headed towards the stone wall. Even if those monsters that looked like humans wanted to get in, they would have to break through the stone wall first, and Yi Fan wasn't sure if the stone wall could withstand them. When he came downstairs, everyone was carrying weapons. Some had clubs, some had broadswords. Now everyone in his tribe had a weapon, and their fighting power was incomparable to what it used to be. Exhaustion and solemnity were written on everyone's face. They had only slept for about 5 or 6 hours, and had not slept well at all. Some of them were still injured from fighting with the Kimchi tribe during the day and needed rest as well. Yi Fan, should we charge out or wait for them to break into the camp? Someone asked. Winter Melon's sister stepped forward with a club. Since we're going to fight anyway, let's just charge out and kill them. Yes, we've upgraded to a level 2 main city now. Our strength has greatly increased. We shouldn't be afraid. Yi Fan listened to everyone's analysis and felt that it made sense. The firelight was coming from the west, which should be the thing that was divined on the crystal ball. Although it was very dangerous for them before, it is not insurmountable for them now, proving that according to the crystal ball's calculations, they are capable of dealing with these things. After thinking it through, Yi Fan no longer hesitated. Let's go. We're just short of some magic crystals. Yi Fan stormed out with his black-scaled katana, followed by a group of people armed with weapons. Lin Qingxue stayed behind with the wounded because she was trembling as she walked. Everyone was hiding behind the wall. Mengming was the first to spot the torches, and she came to Yi Fan's side. Yi Fan, I've counted them. There are 20 torches in total, which means there are at least 20 monsters. You'd better be careful. Yi Fan took Mengming's reminder to heart. Don't worry, you guys don't have much fighting power. Go back and hide. Leave this to me. Good. Mengming led a few night patrolmen and rushed towards the shelter. They dared not remain on the battlefield. Just then, a rustling sound came from outside the wall, seemingly the sound of too many people walking around. Someone swallowed hard. Their breathing became labored. They didn't know what kind of monster they were facing, and for a moment, none of them dared to be careless. Just then, several tinkling sounds rang out, seemingly coming from the top of the stone wall. What's that sound? One Yu asked softly. I don't know. It sounded like metal hitting a stone wall. Ironware. It can't be wrong. Don't move, I'll lead the way. If I don't go, you don't go either. Unless there's a special situation and you have no other choice, you can go, Yifan said seriously. The girls all nodded. There were no fires burning nearby, so it was pitch black. Even to their own people, it was all a dark mass. Attention everyone. Be careful not to get hurt. I'll use the crystal ball to illuminate the area in a moment, so use that opportunity to kill them quickly. Good. Learn. Receive. The stone wall is 4 meters high, which is not particularly high, but it should be enough to keep out some strange beasts. But it's hard to say about humanoid creatures. They had seen some vague outlines before, and the other party was probably a monster with hands and feet. At this moment, a noise came from the stone wall above Yifan's head. A dark shadow suddenly appeared above. Yifan couldn't see it clearly, only a large, dark blob that was moving. The enemy, Yifan thought to himself. Any creature that enters, except for members of our own tribe, is an enemy. It could never be anything else. Several more figures quickly climbed up the stone wall. Sure enough, humanoid creatures can still climb these stone walls. Yifan didn't rush to make a move. He was positioned directly below the wall, and as long as he didn't move, he believed that the things above wouldn't notice him. Yifan didn't think the other party had night vision, otherwise they wouldn't need to use torches. A dozen or so figures climbed up the stone wall, and then suddenly a dark figure jumped down from the 4-meter-high wall. With a soft thud, it landed steadily more than 2 meters in front of Yifan. Yifan remained motionless. The girls almost forgot to breathe. They dared not move. Firstly, they couldn't see clearly. Secondly, Yifan hadn't moved yet. And thirdly, they hadn't been discovered yet, so they were out of danger. Several thuds sounded one after another as they landed. Yifan was waiting. He waited until most of them had come down. Yifan couldn't make out the monsters clearly, but their dark outlines seemed somewhat human-like, and they were wriggling and looking around. The monsters in front did not attack rashly, but waited for their companions to come over. Their intelligence far surpassed that of the goblins. At this moment, a torch suddenly appeared above the stone wall. Yifan thought to himself, oh no, the torch will expose our location. He made a decisive decision and stopped waiting. Yifan threw out the crystal ball and shouted, holy light shines. The crystal ball suddenly burst forth with a dazzling white light, illuminating the entire tribal area. 3 seconds. Everyone only has 3 seconds. Kill them all. Yifan shouted as he charged forward, wielding his katana. The monsters covered their eyes. They had been lurking in the darkness, and being suddenly exposed to the dazzling light was extremely uncomfortable for them. They couldn't even open their eyes. Many people have experienced this situation. For example, you are sleeping soundly, and your roommate suddenly turns on the light. Who understands the agonizing feeling of sudden daylight? I can't even open my eyes. Yifan finally saw clearly what they were facing. The monsters in front of them were all ape men with tails. They still had no hair left on their bodies, and how do you put it? They looked like Sun Wukong without clothes or armor. Of course, these ape men were very ugly. They were also holding spears and stone axes, which were stained with blood, as if they had recently hunted something. Kill them. Stormblade. Black flash. The crowd rushed forward quickly, and they could do a lot of things with just 3 seconds of light. Liu Anuona rushed into the crowd, her sharp blade severing the arms of several ape men and cutting off most of their bodies. The ape man immediately let out a shrill scream. Wanyu wielded a mallet and began to smash their heads. With a few quick blows, she shattered the skulls of several ape men, and some warm liquid immediately splattered out. They didn't care whether it was blood or brains. They were used to fighting, used to the smell of blood, and their eyes were only filled with the desire to kill their opponents and level up. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out from the stone wall. Yifan looked closely and discovered that it was actually a rather heroic-looking ape man holding a stone stick in its hand. The stick was about the thickness of Yifan's thigh and about 1.5 meters long, while the ape man was about 3 meters tall, which looked a bit exaggerated. Su Lai. Yifan was also surprised and doubtful. This ape man really does look quite similar to Su Lai. Chapter 56 Battle Ape King. However, now was not the time to be surprised. Yifan immediately unleashed a slash upwards. Black flash. With a whoosh, a black beam of light shot towards the ape man. The ape man remained calm upon seeing this, swung his giant club horizontally, and blocked the attack in one fell swoop. leaving not even a mark on the stone pillar. What? Yifan was also shocked. He didn't expect that his skills couldn't break this thing. This is not scientific. A series of booming sounds suddenly rang out. It was from several campfires being lit to provide light for the battlefield. The holy light emanating from the crystal ball had vanished, and it then hovered in front of Yifan. Ape King. Rank, late bronze. When the tiger's away, the monkey reigns supreme, a clever fellow indeed. He seemed to have had some alcohol, though I don't know where it came from. It seemed to have some special effect. Yifan then swept his gaze toward the stick. Exorcising stick. Forged from anti-magic stone, it's immune to most magical attacks. It's a pretty good item. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Yifan glanced at it briefly, paying particular attention to the strange stick. I didn't expect it to be immune to magic attacks. No wonder my black flash was useless. Yifan suddenly realized. Black flash unleashed a black magical sword wave, so it was naturally immune to the staff. Therefore, magic attacks are useless. The only option left is physical attacks. Yifan confronted the ape-man with his knife. The ape-man overlord was filled with shock and anger as he saw that most of his kin had died. The roaring ape-man, holding a club in one hand and pounding his chest with the other, roared in fury. With a loud hum, the roar momentarily stunned everyone. In that instant, an ape-man wielding a spear lunged at Wanyu. Wanyu reacted quickly, twisting away the moment she regained consciousness. But a piece of flesh was still torn open on her waist, and blood flowed freely. Liu Anuona immediately launched a flying kick with her long legs, knocking the ape-man to the ground. She then drew her twin swords and slashed at his neck. Dare to hurt Wanyu? Dot. With a splattering sound, blood splattered. Watch out for those spears. Ouch, that hurts. An inch longer, an inch stronger, everyone be careful. In those few seconds, the group had already killed most of the ape-men. Now, including the ape-man overlord, there were only 6 monsters left, which were not difficult to deal with. Upon seeing many of his kin dead, the ape-man overlord leaped from his high position, wielding his giant club like Su Lai's great flash, and slashed fiercely at Yifan. A whooshing sound filled the air as the ape-man overlord moved with incredible speed, its massive body displaying agility beyond belief. Yifan naturally dared not take the blow head-on. Although they were both at the bronze level, the opponent's strength was greater than his, and at this moment, the opponent was performing a leaping strike in midair, so the power was absolutely terrifying. Yifan immediately rolled forward, passing under the ape-man, and then rolled to the base of the stone wall, dodging the attack. Bang! With a loud crash, accompanied by some dust, the giant club smashed down, creating a crater the size of a walk in the ground. Debris flew everywhere. It was quite frightening. It looked at the corpses of its people all over the ground with a ferocious expression, carrying the giant club on its shoulder, looking utterly evil. The ape-man overlord and the remaining ape-men huddled together for warmth. Most of their men had died, while Yifan's side only had 3 injured, and they were all minor injuries. Yifan didn't rush to act. Instead, he looked at the murdered corpses. Just as the ape-man overlord stepped forward to attack, the ape-men's corpses suddenly began to decompose rapidly, and a stench immediately filled the air. The surrounding campfires flickered, as if the atmosphere were ominous. The ape-man overlord was also startled, not understanding what had happened. The next moment, the dead ape-men stood up, but now they were all skeletons. A series of cracking sounds rang out as the white skeletons collided and clashed. The ape-man overlord was also greatly surprised, and a trace of fear and doubt appeared in his pupils. The sword Wanyu was holding was Jinshan's sword, the great sword of the dead. The dead man's greatsword, excellent grade, ominous blade. Weapon level, LV2, after 1 tempering. Wearing level, LV10. Skill, resurrection, consumes a magic crystal to enchant the blade. 1 magic crystal can revive a slain creature for 1 minute, making it at your command. An ominous object, it seems, acquired such wondrous power merely from a light touch by the undead king. He was curious about the big sword from the beginning, so he studied it. Each attack requires enchanting. If the enchantment is a small magic crystal, the monster that is killed will turn into a skeleton soldier for 1 minute. Of course, if you use 10 magic crystals for this strike, it will last for 10 minutes. However, this knife has a fatal flaw. The final strike must be the last, the one that kills, otherwise it will not work. Yifan smiled and counted. A total of 6 skeleton soldiers stood up. He was pleasantly surprised. With 6 more helpers, the advantage is in my hands. At this moment, the ape-man overlord was unable to escape, as the skeleton soldiers charged towards him with spears. The roaring ape king swung his giant club, creating a gust of wind that sent the skeleton soldiers flying with several loud bangs. Before it could even rejoice, Yi Fan's low growl came from behind. Die, you big dummy. Yi Fan moved with incredible speed, unleashing 2 slashes towards the back of the ape-man overlord. 2 black flashes passed by in an instant. One of them struck the back of the ape-man overlord, tearing a large gash in his back and revealing his heaving lungs. Another slash was blocked by another ape-man who rushed up, but that ape-man was also killed by the slash. The ape-man overlord reacted immediately, turning his back to the stone wall and glaring menacingly at the crowd while holding his giant club in both hands. Blood gushed down his back. At this moment, the ape-man overlord was at his wit's end, and only death awaited him. Before Yi Fan and the others could make another move, the ape king suddenly pulled out the wine gourd hanging from his waist and took 2 big gulps. The Gulu ape-man overlord drank it down in a big gulp, and then his body visibly grew larger, reaching a height of over 4 meters. Everyone gasped in surprise. What is that? Holy crap, it's gotten bigger. Ding 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 has grown bigger too. Is this the important point? It seems not. Hit him with a prickly sound. Great idea. The group chattered loudly, plotting amongst themselves, but the giant ape naturally couldn't understand them. Chapter 57 Skill. Earth-shattering. Yi Fan and the others did not attack rashly. This guy's current strength seems to have reached the silver level, and its dying counterattack must be extremely terrifying. Yi Fan saw no need to risk everyone's lives, so he immediately shouted, "Everyone, step back and spread out." The group immediately dispersed, not gathering together, but still forming a circle that surrounded the giant ape. At this moment, the enlarged ape-man overlord could be described as a giant ape. It held a giant club, its face was ferocious and twisted, and its whole body was dripping blood, but it was not dead, and its vitality was extremely tenacious. Call! Call! The giant ape began to pant. It had its eyes on Yi Fan, and was convinced that Yi Fan was the boss here. Even if it meant death, it was determined to replace Yi Fan. The giant ape suddenly roared, and charged at Yi Fan with its giant staff. The giant ape unleashed a burst of speed, its enormous size giving it a speed beyond its capabilities, as it slammed its club down on Yi Fan. Yi Fan was not afraid. He dodged to the side and brushed past the giant stick. The giant ape tried to pick up the giant club, but Yi Fan seized the opportunity, stepped onto the club, and then used the momentum to leap up and attack the giant ape. Yi Fan charged forward, giving the giant ape no chance, and slashed fiercely at its chest. Black flash. If this attack had landed, the giant ape would have had no chance of survival. However, the giant ape decisively released its giant club, jumped to the left to dodge, and reached out to grab a girl's hand. The girl was immediately shocked, but she was no fool. Having fought several times, she had combat experience. She kicked up a spear from the ground and stabbed it fiercely at the charging giant ape. "Ah!" the girl shouted, aiming for the giant ape's chest and thrusting her weapon. With a soft plop, the spear pierced deep into the giant ape's armpit, but the ape's arm was clearly not as long as the spear, and it could not advance even an inch. At the same time, as the giant ape charged forward, Liu Anuona and the others also launched an attack on the giant ape, rushing towards it. Upon seeing this, the giant ape stomped its foot hard on the ground. Earth-shattering. Boom. With a crisp sound, the ground within a 5-meter radius of the giant ape's right foot rippled like a stone falling into water, and the ground cracked as a result. Everyone who rushed forward was sent flying half a meter into the air by this stomp. The giant ape seized the opportunity and grabbed Liu Anuona with a snap. Graceful. Not good. Quickly save Anuona. The giant ape dared not stop for a moment, and suddenly exerted force with its left hand, determined to crush Liu Anuona to death. A cracking sound of bones breaking rang out. With a soft poof, Liu Anuona coughed up a mouthful of blood. She could feel as if she were surrounded by 1,000 pounds, making her unable to move. The force was so great that it seemed to crush her bones. Damn it! A furious roar rang out. It was Yi Fan's voice. With a flash of black light, a clean gash appeared on the giant ape's left arm, and it fell to the ground with a snap. Liu Anuona was immediately freed and gasped for fresh air. After losing its left arm, the giant ape immediately swung its right arm and slammed it at Yi Fan. Yi Fan did not dodge and slashed at it with his sword, severing the ape's right arm at the root. The giant ape, now without arms, convulsed in pain, blood gushing from its arms, scalding everyone in the process. The giant ape roared angrily, its eyes wide open as it glared at Yi Fan. However, he only saw a figure clad in black armor rushing towards him, and with a soft thud, a black, eerie katana pierced his chest. The giant ape could no longer muster the strength to struggle, and streams of blood gushed from its 7 orifices. Yi Fan twirled the katana in his hand, churning the creature's internal organs into a jumbled mess. With a thud, the giant ape knelt on the ground, the light in its eyes gradually dimmed, and then its head drooped down. With a slash, Yi Fan drew his katana, and the giant ape immediately collapsed to the ground. Everyone was panting heavily, their breath turning into white mist in the night. This battle was not easy. If Yi Fan hadn't gained the upper hand, there would likely have been casualties. Damn it, how did these guys find us? Yi Fan cursed angrily. The forest was exceptionally lush, yet the monsters could still smell it and come over. This could not possibly be a coincidence. As the 8 men died, a series of notification sounds came. Ding. Your physical fitness level has been raised to LV16. Ding. Your physical fitness level has been raised to LV13. Ding. Your physical fitness level has been raised to LV14. Ding. You have defeated the Ape King's small settlement. Obtained 15 monkey brains. Obtained 14 8-man hand bones. Obtained 15 ape fur. Obtained demon slaying staff X1. Obtained 13 stone spears. Obtained skill scroll X1. Everyone's combat power was enhanced, and they also obtained a considerable amount of supplies, but the magic crystals still had not been replenished. This battle consumed a significant amount of magic crystals. Sigh, Yi Fan sighed. It seems I'll have to find someone to trade with. At least I need to get the altar up and running by tomorrow. Magic crystals are extremely important. They are needed not only to unleash skills, but also to construct certain buildings. According to Yi Fan's estimation, in the future, besides food, the only common currency will be magic crystals. If everyone finds a stable food source, then magic crystals will definitely be a hard currency. The key is that this stuff can't be stored. It's either used up in battles or used to build structures. Ming Ming, you guys continue your night patrol. Report to me if anything happens. Yi Fan said. Ming Ming nodded enthusiastically and even gave a salute. Okay, no problem. Leave it to me. She has done a great job this time, which underscores the importance of sentry posts. Back at the camp, Yi Fan had no desire to sleep any longer. He picked up the demon-repelling staff and handed it to Sister Donghua. Here you go. This is yours from now on. Wintermelon's sister was taken aback when she saw the huge stick, then picked it up. The stick was a bit heavy, but Wintermelon's sister was already level 11 and could use it. In addition, Yi Fan also took out a skill scroll, which was naturally a good thing. Skill scroll, one-time consumable. Skill, Earth-Shattering Strike. Learning requirements, level 10. Earth-Shattering Strike. Concentrate magic power in your feet and stomp forcefully, shaking the surrounding area within a radius of level times 0.5, sending units in the air into the air for 0.3 seconds. Requires magic crystals. The range increases with usage, but do not forcibly use magic power exceeding your own level coefficient, otherwise your body will not be able to withstand it. Yi Fan glanced at it. This skill was currently a crowd control skill. He didn't intend to learn this skill himself. He mostly fought one-on-one against the strongest opponent. But if he gets tied down, it will definitely have a big impact on the tribe. A tribe is a team, and a team should not have individual heroism. It's the same as playing King of Glory. Even if the jungler is very strong, if he plays too recklessly, it will increase the chances of losing. However, working together, avoiding recklessness, and leading teammates will naturally be more conducive to the outcome. When he's not around, someone is needed to keep things under control, especially to protect those classmates who aren't very good at fighting. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Sister Wintermelon. Wintermelon, you should learn this skill. Yi Fan said. Chapter 58 The Secret of the Celestial Tribe. Wintermelon's sister was also stunned when she heard this. She did not expect Yi Fan to teach her this special skill. She asked, You want me to learn? But why? Yi Fan smiled leisurely. Because we are a team, heroism is not applicable to a group. You're in charge of the rear defense. If you can't protect yourself, that's definitely not good. If we're fighting on the front lines, but there are heavy casualties in the rear, then our fighting will be meaningless. Hearing this, Sister Wintermelon understood and immediately nodded without further hesitation. Okay, I understand. I will protect everyone. Wintermelon's sister's gaze was resolute. She had always been responsible for the defense, so naturally she longed to become stronger. Now that she has the exorcism staff and skills at her disposal, her abilities will be greatly enhanced. Yi Fan patted him on the shoulder. Yeah, keep it up. Liu Anuona already has twin swords, and Wanyu has a broadsword. Now, among the strong fighters, only Lin Qingxue is unarmed, which makes Yi Fan feel a little guilty. After all, Lin Qingxue had already been with him, so he had to give her something good. Unable to sleep, Yi Fan threw all the materials he had obtained, such as hand bones, into the furnace, and this time he obtained a total of 25 units of magic crystals. However, all the materials that could be smelted this time have been used up, and the only way to get more magic crystals is to fight monsters. The good news is that, including the magic crystals obtained from killing Jinshan earlier, and those remaining after using them, there are now a total of 65 magic crystals. The only missing material for the 3 buildings, namely the altar, bunin, and magic tower, is small magic crystals. Currently, only one can be built, which is far from Yi Fan's expectations. Wanyu. Yi Fan called out to Wanyu. Wanyu, who was leaning against the bed examining the broadsword, turned her head and asked, "What's wrong? Help me count how many weapons everyone has now." Okay. Wanyu immediately began to take inventory. They had previously obtained a lot of goblin clubs, and later obtained a lot of large knives after slaughtering the Kimchi tribe. Now that they have defeated the ape tribe and obtained some spears, not only can everyone carry a weapon, but they also have extra weapons. After Wanyu took inventory, she found that there were 20 extra weapons in total. The class originally had 50 students, including themselves. However, Zhang Jimei died, and 2 more students died in the caveman attack, leaving 47 students. There are now 66 weapons, but Nailin Mimi doesn't need weapons. Her forging hammer is also a weapon. Therefore, you can have 20 extra weapons. Should we sell the 20 extra ones? Wanyu asked, naturally guessing Yi Fan's thoughts. Yi Fan nodded. That's right. Sell some. I need to find a way to repair the newly unlocked buildings, which can greatly improve our combat power. So, which weapons should we sell? The big sword or the goblin club? Liu Anuona asked. Yi Fan had already figured out the answer to this problem. Sell the goblin club. The club's attack range is too short, and it's far less useful than the greatsword. The spears are quite long, and every inch longer is more powerful, so we have to keep them. We'll just sell 20 of the goblin clubs, which have the lowest attack range and attack power. I also melted down some weapons that were beyond repair. I'll sell everything that can be sold right now. No one had any objections. The decision was entirely up to Yi Fan. Yi Fan opened the chat channel and then glanced at some of the listed prices in the trading area. Currently, the price of a common grade weapon is 3 units of meat or 2 units of magic crystals. To be honest, the price was a bit disappointing for Yi Fan, but there was nothing he could do about it. Putting aside how difficult it is to gather food, as for magic crystals, they can only be obtained by killing monsters, and you can only get 1 magic crystal per monster. The preciousness of magic crystals is self-evident. They can only be obtained by killing monsters. Yi Fan is currently unsure if there are any other ways to obtain them, and he has not heard anyone mention it. Yi Fan immediately asked, "Does anyone need a goblin club? I have 20 ordinary grade goblin clubs here." As for the price, it will be based on market conditions. It can be obtained for 2 small magic crystals and can be sold individually. Yi Fan naturally didn't intend to sell them all at once. He felt that no tribe could afford to spend 40 magic crystals to buy all these clubs. A tribe capable of killing 40 monsters should have no shortage of weapons. Super Beast Tribe. I need 5 clubs, I'm just a few weapons short. Ace Tribe. I need 4, just in time for my self-defense force to be a few short. Celestial Tribe. Can you sell me 20 of them? I'll take them all. Iron-Blooded Tribe. Wow, the person upstairs is really rich and powerful. If you have this much money, tell me you're lacking weapons. Super Beast Tribe. Here to cause trouble? I just need 5 weapons to arm the Super Beast Squad. Ace Tribe. Aren't Super Beasts immune to pain? Why are they armed? Super Beast Tribe. Dude, that's not fair. Who knows why my tribe had to choose such a name? It makes me look like a villain. The group started chatting amongst themselves, leaving Yi Fan speechless. However, since someone was willing to cover everything at once, it was naturally a good thing. However, Yi Fan also wondered to himself, why would a tribe that can afford to buy weapons with 40 magic crystals be short of weapons? How did they even kill those 40 monsters? But that's a story for later. Yi Fan immediately contacted the other party. Are you sure you want 20? Celestial Tribe. That's right. I want 20. What? You're not selling them. Spark Tribe. Selling is the way to go? Let's trade first. Celestial Tribe. Okay, no problem. Ding, transaction complete. You have received 40 magic crystals. After the transaction was completed, Yi Fan continued. Can I make another deal with you? Celestial Tribe. What kind of deal? Spark Tribe. Could you please tell me how to obtain magic crystals? The chieftain of the Celestial Tribe was also somewhat surprised. Sitting on her bed on the second floor, she was also a little taken aback. How can you be so sure I have a way to obtain magic crystals? Spark Tribe. It's quite simple. Magic crystals are obtained by smelting materials from monsters. Generally, you can only smelt one from a single monster, so they are extremely rare. But you can produce 40 magic crystals. By normal reasoning, you should have killed 40 monsters. Most of the monsters have weapons, so you should have obtained a lot of weapons by now. But you bought 20 clubs, and they're even common grade weapons, which proves that these magic crystals weren't obtained by killing monsters. The chieftain of the Celestial Tribe, Chun Xianxian, was also somewhat surprised. You're very clever. Spark Tribe. Isn't it possible that anyone could think of this? I suspect you're insulting me, but I have no proof. Celestial Tribe. Haha. Sorry, I really didn't mean that. I can tell you, but I need to know where your world map is first. Spark Tribe. Let me think about it. Chapter 59. The Request of the Celestial Tribe. The so-called large map section refers to the large area where Yi Fan is currently located. The area where Yi Fan is currently located is a place called the Misty Forest. How big is it exactly? According to the map scale and walking distance, it is about half the size of a province. If my exact location is revealed, the other side might try to rob me, since raiding other tribes is definitely much faster than gathering resources myself. However, revealing only a large area is not a big problem, since the large area is at least half the size of a province. Even if he reveals it, no one will know Yi Fan's exact location. The tribe's current area is only 1,000 square meters, which is insignificant compared to the size of half a province. After thinking for a moment, Yi Fan felt there was no problem. I'm in the Misty Forest, but I can't tell you the exact location, and you don't need to ask any more questions. Chun Xianxian had naturally anticipated this, and replied, I understand. I'm also in the Misty Forest. What a coincidence. To show my sincerity, I can send you my location coordinates. I don't care whether you send me your location or not. As he spoke, a marker appeared on a black area of Yi Fan's map, displaying the 4 characters, Heavenly God Tribe. These markers that appear directly on your map originate from a location sharing feature, so there is no possibility of them being faked. Yi Fan calculated that the other party was to his south, in the direction of that unknown giant beast. It would take at least 2 hours to walk there, which was very far. Spark Tribe. I see. You're very sincere, but I still can't post my location. However, you can tell me your request. Yi Fan's reply was also well considered. Regardless of the other party's purpose, the fact that they were willing to reveal their location meant they had absolute confidence in their own strength and were not afraid of anyone causing trouble. However, Yi Fan naturally dared not risk the lives of his people. This was not a matter of sincerity. His decision concerned the survival of the tribe, and being a little cunning was not wrong. Chun Xianxian had no complaints about this, and she replied, Okay, my magic crystal comes from a region on the border called Plant Paradise. There are hundreds of sunflowers there, and each one can produce 1 magic crystal every day. I had been sending people to pick them, but after a few days, the sunflowers were discovered, and a conflict broke out. Considering our strength, I had no choice but to give up. Yi Fan's interest was piqued. A sunflower that produces magic crystals? That's really interesting. So you're planning to use armed forces to reclaim that area, is that right? Celestial Tribe. That's right. That's exactly it. Besides, I also plan to gather people to explore this world. By the way, are you interested? Spark Tribe. No interest. Just being alive is good enough. Celestial Tribe. That's true. But then again, don't you want to go home? Don't you want to play games on your phone? Don't you want to know where this place is? Yi Fan got goosebumps when he saw these words. Of course he wanted to go back, to curl up on the sofa, watch TV, play games, and have a cup of Mishua Ice Cream's new Oreo milk green tea. He naturally wanted to know why they had been chosen, where this place was, and what had brought them here. Seeing that Yi Fan hadn't spoken for a long time, Chun Xianxian continued, All right, you have your choice, I won't force you, but I need a helper to join forces with me to take back that area. How about we split the profits equally? Yi Fan was somewhat tempted by these words. If he could get 50 sunflowers, he could get 50 magic crystals every day. Once the magic tower is built, everyone will learn magic, and the required magic crystals will be an enormous number, which he naturally desires. Spark Tribe. To be honest, I'm very tempted, but give me a reason to believe you. My decision concerns the lives of my people. What you've said is very tempting, but you have to convince me that you have no ill intentions. Yi Fan's words silenced Qin Qianqian, because she couldn't find a reason to make Yi Fan completely trust her. Even revealing her location wouldn't convince him. However, she was determined to take the sunflower area controlled by the two classes from Sakura country. The two classes in the Sakura kingdom are aware of her existence. Once she has enough magic crystals, they will grow stronger and then devour her tribe. This is what Qin Qianqian is most worried about. Celestial tribe. I'm sorry, I can't give you a reason that's convincing enough, but I'd like to ask which school you attended on Earth. Spark tribe. Jiangxing Experimental University. Qin Qianqian looked surprised. Jiangxing Experimental University? I'm a sophomore in the Early Childhood Education Class 3. My name is Qin Qianqian. Maybe you can ask someone from your tribe. Perhaps someone knows me. Yi Fan was also taken aback. He then asked everyone, does anyone know a sophomore at our school? Her name is Qin Qianqian. At this moment, Lin Qingxue, Wan Yu, and Su Manmiao all raised their hands. I know him. I know him too. Isn't this someone from the student council? Yi Fan was also taken aback. It turned out that someone actually knew him. You all know him? Okay then, I'll start a voice chat. You guys can talk it out and get to the bottom of things. As he spoke, Yi Fan turned on the voice call, and the other party immediately clicked to answer. Lin Qingxue and Wan Yu are both members of the student council. As for how Su Manmiao knows Lin Qingxue, she met her when they went to lunch in the West District. They sat at the same table, had been friends with Green Bubble, and played together. The group chatted on, and finally discussed Qin Qianqian's motives. With Lin Qingxue and Wan Yu's assurances, they concluded that Qin Qianqian should be without problems. The reason the other party was so proactive was that if the two classes in the Sakura country developed, Qin Qianqian's tribe would face annihilation. Moreover, those classes from Japan might subject them to unspeakable humiliation. Those beasts have never been human. Firstly, I know the person well enough to guarantee that they are a decent person. Secondly, the other party's motives were reasonable, and the offered reward was also reasonable, which was what Yi Fan needed. Thirdly, there is absolute hatred for those beasts in Japan, and we are determined to slaughter them and settle our personal and national scores together. After a moment of deliberation, everyone reached a consensus, and Yi Fan clicked on location sharing. We're not far apart. Since the situation is urgent, we can get there tomorrow. But before that, I hope you can help me kill a ferocious beast to my south. Otherwise I might have to take a detour. Qin Qianqian was overjoyed to see this and felt completely relaxed, thinking that she should be able to get through this crisis safely this time. Alright, thank you for your trust, and thank you Qingxue and Wan Yu for speaking up for me. I'll take some men north first thing tomorrow morning, and you go south. Let's go kill the giant beast you mentioned. Yi Fan. Okay, no problem. Chapter 60 The Altar. With the help of the Celestial Tribe, Yi Fan was more confident in defeating the monsters in the south. Moreover, now that he had obtained some magic crystals, he could start building what he wanted. The current magic crystals can be used to construct 2 special buildings, but Yi Fan does not plan to construct Bunins at the moment. If we're looking for essential items, the magic tower and the altar are of paramount importance. The magic tower allows you to learn magic, and the altar allows you to select a priest who may possess extraordinary abilities. Ding. Do you wish to consume resources to build the magic tower and altar? Yes. Yi Fan replied without hesitation. Ding. Construction in progress. Estimated time 3 hours. Yi Fan built the 2 buildings on the open space. The magic tower is a towering cylindrical building, about 10 stories high, with a diameter of about 10 meters. It is currently slowly emerging. In addition, the altar is square, but there is a stepped bluestone platform on the front, on which incense burners and some sacrificial items are placed, the purpose of which is currently unknown. Yi Fan, who do you think will be chosen as the sacrifice at this altar? When you asked, Yi Fan shrugged. I don't know either, and I don't know its logic for selecting people. We'll find out once it's built. Maybe it's our class monitor. After all, the class monitor is very responsible. That's possible. I really want to be a priest so I can put manhole covers on the ground. What kind of ball of yarn is this manhole cover? Are you playing a video game? Being a priest must grant unique abilities and preferential treatment, right? I hope I'll be chosen. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. The newly appeared building naturally aroused everyone's curiosity, and the fact that the magic tower could be used to learn magic was definitely good news. Yi Fan, do we still have enough materials? Liu Anuona asked. There are still some left, what's wrong? How about we build a few more watchtowers? That would improve security. Yi Fan nodded slightly. Actually, I had the same plan. What you said is right. I can start building it first. As he spoke, Yi Fan used some resources to build 5 watchtowers, each 20 meters tall, cylindrical in shape, and made of bluestone. There is a spiral staircase leading up to a room at the top, and above that room is a hidden opening through which you can climb to the very top. For rest, you can relax in the room on the top floor, which is very convenient. After completing all this, Yi Fan took out the blueprints for developing bows and arrows. After using the blueprints, he gained 10 technology points. In addition, Nalan Mimi's blacksmith shop has also acquired a new technology, the technology for making bows and arrows. Yi Fan, we have most of the materials needed for the bow and arrow, but we're missing some textile materials. Nalan Mimi said as she sat down next to Yi Fan. 2 soft mounds bumped against Yi Fan's shoulder from time to time, making Yi Fan a little embarrassed. Since we lack textile materials, we can only try to exchange them for some, but at the moment we basically have nothing to exchange for. How about this? After we slaughter the creatures in the south tomorrow and exchange them for some things, we can go and make bows and arrows. Anyway, it shouldn't take long to make them. Nalan Mimi tilted her head and thought for a moment after hearing this. Okay, you make sense. Then I'll listen to you. Those who were still sleepy continued to sleep, but Yi Fan couldn't sleep. He still had a lot to see, including a key he had obtained from the Kimchi tribe. Strangely, even a crystal ball couldn't see through this key, and its function remained unclear. The key was old-fashioned and had some rust on it. It looked like an ordinary key, and Yi Fan didn't think it was anything simple that could appear in this world. I don't know what this key is for, but I'll just leave it for now. In addition, after this upgrade of the shelter, everyone's storage space has increased to 10 slots, allowing for the storage of more items. Yi Fan held Lin Qingxue until dawn, when the altar and the magic tower were completed and no longer just phantoms, but real and tangible in the open space. Most people woke up and looked at the 2 buildings with curiosity. Yi Fan walked up to the altar, wanting to see how it was used. Above the altar was an offering table, the plates on which were empty, as if something needed to be placed on it. Do I need to perform a sacrifice to the heavens? Never mind. Let's give it a try. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Whether or not you need to put anything on it, there's no harm in giving it a try. Yi Fan placed a fish on the surface. It was the black dragonfish he had caught earlier. As Yi Fan placed the fish on the plate, a magical scene unfolded. Click, click. The black dragonfish began to be eaten, leaving gaps and tooth marks on its flesh. Glug. Everyone felt a sense of unease. The altar was truly eerie. There seemed to be something unseen on it gnawing on the fish. Yi Fan picked up the crystal ball, wanting to investigate, but the crystal ball suddenly went out the moment he raised it, turning from a white glow to complete darkness. You won't let me see? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. At this moment, the strange thing that had been devouring the black dragonfish seemed to stop eating. Yi Fan could feel a cold gaze fixed on him, sending chills down his spine. Yi Fan shivered. He then swallowed hard and immediately put the crystal ball away. At this moment, the black dragonfish was being devoured again, bite after bite of fish meat disappearing before everyone's eyes, creating a somewhat eerie scene. Yi Fan waited for about 2 or 3 minutes until the black dragonfish was finally devoured. Then, the entire altar emitted an eerie green light. Everyone was startled. What's wrong? What's going on? No, I don't know. Let's stay away from each other. Yi Fan wasn't overly panicked. He was the one who built this building. He figured it shouldn't harm him, right? Just as Yi Fan had predicted, nothing happened to anyone. However, at that moment, a beam of green light shot out from the altar and hurtled towards Lin Qingxue in the crowd. Baiyu. Ah! Lin Qingxue screamed in fright. But the green light was incredibly fast, like a beam of light suddenly shining down, making it impossible to dodge. Qingxue, how are you? Squad leader, are you alright? What just happened? Everyone gathered around Lin Qingxue, worried that something might happen to her. Yi Fan wasn't too worried. He vaguely guessed that the green light was probably selecting priests, and couldn't possibly be harming anyone. Chapter 61 The Magic Tower, Learning Magic. Lin Qingxue immediately checked her body and breathed a sigh of relief after finding that she was fine. I seem to be fine, she said, somewhat bewildered. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. At this moment, something resembling a scepter suddenly appeared above the altar. The scepter looked like a crooked tree branch, large at the top and small at the bottom. What is that? Could it be snow removal equipment? That's possible. Maybe the class monitor was chosen just now. Lin Qingxue immediately became expectant, knowing that everyone's guess was probably correct. The magic wand should be hers. Now that Liu Anuona has twin swords, Wan Yu has a broadsword, and Yi Fan has the black scale katana, the only one among the strongest fighters who doesn't have a weapon is Lin Qingxue. As everyone expected, the magic wand spun around and then stopped in front of Lin Qingxue, who then firmly grasped it. At that moment, a notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations on the birth of a priest in the tribe. The priest will make the tribe even stronger. Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just as they had expected, Lin Qingxue had indeed become a priestess. Qingxue, take a look at your abilities. Yi Fan said. Yes, Qingxue, let us see your abilities. I can't wait. The priest must be really powerful, right? Lin Qingxue also had a bright smile on her face. She happily took her magic wand and returned to the shelter, surrounded by everyone. There are still some wounded people in the shelter. They fought 2 battles, one during the day and one at night, so the number of casualties is naturally not small. When everyone saw Lin Qingxue approach the wounded, they guessed what was going on. My current ability is healing. Everyone watched closely. Lin Qingxue said excitedly. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Lin Qingxue raised her magic wand and began to mutter to herself. Divine light shines. Divine protection prevails. The gods have descended to earth. Heaven has bestowed its grace. Heal everything. Spring rain appears. All things revive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan's last few magic crystals suddenly disappeared. Then green rain began to fall inside the house. But this rain was formed by magic and was not real water droplets, so it did not wet the ground. The rain immediately fell on the wounded, and the gashes in their abdomens were slowly healing. The scabs on Wan Yu's legs had completely healed and were slowly disappearing, and Liu Anuona's internal injuries from the compression were also healing much faster. My leg can move again, a girl who had previously been crippled exclaimed in surprise. My stomach is all healed now, and the wound is completely gone. Hee, my severed finger has been reattached. Me too. What amazing magic. Everyone was extremely excited. At this moment, the importance of the healer was most evident. Having someone in the team who could provide healing was definitely something to celebrate. However, the consumption of magic crystals is a terrifying number, which goes without saying how scarce these things are. Construction requires it, and so does releasing skills. This makes Yi Fan determined to obtain those sunflowers that can produce magic crystals. Alright, everyone, come with me to the magic tower and see what magic we can learn, Yi Fan said. Upon hearing this, everyone jogged over, their white plumes swaying wildly. Every time Yi Fan saw this, he couldn't help but admire it, finding it beautiful and captivating. Is it pretty? It looks good, Yi Fan replied instinctively. He turned his head and realized that it was Lin Qingxue who had asked the question. Yi Fan subconsciously shrank his neck and scratched his head. Qingxue, what I meant was that you look better when you swing it. Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes, pouted, and strode towards the magic tower, ignoring Yi Fan. Yi Fan shrugged, looking helpless. Liu Anuona walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, "Tiesca, men only behave when they're hung on the wall." Yi Fan coughed and stopped arguing, seemingly agreeing that it was indeed true. He followed the crowd into the magic tower. Most people couldn't go up to the 2nd floor of the magic tower. Currently, only the 1st floor was fully open. To reach the 2nd floor, you need to be level 10 or higher, and currently only those with strong combat power can go up. Most people can only learn 1st-tier magic on the 1st floor. Yeah, look at this tier 1 magic. It can invigorate our spirits, so we won't be so tired when we chop down trees. I see it, but I think I can also learn this greatsword mastery to improve my combat skills. Wow, this fire spell is pretty good. Although it can only ignite a small flame at the fingertips, it's amazing, don't you think? It's actually quite good, but I'm more interested in this. A group of girls began flipping through the book. There were 2 types of magic. One was to be cast after learning the incantation, which required small magic crystals as a resource. Another type is to enhance weapon specialization or general abilities such as climbing. Although it also requires consuming magic crystals, it only needs to be consumed once for it to be permanently effective. Yi Fan didn't linger on the 1st floor. He and a group of people at level 10 or above went to the 2nd floor. The 2nd level of magic casting has requirements for physical fitness and cannot be forced to learn, otherwise it will lead to chi deviation. Now that everyone is at level 10 or above, they can study without any worries. Alright, everyone, take a look. You might find some of these tier 2 spells useful, Yi Fan said. Good. A group of people began to browse through the magic books, and Yi Fan planned to choose an offensive magic spell. There are some, such as Thunderstrike, which can summon lightning, but it is a single target spell. Its destructive power can only deal with black iron level enemies, and it cannot instantly kill bronze level enemies. It is not as useful as Black Flash. After searching around, Yi Fan finally found a spell that suited him perfectly, a spell that allowed him to teleport within a small area. Instant Flash allows for teleportation within a range of 0.5 times the level coefficient, cannot be used 3 times within a short period. Although this skill is not an offensive ability, it is highly effective for surprise attacks. He can suddenly appear behind an enemy during a fight and strike them with a knife, which is absolutely terrifying. Yi Fan looked at the stairwell. The stairwell leading to the 3rd floor was currently closed because no one in the tribe had reached level 20 yet, so they couldn't go up. Now that it was already daylight, Yi Fan planned to split his forces into 2 groups. One of the groups, which was slightly weaker, would have to go to the east, as there might be unforeseen circumstances if they went too late. If things from the east can be taken in, that's naturally a good thing for powerful tribes. Yi Fan was preparing to take his men south. He had always been curious about what exactly that thing in the south was. 3 updates per day starting on the 1st of next month. Chapter 62 heading south. Who will go to the east, and who will come with me to the south? Yi Fan asked Liu Anuona and the others. Currently, Liu Anuona, Wan Yu, Lin Qingxue, and Donghua Mimi are the strongest in the tribe, and naturally, they discuss matters together. I will go south with you. Now that I have healing abilities, it will be more advantageous for attacking the monsters in the south. The danger level in the east is not high. Now that everyone has learned magic, the risk assessment is only 1 star, so there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Qingxue said. Then I'll go with you. I have crowd control skills now, so maybe I can help. Winter Melon's sister volunteered. Indeed, she hasn't gone out for a long time. She's been guarding the rear all along. Yi Fan looked at Wan Yu, and before she could speak, he said, Wan Yu, you come with me. I'm afraid something will happen to you if you stay in the tribe. Wan Yu did not refuse, but the cries for help still echoed in her ears for the past 2 days, never fading away. Okay, then I'll be in charge of going to the east today. Liu Anuona shrugged. She actually wanted to go with Yi Fan, but the things in the east were also very important and couldn't be missed. The good news, however, is that everyone learned some magical skills. The risk assessment for the east side has been reduced to 1 star, which is not too dangerous, and she can take it down easily. But then she thought about it again and felt something was wrong, so she said, Yi Fan, the risk assessment for the east is currently 1 star. Even if I don't go, it should be fine, right? How about I go with you? Liu Anuona's eyes were filled with a desire to level up. There must be some experienced players waiting for her in the south. Yi Fan thought for a few seconds, but still rejected Liu Anuona's idea. No way. Why? Because the tribe can't be without people. We are the strongest here, and we have excellent grade weapons. You can go to the east and come back quickly, and then guard the tribe. If you come with us, and the tribe is attacked by monsters or people from other tribes, we'll need excellent grade weapons to keep things under control. Yi Fan's words completely dispelled Liu Anuona's idea, something she hadn't considered. The difference between having an excellent weapon and not having one is significant. Even if a dozen or so enemies attack, as long as they don't have excellent grade weapons, Liu Anuona can handle them all by herself. Alright, then I'll stay in the tribe to protect everyone this time. You all go and come back quickly. Liu Anuona said cheerfully. Okay, let us know if anything happens. Don't worry, I will. By the way, we still have enough food for everyone for 2 days. It's time to hunt some game. What about the sheep? A girl with a high ponytail asked. Yi Fan hasn't completely solved the food problem yet. It is indeed a problem. If they had a stable food source, they could dedicate more time to development. Yi Fan glanced at the crowd and then looked at the twin sisters. Yin Lily, do you two remember the place where we caught the black dragonfish before? Both of them nodded. We remember. Do you want us to go fishing? Yi Fan nodded. Okay. You take 8 people with you, making a total of 10 to go fishing. You'll need to know how to swim. Yin Lily nodded earnestly, a smile appearing on her fair face, making her quite pretty. Okay. Absolutely no problem. Okay. Run if you encounter danger, don't fight. That area isn't particularly safe either, so be careful. Upon hearing Yi Fan's reminder, the 2 women nodded in understanding. They had encountered the dung of the ironclad giant rhinoceros in the north before, so they couldn't be careless. At this moment, Yi Fan looked at the sheep grazing in the tribe. These sheep were large, and 2 of the ewes seemed to be pregnant. How about this? If there's really not enough food for these sheep, kill a few of the males, and keep the females to have lambs. Okay, let's do it this way. If Lily and the others don't have enough to eat today, then we'll have to slaughter the 3 rams first, the girl said. After assigning today's tasks, Yifan prepared to take his men out. The risk assessment in the south had dropped from 3.5 stars to 3 stars. Although it only dropped by half a star, Yifan felt that with the Heavenly God tribe around, taking it down shouldn't be a big problem. Liu Anuona led her people eastward. If the trip goes smoothly, they should be back in 2 hours at most, no problem. Yifan brought 10 people with him, all of whom were high-level. Donghua, Wanyu, Lin Qingxue, Yifan himself, and 6 girls who were all level 30. Today, Su Ma Miao's group was on guard duty in the tribe. Because of the increased number of sentries, they climbed up to the room on the sentry post to keep an eye on the surrounding area. Su Ma Miao took a fish to the sentry's room, where a fire was lit so she could grill the fish while keeping an eye on her surroundings. Sigh, we can only get 1 fish a day now. I hope Lily and the others can get something. Su Ma Miao sighed. Food is in short supply again, which is not good news. There are about 10 people who went out to mine iron ore, including 5 girls with high-level skills who are protecting them. Since upgrading to level 2, iron pickaxes, shovels, and iron axes have appeared in the warehouse next door, greatly improving the efficiency of gathering. Yifan walked south for about 20 minutes. Just then, a cold wind blew towards them from the forest, and a foul odor filled the air, like something rotten. Everyone covered their mouths and noses, and Lin Qingxue raised her hand to fan the air. What's that smell? It's awful. It's like something's rotten, like a dead rat. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be true. It really does smell like a dead rat. But isn't it a bit too strong? A buzzing sound came from afar, like the buzzing of flies. Yifan became more alert and slowed his pace. Everyone be careful. We're probably getting close to something. According to Yifan's guess, the sound really did sound a bit like the buzzing of flies, although he had never seen flies here. However, if it really is a fly, then there are only 2 possibilities. First, there's something awesome. There is a rotting corpse ahead. The surrounding area is a sparse forest that is not very dense. The view is yellow, similar to the ginkgo trees in autumn. This area is not green. Call. Call. A sound like snoring came from the withered bushes ahead. Yifan swallowed and lowered his body. You all wait here, I'll go check. Chapter 63 Troll Goblin. Yifan carefully parted the bushes, and the sight before him startled him. In front of the bushes was an open space, where the grass and plants had been flattened by a monster. The monster looked like Shrek, but it was much uglier. Not only was it covered in bumps, but it was also huge and obese, probably as tall as a 3-story building when it stood up. The monster was snoring and seemed to be sleeping soundly. A cloth bag was hanging from its waist, but it was unknown what was inside. In addition, the monster was holding a spiked club in its right hand. The club was about 5 meters long and covered with spikes. If one were hit by it, it would be fatal. I never imagined that the risks of a 3-star character would be such a monster. Yifan muttered to himself. On the other side of the bushes lay a mountain of bones, with several skulls that appeared to be human, and swarms of flies were swarming around them, nibbling at the remains. There was something that looked like a bell hanging on a branch on one side of the monster. It was unclear what it was for. Golu Yifan dared not make any rash moves, so he took out the crystal ball to examine it. Troll Goblin. Rank, Silver. A disgusting offspring of giants and goblins, it loves to eat human flesh. Eat and eat, devouring everything. Eating until it's full, and then sleeping. Sleeping until it's full, and then eating again. As long as it eats, it can become stronger. Its pouch at its waist seems to have amassed quite a few good things. If you could get your hands on it, it would definitely be a good thing. Yifan slowly retreated, making sure he didn't make a sound. Yifan, how is it? What is it? Lin Qingxue asked in a low voice. Yifan recounted everything he had seen and heard, and everyone looked horrified. Huh? That's terrifying. Should we take a detour? Yes. Last time a 2-star assessment could seriously injure someone. This monster's 3-star danger assessment could kill someone if not handled properly. Wanyu also reminded. Yifan had naturally considered this, and it was certainly possible for him to bypass it, although it would take some time. But he really wanted that bulging bag. He hadn't killed any silver-level monsters yet, so it was hard to say what good stuff it might drop. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up. Even if the people from the Celestial Tribe came, people might still die. It made no difference. This guy couldn't be dealt with just by having more people. This troll goblin was wearing armor, stood as tall as a 3-story building, and wielded a spiked club over 4 meters long. A single blow from it would be fatal. In addition, Yifan currently only has enough magic crystals for each person to release a skill once, so there is really no need to fight head-on. He gritted his teeth. Forget it. This guy can't escape. This is his lair. It doesn't matter when we kill him. Let's go. Let's take a detour. No one objected. It was indeed the best idea at the moment. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Yifan immediately took the lead in preparing to go around to the side, and at the same time sent a message to Chun Qianqian of the Heavenly God tribe. Have you arrived yet? Chun Qianqian was leading a dozen or so people toward Yifan. However, they were all dressed in clothes with a few leaves on them. They were studying preschool education, and the class was all girls, with no boys. We're here. On the way, can you turn on location sharing? Without hesitation, Yifan turned on location sharing and found that the other party was only about 300 meters away, which was not far. However, the trees blocked his view, making it impossible to see him for the time being. 1 minute later, Chun Qianqian finally spotted Yifan not far away, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Great. It's my juniors. The girl following behind also looked delighted. The two classes from the Sakura country had already issued a challenge. Either they went to beat each other's dogs, being ridden by others. Either the other side will massacre their tribe in the next few days. The matter concerns the survival of the tribe, and now that they have Yifan's help, they can naturally breathe a sigh of relief. They are afraid that Yifan will not come. They jogged through the forest, but the next moment, they heard a rustling sound beneath their feet. Suddenly, with lightning speed, a net-like object appeared beneath the thick carpet of withered yellow leaves, instantly engulfing the entire group. Immediately afterwards, a giant net rose up, suspending Chun Qianqian and her group in midair. Chun Qianqian and the others were completely unprepared for the trap in the forest, and they were all caught in it in an instant. What's going on? Where did this trap come from? Chun Qianqian was immediately shocked. Oh no, have we been ambushed? Could it be the junior girls? That's impossible. At this point, anything is possible. We've been ambushed, the girl said angrily. A dozen or so people were crammed together, crooked and sprawled, with clumps of them peeking out from the holes in the netting. At the same time, a series of ringing sounds rang out, the same sound that came from the place where Yifan had previously discovered the troll goblin. He was immediately alarmed. Oh no, this trap was set by a troll goblin. Quick, get them down. Without thinking twice, Wan Yu and the others rushed toward Chun Qianqian and the others, who were 100 meters away. What is this thing? How can it set up traps? Never mind that. That guy seems to be awake. The snoring has stopped. The snoring had long since stopped, and now a huge, green figure, as big as a small mountain, pushed aside the bushes, carrying a spiked club and rubbing his eyes, seemingly still not having slept well. When Chun Qianqian and the others saw the giant shadow, they were horrified. It was a monster that was about 12 meters tall. Senior, quickly cut the vine net. Lin Qingxue shouted. Chun Qianqian was already trying her best, but the vine net was really tough, and she could only cut 1 or 2 centimeters in with each slash. At this moment, the troll goblin had fully awakened. Looking at the group of white creatures hanging in the distance, its eyes revealed greed, and its mouth watered. In particular, this troll inherited the goblin's lecherous nature and would never let a woman go once he had her. Given its enormous size, it is naturally quite frightening in some unspeakable ways. The women felt disgusted and terrified at the sight of the enormous green monster. None of them knew what fate awaited them in the hands of this troll goblin. Perhaps it was handled like a cup, and it's definitely a cup that would break at the slightest touch. The troll goblin quickened its pace, each step making a heavy thud, causing everyone's hearts to pound. Yifan arrived below the vine net, ignoring the spring sunshine above him, and shouted, "Lower your heads." Chun Qianqian and the others immediately stepped aside and lowered their heads. Yifan aimed at the ribbon above, raised his hand, and swung his sword. Black flash. With a whoosh, a black sword wave flashed past, severing the main vine at the top of the net on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Chun Qianqian and the others were born, crashing headfirst into Yifan below. A dozen or so men immediately pinned Yifan down. Had he not been physically strong, he probably would have been crushed to death. Get off! Get off! Whose butt is that? Get it off my face! Yifan shouted anxiously, as the troll goblin was about to arrive. Chapter 64 The Great Battle. Troll Goblins. Chun Qianqian naturally jumped up. She was wondering why there was always heat beneath her. It turned out it was because Yi Fan immediately got up from the ground and wiped the barely noticeable misunderstanding off his face. Everyone, split up and run into the woods. Don't fight it in the open. Yi Fan's words also served as a warning to everyone. Fighting in such an open area would not be advantageous, and given the opponent's large size, it would be better to maneuver against it in the forest. The group scattered and fled. The troll goblin didn't know who to chase first, so he randomly chose a girl and ran after her. The girl was terrified, her face immediately turning panicked. Don't chase me. I don't have any cough syrup. Chow chow. Chun Qianqian shouted anxiously. The people being chased were naturally from her tribe. The troll goblin smashed down the not-so-tall trees one after another, advancing relentlessly like a land tank that could not be stopped. Roar. The troll goblin suddenly roared forward, and the trembling roar stunned Xiao Qiao, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Yi Fan was also taken aback. Stun? Stun again. Does that mean that all larger monsters have this ability? Although Yi Fan was puzzled, saving lives was the priority at the moment, so he immediately rushed over and slashed at the troll goblin. Black flash. A black beam of light slashed towards the troll goblin's thigh. With a soft thud, the sword wave struck the troll goblin's leg, but it only broke the skin and caused some blood to seep out. In other words, Yi Fan's attack was just like a person being scratched on the skin by a sharp object, causing no serious harm. Although the wound was not fatal, it still caused the troll goblin pain. It turned around abruptly and found a small human. The troll goblin flew into a rage and swung its spiked club at Yi Fan. A whooshing sound suddenly rang out. Then came a loud bang. A tree as thick as a thigh next to Yi Fan was snapped in half, and the spiked club continued its relentless assault on Yi Fan's head. Although the spiked club was aimed at Yi Fan, its momentum was slowed down by the trees, so its speed was naturally reduced for a moment. Yi Fan couldn't possibly take the attack head-on, so he naturally took a step back to escape the sweeping attack's range. However, he didn't continue his attack because he didn't have enough magic crystals left. Chun Qianqian, do you have any magic crystals? Yi Fan shouted immediately. Have. Lend it to me first. It's yours, you don't need to return it. Ding, you have received 30 magic crystals. Upon hearing the notification tone, Yi Fan immediately felt confident, his eyes gleaming. Just what I wanted. Black flash. With a whoosh, a wave of sword energy slashed out, but this time Yi Fan aimed his sword at the trees beside him, using a tricky angle to ensure that the trees were cut at an oblique angle. The trees cracked and clattered loudly before collapsing and crashing down on the troll. The troll calmly raised his hand to block, and although he couldn't lift the tree, he used the momentum to push it aside. At that moment, Chun Qianqian burst out from the bushes, wielding a steel fork, and charged at the troll goblin's rear end. Die. The secret chrysanthemum has withered. The steel fork, about the length of an arm, suddenly burst into light, visibly growing longer and larger, and was accurately inserted into the troll goblin's rear end. With a soft plop, the troll goblin howled in pain, jumping up and down in agony. Its rear end immediately bled profusely, but that was not enough to kill it. The troll goblin swung its large hand and reached out to grab Chun Qianqian behind it. Chun Qianqian had already let go of the grip and dodged with a side roll. The troll goblin, having missed its target, roared in fury and then opened its massive maw to spew wildly at the surrounding area. Suddenly, plumes of purple miasma filled the surrounding area, instantly covering almost the entire sports field. It was terrifying. Yi Fan and his group naturally couldn't escape in a short time. They were all enveloped in the miasma. Yi Fan immediately sensed that something was wrong. Everyone, cover your mouths and noses. Don't inhale too much miasma. Everyone covered their mouths and noses. Although it was impossible to completely stop breathing, they could at least reduce the amount they inhaled. Visibility was very low in the miasma. You could barely see a person more than 2 meters away. At this moment, the miasma beside him surged as if blown by something, and it was located to Yi Fan's upper left. His pupils dilated. This is bad. Yi Fan dodged the attack with a quick dodge, and a loud bang came from where he had been standing, causing ripples in the miasma. Black flash. Yi Fan instinctively swung a slash towards where he had been standing. The troll goblin wasn't that fast, and with the attack already landed, it was impossible for him to dodge. With a soft plop, the troll goblin let out a mournful howl, clearly indicating that Yi Fan's attack had hit. The situation is not good right now. I might be able to escape unscathed, but Wan Yu and the others may not be. No, we have to use crystal. Hopefully, The crystal will be effective against this miasma. Wanyu was at a loss. She dared not move for a moment, fearing that she would be trampled to death if she ran away. But then a breeze came from behind, accompanied by a foul stench. She recognized the smell before. It came from near the monster's lair. But they were far from the lair now, so it could only be. Oh no, Wanyu thought to herself. Just as she was about to run away, she saw a large hand reach out to grab her from the side. The speed was so fast that she had no time to react. She could only instinctively swing her sword to strike. With a whoosh, the greatsword struck the troll goblin's hand, but it only cut in an inch deep before stopping abruptly. How could this be? Wanyu was shocked. Besides being able to revive corpses, this greatsword was also extremely sharp, capable of cutting off hair in an instant. Yet, it was unable to completely sever the troll goblin's fingers. Roar. With a roar, the troll goblin grabbed Wanyu in one swift motion. Seeing the blood seeping from his hands, the troll goblin flew into a rage and opened its mouth to bite Wanyu's head, trying to kill her in one bite. When Wanyu saw that mouth, which was bigger than a wash basin, coming to bite her, her mind went blank. If she were bitten, the consequences would be terrible. She couldn't accept having her head, muscles, and blood vessels ripped off by this monster. Chapter 65: The Troll Goblin's Counterattack. Perhaps it was a blessing from heaven, or perhaps Wanyu was just lucky, but a loud shout came from within the miasma at that very moment. Holy light! Shine! As the shout rang out, a burst of white light flashed from a height of about 10 meters. The dazzling white light was so blinding that Chen Qianxian and the others covered their eyes. Since they were not Yifan's people, they naturally couldn't open their eyes for a moment. The same was true for the troll goblin. Being a product of evil, it immediately closed its eyes when it was illuminated by the light, and was also accompanied by a burning pain that seared its eyes. The howling troll goblin roared in pain, the pain in its eyes naturally far more intense than the pain in its body. Overwhelmed with pain, it had no choice but to drop its spiked club and Wanyu, then knelt down and covered its eyes, tears streaming down its face like a burst dam. As soon as Wanyu landed, she took the opportunity to quickly escape from the troll goblin and ran towards the direction of Wintermelon's sister. At the same time, much of the miasma dissipated. Although it was impossible to completely dispel the miasma that covered an area the size of a sports field, it still cleared an area of about 200 square meters. At this moment, the troll goblin was kneeling on the ground, covering his eyes and crying. Yifan took the opportunity to approach and attack the troll goblin. He acted decisively and ruthlessly. Since it was a humanoid creature, its weakness must be its heart and head. Yifan charged forward and thrust his weapon towards the troll goblin's left chest. Yifan's physical abilities are now extremely strong, and this attack naturally pierced the troll goblin's left chest. The katana nearly pierced through the troll goblin's chest, with the tip even splitting open its back, a truly shrewd move. It's a success. Yifan was overjoyed. However, the troll did not fall down. It raised its hand and slapped Yifan, sending him flying with a bang. Thump, thump, thump. Yifan crashed into 2 small trees, finally stopping only when he slammed into a tree trunk as thick as a millstone. His entire body felt like it was about to fall apart. Cough, cough. Yifan coughed up blood, his eyes filled with confusion. He had stabbed the other man through the chest, so why wasn't he dead yet? No, goblins are the servants of evil gods, and the evil god's heart is on the right side. Chen Qianxian shouted at this moment. If she had seen it sooner, or known Yifan's thoughts sooner, she would have definitely reminded him. Yifan didn't notice this either. Although he had killed quite a few goblins before, he hadn't dissected them to see, so he didn't know. It's on the right. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, they had only one thought. They must study the body structure of those monsters in the future. The troll goblin, wounded, pulled the katana from its chest, blood splattering everywhere. With a flick of its arm, it sent the katana flying. The immense force pinned the katana to a tree, at least 20 or 30 meters off the ground. The roaring goblin roared furiously, its eyes turning an eerie green, and its wounded state made it even more frenzied. Sudden, it shrank completely, turning into a plump, green ball of flesh, and then began to roll rapidly. With a whoosh, the huge green ball of flesh rolled rapidly toward the crowd at an astonishing speed. Careful! Get out of the way! Don't get bumped! The group immediately scattered. This silver-level troll goblin was indeed not easy to deal with. Even though it was seriously injured, it was still full of energy. Suddenly, the troll goblin snapped out of its ball of flesh form, sprang forward, and pounced to grab a running girl. The girl had her hair tied in a high ponytail that reached her waist. The troll goblin held her in his hand like a small figurine, and her 2 white breasts were exposed. The girl was pinched so hard that she felt uncomfortable all over. The force was very strong. Ah! The girl cried out in pain, struggling violently, but she couldn't break free from the troll goblin's grasp. She burst open with a bang 0.05 seconds later, just like a compressed lump of garbage. Her intestines, flesh, internal organs, and head were all scattered everywhere. She had actually been crushed to death. Xiaoqing! Chen Qianqian's side shouted immediately, their eyes filled with anger and fear. A head rolled down to Yi Fan's feet with 2 thuds, its eyes blinking as if it couldn't believe this trip was its last. Divine light shines, divine protection prevails. The gods have descended to earth. Heaven has bestowed its grace. Heal everything. Spring rain appears. All things revive. Lin Qingshue's voice rang out, and her magic wand emitted a green light, as a rain of green magic rained down from the sky. However, Chunyu was unable to revive the girl, but everyone's injuries were rapidly healing, and Yi Fan's body, which was almost falling apart, was also recovering quickly. Without hesitation, the roaring troll goblin picked up its spiked club and slammed it down on Yi Fan. Yi Fan was stuck in the tree for a moment and couldn't move. If he were hit, he would definitely be smashed into a pile of mud. Yi Fan's mind raced. Instant flash. With a loud bang, the spiked club, mixed with the fierce crack of the chain, slammed into the tree, causing the millstone-sized tree to shake twice. The troll goblin grinned, confident that its attack would smash Yi Fan to pieces. However, a whooshing sound came from above its head, and a figure holding a katana was rapidly stabbing down at it from a distance of 20 or 30 meters. The troll goblin was terrified and immediately raised his spiked club to block. Yi Fan had anticipated this, and with another thought, he ignored the spiked club and appeared directly above the troll goblin's head. At such close range, using Black Flash would be too late, as there's a 1-second delay. It's more direct and effective to use the most basic fighting method. Yi Fan gripped the katana tightly, and, using the strength of his entire body and the acceleration of his fall, fiercely thrust it towards the opponent's forehead. Go to hell. I don't believe you have 2 heads. This would have undoubtedly killed the troll goblin on the spot, but an unexpected scene unfolded. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, the troll goblin immediately opened its huge mouth and bit down hard on the katana that was thrust at it. With a clear clang, the katana slid into the goblin's mouth. The troll goblin panicked and frantically bit the katana. If it got any closer, it would pierce the goblin's throat. How could it not be afraid? The offensive was ultimately halted. The troll goblin caught the blade with its bare mouth, temporarily bringing the battle to a stalemate. You damned devil, give me back my life. Chen Qianqian's shout came from behind the troll goblin. A steel fork slammed viciously into the troll goblin's rear end. A look of madness appeared on Chen Qianqian's face. Looking at the troll's filthy, smelly buttocks, she gritted her teeth and activated her skill. Secret technique. Chrysanthemum's wither. The troll goblin's heart sank, realizing something was wrong. Protect your head and heart, but not your anus. Chapter 66 found. The Goblin Tribe. Terrified, the troll goblin stomped its foot, sending Chen Qianqian flying behind it with a bang. The steel fork missed its mark and struck the troll's thigh instead. Just as the troll goblin reached out to grab Yi Fan, intending to crush him to death, the goblin reached out and grabbed him. Winter Melon Sister finally had a chance to get closer. She hugged the stick and quickly approached, stomping down hard almost at the same time. His entire right leg was enveloped in black magical energy as he roared, earth-shattering. The troll was instantly struck by a pattern resembling shattered glass, which spread across a radius of 5 or 6 meters around it. Cracks appeared in the ground, and the troll was sent flying into the air, losing its balance. The large hand that was originally going to grab Yi Fan was caught off guard and changed direction. Seeing the opportunity, Chen Qianqian slid and instantly appeared under the troll goblin. She was enveloped by endless hatred, and the steel fork in her hand burst into light as she activated her skill again, causing the steel fork to shine even brighter. Die! Chen Qianqian shouted and roared. This time, the troll goblin lost its chance to dodge and counterattack. The steel fork struck its rear end hard, and the excruciating pain almost caused its whole body to spasm, and its entire body suddenly lost its strength. A great opportunity. Yi Fan was overjoyed and grabbed his katana, aiming it at the troll goblin's head. As expected, The katana plunged deep into the troll goblin's head. After a brief pause, the skull was pierced, and the blade continued its relentless thrust, completely piercing through the troll goblin's skull. Blood and pinkish-white brain matter slowly flowed down the black katana. The troll goblin's eyes gradually lost their luster, its life force draining away in an instant. Everyone was panting heavily. The battle had not gone smoothly, but Yifan had not expected that a silver-level monster would be so powerful. Ding! Your physical fitness level has been raised to LV19. Ding! You have obtained a mist bead. Ding! You have obtained troll flesh and blood. Ding! You have obtained the heart of a troll goblin. Ding! You have obtained the troll wolf fong mace. Ding! You have obtained the broken crown. Besides Yifan, the others also gained some experience points, and those with slightly lower levels leveled up, which surprised Yifan somewhat. It seems that if we work together to kill a silver-level monster, we can get some experience points, Yifan muttered to himself. The harvest this time was pretty good, but this has also raised a problem. Chun Xianxian and the others also contributed, so what should be given to them? Yifan thought for a moment, but still had no clue, so he simply asked, Senior, see if there's anything you need among these spoils. Let's split them, after all, you've paid a price this time. Yifan didn't continue. The other party had come to help, but they had lost one of their men, which made Yifan feel a little guilty. Chun Xianxian wiped away her tears and cradled Xiao Qing's head in her arms. Her eyes were red and swollen with tears. No one wanted to see their teammate die. Take them all, I don't want anything. Chun Xianxian said sadly. Then tell me your demands. Yifan said directly. As the clan leader, the other party has lost one person this time, so naturally they cannot leave empty-handed. How could they not strive for their interests? Therefore, Yifan felt that Chun Xianxian might have other demands. Chun Xianxian paused for a moment and then said softly, My demand is simple. Kill every single one of those people from the Sakura country. I will not allow any enemy to threaten the safety of the tribe. Yifan nodded and said, Okay, I will do it. I'll accept these things. Chun Xianxian didn't say anything more and silently carried Xiao Qing's head towards the tribe. Yifan and the others didn't say anything more. He didn't know Chun Xianxian, and she might be blaming him at the moment. Lin Qingxue and Wan Yu followed obediently behind, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Although everyone knew that Xiao Qing's death was not Yifan's fault, it was still somewhat related to Yifan. Of course, to be fair, this is not Yifan's fault. After all, life and death are predestined, and wealth is determined by fate. He still has to go help the heavenly god tribe fight little Sakura in a while, and he could also get injured or die. Yifan walked along the road and looked at the information about those items. Mist beads. Carrying them grants you the ability to spew miasma. The dilapidated crown. It appears to have been worn by the king of a ruined kingdom, and seems to retain some magic. Yifan looked at the two items. These two items had no grade and could not be tempered, so they were considered two special items. Moreover, both the mist droplets and the crown showed signs of damage and incompleteness, clearly indicating that both items were defective. It remains to be seen whether they can be repaired. The atmosphere was a little somber, but Chun Xianxian knew what was important and didn't try to shift the blame onto Yifan. She was just saddened by Xiao Qing's death. Without saying a word, the group headed towards the celestial tribe, intending to start a war with Sakura today. On the other side, Liu Anuona also found the place mentioned on the crystal, and there were some buildings not far in front of her. The buildings are relatively low, and some of them resemble houses, about the size of doghouses. Furthermore, it was inhabited by a series of goblin-like dwarf creatures, though her vision indicated that these little things were not goblins. A goblin? Liu Anuona wondered. The goblins were busy at the moment, and the entire camp looked well organized. Some were cooking, some were adding firewood, and they were also building a rather grand building. However, the building seemed to have been destroyed once, and there were some wounded people lying sprawled on the ground inside the tribe, looking like they were on the verge of death, and that they were seriously injured. These goblins have green skin, are only half a meter tall, and have long, pointed ears, but they lack sharp claws and teeth, making them look like aliens. Anuona, what should we do? Should we kill them? A girl asked. Killing them shouldn't be necessary, these little things look harmless. Besides, didn't the crystal ball suggest that we could take them in and have them serve us? Why kill them? Liu Anuona also said. That's true, but how do we negotiate with them? Can they understand us? The question on everyone's mind was also Liu Anuona's. Now that the goblins had been found, how could they communicate with them? This is indeed a problem. Chapter 67, The Goblin's Request. Hurry, hurry. The magic tower must be built quickly, Otherwise we will be helpless when those goblins come back to fight us, shouted a goblin dressed in coarse linen clothes. The goblins were busy repairing something called the magic tower. Dwarf goblins. Grade, black iron. Born of a dwarf craftsman and a goblin. Oh my god, the dwarf's genes actually overpowered the evil god, making them incredibly small and causing reproductive degeneration. A goblin without genitals, lacking sexual desire, inheriting the crafting skills of the dwarven artisans, and even more passionate about creation. Liu Anuona was taken aback. These guys can talk. This was something she hadn't expected. She hadn't anticipated that the goblin could actually talk. It was truly strange and bizarre. After observing for a while, she discovered that these goblins did not have any powerful weapons, only a bone knife about the size of a utility knife hanging at their waist. Liu Anuona retreated into the bushes to think things over. Perhaps direct negotiation was a good approach. Moreover, the opponent is very weak, and she can defeat him all by herself. After figuring it out, Liu Anuona mustered her courage and went outside. Agile, someone called anxiously from behind. Liu Anuona, however, strode out with an air of leisurely ease. She walked up to the front, put her hands on her hips, and said loudly, "Are you in charge here?" Liu Anuona's gaze fell upon the goblin dressed in coarse linen clothes. The goblin was startled and screamed in terror upon seeing Liu Anuona. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Run! The goblins scattered in panic, some hiding in the small wooden house. Others collided with each other in twos and threes and fainted, and still others ran towards Liu Anuona in a frantic rush, only to be frightened unconscious by a single glance from her. Liu Anuona's initial nervousness immediately dissipated, leaving her somewhat speechless. Seriously, is that all the guts you have? The goblin leader was trembling behind a broken stone tower, which was about 3 meters high and had a white stone on top, though it was now damaged. Human, you are human, the goblin chieftain asked in a trembling voice. Otherwise what? Do you think I don't look human? Liu Anuona asked back, arms crossed. Upon hearing this, the goblins all poked their heads out to look, but they were all timid and hesitant, their eyes full of avoidance, not daring to meet Liu Anuona's gaze. They were pitifully cowardly. Hey, it's very impolite not to answer people. I don't mind destroying an impolite tribe, Liu Anuona said awkwardly. As she spoke, she stepped forward and kicked over a small wooden hut that was less than a meter tall, smashing it to pieces. The goblin inside was so frightened that he instantly fainted. How terrifying. It's human. Will she eat us? Wah, what do I do? Chieftain, you must think of something quickly. The goblin chieftain was being choked and shaken, nearly suffocating. Let me go? Let me go? I'm going to die. Liu Anuona sighed. Tell me, just who are you people? Cough cough. The goblin chieftain cleared his slightly uncomfortable throat. His voice sounded aged, and it was impossible to tell how old he was. We are goblins, a group of hard-working, peaceful, and law-abiding goblins. You're really human? Liu Anuona glared at the other person, who immediately shrank back, startled. I don't want to say it a second time. If you're blind, go see a doctor. The goblin's eyes were filled with disbelief, seemingly tinged with both fear and awe towards the word human. At this moment, Liu Anuona continued to ask, Little goblins, what exactly are you? And what's the story behind your claim that the goblins wanted to kill you? The goblin chieftain took 2 trembling steps forward and said in a trembling voice, We are born of goblins and dwarves. No creature wants to be with us. Goblins bully us every day. Many of my people have died at the hands of goblins. As for humans as tall, majestic, domineering, powerful, kind, and amiable as you, we have only heard of them in legends. The goblin chieftain didn't blush at all when he said this. On the contrary, he looked quite old and smug. Liu Anuona was unsure whether to be happy or upset. It felt a little strange to be praised by such a little thing. You've never seen a human before? Liu Anuona asked. She was very curious to know if there were any humans in this world besides their blue star. If there were, she might be able to figure out what was going on in this world. So, do the questions they seek even have answers? Why did they come here? What is the purpose of the things that brought them here? How will they get back? The goblin chieftain sighed. Alas, I've never seen one before. I've already told you it's something only seen in legends. Of course, it's also possible that I haven't been to many places. I only wandered around the nearby forest and eventually gathered the goblins here to set up camp. Liu Anuona felt that the other party was not lying about this point. The goblin tribe was surrounded by a wall about 1.5 meters high. It contains various buildings, houses, watchtowers, and things like blacksmith shops and furnaces. It is technologically advanced, at least much stronger than those ferocious beasts and monsters that only know how to fight. Liu Anuona standing there gave the goblins a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of Attack on Titan. Okay, your answer is a bit disappointing, but I'm afraid your technology is developing quite well. If I were to provide you with a safe place, would you be willing to serve my tribe? The goblins exchanged glances, their eyes revealing confusion, bewilderment, and apprehension, along with a sense of unease. A safe place? To serve humanity? Really? Is it fake? Are you going? That human looked so fierce. I'm so scared. Shoo, keep your voice down. What if she hears us? Don't worry. She's tall. She definitely won't hear you. The goblins whispered their secret plot, completely oblivious to whether Liu Anuona could hear them. Liu Anuona was speechless with disbelief, and kicked over the high wall built by the goblins. Have you finished discussing it? The goblins were startled, and immediately shrank back behind the wooden house, not daring to utter a sound. Their chieftain spoke up. Oh, that's possible, but before that, I want to avenge our fallen kin. Human sir, you will help me, won't you? After all, you are so tall, so majestic, so domineering, so powerful, so kind, and so approachable. The goblin chieftain remained calm and composed, showing no sign of embarrassment. Liu Anuona took a deep breath. She knew that the goblins wanted to see how strong she really was. Although they were small, they were not stupid. Okay, where are those goblins? Human, what are you going to do? The goblin chieftain asked. Charge them. Slaughter them. The goblins swallowed hard and looked at each other in bewilderment. The goblins, whom they avoided like the plague, were now being confronted by this human, a prospect they found hard to comprehend and disbelieve. What are you all standing there for? Lead the way. Liu Anuona shouted sternly. Yes. Yes, yes. The goblin chieftain immediately swayed forward with small, quick steps. Chapter 68: The Situation of the Celestial Tribe. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's group had already arrived at the Heavenly God Tribe's camp. The Celestial Tribe's camp was also in a forest, but to their south was an area covered by lush flowers and grasses. Is that the botanical garden? Someone asked, gazing at the misty flower beds. That's right. Those sunflowers that can produce magic crystals are in there. The fog will dissipate around noon, and then I can take you in to have a look, Qin Qianqian said. Those little cherry blossoms will probably be there around noon, right? Probably. They collect magic crystals every day. Didn't they transplant those sunflowers? They seem to be able to move them much faster. Their tribe is located inside the botanical park, so they shouldn't be far away. Otherwise, they would have been transplanted long ago. Yi Fan understood this as well. Since the two tribes of Little Cherry Blossom were located in the botanical park, they did not choose to transplant the sunflowers. However, the botanical garden has a somewhat eerie feel to it. From the outside, you can see a huge archway formed by climbing vines, and the two sides are even somewhat symmetrical. Red, pink, and blue morning glories bloom on either side of the archway formed by vines. Yi Fan, don't you think this gate looks like it was deliberately set up? One you said. I think so too, but we know too little. We don't even understand how this world works. Let's not think about it. Otherwise, thinking too much will give us a headache. Hey, Yi Fan is right. Anuona just sent a message saying that they encountered a group of intelligent creatures in the east, a kind of short goblin that is less than half a meter tall. They are all huge. Lin Qingxue complained helplessly. Intelligent beings? Everyone was shocked. That's right. A group of talking goblins, and they can even build all sorts of structures. Anuona says they're a race that's a hybrid of goblins and dwarves. Yi Fan frowned at this. He thought about it and felt that this might not be a bad thing, because intelligent beings can communicate, and maybe those goblins knew something. Then tell Anuona to bring those goblins back, and we'll set aside an area outside the camp for them to live in, but it would be best if they signed a blood pact. Yes, I've already told her, and she said she'll bring it back. That's good. Blood pact is a feature introduced when upgrading the sanctuary. It is a mandatory contract, but it requires the other party's consent and is a voluntary contract. Yi Fan may accept other races to strengthen himself, but he would never leave any future troubles, much less raise a tiger to cause future problems. The people in the Celestial Tribe are all girls. After all, it's preschool education, and there are naturally more girls in the preschool education major. Yi Fan remembered that there were only 8 boys in the 5 nursing classes alone, and 3 of the classes had no boys at all. He was the only boy in his class. Yi Fan's arrival made some of the girls in the tribe blush. Since they were all girls, they were naturally very carefree and naked in the camp. In particular, more than half of the people did not have any clothes at all, and could only make do with clothes made of leaves woven from vines. Qin Xianqian was relatively wealthy in the early stages, and managed to upgrade her shelter to level 2 by reselling magic crystals several times. Yi Fan's gaze swept around, and besides seeing some girls covering their private parts and running away shyly, he also saw a specially built shack. The shack wasn't big, about the size of a medium-sized yurt. Inside, 7 or 8 girls were bound hand and foot, emaciated from hunger, and looked pitiful. At this moment, they looked like a group of modern people who had been captured by Amazonian savages. They had no clothes on them. Their faces were covered in dust, and their hair was covered with dead leaves. What's the deal with those people? Yi Fan asked curiously. Qin Xianqian followed Yi Fan's gaze, sighed helplessly, and said, "What could have happened? They're just a few young ladies who are used to being waited on hand and foot on earth. They're not used to it here, so I punished them. These people incited everyone to run away with them, and as a result, we encountered wild beasts, which caused the deaths of 3 people from our tribe. Then they started interfering in the tribe's affairs, forming cliques, and creating chaos, which seriously affected everyone's normal survival. We had no choice but to tie them up. Don't blame me for being heartless. Although we were classmates before, this isn't Earth. I'm already being merciful by keeping these people who are affecting the tribe from starving." Qin Xianqian became more and more agitated as she spoke, displaying a kind of indignant frustration at her perceived lack of progress. Yi Fan understood, and he was also relieved that such an extreme situation had not occurred in his class. Logically speaking, the situation where 6 girls in a dormitory could create more than a dozen groups is more exciting than palace intrigue. Yi Fan felt a chill just thinking about it, but thankfully, nothing like that happened in his tribe. The people of the Celestial tribe are cooking. Some girls wearing leaf-patterned clothes are stirring the porridge in the pot with a large bone. This is their lunch for today, which is quite primitive. Wanyu and the others found it hard to swallow when they saw it. The porridge contained some meat, some things that looked like tree roots, and some green leaves, so it was probably meant to be eaten as vegetables. "I'm really sorry, we're not very good at hunting, and we can only catch a limited amount of things. We can only serve you some porridge for lunch," Qin Xianqian said apologetically. "It's alright. I'd also like to try these vegetables. I haven't eaten any vegetables since I got here." Yi Fan replied politely. He didn't dislike these pastes, which were red and green, and somewhat similar to the lotus root starch and sesame paste he ate. Moreover, it contains only healthy and edible foods, so it's definitely edible. While waiting for dinner, Yi Fan went into the shack to check. Qin Xianqian did not stop him. She knew that Yi Fan might want to act as a persuader, but she had tried countless times, and those people were beyond redemption. Seeing Yi Fan walk in, the girls immediately looked at him as if he were a lifeline, their eyes filled with pity. "Help us. Handsome guy, help us get out of here. Can you help us? Can you take us away? I don't want to stay here." Several girls immediately began to plead, their pitiful and tearful expressions making people feel sorry for them. "What did you do back in your family on Blue Star?" Yi Fan asked. "My family owns a mine, and my dad is one of the shareholders," a short-haired girl said. Her skin was very good. Even with some dust on it, you could still see how smooth it was. "My family owns a supermarket, a big supermarket, with tens of millions in revenue a year," another long-haired girl said, her eyes full of excitement. Especially when she mentioned tens of millions a year, she was even more excited. "My family raises cattle, more than 5,000 head. My family owns a hotel, we have several buildings. Damn it, who kidnapped us?" There were 8 girls in the small shack, each of them possessing a remarkable elegance, with skin as smooth and delicate as porcelain, so fair that even the visible red veins beneath the skin were clearly visible. Chapter 69 Botanical Garden. They sat naked in the grass nest like livestock, their hands and feet bound by vines. Although Yi Fan's arrival made them a little shy and timid, they were already in this situation and were no longer afraid of Yi Fan's gaze. "Do you still think this was a prank, a farce?" Yi Fan asked. "Otherwise what? This is a world similar to Truman Show." "That's right, it's definitely fake. You don't actually believe it, do you? My dad will definitely get me out of here. He loves me the most. Hey, you can come and go from here. You must be a staff member, right? Can you let me out? I'll give you 10 million after I get out. How about it?" the girl whose family owns a mine said. "Money is nothing. I'll give you money too. Not only money, but I'm yours too. Just sleep with me here, then let me go. How about that?" As she spoke, the girl turned around and pressed her head against the haystack. Then, she adopted a crooked, half-pushed cart position, pointing her corgi-like little electric, but at Yi Fan. Yi Fan admitted that he was a little tempted. After all, She was indeed quite pretty. No wonder she was from a wealthy family. Even her home was more luxurious and cleaner. Hey kid, you must know those TV station staff since you can just come here like that, right? Here's what you'll do. When you get out, tell them that if they let me out, they'll give each of them 5 million. Yi Fan took a deep breath and, looking at the extremely serious expressions on everyone's faces, he was certain that these people had really gone mad. They still think it was a farce, a Truman Show orchestrated by someone else. Are all you rich people brainless? This is certainly absurd, but this isn't Earth at all. If you want to go back, there's no other way but to explore this world. You might as well go chop down trees and find stones. Maybe you'll level up to a certain stage and a portal will appear. Yi Fan's words silenced them. They weren't stupid, like Meng Meng, they just couldn't accept this huge difference. You all know everything. Think about it carefully. We're all from the same school. I'm just here to offer some advice. After all, what you've done is quite infuriating. You've harmed your classmates and disrupted unity. At this moment, a girl suddenly looked frantic and yelled at Yi Fan. Impossible. You're lying, you're lying. You know I'm not lying. No, you're lying. We clearly saw buildings in the forest when we were running away. They were definitely built by humans. No, that's right. Don't try to fool us. You're just a staff member. If we're not mistaken, this should be a primeval forest like the Amazon, and we've clearly found traces of human structures in the forest. The girls were extremely excited and didn't believe a word Yi Fan said. They only believed what they saw. Yi Fan was taken aback upon hearing this. A building? Are you sure? What kind of building? Just like in the countryside in the early 2000s. All the houses were made of mud. Yes, there are also buildings that look like city walls. Do monsters build houses and city walls? The group spoke with such confidence and conviction that Yi Fan began to lose his self-assurance. Where are the buildings you see? He asked. You'll see it after you walk through the botanical garden. Yes, if you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. It's definitely there. Yi Fan stroked his chin. Walking through the botanical garden? I really should go see it if I have the chance. These people weren't making things up. Yi Fan could distinguish between lies and the truth, especially their eyes, which were full of seriousness and certainty. Regardless of whether the buildings they saw were traces left by humans, he wanted to go and see them, perhaps because it had a great deal to do with uncovering the secrets of this world. Yi Fan didn't linger any longer. These people only believed what they saw, so they wouldn't believe anyone else's words. Because no one else saw it, they only became more convinced of their own ideas. Hey, let us go. Staff, let us out. My dad owns a mine. Yi Fan ignored it, and after a moment, he picked up a bowl of porridge and drank it. It tasted like meat and had a hint of saltiness. It wasn't bad at all. On the contrary, it was quite delicious. The tree roots in the paste weren't hard. Instead, they were a bit like coconut meat, and chewing them was quite relaxing. Yi Fan, what did you say to those women just now? Why are they all sticking their butts out? Lin Qingxue asked with a strange expression. She felt that if she hadn't been there, Yi Fan probably would have pounced on her. She didn't believe any man could resist temptation. Yi Fan put down the bowl, made of a large fruit shell. They said they found human-made structures at the end of the botanical garden. What? Human-made structures? Wan Yu and the others were all taken aback when they heard this. That's right. So they don't believe this is another world. They're more inclined to believe this is the Truman Show. Shall we go take a look? Go? Of course I'll go. I'll go if I have the chance. But no matter what those buildings are, I still firmly believe this is not Blue Star. Yi Fan said firmly. No matter where he is, he needs to find out what's going on. He doesn't want to be stuck in this place for the rest of his life. After lunch, the fog in the botanical park had dissipated, and everyone could see the entire park. The botanical garden is filled with many flowers and plants, and there is a straight avenue after entering the gate. Although the avenue is now also covered with some plants, its outline is still there. A group of people walked among them. To their left were pitcher plants that were taller than a person, and inside were some animal carcasses. On the right were some tulips of various colors, and Yi Fan vaguely saw something that flapped its wings like a little elf. He rushed over immediately, but saw nothing. Strange. Did I see wrong? What's wrong? Yi Fan. There was a little golden sprite just now, but it disappeared as soon as I came over. A little elf? I don't see one. He looked at Chun Xianxian and the others. Have you seen this before? Chun Xianxian shook her head. No, we haven't seen any little elves or anything like that in all the days we've been here. Yi Fan rubbed his forehead, a hint of self-doubt in his voice. Could it be that I really saw wrong? Chapter 70. The battle begins. Yi Fan stopped worrying about it. There were also huge mushrooms in the botanical garden, about 4 or 5 meters tall. However, those mushrooms were very hard, and their structure had long since changed, making them inedible. The botanical garden is more lively than the forest. Here you can find strange, chubby wasps about the size of a fist, as well as colorful butterflies that are as big as your palm. Some morning glories were as big as megaphones on Earth, and there were also cacti that were over 10 meters tall. What's even more eye-catching is a tree about a kilometer ahead. It's not very tall, but it looks a lot like a broccoli, so it's quite conspicuous. What kind of tree is that? Yifan asked. I don't know. We've looked. There's not even a name. Chen Qianqian replied. Yifan was the same. His crystal ball couldn't reveal any information about the tree either. Even after 10 minutes, when everyone got close to the tree, his crystal ball still couldn't detect it. The tree is about 30 meters tall, but the trunk is not visible, making it look like hundreds or thousands of small trees planted together. However, Yifan could see that many of the trees were connected together, so they should be one tree. The large tree covered a vast area, and the area around it was completely bare, as if it had forcefully absorbed all the nutrients from the surrounding area. Could the trunk of this tree be underground? Yifan wondered. That area over there is sunflowers. There are about 170 or 180 plants in that area. Let's split them in half. Chen Qianqian said, pointing to an area. Yifan also noticed that the yellow sunflowers had condensed small magical crystals, which were embedded in the flower stamens, looking somewhat out of place. It seems that Sakura and the others haven't arrived yet. Let's start digging now, Yifan urged. Yes, no problem. We feel at ease with you all here. Everyone took out shovels and started digging. Yifan originally thought there would be only about 100 plants, but now it seems he can get another 80 or 90. If you can collect 80 or 90 plants a day, that would be a huge improvement. Be careful when you're shoveling. Don't break the roots. Yifan reminded them. Don't worry, we know what's important. The group immediately started digging, wanting to take all the sunflowers with them. However, 10 minutes later, they heard voices coming from behind them, getting closer and closer. Sakura is here. Yifan immediately became alert. Should we attack directly or hide and observe first? Chen Qianqian asked. Let's hide first and see how things go. Yifan was naturally not going to be foolish enough to rush forward. A sneak attack was always the best strategy. 2 minutes later, more than 30 people from Japan appeared on the scene. To Yifan's surprise, all of them were men, and there was not a single woman. Some of the boys had slicked back hair and looked arrogant, while others had long hair and wore wolf tails. When they saw the scene of chaos and the sunflowers that had been dug up, they were first stunned, then burst into angry curses. How dare they? Someone actually stole our sunflowers. It must be those women from the celestial tribe. They're so damned. I knew we should capture them and enjoy them as soon as possible. Baka, these women are really bold. After I sell this batch of magic crystals, I'm going to sleep with them all. I'm going to stuff goblin clubs into them too. Damn it. What do we do now? Let's collect the remaining dozen or so scattered magic crystals first. All right. Yifan, hiding behind a large mushroom, had a clear view. Both clan leaders were present, one at level 14 and the other at level 13. One of them is called Nikawa Steelplate, and the other is called Yamamoto Taro. They only had one excellent grade weapon, which was held by Yamamoto Taro. It was an axe. Their level is not bad, but Yifan doesn't think they are his match. However, he must deal with Yamamoto Taro first. Dealing with silver-level troll goblins was a bit difficult, but killing these beasts was naturally not too much of a struggle. After figuring it out, Yifan made a gesture, and everyone immediately followed. Just as a group of cherry blossom girls were dejectedly collecting the newly appeared magic crystals, a crystal ball was thrown at them. Nanny, someone asked in surprise. The crystal ball hit the ground squarely, creating a small crater. This unexpected event stunned them for half a second. Holy light! Shine! With a loud shout, the crystal ball suddenly burst forth with a blinding white light, so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. I can't see it anymore. What is it? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. My eyes. They cautiously drew their weapons, and although they couldn't see them, they still managed to grab the weapons from their inventory by memory, pacing around warily. Sakura disappeared from sight in an instant, and then they heard a series of rapid footsteps rushing towards them. Someone's coming. To the left. There are some on the right too. Which side is it? The group panicked instantly. Yamamoto Taro could clearly feel a cold wind blowing in front of him. He gritted his teeth and swung his axe wildly in front of him. Tear through the air. The axe burst into red light and slashed towards Yifan. Yifan was somewhat surprised that the opponent could sense his approach and quickly launch a counterattack. However, Yi Fan's eyes were open, so the advantage remained with him. Black flash. A black sword wave swept towards Yamamoto Taro's neck. He heard a whooshing sound as it cut through the air and, realizing the danger, lunged to the left without regard for direction. His heart was pounding, and he was in a state of panic in the darkness. He blinked frantically, hoping to regain his vision as soon as possible. Yamamoto Taro was unlucky. In his panicked attempt to dodge, he crashed headfirst into a cactus, and a sharp pain shot through his head. Ah! Yamamoto Taro cried out in pain. His vision gradually cleared, and he saw a blurry figure carrying a black longsword charging towards him again. You little devils! Die! Yi Fan roared, brandishing his sword, and slashed at Yamamoto Taro. Chapter 71, Battle Over. All the Japanese devils are dead. Yamamoto Taro tried to dodge, but unfortunately he had no initiative and was struck by Yi Fan's blade. With a ripping sound, accompanied by the sound of flesh being cut by a katana. Most of his left shoulder was chopped off diagonally, just like a watermelon being sliced open, with clean cuts and bright red color. Ah! He screamed in agony. Even though the pain hadn't yet hit him, he still cried out when he saw his body in that state. Yi Fan didn't pause. After all, this wasn't Blue Star. What if the other party had some means to revive their body? Thinking of this, Yi Fan's eyes revealed a ruthless and decisive look. He had to act swiftly and decisively, and not give the other party any chance to retaliate. Ah! Yi Fan shouted, and at the same time slashed horizontally with his sword. If this slash hit, it would definitely cut Yamamoto Taro in half. After being seriously injured, Yamamoto Taro lost most of his mobility and had no strength left to dodge. The katana slashed rapidly, cutting through the air to his left. He could vaguely see the ripples in the air as the black katana swiftly sliced through the air. Then he felt a cold touch on his left side. His skin was being cut open, sliced like pork. The process was quick, but it seemed incredibly slow to him. He didn't know where Yi Fan had come from, nor could he understand how the other party could be so powerful. In his mind, he was the most powerful being among this group. They had wiped out a goblin tribe and killed a silver-level giant bear. They shouldn't be this fragile. But reality often goes against his expectations. His vision began to spin, and as he did so, he saw that the lower half of his body was still standing in place, not having fallen. That's right. Yamamoto Taro was cut in half at the waist. He didn't even have time to resist. With a soft thud, half of his body fell to the ground, staining a large area red. His eyes revealed terror, confusion, and a desperate will to live. He didn't want to come here, nor did he want to die, but good fortune wasn't on his side. From the moment he offended the Xiao people, he should have thought about the consequences. After all, they were also defeated by the Xiao people decades ago. He stared at Yi Fan with resentment, his eyes wide open, his arms still waving on the ground, but very weakly. Then came another slash, this time aimed at his neck, and his head flew off, rolling to the ground. The bloodied head rolled onto the battlefield, seen by many Japanese soldiers. The strongest man from their two tribes was dead. Yi Fan's face remained expressionless. Killing a beast was nothing to him, and he felt no psychological burden whatsoever. So weak, not even close to being as strong as a troll goblin. Yi Fan said disdainfully. So far, the most powerful creature he has ever encountered is the troll goblin. Compared to the troll goblin, Yamamoto Taro is far too weak. Oh no, boss is dead, a Japanese soldier shouted from the crowd. Yamamoto's head rolled right to his feet, his eyes still wide open in resentment and anger. The clan leader is dead. Retreat immediately. Run, everyone. The Japanese soldiers were terrified when they saw this scene. The death of their leader shattered their morale, and they lost the courage to fight again. They were predominantly male, and although Yi Fan and his group had gained the upper hand in the previous battle. However, after regaining his sight, he managed to hold his own against the group of girls with his own strength, and even seemed to have the upper hand. But all of that vanished with Yamamoto's death. Everyone hurry up. Don't let them get away. Shin Qianqian shouted happily. Kill. Kill those little Japanese devils. Don't let them escape. Leave no one alive. The group of girls were immediately energized and charged towards the Japanese soldiers. Wanyu took down one with 2 slashes, and then a skeleton soldier crawled out of the corpses to join the battle. Winter Melon's sister rushed over and stomped on the surrounding Japanese soldiers, sending them flying into the air. Then, just like Su Lai activated his Q skill, she slapped the Japanese soldiers with her sticks several times. The giant clubs slammed into them with dull thuds, accompanied by the cracking sound of bones breaking. With another burst of force, Wintermelon's sister smashed them into a pile of mud, just like hitting a steamed bun with a stick, causing it to explode and its internal organs to spill out with a squelch. No one felt disgusted. These Japanese devils were no loss. If they grew stronger, they would be the ones lying on the ground. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. After experiencing so much, everyone has a clear understanding of this. In this cruel world without laws, compassion and pity can become a knife that kills you, piercing your heart at any moment. Yi Fan rushed forward and killed 2 people in one go. The 2 Japanese soldiers whose necks had been cut off turned their heads in disbelief, trying to see their killer. However, the muscles in their necks had long since ruptured. Only the severed tendons and muscles could be seen rhythmically twisting, but the connecting parts were no longer there. This is settled. Don't let anyone escape, Yi Fan shouted, his entire body bathed in blood, like a demon god crawling up from hell. The entire sunflower field was dyed crimson, and the blue and white flowers were also stained red. The battle was brutal, but it was the Japanese soldiers who suffered the most, with corpses lying one after another on the ground. The corpses lay scattered on the ground, their muscles still twitching slightly. They were all dead, but their muscles and nerves were still twitching. Everyone was panting heavily, and blood splattered on their faces. Chen Xianxian's hair was mostly dyed red. 2 girls on her side had died in this battle. The 2 girls were petite, only about 1.5 meters tall. They were kicked to the ground during the fight, and then slashed with a knife. Chen Xianxian was helpless and unable to save them, as the situation was extremely chaotic at the time. The other side lost 32 people, while they only lost 2. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win situation. But lives can't be compared. The worthless lives of those Japanese devils are far less important than theirs. Let's give them a proper burial, Yi Fan said regretfully, looking at the 2 corpses on the ground. Chen Xianxian took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and felt a lump in her throat, but she held back her tears. If she cried, everyone else would definitely cry too. The botanical garden wasn't as safe as it seemed. She needed to get things done quickly and go back, as she couldn't stay outside for long. Yes, I will take them back for burial. As she spoke, Chen Xianxian was about to carry the 2 girls back, but as soon as she squatted down, she was surprised to find that the bloodstains on the ground were disappearing at an astonishing speed. Her pupils dilated in shock. What's going on? The blood has been absorbed. Chapter 72, The Monster of the Botanical Garden. Seeing the disappearing bloodstains, Chen Xianxian instinctively sensed something was wrong. She quickly hoisted her companion's body onto her back and turned to shout, "Everyone, get out of here. Something's fishy." Yi Fan also noticed this. The bloodstains on the flowers had disappeared, and the crimson pools of blood on the ground were rapidly seeping into the earth. It wasn't flowing in, it looked more like absorption, as if something was sucking the blood. "Hurry up," Yi Fan shouted in just half a second. Something unusual must be going on. Regardless of what this scene means, anything that can suck blood is definitely not something friendly. The group grabbed their belongings and quickly ran towards the outer edge of the botanical park. The sound of dozens of feet slapping the ground was chaotic yet orderly as they ran in one direction. Behind them, the trees that originally resembled broccoli began to slowly rise from the ground, like bamboo shoots about to break through the soil. The roots of the grass and plants underground made snapping sounds, as if something terrifying was lurking beneath the earth. "It's recovered." "What on earth happened?" someone shouted as they ran. "I don't know. Run. Something's about to come out from underground." "Is it a monster?" "Should. Run, everyone." "Damn it, what kind of place is this? Why is everything so dangerous?" Less than 5 seconds after everyone had run, Yi Fan saw a monster rise up from the ground behind him, as if it had been cracked open like an egg. His pupils dilated suddenly. The monster that had stood up was actually a tree. "It's actually a tree," Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. The running crowd all turned their heads and glanced over, and sure enough, they saw an enormous monster. It was a tree, and those broccoli-like trees on the ground were actually the monster's hair, that was all. The terrifying giant tree monster has 2 yellow eyes, like light bulbs, but is the size of a car. Below the 2 eyes is a dark, gaping mouth. What would happen if you were eaten? Would you be digested directly, or would you be crushed by the sharp teeth inside? Yi Fan dared not think about it. Only then did he understand what megalophobia was. "Run. We can't afford to mess with this big guy," Yi Fan urged. Everyone ran with all their might, eager to get away from here as soon as possible, ignoring the stinging pain in their lungs caused by the intense running. However, the monsters seemed to be faster. Waves surged up from the ground behind them, as if something was moving underground. Yi Fan's pupils widened in shock. He tackled Wan Yu to the ground, and the two of them were thrown into the air. In front of the path Wan Yu had been running, a root as thick as a water pipe suddenly pierced up from the ground. No one dared to underestimate that root. Although it was a plant, the magic surging from it was far more powerful than that of Yi Fan. However, this was only a root. Yi Fan dared not imagine how powerful the monster's true form must be. Yi Fan quickly got up, grabbed Wan Yu, and ran. Let's go. The two disregarded their recent intimate contact, their minds filled with only the thought of survival. The ground behind them was still surging, as if even more roots were attacking them. Ah! A scream suddenly came from Yi Fan's left rear. She was a girl with her hair in a bun, quite pretty, and she was on Chun Qianqian's side. The girl who screamed was the one who was stabbed by a root that had sprouted from the ground. The root pierced the girl's body precisely. Moreover, the position passed right through the middle of her. Yi Fan wanted to save the person, but more roots spread out from behind him, and if he were pierced, he would not be able to leave. After a 0.001 second internal struggle, Yi Fan still didn't go to the rescue. He knew that even if he went, he wouldn't be able to save the other party and would only put himself in danger. Chun Qianqian pouted and led her people in a frantic run, tears streaming down her face. As the clan leader, she had her own judgment. Going back to rescue them was definitely not a good plan, as it would put them all in danger. I'm sorry, Xiaojing. She could only say with remorse, hoping to alleviate some of the moral condemnation and guilt in her heart. In the first second, Xiaojing's face showed fear and confusion. She seemed very puzzled as to why she was the one who was stabbed. The next second, accompanied by a strange feeling, Xiaojing's face showed a look of fear and unease. In the third second, the root continued to invade, piercing not only her internal organs. It was also stirring inside her, turning her internal organs into a jumbled mess, and she could clearly feel the changes in her abdomen. In the fourth second, she looked up at the retreating figures of Chun Qianqian and the others, her expression a mixture of pleading and a hint of resentment. Why did you abandon her? Why didn't you save her? Why did you just give up on her like that? All of this vanished in the fifth second, as more roots pierced her body, tearing her apart completely, creating a very bloody scene. Yi Fan dared not look any longer. He couldn't imagine the immense pain that girl had endured. He left behind only two words: run. The group ran frantically, and finally, when they were about 50 meters from the gate, the roots stopped spreading, seemingly having reached their limit. The rootstock stretched taut, wanting to continue reaching forward, but lacking the strength to do so. The group didn't stop there. They felt unsafe if they didn't run back to camp. The distance of 50 meters was not far. As soon as everyone stepped out of the botanical park, they relaxed a lot and finally escaped this dangerous hell. 10 minutes later, the group lay on their backs on the open grassland, panting heavily. They were now back in the territory of the Celestial Tribe and were safe for the time being. Yi Fan's chest heaved, and he swallowed frequently. His throat was dry and itchy. A girl scooped a bowl of water and fed it to Yi Fan by hand. Yi Fan didn't stand on ceremony and drank the water in the bowl in big gulps. Since he became physically strong, he had never been this tired. Even after having sex with Lin Qingxue for 2 hours, he would not be panting so heavily. Then what exactly is that? Someone asked. Who knows what it is, but it seems our battle awakened that guy. I never imagined that the botanical garden was so dangerous. At first, I thought it was a garden-like place. Little Jing Hua. Don't be sad. The situation back then sigh. Everyone had questions, regrets, and sadness. Of course, most of the sadness came from Chun Qianqian's side. None of the people Yi Fan brought this time died. Apart from 2 people who were slashed twice in the battle, the rest suffered only minor abrasions. However, the 2 girls who were slashed had relatively shallow cuts due to their leather armor, and the wounds should have scabbed over by now. Chapter 73. Back to the tribe. The goblins join. Yi Fan didn't want to recall what had just happened. He had gained a lot this time, and even if they were sad, it was Chun Qianqian and the others who were sad, not Yi Fan. Yi Fan attended the funeral simply out of regret for the loss of life, placing a bunch of colorful flowers on the 4 small graves, one of which was empty. Today, 4 people died in Chun Qianqian's tribe, a considerable loss. Don't be sad. The world we live in is amazing. Who knows, there might be a chance of resurrection in the future. Yi Fan put his hand on Chun Qianqian's shoulder to comfort her. Chun Qianqian smiled slightly, a bittersweet smile on her face. Thank you. I hope so. It's not just hope, it's definitely there. After all, I can heal my wounds. so resurrection might not be impossible. Lin Qingxue said, holding up her magic wand. Their words weren't unfounded. This world truly is a magical one, with skeleton soldiers that can survive even after turning into skeletons, and also wondrous healing magic. If this trend continues, a reversal of fate is not impossible. Of course, that's a matter for the future. For now, it can only be considered a consolation, a hope that makes the situation less heartbreaking. Things are all done for today, so let's head back now. It's not safe if it gets dark, Yifan said. It was just a collaboration between the two parties, and now that it's getting late, it's time to head back to my own little nest. Chen Xianxian didn't bother with polite formalities to persuade him to stay, because there was no need. Survival isn't about treating someone to a meal, it's about navigating treacherous dangers at every turn. Okay, be careful on the road. I hope everyone can survive, Chen Xianxian said with concern. This concern came from the bottom of her heart. As fellow alumni and humans, they both hoped that each other could survive. Definitely. I won't take the Japanese weapons this time. You can keep them for yourselves, Yifan said. Upon hearing this, Chen Xianxian didn't stand on ceremony anymore. Thank you. She did need a weapon, especially an excellent one. Yifan naturally looked down on that axe. The axe wasn't very powerful, and 4 people had died on Chen Xianxian's side this time. It wouldn't hurt to leave something for the other party. His tribe already had weapons, and had even sold some before, so they certainly didn't lack any. He has collected 60 sunflowers so far. If the situation hadn't been so urgent, he could have collected more, but he has to make do for now. He doesn't plan to go to the botanical garden again for the time being. That big guy must have been revived because he drank human blood. The good news is that it seems that the big guy can't leave the botanical garden. Otherwise Yifan would definitely be living in constant fear. Yifan, is it really true that the big guy won't come out? One Yu asked worriedly. That thing was so powerful that it could easily destroy their newly established tribe. Don't worry. If it could come out, it would have already chased after us. If such a powerful creature could move, I don't think it would be willing to stay in the botanical garden, Yifan said confidently. Whatever that big thing is, since it has the instinct to thirst for blood, it must also have the characteristic of hunting. If it can move, it cannot be confined to one place. Soon, the group passed by the spot where they had killed the troll goblin, but to their surprise, the troll goblin's corpse was gone. How could this be? Was it eaten by something? Everyone exclaimed in horror. Besides the fallen trees, there was some blood at the scene, but not a single piece of flesh was visible. Where the troll goblin had died, only a few tattered rags remained. Not even bones were left, and there were no drag marks on the ground. It must be. If such a big thing were dragged away, it would definitely leave a trace. But now there's nothing left. It must have been eaten, Yifan analyzed. The forest was eerily quiet, without the chirping of insects or birds, only the whistling of the cold wind as it passed through. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and shivered. Let's hurry up and leave. Yes, this place is quite eerie. Let's go home. I don't want to stay in this awful place for another second. The group immediately set off for home at full speed. The fact that they could devour the enormous troll goblin's body in half a day meant they were no pushovers. An hour before nightfall, Yifan led everyone back to the tribe. Only behind the sturdy stone walls could they catch their breath. The sense of security those towering stone walls provided was incomparable to the weapons in their hands. Yifan, come and take a look. Those goblins are waiting for you, Liu Anuona said as she walked over. At this moment, Yifan was still lying next to the blacksmith shop with Nalan Mimi. He originally came to see what Nalan Mimi was doing, but it was so warm here that he took a nap. Okay, here it comes. 2 minutes later, Yifan arrived at a clearing that had been fenced off. The clearing was still surrounded by stone walls, but it had been designated as a corner. The leading goblin chieftain was taken aback when he saw Yifan, the person in charge, and involuntarily knelt down. It could sense that the man in front of it possessed immense energy, even stronger than some of the elite goblins it had encountered. My lord, hello? How may I help you? The goblin chieftain said earnestly, his voice trembling. Looking at the little thing in front of him, Yifan exclaimed, Why does it look like an alien? The goblins were puzzled. What are aliens? The hen. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? He's so strong. He's even stronger than the boss. That's right. I can sense that he's even stronger than the boss. The leader took down about 10 goblins by herself. I feel like she could take on 100. No, I think it's 101. It's 100. 101. Listen to me. Why? It has to be produced 101. Yifan looked at the goblins whispering and plotting loudly with curiosity. These little creatures, less than half a meter tall, could actually talk. You must be the chieftain of the goblins. No. Now you are the chieftain of the goblins. Just call me a goblin. An ordinary goblin. The leading goblin said sincerely, his attitude very humble. It was used to being bullied and living a life of running away, and now that a human was willing to take it in, it naturally wanted to cling to that human's coattails. All right, ordinary goblin. Can you tell me about this world? I hope your answer will satisfy me. Yifan said earnestly. Dwarf goblins. Grade, black iron. Born of a dwarf craftsman and a goblin. Oh my god, the dwarf's genes actually overpowered the evil god, making them incredibly small and causing reproductive degeneration. A goblin without genitals, lacking sexual desire, inheriting the crafting skills of the dwarven artisans, and even more passionate about creation. Chapter 74 The Goblin's Loyalty. We're rich. The goblins were quite sensible. They were an outcast among the goblin tribes. Goblins are a lewd race. They will not spare any female. However, these goblins inherited the genes of the dwarves, which is very unusual. Or perhaps it can only be said that the genes of those few dwarves were too strong. This is similar to how certain races on Earth, regardless of the race they marry, always have black children. These goblins have no reproductive system, and the consequence of this is that they have no desire for females. This is similar to the eunuchs in ancient times. After being castrated, they would become effeminate, their voices would become soft, and their libido would decrease. Of course, the two situations are different. One is physical castration, and the other is congenital. That's why Yifan decided to keep them. He couldn't possibly keep a bunch of lewd creatures around him, and these defective goblins were just right. The goblin thought for a moment and then answered, My knowledge of this world is limited, and my strength is not great. I can only barely make ends meet by relying on my intelligence. However, this is a world where the big eat the small. Whether it's goblins, minotaurs, or green-skinned orcs, they all eat other species to strengthen themselves. Of course, by enhancement I mean completely devouring the other, eating with their mouths and biting with their teeth. They don't cooperate with other species, they only use each other as nourishment. At this point, Yifan paused for a second. It sounded like a world where big fish eat little fish, and little fish eat shrimp, an endless cycle of devouring and growth. Every race is trying to devour other races. It seems those monsters grow in a similar way to us, except we grow by devouring souls, while they grow by eating corpses, Wan Yu said, stroking her chin. That's right. That's about it. Yifan looked at the goblin. Go on. Tell me, what races are around me? How strong are they? The goblin continued. There are currently 3 major forces around the master. One is the goblin tribe, which has several thousand goblins and is ruled by a large golden-level goblin. One is an elven tribe, whose leader is also a gold-level elf. She calls herself queen, but in reality, her bloodline is impure. She's just an imposter. There's another rather unique faction, the undead race from the Dark Swamp. Their leader is a top-tier gold-ranked Dark Knight, but they rarely leave the Dark Swamp, seemingly due to some kind of restriction. There are also many other tribes, large and small, but none of them seem very strong. Finally, the goblin added, However, I don't think any of them are as powerful as your tribe, master. Yifan's lips curled up slightly. This goblin certainly knew how to flatter. Oh, is that so? What do you mean? The goblin's face turned serious. Because they have no wisdom, they don't know how to unite, and they don't know how to cooperate. But you are different, master. You will accept and subdue other races to strengthen yourself and make up for your weaknesses. With this balance of power, you will surely become the king of the misty forest. All right, you have a point. Besides what you've mentioned, you seem to be quite intelligent. What else can you do? Yifan asked. In his view, although the goblin in front of him was weak and frail, he was very clever. A smart species is superior to those monsters who only know how to fight in some aspects. We will build special magic towers that can absorb magic in the air and fire magic energy rays to attack attackers. They can also condense small magic crystals. What? A small crystal of magic energy has been formed. Everyone was immediately shocked. Magic crystals are practically the universal currency of the entire world. They are needed for building, casting spells, and learning skills. This stuff is basically pure silver, the more the better. Of course, only goblins can build this kind of special magic tower, not the kind of building Yifan built for learning magic. If Yifan could print money directly, would he still have to worry about not having equipment? How many magic crystals can a magic tower produce in a day? Yifan asked excitedly. 30. Can it be manufactured indefinitely? No, only 5 magic towers can exist in one area, because the magic power in that area is limited. Even if 150 magic towers are built, the total number produced will only be 150, the goblin explained. Yi Fan then pointed to the sunflowers planted nearby. Will it affect my sunflowers? No. Master's plants absorb the magic power of the earth, while the magic tower absorbs the magic power of the air. The two do not conflict. Yi Fan rubbed his chin, his expression somewhat complicated. It was a good thing, but not as good as he had hoped. However, with 5 sunflowers and 60 sunflowers, that's only 210 magic crystals per day. If you also kill some monsters, the daily income will be quite substantial. At least for now, no tribe can match Yi Fan's terrifying speed. Alright, then you can build the magic tower in the tribe. Yes, master. We can also forge iron armor for you. All we need is iron. We can make a complete set, the goblin said. If you only need iron, no problem. I happen to have some iron here. Yin Lily, Yi Fan called out. What's wrong, Yi Fan? A cold and beautiful face came closer. Give them some fish, don't let these goblins starve. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the goblins, who had been struggling to find their next meal, immediately knelt down. Thank you, master. You are truly great. You are our god. At this moment, the goblins took out some small magic crystals from the small bags attached to their sides and presented them to Yi Fan. My lord, this is what we've saved up these past few days. Although the goblins stole some, we still have some left, a total of 200. Please accept this. Ding. You have obtained 200 magic crystals. Yi Fan was overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. You did a great job. Hurry up and start building the magic tower. Yes. The goblins got up and started working in the camp, carrying small hammers and some tools to move the materials piled up in the camp. After temporarily solving the problem of not having enough magic crystals, Yi Fan was extremely pleased. By the way, Yi Fan, after we distribute the fish, we won't have enough for ourselves. What should we do? Yin Lily asked. It's all right. I'm going to the trading area to do some shopping. I can splurge a little today. As he spoke, Yi Fan went to the trading channel, wanting to buy some meat to eat. War God Tribe. Does anyone have extra food? I'll trade it for a common grade weapon. Thirsty Blood Tribe. Does anyone have magic crystals? I don't have enough to use for skills. Damn it, they can only be obtained through smelting materials. It's so damn hard. Akun Tribe. Can I exchange my unique Iron Mountain Lean technique for some magic crystals? Iron Blood Tribe. I have armor blueprints and I'd like to exchange them for some weapon blueprints, preferably excellent ones. Do you have any? Or you could exchange them for some magic crystals. Predator Tribe. Meat for sale. Meat for sale. We just captured a giant bear. Anyone want some meat? We only accept magic crystals. Pastoral Tribe. Damn, why do they all want magic crystals? You all know how hard it is to get those. Sometimes, killing monsters consumes far more magic crystals than you get. Egg Tribe. That's right, people who can buy things with magic crystals these days are all rich. I just upgraded my shelter to level 2, and now I need these to build some structures. It's really difficult. Yi Fan was also excitedly rubbing his hands together as he looked at the information on the trading channel. He had plenty of things that others could hardly live without, which he could squander. Chapter 75. The deal is done. A bountiful harvest. Yi Fan directly tagged Predator Tribe. How much meat do you have for sale? Predator Tribe. Do you want to buy? We can sell you 800 gene of giant bear meat. How much do you need? I can cut off several dozen gene. Yi Fan thought for a moment. Based on the preservation time, this 800-pound giant bear could only be preserved for about 2 or 3 days. Otherwise, it would be at risk of rotting. There are currently 46 people in the class. If each person eats 5 gene of meat a day, that's 230 gene of meat. If you eat like that for 2 days, you'll need at least 500 gene of meat. Yi Fan wouldn't buy the entire 800-pound giant bear. He only wanted the meat. He wasn't interested in the internal organs, guessing that the bear had already taken all the good parts, leaving only the pure meat as the only valuable thing. Once he understood, Yi Fan immediately sent a message. I want 500 gene of pure meat. No offal or anything. Just pure meat. What's the price? Because Yi Fan didn't send a private message, many people saw his message and their eyes widened in surprise. War God Tribe. Holy crap, 500 gene of meat? That's worth at least 300 or 400 magic crystals, right? Thirsty Blood Tribe. It can't be that expensive, right? Magic crystals are worth more than meat these days. Akun Tribe. Big shot. Oh no. Tycoon. Even at a 1-to-2 ratio, that's still 250 magic crystals, right? Wow, are they that rich? Iron Blood Tribe. The chieftain of the Starfire tribe has struck it rich. 250 coins means he has to kill 250 monsters. Holy crap. Ed Boy tribe. Oh, I'm so envious. How did you get that? Did you cheat? By the way, what level is your shelter now? A group of people were drooling with envy. Before they reached level 2, most people didn't realize this. Now that 40% of the tribes have reached level 2, the news that magic crystals are needed to build things has naturally spread, and the value of these things has naturally increased. However, the chieftain of the Predator tribe was equally shocked, as they had only recently upgraded to level 2. Therefore, magic crystals are urgently needed to construct the Bunin, altar, and magic tower, requiring a total of 150 magic crystals. Holy crap, chieftain, did this guy rob other tribes? How can he be so arrogant? That's incredibly extravagant. If it weighs 500 pounds, could we try to rip him off? The chieftain of the Predator tribe nodded slightly upon hearing this and replied, if you are truly interested, I will give you 500 caddies of meat for 250 small magic crystals. Yifan scoffed at these words. I sincerely want them, but some people aren't sincere about giving them. 250 coins? Do they really think I'm an idiot? You're not trying to say you spent 250 magic crystals to kill the giant bear, are you? The chieftain of the Predator tribe thought for a moment and immediately replied, it's not easy for us to hunt giant bears either. This is a silver-level ferocious beast, and it's not easy to deal with. How about 220? Yifan touched his nose, still feeling it was a bit expensive, but if he pressed too hard, the other party might not agree. He had dealt with silver-level monsters before, and they were indeed not easy to fight. He estimated that the opponent's consumption should be around 60 small magic crystals. So 200 is reasonable. However, Yifan calculated that since the other party was willing to exchange food for magic crystals, it must be for the purpose of building those 3 buildings. The 3 buildings, altar, magic tower, and Bunin, add up to 150. The opponent should have just leveled up to level 2, so they are eager to improve their strength as soon as possible. Having grasped this point, Yifan sent a message. 180 pieces, I think you can accept this price. I'm too lazy to talk to other people, it's too troublesome. I'll just deliver it all to you at once. Yifan's timing was perfect, hitting within a range the other party could accept. The chieftain of the Predator tribe was silent for 2 seconds. This person is incredibly accurate. It seems he knew exactly what I was going to do, build those 3 structures. After thinking it over, he decided not to try to bargain with Yifan anymore. He felt it was pointless. The other party was too clever, and he couldn't outmaneuver him. Every minute and every second here is dangerous. Building those 3 structures a day earlier would make us safer. If he sold the meat slowly, he didn't know how long it would take to sell it all, so he might as well sell it all to Yifan. Wholesale prices are much lower than retail prices. That was the only way he could console himself and make himself feel better. Alright, 180 it is, let's trade now. Seeing that the other party was so sensible, Yifan was also very pleased. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Ding! You have obtained 500 caddies of giant bear meat. The next moment, a huge, dissected body appeared in front of Yifan. The giant bear's 2 front paws and head were gone, and even its fur had been stripped off. The giant bear was enormous, exceeding 10 meters in length. Yifan estimated that it must have weighed 1,500 jin, 750 caddies, when it was alive. Now all its internal organs have been removed, and its fur and 2 forelegs have been cut off, making it look like a hollowed-out poached chicken. Goodness, should I say they're shrewd, or that their service is good? They stripped her pretty clean. Yifan exclaimed. He had expected that the other party would definitely steal all the useful and valuable things. However, he did not feel regretful, as his only goal was to get the meat. Alright, everyone, we're having bear meat tonight. Yifan shouted. The girls immediately cheered. Time to eat meat. I want to eat bear paws. I want to eat bear paws. Eating bear paws will get you arrested. It's illegal. TCH. This isn't Earth, where breaking the law just means you'll be dragged to Yifan's bed to be punished. No, I won't take it from Qingxua. If you're not going, I'm going. Damn it. It was clearly you who wanted to go. Lin Qingxue and Yifan exchanged a glance, and the latter shrugged helplessly, indicating that he hadn't taught Yifan to use such vulgar language. Don't look at me so innocently. All the girls here will be yours sooner or later. Why don't you let Wanyu sleep with us tonight? Lin Qingxue said. Yifan's mind went blank. Huh? Really? Of course it's true. Aina said she almost couldn't hold Wanyu last night. Luckily, she's a light sleeper, otherwise Wanyu might have run away last night. It was too dangerous. I just want to take care of Wanyu. At least until we deal with that voice, we have to keep an eye on her. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression turned serious, and he dropped his roguish look. Is that so? Looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to go and take a look. When do you plan to go? I don't know. To be honest, I'm a little scared. I'll wait until I reach silver rank. Right now, bronze rank is still too weak. It would be bad if I got killed instantly by something. Yi Fan had his reasons for this thoughtful consideration, since the leaders of the 3 major tribes were all gold-level bosses. When he reaches the silver level, he will only be 1 level lower than the 3 major bosses. He should be able to protect himself against the things underground. Chapter 76, A New Surprise. Yi Fan's actions caused a huge stir on the trading channel, with many people wondering where he got so many magic crystals. Basically, 99% of people don't know how to obtain extra magic crystals. Goblins aren't everywhere, and sunflowers aren't everywhere either. However, before the storm had passed, Yi Fan spent several dozen magic crystals to purchase some leather and textile materials. The trading area instantly erupted in chaos. War God Tribe. Damn it. I thought he was just being greedy and short of grain when he tried to lower the price, but it turns out he still has some left. Thirsty Blood Tribe. Rich guy? Rich guy? Please reward me with a magic crystal. Akun Tribe. I only managed to get about 20 after 2.5 days, all from killing monsters. This guy just threw out over 200. Wow, that's insane. Iron-Blooded Tribe. I know him, he's a very nice person. He deserves to be rich. Predator Tribe. Why are you, such a wealthy tycoon, driving down my meat prices? I'm so pathetic. Egg Tribe. Cluck, cluck, cluck. If only I could give birth to little magic crystals. Baka Tribe. TCH. Just a spendthrift. Let's see how many magic crystals he has left after this squandering. Everyone was envious again. This was real money spent. With enough magic crystals, they could at least live a worry-free life for the time being. Then another notification sound popped up. Ding. Congratulations on passing the beginner stage. You have achieved an S+ rating by slaughtering a goblin tribe and capturing a large number of prey. Braved the restricted area and came out alive, earning an SSS+ rating. Slaughtered the ape tribe, earning an S+ rating. The Kimchi tribe, having slaughtered resource competitors, received an S+ rating and became the first tribe globally to upgrade its shelter to level 2, also receiving an S+ rating. Overall rating. Your clan's rating is SSS. You will receive a large amount of resource rewards to help you better navigate the next stage. Ding. You have obtained 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 500 iron, 47 sets of common grade armor, 200 magic crystals, and 10 livestock. Before Yi Fan could react, a large amount of resources appeared on the open ground of the Starfire tribe. Rows of neatly stacked logs, pairs of stones, some silver iron blocks, and 47 sets of head-to-toe suits. The livestock distributed consisted of 10 sheep. Yi Fan had already acquired several of these sheep before, and their wool could be collected to make blankets or some equipment, which was quite good. Of course, it can also produce some goat milk every day. Yi Fan guessed that this goat milk would be useful in the future, and maybe it could be used to synthesize some potions or magic potions. Have I been in the beginner phase these past few days? Yi Fan muttered to himself. There were no prior warnings, and the monsters killed anyone they saw, which made him lose interest in the beginner phase. But to my surprise, after these days, this notification popped up. Everyone was astonished. They had made a fortune from this. My God, are all these things ours? Wow, so much wood. We spent so long chopping wood just to gather 10,000, and now we're rich overnight. Wow, so much iron. I'm rich. I'm rich. Nalan Mimi was also captivated by the iron ingots. Great. With this iron, I can do even more experiments. Groups of girls crowded around, touching the resources with their hands. Only those who have cut down trees know how difficult it is to obtain that wood. Anyone who has ever dug for stones knows how hard it is to dig a stone, and now that so many of these resources have been given away for free, they are naturally very happy. In addition, several new functions have been added to the user interface. Leaderboard. Arena, 1 initial ticket. Dungeon, 1 starting ticket. Yi Fan first opened the leaderboard, and in the overall tribe rankings, his Spark tribe was currently ranked first. And if he wanted, he could hang a golden, battle banner-like symbol above his head to show off. Yi Fan looked at the golden battle flag above his head, which had the number 1 on it. Not bad, it can be used for lighting. This was Yi Fan's first thought, and his entry also changed. The original entry was none, but it has now been changed to the chieftain of the first tribe, who bravely won first place among newbies. ventured into forbidden areas, was physically strong, large and powerful, and possessed an approachable demeanor. Is it that long? Yifan asked, puzzled. But what does big and powerful mean? Does it mean exactly what it says? He opened the panel. The first tribe chief, who bravely won first place among newcomers, ventured into forbidden areas, possessed a strong and powerful physique, and was imbued with affability. Name: Yifan. Position: clan chief. Physical fitness level: LV19, 78%. Overall strength: bronze, 80%. Equipment: black scale set. My rating is 80% bronze level. That means if I improve my physical fitness by another 2 levels, or get a piece of silver level equipment, I can reach silver level. Yifan muttered to himself, realizing that improving his strength was urgent. Now that he has so many resources, he naturally wants to expand his territory. He is also very interested in the dungeons and arenas. Chapter 77: The Arena. Yifan glanced at the introduction of the new feature. The arena was exactly what it sounded like. You could go in and duel. Each person has only 1 ticket per day, meaning each person can enter the arena once a day. Tickets can be combined. If you don't use them today, you'll have 2 tomorrow. However, tickets cannot be passed between individuals, as each ticket is engraved with the individual's name, making it impossible to pass tickets even within the same tribe. The specific function is the same as PK, where you can fight once a day, and the reward is some resources provided by the arena. Yifan took out 1 ticket from the storage compartment. Of course, this was the only one. The ticket was a long, rectangular shape, similar to a concert ticket, and entirely black. The front of the ticket has 3 large golden characters: Gladiator Arena. On the back of the ticket, there are 2 characters: Pass. In the lower left corner, there are 2 characters: Yifan. This ticket is Yifan's exclusive ticket. Even if someone else finds it, they cannot use it. It's quite interesting, but I wonder what it will be like after using it. Yifan muttered to himself, looking at the ticket. He glanced at the early sky, and after thinking for a moment, he decided to go in and take a look, since it shouldn't take too long anyway. Use. As Yifan used it, he vanished from the spot. Yes, he disappeared, vanished from the camp. Yifan, where are the others? It seems he used the arena ticket. Huh? What exactly does that thing do? Where did it take Yifan? Could something go wrong? Probably not. It's just a duel. They should be out after it's over. Yifan's figure appeared on the deck of an ancient wooden ship. A creaking sound came from the deck as it swayed with the waves. Where is this place? Yifan looked around curiously. He was standing on a large ship docked at the pier, with 2 other ships on either side, both filled with people. Upon seeing Yifan's arrival, everyone became excited, raising their glasses in a toast and cheering. People from Wuhu have arrived. Finally, someone's here. It's been so long since any adventurers have come here. Is this going to be interesting? Great. Does anyone have an extra glass of rum? Those people looked strange, somewhat like the pirates in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies Yifan watched, but their attire was completely different. He tried to get off the boat, but an invisible force prevented him from doing so, and an invisible wall blocked his way. He tried putting his weapons and equipment back into his inventory, and went down wearing only a pair of leather shorts, only to find that he still couldn't get down before giving up the idea of exploring. Can I go down? Is it virtual or real, or do they just not want me to go down? Yifan wondered. His movement was restricted to the 200 square meter deck. He couldn't go anywhere else. Just as he was wondering, a white light flashed, and an American was teleported over. Americans are about 1.8 meters tall, with a distinctive Western facial feature and a relatively robust physique. He glanced at Yifan, then looked around with a similarly puzzled expression. Just then, the sound of gongs rang out, and the 2 looked up at the same time, only to find a man wearing a hat with a skull and crossbones symbol sitting on the upper deck of the ship. He held a revolver, stared at the 2 men, and then said, "Come on, you 2, let's have a good fight." Then he took out an hourglass and set it aside. "Is there a reward?" Yifan suddenly asked. "Yes, of course, but only the winner can take it," the man said with a sinister smile. "Each person has only 100 magic crystals to consume. If you don't use them all, you can't take them with you. Killing your opponent is a victory. Surrender is not allowed here. However, dying here is not a real death. Please fight with confidence." The man's words put Yifan and the American man at ease. Not being completely dead meant they could go all out without any worries. If there were a real danger to his life, Yifan would never allow others to use the ticket so easily, but now he doesn't have that concern. At that moment, the captain in the cabin raised his revolver, and the two men were simultaneously immobilized by an invisible force. A blue health bar appeared above Yifan's head, but the specific values were not visible. A red health bar appeared above the American's head. At this moment, the spectators on both sides placed their bets, clearly treating Yifan's duel as a fun competition for entertainment. Quick, place your bet. I'm betting 3 gold coins on the red side to win. I'm betting on the red side too. Then I, Xiaobo, will play the blue side. Damn, the blue team looks incredibly weak. How can someone so skinny win? And you're betting on them? Yeah, they're so poor they're wearing shorts. How are they supposed to fight without any equipment? You came later, you don't understand, he's not poor. Huh? The man asked, puzzled. Never mind that. Hurry up and download it. It's about to start. The captain then shouted. 3, 2, 1. Then came a gunshot, and both men were simultaneously freed, signifying the official start of the duel. Both Yifan and the other person had 100 magic crystals appear in their inventory slots, and this particular inventory slot was black, as if it had been specially created for this purpose. Kid, no matter where you're from, this first victory is mine, and I'm taking the reward with me. The American man suddenly shouted, sounding a bit like an idiot and a teenager. It doesn't matter, I just came to take a look. But you're being far too arrogant. Killing you would be effortless for me, Yifan said calmly. The American man chuckled. Haha, are all Chinese people this arrogant? I'm already at the bronze level, and my physical abilities have reached a terrifying level 14. You're no match for me. Level 14? Oh, that's terrifying. Yifan was speechless. The American man immediately felt insulted and looked displeased. Didn't you read the instructions? The arena matches are based on strength, so the difference between you and me wasn't that big. But we Westerners are much taller than you Easterners, so you're doomed. Yifan looked puzzled, rubbing his chin. Matching based on strength? Wait a minute. I'm a character with a set of gear and almost level 20. How could they assign me such a weakling? He thought about it and came to 2 different conclusions. First, no one is stronger than him now. Secondly, very few people enter the arena, so you can only be matched with such a weakling. Chapter 78, Stack Prize Pool. Yifan also took action at this moment. With a thought, his whole body glowed with black light, and a set of black armor quietly appeared. Even his face was covered by black armor, leaving only his eyes staring at the American. At the same time, a long, sharp katana appeared in his hand, looking quite menacing. The Americans were immediately shocked. AA suit. Yifan initially tried to explore this place, so he removed his equipment and wore only pants that resembled beginner gear. Now that he had fully revealed his strength, his opponent was naturally taken aback. The other party initially thought Yifan was a newbie because he was a man wearing shorts, and assumed he could be easily manipulated. I never expected it to be such a big shot. The man swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he held the large knife. Why are you shaking? Yifan's voice came from behind. Didn't you say you were going to beat me and get your first win? Hello? The American man didn't say anything, gritted his teeth and charged towards Yifan. Since he wouldn't really die anyway, he might as well kill him. The American man, clumsy and reckless, charged forward, clearly lacking in combat experience. Die. Yeah. Yifan sighed helplessly. I thought it would be so amazing, but it's boring. He swung his sword swiftly. Black flash. Black flash. Black flash. Yifan immediately used up all the magic crystals, and dozens of black light waves swept over in an instant. The Americans were utterly shocked. They had never seen anything like this before. Even when facing a silver-level monster, no one would unleash skills like this. Yifan naturally didn't care. It was free anyway, so he figured he could use it and be done with it. An American wielding a standard-sized broadsword would be utterly defenseless. Ah! A scream rang out as the American was chopped into dozens of pieces, and the deck was immediately filled with the stench of blood. There was a 2-second silence, followed by cheers. Woohoo won. The blue team won. We won. Great. We've got lucky. Damn, this kid's been hiding his true strength. Why didn't he show his full gear earlier? What the hell? Those who had bet on Yifan happily clinked glasses and drank heartily, extremely glad they had bet correctly. Those people frantically rummaged through the gold coins on the table. Those gold coins were now theirs. Those who did not choose Yifan were filled with regret and deeply regretted their previous decision. Yifan saw all of this and wondered what these people were doing, whether they were real people or like NPCs in a game. He couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up on the problem. Yifan stepped through the blood-soaked ground to the front of the cabin and asked the captain, "What is the reward?" The captain then took out 2 fish. The fish were very large, about the size of a 5-year-old child, enough to eat for a long time. These 2 fish are your reward, the captain said, hooking 2 fish with his left hand. Yi Fan rolled his eyes. Just these 2 pathetic fish? You don't want it? No. Is there anything else? Yes. But if you choose not to take it, I'll have to take it back. What do you want? Of course it's good stuff. The more precious the stuff, the better. Yi Fan answered without hesitation. The captain gave a wicked smile. Of course there are good things, but you have to win 100 battles and you can't lose any of them. Otherwise it won't count. Yi Fan was overjoyed upon hearing this, as his initial goal was simply to see if the prize pool could accumulate. If the victory only brings 2 fish, then it's meaningless. What he wants is naturally the best. So you choose to preserve your victory? The captain continued. Reserve. Good. The next moment, Yi Fan disappeared from the spot and then reappeared in the camp. The crowd immediately surrounded him. Yi Fan, you went to the arena? Is it fun? If it is, I want to try it too. One, you said excitedly. Is it dangerous? Will anyone die? Did you win? A group of girls chattered around Yi Fan, who then recounted his experiences, much to everyone's delight. This looks like so much fun. I want to go too. Let's go. Let's go have some fun. Maybe we can win something good. Immediately, more than a dozen girls disappeared from the camp. Yi Fan didn't care. They wouldn't die, and at worst, they would just be eliminated. So you plan to stack it to 100 layers? Lin Qingxue said. That's right. The regular rewards are too meager. A little bit of fish is hardly enough to feed anyone. I'd be much more interested in some materials. Alright, let's go eat first. After you eat some more meat, you should be able to reach level 20, and your strength should be at the silver level. Okay. Soon everyone started eating bear meat. Yi Fan hugged a bare hind leg and began to gnaw on it, one bite after another, eating with great relish. Most tribes had not yet solved their food problem, and very few tribes could afford to eat meat at this time. Yi Fan's tribe was one of those few. Just as they were eating the meat, a dozen white lights flashed, and a group of girls, seemingly having finished their duel, emerged from the arena. Wah, I lost. That guy smashed my head. A girl cried, pouting, looking extremely upset. Wah, I lost too. That guy's weapon was better than mine. I won. Hee hee. I got 100 units of wood. I won too, and got 100 units of stone. Huh? Why are they all different? I got 10 units of iron. Yi Fan was also puzzled. He asked, how come there are so many things? Did you go to a proper gladiatorial arena? Of course. It's a logging workshop with an open space where the winner gets the wood, said a petite girl who was about 150 centimeters tall. Oh, I went to a stone quarrying site. It's different from yours. I'm on the ship. I'm still in the town square. A group of people started discussing it all at once, leaving Yi Fan completely bewildered. Finally, he concluded that there were many such arenas, and the rewards varied. So the rewards for reaching level 100 are quite substantial, huh? Yi Fan muttered to himself, this being his first thought. According to everyone, there are currently about 6 arenas. As for whether there are any others, Yi Fan doesn't know for sure. In any case, they only said there are 6. Lumberyard, quarry, small town, pirate ship, steel smelting greenhouse, rich man's mansion. The rewards offered in these 6 locations are all different, and the cumulative rewards for winning 100 floors will also be different, which filled Yi Fan with anticipation. Chapter 79 Cry for Help. After a busy day of exploration, the excitement of the group had worn off considerably, and darkness had fallen, turning the scene back into a pitch-black landscape. A fire burned in the hearth inside the shelter, and torches on the walls illuminated the surroundings, keeping the shelter always bright and warm. Is this really okay? Wan Yu stood by the bed, her face flushed, looking hesitant. What's wrong with that? When we first arrived here, wasn't Yi Fan lying between us? Lin Qingxue said. Yi Fan, standing to the side, rubbed his nose and said, cough cough. That's right. Qingxue is right. This is to protect you, isn't it? Wan Yu understood that they were afraid she would be disturbed by the noise in the middle of the night and run out, which would be very dangerous. Seeing that Wan Yu was still hesitant, Lin Qingxue walked over and tugged at her sleeve. Okay, what's there to be shy about? I'm not shy at all. Just think of it as the first day we traveled through time. Everyone was naked back then. Wan Yu reluctantly lay down. Yi Fan then lay down, slipped his arm under Wan Yu's neck, and pulled her into his arms. Ah! Wan Yu exclaimed softly, like a kitten. Lin Qingxue lay down smoothly. The bed was large enough that it wouldn't feel crowded even with one more person. Wan Yu's face was burning hot. She hadn't felt anything when she and Yi Fan slept on dry grass before, because there was no other way and conditions were limited at that time. Now everyone has their own bed. Yet things are still like this, she always felt a little out of place. However, feeling the strong, warm chest behind her made her feel very safe. That night, if Aina hadn't been a light sleeper and pulled back by Wanyu, she would have disappeared somewhere long ago, perhaps forever lost in the darkness. Now, being held tightly in Yi Fan's arms, he naturally felt extremely safe. Qingxue, is this really okay? Wanyu asked softly. She knew that Qingxue also liked Yi Fan, and that they were the first to Lin Qingxue turned around, met Wanyu's gaze, and pinched the other's cheek. Oh, what are you being so dramatic about? It's not like you just met me yesterday. Besides, in this world now, we live and die together. We're all in the same boat. And tell me honestly, you like Yi Fan too, don't you? These words almost made Yi Fan stand up, but Wanyu held his arm down, and he couldn't manage it. He felt that he didn't know Lin Qingxue well enough. I like it, Wanyu said nervously. Yi Fan could feel Wanyu's heart beating very fast, like she had just run 800 meters, thump thump thump. Yi Fan couldn't help but hug her tighter. Even though Lin Qingxue was right next to him, he didn't feel much guilt. Perhaps it was because Lin Qingxue was so open and honest. Actually, I didn't like it at first, although I didn't hate it either. But I was terrified from the moment Zhang Jimei's head was smashed, and then there was the invasion by the cave dwellers, and all sorts of monsters and experiences. This makes me feel very insecure every day. I need security, I need Yi Fan. I can't even tell if this is love or not. But I only feel completely at ease when I'm lying in Yi Fan's arms. After saying these words, Wanyu let out a sigh of relief, as if she had finally released her pent-up emotions. That's right. Fear is human nature. I'm scared when I have no money in my wallet. Death is frightening. People have too many fears, especially in such an unfamiliar world. Lin Qingxue smiled slightly and gently rubbed Wanyu's cheek. I know, I can see it. It's not just you. Aina is scared too. Everyone is scared. So let Yi Fan hold us like this. He'll protect us. Qingxue, you, Wanyu hesitated, unable to finish her sentence. However, Lin Qingxue picked up the conversation. I'm not jealous. Or rather, I'm a tiny bit jealous. But now we are a group. You know the whole class. Take Aina for example. How long do you think she can hold back? Given Aina's personality, the reason she hasn't pushed Yi Fan down yet is simply because she's considering my feelings. Even if the other people in the class don't want to now, they will in the future. What will we do then? Although this issue can be discussed very quickly, it is indeed a problem we will face in the future. We are all human, and human beings have desires. Lin Qingxue's words were very realistic, or rather, she had foreseen the final outcome from the beginning, but as long as Yi Fan could protect everyone, she didn't care. She knew that the group of perverts in her class were actually very lecherous, and the boys were openly flirtatious, often saying things like that. But girls are different. They mostly do things secretly, so it's not obvious on the surface. Of course, if a girl starts driving, she'll definitely be much faster than a boy. Yi Fan naturally didn't interrupt their conversation. He was also thinking, but after only 2 seconds, he couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore, since the outcome was definitely not bad for him. Just then, Wanyu suddenly felt a headache, and the voice came again. Help me! Help me! Please, save me! Get out of my head! Wanyu suddenly yelled, trying to drive the voice away. Yi Fan immediately hugged her, and Lin Qingxue stroked Wanyu's head to soothe her emotions. Half a minute later, fine beads of sweat dripped from Wanyu's forehead. How is it? Yi Fan asked with concern. It's all right. The sound has disappeared. It shouldn't come back for now, Wanyu said, her face pale, as if she had just woken from a nightmare. Let's go to sleep. Come to my arms. Wanyu obediently snuggled into Yi Fan's arms and buried her head to sleep. Perhaps because she was too tired, Wanyu fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. Yi Fan, have you reached the silver level yet? Lin Qingxue asked with wide eyes. We've arrived. Eating the bear meat has brought me to level 20, which is 2% of the silver rank. Let's go to that cave tomorrow and take a look. I don't want to see Wanyu suffer anymore. Yes, that's what I was thinking too. We should go and see what's underground. Yi Fan said seriously. Chapter 80 The Goblin's New Things. This is something that must be done. Now that Yi Fan has reached the silver level, no matter what that thing is, he feels that he can definitely protect himself. Thinking this, Yi Fan, holding Wanyu in his arms, fell into a deep sleep. Unlike Lin Qingxue, Wanyu is usually a sweet girl, but when she gets angry, she becomes a very fierce tomboy. Wanyu's apartment layout is different from Lin Qingxue's. Yi Fan had already seen it before. Wan Yu's apartment layout is that of a mythical beast. Of course, this is not acquired, but innate. Yi Fan observed it carefully and confirmed that it was indeed innate. Furthermore, Wan Yu's body hair is sparser and shorter than that of ordinary people, which may be related to genetics. The next morning, Yi Fan took out the crystal ball. The crystal ball was full of energy. He had used it twice yesterday when he went out, so he hadn't used it yesterday because he didn't have enough magic power. As Yi Fan used it, the crystal ball emitted a white light as usual, and a notification appeared before his eyes. 1. A door has appeared in the northeast direction, seemingly leading to a secret realm that might come in handy. Risk assessment, 1 star. 2. There's something unusual hanging on a large tree in the northwest direction. You might want to try bringing it back. Risk assessment, 1.5 stars. 3. Something awakened in the southwest last night. It is bloodthirsty and powerful. It is advised that you do not go there. Risk level, 4 stars. Yi Fan didn't think about the information for long. He decided to send people to check on points 1 and 2, and keep an eye on point 3. Yi Fan didn't know how far away 3 was from him, but it was always good to be on guard. However, he wondered what had awakened last night. This piqued his curiosity. He reluctantly released Wan Yu, who was as soft and cuddly as a kitten, from his arms, then went downstairs and outside. The goblin's special magic tower was completed last night. There aren't many goblins. Every one that dies is one less to goblin. Here, this is your food. Yi Fan tossed over a large piece of bear meat. The goblins swarmed around the meat as soon as they saw it. We have meat. That's great. Thank you, Master. Master is truly the greatest god. God? I am still a human, not a god, Yi Fan said, a little afraid that calling himself a god might incur divine retribution. As the goblin chieftain chewed on a piece of meat, he said, "To us, whoever gives us a bite to eat is a god." Yi Fan smiled and asked, "Okay, is this all the technology you have? Can you evolve or upgrade it or something?" He was very interested in the goblin's technology, which was something no one else possessed. If they could develop more technology trees, it would be a huge boost to their strength. The goblin chieftain thought for a moment and pointed to a small main city they had built. The main city was like a castle, but it only occupied an area of about 20 square meters. This thing wasn't there yesterday, but it's here today, which surprised Yi Fan. You guys didn't sleep all night? The goblin chieftain rubbed his tired eyes, and the other goblins also looked exhausted. He slowly began to speak. In order to help our master, we built it overnight and used some of our master's materials to upgrade the main city. Now we have obtained a new technology. What kind of technology? Yi Fan asked excitedly. An excellent grade dwarven cannon, the goblin chieftain exclaimed excitedly, a look of elation spreading across his face. It believed that this technology would definitely help its master. Under the goblin's watchful gaze, Yi Fan indeed revealed a look of delight. Cannons? Long-range ignition weapons. That's right, but we're still missing one material. The cannon needs iron, magic crystals, void grass, and wood. Right now, we're only missing void grass. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan frowned deeply. He had never even heard of this kind of herb, let alone gone looking for it. Since you've told me, you must know where this kind of grass is, right? Yi Fan said. He didn't believe that the goblin would give him hope for no reason and then disappoint him. Master, you are very clever. Void grass does exist, but it is occupied by a group of creatures called grass dragons, which are their food source. Those grass dragons are tough and fleshy, not to be trifled with. Some are even at the silver level. It's all right. You just need to tell me where it is. Also, how far can the cannons go? How powerful are they? Yi Fan asked the question he was most concerned about. There is a grassland to the northeast. According to the owner's terminology, the effective firing range of the artillery is about 150 meters. One magic crystal can provide 10 bullets, each of which can easily penetrate excellent grade equipment, provided that the opponent's equipment has no active protection capabilities. Yi Fan was overjoyed upon hearing this. A small magic crystal could fire 10 times and even pierce through excellent grade equipment. This kind of low-consumption, high-damage weapon is something we absolutely must get our hands on. Furthermore, the northeast direction is also one of the directions for crystal ball divination, which was what I was originally planning to do today. Yi Fan, everyone has finished breakfast. What are the plans for today? Liu Anuona asked as she walked over. Liu Anuona wasn't as lively as she had been the previous 2 days. Last night, after noticing Wan Yu wasn't in bed, she knew Wan Yu had gone to Yi Fan's place. She couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. Her legs are so long, ridiculously long, and her thighs are thick while her calves are thin, giving her a very good body proportion. If you were to ask who has the best figure in the class, it would undoubtedly be her. Even in the entire Jiangqing, Liu Anuona is confident that she would rank among the top 3 goddesses, and she has no shortage of suitors. Yi Fan chose Lin Qingxue and Wan Yu one after the other, and has not yet made any move on her, which has dealt a blow to her long-held pride. Or is it that Yi Fan doesn't like her curvy figure and long legs? Does he prefer petite, sweet girls like Wan Yu and Qingxue? What's wrong? You seem so listless this morning. Didn't you sleep well last night? Yi Fan asked with concern. No, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just a little grumpy when I wake up, Liu Anuona casually covered up. All right, let's head northeast today, and bring more people with us. What about Wan Yu? She asked. This afternoon, once I get my hands on the cannons, I'll be much more confident. Okay, no problem. Let's get going. Good. Chapter 81 Joint Hunt. Yi Fan then made further arrangements, sending Sister Donghua to lead a group to investigate the northwest direction. A score of 1.5 stars isn't too dangerous. As long as you're careful, you should be able to handle it. During his journey, Yi Fan received several messages from several strangers. Who sent me this message out of the blue? Yi Fan asked, opening the control panel. The message was sent by Cloud Sea Tribe. Brother, you guys are also in the Misty Forest, right? My innate ability tells me your tribe isn't far from me. Yi Fan immediately became vigilant and said, Who are you? I advise you not to get any funny ideas, or I have plenty of ways to kill you. Yanhai Tribe, don't get agitated, don't get agitated. I have no ill intentions. I just want to discuss something with you. Seeing this, Yi Fan continued to ask, What is it? If the other party truly harbors malicious intent, then he should set up sentries in advance to take precautions. Yanhai Tribe, oh, I see. I've joined forces with 2 other tribes, also in the Misty Forest. We plan to hunt a grassland there, where there are many grass dragons, about 20 or so. Moreover, 7 of them are silver-level monsters with amazing defense. Since there are many of us, we can take them down together. Besides, 7 silver-level monsters are sure to drop good loot, and there will be enough loot to share. So I came to ask if you're interested. Yi Fan pondered. Wasn't this the grass dragon the goblin had been talking about? Could it be that the grassland the goblin was referring to was the very grassland he was heading to? It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. He just happened to need to collect some void grass, and the goblin also said that grass dragons are not easy to mess with. Now that he's heard the other side say there are 7 silver-level grass dragons, things are even more troublesome. He's fought silver-level monsters before, and he remembers how difficult they are. If they can cooperate, he can reduce his own casualties, which is indeed a good idea. However, he also needs to take precautions where necessary. When everyone shares a common goal, they're friends. But what happens after that? It's inevitable that each person will have their own ulterior motives. After thinking it over, Yi Fan replied, Okay, no problem. But what countries are the other 2 tribes from? Yunhai Tribe. One is a tribe from India, and the other is a tribe from Korea. We are both from Xia, so we can help each other out. After all, I was afraid that the 2 tribes would unite and kill me first, so I came to you. The other party made no attempt to conceal their purpose, which made Yi Fan realize that they were afraid of being outmaneuvered. If the other 2 tribes unite after the 3 parties destroy the grass dragon, then the next tribe to be destroyed will be the Cloud Sea Tribe itself. Yi Fan was not afraid to get involved in this mess because he had enough confidence in his own abilities. Did everyone bring enough magic crystals? Yi Fan asked. We brought enough. More than enough, one of the girls said. Just bring enough. Everyone be careful during this joint hunt. Although our goal is void grass, it would be good to kill some grass dragons, which can also serve as food. As Yi Fan walked, he explained the situation clearly and reminded everyone not to let their guard down and to always pay attention to the movements of the 3 tribes. Everyone currently has a complete set of equipment, but Yi Fan did not allow them to wear it directly. Wearing only 1 pair of pants and 1 shirt is enough. The rest can be temporarily stored in the storage compartment and can be put on instantly at any time. An hour later, Yi Fan successfully met up with the other 3 tribes. Hello, my name is Li Yanhai. A man with a buzz cut extended his hand and smiled at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, are you Li Yunlong's younger brother? A girl suddenly blurted out. I don't think so, Li Yanhai said, scratching his head somewhat awkwardly. Standing beside him were 2 other clan leaders, one with bronze skin and a lean build. There was another guy who wasn't very tall and had fair skin. It was obvious he was from South Korea. Just call me Adu, the bronze-skinned man said, a smile on his face, though it seemed forced. Gold War. the kimchi-loving man said expressionlessly. Each of them was followed by more than a dozen people, all of whom were men. There wasn't a single woman among them. These people must be the elite of their tribe, otherwise they wouldn't have come out with the chieftain. The Indians' eyes lit up when they saw so many women on Yi Fan's side. Not only that, but a few Indian scoundrels even started whistling, their eyes filled with longing. They have no women there, so their need for women is extremely strong, especially since India is a country known for raping women. Look at you. Keep your men in line. If you dare to lay a finger on my men, I won't hesitate to have your heads chopped off. Yi Fan suddenly shouted at the group of scoundrels. The sudden shout startled the group of thugs. They never expected that Yi Fan, dressed in leather shorts and a beginner's outfit, would dare to speak to them like that. Hey, are you going to exchange your women? Our tribe has some meat. Can you exchange one for us? A burly man behind Adu asked. Change your mother. Yi Fan cursed. Of course, he didn't rush up and fight them. These people could still be used for now, but they were all going to die today. Yi Fan originally had no intention of killing, but the other party's greedy and lewd eyes were not much different from those of a goblin. He knew that after the battle, those Indian tribes would probably try to take advantage of him. But in Yi Fan's eyes, they were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. He shook the crystal ball. It was discovered that Liu Anuona is level 15, Adu is level 17, and Jin Zhan is level 16. It's no wonder Liu Anuona was afraid of the other side joining forces. Liu Anuona's strength was indeed average, and the group of people behind him were around level 12. Meanwhile, Adu and the people in the Jin Zhan tribe were around level 14. It's fair to say that their tribe's soldiers were almost on par with Chief Liu Anuona. No wonder he was panicking. However, Yi Fan remained calm. He was level 20 and his strength had reached the silver level, making him the only silver level person present. Wan Yu and Lin Qingxue are currently level 18, while the lowest level of the others is level 15, and only 2 of them are level 15. The other party cannot see through the strength of Yi Fan's entire tribe unless they attack Yi Fan or have other means similar to a crystal ball. No matter how you look at it, Yi Fan's side is the strongest, but he didn't reveal it directly. Let's go. Let's discuss the plan and see how to divide the work. Liu Anuona said with a smile. The group didn't answer, but silently followed and went to the side to discuss it. Since it's a cooperative hunt, there needs to be a tank, a center position, and someone to go up and carry the load. About 200 meters away is a grassy field, about the size of 10 school sports fields. There are some stones on it, but very few trees, only a few scattered ones. On the grassland, a group of brown-skinned, lizard-like, dragon-like creatures were grazing on the grass. Although these creatures are herbivores, their sharp claws, sturdy scales, and mouthful of fangs are no joke. This will be a tough battle. Chapter 82, each with their own agenda. At this moment, Liu Anuona secretly sent a private message to Yi Fan. He wasn't afraid, since if he didn't grant him permission, no one else could see it, which was similar to telepathy. Brother Yi, let's avoid acting as tanks later. That's too dangerous. The enemy will wear us down. That's too risky. Yi Fan wasn't too surprised. He simply thought for a moment and calmly replied. Let me tell you why I tricked you. If it weren't for the fact that you're from China and the fact that I had something to do here, I wouldn't have bothered with your messages at all. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Liu Anuona's face. His little scheme couldn't be hidden from Yi Fan. He had indeed tricked Yi Fan, but there was nothing he could do about it. I'm so sorry. I really had no other choice. Jin Zhan has his eye on me. He seems unsure of taking me down with minimal losses, so he set a trap for me. This hunt was suggested by him and Adu. I was completely passive. I had no choice but to drag you into it to protect myself. Yi Fan glanced at the other party and continued typing with his mind. I understand. Their relationship isn't very strong either. If they join forces to deal with you, I'm afraid one of them won't put in any effort. So they want you to participate in the hunt. Your weak strength will not only be weakened by the grass dragons, but you can also help them take down these grass dragons. It's a win-win situation, right? That's right. That's exactly how it is. If I didn't come, I was afraid they wouldn't be able to restrain themselves and would come and kill me. I had no choice but to agree. Liu Anuona was quite helpless about all of this. It's like he's an honest student walking down a school corridor one day, and suddenly 2 tattooed thugs ask him to follow them to the restroom. If you don't go, you'll get a beating. If you do go, they'll demand money, and even if you pay the first time, they'll ask for it again. That's how it is in Liu Anuona's tribe. If you don't find a way to escape, you'll either be wiped out or forced to serve others, handing over all your resources. At this moment, Liu Anuona continued typing, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I really shouldn't have done that. However, I didn't expect Brother Ye's tribe to be so weak, and all of them are girls. Otherwise, I would never have invited you. This time, I'm the one who put you in this predicament. But don't worry, once the fighting starts, I'll send my men to fight to the death. You guys run. If they can't find your tribe, they won't be able to do anything to you. I am a citizen of Xia, after all. I would rather die than be enslaved by them. I will cover your retreat. Yi Fan didn't continue the conversation. He knew the other party was forced into it, but Li Yunhai hadn't expected that the person he was asking for help to be so weak. Otherwise, Li Yunhai would never have contacted Yi Fan. First, Yi Fan's arrival wouldn't have been of any use, and second, Yi Fan's tribe might have suffered heavy casualties as a result. All of this was his fault. You guys go tank the damage. Our tribe will deal the damage. Adu said to Li Yunhai. As expected, everything was going according to plan. The other side was aiming to make Li Yunhai take the damage. Us? We're too weak. If we go up there and take the damage, won't we be wiped out in no time? Li Yunhai said unhappily. What? So you're expecting our high damage dealers to tank the damage? Do you play King of Glory and have the assassins tank the damage? Jin Zhan said coldly, clearly showing he had some understanding of games from China. At this moment, Adu suddenly pointed at Yi Fan and said, if you don't want to go, you can let this kid go. Yi Fan spread his hands, looking nonchalant. Seriously, our team is so squishy, and this guy's supposed to be a squishy support, right? I'm not some kind of Neo-Mo or Zhang Fei. Why am I supposed to tank your damage? Yi Fan's words were vulgar and offensive, even offensive and grating, which Adu found unbearable. He pointed at Yi Fan and cursed. Fuck you. What the hell are you saying? At this moment, Jin Zhan's eyebrows twitched, and he seemed to be secretly typing as well. Just 2 seconds later, Adu calmed down. Fine. Keep talking. I'm too lazy to argue with a noob like you. As expected, it seems these two are tied together, Yi Fan thought to himself. Each of them harbored their own thoughts. Li Yunhai was in a passive position, while Adu and Jin Zhan were determined not to provoke any enemies. Needless to say, Yi Fan, although in the eyes of the others his strength was utterly trash, was incredibly arrogant. He has a theory that, I am weak, therefore I am right, and I am weak and cannot withstand damage, which he euphemistically calls my skin is too fragile and cannot withstand damage. Fine, then our tribe will take care of it. Li Yunhai sighed helplessly. He never uttered a single word about letting Yi Fan bear the injury, which was a way of making amends for his conscience. Yi Fan didn't care at all, showing no particular feelings or emotions. This was the attitude the other party should have. After all, Li Yunhai had dragged him into this mess. Yi Fan typed something to Lin Qingxue, Wan Yu, and the others, and after a moment, their eyes filled with excitement. They are currently weak and vulnerable, playing a supporting role on the sidelines, so their casualties won't be too severe. Since the other party wants to play the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind game, then he'll be the cobra behind the oriole. A cobra lurks in the woods, ready to kill a sparrow at any moment. The elites from the 4 tribes totaled 70 people, and Yi Fan's side had 15 people. The procession marched in a grand procession towards the grassland. Yi Fan was overjoyed to see those massive creatures, each reaching 10 meters in length and 1.5 meters tall, even when lying on the ground. These huge creatures were either sleeping on the rocks or eating grass. Their tails, as thick as Yi Fan's thigh, were so powerful that a single swipe of their tails would either kill or severely damage him. Wow, 7 silver-level monsters, plus resources from 2 tribes, hee, all mine. Yi Fan was overjoyed. This trip had been a huge success. Dear readers, please give me some gifts. My debut is over, and my readership is starting to drop, sob sob. I wish you all good health and all the best, please please. Chapter 83 Monster Slaying. The task of pulling the monsters was handled by Li Yunhai's men, while the attack was handled by Jin Zhan and Adu's 2 tribes. The equipment of Li Yunhai's tribe was decent, at least everyone had armor, but it wasn't complete. Some were missing arm guards, others were missing breastplates, making it difficult to put together a full set. In contrast, Jin Zhan and Adu's tribes are different. About 70% of their team members are fully armed, and the rest are basically missing 1 or 2 pieces of equipment to complete their sets. Their sets of armor were made of wood and were of a common grade, not particularly impressive, giving them a mediocre level of strength. At this moment, Adu and Jin Zhan started whispering to each other, but they were still using the mind control panel to type and chat, so Yi Fan and Li Yunhai naturally couldn't see it. Adu, what do we do in a bit? Jin Zhan, what can we do? We'll wear down the Yunhai tribe's strength first. That Yi Fan is nothing to worry about. I do. But I always feel that this Yi Fan is strange. He's clearly so weak, but he talks so arrogantly. Could there be a trap? Jin Zhan. What kind of trick could they be? Their tribe is all women. In the early stages, women are far inferior to men in both combat and exploration. This is a physiological difference that cannot be compensated for. Besides, even if he has ulterior motives, once the elite of the Cloud Sea tribe are almost wiped out, our strength won't be enough to stop him. If he really wants to play dumb to take advantage of us, he should see if he's qualified. Unless he's from a top 10 tribe, he has no chance of standing up to you and me. Adu thought it made sense. As long as Li Yunhai was almost wiped out by the grass dragon, even if Yi Fan really had the strength, he wouldn't be able to fight 2 against 1. Their strength ranks in the upper middle range among all classes in the world, and if the 2 tribes unite, they can challenge the top tribes. Adu, you're right, let's do it your way. But how are we going to divide the 7 elite monsters? Who gets 4? Jin Zhan, how should we divide them? Of course, I'll have 4, and you'll have 3. Just as Adu was about to protest, Jin Zhan sent a message. Don't rush to reject me. I don't want any of those women. You can have them all. Upon seeing this, Adu deleted the line of text he had typed, and his expression became happy. Yes, he wants women. He craved women so much. He desperately wanted to take the women behind Yi Fan back with him, especially since several of them were incredibly beautiful. Taking them back would surely give him an unparalleled thrill. Adu. Okay, no problem. Your idea is excellent. I like it very much. Let's hurry up. I can't wait to grab those women and take them back to enjoy. At this moment, Jin Zhan shouted to Li Yunhai. Go. Pull the monsters, but don't pull too many. If we pull 7 silver-level monsters at once, we won't be able to handle it. Li Yunhai's face was ashen, but he was helpless. He addressed the people in the tribe. Everyone be careful. You must concentrate. Getting distracted could kill you. Then, filled with remorse, he said, I'm sorry everyone. I've let you all down this time. It's alright, Haiji. Yes, we don't blame you. It's all unavoidable. We can only blame ourselves for not being strong enough. Let's all work together. Arguing now only increases casualties and is pointless. Yes, let's unite as one. The people of the Yunhai tribe had determined looks in their eyes. They were fully aware of their current situation. It wasn't Li Yunhai's fault that all of this happened, but rather their bad luck and lack of strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be suppressed like this now. If it were just Adu's tribe, they could still put up a fight, but now that 2 tribes are targeting them together, they have no chance of winning. Right now, they can only seek one way out. If there is no hope at all, they will fight to the death with Adu and Jin Zhan. Oh right, if a fight breaks out later, and we cover Yi Fan's men's retreat, it'll all be my fault if they come here. Don't worry, Haiji, we will. Thank you everyone, Li Yunhai said with a touch of tragic heroism. He had hoped that Yi Fan's strength was good enough to bring in reinforcements, but now that no reinforcements had come, Yi Fan had been dragged into a quagmire, which made his conscience very guilty. Of course, if he had known from the beginning that Yi Fan's tribe was so poor, he would never have contacted Yi Fan. As they spoke, they gradually approached 4 or 5 grass dragons. 2 of these grass dragons were silver level, and the rest were bronze level, making them very powerful in combat. They were surrounded by grass plants that were 1 meter tall and growing very lushly. The grass plants looked similar to the thin-skinned, green sugarcane and appeared to be full of juice and flesh. Golu Li Yunhai swallowed hard, then raised his weapon and charged towards the grass dragon. A devastating blow. The next moment, a 5-meter-long phantom of a staff appeared in Li Yunhai's hand, which he then smashed towards a silver-level grass dragon. The sleeping grass dragon suddenly opened its eyes, only to see a stick smashing down on its head. The roaring grass dragon roared in shock and anger and swept its attack towards Li Yunhai. With 2 loud bangs, Li Yunhai struck the grass dragon but was swept away by its massive tail. Brother Hai! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, the group of grass dragons roared angrily at the uninvited guests. Everyone be careful! Li Yunhai shouted, clutching his chest as he fell to the ground. He would have been seriously injured if he hadn't activated his protective gear skill beforehand. The grass dragons crawled quickly toward the group like lizards, flattening the 1-meter-high grass along their path. A total of 5 grass dragons charged toward the elite team. Left. 3 o'clock. Stop it. Go. Kill it. Watch out for their claws and mouths. The group reacted quickly. It wasn't their first time working together, and they had a strong rapport with each other. They quickly formed a circle back to back, which meant they only needed to block enemies coming from the front. The dull thuds and sounds of fighting echoed in the middle of the grass. Yi Fan, about 50 meters away, crouched down and looked at the half-body that had emerged from the grass. Yi Fan, what should we do? Those people are our compatriots, after all. Are we just going to watch them die one by one? Liu Anuona asked. Regardless, Li Yunhai is also a compatriot of Xia Kingdom, and Yi Fan is willing to help him without harming himself. They've already attracted a lot of hatred. Hurry up and attack. Wan Yu shouted at Jin Zhan and the other two. Jin Zhan, with an air of arrogance and disdain, said, just do your own job. The time isn't right yet. It's not safe to proceed. That's right. We should wait until they wear down the grass dragon before we go in. Adu chimed in. Clearly, they planned to wait until Li Yunhai suffered some casualties before attacking. This way, they could weaken Li Yunhai's strength and also rush in to reap the rewards, killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 84. Yi Fan's clever idea. Yi Fan knew their intentions, so he whispered close to Liu Anuona's ear. Do this, and then do this again. Will this work? Is there any danger? It's all right, as long as we're not in danger. Okay, I'll go right away. Yin Lily, Xiaolon, Xiao Xian, come with me. Liu Anuona called out to the group. Good. Several people walked in one direction, their backs bent. Jin Zhan and the others were puzzled when they saw this. Where are your men going? Take a dump. Do you want to come along and take a dump too? Yi Fan said. Jin Zhan's face twitched twice upon hearing this, utterly speechless. He couldn't understand why Yi Fan kept using insults and vulgar language. At this moment, Lin Qingxue rushed towards Li Yunhai with her magic wand, and then used healing ring. Green rainwater fell from the sky, and Li Yunhai and the others, even while immersed in the rain, immediately recovered some of their injuries. Thank you, the crowd looked on with gratitude. It's all right. Yi Fan sent me to help you. Can you hold off these grass dragons? Li Yunhai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his previously listless expression improved considerably under the spring rain. Yes, with your healing magic, we can hold out, and maybe even kill a silver-level grass dragon. Lin Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That's good. Just hold on for a few more minutes. Yi Fan has gone to call for help. Calling for help? You know people from other tribes? Li Yunhai was overjoyed. I don't know him. Don't you know him? Then what's with this calling him thing? You'll find out soon enough. Hurry up and figure out how to get rid of these grass dragons. There's going to be a tough battle to fight later. As for consumables, use them as soon as you have them to stay in good condition. If necessary, you can always snatch them back later. Lin Qingxue's calm and composed demeanor reassured everyone, but they couldn't understand the source of her confidence in saying those words. What do you mean by take it back? It doesn't mean you're going to take Jin Zhan and the others, does it? Someone asked curiously. After all, the only tribes worth robbing here are Adu and Jin Zhan. But this is simply too unbelievable. Yes, we'll rob them, Lin Qingxue said earnestly. Everyone swallowed hard, finding it somewhat unbelievable, but seeing the other party's confident demeanor, they had no choice but to believe him to some extent. Everyone listens to her. Now we have no other hope but to trust Yi Fan and the others. Hey, sister-in-law, you tell us how we're going to fight, and we'll fight however you say. If you say go east, we'll never go west, Li Yunhai said firmly. He understood that his tribe's only hope for survival lay in trusting Yi Fan, though he didn't understand what Yi Fan would do. Just then, a rustling sound came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw that the grass and plants had been overturned, creating roads that had been crushed. Of course, all these crushed grass plants came from the grass dragons, which rushed towards the group. Li Yunhai's pupils dilated in shock. Holy crap! Why are all these grass dragons heading straight for us? Oh no! Hi Ji, there are 5 more silver-level grass dragons, plus the 2 we have here. That makes 7 silver-level grass dragons. They're all coming. Oh my god, we're doomed. We're going to die? 7 silver-level dragons, and more than a dozen bronze-level grass dragons. We're not even going to survive with our corpses intact this time. Everyone immediately tensed up. No, those grass dragons are chasing people, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked closely and discovered that the grass dragons were actually chasing one girl after another, and all of those girls were Yi Fan's people. What? Li Yunhai exclaimed in shock. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue smiled and said, Our reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements? The crowd asked in confusion. However, the next moment, the grass dragons changed direction and rushed towards Jin Zhan and Adu. Everyone run. Led them towards Jin Zhan. Liu Anuona shouted as she ran. Her two exaggeratedly long legs ran incredibly fast, with the grass dragon constantly weaving and chasing after her. Jin Zhan and Adu were also wide-eyed at the sight, as this was something they had never expected. "What are your men doing?" Jin Zhan roared angrily at Yi Fan. Yi Fan wiped his face in disgust. "What the hell are you yelling about? Aren't we fighting monsters? Lure them in and fight them together." Seeing Yi Fan's nonchalant attitude, Jin Zhan became even angrier, and he took out his machete. "Kid, I'll fucking chop you up first. You should save your breath and look at your left side first," Yi Fan continued. Left side? Jin Zhan wondered. He looked to his left and saw a silver-level grass dragon charging towards him. The roaring grass dragon let out a terrifying roar, with a long spear stuck in its rear end, swaying from side to side. This grass dragon looks extremely angry, with a ferocious expression. It was defecating when someone stabbed it in the butt with a spear. Moreover, the spear was stuck in its rear end, causing it excruciating pain. As a reptile, it couldn't reach the spear at all. Enraged, it wanted to kill to vent its anger, but in the process of chasing, it lost the person. Now, upon seeing Jin Zhan, its anger was transferred to him. Jin Zhan's pupils widened. He glared fiercely at Yi Fan, then swung his sword to meet the attack. Yeah, heaven and earth shattering. The machete, flashing red light, slashed at the charging grass dragon, and with a soft thud, the machete struck the grass dragon's head. However, after cutting down only an inch, it couldn't advance an inch further. "What?" Jin Zhan exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the others rushed up to help, and the grass dragon immediately twisted its body, its thick tail sweeping across and forcing everyone back. The injured grass dragon roared in anger, then spat out venom at Jin Zhan. Jin Zhan immediately dodged, and the venom emitted white smoke as it hit the ground, clearly indicating that it was highly corrosive. Several more roars followed, and the grass dragons sustained minor injuries, all caused by Liu Anuona and her group. Seeing the three silver-level grass dragons charging towards him, Adu gritted his teeth, brandished his spiked club, and charged forward. "Damn, has this kid gone mad? Does he not want to live anymore?" Adu was greatly surprised. They attracted 7 silver-level grass dragons at once, and they couldn't handle them all at once. Yi Fan's side has not been attacked for the time being. Those grass dragons were lured by them, so naturally they would not be led towards their own people. Liu Anuona returned to Yi Fan's side, panting, covered in sweat, with abrasions on her arms. "Alright, what's next? We can't handle these grass dragons either. Should we take them out first?" Yi Fan shook his head and looked at the grass dragons rushing towards them. Most of them were bronze level, while the 5 silver level ones were heading towards Jin Zhan and the others. Li Yanhai is currently dealing with the other 2, and he has already taken care of one, leaving only 6 silver level monsters, which are not too difficult to handle. No rush, let Jin Zhan and the others fight it out for a while. We can just watch the show from the sidelines. Chapter 85 Yi Fan's Scheme. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he led his men and charged into the midst of the chaotic battle. Liu Anuona and the others naturally followed. The bronze-level grass dragons pounced on them, but they kept weaving through the crowd, so the grass dragons had no choice but to give up and then pounced on the others. Ah! A scream rang out as a small kimchi was bitten on the thigh by a grass dragon, and black toxins immediately surged into the body through the bloodstream. Seeing this, Jin Zhan reacted swiftly and severed his companion's leg with a single stroke, causing blood to gush out. "Ah, my leg! My leg! Oh crap! Oh crap!" The man rolled on the ground in pain, clutching the bleeding wound tightly. Jin Zhan glared at Yi Fan with a sinister look, but the latter had already run away. The silver-level grass dragon charged towards him again, and Jin Zhan had no choice but to fight back. With a loud bang, his machete collided squarely with the grass dragon's claws, producing a deafening sound. "Yi Fan, the moment I get my hands on you, you'll be the first person I kill. Kaizashiga, you bastard." Jin Zhan fought and cursed, furious but helpless. The grass dragon in front of him seemed determined to fight him to the death. If he doesn't kill this grass dragon, he won't be able to get away and cause trouble for Yi Fan. Yi Fan ran to the side, grinning slyly. "Ha! You guys, just play with these third sisters-in-law. I don't have time to argue with you." "Jin Zhan, how does it feel to be outmaneuvered? You bunch of trash think you can plot against your grandpa, Yi Fan? Keep dreaming." Upon hearing this, Jin Zhan became even more enraged, and he shoved the grass dragon in front of him over, yelling, "Ah, Yi Fan, I'll kill you." However, the next moment, the grass dragon rolled and pounced again. Jinzhan had no choice but to fight back. The grass dragon had one leg cut off and looked rather miserable. I told you this kid was weird, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. Adu scolded Jinzhan as he hit him. Their relationship wasn't exactly rock solid. Shut your mouth. Quickly deal with these grass dragons, and then go kill that kid. Jinzhan roared angrily. Adu was also somewhat helpless. For now, he could only deal with these berserk grass dragons first. With their strength, they would at most get injured, or at worst, one or two of them would die. Although their strength will be greatly reduced, they will still be able to deal with Yi Fan and Li Yunhai without any problem. Yi Fan ignored them. They had left a few people to keep an eye on him, making it difficult to make a move. Moreover, Yi Fan needs them to kill 2 more silver-level grass dragons, so they still have some value. Yi Fan rushed towards Lin Qingshue's direction, just as a grass dragon was pouncing towards Li Yunhai and the others. Yi Fan seized the opportunity and swung his sword downwards towards the grass dragon. Black flash. A black beam of light slashed towards Lin Qingshue's front, instantly cutting a gash in the belly of a silver-level grass dragon. The grass dragon's intestines immediately spilled out, accompanied by the rupture of its stomach, causing some green plants to gush out, which was somewhat nauseating. With a thud, the grass dragon lost its life and collapsed to the ground. Li Yunhai was overjoyed. Wow, amazing. He finished it off with a single strike. It's nothing. These grass dragons only have thick armor. Their bellies are as thin as paper. We just need to find a way to attack their bellies. I see. Brother Yi, you are very observant. Li Yunhai complimented. It's nothing, just observe them more. After all, their features are somewhat similar to lizards and crocodiles, and their bellies are vulnerable. So, what are your plans next, Brother Yi? Wait. That's right. Once Jinzhan and the others have dealt with the grass dragons, it will be impossible for them to escape the battle. Everyone looked towards Jinzhan, who had also discovered the grass dragon's weakness and shouted, "Attack their bellies." Good. The group immediately tried to attack the grass dragon's vulnerable belly, and soon 3 silver-level grass dragons fell. Then came the 4th one, then the 5th one. With 2 loud thuds, Chao Long fell to the ground, and Jinzhan and the others, panting heavily, wiped the sweat from their faces. Everyone, eat some jerky to replenish your energy. Jinzhan shouted. They immediately took out the jerky from their storage compartment and started eating it. The jerky seemed to have been processed and had the effect of restoring some physical strength and healing injuries. There were more than a dozen corpses lying around them, one of which was human, while the rest were all the corpses of grass dragons. They were all seriously injured, and several of them were missing limbs. The grass dragon's poison was too terrifying, and they had no choice but to amputate their arms to survive. Adu and Jinzhan simultaneously raised their heads, their eyes flashing with a sinister glint as they stared at Yi Fan, their gazes filled with a chilling, killing intent. Then they led their team aggressively toward Yi Fan. If Yi Fan hadn't harmed them, they wouldn't have been injured. You arrogant fool, you don't actually think you can get away with using a few clever tricks, do you? I was originally thinking of keeping you around to work for me, but now I'm not interested anymore. I want you all to die here. Jinzhan's voice preceded his arrival. Leave those women to me. Fuck them. You killed my people, and now you're using your bodies to appease my people. Adu cursed as well. Seeing a group of people approaching menacingly, Li Yunhai was prepared to fight at any moment. He calculated that even if the other side was injured, they were still not someone he and Yi Fan could handle. Brother Yi, it seems your plan has failed. After killing the grass dragon, their level has actually increased, and they are now beyond our capabilities. Brother Yi, you must leave quickly. This matter arose because of me, and the Yunhai tribe will bear all the consequences, Li Yunhai said with a touch of tragic heroism. However, Yi Fan simply shrugged nonchalantly and spread his hands. Leave? Why should we leave? Didn't you see the top of my head? The top of my head? Li Yunhai asked, puzzled. Then he looked up at Yi Fan's head and saw only a golden battle flag with a number written on it. 1. That's right. The number 1 signifies that Yi Fan's tribe is ranked number 1 globally. In addition, there was a long golden text hanging above Yi Fan's head. The first chieftain of the tribe, a valiant newcomer who bravely ventured into forbidden territory, possessing a strong and powerful physique and an approachable demeanor. Chapter 86. It's good to have such a powerful backer. Li Yunhai and his group looked as if they had seen a ghost, their expressions incredulous, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. No. Brother Yi, you're number 1 in the world. Li Yunhai exclaimed in surprise, his voice trembling. He never imagined that Yi Fan's tribe would be number one in the world. It was truly unbelievable. Of all the tribes in the world, the strongest one was right before his eyes. How could he not be astonished? Holy crap. Brother Hai, we've really hit the jackpot. One of the men behind Liu Anuona exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, Hai Ji, that was a brilliant request for help this time. Ha ha, we're not going to die, woohoo. Boss Yi is awesome. He's carrying us to new heights. Great. I thought we were doomed. Heavens above. It's amazing that the big boss is right beside us. Awesome. That's a great opportunity to curry favor with someone powerful. A group of people immediately began to flatter him, their expressions ingratiating. Faced with such a global tycoon, they had no choice but to fawn over him. Yi Fan granted access, and the icon above his head became visible to everyone. Jin Zhan and Adu stopped about 10 meters away from Yi Fan as if they had seen a ghost. So should we still go for that, Jin Zhan? That guy is number one in the world. Adu was slurring his words. He never expected that the world's number one tycoon would appear here. This was far too unfortunate. Jin Zhan's expression was uncertain, and he was equally astonished. He had originally thought that even if Yi Fan pretended to be weak, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. But this isn't just pretending to be weak to prey on a tiger. It's clearly a mammoth. Forget about eating a tiger. Even 2 more tigers wouldn't be enough to fill its teeth. Moreover, Yi Fan and the others deliberately revealed their levels. Not to mention that Yi Fan is several levels higher than them. Even the weakest one on their side is as strong as the middle to upper level. Even Yi Fan's several deputy generals are at a higher level than the 2 clan leaders. How can they possibly fight like this? Don't panic. By the way, have you seen that entry and icon before? Jin Zhan calmly analyzed, though fine beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Adu shook his head. No. That's it then. We've only heard about the terms and symbols, but we've never seen them in person. Who knows if they're true or not? Then, Brother Jin, why don't you go up and scout ahead first? Adu said. How about you guys go up and scout ahead, and I'll provide support? Jin Zhan said slyly. Clearly, both of them had the same idea. Regardless of whether Yi Fan was real or fake, as long as one of them stepped forward, they could find out the truth. If that's true, then the remaining party should immediately take advantage of the chaos and run away. But if it's fake, the other side will go up and kill Yi Fan together. But danger always lurks in the hands of the first to go up, and the 2 hesitated for a moment. Adu, do you think the world's number one tribe wouldn't even have a full set of weapons and equipment? I don't think so. That's right. So you go scout ahead. I don't want those women. Also, you take 5 silver-level grass dragons, and I'll take 2. How about that? Seeing this, Adu also started to think. After all, no one had ever seen what the logo and entries for number one in the world looked like. It could be a smokescreen. Seeing the beautiful women on Yi Fan's side, Adu also became lustful. They wouldn't even let go of a lizard or a motorcycle exhaust pipe. These women truly moved them now, driving them to a frenzy of desire. Adu gritted his teeth and said, Fine, we'll go. Jin Zhan smiled and said, All right, then let's proceed with the resource allocation as I just mentioned. The 5 silver-level grass dragons, and those women are all yours. Stop your damn nonsense, or you'll run away when the fight starts. Don't worry, we're all in the same boat. We can't run away. Adu led his men aggressively toward Yi Fan, looking as if he wanted to devour Yi Fan alive. Yi Fan glanced at Jin Zhan. It was clear that the other party wanted Adu to hold them back so they could take the opportunity to escape. If he were to actually fight Adu, although he could crush his opponent, he would also lose the chance to kill Jin Zhan, and he didn't want to let the tiger return to the mountain. In this world, enough strength plus a bit of luck is enough to grow and develop rapidly, and Yi Fan knew this well. He would be restless and unable to eat or sleep if an unstable element were to leave. He took out 2 beads. One was a crystal ball, and the other was a mist bead he had obtained earlier. Kid, you dare to cheat us? Either hand over the woman behind you, or you die. Adu threatened loudly, but still cautiously hovered 4 or 5 meters away. Yi Fan sneered, then tossed the crystal ball into the air. Holy light shines. With a whoosh, a white light shot into the sky, dazzling everyone present except for the members of the Starfire tribe. Not good. Adu, Jin Zhan, and the others also lost sight of each other at this moment. In the last moment before losing sight, Adu saw Yi Fan's entire body glow with black light, clearly indicating that it was a complete set of equipment. The other girls were also all wearing protective gear. Everyone was in full protective gear. His heart sank. It's over. It really is number one. However, Once his vision was lost, he couldn't react immediately and could only instinctively stand back to back with his men, preparing for any potential crisis. Jinzhan was also extremely panicked at this moment. He knew that Yi Fan had really been hiding his true strength, and that they had the ability to destroy him. Listen up, everyone. This blindness won't last long. Once you can see again, spread out and run. Okay, no problem. However, a few seconds later, they were dumbfounded. Although the blindness had disappeared, what they saw in front of them was a purple fog with a visibility of less than 2 meters. Everyone was shrouded in mist. Jinzhan and Adu panicked. They no longer knew Yi Fan's location and were filled with fear. Kid, stop playing tricks. Come out and fight if you dare. Jinzhan shouted, though he was extremely anxious inside. Running away now is clearly not a wise choice. They must stick together. I'm in the dark, you're in the light. Why should I fight you head on? Yi Fan's voice came from in front of Jinzhan, but he couldn't see Yi Fan at all. Everyone instinctively raised their weapons in the direction of the sound. A scream suddenly rang out. Jinzhan turned around and saw his clansman fall behind him, a wound on his neck from which blood flowed uncontrollably. Damn it. Yi Fan, if you've got the guts, stop playing dirty tricks and come out here. Jinzhan roared and swung his sword towards the mist, but he missed everything. Fear gripped everyone's hearts. Yi Fan's voice could be heard from time to time, while the executioners appeared around them without any apparent pattern. Pat pat. One by one, Jinzhan and Adu's men fell into the mist, without any chance to resist, and were slaughtered one by Yi Fan's men. Chapter 87 was very fruitful. Liu Anuona and his group were also confused about the situation and could only stay where they were, not daring to move. Brother Hai, do you think Brother Yi might have missed his target and killed us too? I don't think so. Although we dragged Brother Yi into this, I suppose he has his own reasons. Everyone, please be nicer in a bit. This time, no matter what, we're counting on Brother Yi. Don't worry, that's for sure. One by one, Jinzhan's men fell, their blood staining the ground, yet they could never see where Yi Fan and the others were. Jinzhan and Adu watched the people die one after another, their hearts filled with terror. Soon it would be their turn to die. Kid, come out here, are you even a man? If you are, fight me. Jinzhan shouted warily through the mist, holding his machete. However, Yi Fan ignored the guy and just kept killing him. A series of vortexes spread through the mist, from which shot out wave after wave of black sword energy. A scream of agony came from his left. He turned his head and saw only a headless corpse. Another one died. The Gulu group swallowed hard, deeply regretting their actions that day. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on bringing us here, our tribe wouldn't be where we are today, a man shouted, pointing at Jinzhan. Yes, that's right. This damn system shouldn't have chosen you as the chieftain in the first place. You're the one who put the tribe in such a predicament. If we die, all that will remain are weaklings. Our tribe is finished, utterly finished. Garbage chieftain. Garbage gold war. Adu, you're trash too. You can't even handle a bunch of women. A group of people were arguing incessantly. Faced with death, they had lost all sense of unity. All that remained was blame and quarreling. Shifting blame is a skill everyone possesses. The only question is whether they are willing to do it. Damn it, can you blame me? Who knew that kid was #1 in the world? If I had known, I would have run far, far away. Exactly. If we had known that Lao Lu was so cunning, we would have run away long ago. Adu chimed in. Death is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. Yi Fan didn't give them another chance, using the magic crystals without any restraint and sparing no effort in showcasing his skills. Didn't you say you were going to tear me to pieces and take all the women from my tribe? Are you scared now? Yi Fan's voice came from the mist. Of the original dozens of people, only 5 remained dead. Jinzhan and Adu were both injured, with missing arms, and were kneeling on the ground in great pain. Surrounded by corpses, they were naturally afraid of death. Jinzhan's originally cold expression trembled at this moment, and his entire back was soaked with cold sweat. Brother Yi, oh no, God Yi, we were wrong. Please let us go, please. Jinzhan shouted to the surroundings. Yes, Master Yi, we were wrong. We know we were wrong. Our elites are almost all dead, and they are no longer a threat. Please, let us go, Adu pleaded. Now they have no choice but to give in. Perhaps that's the only way they can have a chance to survive. However, all they received in response was Yi Fan's icy voice. Humph. Let you go? If you captured me, would you let me go? Killing you in the end was just to torture you. Did you really think it was because you didn't want to kill us? Alright, most of you are dead now. It's time to send you on your way. Save your begging for the king of hell in the underworld. Black flash. Black flash. Yi Fan unleashed more than a dozen sword waves, which arrived from the mist and blocked all of Jin Zhan and the others' escape routes, leaving them with no way to avoid them. Jin Zhan's pupils widened as he raised his sword to defend himself. How do you still have so many small magic crystals? 3 sword waves pierced through his body, and Jin Zhan was cleaved into several pieces, as was Adu beside him. As the fog dissipated, only corpses and blood were left on the ground, turning the once lush green grass into a blood-red mess. Seeing that Yi Fan and the others were unharmed, Liu Anuona excitedly ran over. Big boss, thank you so much for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have been wiped out. Liu Anuona flattered him with a wide smile. Thank you, Master Yi, the group said in unison. Everyone in the Cloud Sea tribe was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster, and their eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude for Yi Fan and the others. Yi Fan smiled faintly, glanced at the equipment scattered on the ground and the corpse of the grass dragon, and asked, "How should we divide these things? Brother Yanhai, do you have any suggestions?" Upon hearing this, Liu Anuona immediately waved his hand and shook his head. "What are you saying, Master Yi? We are already very lucky to be alive. We don't want any of these resources or equipment. You can take them all. We hope you won't blame us for dragging Yishun into this mess earlier." Yi Fan looked at Liu Anuona, who was bowing his head with an apologetic expression, and smiled slightly. The other party was not a bad person. Although he had dragged him into the mess, if Yi Fan did not want to get involved, no one could pull him down. "Alright, since Brother Yunhai is so sincere, I won't stand on ceremony. But you can take all these weapons and equipment with you. I don't want a single piece." Liu Anuona was overjoyed upon hearing this, and was about to express his gratitude when Yi Fan's words followed. "But you have to promise me one thing," Liu Anuona said solemnly. "God Yi, just say the word. As long as it's something our Yunhai tribe can do, we'll do it even at the cost of our lives." Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. These people's tribes still have remnants, but their strength is definitely not strong. After you get their equipment, you should first slaughter the remaining people and not leave any future troubles. "I don't have the energy to do these things, so I'll leave them to you. What do you think?" Liu Anuona nodded repeatedly. "No problem. It's very simple. We would have done it even without Yishun saying so." "Yes, Yishun, you can rest assured. We will definitely wipe out the remaining members of these people." "That's right. We'll go to their tribe this afternoon and kill them." Seeing the members of the Cloud Sea tribe expressing their support one after another, Yi Fan felt relieved. He no longer cared about these equipment. Even if he tried to sell the magic crystals, he wouldn't get much. He'd soon have a magic gun that could easily pierce through excellent grade equipment. As the two finished assigning tasks, a series of notification sounds came through. Ding. Your physical fitness level has been raised to LV22. Ding. Your physical fitness level has been raised to LV20. Ding. Your physical fitness level has been raised to LV21. Ding. You have obtained 20 units of grass dragon venom. Ding. You have obtained 20 pieces of leather. Ding. You have obtained 1 fragment of a broken treasure map. Ding. You have obtained 1 bow and arrow modification blueprint. Ding. You have obtained 1 logging improvement blueprint. Ding. You have obtained 1 farming technology blueprint. Yi Fan was overjoyed to hear the notification sounds, especially since a new function had been unlocked on his personal panel. Chapter 88 Taking Stock of the Spoils. Yi Fan wasn't in the mood to look at it at the moment, and put everything he had obtained into his storage. Liu Anuona was also very envious, but he wouldn't take it. He was already satisfied to have survived. Moreover, he absolutely dared not offend Yi Fan, this great god, and he had no doubt that Yi Fan alone could wipe out their entire tribe. "Master Yi, if there's nothing else, we'll head back now. We'll have lunch later, and this afternoon we'll go and wipe out Jin Zhan and Adu's remaining gang." Liu Anuona said politely. "Okay, go ahead." Yi Fan nodded. "Alright, then we'll meet again someday, Master Yi." Liu Anuona led his men away dejectedly. At least they hadn't lost out on this trip. Although those grass dragons had nothing to do with them, they had at least obtained some equipment. Yi Fan didn't care about those equipment, and besides, he also hoped that Liu Anuona could deal with the remaining remnants, as he really didn't have the energy to wipe out those remaining enemies. "Yi Fan, these grass dragons are big, but their flesh is poisonous. It's a bit of a pity," Liu Anuona said regretfully. "It's alright. It's expected that these lizard-like things can't be eaten, but we still got a lot of good stuff. This trip is worthwhile anyway. Let's collect some void grass to take back. Why don't we dig some up and plant them, so we don't have to go out again next time? Lin Qingxue suggested. That's a good idea, but we'll have to expand our territory. A group of people immediately took out shovels and dug up the hollow grass in the meadow. It was a kind of grass that was straight like bamboo. It has no joints and is only about the thickness of a thumb. It's probably the part used to support the gun barrel. While everyone was collecting herbs, Yifan took out his harvest and examined it one by one. Grass dragon venom possesses extremely strong corrosive and neurotoxin properties. You might find it useful. Leather goes without saying. It's something needed to make armor and protective gear. Broken treasure map fragment. Adventurer, this contains a great treasure of the Misty Forest. You'll want to unlock the Misty treasure. Current progress 10%. 10%, huh? Looks like there are 10 of these blueprints in total. I just wonder where we got the other 9. Yifan muttered to himself. Anything involving treasure is something that should be collected. You never know, you might get some powerful equipment or technology. Bow modification blueprint. Upgrades a standard crossbow to a more powerful repeating crossbow. Logging improvement blueprint. Improves logging techniques, increasing your wood gathering speed by 200%. Farming technology blueprint. Increases crop yield by 50% and allows the planting of dark plants. Yifan read through all this information. First of all, there was no need to mention the crossbows. He already had the blueprints for bows and arrows, so he could produce repeating crossbows. The repeating crossbow has a longer range than the musket, so some can be equipped for the people on the watchtowers. With the watchtower's amplification, they can shoot even further and better protect the tribe's safety. Furthermore, once 3 people in the clan reached level 20, not only him, but everyone in the clan received an extra trinket slot. Accessory slot. You can place accessories or elemental items to enchant your weapon. Although he doesn't have any accessories yet, he'll probably get them later, like poisoning his weapon or imbuing it with lightning or fire elements. Of course, this is Yifan's understanding. As for the specifics, he doesn't know. He'll only know after the assembly. Half an hour later, everyone stood up, their backs aching slightly. Because it was hot wearing protective gear, everyone was traveling light. Some of the bolder girls even started doing body art, too lazy to wear anything. Yifan couldn't help but take a look. The 2 women were Yen Lily and Yen Lily, who were very bold. Are you guys really that bold? Aren't you afraid of being seen? Yifan joked, even though he had seen it many times. Yen Lily, hands on her hips, said, Go ahead and look. You've seen it before. I've always considered you a sister. Yifan was speechless. What do you mean by sisters? I'm a straight man, okay? Yen Lily shrugged. Sure. Why don't you come with us and experience nature? The air here is much better than on Earth. There's no smog at all. Yifan thought about it and decided against it. He wasn't interested in that kind of thing, and besides, Lin Qingxue, Wan Yu, and Liu Anuona were all there. He wouldn't dare to push those 2 sisters down without first winning them over. However, Yifan's gaze remained fixed on the 2 of them. After watching for a while, he muttered to himself, Damn, no wonder they're twins. They're exactly the same in every way. Is it pretty? Lin Qingxue's voice sounded behind him. Yifan was also startled, then pulled her into his arms, startling Lin Qingxue as well. It's all right, but not as pretty as Xue. Is that so? Lin Qingxue asked shyly. Yes, Xue is not only beautiful, but her learn is also beautiful. Yifan, you little brat, you ran over my face with your car wheel. Liu Anuona blushed as she stood to the side. Who told you to understand so instantly? It's not my fault. We're even. Big brother doesn't criticize second brother. All right. Let's stop being lovey-dovey tonight. Let's go find the secret realm first. Yifan picked up Lin Qingxue and stood up. Okay, let's go find the secret realm. Chapter 89 The Gate to the Secret Realm. Yifan and the others had been observing for a while, but they hadn't found it yet. After all, the Misty Forest was just too big, and it was really difficult to find the secret realm with only one direction. And it's just a door. What kind of door is it? What does it look like? All of this is unknown. Yifan, why don't we all spread out a bit to look for it? Otherwise, it'll be really hard to find if we all cluster together. Liu Anuona suggested. Okay, but don't go too far away, so it'll be easier to get there if anything happens. Okay, then I'll take a few people and head over there to look. No problem, be careful. After saying that, Liu Anuona led a few people into the forest. Everyone turned on their GPS, just like in a game, and there were gnomes above their heads, which was a bit magical. Of course, this is something that everyone is already used to. If this is really a game, then who is controlling it? Is it a god? Yifan didn't know, and didn't want to know right now. He wanted to fill his stomach first. Wan Yu, how did you sleep last night? Lin Qingxue quietly approached Wan Yu and asked. The girls around him immediately glanced sideways, looking on with amusement. It's not bad. I feel very safe. Wan Yu said somewhat shyly. If she hadn't transmigrated to another world, she would have thought even her dreams were fake. She actually spent the night with Yi Fan and Lin Qingxue. Although Yi Fan was relatively honest, he was only relatively honest. He still took advantage of her quite a bit. Seeing Wan Yu's somewhat shy yet slightly aggrieved expression, Lin Qingxue asked with concern. Wan Yu, what's wrong? Is that lecherous old man Yi Fan up to his old tricks again? Well, maybe a little, but it's acceptable. Huh? Wan Yu, you've fallen from grace. You used to be so aloof and unapproachable, and now you've gotten away with this by that bastard Yi Fan. Yin Lily asked incredulously. Wan Yu is the kind of person who is pure and aloof. She looks pure, but there is a hint of desire in her. However, she is always aloof at school. But she'd only been here a few days when Yi Fan took her into his arms. So many admirers couldn't have her, and now Yi Fan got her for free. It's alright. The past is the past. I feel very safe with Yi Fan. Aren't you afraid to sleep at night? Or rather, do you sleep soundly at night? Wan Yu asked, turning her head in confusion. In her view, anyone would feel apprehensive and uneasy when they come to a strange and dangerous world. Everyone pondered for a moment. Then Yin Lily spoke up after a couple of seconds. Now that you mention it, it's true. Even though everyone's here, I really can't sleep soundly. Yes, me too. We used to sleep together in thatched huts, which made us feel safer. Why don't we go up to the second floor and squeeze in with Yi Fan? We've already come this far, so it doesn't really matter. You guys actually have to admit, Yi Fan stuff is pretty impressive. Wow, you've hit the nail on the head. They're just like the Westerners in those porn movies I watch. Goodness, you've all sobered up now, haven't you? You should ask Qingxue about this. She's the most qualified to speak on the matter. Lin Qingxue's ears were bright red, and she was speechless upon hearing how fast everyone was driving, even though she already knew they were all quite skilled drivers. Qingxue, tell me, what's the situation? Yes, Qingxue, isn't she strong? Everyone looked on expectantly, practically ready to use torture to extract a confession. Oh well, this anyway, it's really amazing. Moreover, the improvement in physical fitness will also bring some unique effects. Well, never mind. It's hard to describe, Lin Qingxue commented earnestly, blushing. Wow, that's great. Big sister, why are you drooling? That's Yi Fan, our classmate, Qingxue's man. So what? Qingxue and I are best friends. A best friend's man is our man. Is there a problem with that? No problem. I wholeheartedly agree, Yin Lily said. Yin Lily, look at your sister. Aren't you going to do anything about it? My sister's right, I think so too. How about we divide Yi Fan into 46 pieces? 1 piece for each of us. Okay, then I'll take the most important piece. Yi Fan was speechless. He was walking in front when the cartwheel ran over him from behind. I'm telling you, I'm still alive. I'm not dead yet, ladies. Yi Fan retorted. Shut up, the girls shouted in unison. Yi Fan had no choice but to give up, but their chat was getting increasingly lewd. But that's normal. Anyone who's ever seen the chat history between female best friends knows what an explosive situation looks like. Half an hour later, Liu Anuona led Yi Fan and the others to an open space. The open space was open because it was strange. The forest was originally filled with trees and lush green grass, but this 100 square meter area is a barren wasteland, standing out starkly in the forest. In addition, there was a door in the middle of the open space, an old and worn wooden door. There was nothing behind or in front of the door, and the door just appeared out of nowhere. Is this really a secret realm? It's a bit rudimentary. Yi Fan complained. I don't know either. I just came to tell you after I found this door. Liu Anuona said, shrugging. Okay, I'll take a look with the crystal ball. As he spoke, Yi Fan took out the crystal ball. Gateway to the Divine Kingdom. The Wrathful Queen Bee. Entering unlocks a secret realm with a chance to obtain a mysterious reward. Requires the gatekeeper's key to open. Yi Fan was overjoyed. Great. It really is a secret realm, and there's even a mysterious reward. But where's the key? We need the key, someone asked. Yi Fan immediately took out a very old-looking key. Here it is. I was wondering what this key was for, but I didn't expect it to be used to open the secret realm. That's great. Let's go inside and take a look. As he spoke, Yi Fan eagerly inserted the key into the lock. With a click, the bolt opened, and the wooden door slowly began to open. As the door opened, a burst of white light engulfed everyone. The light was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were already in midair. Looking around, they saw towering trees, real trees, with a single leaf the size of a bed. Chapter 90: The Great Battle with the Hornets. Where the hell am I? Everyone was immediately puzzled. Why is there such a world behind the door? Have they shrunk, or has the surrounding scenery been magnified? They had no way of knowing any of this. Look, there's a farmer hoeing the ground over there. Yin Lily suddenly pointed to a huge object below and said. Everyone immediately looked down and saw a giant, an incredibly tall farmer, far below, hoeing the ground. If they weren't so high in the air, they would never have been able to see the farmer's entire appearance. They were now about the size of his fingernail. Stop looking. Isn't anyone paying attention to what's under us? Liu Anuona reminded them. Only then did they notice what they were doing. They were riding a huge bee, 2 people to a ride. The bees are round and plump. They're the kind of small bees that collect nectar, about the size of a cow, and they can sit on them just right. The bees hovered in place, swaying their round tails, and behind them was an artificially constructed beehive containing a slightly larger bee, presumably the queen. The honeycomb was filled with honey, which looked golden and delicious. Holy crap, it's a bee. I'm not blind, I can see. Wow, you can control it. You can control the direction by pulling the reins on both sides. Yin Lily exclaimed in surprise. I'll give it a try too. I understand. We need to control these bees to do something. Just as everyone was chattering away, a line of golden text appeared before their eyes. Secret Realm, the angry queen bee. A swarm of hornets is attempting to attack a bee nest. Please help the bees fight off the hornets. Work in pairs, pull the reins to control the direction, and use the clamping force of your legs to control the bee's up and down movement. The other person receives 1 stinger per minute. Please help the bee overcome this crisis. The queen bee will thank you. You can revive at the hive after dying in the secret realm. You can rejoin the battle piloting a new bee. However, if more than 60% of your party dies within 1 minute, you cannot revive. Once you're dead, you're dead. The text on the prompts wasn't difficult to understand, giving it a game-like feel, which fueled everyone's enthusiasm. However, the last hint made everyone worried. Indeed, with rewards come risks, which is unavoidable. Quickly, everyone, try to control the bees and get familiar with them first, otherwise you'll be at a disadvantage when the fight starts. Yi Fan shouted immediately. Okay, we're already trying it. At this moment, a swarm of bees began to sway in midair. It was the first time for everyone to drive a bee, and to be honest, they had no experience. It felt a bit like riding a horse. Yi Fan was in a group with Liu Anuona, but it seemed that due to the secret realm, their equipment was unusable here, including their clothes and pants. So naturally, everyone was honest with each other. Liu Anuona sat in front of Yi Fan, controlling the direction. Yi Fan held something resembling a single-shot rocket launcher with a sharp tail needle. Is this my weapon? It seems quite unique. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Yi Fan, don't stand so close to me. It's so hot, Liu Anuona said shyly. There's no other way. I'll just have to bear it. There's not much space up there. I'm afraid I'll fall and die. Liu Anuona pouted and glanced behind her. There was at least 2 more people sitting behind Yi Fan. It wasn't small at all. The key point is that Yi Fan and she were practically skin to skin. If it weren't for the awkward environment and position, she would have suspected that Yi Fan wanted to have some kind of intimate, close-up contact with her. Yi Fan put his arm around Liu Anuona's slender waist. Liu Anuona had a great figure, but not much fat, which made her waist less soft than Lin Qingshua's when he hugged her. However, Liu Anuona's skin was delicate, warm like jade, and very pleasant to touch. Hand in hand, Yi Fan, Liu Anuona said, feigning reluctance, though she was secretly delighted. Qingxua, you need to control your man. Yin Lily said. This isn't just mine, it belongs to all of us sisters, isn't it? Lin Qingxua said dismissively, though inwardly she was cursing. That jerk Yi Fan, that damn Yi Fan. He'll die if he doesn't take advantage of others. He's infuriating me. Attention everyone, something's coming. Prepare for battle. Wan Yu suddenly shouted. Everyone immediately looked in the direction Wan Yu was pointing and discovered an even larger hornet. If a bee is the size of a large water buffalo, then a hornet is like a fully grown elephant. The two are simply not in the same league. Holy crap, it's huge. Never mind, shoot them. Wait until they get closer. A buzzing sound of wings came from ahead, and about 10 hornets charged towards Yi Fan. The swarm of tiger-headed bees drew closer and closer to Yi Fan and his group. Once they were within firing range, Yi Fan pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, a stinger shot out from the gun barrel and flew straight towards the hornet. A crisp ding rang out, but no piercing sound followed. The stinger pierced the hard carapace of the hornet and snapped off instantly. Damn it. It can't be shot through. Yifan, they seem to have shells on their heads. Why don't we try shooting their bellies? Alright. Everyone scatter. They're coming. Get out of here. With a buzz, a swarm of hornets attacked the bees, but the bees scattered like water being hit by a stone. Liu Anuona piloted the bee, circling and hovering in the air. At this moment, her stinger was refilled, and Yifan immediately shot it towards the abdomen of one of the hornets. With a sharp thud, Yifan's shot hit the hornet's abdomen perfectly this time. The hornet was instantly numb, and a stinging sensation spread throughout its body. The next moment, the hornet collapsed to the ground. It's done, Yifan exclaimed joyfully. Anuona, well done, keep it up, Yifan said, patting Liu Anuona's thigh. Alright, hold on tight, we're about to dive. The bee swooped down in a circle, yelling, woohoo. Sister, shoot quickly, it's a good opportunity. Yin Lily shouted. Leave it to your older sister, I'm a great shot. Lin Qingxue teamed up with Wanyu, and the two cooperated quite well. However, what they didn't notice was a hornet rushing towards them from behind at an extremely fast speed. With a snap, the bees they were riding were caught in the mouthparts of a hornet, and the bees immediately began to struggle frantically. The two screamed at the same time. The hornet immediately shot out an even thicker stinger, piercing both the bee and Lin Qingxue. The hornet released its mouthparts, and the three of them fell to the ground. Qingxue, Wanyu, damn it, elegant, go kill that guy. Okay, hold on tight. Hold on tight. Where are you grabbing? Don't grab where you're feeding the baby, Yifan, I'll go to hell. Sorry, it's too fast, I'm a little airsick. Chapter 91 Riding the Queen Bee? Soon, a hornet fell to the ground. Lin Qingxue and Wanyu were also resurrected in the beehive at this time. That scared me to death. Thank goodness I can be revived. Where exactly is this place? It's so strange. Lin Qingxue rubbed her nose, looking serious. Never mind that. Let's win first. These stinky hornets are awful. The two immediately mounted a bee inside the hive and charged towards the swarm of hornets. The hornet swarm and the honeybee swarm fought back and forth, with casualties on both sides. Besides the 10 hornets killed earlier, the number of hornets is still increasing, and it seems like they can't be killed off. Bees are being torn to pieces and falling to the ground every now and then. The casualties are increasing. No, this is too dangerous. Yifan sighed inwardly. Attention everyone, there are more and more hornets. If more than 3 groups of people die, run for your lives first. Make sure everyone is alive before you rush in to fight them. Yifan shouted to the crowd. Okay, got it. We've got the information covered. Yin Lily shouted. The group once again rode bees and fought against the hornets. The bees were small and could only try to pull the hornets away before launching a fatal blow to knock them down. Watch out, Liu Anuona exclaimed in alarm. She immediately controlled the bee to swoop down, dodging the sudden attack. The hornet flew over their heads, creating a gust of wind. Yifan, there are more and more hornets. This can't go on. What should we do? Liu Anuona shouted, the wind whistling in her ears and the sound of flapping wings creating a chaotic mess. Let's hide, let's hide. There are too many of these things. We'll be worn down if this continues. At this moment, Yifan glanced at the farmer hoeing the ground below and then at the spot where the tiger hornets had come from. If I'm not mistaken, these hornet nests are not high off the ground. Let's attack the farmer. Huh? Won't I get smacked to death? Never mind. I refuse to believe that none of the things here are interactive. Good. Hurry up. I'm holding on to it. Don't grab the area where you're feeding the kids again, bro. Ouch, ouch, ouch. As Liu Anuona piloted the bee downwards, she cried out in pain. Yifan, you bastard. I'm going to teach you a lesson when we get back. The two moved quite quickly and soon arrived at the farmer's side. Yifan was also incredulous as he looked at the human whose eyes were a whole size bigger than his own. This feeling is terrifying. It's the innate fear of facing something enormous. Yifan, shoot him. Yifan immediately took aim. Good. Yifan pulled the trigger, aiming the bullet at the farmer's face. With a soft thud, the stinger pierced the farmer's face, and a gust of wind swept by. It was the farmer's slap. Get out of here. There's no escaping it. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. Yifan. Graceful. Everyone run. Don't let too many of you die, or we'll all be dead. Lin Qingxue warned. The group managed to regain their composure and scattered in all directions to escape, while 3 tiger-headed hornets frantically flapped their wings in pursuit of Lin Qingxue. Wanyu piloted the bee, weaving back and forth among the leaves, where the hornet's massive size offered little advantage. The others weren't stupid either, and they all followed suit. A short while later, Yi Fan, Liu Anuona, and 4 other people were reborn in the beehive. This is so difficult. How long will this take? Those hornets are not only fast, but there are also many of them, and their carapaces are thick, a girl said helplessly. Let's start fighting. I think it should be soon, Yi Fan said, looking at the farmer below. The farmer was no longer in the field. Instead, he had gone into the house, his face swollen. Yi Fan felt that he must be right. Even though I don't know where I am, since the other person is practically human, I should be angry. If someone gets bitten on the face and their face is swollen, what would they most want to do? That's right. I really want to get rid of those pests. Yi Fan wasn't worried at all about whether the other party would target the bees, because the hive was tall enough. However, the hornet nests were not tall, so the giant would definitely take his anger out on the hornets. The buzzing continued, and another 30 hornets rushed towards them. This number is beyond their capabilities. If this continues, they will all die. Yi Fan stroked his chin and asked curiously. This shouldn't be happening. This secret realm should be passable. It can't be a dead end, right? Could it be that we didn't operate it correctly? Liu Anuona asked. Yi Fan waved his hand. It shouldn't be like this. The number of hornets is already more than 3 times ours, and they are superior to bees in every way. It shouldn't be this difficult. Even with the best operational skills, it's impossible to guarantee against casualties under such circumstances. What should we do? Are we really going to die inside the secret realm? Liu Anuona immediately became worried. They came to find treasure, not to die. Yi Fan glanced at the queen bee inside the hive. The queen bee was more than twice the size of a hornet and was responsible for laying eggs in the hive. Liu Anuona followed Yi Fan's gaze and looked at the queen bee beside her. The queen bee has an extra pair of wings, a large body, and a decent pair of mouthparts. It's just unknown how strong she is in combat. The queen bee, clutching a large amount of honey in her arms, continued to nibble on it with great relish. Yi Fan, you don't mean you're planning to ride the queen bee in a battle, do you? Liu Anuona looked like she'd seen a ghost. The rules don't seem to say you can't ride the queen bee in a battle, right? You know what? You really shouldn't say it. Then shall we walk? Go. Give it a try. Liu Anuona struggled to climb onto the queen bee's head, and then she saw that there were indeed reins attached to the back of the queen bee's head. Chapter 92 Poisoned. Crisis. Liu Anuona immediately pulled on the reins, and the enormous queen bee flapped her wings and took flight. Yi Fan, it really can be controlled, but how do we attack it? Why doesn't this queen bee have a stinger? Yi Fan also searched it up, but found nothing. Damn, doesn't this queen bee have any weapons? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. Never mind, let's just charge out first. This queen bee should attack automatically, right? Otherwise, what's the point of having a rein? Okay, then hold on tight to me. As he spoke, Yi Fan hugged Liu Anuona's waist from behind and moved his hands upwards. Liu Anuona felt the unusual sensation in her chest, but didn't say anything more, seemingly used to it, since Yi Fan wouldn't listen anyway. A buzzing sound came, much louder than the flapping of the wings of those hornets. The queen bee suddenly let out a strange cry that sounded like a sonic wave, then waved her large legs and threw clumps of honey at the oncoming hornets. Holy crap, the honey's gone! Everyone exclaimed with delight. Although honey is not as lethal as a stinger, it is still very effective. Sure enough, under everyone's watchful eyes, clumps of honey hit the hornets, instantly sticking their wings and bodies to the sticky honey. The hornets flapped their wings desperately, but to no avail. They could only plummet straight down, like an airplane that had lost power. At this time, the fallen comrades began to revive one after another, and the situation was finally stabilized. Yi Fan wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Great, we held on, but I don't know how much longer we'll have to hold on. Just then, a dozen or so hornets flew toward them, looking quite menacing. Yi Fan, look down there. That farmer is coming out, and it looks like he's carrying something on his back. One shouted, pointing down. Everyone looked over and saw that the farmer was carrying a backpack, but no one knew what the backpack contained. However, judging from the direction, the farmer was indeed heading towards the direction from which the hornets were coming, clearly heading towards the hornet's nest. It seems we made the right bet. Yes, it should be. More hornets have arrived. It's all right, the queen bee is here to protect us. After the group struggled with the hornets for a while, a raging fire broke out not far away, and the smell of burning filled the air. Looking around, it turned out that the farmer was using a flamethrower to roast the hornet's nest, giving them a thorough cleanup with the outside charred and the inside tender. It's burnt. We succeeded. Everyone was overjoyed. Yi Fan, you bit the right one. You really should bite the farmer, the crowd exclaimed in delight. I see. It seems my idea was right. Everything in this secret realm is useful, Yi Fan said thankfully. If the farmer doesn't intervene, the number of hornets will only increase until they are all killed. The remaining hornets posed no threat and were easily caught and killed by Yi Fan and his group, falling to the ground. What a disgusting bunch of bastards. The farmer's words suddenly rang out, like a loudspeaker. How strange, that thing can talk. Everyone was surprised. Where exactly is this place? He seems to be an oversized human. What's going on in this world? I don't have time to think about it anymore. Let it go. Maybe the answer will come in the future. The farmer, having cleared the hornet's nest, went inside the house, closed the door, and didn't come out again. Ding. Congratulations on completing the secret realm trial. Ding. Hidden reward obtained. Divine beast queen honeybee. Ding. You have obtained 100 honey. A mythical beast. Hidden reward? And honey? What's it for? Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, a white light enveloped them once again. They then found themselves in the forest, and the door shattered into pieces before their very eyes. They're out. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Yi Fan glanced at the sky and realized that there were still about 3 hours until dark. I didn't expect it to take us so long, but according to the time, we should have only been inside for about an hour. Could it be that the flow of time is different on both sides? That should be it, and it's the only possibility. Let's go back first. Don't we still need to go and check the hole where we dug the trap? Liu Anuona said. She still felt a dull ache in her chest, feeling utterly helpless, and could only curse Yi Fan inwardly as a heartless jerk. At this moment, a message from Sister Wintermelon popped up. Come back quickly, there's an emergency. Yi Fan was taken aback. Quick, everyone, hurry back. Something's happened to the tribe. Huh? Something happened? What's wrong? The group quickened their pace, moving forward without stopping, so they were moving very fast. As they walked, Yi Fan asked, Donghua, what happened? What's wrong with the tribe? Are there any casualties? Wintermelon's sister looked at the group of people lying on the bed and replied anxiously. No one has died, but many people have been poisoned, and it's still unknown whether their lives are in danger. Poisoned? Yi Fan wondered. That's right, but we don't know what kind of poison it is. They can't be woken up now and have fallen into a coma. We don't know what happened. Okay, I understand. We'll be right back. The group ran back to the tribe, and once they got back, Yi Fan immediately went inside to check on things. There were many people standing in the room, and many more lying on the beds, with black lines spreading across their arms and thighs. Those black things had wrapped around their heads, putting them into a deep sleep. Yi Fan roughly counted that a total of 16 people had been poisoned. They were a group of people who had gone out to collect iron ore, but what had they encountered at the iron mine? A group of girls were half squatting by the bed, looking extremely anxious. Oh my god, Zhang Jun isn't dead, is he? I hope not. Everyone will be alright. There's always a way. Ruoro, wake up. Ruoro, can you hear me? Ruoro. Lin Qingxue stepped forward and took out her magic wand. Let me try to see if I can heal him. Everyone immediately made way, and then Lin Qingxue used her magic wand, and green rain began to fall. However, the usually ineffective spring rain made no difference at this moment. No, my spring rain can't cure the poison, Lin Qingxue said dejectedly. It's okay, let's try other methods, Liu Anuona said, stepping forward to comfort her. Yi Fan then took out the crystal ball and shone it on everyone. Black Mamba rose, a toxin produced by a plant resembling a venomous snake. It grows in places littered with corpses, where no evil can thrive. Its toxin is colorless and odorless, inducing a deep sleep before slowly absorbing the body's nutrients. The moment of death is when the flower blooms. Chapter 93: The Power of Divine Beasts. Upon seeing the crystal ball's hint, Yi Fan was immediately puzzled. Does this plant grow near the iron or mine? No. We checked, and there's no such plant mentioned in the message, Sister Wintermelon explained, her face filled with worry and guilt. If only I had gone with them to protect them back then. I always had a feeling this wasn't as simple as it seemed. Yi Fan didn't blame the other party. After all, no one wanted this to happen. Tell me what happened. When I realized I couldn't contact them, I rushed over immediately, only to find that they were all unconscious. Luckily, there were no wild animals around, or it would have been dangerous. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan immediately sensed that something was wrong. He had been to the mine before, and this all seemed abruptly out of character. But for now, All we can do is wake them up first. He looked at the crystal ball in his hand. Since the other party cannot be born without evil, perhaps the holy light shining from the crystal ball will be useful. The holy light shines specifically to subdue evil spirits. Giving it a try will be beneficial and harmless. Holy light shines, Yifan whispered. Suddenly, the crystal ball emitted a brilliant white light, illuminating the entire room, and the black patterns slowly faded under the holy light. It works. It really works. Everyone was overjoyed. Seeing this, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it worked, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. Before Yifan could even feel a surge of joy, the black lines began to grow again. The black lines that had been burned away by the holy light spread across his body again, and were even more severe than before. Everyone's heart sank. How could this be? Oh no, I hope they're alright. Oh no, what are we going to do now? Yifan, this won't work. These toxins seem to be deeply hidden. Although the holy light is useful, it can't eradicate them completely. Yifan was at a loss. He had tried everything he could, but the black toxins continued to erode his companion's body. They visibly became thinner, as if the nutrients in their bodies had been sucked away. With a bang, Yifan slammed his fist into the ground. Damn it! How could this happen? Everyone wore a bitter expression. Their companions were lying in bed, and they were powerless to help, only able to watch them gradually grow thinner. Perhaps in a few hours, their bodies will become nourishment for the black mamba, and then bloom into poisonous flowers. Despair, helplessness, and sorrow filled everyone's hearts. The only sounds were the crackling of torches, the heavy breathing of the crowd, and the soft sobs of crying. But just then, Yifan discovered that something in the storage compartment was trying to come out, and it possessed its own consciousness. He immediately opened it to check and found that it was the divine beast he had obtained before, Queen Honeybee. He suddenly thought of something and immediately released it. He absolutely refused to believe that the divine beast's agitation was inexplicable. There must be a reason. The honeybee queen was entirely golden. It was a slightly larger bee, round and plump, about the size of Yifan's palm, quite large indeed. Little guy, do you have a solution? Yifan asked. The plump queen bee immediately nodded, seemingly understanding Yifan's words. Then please help them save them. I beg you, little one. The queen bee nodded again. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, it flew towards a girl and bit her arm. What is it doing? I wonder, could it be drug use? Isn't drug use illegal? Can you be serious for once? Sorry, it just slipped out. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the black lines began to surge toward the spot where the queen bee had bitten them. The queen bee's body also began to turn black, then burst into golden light and turned golden again. All the black toxins were drawn out of the girl's body and did not spread further, as if they had been eradicated completely. Great! It works. Everyone was overjoyed. Immediately afterwards, the queen bee flew off to the others, looking extremely busy. At this moment, the girls twitched their bodies and slowly sat up from the bed, their bodies limp. One of the long-haired girls rubbed her eyes, looking around at the crowd with obvious confusion. Everyone, what's going on? Oh my, Momo, you're finally awake. If you had stayed asleep any longer, you would have been in real trouble. A girl who was close to Momo immediately hugged her excitedly. Momo, do you remember what happened? Yifan asked. This was the question he cared about most. Momo rubbed her forehead, trying to recall carefully. What happened? I just remember we were mining iron ore, and then suddenly a pink mist drifted in, and then we knew nothing more. I didn't think much of it at the time, because there is indeed some fog in the forest from time to time, but I didn't expect it would actually. How is everyone? Momo asked, realizing what was happening. The crowd parted to make way for Momo, who then discovered that her sisters, who had gone out to dig for iron ore with her, were also lying in bed. However, everyone had gradually woken up and seemed to be all right, which put her at ease. We carried you back, but we didn't see any pink mist when we went there, said Wintermelon's sister. So is it a natural phenomenon of this world, or is it man-made? Someone asked. I don't know. Perhaps we should investigate. How about we send someone over to take a look tomorrow? Won't it be dangerous? Is it all right to go check on the danger? Yifan, what do you think? One you asked. I think it might be man-made. Man-made. Right. I think we've got one thing wrong. That pink mist isn't poison. It's just something that makes people drowsy. After all, based on the information we just received from the crystal ball, those black mamba roses don't have the ability to create a pink mist. Yifan's analysis sent chills down everyone's spines. Momo and her group, in particular, felt a chill run down their spines. Yifan, Are you saying that someone deliberately drugged us and infected us with the Black Mamba Rose's toxin? Momo asked in horror. That's right, but I just can't understand why they did that. Why didn't you take them away or kill them after they were drugged? Why did you only plant poison in them? Could it be that they didn't have time to take it with them? It's possible, but the possibility is slim. Could the problem lie in this toxin, such as whether it's contagious like the flu? Su Ma Miao suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned their gaze to Su Ma Miao. Su Ma Miao trembled slightly. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Yi Fan said in a deep voice. No, what you said makes perfect sense. I just detoxified everyone. But what will happen if we let this poison spread? Mengming-chan, call the goblins over for me. Okay, I'll go right away. Soon, the goblin chieftain knelt before Yi Fan. Respected master, what are your orders? Nothing, just asking you a question. Yes, master, I will answer all your questions. Very good. You know a lot about this world, but how much do you know about the Black Mamba Rose? Upon hearing the name, the goblin trembled, his eyes filled with unease, and he began to stammer. Black Mamba's Rose. Master, may I ask if anyone has been infected? If so, please cremate them immediately, or there is a risk of our entire race being wiped out, the goblin said tremblingly, filled with deep fear of this thing. Seeing the goblin's reaction, Yi Fan's curiosity grew even stronger. Don't worry, some people were indeed infected, but I cured them. Upon hearing the first part of the sentence, the goblin was still uneasy, but after hearing that he had been cured, he was completely shocked. It seemed even more shocking than when they heard about the Black Mamba. Healed. Master is truly amazing. Even the Black Mamba's Rose can heal. Yi Fan pointed to the round queen bee on his shoulder. It healed her. The goblin took a deep breath, feeling refreshed all over. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he realized what was happening. Oh, it's the aura of a deity. No wonder. Congratulations, Master, on receiving such divine assistance. Chapter 94 Preparations Before the Battle. Well, no need for flattery. Just tell me what's going on with this Black Mamba. Master, the Black Mamba Rose is an evil plant. It is said that the evil god raped his own sister, ate her raw, and then buried her bones. But a black flower bloomed on the grave, its roots connecting to the bones. The evil god felt great pity for his sister and named her after her, Black Mamba. Everyone was speechless. This wasn't an evil god. It was clearly a pervert. One moment he wanted to kill, and the next he wanted to love. Go on. The goblin continued. Later, a human planted a pea, and the pea grew into towering vines that pierced through the clouds and reached the abode of the gods. Then, when that human went up there, he found the flower very beautiful, and with evil intentions, he took it away and brought it back to the lower realm. But this flower is very fragile and needs flesh and blood to nourish it. So the man killed his wife and children to nourish the flower. But this flower is like a bottomless pit. It can't absorb enough, and in the end it grows wildly on that flesh and blood, and after it blooms, it spreads pollen toxins to the surrounding area. Infected people become nourishment for the Black Mamba, and after they die, they will continue to produce Black Mambas, and so on. If the master doesn't cure the tribe, that pollen will kill everyone from pollen transmission. Fortunately, Black Mambas cannot survive in soil, otherwise probably no creature would have survived. Yi Fan was still shaken by what he heard, but he asked a question that concerned him more. So, there was only one Black Mamba flower from beginning to end, and the rest were just its clones or offspring, used only to provide it with nutrients, right? Oh, that's right. Master can certainly understand it that way, but no one has ever seen that mother plant. It must be extremely dangerous. Yi Fan nodded slightly, then asked, is there any way to avoid being infected by the flowers and still move them? Yes, I know it exists, but I don't know how to operate it. Because I once saw a creature carrying a Black Mamba wandering in the forest, but that was a long time ago, so what happened today should have nothing to do with what I saw. Okay, I understand. It seems our opponent is a bit tricky this time, Yi Fan said solemnly. So, is there someone or a tribe that can carry the Black Mamba without getting hurt and has their eyes on us? Lin Qingxue said. At this point, everyone was not stupid, and thinking about it this way, there was only one possibility. That's right, Yi Fan affirmed. That makes sense. The reason they didn't kill our people is that they wanted them to come back and spread the Black Mamba's poison. At this rate of spread, by noon tomorrow, all of our people will be dead from the toxin infection. Everyone be prepared. The enemy may very well attack us tomorrow at noon. By the way, I've collected the void grass. Hurry up and make me some cannons. Yi Fan ordered the goblin. Yes, master. Don't worry, we will definitely complete the mission on time. Okay, go ahead. The goblin immediately ran outside, looking rather comical. So what should we do now? Stay put, someone asked. How about we add more sentries? That would be safer. Yi Fan waved his hand in rejection. There's no need for that. Since they're determined to wipe out our clan, they should be able to calculate the timing accurately. Based on the normal spread rate of the Black Mamba, we will be wiped out no earlier than 10 a.m. tomorrow. So they must have set off early in the morning and won't be traveling at night. Everyone just needs to be well rested. The sentry posts will still be Meng Meng and the others. We don't need any more people. Everyone nodded solemnly. It seemed there would be another fierce battle tomorrow, and they needed to get a good rest tonight. Everyone, listen to Yi Fan. Finish your meal and rest quickly to recharge. Lin Qingxue shouted. If anyone has any damaged weapons or equipment, please give them to me, and I'll repair them for you. Nalan Mimi said with a smile, waving her two breasts and holding a small hammer. Some girls immediately took off their gear in front of Yi Fan and handed it to Nalan Mimi, saying, Thank you for your hard work, Mimi. My breastplate is in trouble. My broadsword is getting a bit dull. I should get it fixed. My helmet is also a bit damaged. Yi Fan then handed some things to Nalan Mimi, which were materials he had gathered during his outing, such as grass dragon venom and leather. You can use these things for research, but be careful in everything you do. Safety first, understand? Nalan Mimi smiled faintly. Okay, don't worry. I know, it won't explode this time. Okay, what if we blast it again? Yi Fan asked. At that moment, a girl suddenly ran up behind Nalan Mimi and hugged her tightly. Then, boldly, he started making large meatballs right in front of Yi Fan, a smug, malicious smile on his face. Hee, if it explodes again, I'll smother Yi Fan with face wash, ha! You're right, aren't you, Mimi? Nalan Mimi blushed instantly. Oh dear, what kind of indecent things are you saying? Aye with Yi Fan. Oh, Mimi, didn't you say yesterday that you didn't have a pillow to hug at night? I think Yi Fan is a perfect pillow. Hee. Yi Fan rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat numb to these seasoned drivers. All right, let's get back to work. Important matters come first. Right, little guy? He said to the queen bee on his shoulder. The little guy nodded, making a smacking sound, in agreement. Chapter 95. A Mirror. Yi Fan hadn't looked at the information on the honeybee queen because he was too busy rushing back when the tribe was in trouble. Little one, maybe you can bring me a surprise. Yi Fan said affectionately, stroking the queen bee's head. Yi Fan really liked this little pet. Of course, it wasn't just him. Everyone liked it and couldn't put it down. Misu Queen Bee. Rank. Bronze, can be upgraded infinitely, with no upper limit. Grade Divine Beast. A unique mythical beast. You're lucky to have obtained this little guy. Ability 1. Attracting bees and butterflies. After placing the beehive, the queen bee will begin attracting bees. All bees will be under her control. Ability 2. Honey Gathering Expert. The queen bee will send bees to collect nectar. Any flower is under her jurisdiction. Ability 3. Favor. You rescued it and gained the queen bee's favor. You can control the queen bee's subordinates, who will obey your every command. Wow, that's amazing. No wonder it could absorb those toxins. It comes from ability 2, right? Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. This bee takes charge of everything, including the black mamba roses, and naturally, the toxins are no exception. What a powerful little guy, Yi Fan. We've really struck gold this time. Liu Anuona happily patted the queen bee's little head. The queen bee turned her head away haughtily, then nuzzled affectionately against Yi Fan's face. Haha, this little guy seems to like me more. You're so stingy. You won't even let me touch you. Liu Anuona was a little unhappy. This adorable little guy only loved Yi Fan. Seeing this, Wanyu chuckled. Ha ha ha, Anuona, don't be angry. After all, the queen bee is female. That's true. Yi Fan is the only male one here, sigh. Yi Fan patted Liu Anuona on the shoulder at this moment. Help me build a beehive. Make it luxurious. Liu Anuona puffed out her cheeks. This little guy doesn't even kiss me, and you still want me to go? Hey, hurry up and go. After all, you have good taste. Make it look nice. As he spoke, Yi Fan patted Liu Anuona's shapely buttocks. All right, hurry up and go. Feeling the powerful slap, Liu Anuona let out a soft gasp. You stinky Yi Fan. You're taking advantage of me again. Okay, I'll do it. Leave it to me. Let's take care of Wanyu's matter while there's still time. Yi Fan's face also showed a solemn expression. Yes. Let's go now. Yi Fan called several people with outstanding combat power to go together. The place was not far, only about 5 minutes away from the tribe. It was originally used to dig traps to protect against those ape men, and it was very effective. 2 ape men did fall in and were killed by the sharpened bamboo. When you dug a total of 5 large holes. There were also a few holes on site that did not show signs of being stepped on, but they marked them themselves to prevent people from accidentally stepping into them. Which cave is it? Yi Fan asked. Wan Yu pointed to the 3 o'clock direction on the right. Over there. Next to that forked tree. That's the hole over there. Yi Fan threw a stone, which dented the entrance of the hole, causing it to collapse and reveal the trap's true form. Below are also sharpened bamboo stalks, 10 meters deep and 2 meters in diameter. This cave can only accommodate 3 people at most. It's not easy for so many of us to go down, one of the girls said. That's right. Qingxue and Yin Lily, you two come down with me. Yi Fan shouted. Okay, no problem. No, Yi Fan, I have to go down with you, otherwise you probably won't find that thing. Wan Yu said. Yi Fan frowned. Why? Why don't you just give the orders from up there? Wan Yu hesitated for a moment. I can't explain it either. That voice told me to go down. I don't know why, but I could feel that if I didn't go down, you wouldn't be able to dig me out even if you dug 3 feet into the ground. This strange thing made Yi Fan fall silent. There were too many things in this world that he didn't understand. After thinking for a moment, he said, all right, then after you go down, hold on to me and don't let go. It would be bad if some monster hiding in the ground dragged you away. Wan Yu nodded. Okay. The 3 were lowered down using vines, with Yi Fan going down first, Lin Qingxue second, and Wan Yu last. As soon as they landed, Wan Yu hugged Yi Fan tightly. Yi Fan could feel the warmth of Wan Yu's body and the hot breath from her nose. Don't be nervous. I'm here. Yi Fan comforted Wan Yu by putting his arm around her slender waist. Okay, with you here, I'm not afraid. Lin Qingxue was slightly taken aback, but she didn't say anything. Where should we start digging? Wan Yu pointed to a spot, which was not at the bottom of the cave, but beside the cave wall. Yi Fan immediately released his grip on Wan Yu's hand, took out a shovel, and began digging in that spot. Lin Qingxue also joined in to help, and the 2 of them dug into the soil, shovel after shovel. The 2 dug for a full 10 minutes without stopping. The improvement in their physical fitness made them stronger and their endurance increased significantly. 15 minutes later, there was a loud thud, as if the shovel had hit something hard. The 3 of them were immediately overjoyed. We've dug something up. What is it? It looks like a metallic object. Yi Fan quickly dug through the soil in front of him, reached his hand in, and touched something cold and hard. It's something like iron. Be careful, Lin Qingxue warned. It should be fine. It's not a monster. It seems to be an object. Yi Fan pulled the object slowly outward with all his might. Because the object was too wide, he dug for a little while longer. 5 minutes later, Yi Fan looked at the mirror in front of him, which was as tall as a person and as wide as 2 people, with gold carved edges around it, and felt puzzled. A mirror? Why is there a mirror here? The 3 of them wondered at the same time. Yi Fan looked at Wan Yu. Is this thing calling you? Wan Yu nodded. That's right. There's no mistake. It really is this mirror. The mirror looked like just a slightly more luxurious full-length mirror, but now it had suddenly appeared in the ground. Who would bury a mirror in the ground? Just as everyone was wondering, a white object suddenly flew out of the mirror, like a ball of light. Watch out! Yi Fan exclaimed in alarm. He reached out and grabbed the white ball of light, catching it in his hand in one swift motion. Phew, got him. What is it? Before Yi Fan could even breathe a sigh of relief, the white ball of light flashed and pierced through Yi Fan's palm, flying towards Wan Yu, as if it were becoming ethereal. Wan Yu exclaimed in surprise. Ah! The white orb of light entered her body, and Wan Yu instantly lost consciousness and fainted. Chapter 96: The Origin of the Magic Mirror. Wan Yu! Wan Yu! Everyone was shocked and cried out in alarm. Yi Fan kept patting Wan Yu's body, but the latter did not react at all. Damn it, what's going on? Yi Fan cursed. Lin Qingxue also tried, but found that Wan Yu had already fainted and could not be woken up at all. Yi Fan placed his hand in front of Wan Yu's nose and felt her warm, rhythmic breath, which immediately relieved him. Thank goodness, she's still breathing, she's just asleep. She shouldn't be in any danger. That's good. But what happened to Wan Yu? Was that white light some kind of sleeping spell? Wow, this little girl is so smart. That really is the Sleeping Beauty spell. You don't need to worry. A female voice suddenly came. The 2 were immediately terrified, their hair standing on end. Who's playing tricks on us? Yi Fan cautiously surveyed his surroundings with his katana, but found nothing. Lin Qingxua huddled in Yi Fan's arms, terrified. Had they encountered a ghost? Ugh, I'm so sleepy. I don't even know how long I've slept. It's me talking, so you don't need to be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you. The female voice rang out again, and only then did Yi Fan confirm the source of the voice, the full-length mirror with a gold frame in front of him. Was that you speaking? That's right. It's me. A mirror. The mirror continued, and as it spoke, a pair of eyes and a mouth appeared on the golden frame above it, which was quite strange. Yi Fan immediately swung his katana at the mirror, yelling, "What the hell is that?" Dot. With a swift slash, a crisp clang was heard as the two blades collided, producing some sparks, but without causing any further disturbance. How rude. Why are you picking on a mirror like me? I'm just an ordinary mirror, the mirror said, somewhat displeased. Damn it, your mirror can talk? It's probably some kind of monster. Don't confuse me with demons and monsters, even though they all call me the magic mirror. Warrior, can you take me out? I haven't seen the sun in ages. And how about giving me a bath while you're at it? I'm covered in mud, and it's really uncomfortable, Mirror said earnestly. Yi Fan and Lin Qingxua looked at each other for a few seconds, then Lin Qingxua nodded slightly. Why don't we get her up there first? Maybe she knows how to wake Wanyu up. Well, at this point, this is the only way. With the help of the crowd, Yi Fan climbed up with Wanyu and Jingzi. As soon as it emerged from the cave, the mirror exclaimed, "Oh, finally out. It's a pity it's getting dark and I can't see the sun anymore. Otherwise I really wanted to take a lazy nap." Immediately afterwards, a hand pulled her back to the tribe. Yi Fan, holding Wanyu, said, "I'll put Wanyu on the bed first, then I'll check what's wrong with this mirror." Good. The mirror was placed on the open ground, its entire surface gleaming gold. Although it was covered in dirt, it was easy to tell that it was expensive, with even the frame made of gold. A group of girls surrounded the mirror, filled with curiosity. "Hey beauties, why are you all staring at me? Haven't you ever seen a mirror before?" The mirror asked nonchalantly, looking like a cocky old man. "I've seen them, but I've never seen one that can talk. Could it be like the magic mirror in Snow White? Perhaps we can ask them." Yin Lily looked into the mirror and said, magic mirror, who is the fairest of them all?" The magic mirror looked at everyone seriously, its top eye appearing bright and piercing, almost like a human. "Who is the most beautiful?" "Of course, it's this magic mirror," the mirror replied. Everyone was taken aback. Wow, is this magic mirror really that narcissistic? A mirror is so arrogant. Smash it. With a loud thud, the magic mirror was thrown to the ground, letting out a scream. Ouch, this is torture. This is abuse. Stomp it to death. Good. A series of loud stomping sounds rang out as a group of girls stomped on the mirror, some even using weapons to strike it. "Give us back Wanyu. It was all your fault that Wanyu fainted. Broken mirror. You stinky mirror. Wake Wanyu up right now." The group of girls were furious. Although the mirror screamed repeatedly, it was not injured at all, and there was not even the slightest bump or bruise. At this moment, Yi Fan came out. "Yi Fan is here. Make way." The crowd immediately dispersed. Yi Fan straightened the mirror and asked, "What are you? And what's that white sphere of light?" The magic mirror spoke lazily. "I told you, I am just a mirror. As for that white ball of light you mentioned, that's just a magic spell." "A magic spell? How do I break it?" Yi Fan asked. "I know, but if I don't tell you, you guys are being incredibly rude to me. I'm supposed to be a guest, yet you're throwing things around and hitting me. It hurts a lot, okay? Why should I tell you?" The magic mirror said arrogantly. Seeing this, Yi Fan took a deep breath, then took out the crystal ball, intending to examine what kind of monster this guy was. But as soon as the crystal ball was taken out, the magic mirror immediately exclaimed in surprise. "A crystal ball? You actually have this. You recognize what I'm holding? Of course, that belongs to my master, but how did it end up in your hands? Kid, where did you steal it from?" The magic mirror asked in an accusatory tone. Yi Fan frowned. "Steal? This is my stuff." As he spoke, Yi Fan transformed the crystal ball away, and then summoned it back into his hand with a flick of his wrist, a scene of complete control. The magic mirror was also greatly surprised, its mouth agape. "It seems this thing truly recognizes you as its master now. However, you are not my master after all, even though you possess her things. But I can help you. After all, you were also chosen by the master." Hearing this, Yi Fan's previously agitated mood calmed down considerably, and the other party's words no longer held any hostility. "Yin Lily, get me some water. I need to wash this mirror. It's terribly dirty." "Okay." Yi Fan quickly rinsed it with water, wiping away the dirt and restoring the mirror's shine. Oh, that feels good, a great wash. Without that annoying dirt, I feel so refreshed, the magic mirror said happily. Alright, now I've cleaned you up. Can you tell me how to wake one you up? And what's wrong with you now? Of course. Let me introduce myself first, otherwise it would be impolite. Yi Fan nodded. Go ahead and say it. My memories are incomplete. I only know that my master is the most powerful witch, even comparable to gods and demons. I don't remember anything else, except that my master was defeated in a battle. Then my master put a curse on me, putting me into a deep sleep to hide my presence and avoid being discovered by the enemy. Until I sensed a human appearing above me, very close. I thought I'd ask her to help me break the seal, since I don't have hands or feet and can't climb out. Chapter 97, one of the Queen Bee's abilities. So you transferred the curse to Wanyu? Yi Fan asked angrily. Seeing Yi Fan's angry expression, the magic mirror felt rather embarrassed. I'm sorry, I just really want to see the light of day again. As for that little girl, you can wake her up. Upon hearing that he could awaken Wanyu, Yi Fan immediately became excited. How? What should I do? The magic mirror thought for a moment and said, sleep with her. She likes you. She will wake up as soon as she sleeps with the person she loves. At this moment, the girls around looked on in astonishment. What the hell? Are you playing Sleeping Beauty? A scene where the prince kisses the princess? This seems quite interesting. But can we really believe what this guy says? But it doesn't seem to have any downsides. It's just a nap. How bad could it be? What you said makes sense. Everyone then turned their attention to Lin Qingxue. The latter, sensing the gaze, looked relieved and gave a kind and understanding smile. Don't look at me. As long as Wanyu can wake up, I have no objections at all. After all, Wanyu is a member of our tribe. What if Wanyu doesn't like me? What would happen if I slept with her? This is what Yi Fan is worried about. Although Wanyu has been very clingy to him these past few days, it doesn't necessarily mean that he really likes her. She will die? If she doesn't like you, then she will die, the magic mirror said. Will I die? Right. What if you don't sleep? Then she'll never wake up. Yi Fan's heart sank. He felt unsure whether to sleep or not. Don't worry. She likes you, the magic mirror said confidently. Why? Can you read minds? The magic mirror smirked. No. It's just a feeling. I once appeared to her in a dream, begging for help. But in her dreams, she kept calling out your name. Of course, unless your name isn't Yi Fan, then she's calling out someone else's name. Hearing this, Yi Fan was about 70 to 80% certain. Then I'll trust you this once. If Wanyu dies, I'll dig an even deeper hole and bury you there. The magic mirror showed a look of panic for the first time, clearly afraid of being buried in the dark underground again. It used to be asleep, so it couldn't feel the passage of time. Now it's awake, and being buried underground must have been very painful. All right, don't worry, my judgment won't be wrong, the magic mirror said earnestly. At this moment, Liu Anuona walked over and handed over 2 fish bladders. Take these, and be gentle with our Wanyu. Please don't let Wanyu leave us. Yi Fan took the fish bladder. I know, let's wait until dark. I need some time to calm down. Wanyu's life is now in Yi Fan's hands, so it would be very happy and exciting for him to have something happen with her. But now this matter concerns Wanyu's life and safety, which means Yi Fan needs some time to mentally prepare himself. It's just that I definitely have to do it today. I can't delay. Yi Fan, the beehive you asked me to build is finished. Are we going to put it into use now? Liu Anuona asked as she strode over with her long legs. Of course I want it. Yi Fan placed the honeybee queen into the hive, which Liu Anuona had built using some wooden planks and stones. It was a huge thing, just like a beehive. The interior is spacious and has some hay, so it looks pretty good. Furthermore, a large beehive was hanging inside the space, with some honey on it. Where did this beehive come from? Yi Fan asked. Wintermelon and the others found this place when they went out this morning. It's a place for divination using a crystal ball. This abandoned beehive. That's right. It feels like it was prepared especially for us. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Was this specially prepared? He didn't dwell on the issue too much. Perhaps when he had enough strength, he would be able to understand this world. The honeybee queen immediately lay down on the hay and rolled around as soon as she entered, showing that she quite liked her new home. Do bees like to lie on hay? Someone nearby asked curiously. Who knows? This isn't Earth. Anything could happen here. 2. After rolling around twice, the honeybee queen began to emit a buzzing sound as she flapped her wings. What is it doing? He must be activating his first ability, attracting attention. Wouldn't that attract a lot of bees? It shouldn't be wrong. Let's wait and see. Within an hour of the queen bee flapping her wings, hundreds of bees and some fierce-looking hornets flew over. Hornets and bees are mortal enemies, but under the influence of the honeybee queen, they have actually begun to live together peacefully. The bees began to go out to collect nectar, while the hornets acted as their protectors. The bees here are about the size of a tangerine, while the hornets are a whole size larger than the bees. Soon, a buzzing sound filled the air around the beehive, and swarms of bees of various colors flew around, including some purple ones that looked poisonous. Yen Lily curiously reached out her hand, and all sorts of bees flew over and clung to her hand, behaving very affectionately. It's amazing. I can feel that these bees consider me a very good friend. Oh my God, how scary! One of the girls exclaimed in fear. What are you afraid of? These bees have chosen their master. They won't attack us. Yi Fan also stretched out his hand, and the next moment all the bees swarmed towards him, looking as if they were following his lead. You can sense that they are their friends, but I can sense that I am their master. Even if I wanted them to die, they would all hang themselves, Yi Fan said calmly. Clearly, he holds a very high position in the queen bee's mind, and his command authority is also the highest. Yi Fan looked at the various bees in his hand, a sinister look on his face. Tomorrow I'll let those poisoners taste the power of our bee swarm. Night fell as usual, and Yi Fan gently pulled Wanyu into his arms and lightly pecked her forehead. Wanyu, I'm sorry, but I hope the person you like really is me. I'll be very gentle, Wanyu. Yi Fan muttered to himself in the room, not caring whether Wanyu could hear him or not. Chapter 98 Wanyu Awakens. The flickering fire brought warmth to the room, and Yi Fan put all his equipment into his storage. Wanyu lay naked on the bed, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, her breathing very steady. The firelight illuminated Wanyu's delicate, fair skin, making her even more captivating. Downstairs, Lin Qingxue was sleeping in the bed that Wanyu used to sleep in, with the magic mirror next to her. You look a little unhappy, the magic mirror said. Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes at the magic mirror, turned over, and ignored it. Oh, you're being quite arrogant. Are you jealous? Lin Qingxue rolled over and punched the magic mirror. You don't need to tell me. It's bedtime now. Get some rest. The magic mirror pretended to yawn. I've had enough sleep, but now that you mention it, I really should sleep a little longer. Good night, you little jealous one. Lin Qingxue was speechless. This magic mirror's mouth was like it was coated with poison. It had no sense of boundaries when it spoke. Lin Qingxue felt that she had always been a broad-minded person, so broad that she could even share with men. But now she realizes that it was just her imagination. She can't completely stop thinking about it, or feeling jealous. Although she had made preparations in advance, she still couldn't sleep and tossed, and turned all night. Liu Anuona seemed to have anticipated this, and got up and walked over, then lay down behind Lin Qingxue and hugged her. Are you jealous? Yes, some. That's perfectly normal. It would be abnormal if you weren't jealous. Hey, do you think that Jerky Fan still has feelings for me? Of course, after all, a man's heart can be divided into many, many petals, just like flower petals. Why does that sound like something a jerk would say? Lin Qingxue asked, puzzled. He's not a complete jerk, he's pretty normal, but I can feel that Yi Fan likes us all equally. There's only one man here, Yi Fan. Why don't you think of Yi Fan as someone we all share? That would make you feel better. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly. I understand. What you said makes a lot of sense. Let's go to sleep. In the room on the second floor, Yi Fan had already progressed to an unspeakable stage. It seemed the pain was making Wanyu uncomfortable. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her face showed some discomfort. Wanyu, Yi Fan called out. However, Wanyu did not respond to Yi Fan, which made Yi Fan a little anxious. If she doesn't wake up, then Wanyu will only face death. Yi Fan continued to treat Wanyu for a few more minutes. At this point, Wanyu opened her eyes with difficulty, as if she had slept for a very long time. Wanyu felt the pain in her body, as well as that slight strange sensation. She opened her beautiful eyes completely a few seconds later. However, after seeing the situation clearly, Wanyu was also quite frightened. She had just woken up and did not understand what was going on. She immediately pushed Yi Fan away, preventing him from continuing. Yi Fan has a great physique, with thin muscles, strong lines, and a very muscular appearance. Yi Fan, who had been enjoying the moment with his eyes closed, opened them and was overjoyed to see that Wanyu had woken up. Wanyu, you're awake. Looking at Yi Fan's agitated expression, Wanyu disregarded her own physical pain and asked, what would happen to me? Wasn't I in the trap cave? And what's going on between us? Why are you treating me like this? Yi Fan hugged Yu tightly, a look of relief on his face. It's a long story, but anyway, it's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake. Yi Fan then recounted the whole story, which made Yu blush slightly. The fact that she was able to wake up proved that she truly liked Yi Fan. But when did she start liking him? She didn't know. At least when she was in school, she was sure she didn't like Yi Fan. Now that you're awake, I'll head out first, Yi Fan said, getting up to leave the boudoir and lie down beside her. At this moment, Yu grabbed Yi Fan's arm. Don't go. Yi Fan, it's cold outside. There's no need to go out. Yi Fan understood immediately, hugged Yu, and then continued. Yu breathed softly. The two hugged each other tightly. About 10 minutes later, Yu's legs unconsciously stiffened, becoming as straight as a ruler. Yi Fan, Yu, me too. The fire crackled and popped, seemingly celebrating this moment. The night in the misty forest was very quiet, so quiet that it didn't feel like a vibrant world. Meng Meng and the others continued their night watch, with a fire burning in the watchtower, bringing warmth to the small 20-square-meter room. Duo, why do you always come over to use my bed? Aren't there beds available in the shelter's lobby? Meng Meng asked. The long-haired girl was lying lazily on the small bed in the cramped room. She turned over. Oh, it's because it's quiet here. Some of the girls in my class snore, and I really need peace and quiet, otherwise I'll have insomnia. Besides, you're on guard duty, so it's perfect that I can sleep in the bed, Meng Meng Chan looked at Duo, who had a row of white teeth and looked harmless, and sighed. All right, then you can get some sleep. By the way, Meng Meng, will you do that with Yi Fan in the future? These words immediately made Meng Meng's face turn bright red. This of course not. How could I possibly do that with Yi Fan? Duo covered her mouth and chuckled. Look at you. I haven't even said anything yet, and you've already got your tongue tied. I'm serious. I'm definitely going to sleep with Yi Fan in the future. Meng Mengjiang looked puzzled upon hearing this. Huh? Why are you so sure? Because I'm lustful. I can't live without men. And Yi Fan isn't ugly. He's actually pretty good looking. Duo said in a matter-of-fact tone. Meng Meng rolled her eyes dramatically. As a rich girl, her temperament and appearance were quite unique. They give off an impression of always smelling nice and being elegant. Yi Fan will be exhausted. With so many people in the class, he'll probably die from exhaustion before he even gets to fight the monster. Duo chuckled. Haha, it's okay. Now that my physical condition is stronger, I can even reattach severed limbs. Yi Fan is the highest level, so there shouldn't be any problems. And if all else fails, we can give him some highly nutritious medicine or something, which will satisfy all of us. You're such a pervert, Meng Meng Chan complained. Same here. Can you honestly say you'll never have that thought? Upon hearing this, Meng Meng fell silent. She didn't answer the question. To be honest, she couldn't guarantee she didn't have that desire and need. Chapter 99, Action. Meng Meng Chan glanced into the distance, then narrowed her eyes, straining to look in one direction. Is that firelight? She murmured to herself. Because it was so far away, Meng Meng couldn't be sure what that tiny point of light in the distance was, but she still kept a close eye on it. Inside a campfire burning, a group of rugged men dressed in bearskin coats were sitting around the fire, drinking and eating meat. This group of people had typical Western features, sunken eye sockets, hooked noses, thick lips, and chest hair. Brother, what a brilliant plan. Let's just keep fighting our way down like this, and it won't be long before we have immense strength. A man with thick eyebrows and big eyes said while gnawing on a piece of meat. That black mamba rose is truly powerful. A single small plant was able to wipe out 3 tribes. It's incredibly strong. It's just a pity that those 3 tribes aren't very wealthy. Otherwise we could at least upgrade to a level 3 shelter by now. That's true, but let's take it slow, no rush. Isn't the prey we've got our eye on pretty plump this time? Ha ha. Right. Those people who went out mining were all wearing full sets of equipment. Their tribe must be rolling in money. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Why didn't we bring a few women back to have some fun? We could have just left 1 or 2 for them to take back with them. Wouldn't that have been fine? The burly man at the head of the group, who resembled Tyson, swirled the fruit wine in his hand, then downed it in one gulp. You think I don't want to bring them back for a bit of fun? But if I did, they would definitely come after me. Brother is right. If the tribal chief can provide full sets of equipment for the miners, he will definitely not abandon his people. We can't run very far with our men. If we are caught, we will inevitably have a fierce battle. Someone agreed. It's easy for you to want women. After we plunder this wealthy tribe, we'll go to the elven tribe and kidnap some female elves for you to play with. Isn't that more interesting than humans? The man's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears precisely. A female elf. That's definitely a great toy. Just thinking about those elves makes me angry. They took advantage of their ranged weapons and wiped out 10 of us. We have to get revenge. Big brother, the elf queen is the most outstanding. Let's tie her up and take them one by one. That's right. I've never tasted elves before. It must be delicious. The atmosphere immediately became lively, and everyone's face was filled with excitement. Everyone, get some rest. We'll go move things tomorrow. The people from that tribe must all be dead by now, the man shouted. Hee hee, the thought of female elves keeps me awake at night. What do you think? Who can argue with that? Let's go, time to sleep. If we raid for resources tomorrow, our bull tribe should be able to upgrade our shelter to level 3, right? Of course, there's definitely no problem. As Ming Ming watched, the light grew smaller and smaller, finally disappearing completely in the latter half of the night. She rubbed her chin. Disappeared. Could it be the campfire? She glanced at the bonfire in the open space of the tribe. The flames were gradually dying down, and it was about time. A fire will slowly die out once no one adds firewood, so if the other person's schedule is similar, then the time will indeed be about the same. She identified the direction and silently noted everything down, planning to tell Yi Fan the next day. The next day, as dawn broke, Yi Fan got out of bed. Yi Fan's left arm was a little sore, and there was an adorable little head lying on it. He couldn't help but kiss it. Wan Yu tried to open her eyes, but she was too sleepy and couldn't manage it right away. Nevertheless, she softly asked, Yi Fan, are we going out? Yi Fan gave Wan Yu a light peck on the cheek. We have to go out now. There's a battle to fight today. Wait for me. I want to go too. No need. You should lie down and rest. You're having trouble walking right now, so take it easy for now. We don't need too many people this time. With that, Yi Fan hurriedly went downstairs and ran towards the goblin houses outside the shelter. The goblins lay asleep in the small house, looking exhausted. The chief goblin, looking weary, rose from the ground. Greetings, master. Don't be so polite. Get up. Have you finished making things? The goblin immediately pointed to the warehouse. They're all in the warehouse. A total of 47 cannons were made, and the magic crystals collected according to your instructions are also all in there. Yi Fan was also delighted and relieved. That's good. Go and rest. Yes, the goblin replied weakly. Yi Fan distributed the cannons and guns to everyone, whether they were stationed in the tribe or went out to ambush the enemy, one for each person. Yi Fan, I saw a light in that direction yesterday. I think it was a fire, so there must be people there. Ming Ming said, rubbing her eyes and pointing in a direction. Yi Fan glanced around and saw a very obvious, crooked, giant tree in that direction, which was easy to spot. Your information is very important. Go to sleep. I'll take some men to ambush them. Yin Lily, Aina, Qingxue, and all of you come with me. The girl whose name was called immediately came to Yi Fan's back, her face filled with a solemn expression. Yi Fan then looked at the others and instructed them. Donghua, you are still responsible for protecting the safety of the rear. Then the rest of the people acted according to the situation, and there had to be people in every corner of the tribe to prevent people from climbing over the wall and launching a sneak attack. Also, Suman Miao, I'm handing over command of the bee swarm to you. I just checked, and the tribe now has about 500 bees, which is quite a large number. Use them wisely. Wintermelon's sister nodded solemnly. Okay, leave the defense to me. I won't let those bastards hurt my teammates. At this moment, swarms of bees flew in and surrounded Suman Miao. There are about a dozen different kinds of bees, all of different colors and sizes, but now they all obey them. Yi Fan closed his eyes, feeling the connection with the queen bee. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes. Some of these bees fly very fast. The purple ones are poisonous, and the red ones can explode. They could easily sever your fingers, and they can cause significant damage. Handle them carefully. Yes, I will control them well. Suman Miao nodded solemnly, holding the bees in her hand and feeling the strange sensation. Now that everyone has cannons and guns, just shoot anyone you see. Don't be stingy with your magic crystals. We only have one goal, to survive. Did you all hear that clearly? Yi Fan asked loudly. Listen carefully. Speak louder. Listen carefully. Good, very good. I will not allow any more comrades to die. I don't want to see that tragedy happen again. Everyone, be on your guard and fight for the tribe. The crowd raised their cannons and muskets, shouting, For the tribe. For our comrades. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. The group, who had been exhausted, were now invigorated. All right, let's move out. Chapter 100, Another Expert. The group immediately dispersed, each heading to their respective posts. The sound of disordered yet orderly footsteps echoed through the tribe. Some guarded the walls, while others went to the watchtowers. Wintermelon's sister led her people in 3 small groups, jogging around the tribe to patrol. As soon as one side notices any movement, they will swarm over. The archers on the watchtower were already in position, and the crossbows had been improved with blueprints, so they could not only fire in rapid succession, but also shoot farther. There was no longer just one person on the watchtower, but 3. 3 pairs of eyes would not miss any corner, unlike a single pair of eyes which might have blind spots. Everyone was on high alert and prepared to deal with everything. This enemy might not be so easy to defeat. Su Ma Miao controlled the fast-moving bees to hover and fly above the tribe, patrolling around it. The unique bees, which are poisonous and can self-destruct, are all kept under Su Ma Miao's control in the very center of the tribe. No matter which direction the enemy is detected from, she can send those highly aggressive bees to attack. These bees might not kill immediately, but they can definitely cause considerable damage to their prey. Dozens of eyes lurked in the forest, watching the Starfire tribe from afar, but dared not approach easily. A tall, thin man covered in green scales was looking at everything in the Starfire tribe with a strange expression. Strange, could it be that the bull made a mistake? Why are these people still alive and well? The green python wondered. Brother, could the information be wrong? The people from the Spark tribe look very healthy, unlike what the Wild Bull tribe said. The person next to him asked doubtfully. Impossible. The information must be correct. Perhaps that savage bull really made a mistake. Otherwise there's no reason why my spirit snake could have been discovered. Brother, what do we do now? We were supposed to double-cross them, but the people from the Starfire tribe are still alive. We can't exactly go and fight them, can we? The green python also fell into deep thought. Its talent was an S-level spirit snake, which allowed it to send out a snake to scout ahead or gather information. He had already discovered the existence of the Wild Bull tribe, but the news came late, and by the time they arrived, they had only picked up some things that others didn't want. We arrived before the Wild Bull tribe, this time, but they failed. They deserve to die. Green Python cursed. Ugh, I was planning to just go up and grab it and run, but what should we do now? If the Wild Bull tribe people come, we'll have nothing left. Are we going back, brother? The green python shook its head. No, we've already come all this way. How can we go back without getting some benefits? Then what do we do? Let's wait and see. If the Wild Bull tribe and the Spark tribe start fighting, what do you think we can do? Everyone's eyes lit up. Brother, are you saying that when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits? That's right. The Spark tribe doesn't seem to be weak. They should be able to go toe-to-toe with the Bull tribe. We'll ambush them halfway through, and then everything from both of their tribes will be ours. Everyone looked excited. The 2 tribes had enough to eat their fill, and they could upgrade their tribes to level 3 when they got back. Moreover, they would also get all the weapons, women, and resources. It was an incredibly lucrative deal. Yi Fan and his men found a place to ambush them, intending to catch them off guard on their way. At the same moment, more than 30 unkempt, unshaven men walked toward the direction of the Spark tribe. The bull led the way through the forest, and after a while, he stopped. Big brother, what's wrong? Why aren't you moving? The bull's eyes darted around before it said, Hawkeye, release the hypnotic pollen. A man with a hooked nose stepped forward. No problem, but isn't this a bit of an overreaction? It's better to be cautious. These pollens are very easy to extract and are not valuable, but we only have one life, said the bull. Although he is a big and burly man, none of those chosen to be the clan leader are easy to deal with. Even though he was very confident in the Black Mamba roses, he still had to spray the pollen to feel more at ease. A group of people took out leaves, which were so large that they could be called fans. The bull scattered a handful of dirt and looked on with delight as it watched the dust drift forward. Excellent. This wind is a tailwind, and the pollen will drift right over there. It's truly a stroke of luck. The man named Eagle Eye also opened a bamboo tube, then held it in midair and slowly poured it down. The people next to them were responsible for fanning the air to prevent the pollen from blowing back and making them dizzy. However, since it's a tailwind, the probability of this happening is extremely small. Yi Fan and the others were currently hiding in the bushes, keeping a close eye on the movements ahead. Yi Fan, pink mist is drifting over. Liu Anuona exclaimed in surprise. The meaning of this pink mist is self-evident. Just a tiny bit inhaled will knock them all unconscious. Yi Fan's pupils widened. He hadn't expected the other party to be so cautious. This is bad. The pink mist is spreading. What to do? Does covering your mouth and nose help? If it worked, the people who got infected before wouldn't have fallen for it. What should we do then? Retreat. The group grew anxious, unsure whether to leave or stay, fearing the fog might spread to the tribe. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the direction of the tribe. It was a huge bee, the queen honeybee. Moreover, it was accompanied by a swarm of bees collecting nectar. Before Yi Fan could ask anything, the queen bee's message came to his mind. Yi Fan was overjoyed after sensing the queen bee's intentions. You mean this pink mist is pollen? You want to collect it all? The queen bee nodded her cute, fluffy little head to indicate that Yi Fan hadn't misheard. Chapter 101 The Wild Bull Tribe. Under Yi Fan's watchful gaze, the honeybee queen began to exert her power, immediately summoning a swarm of bees to form a barrier. The bees flapped their wings, creating tiny vortices that attracted all the pollen onto their bodies. Soon the bees turned pink, making them look even cuter, the sweetest bees out there. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. They couldn't possibly stop breathing completely. If they were surrounded by the mist of fans, they would definitely faint. Great. We're so lucky this time. We would have been in trouble if the queen bee hadn't been here. Yen Lily exclaimed with relief. I just wonder how strong those invaders are. What are you afraid of? If they dare to frame us, then we'll twist their heads off. Liu Anuona said angrily. They are truly despicable and ruthless. If it weren't for the queen bee, we would probably all have become food for the black mamba. Everyone cursed, their anger finding no outlet. If Yi Fan and his group hadn't coincidentally won the hidden reward, the queen bee, they would have suffered many casualties this time. Yi Fan would show no mercy to an enemy who wanted to wipe out his tribe. He would make the other party taste the price of provoking him. If you don't beat their shit out, then you're considered to have cleaned up properly. Everyone, don't hold back. Shoot them dead in a moment. These people are ruthless. Don't leave any future trouble. Yi Fan said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I won't hold back. Yes, those beasts actually tried to poison us. Let them never return. Kill them all. The crowd was outraged. It was the first time they had ever been so angry. This made Yi Fan more cautious. They were lucky this time, but what about next time? Would they be so lucky? The way they fight is not always the same. Direct confrontation. Even though they are now the world's #1 power, they are still vulnerable to such underhanded tactics. Nobody likes being the 6th oldest, unless Yi Fan himself is the 6th oldest, in which case this statement is disregarded. The pink mist gradually dissipated, and each bee turned into a round, pink ball, clutching a small pink ball in its pouch, before flying back towards the tribe. Those pollen flowers can be used to make honey, and the honey can be used by Yi Fan and his friends as food or to make medicine. It's a win-win situation. At that moment, a rustling sound came from a distance, seemingly from the sound of many people walking around. Hee, it's just ahead. Now with double insurance, those people definitely have no power to resist, a man laughed loudly. That's right. These 2 tricks of ours have never failed us. Even if the opponent is strong, they can't withstand the repeated bombardment of the sleeping pollen and the black mamba. Everyone should be careful. With things like this, it's better to be safe than sorry. Brother, you're overthinking it. If you hadn't persuaded me, I wouldn't even have wanted to use black mamba. It's such a waste that those women died. Why not use it for some fun? It's more enjoyable, isn't it? That makes sense, but our eldest brother is a cautious man. That's fine too. Although we can't have women, once we're strong enough, we can catch a few female elves to play with. That's right. Even if we only catch one female elf, we can still have a lot of fun if we take turns catching them. The voices weren't loud, but they weren't quiet either. Yi Fan and the others could hear the people talking and laughing freely, looking like they had victory in their grasp. The girls were even more furious, gritting their teeth in anger. So, if they weren't afraid they were too strong and would resist too fiercely, they actually wanted to capture them alive and take them back to play with? Those Westerners are so bad, they know how bad they are just by watching porn. If they were to be attacked one by one, they would die. They would definitely die. This is utterly inhumane. That was everyone's first thought. Calling them beasts wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yi Fan gripped the cannon tightly. Everyone, stay calm. Wait for me to fire before you fire. Make sure you don't miss a single shot. The girls nodded, their eyes darting through the bushes like wolves as they peered at the group of Westerners, their hands gripping their muskets tightly, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Since the other side is beasts, What's wrong with them killing a bunch of beasts? 2 minutes later, the people of the Wild Bull tribe finally approached Yi Fan's ambush location. They did not stop, but continued to move forward. Yi Fan was also silently reciting in his heart at this moment. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Yi Fan pulled the trigger when he was about 5 meters away from Yi Fan. With a loud bang, the unique sound of a cannon shattered the silence of the forest. The people of the Minotaur tribe were startled, but in that instant of shock, a jet-black bullet shot toward them at incredible speed, leaving them nowhere to hide. Watch out! The bull cried out in alarm. However, even more bullets rained down on them from the bushes, each magical bullet carrying the girl's burning rage as it hurtled towards the bull tribe members. There's an ambush. Run! Someone exclaimed in alarm. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the scene, and the previously jovial crowd turned terrified. Those walking on the outermost edge of the crowd had been riddled with bullet holes. Black magic bullets had pierced through their bodies, leaving only thumb-sized bloody craters. Some were hit on the head on the spot and fell to the ground before they could even scream or show their fear. The bullets swarmed around the people on the periphery, riddling them with bullet holes. The man with the hooked nose was not spared either. Both his legs were broken, blood streaming from them, and he screamed in agony, crawling frantically on the ground, trying to survive. But they underestimated Yi Fan and the others' anger. The more pain they were in, the harder the girls beat them, and the happier they were. Scream, you bastards. Die. Kill them. Trying to run? Smash that guy's leg. Fire. Fire. Woohoo, unstoppable suppression. On one side, people were excitedly shouting and firing. On the other side, there were screams of agony, a truly pitiful sight. The people of the Wild Bull tribe were missing arms or heads, and the scene was incredibly bloody, with the air filled with the stench of blood. Guns. They have guns. Oh no, they're not dead, and they're not unconscious either. Retreat. Retreat. My breastplate is torn. What kind of weapon is this? Why are there so many weapons with such power? The elite members of the Wild Bull tribe immediately activated their protective gear, and although they did not die immediately, they suffered minor injuries, which were not fatal. The bull immediately pulled a dying man from the tribe in front of it to shield him from the bullets. More bullets came hurtling towards him from the bushes, and he could only defend himself while retreating, with no strength left to resist. Damn it! How is this possible? How can they still be alive? The bull roared in terror. His methods and tricks never failed him. He was virtually invincible. But when it came to Yi Fan, they lost their effectiveness. Big brother, our men are almost all dead. Get out of here. Get out of here. Conserve your fighting strength. Nail and Mimi rushed out of the bushes, took out a monkey head bomb, and threw it at manhwa and his men. You bastards, did I say you could leave? I'll blow you up, you bunch of animals. With a loud bang, screams and howls rang out as several elites, including the bull, were blown to the ground. A bullet flew toward his chest, but was blocked by the glowing breastplate, which looked quite extraordinary. Ignoring the mud and fallen leaves on his body, he immediately got up from the ground. Several other people were carrying shields that looked quite impressive, and they were even able to block the incoming bullets. However, each time the shield is shot, some wood chips fly off, and it will eventually be shattered. Chapter 102 Unexpected Event. A giant minotaur. The group from the Wild Bull tribe were in a terrible state. Big brother, use that one, or we'll all die, someone shouted. Without hesitation, the bull flipped his hand and pulled out a strange stone. Whatever, I'm going to die anyway. I'll cause them some trouble before I die. Use a special item, the Unstable Summoning Stone. Unstable Summoning Stone. Using the user's blood as a catalyst, a powerful life form is summoned, but it's merely an experiment. The summoned life form is uncontrollable, and no one knows what it wants to do. The next moment, the bull became listless, looking as if he had aged more than 10 years in an instant, his face sunken in. The stone in his hand turned to dust at that moment and became a summoning circle, which appeared at the feet of the Wild Bull tribe. What is that? Everyone asked, puzzled. A magic circle. It seems to be something like a magic circle. It doesn't feel like anything good. Let's get out of here, Yi Fan warned. Now, only 5 people remain in the Wild Bull tribe. All the others have died. This outcome is enough. The magic array gave him a very bad feeling, making him instinctively want to leave. It was definitely not a good thing. Yi Fan led the way out of the bushes, and the other girls immediately followed. As soon as they turned their heads, they saw a huge hand emerging from the summoning circle. The giant hand was enormous. Even a single palm was several sizes larger than a car. Big brother, what is this? How should I know? Get out of here right now, the bull shouted, sensing that something was wrong. Although this action startled Yi Fan and the others, he could sense that the thing he had summoned was more dangerous than Yi Fan and the others, making him instinctively want to leave as soon as possible. However, things didn't go as planned. The giant hand suddenly grabbed all 5 of them and held them firmly in its grasp. Let me go. Holy crap. Damn it, we're doomed. What did this summon? Big brother, think of something quickly. Surely you can communicate with what you summon, right? What's the point of communicating? You know we're test subjects. Damn it. We're doomed today, the bull said anxiously. He even regretted using the summoning stone. Perhaps dying under the bombardment of cannons would have been better. Unfortunately, there's no going back. The giant hand began to exert its force, and with a series of cracking sounds, everyone's ribs broke and shattered. They spat out streams of blood, their bodies were collapsing rapidly, and they were gradually losing their life force. The next moment, a huge mouth emerged from the magic circle and swallowed them whole. A massive body slowly crawled out of the magic circle. Yi Fan then got a clear look at the monster, a minotaur, who was at least 20 meters tall. It has the head of a cow, the body of a human, and is covered with solid muscles. Its penis is also unusually large, making it perfectly usable as a weapon. What the hell is that? Get out of here. Get out of here. The minotaur roared to the sky, and everyone immediately covered their ears. The sound was deafening and terrifying. The green python, hiding in the distance, also witnessed everything, its eyes filled with horror. Holy crap, what the hell is that? Who the hell made that? Boss, what do we do? The situation seems to be beyond our expectations. We're far away, let's take a look first. Damn, this minotaur tribe is really something. They even have to pull this stunt before they die. Yi Fan and the others fled back to the tribe, where he watched the giant creature from afar. He took out the crystal ball to examine it. Giant minotaur. Rank, gold. This creature seems to have been imprisoned for a long time, but now it has been reborn. It craves battle and powerful opponents. A hybrid of minotaurs, giants, and goblins, with low intelligence and only an instinctive fighting spirit remaining. A gold-level monster. Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. Is this a gold-level monster? But why is it so big? It must be at least 5 stories tall. Wouldn't it attack us? I don't know. I hope they don't attack us, otherwise we probably won't be able to resist. At this moment, the minotaur looked around. His tall stature allowed him to spot Yi Fan and the others at a glance, and his eyes immediately filled with ferocity. Damn it, that guy has his eye on us. Everyone's hearts sank. Being targeted by a gold-level monster is never a good thing, especially one that's so huge. What should we do? Should we run? Where can you run? We'll have to fight. The minotaur slowly walked towards them, each step causing the ground to tremble, and even the minds of the people involved to tremble. Yi Fan immediately called for the bees, and all sorts of bees swarmed over. The queen bee also sensed the threat, flapping her wings and emitting a sharp cry to warn the approaching giant. The minotaur was slightly surprised to see the swarm of bees, but he did not stop moving forward. Seeing the increasingly approaching and hostile minotaur, he ordered, "Fire! Shoot it!" The crowd raised their cannons and opened fire on the minotaur. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out, and bullets flew towards the minotaur. Although the opponent was a gold-level being, this cannon was quite powerful. While it couldn't kill or penetrate the target, it could still cause the minotaur pain. Every bullet that hits it causes it pain, and the pain is accompanied by anger. The more bullets hit it, the angrier it becomes. At that moment, the minotaur stomped its foot forcefully onto the ground. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately understood what was happening, and Yi Fan shouted, "Everyone, jump up!" With a loud bang, the earth cracked open, and those who hadn't even had a chance to jump were stunned. However, most people dodged the attack by jumping. The skill's effect should be to knock ground units into the air, causing them to be briefly stunned. However, simply jumping away will bypass the skill's effect and allow you to avoid it. The minotaur didn't care about any of that. It kicked the tribe's wall. With a loud bang, the wall cracked. Ding, wall damage detected, durability remaining 10%. Holy crap, this guy is about to kick the stone wall to pieces. Everyone was even more terrified. This guy could have easily stepped over it, but he insisted on destroying the stone wall. He was indeed a born violent maniac. Oh my goodness, this is terrible. They actually released a gold-level monster. I think you're in big trouble, the magic mirror said, looking at the minotaur outside who was wantonly destroying the stone wall. Do you know that guy? One you asked. I know. Simple-minded, all brawn and no brains, pure violence monsters, with no intelligence whatsoever. Can you handle it? I can't handle this. You'll have to rely on yourselves. Then what are you talking about? I thought you had a solution, but all you do is talk nonsense. One Yu kicked the magic mirror angrily. Hey, watch your attitude. I'm the magic mirror, very noble. See my gold trim? That's a symbol of luxury. Useless magic mirror. Hey, I said. Useless magic mirror. Useless, useless. One Yu continued to complain. The magic mirror sighed helplessly. All right, I do have a way. One Yu kicked her again. Then why don't you say it? You're dawdling like a woman. I'm just like you. You're so violent. You should be a real man. Chapter 103 Super Tier Magic, Skyfall. Wan Yu rushed to Yi Fan's side, panting, and said, Yi Fan, there's a way to use that magic mirror. Yi Fan was immediately overjoyed and turned his head to ask, what method? 10 seconds later, Yi Fan arrived in front of the magic mirror. You mean you can teach me a powerful spell, one strong enough to kill a gold-level monster? That's right. Yi Fan immediately kicked him. Then hurry up and say it. Stop dawdling like a woman. The magic mirror sighed slowly, a hint of helplessness visible on its gold-rimmed face. You two are truly a case of birds of a feather flocking together. But if you ask me, there's a price to pay. What price? Stop beating around the bush and tell me. After this is done, take me to the ruins of the kingdom. Okay, I promise you. So readily agreed? Of course, I'm not a girl. Unlike you who's so indecisive. The magic mirror rolled its eyes. Fine. Then, you keep your word. Certainly. Yi Fan didn't care about any kingdom ruins. He had never even heard of them, so he naturally didn't think about it and agreed first. A parchment scroll appeared in the mirror. Take it out. Yi Fan immediately took it out. Super tier magic, Skyfall. Use magic to summon meteorites from the sky. The stronger the magic, the larger the meteorites summoned. Users must consider their own strength. Forcibly using too much magic power will cause the body to break down. The heavens fell, all things fell silent, all things perished. This magic is extremely powerful, but use it with caution, or you too may perish. Yi Fan finally understood that this magic was a kind of energy accumulating magic. The more magic power accumulated, the more powerful the summoned meteorite would be. This magic is very powerful. My master once used it to summon a star. Its power is enough to destroy a kingdom. The magic mirror said proudly, very confident in the power of this magic. Even with my strong physique, I'm only at level 23. How many small magic crystals can I withstand? And even if I can, how powerful would they be? Yi Fan asked. The magic mirror thought for a moment and said, your body is quite strong. It can probably withstand about 100. Any more than that, and it won't be able to handle it. However, in my opinion, it might take 150 magic crystals to kill this guy completely, but you can't handle that. But you can try a few more times. That should work, but the success rate, well, it's all up to fate. Yi Fan understood that if he wanted to completely kill this guy, he would need to use a magic attack that would consume at least 150 magic crystals. However, my body cannot withstand 150 pills. There is a risk of death. With a loud bang, the outer stone wall collapsed, sending stones flying and hitting a girl who was thrown to the ground, leaving her bleeding profusely. Lily quickly ran over and helped her younger sister up. Sis cough cough, I just flew. It was a bit thrilling. Lily was stunned. Holy crap, what happened? Did he damage his brain? A watchtower was violently shaken by the Minotaur, and Mingming Jiang and Xiaoduo on it were terrified. Help! Someone please save us. Oh my god, this guy's gone mad. Are we going to get thrown to our deaths? Wah! Liu Anuona aimed at the Minotaur's vital parts and fired. Bang! 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 The bullets shot past instantly, slamming into the Minotaur's body. The Minotaur's face contorted visibly, and he immediately covered it, glaring angrily at Liu Anuona. Liu Anuona was immediately terrified by the ugly and terrifying head, her face turning pale. Run! Graceful! Liu Anuona quickly dodged with a side somersault, but a huge hand slammed down behind her, creating a deep crater in the ground. The Minotaur roared angrily. With a wave of his hand, he smashed a corner of the shelter, tearing off the ceiling and sending rubble raining down from above. Yi Fan and the others immediately dodged the falling rubble, looking rather disheveled. Damn it, this is my sanctuary. Yi Fan roared. It will take a lot of resources to rebuild, and a lot of materials will be consumed. A burst of light shot from the Minotaur's mouth, and a giant axe appeared in his hand. His eyes flashed with ferocity as he swept his gaze across the crowd and swung the axe toward the shelter. Thud! With a loud bang, accompanied by a large amount of smoke and dust, the shelter was completely split in two. However, that wasn't enough. The Minotaur roared and slammed its head down at Yifan below. Yifan dodged instantly in a flash and appeared in the open space. Damn, that was close. Is this Minotaur on drugs? He's so strong. Chapter 104 Eliminate the Fisherman First. Seeing the shelter that had been split in two, Yifan was also furious. The shelter had been cleaved in two. Fuck you, old man. Before the Minotaur could retract his giant axe, Yifan leaped onto the Minotaur's arm and used it to run upwards, charging towards the enormous bull's head. Seeing this, the Minotaur snorted coldly, and with a snort from his large nose, a gust of wind surged out, blowing Yifan backward and sending him crashing heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Yifan. I'm fine. Yifan's voice came from the smoke and dust. Seeing that Yifan was unharmed, everyone pulled the trigger and fired at the Minotaur. The Minotaur, in pain, immediately raised his axe and swung it at the group. The Minotaur swept back and forth with a series of swift strokes, and everyone immediately fled in panic. The axe was incredibly sharp, and each strike was accompanied by a gust of wind and a sharp crack. If someone were to be cleaved by an axe, they would surely be broken in two. Dozens of black sword waves instantly shot out from the smoke and dust, slashing towards the Minotaur's limbs, with a series of splattering sounds. The Minotaur's limbs and body were covered in cuts, from which blood flowed out, and the Minotaur roared in pain. Looking into the smoke and dust, Yifan was holding the black scale katana and glaring angrily. Before the Minotaur could make a move, Yifan unleashed more than a dozen sword waves. The wave of swords had already arrived, and the Minotaur could only retreat to defend. It pulled back its great axe and held it in front of itself, blocking the surging wave of swords. The green python and its companions, who were watching from afar, were horrified by what they saw. Holy crap, who is that guy? He's so awesome. He's using skills like they're free. Forget about him. The wild bull tribe was wiped out in an instant. Even if our small group went, we'd just be throwing our lives away. Then what do we do? The green python hesitated for a moment, then said, let's wait and see how much damage this Minotaur can do to them. If we can't take them down, we'll have to leave. Big Brother is right. The enemy's artillery is really strange. It can even penetrate protective gear. We have no chance of winning if we go over there. And that mirror is strange too. Those people seem to be able to talk to the mirror. Is it some kind of ghost? Hey, why isn't this kid using super-level magic yet? Does he have a death wish? The magic mirror said strangely. I don't know either. Maybe Yifan has his own reasons. One you said. She didn't understand why Yifan hadn't used Skyfall yet. The sound of slapping echoed through the tribe, accompanied by the tremors of the ground. The Minotaur slapped and punched Yifan repeatedly, creating craters in the ground and leaving behind only rubble and debris in its wake. Yifan's movements were skillful. Although his opponent was big and strong, he was not as fast as Yifan. Several times, Yifan managed to slip through the gaps between the Minotaur's hands, which greatly annoyed the Minotaur. Yifan kept the Minotaur within a fixed area, preventing it from going anywhere else. Yifan glanced behind him and, after confirming that the position was about right, swung his sword several times at the Minotaur's vital parts. The black sword waves rushed towards the Minotaur's groin, instantly causing it to bleed profusely. The Minotaur roared like never before, so loudly that the bees could not fly steadily and stumbled along. Yifan knew his chance had come. Sure enough, the Minotaur leaped into the air and stomped hard on the ground. Thump! With a loud bang, a huge crater appeared in the ground, and the strong tremor reverberated within a radius of 400 to 500 meters. The walls of the shelters cracked, the stone walls were broken, and the watchtowers were tilted, as if a major earthquake had struck. The green python and the others hiding in the distance were also blasted half a meter away in that instant. They never expected the Minotaur to be so powerful, controlling hundreds of meters away with a single skill. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Green python and the others were immediately shocked. At this moment, Yifan pointed to the sky and shouted, Super tier magic. Skyfall. A deafening roar came from the sky as a fiery red meteorite, the size of a truck, plummeted down and crashed into the area where Green Python and the others were. The Green Python's pupils contracted. Not good. Damn it. He spotted us a long time ago. However, Yifan's timing was very precise, controlling both the duration of the control and the activation time of the magic with great accuracy. One shot, and you're dead. There's no way to avoid it. You cowards hiding your heads and tails, you were my target from the beginning. If you want to be the ones to reap the benefits, you'll have to see if you have the ability and luck. Go to hell. Yi Fan shouted angrily at Green Python and the others. Yi Fan naturally wanted to eliminate such a person who harbored ill intentions towards his tribe. The reason we hadn't made a move earlier was because we were afraid the other side would scatter and escape, leaving us with future troubles. This attack, taking advantage of the Minotaur's remaining power, wiped out Green Python and his men in one fell swoop. Green Python and the others could only helplessly watch as the huge meteorite hurtled towards them, with no chance of resistance whatsoever. Green Python and the others cried out in alarm, but they were unable to move. He never dreamed that his lion weight had been discovered long ago, and that he, who had been hoping to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, had been completely wiped out. The enormous, fiery red meteorite magnified in their pupils, and a second later, it crashed down on them. The scorching, unshakable heat pressed against the Green Python's face, and before it could be burned for long by the meteorite, it was slammed into the ground. The Green Python coughed up a mouthful of blood, its teeth shattered, and it looked miserable. With a whoosh, puffs of smoke billowed out. Green Python and the others were either crushed to death or scalded to death. They died on the spot before they even had a chance to use their tools. All that remained on the ground were pools of blood, and bees hovered high in the sky. The fact that they were able to discover Green Python and the others ahead of time was all thanks to this group of little bees. Honeybees are not only skilled honey gatherers, but they can also attack and serve as scouts and sentinels. This made Yi Fan's shelter impregnable, with even more comprehensive defenses than before. Wanyu and the others only realized what was happening after witnessing this scene. After they realized what had happened, they felt a chill run down their spines. If they were to fight the Minotaurs to a standstill and the Minotaurs were to take advantage of the situation, they would be in grave danger and could even be wiped out. My God, there were actually people watching us from behind. If it weren't for Yi Fan, I wouldn't have known at all. Wanyu exclaimed in surprise. This kid is really not bad. Although I discovered him a long time ago, he still deserves praise. The magic mirror spoke with an earnest tone of hindsight, which made Wanyu want to hit him. She stepped forward and kicked the magic mirror. Hey, you stinky mirror, why didn't you say so earlier? The magic mirror coughed twice. Because I'm an expert, it's normal for me not to tell you, right? If I told you everything, what would be the point? TCH, hindsight is 20/20ths. I bet you just didn't know. The magic mirror didn't speak again, and looked back at the Minotaur outside. At this moment, the Minotaur was covered in blood, with not a single patch of skin intact. But its self-healing ability is also terrifying. The injuries it sustained earlier have almost healed. The only thing that makes Yi Fan feel fortunate is that this guy has started to breathe again. Chapter 105 Bull's Bloodline. Everyone, give it your all. This guy's about to give up. Yi Fan shouted. Good. Watch your positioning, or you'll get trampled into mincemeat by this slow guy. Everyone's eyes were sharp, and they dared not relax for a moment. If they were stepped on by this huge creature, they would be turned into a pile of minced meat in an instant. If it's just an injury, that's fine, but if you're crushed into a pile of minced meat, then it's incurable, and even Lin Qingshue's healing spring rain is powerless to help. Liu Anuona dodged a powerful kick by sidestepping, her entire back drenched in cold sweat. Phew, that was close. I almost got trampled to death. Everyone be careful, don't let your guard down. Shoot. Cut this guy's ankle. The continuous banging of cannons fired at the Minotaur, causing him to stagger and nearly fall over. Yi Fan glanced at the Minotaur's health with the crystal ball and found that it had dropped to 30%, meaning he would be able to kill it soon. However, as his health and mana decreased, the Minotaur entered a state of rage, his entire body turning blood red and his eyes becoming scarlet. It dropped the axe, then lay on all fours and charged at Yi Fan like a raging bull. At this moment, Wintermelon's sister also ran quickly towards Yi Fan. Although she couldn't compare to the size of the Minotaur, she was still as big as a small tank. Yi Fan, Sister Wintermelon called out. Clear. Yi Fan raised his hand and pointed upwards again. Since 100 is the limit I can just bear, I suppose I won't die even if another 10 are added. 110, Super Tier Magic Skyfall. With a deafening roar, another massive meteorite appeared in the sky, much larger than the last one, and even more ferocious in its approach. At this moment, cracks also appeared on Yi Fan's body, like cracked porcelain, with fine cracks covering his entire body. Immediately afterwards, trickles of blood seeped from the cracks, making it seem as if it might explode at any moment. Upon seeing this, Sister Wintermelon immediately stepped forward, stomped her foot, and shouted, earth-shaking. With a loud bang, the surrounding ground cracked, and a tremendous force rose from the ground, instantly sending the Minotaur flying. Yi Fan, hurry. This guy is stunned. He'll only be knocked away for 0.1 seconds at most. No. After a brief pause, the massive meteorite fell silently, slamming hard into the Minotaur's solid back. With a crack, the Minotaur's spine was smashed and collapsed, and his entire body was knocked to the ground. The Minotaur roared, but was unable to get up for a moment. The meteorite continued to scorch the Minotaur's body, causing him to emit a heart-wrenching scream. Hurry up and attack, someone shouted. The girls who had been staring in disbelief finally snapped out of it and pulled out their cannons to fire at the Minotaur. The Minotaur was being beaten so badly that it howled and was no longer able to fight back. The bombardment lasted for several minutes, during which the Minotaur was hit by at least 1,000 shots, leaving him riddled with holes and his fingers broken into several pieces. In addition, its head was riddled with holes, its limbs twitched weakly, and after struggling for a moment, it collapsed to the ground. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. They had finally dealt with this troublesome fellow. Wow, this guy is incredibly resilient. No wonder he's a gold level. But this guy is really despicable. Our shelter has been completely destroyed. Are there any casualties? 20 minor injuries, for serious injuries, and no deaths. Su Manmiao said. She had just finished counting the injuries and hoped that she could play a role in the investigation. Upon hearing that no one had died, Yi Fan breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It's good that no one died, otherwise we would have suffered a huge loss. Regarding the supplies, Yi Fan hoped that everyone would stay alive. Nothing was more important than human life. As the Minotaur died, a notification sound came. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the gold-level Minotaur. Your level has reached LV28. You have obtained 1 golden ox blood. You have obtained 1 high-level skill scroll. You have obtained 1 berserker's heart blueprint. You have obtained 2 treasure map fragments. You have obtained a summoning scroll X1. You have obtained a special potion scroll X1. Besides Yi Fan reaching level 28, everyone else also gained experience, and a significant amount of experience points were distributed during this joint kill. Yi Fan curiously took out the items he had obtained and examined them one by one. Golden Bull Blood. Upon use, you gain the bloodline of a mad bull, but as a human, you cannot perfectly control this frenzied bloodline, and you will enter a berserk state. Seeing this, Yi Fan chose to use it without hesitation. Immediately, his body emitted a red glow, and Yi Fan could clearly feel a surge of frenzied energy within him. He closed his eyes and sensed the restless, agitated energy that had become a part of him. Rage? At this moment, a skill carried by the main body appeared on Yi Fan's panel. Rage. Loses 80% of pain sensation, increases strength by 100%, loses 10% agility, and reduces sanity by 70%. Upon release, all negative effects are cleared, and the user gains 10 minutes of invulnerability, making them uncontrollable. After use, the user enters a 24-hour fatigue period. Wow, is that awesome? Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. It can prevent being controlled, forcibly remove negative effects, and grant immunity to any control for 10 minutes. Of course, there are drawbacks, but compared to the benefits, the drawbacks are currently negligible. In dire situations or unfavorable circumstances, this skill is definitely a powerful weapon. Everyone crowded around, hoping to improve their own strength. Yi Fan, quickly see what other good stuff we have. Yes, let's take a look quickly. If there's anything good, we can use it too. I want to get stronger too. Aw, I want to get stronger so badly, a girl who was only level 14 said expectantly. Everyone, don't rush, let me see what we have. Yi Fan immediately began the selection process. After this experience, everyone was naturally eager to become stronger, and Yi Fan was not stingy with his selections. He doesn't have that kind of individual heroism. If everyone dies because they're too weak, what's the point of him being the only one left? After looking at it for a while, Yi Fan gave the high-level skill scroll to Sister Donghua, who immediately showed a look of joy. This is exactly what I need. Thanks, Yi Fan. Yi Fan naturally gave Nalan Mimi the blueprints for making special medicines, as this was something she excelled at. Wow, Yi Fan's potion is a berserker potion. Although its effect is far less than your golden bull blood, it still has a similar effect. It's great. Our tribe now has a few more ways to save our lives. Nalan Mimi said happily. He then rushed over and gave Yi Fan a bear hug, the illegal headlights almost making Yi Fan dizzy. The treasure map fragments were a set with the previous fragments, and collecting the complete treasure map was just around the corner, which filled Yi Fan with anticipation for the treasure. Chapter 106 The Strong Woman Liu Anuona. Yi Fan chose to use the Berserker's Heart blueprint, which is a permanent class change blueprint. All he needed to do was craft the Berserker's Heart to become a Berserker. Berserker's Heart requires 10 Red Bull hearts, 1 unyielding will, and 1 blood-melting herb. After synthesis, you can undergo Berserker Heart fusion, transforming into a powerful Berserker with unique combat abilities. However, this is a profession that consumes sanity during fights. If you don't want your entire tribe to turn into madmen, you should be cautious about creating it. Perhaps I can imagine a scene of a group of crazed warriors fighting. Yi Fan was stunned. He had never heard of anything like the blood-melting grass, let alone the tenacious will. Of course, such job change items are very rare, and he has not yet heard of anyone obtaining any blueprints for job changes. Yi Fan stroked his chin. Becoming a Berserker? That's quite interesting. The Heart of Red Bull, however, should be something obtained by defeating Red Bull. In addition, a summoning scroll also dropped, and Yi Fan checked its attributes. Fire Attribute Summoning Scroll. Input 1,000 magic crystals to summon a gold-tier fire attribute monster. It will obey your commands. The summoning time is 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, it will be freed. But don't worry, you have freed it, and it will not harm you. A gold-level fire attribute monster? Good stuff. This scroll can summon a controllable gold-level helper, which is quite good. Like the defective product used by the Wild Bull tribe before, the summoned creatures hit them directly, killing them instantly. If Yi Fan were to summon something like that, he would really go crazy. Who summoned something to attack them? Yi Fan thought for a moment and handed it to Su Ma Miao. Take it, Ma Miao. Su Ma Miao looked incredulous and somewhat stunned. Give me to keep it safe? Yes. The tribe's guards are also very important. Although the tribe currently has the bees and Sister Winter Melon, I'm still not at ease. Now that we have this summoning scroll, we can feel much more at ease when we go out. Su Ma Miao arched her eyebrows slightly and revealed a beautiful smile. Yes, I will not let everyone down. I will use this scroll to protect the tribe and everyone. After what happened with the Wild Bull tribe yesterday, Yi Fan naturally wanted to strengthen the tribe's defenses to prevent them from being ambushed. Last time they were lucky, everyone was just drugged. But what about next time? Could many people die? It's definitely possible. Yin Lily, take your men and loot the Minotaur tribe and the enemies killed by the meteorite in the distance. Distribute any good stuff you find, and bring back anything you don't need so I can sell it all. Yin Lily nodded. Okay, no problem. And then there's Ming Ming. I'll give you a task too. Ming Ming immediately stepped forward, looking at Yi Fan with a puzzled expression. What do you need me to do? Didn't you see that firelight last night? Now most of the people in the Wild Bull tribe are dead, and the rest are no match for us. Take Liu Anuona and the others to kill the remaining members of the guarding tribe, then bring back all the looted supplies to upgrade the shelter to level 3. Ming Ming was also very excited when she heard this. She was only level 10 and had never been out to see the world. This was a good opportunity for her to go out and broaden her horizons. Yes, I guarantee I'll complete the mission, hee. I'm not going. Liu Anuona's voice came. Looking at Yi Fan coldly, she seemed quite unhappy. Yi Fan was also taken aback, looking at Liu Anuona with a blank expression. What's wrong? Liu Anuona leaned forward, bringing the illegal headlights closer, her face showing displeasure. Even at such close range, Yi Fan could still smell a faint milky fragrance. Liu Anuona always had a unique scent about her. What's wrong with you? You always make me run errands, and you don't even hold me while I sleep at night. When you liked me, you would hug my legs every day and call me sweetie in the middle of the night. Now that you have Qingxue and Wanyu, you don't want me anymore, huh? You scumbag. Liu Anuona rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. She was very unhappy. Whoosh. Wow, when did Anuona become so proactive? I think Anuona is just feeling the stirrings of spring. Spring has arrived, and so have the animals. Haha, this melon is delicious. Liu Anuona. Liu Anuona, without blushing or skipping a beat, instead scanned the crowd. All you do is talk nonsense. If you don't hurry up now, who knows when it will be your turn. You won't even get to eat the food while it's still hot. Before Yi Fan could even try to coax her, Liu Anuona said, I don't care. I'll go today, but I'll sleep upstairs with you tonight, okay? Oh no, you don't have the right to refuse. After all, I'm the one who wants to sleep with you, not the other way around. I hope you understand that. Yi Fan sighed. He had known all along that Liu Anuona was like this. She was never a passive person. Okay, Then hurry back and be careful on the road. Upon hearing this, Liu Anuona smiled, her smile exuding a triumphant air befitting a strong, independent woman. I know. Don't worry, I'll be back soon to enjoy you. It's my turn too. Chapter 107 News of the Blood Moon. Liu Anuona strode into the forest with her two long, fair legs. To be honest, Yifan was somewhat looking forward to it. What would it feel like to be taken advantage of? Yifan has taken the initiative before, but he has never been passive. That feeling must be wonderful, Yifan muttered to himself. Lin Qingxue pinched Yifan, making him wince in pain. Ouch! Ouch! That hurts. Xue, what are you doing? Look at you, drooling all over the place. You really like those long, shapely legs, don't you? You've been wanting them for a long time, haven't you? Lin Qingxue said with a hint of jealousy. Yifan immediately pulled Lin Qingxue into his arms. Xue, how could that be? You each have your own unique characteristics. Oh, is that so? Then what's my special feature? Well, let me think this. Seeing Yifan start to think, Lin Qingxue bit Yifan's arm. Oh, Grandma, stop biting me. Yifan cried out in pain. Lin Qingxue spat twice, somewhat angrily saying, You stinky Yifan, am I that bad? You actually need to think. Ahem. No. It's just that Xue has so many good qualities that I don't know which one to mention right now. Right, Xue? Fine. I'll give you one more chance. Say it again. Humph. Lin Qingxue said coldly, pouting. Yifan immediately blurted out. For example, Xue has a great figure, and the flesh on her stomach feels very comfortable to pinch. And Xue is very clean and smells nice. And well, Xue is very tender, especially well. Hee. Yifan grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Lin Qingxue's face flushed instantly, and she stood frozen in place like a boiling kettle. However, at this moment, a hand reached out from Yifan's left and grabbed Yifan's ear. Yifan, so you mean I'm not pretty enough, and my figure isn't good enough? Yifan was on the verge of tears, waving his hands repeatedly. No, that's not true. You're beautiful too. Of course you have a great figure. Men are all such jerks. I'm ignoring you, you stinky Yifan. The two women said at the same time, then walked away one on each side to attend to other things. Yifan's body went limp. He was utterly helpless, almost collapsing to the ground. What is all this nonsense? I really don't understand how the second emperor managed to have 3,000 concubines in his harem. It's really terrible. Yifan sighed, looking up at the sky. You really have double standards. When you're having fun, you call her sweetie, but now that you're done, you're too lazy to even bother to coax her. The magic mirror's voice came from the side. Hey, what do you know? You're just a mirror. I just don't know who to appease, because appeasing either one will offend the other, okay? As he spoke, Yifan adjusted the mirror, asking, Who moved this here for you? Don't touch me. I want to sunbathe. It's too dark in here. I don't like it. The magic mirror said haughtily. Upon hearing this, Yifan put down the magic mirror. Well, that's strange. Even mirrors like to bask in the sun. TSK. Sunbathing is so comfortable. I've had enough of being underground, and I don't want to stay underground any longer. But it seems things have changed. It looks like a blood moon is coming. These words made Yifan, who was about to enter the house, stop in his tracks. He looked up at the sky and saw that in addition to the sun, a full moon had appeared, but he could only vaguely see its outline. Wow, the moon has appeared. There wasn't a moon before. Mirror, what do you mean by blood moon? The literal meaning. Yifan's lips twitched, and he kicked the mirror with both feet. Speak up. You son of a bitch, do you need a beating? Stop kicking. It's dirty. Your feet are covered in poop. That's mud, not poop. It makes no difference to me. Stop right there, the magic mirror shouted. Yifan stopped. Then hurry up and tell me. The magic mirror glanced at Yifan, who was wiping its surface, and sighed helplessly. You change your mind so quickly. I would have told you even if you hadn't asked. Whenever a blood moon appears, those monsters become restless and extremely bloodthirsty and murderous. They will actively seek out and kill prey. Those of you located in the forest are more likely to become their prey, so you need to prepare in advance, or you may perish in this beast tide. Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but worry. Are you sure? I'm sure. This isn't the first time. It's been going on for a long time. Do you know why? I don't know, but perhaps you'll get some clues after investigating the kingdom's ruins. Okay, when shall we go? Yifan asked. Now he has become increasingly curious about this world, and he wants to find out why he came here. Not now, you'll die. You have to wait until you reach the gold level and leave the misty forest. The size of the misty forest is merely the tip of the iceberg of this world, so small as to be negligible, the magic mirror said earnestly. Hearing the magic mirror speak so seriously, Yi Fan was somewhat surprised. The misty forest is at least the size of a province, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. How big is the world? How much do you know about this world? Yi Fan asked the question that concerned him most. With my limited memory, I can't answer your question, even if it's only 1 or 2 out of 10. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan did not press the matter further. Either the mirror knew but did not want to say, or it genuinely did not know. He couldn't get any useful information out of either of them, so he might as well buy some weapons and equipment to deal with the possible beast tide. Yi Fan opened the chat channel, which still contained many messages, requiring him to press and hold the screen to view them. Iron-blooded tribe. Does anyone know what that red moon outline in the sky is? I have a bad feeling about it. Celestial tribe. I saw it too. Anyway, in my mind, a red moon is never a good thing. Eden tribe. Perhaps this natural phenomenon occurred because the planet reached a fixed position while moving along its orbit. Madman tribe. You mean this place is a planet like Earth? I don't think that's the case. War dragon tribe. Does anyone have gold for sale? I'll take as much as you have, and iron too. Giant bear tribe. Anyone buying weapons? We have a huge supply of common grade weapons here. Asan tribe. Normal grade ones are everywhere now. Who would still buy those? If you have any good blueprints, I might consider buying them. Warhound tribe. Fight. Fight. Anyone want to team up for a dungeon raid? I feel like that blood moon is no joke. Improving my strength is essential. Flying eagle tribe. Dungeon? We've already cleared the 3rd floor of the dungeon. The first 2 floors give pretty good loot, and the monsters there drop some decent items. It's a great place to level up. Yi Fan suddenly remembered that the underground city was a place he had never been to before, and now that he had a ticket, he could go there. And if you can also level up, that's really great. Chapter 108 First Steps into the Dungeon. However, Yi Fan didn't know the rules of the dungeon, so he thought about it and decided to ask someone. He immediately sent a message to Chun Chanqian of the Celestial Tribe. Have you ever been to the dungeon? Chun Chanqian immediately replied, I've been there. I went there as soon as I came out. Yi Fan, really? How is it? What's the penalty for dying inside? Chun Chanqian. If you die in the dungeon, you will be forcibly kicked out, but you won't really die, so don't worry about that. Besides that, there are a lot of monsters in the dungeon, all kinds of monsters. I heard someone found a treasure chest inside, and opened it to get an excellent grade set, a whole set. Yi Fan's eyes widened immediately. A complete set of excellent grade equipment. It just popped out. Chun Chanqian. That's right. But once a treasure chest is discovered, a scramble for it is inevitable. However, tickets can only be used once a day, so even if you have a ticket, you can only use it once a day. Once you die and are kicked out, you can't go back in that same day, but there's one thing you need to pay special attention to. Yi Fan was taken aback when he saw these words. What? Chun Chanqian. Don't get captured alive by any monsters. If you are captured, you must find a way to commit suicide. You can either get out of here through the clan leader's teleportation array, or you'll be kicked out after you die. But if you get caught, you can't get out. Yi Fan, looks like you learned your lesson in there. Chun Chanqian sighed helplessly, looking at the pile of minced meat on the ground with mixed feelings. It was a bunch of goblins, minced goblins that had been hacked to pieces. There were 5 girls lying on the bed, one of whom appeared to have contracted some kind of virus. They were pregnant, but not naturally. They were offspring of the evil goblin god. As goblins were born, their bodies began to return to normal, and their bellies gradually shrank. That's right, we suffered a great loss. Those despicable goblins actually released poisonous mist to bewitch people's minds. I have 5 people here. Last time we went to the dungeon, we were captured alive by a giant goblin. As a result, we all became breeding tools for the goblins. Fortunately, they've been rescued now, but they've all suffered severe psychological trauma, especially since that goblin was so enormous that no human could handle it. Yi Fan fell silent. Chun Chanqian really did tell him everything, but this also made Yi Fan more wary. It seems I'll have to be careful once I get inside. But why don't they commit suicide? Yi Fan wondered to himself. He then asked the question, but received an unexpected reply. There is no friendly fire in the dungeon, and you can't even hurt yourself unless you ask someone from another tribe to kill you. Oh, one more thing. If you die in a dungeon, everything you carry will drop there and be easily picked up by others. Moreover, the flow of time in the dungeon is different from that outside. 1 day in the dungeon is only 1 minute outside. Yifan finally understood. Although he was surprised, he could roughly figure it out. So all I need to do is bring in some cheap stuff, right? Chen Xianxian nodded. Yes. That makes sense, using a small investment to achieve a big return. Many tribes have made their fortunes this way. I bet you've played Delta Force, right? Whether you become rich or lose everything depends entirely on your skill. I'm good at that. I'm a master of knife fighting. Yifan said confidently. Chen Xianxian. Be careful later. I just went there today. I have to wait until tomorrow. Yifan. Okay, got it. Yifan closed the chat interface and then began to gather manpower. However, this time he summoned everyone present. The tribe was guarded by the Queen Bee, who was telepathically connected to him. If anything happened, he could immediately teleport back via the teleportation array, so it wouldn't be too late. Everyone was dressed in the complete set of equipment distributed by the system, and each of them was equipped with a melee weapon and a cannon gun at their waist. Suman Niao, Donghua, Wanyu, and others were all present. Although the line wasn't perfectly aligned, at least everyone was there. Even Nalan Mimi, who often works as a blacksmith, was among them, still holding her forging hammer, which was her signature weapon. Is everyone ready? Yifan shouted loudly. All right, we can't wait any longer. Let's get going. Yes, let's fight monsters. No, we're going there to make a fortune. Isn't this a tourist trip to take photos? The dungeon should be really interesting, right? Who knows? We'll find out when we get there. Looking at the excited crowd, Yifan couldn't wait any longer. He took out his ticket, which was still a shiny black ticket. Use. Ding, successful use. Please select the dungeon floor you wish to visit. Currently, floors 1, 2, and 3 are available. Yifan looked at the prompt and roughly understood. It seems that I need to conquer the 3rd floor before I can get to the 4th floor. I just don't know how many floors this dungeon has in total. The 3rd floor. Set off. Ding, you are about to enter the 3rd level. Please stand in the teleportation array. The next moment, a teleportation array appeared beneath Yifan's feet, but it was not large, only able to hold about 60 people. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately crowded around Yifan, a large group of people swarming over to stand on the teleportation array. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Don't push me. Who touched my butt? Yifan, it must be him. No way, he's a gibbon. A flash of white light, and then everything went black. When they opened their eyes again, everything was still black. No, it wasn't particularly dark, at least there was light from above, from colorful crystals hanging from the cave ceiling. The entire underground city was indeed underground. They were currently in a huge cave. The cave is very wide and seems to have no end. The colorful crystals also stretch along the ceiling for an unknown distance, as if they will never end. The sound of dripping water came from the cave, which was somewhat chilly inside, with occasional gusts of cold wind sending shivers down everyone's spines. Wow, it's crystal. So beautiful. Yes, you can check in now. Hey, be serious. What? You want to take a picture? Let's get down to business. Everyone, don't get separated. Yifan did not stop everyone from looking at the scenery. He was also curious about this place. After everyone's curiosity was satisfied, Yifan led the way and walked forward. The 3rd floor has been explored by many people. The map of the dungeon is shared, perhaps to prevent people from getting lost inside. On Yifan's map, there was a red spider icon, which was clearly not a good sign. Could this be where the boss of the 3rd floor is located? I might as well go check it out. Maybe I can find some good loot. With that thought in mind, Yifan walked deeper into the cave. Help! Help! Someone save me! Several girls' cries for help came from ahead. Yifan frowned slightly. He was going in that direction anyway, and the other person was speaking Mandarin, so he naturally had to go up and take a look. Someone is in danger. Quickly, everyone stay close to Yifan, don't fall behind. Wanyu urged. For Su Man Miao and the others, this was their first time leaving the tribe, so they naturally didn't dare to relax for a moment and kept close behind Yifan. Chapter 109 The Changes on the 3rd floor. When Yifan ran closer, he found that 7 or 8 girls were being bound hand and foot by a giant goblin that was 3 meters tall. Nearby, dozens of goblins were lecherously eyeing their prey, waiting to return to the cave and enjoy their spoils. That's strange. These goblins should have pounced on us directly, so why aren't they daring to attack? Yifan asked, rubbing his chin in confusion. Goblins are monsters whose heads follow their lower bodies, so it's illogical that they're now obediently guarding the side. Yifan, shouldn't we save him first? He's a citizen of our Xia kingdom after all. Lin Qingxue asked. All right, let's save them. They're our compatriots after all. and they're unarmed and pose no threat to us. Yi Fan pulled out a cannon gun. Everyone fire. The next moment, everyone raised their cannons and fired at the group of marching goblins. Bang, bang, bang. Dark purple light exploded inside the cave. The goblins, barely able to react, were riddled with bullets. Even the large goblin couldn't withstand such intense fire and collapsed to the ground. Ding. Your physical fitness level has reached LV 29. Ding. Your physical fitness level has reached LV 25. Ding. Your physical fitness level has reached LV 19. Obtain Goblin Hand Bone X20. As a series of notification sounds rang out, everyone beamed with joy, as their physical fitness levels had improved significantly. Wow, fighting monsters is great. I might not even level up after chopping down trees for 2 days. Yeah, fighting monsters is still the fastest way. I went from level 10 to level 12 in no time, hee. Yi Fan, lead us to fight monsters. It's so much fun. Ming Ming excitedly blew on the gun barrel, looking every bit the cool cowgirl. No rush, let's find out the situation first. At this moment, several rescued girls slowly walked over. They had nothing, and since they could leave once they died, they were naturally fearless. But they would rather die than be captured alive by those goblins. Thank you, a girl with pigtails said gratefully. The girls' clothes were in complete disarray, practically naked, and their bodies were covered in scratches from goblins. It was obvious that the goblins had only refrained from doing that, but they hadn't stopped making any moves. Which tribe are you from? Yi Fan asked. Ironblood. We are from the Ironblood tribe, the girl replied. Yi Fan was immediately surprised. Ironblood? One of Wang Mang's men. You know our clan leader? The girl was immediately delighted. Of course, I'm the one who gave you the Goblin Club. Oh, it's you? Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we might not be alive today. By the way, my name is Wang Manling. What's yours? The girl with pigtails asked with a pretty smile, extending her hand at the same time. Yi Fan. The two shook hands, and at that moment, dozens of cold gazes were fixed on Wang Manling, making her feel as if she were facing a formidable enemy. She looked around and saw that it was a group of girls behind Yi Fan staring at her with hostility. She swallowed hard and immediately released her grip on Yi Fan's hand. At this moment, Yi Fan asked, why did those goblins want to capture you and take you back? What's their purpose? They're hero-type goblins. 2 hero-type goblins have been born on this level, both at the gold level, and they're twins. They've already taken over all the goblins on all 3 levels. We were fighting them before, but they wiped out hundreds of tribes in a row. No tribe could stand against them. You guys shouldn't provoke these goblins. Let's hurry up and kill those spiders. Once we kill the spiders, the door to the 4th floor will open. The boss on this floor isn't a goblin. Yi Fan turned to Wan Yu and the others. What do you guys think? Should we go fight spiders or goblins? Let's fight the spiders. 2 gold-level goblins might be too difficult. Yes, I think so too. Lin Qingxue nodded. By the way, how many tribes are farming spiders right now? Lin Qingxue asked. There are probably several thousand tribes. Many tribes are still farming monsters on the 1st and 2nd levels. They don't want to come to the 3rd level because they say it's too dangerous. Yi Fan finally understood. Since there were no more bosses on the 1st and 2nd floors, the spawn monsters were perfect for leveling up. The 3rd floor currently has a spider mother nest and 2 gold-level goblin heroes. If you accidentally get stuck on the 3rd floor, it will be very unwise. Let's go check out the spider mother's nest first. Let's leave the goblins here for now and deal with the spider mother's nest first. Yi Fan wasn't confident he could handle 2 gold-level monsters right now, so it would be better to level up and get better equipment before going to fight the goblin hero. The cannons and muskets in his hands were considered precious weapons, and they required a lot of materials to forge, so he didn't want to waste them. Furthermore, he didn't want anyone in his tribe to be, by goblins, which was something Yi Fan couldn't accept at the moment. Do you want to come along? Yi Fan asked. Wang Manling waved her hand. No need. We have nothing. We just want to get back as soon as possible. Just shoot me and send me back to the tribe. As they spoke, Wang Manling and the others closed their eyes, waiting for Yi Fan to fire. All right, then I'll send you out. Yi Fan immediately raised his cannon gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 110 Blood Moon's first-hand information. After sending the Iron Blood tribe members out, Yi Fan led his men forward, preparing to head to the spider nest to level up. The group walked over the goblin corpses, the blood clots, and the smell, making them feel nauseous and disgusted. As Wan Yu passed by, she kicked him, saying, "What a disgusting bunch." Yi Fan, Do you think those two gold-level goblin heroes will cause us trouble? Someone asked. There are so many people here, they shouldn't come after us. At worst, we can just retreat. We can't handle two gold-level opponents right now, Yifan said. The group quickly followed Yifan and walked for half an hour until they arrived at a place covered with spider webs. There are vertical stone pillars connected to the cave walls, but they are not very regular and seem to be naturally formed stone pillars. The stone pillars were covered with dense spider webs, and spiders were crawling on the webs. Each of these spiders was the size of a wash basin, but they were different colors. Some were black, some purple, and some red. Holy crap, is this a spider's nest? So many spiders, it's really creepy, Yifan said, rubbing the goosebumps on his arm. The girls were terrified by the sight. They were extremely disgusted by insects, let alone the countless spiders present. Oh my god, if these things jump on me, I'll probably break into a breakdance, a girl exclaimed in fear. Who says otherwise? Are we really going to farm this stuff? How about we go farm some goblins on the second floor? These baby spiders are so cute, I love them. Su Ma Miao suddenly exclaimed. Everyone stared at Su Ma Miao as if they had seen a ghost. Cute. Beautiful. Are you crazy or did I hear you wrong? Oh no, Ma Miao is terrified. How come these spiders are actually cute? Su Ma Miao stepped forward to observe, her face full of curiosity. They're really cute, don't you think? If they didn't have legs, wouldn't they just be a giant, strange bee? Of course, they need to be fitted with wings. Seeing Su Ma Miao's serious expression, Yifan was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect your taste to be so unique. Beauty cannot be measured by ordinary standards, someone said. At this moment, a group of several hundred people walked towards Yifan. Yifan immediately ordered everyone to take out their cannons and guns to deal with any possible crisis. The group was led by 4 people, 1 man and 3 women, who were probably the 4 tribal chiefs. So there were a total of 4 tribes that came. As they got closer, Yifan could see that one of them, a man and a woman, were from the United States. They were both white. The other 2 were both black and both women. Yifan didn't know which country they came from, but he became very wary. Hello, friends. Are you also here to conquer the 3rd floor? The white man asked politely, extending his hand. I guess so. Is there something you need from me? Yifan asked. The man glanced at the women beside him, who all nodded in affirmation. Having received their confirmation, the man continued. That's right. Some people have analyzed that the equipment on the 3rd floor includes a poison-resistant set, so everyone is trying to conquer it. We came here yesterday, but the 3rd floor was too dangerous. Not only did killing those spiders give us pitifully low experience, but they were also poisonous. Yesterday we walked about 1 kilometer before we were all killed, so today I gathered 2 more tribes, twice as many as yesterday, and maybe we can reach the mother nest. I heard fighting sounds over here, so I came to check. You're very strong. I think we can team up and get through this together. So how about it? Can you cooperate with us? The man asked sincerely. Yifan pondered this, feeling that something seemed amiss. Why were these people so obsessed with conquering the 3rd level of the dungeon? He felt that there might be more to it than just grinding monsters, leveling up, and acquiring equipment. There might be something else going on. I'm not considering cooperation right now, but can you tell me why you're in such a hurry to acquire the anti-toxic suits? If your answer satisfies me, I can consider cooperating with you, Yifan said. The 4 people looked at each other, exchanged glances, and reached a consensus. All right, we can tell you. To be honest, things are changing outside, and the blood moon is coming soon. My talent is predicting future dangers. And the future I predicted is the first wave of crisis brought by the red moon. Concerning the old witch, the man said earnestly. Yifan was quite surprised to hear this, and the girls behind him were also somewhat astonished, because it was the magic mirror who told them about Red Moon, and now someone else actually knew about it too. Yifan glanced at the group of people, but couldn't discern anything from their faces, especially 2 of the women who were black. Their faces were completely black, so what could he possibly see? It has to be said that it's really hard to guess what black people are thinking, because their faces are black, and you can't see any clues. However, he believed the man's words to some extent. The Red Moon was indeed coming, but as for the old witch, he didn't know anything about her. Old witch, what is that? Can you tell me? Yifan asked the question that concerned him the most. Oh, that's fine too. Anyway, the blood moon will bring that old witch, and her best skill is poisoning. So this anti-poison suit has naturally become rare. I don't know if others know this, but I do, so I plan to seize the opportunity. How about it? Want to come along? The man invited again. He told Yifan this news because he thought Yifan couldn't possibly refuse. A single tribe cannot reach the depths of the mother nest with its own numbers, so naturally it is impossible to obtain any resources or equipment. Therefore, only through unity and cooperation can we reach the deepest point and obtain more good things. However, Yi Fan waved his hand and refused. No, I won't join. We prefer to work alone. As he spoke, Yi Fan tossed over 10 small magic crystals, which the white man caught instinctively, looking puzzled. Going solo? You plan to venture into this spider's nest on your own? Yi Fan nodded. That's right. Following your method, we might be able to safely reach the depths of the mother nest. But what about the supplies? How will we distribute them? Naturally, we'll get a bigger share. There are more of us, and I'm the one who told you the news. Besides, we've been through this before, so we have experience, the man said matter-of-factly. That made sense, but Yi Fan naturally couldn't agree to it. He shrugged and said, So, consider those 10 magic crystals as payment for your information. As for teaming up, I'd rather not. Because I don't intend to divide up those weapons and equipment. If I find them first, they're all mine. The man was somewhat helpless upon hearing this, but more than that, he was disdainful, knowing all too well how terrifying a spider's nest could be. All right, good luck then. I'll take these magic crystals. Goodbye. After saying this, the man left with the 3 women, and the large group also departed the area. Chapter 111 Entering the Spider's Nest. Yi Fan kept staring at the other person as they walked away. He couldn't feel at ease until he saw them leave. The spider's nest is huge, at least the size of a province. Yi Fan calculated that they would have to travel about 100 kilometers to reach the mother nest. Of course, a day here is equivalent to only a minute outside, so the time difference is actually not too bad. It's possible that Liu Anuona and the others won't return even after they've stayed here for a month and gone out. Yi Fan, what did that guy mean by old witch? Yeah, what old witch? Was the blood moon caused by an old witch? Is what he said credible? Could he be lying to us? As everyone discussed the matter, Yi Fan didn't dwell on it too much. He had already taken it as a real issue. Since he wants to win us over, it's almost certainly true, and there's no benefit for him if he lies to me. The blood moon only appeared today. If it weren't for the magic mirror, we would never have known about it. But since he can talk about the blood moon, it's probably true. Hearing Yi Fan's analysis, everyone pondered it, and what Yi Fan said did indeed make sense. The other party won't gain anything from deceiving them. If they really had something to gain, they would probably have taken advantage of the large group to make their move. Although they weren't afraid of being surrounded and attacked. Let's go. Since he's not lying, let's go and give it a try. Getting poison resistance equipment would be great. After saying that, Yi Fan led the way into the dense spider web area. Although the girls felt uneasy, they all followed. The white man, after walking a distance, spat and said, That guy is incredibly arrogant. He actually thought he could break into the Spider Queen's nest with his own tribe. What a fool's dream. Forget about them. They don't know what's good for them. Let's find someone else to team up with. Sigh, that's all we can do. If we could get help from those cannons and guns, we would have a very good chance of getting deep into the territory this time. The man said regretfully. There's nothing I can do about it. Although I can see that those cannons and guns are very powerful, it's pointless if they're not willing to use them, the white woman said helplessly. Yi Fan and his group had already penetrated deep into the spider's nest. The spider webs were very dense, and every now and then some spider silk would be pulled, attracting the spiders to attack. Colorful spiders swarmed towards them, and the girls were terrified, their faces turning pale, their hands trembling as they fired their guns. Watch out, the red one will explode. The blue one will release the poison gas. That white one over there bites really hard. Kill it quickly. Yi Fan directed the group in an orderly manner. Because of the ranged weapons, most of the spiders were cleared by ranged attacks before the group moved over. A large black spider pounced on Lin Qingxue, not from the front, but from behind. The large black spider blended almost seamlessly into the colors of the cave, and no one noticed that Lin Qingxue had been caught off guard. Lin Qingxue screamed in fright. The spider grabbed Lin Qingxue's head and was about to bite down when dozens of gunshots rang out, riddling the giant spider with bullets. Lin Qingxue sat on the ground, trembling with fear. She was truly terrified. Yi Fan squatted down, and the latter immediately threw herself into Yi Fan's arms and sobbed. Yi Fan gently patted Lin Qingxue's back. It's all right. It's all right. It's already been killed. Yi Fan, it will take us at least many days to kill our way through this. It seems like we can't possibly kill all these spiders. How about we take a break? Yi Fan nodded. All right, everyone, let's rest here. The group sat on the ground, eating the food they had brought, and began to rest and recuperate. The chat interface was still very lively, but Yifan filtered it, only looking at the messages from those who were currently in the dungeon. Iron Bull Tribe. Damn, I'm really impressed. These spiders are endless. You kill one group, and another one comes. Astrology Tribe. We have to kill them all, otherwise we'll have to start all over again when we come to level 3 next time, and our progress won't be saved. Shark Tribe. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known this would happen, I should have brought more food. I'm going to starve to death if I'm not exhausted. Macaque Tribe. Hey, can anyone help us? Help us kill us. Our entire tribe is wrapped up in spider webs like dumplings. We can't die, but we can't escape. Inhuman Tribe. Ha! You unlucky guys upstairs. You're really something. You'll either be eaten by spiders or starve to death. Some spiders can release poisonous mist, so they're not so easy to deal with. King's Tribe. Has anyone reached the spider mother's nest? What level of monster is the boss? We don't want to find it and be unable to defeat it. Grinding Master Tribe. Why look for a boss? Isn't it better to just grind levels? Almost all of our people are already level 18 or higher. Although we didn't get many materials, grinding levels is still pretty good, isn't it? Many people spoke up. Since the dungeon opened, many people have entered it one after another, especially because of the fact that they can grind monsters, which has attracted a lot of people. Yifan, everyone came in a hurry this time, and the food we brought will probably only last for a week. Should we ask someone to exchange it for some meat? Lin Qingxue asked. Her concerns were valid. If they continued, they would definitely run out of food, but if they gave up halfway, they would have to start all over again, which would be a huge waste of energy and time. That is indeed a problem. The key is that our tribe's food supply is not very abundant to begin with. Let's take a look inside first. We might be able to find some food. Wintermelon's sister lit a fire and put several spider legs on it to roast. Wow, you can actually eat this? One of the girls exclaimed in surprise. Why not give it a try? It looks a bit like crab legs. Who knows? It might actually be edible. Wintermelon's sister said nonchalantly. Alright, let Donghua give it a try. She loves researching food. That's true. Wintermelon's sister laughed and patted her belly, immediately making a sound like drumming. How do you think I got so fat? Anything that can move, I eat. Alright, fine. Hurry up and bake it, then try it out. Nalan Mimi sat down next to Yifan with a hammer in her hand, looking quite pleased with herself. Hey, what's making you so happy? Is it something new? Yifan asked. Nalan Mimi nodded. Yes, it is indeed very fresh. After all, I rarely go out. Yifan, I'm a little cold. Can I come closer to you? Yifan nodded. Okay. As he spoke, Yifan opened his arms, and Nalan Mimi slipped over and was embraced by Yifan. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Wow, when did you two get together? Everyone asked in surprise. Lin Qingxue and Wan Yu weren't too surprised. They had noticed some clues before. Yifan went to the blacksmith shop whenever he had free time, so it would be strange if there wasn't something fishy going on. Chapter 112. Enduring the bitterest of hardships. We got together a long time ago. No, we're just good friends, not what you think. Nalan Mimi said. Who would believe that? Exactly. Look at Yifan's hands. He's practically kneading dough right in front of us. Can he really be a friend? Yifan, you wouldn't happen to be dissatisfied with Wan Yu and Qingxue because they aren't as well developed as Nalan Mimi, would you? So you've set your sights on Mimi? I guess so. I know Yifan. He used to watch suggestive videos a lot during class, and they were all of big-breasted girls. He has a particular fondness for big-breasted girls, someone muttered. Lin Qingxue and Wan Yu's faces immediately turned ashen. They looked at themselves and realized they weren't exactly young anymore. But compared to Nalan Mimi, she's really nothing. Mimi, what did you eat when you were little? Lin Qingxue asked curiously. Nalan Mimi thought for a moment and then said, when I was little, I loved to drink milk and eat papaya and things like that. It seems like nothing else, but I do like to eat some meat. Everyone suddenly realized what was happening, and a chorus of boos erupted. Oh, it seems the short video was telling the truth. Papaya and milk actually work. I wish I had eaten more, otherwise I wouldn't be so flat-chested. Boo-hoo. Okay, stop crying. It's great that you have an airport. You can even land planes there. Thank you so much. You're so good with words. That's it. For a time, it was quite lively. In this cold underground cave, everyone leaned on each other, making it warm and comfortable. After a while, Wintermelon's sister started tearing off the spider's legs and gnawing on them. After tearing off the outer shell, white flesh was revealed inside, which was similar to the claw meat of a crab. She immediately took a bite, then spat it out on the ground twice. Ugh, it tastes awful, it's bitter. She immediately picked up a black spider leg, about the thickness of a human arm, broke it open, ate a couple of bites, and her eyes lit up. This tastes authentic. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stood up and crowded around to look at the spider leg in Wintermelon's sister's hand. Is it delicious? Delicious. You guys should try some. Wintermelon's sister handed over a spider leg. But you just said it was bitter, someone asked. Those are the little spider's legs. The big spider's legs are quite nice. Seeing that no one dared to eat it, Wintermelon's sister immediately handed the spider leg to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, try it, it's delicious. Yi Fan picked up the spider leg and boldly took a bite of the white flesh inside. A bitter taste immediately filled his mouth, but he endured it, pretending to be calm, and swallowed the meat. Is it delicious, Yi Fan? Seeing the expectant looks in everyone's eyes, Yi Fan decided that he couldn't suffer alone. He would share the good times and the bad. He gave a thumbs up. Authentic, delicious. You should all try it. Wintermelon, give them some meat. Wintermelon's sister immediately broke off the remaining spider legs and handed them to the remaining girls. The white flesh between the spider legs did look quite good, and no one doubted it, since Yi Fan and Donghua had both eaten it, so it must taste pretty good. This white meat does look alright. Eating this is much better than goblin meat. Goblin meat is much more disgusting than spider meat. That's true. Let's eat something to replenish our energy. Everyone immediately took a bite, and then at the same time, including Yi Fan, they all spat it out. A series of dry heaving sounds came from behind. Everyone looked rather distressed, glancing at Yi Fan and Sister Donghua, though the latter was also gagging. Damn it! Yi Fan, Donghua, you two liars. It's so bitter, even more bitter than my life. I can't take it. Yi Fan is so mean. Yi Fan then spoke up. Alright, it's okay if it's a little bitter. Although it's bitter, it's edible and can even help detoxify. Antidote? The crowd asked, puzzled. Yi Fan nodded. That's right, I checked with the crystal ball. This meat can detoxify or increase resistance. There are quite a few venomous spiders, and we still have a long way to go, so it's good to take precautions in advance, isn't it? Then tell me, it's killing me. A girl said bitterly, drooling. If I told you that, you wouldn't have to suffer the bitterest of hardships to rise above others. Let's go, let's keep going. The group, having endured hardship, continued their journey when a notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! The mother spider has awakened and begun incubating her young. More spiders will appear soon. Please prepare accordingly. Everyone was stunned. The mother of spiders? More spiders? How much more? Just as everyone was wondering, a series of rapid, rhythmic tapping sounds came from the ground. The sounds were so dense that it was clear that there were quite a few of them. Looking ahead, they saw a dark swarm of spiders, rushing towards them like a black tide. Holy crap! So many! Kill them right now. Everyone immediately opened fire, and bursts of green liquid erupted in front of them, killing a large number of spiders instantly. This scene was witnessed by a group of people in the distance. What kind of weapons are those tribes over there using? How come they're so powerful? A man from India asked with a greedy look in his eyes. Who cares what they're carrying? We, the people of the 5 tribes, will just go and rob them. The depths of the 3rd level haven't been explored yet. There are plenty of good things there. With their weapons, we can reach the mother nest much more easily. Alright, let's go. Let's kill them. Consider it killing mobs for loot. A group of approximately 300 people then began to move in a grand procession towards Yi Fan. The white man and 3 women on the other side all witnessed this scene. The white man spat. What a stupid and arrogant kid. Now that he's being watched, let's see what they do. They should have just cooperated with me earlier. It's such a pity those weapons were so powerful. Never mind him. Let's watch the show. That kid deserves it. Chapter 113, Yi Fan, 1v300. Yi Fan, someone is coming towards us. Lin Qingshue's voice was taut, her fingers gripping the cannon gun at her waist tightly. His gaze was fixed on the distance. The arc of dust rising was particularly striking in the twilight as the procession of over 300 people marched in a grand procession. The sounds of armor clashing and heavy footsteps mingled together, rolling over like muffled thunder. There was no way to conceal such a commotion. Yi Fan stopped cleaning the spider, the scales of his black scale suit rubbing together gently with each breath. He looked up, his brows furrowing slightly. They're after us. They've got their eyes on this gear and you guys. Those Indians never let women go anywhere. What do we do? Someone asked anxiously, their voice trembling. We haven't cleared all the spiders around here, and the sound of spider legs scraping the ground is getting closer and closer. There are only a few dozen of us, and each of us has to fight against more than a dozen people. We simply can't win. We can't lose our equipment, because if we die, we'll lose it. Another person gritted his teeth. We've come all this way, and I'm not afraid of dying here, but next time we come in, we'll have to start all over again. That's such a waste. Everyone's breathing became rapid, and the cold sweat from their palms soaked the weapon handles. Behind them, countless dark purple spider eyes gleamed in the depths of darkness, and the hiss of the poisonous spider grew ever closer. Ahead, more than 300 people had stopped, forming a dark wall of people, their greedy eyes sweeping over like hooks. The oppressive feeling of being attacked from both sides surged in with the night wind, making even the air feel heavy and stagnant. Yi Fan's fingertips caressed the hilt of the black-scaled sword, the warm flow of golden ox blood slowly surging through his meridians, dispelling some of the chill. He turned to look at the crowd, his eyes calm, yet carrying an undeniable power. Don't be afraid. You all continue clearing the spiders. I'll take care of them by myself. Huh? You're alone. The crowd erupted in disbelief, their voices filled with astonishment. Yi Fan, this is too dangerous. Lin Qingxue stepped forward. If something happens to you, should we keep charging or retreat? We've completely lost our composure. No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand a large number of people. 300 people, even if they just stand there and let you chop them down, they'll still exhaust themselves. Yeah, if we all go together, we might be able to fight to the death. You going alone? Yi Fan raised his hand to interrupt everyone's persuasion, his voice deepening. Going all at once will only make things worse. I can't protect everyone, and sooner or later someone will be injured or killed. I'd rather hold them off while you clear out the spiders as quickly as possible. Either you leave first, or wait for me to come back and join you. He patted the black scale armor on his chest, and the armor plates made a crisp clinking sound. Don't worry, you won't die. With the blessing of the golden ox blood and this black scale armor set, we might not be without a chance of winning. Just focus on killing the spiders and don't get distracted. Looking into his resolute eyes that held the confidence honed through countless life or death battles, no one dared to dissuade him further. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth. We'll finish clearing it as soon as possible and come to your aid immediately. Yi Fan didn't respond, but simply turned and walked towards the group of 300 people. The black scale armor gleamed with a cold, hard luster in the twilight. The long sword hung at his side, and every step he took was steady and without the slightest hesitation. The leader of the Indian men caught sight of him walking alone, paused for a moment, then grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. That kid came alone. Is he scared and wants to surrender? Definitely. They saw that we outnumbered them and knew they couldn't win. We'll kill him first, then snatch those women and have some fun with them. They're all quite pretty. No problem. As long as we don't kill them in the dungeon, we can do whatever we want once we're out, the others chimed in. The group laughed loudly and unrestrainedly, spitting as they did so onto the ground in front of them. They didn't take Yi Fan seriously at all. How could one person possibly defeat 300 people? The white men and their companions nearby also witnessed this scene, their faces filled with deep sarcasm. TCH, I thought you had some backbone. You were so arrogant before, but now you're just offering yourself up and surrendering. The white man sneered, his lips curling to his ears. But the way he looks at me, why does it seem like he's got a murderous aura? The woman next to her frowned, her gaze fixed on Yi Fan. Killing intent. The white man raised an eyebrow, his tone full of disdain. How dare he? There are 300 people. Does he think he can take them all down by himself? You must be mistaken. I can't say for sure, the woman's voice lowered. I just feel like something's not right. The white man followed her gaze, and his brows furrowed slightly. Yi Fan's steps were too steady, showing neither the humility of begging for mercy nor the panic of showing off, but rather as if he were going to an ordinary date. Even so, he didn't believe that anyone could take on 300 people at once. The distance between the two sides kept closing. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Yi Fan suddenly stopped, raised his right hand sharply, and pointed the black long sword straight ahead. The cold light reflected from the blade pierced the twilight like a flash of icy lightning. Don't go any further. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and distinct, as if it were wrapped in ice shards, reaching everyone's ears. Take one more step, and you will be killed without mercy. The authority in that tone wasn't feigned. It was the absolute confidence of the strong over the weak, the strength forged through life and death. The leader of the Indian men suddenly stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowed so deeply they looked like they were about to burst with tears. He turned to his two companions beside him, his voice full of doubt. "Asyang, Ashue, did I hear that right? That kid said he'd kill us if we took another step forward?" "I heard you right." Asyang snorted coldly, a mocking smile curving her lips. "What an arrogant fellow. Has he been poisoned by a spider and lost his mind?" "Ajan, stop wasting your breath on him." Ashue weighed the axe in his hand, his eyes fierce. "You lead the charge, we'll follow, and wipe them out." The leader, named Ajan, stopped smiling, his face gradually darkening, becoming so sinister it could drip water. He raised the snake-like stick in his hand, pointing it directly at Yifan. "Kid, you're pretty arrogant. Do you know who I am? The #1 Ganges tribe in India is my territory. Since you've got some guts, tell me your name, and I'll give you a quick death. If you dare seek revenge after you get out, I won't hesitate to wipe you out again." Yifan picked at his ear, his posture as relaxed as if he were watching a play, without a trace of fear on his face. "India is #1? Never heard of it. What kind of trash is this? Why don't you tell me what its global ranking is, then I'll have a better idea." Ajan's face instantly turned ugly. In previous battles, anyone who mentioned the Ganges tribe's name would retreat in fear. But this kid dared to ignore his intimidation in public. The white man, who was standing not far away, leaned closer to the woman and asked in a low voice, "What are they saying? Can you hear them?" The woman nodded, her ears twitching slightly. "One of her talents. That man named Azan is the chieftain of the Ganges tribe and the #1 tribe in the Indian kingdom." "#1 in India?" The white man raised an eyebrow. He then waved his hand and said, "That kid's done for. Let's go over there and grind some monsters. Don't get involved in their fight. We've come all this way. It's not worth the risk." That makes sense." The woman responded, but didn't move, her gaze still fixed on Yifan. The white man and his men gradually moved away. Ajan caught a glimpse of this, a smug smile spreading across his face, and he curled his lip in disapproval. "See that? That's the power I have. Let me tell you, the Ganges tribe is ranked 300th in the world. Do you know what 300th means, kid?" His gaze swept over the group behind Yifan, his eyes growing increasingly greedy. "I've got my eye on the women in your tribe. I'll kill them and send them back to you when I'm done with them. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Chapter 114, Overwhelming. Yifan suddenly smiled and raised his hand to touch the center of his forehead. A golden light suddenly shone from above his head, and a small phantom of a battle flag floated in midair. The gilded inscriptions slowly unfolded in the light, so clear that people 100 meters away could see them. The golden battle flag was engraved with the number 1. There are also gold-colored entries, which are quite long. Winning first place among newbies, venturing into forbidden zones, physically strong and powerful, possessing an approachable demeanor, the first tribal chief to kill a gold-level minotaur. Yifan was stunned for a moment, then chuckled softly. "Oh, another entry has been added. What an unexpected bonus." Ajan stared at the golden light, raised his hand to rub his eyes, and looked completely confused. He also has a 1 above his head, but his battle flag is green, representing India's #1 position. But he had never seen or even heard of a golden battle flag before. It was completely beyond his comprehension. "Golden, what does that mean?" Ajan scratched his head, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of panic. In the distance, the white man leading his troops in retreat suddenly heard the woman beside him gasp in alarm, her voice trembling. "My God! Oh my God! The golden banner! He's #1 in the world." "What?" The white man turned his head sharply, his eyes wide open. "#1 in the world? Are you kidding me?" "Him. Absolutely right." The woman pointed to Yifan's head. "The golden battle flag is the symbol of being #1 in the world. He is the chieftain of the world's #1 tribe." The white man's impatience vanished instantly, replaced by disbelief. He instinctively stopped, and the group stopped as well. "Then can he take on more than 300 people by himself?" someone muttered quietly. The woman pursed her lips, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "I don't know, but he's #1 in the world." The white man watched Yifan's retreating figure, then looked at Ajan's still bewildered face, and suddenly smiled. "Let's go back and take a look. We can't miss this good show." Ajan was still staring blankly at the golden battle flag when Asyang, standing beside him, suddenly turned pale and tugged at his arm. "Ajan, the golden battle flag. It seems to be the highest level in the global rankings. He's #1 in the world." Ajan's pupils contracted sharply, and the smug look on his face froze instantly. He looked at Yifan again. The figure in the black scale suit wasn't particularly tall in the twilight, but it exuded a chilling sense of oppression. The group of over 300 people fell into a deathly silence at that moment. The wind carried some spider silk past, and no one dared to take another step forward. Even breathing became cautious. Yi Fan gripped the long sword and gently tapped the blade with his fingertips. What are you all standing there for? Weren't you going to kill me and take my tribe's women? Why are you chickening out now? Ajan stared at the golden battle flag above Yi Fan's head for a full 3 seconds, then, after a moment's thought, burst into wild laughter. So what if it's gold? It's just a bunch of flashy gimmicks. We could crush you with a 300-man army. If those spiders can hold you back, you're doomed. I refuse to believe that you alone can withstand the siege of so many tribes. Brothers, let's go. Kill this arrogant brat, and all the women and equipment behind him are ours. More than 300 people from the Indian tribes rushed forward with a roar, carrying a variety of weapons. Stone axes, wooden spears, and a few people wielding bronze daggers rushed toward Yi Fan with murderous intent. They felt that no matter how strong Yi Fan was, he was still alone, and even if he was wearing a decent suit, he couldn't withstand the overwhelming force of the crowd. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. He pushed off with his feet, and his body, enhanced by the black scale suit, burst forth with astonishing speed, darting into the crowd like a black lightning bolt. Instant flash. With a teleportation, Yi Fan vanished instantly and reappeared to the side of the crowd. Black flash. Black flash. 5 people were immediately beheaded and died on the spot. Several stone axes and wooden spears simultaneously slashed and thrust at Yi Fan, but were blocked by the dark golden aura emanating from the black scale suit. Those ordinary weapons could not harm the black scale suit, which was protected by the black light. What? The pupils of the tribe members at the forefront shrank, and before they could react, a cold light flashed from the black longsword in Yi Fan's hand. Uft! Blood splattered as 3 heads fell to the ground, scalding blood spraying onto the faces of those nearby. Yi Fan's movements were incredibly fast. His longsword was wielded with no superfluous moves. Every strike was aimed directly at vital points, either decapitating or severing at the waist. His efficiency was chilling. You brat, you dare touch my men? Dot. Ajan roared in fury and charged at Yi Fan. Instant flash. In a flash, Yi Fan had already disappeared from the spot. However, as soon as he appeared, dozens of people surrounded him, which was not good for him. Before Yi Fan could make a move, several special equipment items were thrown at him. The sleeping eye. Ice dart. Dark blood. Yi Fan couldn't dodge them all. Although he managed to avoid 2, he was still hit by one of the darts. Ajan was overjoyed. Haha, you've been hit by the meth dart, you're doomed. What world number 1? You're just trash. A notification immediately appeared in Yi Fan's status bar. You have been ingested methamphetamine. Your movement ability is reduced by 80% for 5 minutes. Damn, it's actually a strong control ability. Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. It's normal that he couldn't possibly dodge all the attacks from so many people, but he wasn't flustered at all, and golden patterns began to spread all over his body. Never mind. I'm going to go all out and wipe you out, you bunch of bastards who only think with your lower bodies. Rage activate. Ding. Rage state activated. You lose 80% of your pain sensation, increase your strength by 100%, lose 10% of your agility, decrease your sanity by 70%, clear all negative effects, and gain 10 minutes of invulnerability. The negative warning disappeared instantly. Yi Fan's body regained its freedom, and his whole body was radiating golden blood energy. Huh? What? How is that possible? Why did he move? Quick, stop him. Immediately, several people carrying shields charged towards Yi Fan from the left and right. Yi Fan didn't dodge, but swung his sword and slashed. Get out of my way, all of you. The golden ox blood boosted Yi Fan's power several times over. With a single strike, even a tribal member wielding a shield was cleaved in 2, shield and all. He was like a tiger that had stormed into a flock of sheep. Wherever he went, people and horses fell, and screams of agony echoed everywhere. Chapter 1:15 Unilateral Massacre. How is this possible? Ajan's maniacal laughter froze instantly, his eyes widening like copper bells. He had expected an encirclement and slaughter, but what he saw was a one-sided massacre. Yi Fan's speed, strength, and defense were all beyond his comprehension. His black scale suit was like an impregnable fortress, and his black longsword was the grim reaper's scythe that would take lives. The white man and woman in the distance had stopped their retreat. They stared intently at the battlefield, their mouths agape. My God, he actually killed 300 people. This can't be an illusion, can it? The white man's voice trembled, his previous sarcasm completely gone, leaving only deep shock. The woman also looked on incredulously, muttering, Golden Battle Banner #1 in the world, so he really is that strong. Every swing of his sword carries terrifying power, and the defense of his black scale suit is unbreakable. Those attacks simply can't penetrate his defenses. And what kind of ability was that sudden burst of power he just unleashed? On the battlefield, Yi Fan fought with increasing ferocity. The Golden Bull's blood not only enhanced his strength, but also granted him exceptional regenerative abilities. Even if he was grazed by a few stray weapons, the wounds would scab over and heal instantly. He moved through the crowd, his long sword flashing like a whirlwind, the golden battle flag above his head shining brightly, like an invisible deterrent that made the tribesmen of India increasingly fearful. Run? He's not human. He's a monster. Someone shouted first, and the crowd that was charging forward instantly collapsed and began to scatter and flee. They had lost their previous arrogance and were left only with the fear of death. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold, and he moved even faster, catching up with the fleeing people like a ghost. With each rise and fall of his long sword, another group fell. He showed no mercy. Since the other party had set their sights on them, they had to pay the price. As Azin watched his tribesmen fall one by one, he was terrified and turned to run away. But he had only taken 2 steps when he felt a chill on the back of his neck. A powerful force grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Didn't you say you wanted me dead? You wanted to steal my woman. Yi Fan's voice rang in his ears, icy and chilling. Ajan trembled all over, turned his head to look at Yi Fan's emotionless eyes, and instantly knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly. Mercy, sir. Mercy, sir. I was blind to your greatness. I didn't know you were the #1 boss in the world. Please spare me. I'm willing to submit to you and serve you like a slave. Ajan was filled with remorse. How could he have kicked a hornet's nest? He came here with the goal of clearing all 3 levels, so he brought very good equipment, basically bringing all the best stuff from the tribe. He had even formed a group, hoping to take down all 3 levels of the dungeon in one fell swoop. But if he died now, he would truly have nothing left. Yi Fan, who had played Delta Force, knew this all too well. It was a classic case of getting poorer the more you fought. He went there to make money, but guess what? He went bankrupt. Yi Fan scoffed. Submit? That's not what you said just now. He slightly raised the long knife in his hand, and Ajan closed his eyes in fright, but the death he expected did not come. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to see Yi Fan's long sword pointing at the swarm of spiders that was still surging and not far away. Since you're so eager to show off, then go feed the spiders. Yi Fan kicked Ajan into the swarm of spiders. Ajan let out a shrill scream and was instantly overwhelmed by the swarming spiders, leaving not even a bone behind. After dealing with Ajan, Yi Fan charged towards the rest, yelling, Die! All of you! The group was terrified, but fortunately, they had the advantage in numbers and didn't run away. They wanted to protect their equipment. Hit him now. Poisoner, hurry up and release the poison. Where's the control? Where did the control go? Suddenly, all sorts of skills and items were thrown at Yi Fan, who didn't even bother to dodge. As one thing after another hit him, only words kept popping out. Immunity. 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 The people from India looked as if they had seen a ghost, covering their heads in disbelief. What the heck? What is immunity? Is this guy cheating? What kind of ability is this? Why does he have such a strong ability? Help! Yi Fan was like a mad bull, hacking and slashing through the crowd, knocking everyone to the ground, with no one able to stop him. More than 300 people perished, leaving rivers of blood and corpses strewn across the ground. Yet Yi Fan's black scale armor was only stained with a few drops of blood, without any damage whatsoever. He sheathed his long sword and turned to walk towards Lin Qingxue and the others. At this moment, Lin Qingxue and the others had finished clearing away the spiders around them and were looking at Yi Fan with shock. They had witnessed the entire battle, and the overwhelming strength left everyone both shocked and reassured. Yi Fan, you really took down 300 people all by yourself? Lin Qingxue stepped forward, her voice tinged with disbelief. Yi Fan smiled and wiped the blood from his face. It's just a small matter. With the golden ox blood and the black scale set, it's not a big problem. But I can't help you with anything after that. I need a day to recover. The white man and his companion, who were some distance away, also approached, their faces filled with awe. The white man clasped his hands in a fist and palm salute to Yi Fan, respected chieftain of the world's #1 tribe. We were blind and offended you just now. Please forgive us. Yifan glanced at them and said calmly, It's all right. As long as you don't try anything with us, just go your separate ways. Yes, yes, yes. The white man nodded hurriedly, secretly glad that he hadn't acted rashly earlier. Otherwise he would probably be in the same situation as those Indian tribesmen. Yifan ignored them and turned to Lin Qingxue and the others, saying, The trouble here is over. Let's continue. The core area of this restricted zone should be just ahead. Yifan looked up at the golden battle flag above his head. The inscription was still shining brightly. He could feel that as he grew stronger and accomplished more feats, the power of the golden battle flag seemed to be slowly increasing as well. Being number one in the world is just the beginning. Next, I will make sure that this underground city, and even the entire outside world, knows the name of our tribe. Yifan silently recited the mantra and led the group toward the depths of the forbidden zone. The white man in the distance watched their retreating figures with a complex expression, but ultimately led his men away in another direction. They knew that with a powerful figure like Yifan around, the core area was no longer within their reach. Chieftain, are we leaving like this? Aren't we going to have some soup with you? The white man shook his head. Soup? With them around, will we even have any soup? They'll probably get all the good stuff on the third floor. Sigh, I guess I'll go level up. Chapter 116, Upgrading the Shelter to Level 3. Since no one was competing with Yifan, it saved a lot of trouble. The deeper the group ventured into the spider territory, the denser the swarms of spiders that attacked them became. Eventually, the countless spiders formed a black wall, numbering at least several 100,000. They were the only tribe to have intruded into this place, and all the spiders' wrath was unleashed upon them. Squeak! The sharp hissing pierced my eardrums, and wave after wave of spiders surged in like a rising tide, with no end in sight. Some of them had venom sacs that spewed out dark green venom, which corroded small pits upon landing. Some of them spread their thin wings and swooped down in front of you, then exploded with a bang, splashing sticky liquid all over you. Yifan, we can't hold on like this. Lin Qingxue's shouts were drowned out by the sound of the explosion. Her wand flashed white light incessantly. As soon as healing magic landed on someone, the next wave of attacks would arrive. There are just too many spiders to kill. Casualties have already occurred. The two girls were unable to dodge the exploding spider and were instantly engulfed in the exploding liquid, their bodies turning into fragments. Fortunately, dying in the dungeon doesn't really mean death, otherwise Yifan would have lived with self-blame for the rest of his life. But he himself was also feeling bad. The side effects of the weakened state came on fiercely. He was now no different from a zombie who had lost all his strength. His hand holding the gun was shaking uncontrollably, and he could only barely pull the trigger. He couldn't run or jump at all, let alone swing his katana to kill. Damn, this period of weakness is too outrageous. Yifan gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his face. Cheating might feel great for a moment, but getting your account banned will bring you endless trouble. Lin Qingxue's healing magic couldn't keep up with the rate of casualties. The spider swarm remained fearless, with one wave dying only to be replaced by another, and the black tide surged ever higher. Only then did Yifan truly understand why the third level of the dungeon was so difficult to conquer. This number is simply piled up like a sea of corpses. If this drags on, everyone will perish here, and all their equipment will be lost in the spider's nest, which is not what he wants to see. He suddenly pulled out the evacuation ticket, which was only half intact, and roared, Everyone prepare to evacuate. Keep an eye on all the equipment. Don't leave anything behind. Receive. The crowd's response was filled with the eagerness of someone who had just escaped a disaster. The next second, a white magic circle suddenly lit up beneath their feet, and a soft light enveloped everyone's body. As the 3-second countdown ended, everyone vanished from the nest in an instant. The swarm of spiders that rushed over only managed to bite into thin air, crashing heavily into each other in chaos. Back in the tribe, Wanyu had just killed a few spiders that had followed her out of the teleportation portal when she collapsed to the ground, her chest heaving violently. That place is no place for a human to live, one girl complained as she wiped the venom off her body. I've never seen so many spiders in my life. They're so densely packed it's terrifying. Let's not fight over the equipment. Let's just treat this as a leveling up session. Another person collapsed on the grass. I think without poison resistance equipment, there's no way you can get in. Maybe the treasure on the third floor isn't equipment, some speculated. What if it's some rare material or skill book? Whatever it is, let's make poison resistance equipment first, Lin Qingxue added. The venom of those spiders has a negative effect, making it difficult to take even one step. Without immunity equipment, it's suicide. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Yi Fan had a better understanding of the situation. They're right. The toxicity and sheer number of these spiders make them impossible to deal with without specialized equipment. However, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Having witnessed the terror of this lair, he didn't believe anyone could break through. He just reached 60% of the progress. There might be millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of spiders hidden behind him. If someone could actually get through, Yi Fan would definitely have to say awesome. He opened the chat channel, and messages were scrolling by rapidly. Tianyin tribe. Holy crap. Level 3 is insane. Our group of 5 tribes went up together, and we were all wiped out before we even got halfway there. Is this even a human being's job? Ma Yi tribe. Who says otherwise? The person who designed this dungeon is absolutely insane. Even a gold-level expert would be doomed. Celestial tribe. Sigh. I wonder who will get the treasure on the 3rd floor in the end. We've already given up. We just can't hold on any longer. Eden tribe. By the way, has anyone upgraded their shelter to level 3 yet? Grind King tribe. Just upgraded. The level 3 shelter has so many more features. It's so much better than level 2. I won't go into the details of the benefits. Sword Saint tribe. Wow. You gathered all the materials so quickly? Are you guys born in the year of the ox or horse? You're incredibly dedicated to grinding. Yi Fan swiped his finger across the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. Someone's already reached level 3? That's fast. Looks like we need to hurry too. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the tribe. A sharp-eyed girl suddenly jumped up and shouted excitedly. It's Aina and the others. They're back safely. It's good that you're back. Does this mean we can upgrade our shelter to level 3 now? Definitely. We still have those Indians' equipment in our possession. We can just take it and sell it. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Yi Fan also looked up. 2 minutes later, Liu Anuona led a dozen or so beautiful figures into the tribe. Her armor was still stained with blood, but she still stood tall and straight. How's it going? Have you found the wild bull tribe? Yi Fan asked as he approached. Liu Anuona smiled faintly, her tone full of disdain. Of course, you can rest assured that I can handle things. She waved her hand, as if she were talking about a trivial matter. I killed all those remnants. They were too weak. It was no fun killing them. Let's go. Take the materials to the warehouse, she said, turning to the people behind her. The group immediately rushed to the warehouse and hauled in all the timber and stone they had looted. The once spacious warehouse was instantly filled to the brim, leaving almost no room to step. Yi Fan opened the tribe's resource panel, his eyes instantly lighting up. That's enough. Absolutely enough. We can upgrade our shelter to level 3 now. The crowd erupted in cheers, their faces beaming with barely suppressed excitement. Great. I can finally level up to level 3. I wonder what new features will be unlocked. If only we could resurrect people like in the dungeons. Yeah. If I don't die, I can go out and fight monsters without worry. A girl clenched her little fist, her eyes sparkling. Yi Fan took a deep breath, opened the upgrade panel, and the requirements were clearly visible. Upgrade to level 3 Dawn Fortress. Requires 200 monster cores, 50,000 stones, 50,000 wood, and 100 civilization points. Upgrade. Yes. He clicked confirm without hesitation. Ding. Upgrade has begun and is expected to take 8 hours. Please wait patiently. Damn, it'll take 8 hours. Yi Fan's face fell, feeling utterly frustrated. Just then, a group of goblins suddenly ran over, carrying small hammers and chattering around the upgrade circle. The next second, a system notification popped up. Ding. Your goblin subordinate has requested to participate in the construction of Dawn Fortress. Do you agree? Yi Fan's eyes lit up. This was definitely an unexpected delight. Agreed. Ding. Goblin joins construction. Upgrade time reduced to 2 hours. Please wait. The magic circle instantly shone with an even brighter light, while the goblins seemed to have all their strength drained away, slumping listlessly on the ground, their little faces scrunched up in disarray. It seems that accelerating construction has indeed exhausted their energy and spirit. Chapter 117, Taking a Bath. So comfortable. Liu Anuona, carrying fresh beef and mutton she had just scavenged from the supplies, chopped off a glistening leg of lamb and waved it in front of Yi Fan, a sly glint in her eyes. Want me to replenish your strength? You look so weak, don't end up lying on the ground later. Yi Fan managed a weak, bitter smile, his eyelids feeling as heavy as lead. Stop making fun of me. I won't be able to recover in 24 hours. I really don't have the energy to deal with you today. Liu Anuona immediately frowned. Her pouting lips could hold an oil bottle, and gently pouted Yi Fan's arm. You're full of energy with Qingxue and Wanyu, but you wilted when it comes to me? Am I not good-looking or have a bad figure? Beautiful. Absolutely stunning figure. Yi Fan quickly replied, his voice weak and unsteady. It's not that I dislike you. It's just that I'm completely exhausted today. Please let me go. Please let me go. Lin Qingxue and Wanyu quickly stepped forward, one on each side, to pull Liu Anuona back and forth, hurriedly explaining. He fused with the Golden Bull's blood and went through the dungeon, so he was exhausted and that's why he's so weak. Only then did Liu Anuona belatedly release her grip, sit down on the rock beside her, and pat Yi Fan's shoulder. I misunderstood you. Once you've recovered, you must make it up to me for waiting these past few days. Yi Fan let out a long sigh, weakly raised his hand to make an okay sign, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Don't worry, I'll remember everything. I'll make it up to you once I recover. The group quickly set up a large pot, boiled water, and put pieces of marbled beef and mutton into the pot. They've cried and been exhausted these past few days, but they've never been hungry. The meals have always been quite plentiful. Give Yi Fan a lot more mutton later. Mutton is warm and nourishing, which will help him recover his strength, a girl called out while stirring the meat in the pot. You're so enthusiastic. Could it be that you're also interested in Yi Fan? Another girl with a ponytail teased, her eyes filled with mockery. The girl's cheeks flushed instantly after being teased, but her eyes held a hint of frankness. Maybe so. This isn't Earth. What's wrong with saying what you like? We want it too. Who doesn't want to get closer to Yi Fan? 4 or 5 girls immediately chimed in, their eyes sparkling, rubbing their hands together without any hesitation. Wow, you guys are all so direct. The girl who had been joking earlier was stunned, looking surprised. What's there to hide? A short-haired girl raised an eyebrow. I haven't been with a man in ages. I'm itching for this. Then I won't be last. I have to at least get a middle seat, the girl who had blushed earlier quickly said, which made everyone burst into laughter. Yi Fan listened to their uninhibited conversation, his heart pounding, utterly at a loss for words. This sounds like they want to devour him alive. Shouldn't he be the one taking the initiative? Who's the guy here? He sighed inwardly, realizing that he simply didn't understand women. They were even more direct and bold than men. It was just a matter of whether they were openly flirtatious or secretly flirtatious. Yi Fan lay comfortably in Lin Qingxue's arms, while Lin Qingxue gently supported his back and softly combed the stray hairs on his forehead with her fingertips. Wanyu lowered her head and focused intently on cutting the tender beef and mutton in the pot with a dagger, her movements meticulous. Liu Anuona scooped up a piece of steaming hot, tender mutton, blew on it to cool it down, and offered it to Yi Fan's lips. Ah, open your mouth and have a taste. Yi Fan obediently opened his mouth and ate it. The freshly slaughtered mutton was tender and juicy, with no fishy smell at all. The taste was amazing, and it instantly dispelled some of his fatigue. Only you get this treatment, being served like this by us. Aren't you happy? Liu Anuona teased, raising an eyebrow, her eyes full of laughter. Yi Fan rested his head on Lin Qingxue's soft thighs, watching Wanyu, dressed scantily and with a slender figure, eating the meat Liu Anuona fed him, a satisfied smile on his face. Absolutely stunning. This treatment is incredible. At this moment, Su Manmiao brought. Several girls gathered around, each holding a large banana leaf and gently fanning themselves at Yi Fan, their faces showing mischievous smiles. Your Majesty, isn't this breeze refreshing? What kind of show are you putting on? Should we kneel down and shout, Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor again? Yi Fan chuckled and shook his head, his eyes full of helplessness and indulgence. You're enjoying yourself like an emperor, so I came to add some fun for you. Su Manmiao covered her mouth and chuckled. I've been so tense these past few days, it's rare to be able to relax for a while. Yeah, it's rare to see such an interesting scene. Let's just treat it as a way to pass the time. The other girls chimed in, their faces showing a rare sense of ease. The village was already in perfect order. Those who were eating were enjoying their meals around the pot. Those responsible for collecting honey were returning with their buckets, and those who were tidying up the village facilities were all doing their jobs. The division of labor was clear, and the order was well maintained. Remember to wake me up when the shelter is upgraded. I'm going to take a nap. Yi Fan's eyelids were too heavy to keep open any longer, and he whispered a word of advice. Don't worry, we'll call you as soon as the upgrade is complete. Lin Qingxue looked down at him, her voice so gentle it could melt hearts. Having received a response, Yi Fan closed his eyes with relief, intending to take the opportunity to catch up on sleep and recharge for any unforeseen risks that might follow. 2 hours later, a soft voice sounded in his ear. Yi Fan rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. The scene that came into view instantly woke him up. The original shelter, built of bluestone, has been transformed into a quaint 3-story castle. The top floor is his private room, and the second floor has 4 exquisite boudoirs arranged neatly. This layout suited him perfectly, allowing for a reasonable allocation of space for Lin Qingxue, Wan Yu, and the others, providing them with both independent space and easy access to each other. The first floor has 12 rooms similar to school dormitories, enough to accommodate the rest of the tribe. Wow, this is a level 3 shelter? That's amazing. Yi Fan stood up in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just then, a clear system notification entered my mind. Ding! Your tribe has successfully upgraded, and your territory has expanded to 20,000 square meters. Ding! New free infrastructure has been automatically added for you. Public bathhouse, public toilets, back garden, study room, etc. Yi Fan listened to the series of clear system announcements in his mind and was overjoyed. Before, he had to go through the trouble of boiling water to take a bath. Now that there was a public bathhouse, it was incredibly convenient. He shook his still somewhat heavy head, then perked up. Let's go. My whole body aches. Let's take a bath to relax. Upon hearing this, the girls all showed delighted expressions. They had been boiling their own water for bathing these past few days, which was both troublesome and didn't get them clean enough. They had been hoping for convenient bathing facilities for a long time. The group chatted and laughed as they entered the castle. The first floor was a spacious and bright hall, with a simple black, white, and gray style that exuded grandeur. To the right was the public toilet, and to the left was the entrance to the public bathhouse. The walls inside the castle were smooth and clean, but some of the reserved decorative tables were empty, as if they were originally meant to hold some ornaments. Yi Fan didn't think much about it, and just wanted to take a bath to relax. As I pushed open the door, a wave of warm, moist steam hit me. What comes into view is a huge bathtub comparable to a small public swimming pool, with warm and steamy water. Around it stand several uniquely shaped stone sculptures, with hot water continuously spouting from their mouths. Yi Fan curiously clicked on the virtual panel that appeared next to the bathhouse. After reading the text on it, he frowned slightly and muttered to himself with a blank expression. Heavenly Demon Coins? What are those? Public bathhouse. Currently offered free of charge. Continued use requires a payment of 200 Heavenly Demon Coins. Chapter 1, 18 New Features. What are you looking at? Why are you so engrossed? Lin Qingxue swam over to Yi Fan and asked. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that we've added a Heavenly Demon Coin, and the trading function is gone, leaving only the chat function. Huh? Does that mean we can't exchange supplies anymore? Lin Qingxue asked in surprise. Yi Fan nodded. That's right. That's true. However, we can directly exchange our items for Heavenly Demon Coins at the Heavenly Demon Shop. Heavenly Demon Coins can be used to buy things in the shop, whether they are items sold by players or items that are already in the shop. Yi Fan then granted Lin Qingxue access, and Lin Qingxue stared intently at Yi Fan's control panel. Have you ever sold anything? Are the things we have valuable? Yi Fan nodded. I've tried it. A regular grade goblin club can only be sold for 1 Heavenly Demon Coin. Besides that, magic crystals are quite valuable. They can sell for 4 Heavenly Demon Coins. Alright, then take your time to study it. But this Heavenly Demon Shop also has miracle buildings for sale. What are miracle buildings? Lin Qingxue asked, pointing to a corner of the shop. Yi Fan also looked closely. I didn't even notice until you pointed it out. Yi Fan clicked on it to view. Miracle Clock Tower. Requires 99.99 Celestial Demon Coins to exchange. 10 remaining, total 10. Effect. Emits a chicken crow every 2.5 seconds. Each crow reduces the sanity of enemies within the tribe's range by 5 points. A sanity reduction of 50 points results in partial loss of thinking ability, while a sanity reduction of 70 points results in complete loss of thinking ability. Yi Fan stroked his chin, having also understood the introduction. Defensive buildings are a good thing, but they're a bit expensive, nearly 10,000 Heavenly Demon Coins. It's okay, we can collect it slowly. If we don't have enough money, then the others certainly won't either. As long as we're in the top 10 and collect enough Heavenly Demon Coins, that's fine. Lin Qingxue said. Yes, that's right. Getting into the top 10 shouldn't be too difficult. We need to step up our efforts. We won't be able to do without the Miracle Clock Tower to deal with the upcoming Beast Tide. Yi Fan then opened the information about the shelter to check it out. He hadn't even looked at it carefully yet. Tier 3 Shelter, Dawn Fortress. Description: high stone walls rise abruptly from the ground, their tops covered with torches. The sound of blacksmiths' hammers clanging day and night makes this a true safe zone in the dark world. Symbol: hope is ignited, and the flame of civilization begins to burn steadily. To upgrade to the next level of Glory Fortress, you need 500,000 wood, 500,000 stone, 10,000 celestial coins, and 500 civilization points. Yi Fan stared at the densely packed zeros and felt his scalp tingle. Holy crap, 500,000 worth of wood and stone? Holy crap, that much. His body went limp, and he submerged underwater. Currently, everyone in the tribe is soaking in the bath, and Yi Fan is doing the frog swimming in the pool. Seemingly due to the effects of the upgraded protection, his weakness was not as intense, and at least his hands and feet had regained some vitality. Oh no, there's a snake. Oh no, don't scare me. How could there be snakes here? Something that looked like a snake just touched my leg. It scared me, a girl exclaimed in fright. With a splash, a figure stood up from the bathtub. It was Yi Fan, who had been diving. Ah, the girls were startled. But upon seeing that it was Yi Fan, they breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Fan, can you stop being so dramatic? You scared me half to death. I thought it was a snake, the girl said, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. Yi Fan smiled slightly. All right, don't be angry anymore. Come on, give me a back rub. As he spoke, Yi Fan leaned over the edge of the bathtub. The girl looked completely bewildered. She stood naked with her hands on her hips and said, No, you told me not to be angry, and then you wanted me to scrub your back? Fine, fine, Yi Fan, if I don't skin you alive today, I'm not a Liu. As he spoke, a tremendous force came from Yi Fan's back, but it was bearable for him, and even felt quite comfortable. Hey, slow down, don't rub the grainy texture on my back. I'm feeling really weak right now, so please don't tempt me, okay? Yi Fan muttered. The group of girls didn't seem to care. They had long considered Yi Fan one of their own, and instead of trying to hide it like they had at the beginning, they lay down next to Yi Fan quite openly. Yi Fan was enjoying the brief moment of bliss. These past few days he had been either fighting or on the go. As for what the crystal ball refreshed today, he had no interest in looking at it. After looking at it, he would have to think of countermeasures and worry about it again. He might as well enjoy himself first. Live in the moment. Yi Fan, are we going to use our magic crystals for cultivation from now on? Su Ma Miao asked, leaning closer. She had a natural fragrance about her. Yi Fan turned his head and swallowed. Su Ma Miao was the class beauty and the school beauty. Lin Qingxue has a decent appearance and figure. Wan Yu is pure and innocent. Liu Anuona is a mature woman with long legs, and Su Ma Miao is a combination of the three. It can be said that apart from being a little slow-witted, Su Ma Miao was absolutely flawless in appearance. Pretty much. Now there's a magic pool, right? I've already tried it, and we need to absorb magic crystals ourselves to fill it. From now on, we won't need magic crystals to cast spells and skills anymore. However, since magic crystals determine the capacity of our magic pool, the more the better. Chapter 119, A New Discovery, a Wall. Upgrading to level 3 shelter not only adds the celestial shop, but also unlocks several other buildings that can be constructed. One of them delighted Yi Fan, the Dawn Crystal Tower. The panel description is clear and concise. Place a personal item inside the tower, and you can be resurrected after death. Resurrection requires guanine soil and holy water. It can actually be resurrected? Yi Fan stared at the panel, his eyes shining brightly. With this, I'll never have to fear dying in battle again. The bathtub was filled with steam, and Liu Anuona, Wan Yu, Su Ma Miao, and a group of other girls were crammed naked around him. The warmth of their skin touching made Yi Fan feel somewhat uncomfortable. If he weren't still in a weakened state due to the golden ox blood, he would have become King Zhou long ago. If they can be resurrected, can Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi, who died before, also come back? A girl covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes full of anticipation. That's great. Thank goodness we didn't burn their bodies. Another girl clapped her hands excitedly. She was roommates with Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi, and they were very close. What about Zhang Jimei? Should we revive her too? Someone asked hesitantly. Everyone immediately shook their heads, their faces full of disgust. Forget it. She's been brainwashed by Zai Hongshu and isn't thinking straight. She's always causing trouble, so even if she were to come back to life, she'd only be a nuisance. That's right. Liu Anuona agreed, nudging Yi Fan's shoulder. Hurry up and build the crystal tower. With the resurrection guarantee, we can explore this world more boldly. Yi Fan nodded and opened the list of materials needed for construction. Most of the materials were available in the tribe. As the world's #1 tribe, it ranks at the top in terms of both combat power and resource reserves, so building this crystal tower is no problem for it. You guys finish your baths first, then go and dig up Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi's remains. I'll be there shortly after. Yi Fan waved his hand, his tone resolute. The resurrection is a done deal. There's no need to rush. Okay, we'll go right now. The two girls who were close to the deceased immediately responded. They stood up from the bathtub, water droplets running down their curvaceous bodies. The sight of water droplets rolling down made Yi Fan subconsciously swallow. Liu Anuona noticed this with her sharp eyes, reached into the bathtub and poked her hand in, then rolled her eyes helplessly. You're really weak to the core, Yi Fan. Use less of that golden ox blood. Yi Fan coughed awkwardly twice and gave a wry smile. There's nothing we can do. The side effects of the golden bull blood are too strong, and we can't recover from them in a short time. Don't use it so easily in the future. Liu Anuona put away her joke and became serious. You only have 10 minutes to unleash your power. If you don't finish off your opponent within the time limit, you're the one who will die. Don't worry, we have the resurrection tower now. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. If you really die in battle, you can just be resurrected and start over. That's true. Liu Anuona nodded, still somewhat curious. I wonder if the negative status effects on my body will be removed after I'm resurrected? I think it's possible. One you interjected from the side. It's illogical that they've all come back to life with negative effects like weakness and poisoning. The group discussed amongst themselves, while Yi Fan opened the Heavenly Demon Shop. Both clay and holy water can be purchased here, but the prices are quite high. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly exchanged most of the tribe's stockpile of supplies for heavenly demon coins. Having previously killed over 300 members of rival tribes and amassed a mountain of supplies, they now spend them without a second thought. Just as he was focused on selecting and purchasing supplies, a private message suddenly popped up from Chun Shanqian of the Heavenly God tribe. Celestial tribe. Yi Fan, are you there? Yi Fan tapped the screen with his fingertips, his tone slightly teasing. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be here for the next few decades. Celestial tribe. Do you remember when I told you about exploring the Eastern Mountains? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sat up straight, replying, Any leads? Did you find something good? Celestial tribe. I guess so. I've discovered a wall. A wall so high you can't see the top, stretching to the horizon with no end in sight. Yi Fan's brows furrowed deeply instantly. He had previously guessed that Chun Shanqian might find lost ancient buildings or rare resources, but he never expected such a discovery. Do you have a photo? Send me one using the camera app so I can see what kind of wall it is, he replied eagerly. A few seconds later, a photo was sent over. In the scene, a towering, dark brown wall stands majestically, its top hidden in the clouds, stretching out to the left and right until no corners are visible at the end of the line of sight. The walls are mottled and covered with traces of wind and rain, standing on this land for who knows how many years. What's behind the wall? Yi Fan's curiosity was completely piqued, and his fingertips tapped rapidly on the screen. Celestial tribe, I want to know too. This wall is ridiculously hard. I've tried all sorts of attacks, but I can't break it. It's also set up some kind of restriction. Climbing and flying are useless. I can't get close to the base of the wall at all. Yi Fan stroked his chin, his eyes deep. All right, I'll go take a look when I have time. This is indeed a major discovery. Celestial tribe, I've already sent the photos to several other major tribes for analysis, and many chieftains are very interested in this wall. Perhaps unlocking its secrets will lead us to the answer to how we got here. Yi Fan didn't dwell on the matter any further. Solving mysteries is a brain-draining task, more tiring than fighting, and he has no interest in getting involved. He'll leave it to other tribes for now and go check it out in person when he has time later. After playing around with the girls in the bath for a while, Yi Fan got dressed and left the castle. In the bathtub behind him, the girls watched his retreating figure and started teasing him again. Even when Yi Fan is in a bad mood, he's still not serious. Men are only honest when they're hung on the wall. What's so strange about that? I really envy him. He's living a life of debauchery and extravagance. Speaking of which, I suddenly have a craving for wheat juice. What fine wine. I'd be content with just a sip. 1 hour later, a 10-meter-high tower rose from the ground in the open space outdoors. The tower is made entirely of black crystal, reflecting a cold luster. It is the newly built Dawn Crystal Tower. Almost everyone in the tribe gathered around, craning their necks and curiously examining the magical building that could bring people back to life. Yi Fan, the things are ready. The two girls who had gone to dig up the bones earlier ran over. Each of them held a skull in their hands, with flesh and blood still clinging to the bones, which were not yet completely rotten, making them look rather horrifying. Having experienced countless life or death battles, everyone was used to it, and no one showed any sign of disgust. Yi Fan took the two skulls, the remains of Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi, turned around and walked into the crystal tower, carefully placing the skulls on the stone shelf in the center of the tower. Stepping out of the tower, Yi Fan raised his hand and brought up a virtual control interface. Only two options floated on the pale blue light membrane, the text clear and concise. Automatic resurrection automatically deducts materials and heavenly demon coins. Manual resurrection requires manual operation. Human life is more precious than anything else. Without a second thought, Yi Fan lightly tapped the first option. From now on, no matter who dies in battle, they can be resurrected immediately, saving time from manual operation and preventing accidents caused by delayed resurrection. As soon as the settings were confirmed, the black crystal tower behind them suddenly lit up with a dark light. The light flowed along the patterns on the tower's surface like living, dark vines, followed by a cold system notification that rang in my ears. Ding! Consumed 2 guanyin soil, 2 holy waters, and 200 heavenly demon coins. The target person has been successfully revived. The next second, the stone door on the first floor of the crystal tower slowly opened inward, and 2 slender figures stepped out. Completely naked, their skin gleamed a delicate white under the tower's light. It was Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi. They still looked like the girl next door when they were alive, with innocent eyes and long, soft hair draped over their shoulders. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if veiled by a thin mist, and he still seemed a little sleepy. His fingertips curled up unconsciously. Huh? Didn't we die at the hands of the cave dwellers? Xiao Mo raised her hand to rub her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the crowd that had gathered around her, her face full of confusion. How did I get here? Xiao Mo, Xiao Shi, the girl who was close to them before instantly had tears in her eyes and rushed over with red eyes. He held the two of them tightly in his arms, his shoulders trembling, and cried tears of joy. It's so wonderful. You're really back. Yi Fan stepped forward, scrutinizing the two faces with his gaze, his tone tinged with a hint of probing. Do you still remember who you are? Of course I remember. Xiao Shi nodded, the confusion in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a hint of doubt. But the feeling after death is so strange. It seems we've entered a strange place. Xiao Mo continued, her body trembling involuntarily as she spoke, her fingers clenching the hem of her clothes, clearly filled with fear of that place. It was a pitch-black space filled with icy black water, like countless thin snakes coiling around us. We kept falling, trying to struggle but unable to even move our fingertips, and could only watch the darkness grow thicker and thicker. Just hearing the description gave Yi Fan goosebumps all over his body. The feeling of despair of falling into endless darkness was suffocating just to imagine. A thought suddenly popped into their head. After being resurrected, are they still the same Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi? Is it a true return of consciousness, or just copies implanted with memories? He pondered for a moment and casually asked, Xiao Mo, what do I like to do most during class? Xiao Mo was taken aback for a moment, then realized his intention. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at him reproachfully. He likes to pull on my school uniform's bra strap. How awful. And in winter he likes to put his hands on my back to warm them up. He's so shameless. Yi Fan awkwardly rubbed his nose and chuckled dryly. It seems he really is back. Xiao Shi added, Yi Fan, I know what you're worried about. What we've returned with isn't just memories, it's our complete consciousness. After I died, I kept falling in the black water, my whole body was cold. Until just now a blinding white light broke through the darkness. A warm white hand supported my waist, and when I opened my eyes again, I was standing in the tower. These words, though seemingly mysterious, completely put Yi Fan's mind at ease. They were indeed resurrected in the truest sense, not soulless walking corpses. The people surrounding them breathed a sigh of relief, and genuine smiles appeared on their faces. The tribe was finally all together. Yi Fan took out 2 pieces of clothing and matching equipment from his inventory and handed them over. Put these on, don't catch a cold. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously swept over the 2 women. Whether it was because of their resurrection or because he didn't have a deep impression of them before, he always felt that the 2 women had more graceful figures and their skin was as delicate as the finest white jade. Xiao Mo, Xiao Shi, your figures seem even more graceful than before. Yi Fan stroked his chin, his tone slightly teasing. Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi didn't try to hide it. Although their cheeks were slightly flushed, they had long since become each other's only support and regarded each other as family. Xiao Mo had long, straight, black hair that reached her waist, the strands falling smoothly to her hips. She raised her hand to brush away a stray hair from her forehead, took a step forward, and her eyes held a hint of cunning. What? Yi Fan, want to give it a try? Yi Fan swallowed hard. Xiao Mo looked exactly like the legendary Tomi, possessing an eerie allure that made him quite tempted. Unfortunately, I'm powerless to do so right now. I'll have to wait until tomorrow, after the period of weakness has passed. He shook his head and sighed. Never mind, not today. Seeing his appearance, the two women immediately realized what was going on and teased him with a smile. Yi Fan, how many times have you been up to yourselves while we were gone? You're so weak now. As she spoke, Xiao Mo simply opened her arms and hugged Yi Fan, putting the clothes she had just taken back into her inventory. The soft touch sent Yi Fan's blood rushing, and his breathing became erratic. Liu Anuona smiled and stepped forward, pulling Xiao Mo away and tapping her forehead with her fingertip. Okay, stop teasing him. He's very weak right now. Even if you want to try, you have to wait for me to go first. You go and get in line. Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi were both stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Now we actually have to take a number? Then I'll line up behind Anuona. Xiao Shi raised her hand, showing no embarrassment whatsoever, and spoke with righteous indignation. Clearly, these girls had long regarded Yi Fan as a public resource, not Yi Fan as Dongjua, but rather Yi Fan as their furnace. No, that won't work, a girl next to me said with a smile and waved her hand. The queue is already up to number 39. If you want to join, you'll have to be number 40. Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi gaped in disbelief. Yi Fan's lips twitched, his expression saying, "You guys are ridiculous." Hey, can you at least show me some respect? He complained. I'm the tribal chief, for goodness sake. You're lining up like you're getting food. Is that even acceptable? Although she said that, she felt secretly delighted. As long as he doesn't use the Golden Ox blood ability, his current LV-30 physical condition is more than enough to handle it, and he doesn't feel tired every day. After killing thousands of spiders in the dungeon, everyone's level increased significantly. However, leveling up became slower as they progressed, which is something that cannot be avoided at present. Haha, Yi Fan, you're clearly unhappy. How come you can't suppress your smile more than an AK? Nalan Mimi stepped forward, raising an eyebrow and teasing. Yi Fan rubbed his nose, quickly suppressing the smile that had been playing on his lips, his eyes darting around. Oh well, I just think. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't know how to explain them, and he was speechless for a moment. All right, stop teasing Yi Fan, Lin Qingxue said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. He's really weak right now. Let's celebrate Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi's resurrection, and have a big meal while we're at it. How about it? Great. I wholeheartedly agree. I just finished dinner not long ago, and my stomach hasn't digested yet. What's wrong with a late-night snack? The tribe has plenty of supplies now, and it's rare to be this relaxed, so we should eat something good, right? I'm getting tired of eating boiled pork every day. Can't we have something with some flavor? Why don't we go to the store and see? Maybe they'll sell seasonings or snacks. Everyone chimed in with their own words, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere that filled the tribe with a long-lost sense of joy. Actually, the team is not yet at full strength. We are still missing Zhang Jimei. However, Yi Fan did not intend to revive that woman. Firstly, he disliked that despicable feminist to no end. Secondly, after Zhang Jimei died, they had already left her remains on the spot, and no one was willing to touch them. Yi Fan didn't want to touch that disgusting, sticky mass of fat. By the time dawn broke the next day, her remains had long been eaten by something. Even if Yi Fan were a saint, he couldn't revive that woman, let alone be a saintly, kind-hearted person. Surrounded by the crowd, Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi entered the bathhouse. Half of the girls were already soaking in the bath, enjoying their comfortable and pleasant time. These days they're either fighting or killing, or on the road in fear. They can't sleep well, and they haven't even eaten properly because they have no appetite. Now that they have a hot spring-like bath, they naturally want to enjoy it. Xiao Mo and Xiao Shi followed Yi Fan into the bath. Fortunately, the bath was big enough that even if the whole class soaked in it together, there would be no problem, and it was even a bit spacious. Yi Fan opened the Heavenly Demon Shop, where many items were already for sale. The most common items are weapons and equipment, as well as some materials, but there are no rare materials. Rare materials are usually listed on auction houses, and those people naturally want to earn more, as selling them directly to the Heavenly Demon Shop yields too little profit. Yifan went to the auction house and found that there wasn't anything particularly good there. Of course, only about 100 tribes have upgraded to level 3 shelters so far, so there aren't many types of goods available. Once 80 to 90% of the tribes have upgraded to level 3, the items available on them will naturally increase significantly. However, some tribes have already purchased shop windows to sell homemade items. The shop window costs 500 Heavenly Demon coins, but Yifan doesn't plan to open it, as he doesn't have any self-made items he needs to buy. He opened the Survivor shop, which currently has about 20 shops, not many. AAA rice, oil, salt wholesale shop. Do you need any premium rice? We sell rice here, as well as oil, aged vinegar, oyster sauce, and everything else you could want. AAA handmade wholesale shop. Welcome to purchase handmade products. I have stools, wooden beds, and mats available for purchase. Survivors in tropical regions are in luck. AAA arms wholesale. Anyone need a hand-operated firearm? Pure Blue Star physics engine. Its destructive power is comparable to the Desert Eagle, equivalent to an excellent grade weapon. It's really useful. AAA pharmaceutical wholesale. Homemade potions for sale. Fair prices, and Dragon's Blood potion too. One sip and you'll be stamina up for 10 days, instantly becoming Iron Man, as solid as rebar. Yifan looked around and found that these survivors were really outrageous. They could even handcraft all sorts of things from Earth. Of course, the food here should have few additives, making it healthier to eat. Driven by curiosity, Yifan contacted the seller of firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Hello, do you have all kinds of seasonings here? AAA Daily Necessities Wholesale Shop. That's right, we have everything. If you can find anything on Earth, we have it here. And it's all handmade, additive-free, green, and healthy. Yifan, that's great. I'm curious what you use to refine it. Does the physical and chemical engine of Blue Star work here as well? AAA Daily Necessities Wholesale Shop. That's right, it applies perfectly. This world is amazing. I heard someone discovered a wall, and I'd love to see it. But unfortunately, there's no teleportation function. If you need any seasonings or anything like that, you can buy them at the store. The prices are fair, and they're delicious and inexpensive. Upon hearing this, Yifan didn't say anything more, but silently opened the guy's shop to take a look. 10L soy sauce, priced at 10 days of demon coins. 10L of aged vinegar, priced at 10 Tianyao coins. 10L chili oil, priced at 10 days of demon coins. 1000 G of pepper powder, priced at 20 Tianyao coins. Yifan took a look, and to be honest, the prices of the things this person was selling were reasonable, not very expensive. Without a second thought, he bought all the seasonings he might need. I used to eat boiled fish and boiled meat, with basically no seasoning. To be honest, he was tired of it too. It's okay to eat that kind of bland food a few times, but it's impossible to eat it often. Yifan handed all the seasonings to Yen Lily, knowing that her family ran a barbecue restaurant, and he wanted to have some barbecue tonight. Yifan, you'll have to pay me if you let me grill the meat. Yen Lily said, holding up some bottles and jars of seasonings. Yifan looked puzzled. Wages? What do you mean? Yen Lily revealed a wicked smile. What do you mean by wages? It's naturally a project worth hundreds of millions, understand? Yen Lily remained calm and composed, even showing a hint of anticipation. Yifan was so startled that his body trembled. But didn't you take a number? Yes, I did get a number, but I want to cut in line. Will you let me? Sure, that works. All right, I'm going with my sister. I already planned it with her. What? Yen Lily is coming too. Yes. What's wrong? You don't like it? No. How could I not like it? Okay, it's settled then. I'm going to have a barbecue. Chapter 120 The Coffin. I missed 2 chapters yesterday, which I've added after chapter 119. Thank you. I've been too tired these past 2 days, so please understand. Today's chapter might also be 3,000 words short, which I'll make up for tomorrow. Sizzle. Oil dripped onto the charcoal fire, sparking tiny embers, and the aroma of meat rose instantly, spreading with the evening breeze. Everyone's nose twitched involuntarily, their Adam's apples bobbed, and saliva quietly welled up in their mouths. The aroma of caramelized meat mixed with spices is much more enticing than boiled pork. The amount of barbecue food for dozens of people in a class was quite large, but no one slacked off. Someone squatted by the charcoal fire, turning the skewers, and the meat juices sizzled out as the skewers turned. Someone deftly brushed on the sauce, the chili oil dripping down the grain of the meat. Some people were responsible for handing out charcoal and skewering meat, The division of labor was clear, and everyone was busy and bustling about, making it more lively than just eating. About an hour later, everyone sat in a circle with their skewers, the sizzling, oily meat crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, so fragrant that it made people squint their eyes. Night had already fallen, and the evening breeze carried a slight chill, but the tribe was warm and cozy, filled with laughter and chatter, a far cry from the previous coldness and tension. Several girls from the dance club found some dry grass from somewhere, wove it into simple grass skirts, and started dancing the samba to the tune hummed by the crowd. Her swaying waist and light steps, the grass skirt swaying with youthful energy, made Yi Fan's heart skip a beat. Su Man Miao, in particular, suddenly split her legs, landed steadily, then bent backward, supported herself with her hands, and let her long hair fall down, perfectly demonstrating the flexibility of her body. The fluid movements made Yi Fan stare blankly, and a jumble of random thoughts involuntarily popped into his mind. You danced beautifully, didn't you? Lin Qingshue's voice suddenly rang in my ears, tinged with a hint of mockery. Yi Fan nodded honestly. It's really good. Want it? She leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Not today. Yi Fan shook his head with a wry smile. I'm too weak today. You're getting bolder and bolder, Lin Qingxue chuckled, her fingertips lightly tracing across his palm. At least in the past, I would pretend to decline. Hey, haven't you changed too? Yi Fan turned to look at her. You used to pull my ears all the time. Why don't you do that anymore? Lin Qingxue nestled into his arms, resting her head on his chest, gazing at the night sky above, her eyes filled with relief. I've just gotten used to it. Everyone treats you like a public resource now, and I know you can't belong to just me. But it's okay, as long as you're always by my side, that's enough. Yi Fan raised his hand and gently rubbed her cheek. The touch was delicate and soft, like a freshly baked cake. Yes, I will always be with you. And in my heart, you will always hold the most importance. After all, you are the first girl I've ever slept with. He deliberately dragged out his words, with a hint of sarcasm. He doesn't want a house, a car, a dowry, or gold jewelry, and he doesn't even ask my parents for a pension. Isn't that great? Lin Qingxue stretched out her finger and gently flicked his nose. You're such a smooth talker. To be honest, she paused, her tone serious. If this were on Earth, my parents would demand at least 388,000 yuan as a bride price. Huh? So expensive. Yi Fan's eyes widened. In my hometown, there's a custom of dowry loans, which is unique in the entire Xia kingdom. Lin Qingxue shrugged helplessly. My parents would end up spending all that money themselves, and I couldn't say a word about it. Isn't this just selling your daughter? That's right, she sighed. I dislike that approach the most. I would rather work hard with the person I love, even if there are mortgages and car loans. As long as you love and care for me, I am willing to endure any hardship or fatigue. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and joked with a smile. So, I've made a killing? Good to know. Lin Qingxue pinched his arm. Then be nicer to me from now on. Especially next time, don't be so violent. I'm not Iron Man. I'm not that sturdy. I'll break. Don't worry, Yi Fan quickly assured him. I'll definitely be gentler next time. The crowd sang and danced, each holding a bottle of homemade fruit wine, taking sips from one another until they were quite drunk. Most people simply lay down next to the bathtub. The stone slabs here are warmed by the heat, clean and cozy, and incredibly comfortable to lie on, much better than sleeping in a tent. Yi Fan squeezed into the crowd. The slight intoxication, the warmth of the beautiful woman beside him, and the warm stone slabs helped him fall into a deep sleep, a particularly restful one. The next day, Yi Fan was awakened by a strange sensation. He tried to turn over, but found that his arms and legs were being held tightly by several girls. It must have been an unconscious movement while he was asleep, and they were holding him quite tightly. That was bad enough, but what made him even more dumbfounded was that Nalan Mimi seemed to have drunk too much. She was muttering in her sleep, with a little drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. Yi Fan sighed helplessly, but didn't get up. Firstly, she was being held too tightly and couldn't break free for a while. Secondly, the feeling of being relied upon is indeed quite comfortable. Yi Fan also understood the feelings of King Zhou and Dong Zhuo. How to put it, there was a reason why those emperors or powerful ministers died young. Yi Fan felt that if he continued living like this, he might not even live to 50 and would die young. Enjoying the beauty around him, Yi Fan decided to lie down for a while longer. When he woke up again, it was already noon. The sounds of crackling and popping came from outside, the dull thud of axes chopping wood and the sharp scraping of saws. Clearly, some hard-working people had already begun their work. He gently pulled his hands and feet away from being held, changed his clothes, and went out. He took the crystal ball out of his inventory. He had been busy resurrecting people and celebrating yesterday and hadn't had a chance to use it, but it would come in handy today. The crystal ball glowed with a pale blue light, and 3 messages slowly appeared. 1. There are some good things hidden in the tree hole to the northeast. You can go and check it out if you are interested. Risk assessment. 1 star. 2. A small group of elves has appeared in the northwest direction. They seem to be searching for something, but their purpose is unknown. Risk assessment. 2.5 stars. 3. A strong stench of blood permeates the southwest direction. Terrifying creatures were spotted last night. They have stopped moving, but their trajectory points directly towards the village. Please be cautious. Risk assessment. 3.5 stars. Yi Fan stared at the crystal ball, his brows gradually furrowing, especially the last message, which instantly stirred up his originally calm mood. Something's heading straight for the tribe, and the risk level is so high. He turned and called out to someone not far away. Graceful. Liu Anuona, who was practicing archery, immediately stopped, slung her longbow over her shoulder, and ran over quickly with the cannon musket at her waist swaying slightly with her movements. What's wrong, Yi Fan? Take a few agile men and go investigate in the southwest, Yi Fan said with a hint of seriousness. Unidentified creatures have appeared there, and they seem to be heading towards our tribe. Liu Anuona's expression immediately turned serious, and she nodded, saying, Okay, I'll take people over right away. Remember, only investigate, don't alert them, Yi Fan instructed. They are very dangerous, safety first. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Liu Anuona's eyes were firm. She turned to the crowd and shouted, Yin Lily, bring your sister, Xiao Jing, Xiao Lan, and a few more people. Come with me. Soon, the team of 10 people assembled and swiftly set off in the southwest direction. As for the elves in the northwest, Yi Fan planned to have Wan Yu lead a group to investigate. He currently has no intention of provoking the elves. He is simply curious about what the species looks like, having never seen one before. Liu Anuona and her group moved with light steps and agile movements, like leopards, and arrived at the location indicated by the crystal ball in just half an hour. The sight here made everyone gasp in shock. The scene was a bloody mess, with trees either snapped in half or uprooted, their broken trunks covered in rags and dark red scabs. Not far away was a completely destroyed tribe. The walls had collapsed, the thatched roofs were burned to charcoal, and a layer of dark red bloodstains covered the ground, staining the soil reddish-brown. More than a dozen mummies lay scattered on the ground, their skin shriveled and taut, clinging to their bones, their eyes sunken, and each with a clear blood hole in its neck. Strangely, these mummies were not completely stiff. Their fingers would occasionally twitch slightly, as if they had not truly died. Around the mummified corpse, 20 coffins were neatly arranged. 19 of them were black wooden coffins, but the one in the very center was a gilded gold coffin, which gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight. How strange. Why are there so many coffins here? A girl couldn't help but ask in a low voice, her voice tinged with fear. Look at the necks of those mummies, another man said, pointing to the bloody hole, his face pale. Could it be a zombie? Only zombies suck human blood, right? Liu Anuona didn't speak. Her gaze remained fixed on the ground. There were dozens of deep scratches, stretching from the depths of the forest all the way to the bottom of the coffin. The edges of the scratches were stained with dirt and dark red marks, clearly left when the coffin was moved. No, she suddenly said, her voice grave. These coffins didn't appear suddenly. They were moved here from afar. This discovery shocked everyone. 20 coffins, especially the gold coffin, which looked quite heavy. What could have moved them and left such deep marks? Liu Anuona raised her hand, signaling everyone to step back, her eyes scanning the surrounding forest warily. Everyone be careful, stay alert. These coffins seem to be moving. Liu Anuona raised her hand and pressed it against the cannon musket at her waist, her fingertips clenching until they turned white. She didn't rush forward, her gaze fixed intently on the 20 coffins. 19 black coffins lay silently on the blood-stained earth, their gilded surfaces gleaming like red-hot irons, radiating a blinding yet chilling light in the sunlight. The scratches on the ground meandered into the depths of the forest, studded with decaying leaves and dark red bloodstains. They were not something that could be dragged by human hands. It was more like the coffin had walked there on its own. Anuona, what do we do? A girl asked in a low, trembling voice. This thing is too weird. Should we go back and report it? Let's go back immediately. Liu Anuona nodded decisively, her eyes filled with seriousness. This is beyond our control, especially that golden coffin. I can feel a faint pulse inside, and the aura within is quite frightening. No one dared to delay, and they turned around and hurried back to the tribe. In the abandoned village behind them, the mummified corpse's fingers twitched slightly again, and a faint wisp of black mist seemed to seep out from the cracks of the black coffin. Everyone knows that what destroyed this second-level tribe was these moving coffins, and the other side didn't even give the tribe a decent chance to resist. Meanwhile, Wanyu and her group were perched on a large tree at the edge of the forest, their eyes fixed on the group of elves by the river. Although they are called elves, they are not much different from humans, except that their ears are pointed and have a faint pink tinge. Sunlight shone on their silver or light gold hair, giving it a soft sheen, but their brows were furrowed with anxiety. So this is an elf? A pretty girl leaned on a tree branch, poked Wanyu's arm with her fingertip, and spoke with a hint of disdain. Aside from their unusual ears, they're just average-looking. Most of them aren't even as good-looking as me. It should be a subspecies, its bloodline is not pure. Wanyu stared at the elves' movements and responded in a low voice. Pure-blooded elves are said to be more beautiful and stronger. The river goddesses were squatting on the ground, carefully examining the footprints in the mud. Whether it's the hoof prints of animals or the claw prints of small creatures, they would brush away the loose soil with their fingertips and repeatedly check them, showing an astonishingly high sensitivity to footprints. Captain Melly, there are no orc footprints. An elf stood up to report, her tone filled with disappointment. They don't seem to be running in this direction. The elf called Melly stood up. Her hair was a rare pale purple, and her face was ethereal, though her brows were furrowed. If they didn't come this way, where would they go? Captain, we can't find the divine bow. How are we going to explain this to the queen? Another elf gripped his short bow tightly, his tone hesitant. It was clearly the guards who were negligent, but we are being made to take the blame. You all know how bad the queen's temper is. Mary sighed, her voice full of helplessness. If we can't find the divine bow, going back will mean certain death. This is outrageous. The elf stomped her foot angrily. The guards are of purer blood than us, so even if they fail in their duties, no one dares to hold them accountable. Instead, we have to bear the consequences. Either find him or die. Mary's eyes darkened. If we really can't find it, we just won't go back. Not going back, someone exclaimed. Staying outside during the blood moon is a death sentence too. Going back means certain death. Staying outside at least offers a glimmer of hope. Meili gazed into the depths of the forest, her tone resolute. Even if we find the divine bow, the orcs will definitely take it back to their tribe. With only a dozen or so of us, we can't possibly take it back. We'll still die. The captain is right, someone immediately echoed. Staying outside might save us from death. Going back is just suicide. Their conversation wasn't loud, but the forest was quiet, and Wanyu and her group could hear it clearly from their perches in the trees. They're looking for some kind of divine bow, and it's related to orcs, a girl whispered in Wanyu's ear. It has nothing to do with us. Wanyu shook her head, her eyes still wary. As long as it doesn't threaten the tribe, we don't need to worry about it. Shall we go back now? Okay, go back and report the situation. Wanyu waved her hand, and the group slid down the tree quietly and returned to the tribe without making a sound. The elves were too busy with their own affairs to notice anyone spying on them, let alone provoke them. For the current elf team, it's better to avoid trouble. Not long after, the two reconnaissance teams returned to the tribe. As soon as they were settled, Sister Donghua came running back excitedly with a few people, carrying several bamboo tubes filled with a clear liquid that emitted a faint aroma of wine. Look, we found monkey wine. Sister Wintermelon put the bamboo tube on the ground, her tone smug. Those monkeys weren't strong. They were taken care of in no time. We brewed over 50 caddies in total. The crowd gathered around, opened the bamboo tube, and took a sniff. The crisp aroma of wine mixed with fruit flavors filled their nostrils, much more mellow and fragrant than the fruit wine they had bought before. Yifan reached out and pinched a little of the wine, tasting it. It was sweet with a slightly intoxicating aroma, and a system notification immediately popped up. Monkey wine. After drinking, you will enter a drunken immortal state, reducing the negative effects on you by 70%. Not bad, very practical. Yifan rubbed his chin with satisfaction. For example, if you are stunned for 1 second, after drinking alcohol you will only be affected for 0.3 seconds, which is just right when you are breaking into a spider's nest. With this, we might be able to clear all 3 levels of the dungeon, someone exclaimed excitedly. But this excitement was quickly replaced by a sense of gravity. All eyes were on Liu Anuona, since the moving coffin was the biggest threat. Just how dangerous are those coffins? Yifan asked. Extremely dangerous. Liu Anuona nodded, her tone grave. The destroyed tribe was a level 2 tribe. Judging from the traces at the scene, they were wiped out with almost no resistance. Especially that golden coffin, I can sense the aura inside. It's at least a gold-level monster. Yifan nodded slightly, pondering in his mind. They came from the southwest, and they must have wiped out other tribes along the way. Maybe some of them know more. He turned to look at Wanyu. As for the elves, let's not provoke them. Just send someone to keep an eye on them. They're too busy taking care of themselves right now, so they probably won't bother with us. Yes, I've already arranged for someone to keep an eye on it, Wanyu replied. The tribe today is no longer the small outpost it once was. The stone walls have been upgraded to 15-meter-high city walls with a wide and flat top, just like the ancient city walls. The thick walls exuded a solid feel, making them impenetrable even to large monsters, which gave everyone a greater sense of security. However, after the tribe expanded its territory, the site appeared somewhat empty. Yifan took out his virtual panel, opened the chat channel, and typed, "Has anyone ever seen a moving coffin?" The message was immediately buried by a flood of other messages and disappeared without a trace. He wasn't in a hurry. He simply spent some Tianyao coins to buy a pinned comment. The moment the pinned message appeared, the chat channel exploded with activity, and replies poured in. Rabbit tribe. A moving coffin? My friend's tribe was wiped out by this thing. War King tribe. What are you bragging about? Let them try. I can beat them so badly they won't even be able to close their coffins. Tianyin tribe. Stop being stubborn upstairs. I've seen those things, and they're completely untouchable. Bronze level ones are immune to most physical damage, and silver level ones are immune to all physical damage. Unless your physical damage stats are ridiculously high, it's like scratching a thorn in your side. Rabbit tribe. That's right. My friend sent me a message before he died to warn me that this is a special monster and must not be touched. Iron Bull tribe. I have killed a few of them. They are afraid of the sun. They will be burned to death as soon as the sun comes out, but they will crawl back into their coffins to hide before dawn. War King tribe. Why not just smash the coffins and leave them nowhere to hide? Rabbit tribe. You're overthinking it. They can be summoned again even if the coffins are gone. It's an innate skill. Useless. It's fine if you only encounter one or two, but if they're gold level, it'll be troublesome. Yifan stared at the screen, his fingertips tapping on the city wall railing, and slowly replied. What if it's one gold-level monster and 20 silver-level monsters? The chat channel was silent for a few seconds, then erupted in a flurry of messages. Rabbit tribe. OP, are you serious? I hope this is fake, but I'm also afraid it's real. Iron Bull tribe. Brother, let's run away. Right now, everyone has very few magic skills, and most of us rely on physical attacks. Fighting them is like giving an old man a foot massage. After scraping for ages, you only get a layer of dead skin. Tianyin tribe. Although it sounds disgusting, the logic is sound. OP run. You can't afford to mess with this kind of setup. Yifan fell silent. The cannon in his hand, strictly speaking, was still a physical weapon. Even if it's activated by magic crystals, it essentially converts magic into kinetic energy, ultimately causing damage through kinetic energy, which doesn't qualify as a magical attack. Hopefully my super tier spell Skyfall will work, he muttered to himself, his brow furrowed slightly. This is his only pure magic skill at the moment, and his last hope against these monsters that are immune to physical damage. Beneath the city wall, people were busy reinforcing the defenses and sharpening their weapons. Sunlight streamed onto the thick city walls, but it couldn't dispel the gloom in everyone's hearts. Yifan's tribe is not far from those coffins, so he must make plans as soon as possible. Those of you who have reached the required level, go to the magic tower to learn some magic skills. Those coffins might come looking for trouble tonight, Yifan said to everyone. Okay, let's go right now. The group headed towards the magic tower where they learned magic. Everyone's level was quite high, so they could all go to the second floor to learn magic. The second floor has many level 2 spells, including quite a few offensive ones. Wanyu, look at this fireball spell, it's pretty good. It summons a fireball the size of a wash basin to attack. Lin Qingxue said happily. It's alright. My water spout is also pretty good. I'll summon a water dragon to rush towards the other side. How about you learn this? The Rasengan. Gather a vortex of magical energy in your palm and smash it hard at the opponent. Wow, you're Naruto, Uzumaki. But this is interesting, I want to learn. Close combat is too dangerous. I need to learn how to use flash to catch my opponent off guard. Chapter 121, The Crystal Ball's New Skill. Yi Fan stared at the description of Rasengan in the magic book, his eyes shining brightly. He's a true Naruto fan, and just hearing the name of this skill made him incredibly excited. Roll magic into spinning balls and throw them out. He stroked the pages, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. It really is just like in the anime. It's interesting. Right. A girl next to her came over, her eyes full of excitement. This skill is super useful in close combat. Do you want to learn it? Learn. I must learn. Yi Fan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately clicked to learn. Although it's a melee spell, when combined with Blink, it can catch enemies off guard and increase the success rate. The process of learning magic was exceptionally smooth. The methods of manipulating and condensing magic were as if they were engraved in my mind, without the need for conscious memorization. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned and ran to an open space outside the tribe, where he stood facing a tree trunk as thick as a thigh. With a thought, the magic power within his body began to gather in his palm. Pale blue magical energy swirled and coiled, gradually forming a vortex the size of a ping-pong ball. The vortex spun faster and faster, carrying wisps of magical light and making a whooshing sound. 3 seconds later, the cyclone condensed to its maximum, faintly revealing the power to tear the air apart. Instant flash. The moment Yi Fan had that thought, his figure blurred instantly, and the next second he appeared next to the tree trunk, almost touching his face. Rasengan. Snap. The magic ball, spinning wildly, slammed into the tree trunk. After a dull thud, the wood snapped. The trunk cracked directly at the point of impact, sending wood chips flying. The whole tree swayed, spun 2.5 times, and then crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Phew. Yi Fan shook his hand, the tingling sensation of magic still lingering in his palm, his face full of joy. The power is impressive, even stronger than expected. After learning the skill, he turned to find a magic mirror. This little guy lazily lies in the yard sunbathing every day, and someone has to carry him in and out of the yard. He acts like an emperor. Hey, is there any more powerful magic? Think of something. Yi Fan squatted in front of the magic mirror and poked at the mirror's surface. The magic mirror, its eyes still closed lazily, only slowly opened them after being poked impatiently. No, my memory is still messy. Maybe I'll be able to remember it later, but not now. It paused, and a ripple appeared on the mirror's surface. Are you in trouble? A bunch of moving coffins. Yi Fan's smile faded, his tone turning serious. There is at least one gold-level monster inside. He still remembers the last time a gold-level Tauren wreaked havoc on the tribe, almost wiping out the entire army. Now there are not only gold-level ones, but also 20 silver-level ones, making them a much greater threat than last time. The magic mirror remained calm, and even yawned. What's the panic? You're much stronger than before, and you also have the walls of a level 3 shelter. Besides, you can be resurrected if you die, so it's not that much of a loss if a real fight breaks out. Yi Fan thought about it, and realized that it made sense. His anxiety lessened a bit. Alright, I won't bother you while you're sunbathing. He got up and left, unaware that a faint red light flashed across the surface of the magic mirror, disappearing in an instant. The effects of the blood moon continued to spread, and the chat channels were becoming increasingly agitated, refreshing rapidly. Pegasus tribe, holy crap. Last night, a bunch of moving tree men appeared around my tribe. When they weren't moving, they looked just like ordinary trees. I almost got ambushed, but luckily, I burned them all. Heavenly Destiny tribe. What are trance? I'm on the beach. Last night, a group of merfolk landed, all of them silver level. Fighting them wasn't difficult, but it kept me up all night, and I'm exhausted now. Celestial tribe. +1, I'm experiencing a goblin horde here. Luckily, I didn't plant a large number of goblins, or I would have been in serious trouble. Iron-blooded tribe. You guys are lucky. A giant centipede crawled into the tribe this morning. Damn it, my stone wall couldn't stop it, and that thing can climb walls. What kind of place is this? All sorts of monsters and demons have appeared here. War God tribe. What are you afraid of? Go to the dungeon and grind levels. Once you're a higher level, these monsters are nothing. Earthly Fiend tribe. Dungeon raiding? Level 3 only gives you 30 experience points at most, and it's useless after that. If you want to level up quickly, you have to open the door to level 4 first. Lone Star tribe. Easier said than done. We can't even get into the 3rd level of the spider nest. Everyone says the reward for the 3rd level is a poison resistance set, but is that really true? If we actually clear the 3rd level, Do we still need poison resistance gear? Yi Fan scrolled through the screen, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. It seems the good days are really coming to an end. Not only are coffin monsters approaching, but the blood moon has also attracted all sorts of monsters, and even leveling up in dungeons has a cap. Fortunately, there is some good news. The level 3 shelter unlocks a new skill for the divination crystal. He quickly took out the crystal ball, its pale purple hue gleaming warmly in the sunlight, and the attribute panel popped up. Divination crystal, a powerful magical artifact, possibly a witch's relic. New abilities can be unlocked as the tribe's level increases. 1. Divination of good or bad fortune. Results are calculated based on the tribe's strength and are not absolute, for reference only. 2. Holy light. Bursts forth a dazzling light, blinding non-friendly units for 3 seconds. Extremely effective against undead creatures. 3. Invisibility. After use, you or others will become invisible for 30 minutes. Invisibility. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and he gripped the crystal ball tightly. This skill is so useful. He couldn't wait to use it on himself. A glimmer of light flashed from the crystal ball, and Yi Fan felt a sudden lightness throughout his body. His form first became blurry, as if veiled by a thin gauze, then gradually became transparent, and finally completely blended into the surrounding environment, even his shadow disappearing. Only when your feet step on the mud do you leave shallow footprints, which are almost invisible unless you look closely. Even if you can hide, the traces won't disappear. Yi Fan looked down at the footprints and muttered to himself, "But that's enough. Nobody stares at the ground for no reason." He suppressed a laugh and walked towards the girls who were cutting down trees not far away. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of axes chopping trees was rhythmic. The girls rolled up their sleeves, their foreheads glistening with sweat, which trickled down their cheeks, necks, and collars. Several daring girls simply didn't wear outer clothes, only their underwear, which made their movements more relaxed, clearly indicating that they found it more comfortable to work this way. Yi Fan was somewhat distracted while watching, and unconsciously swallowed. Glug. The faint swallowing sound was particularly clear in the quiet courtyard. Who? Xiao Ro, who was chopping down a tree, suddenly turned around, holding the axe horizontally in front of her, and scanned her surroundings warily. The sound of chopping would stop abruptly, and everyone looked at Xiao. What happened? What's going on? Why are you so jumpy? Xiao Duo wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked around in confusion. There's no one around here. The words had barely left his mouth when smack. A crisp slapping sound rang out. Xiao Duo felt something slap her buttock hard. The sensation was incredibly real, and her jelly-like buttocks even bounced. Ah! Xiao Duo screamed in fright, dropping the axe in her hand and turning to hide behind a crowd. Xiao Duo? What's wrong? Were you scared? Xiao Duo shrank behind the crowd, her face pale, her eyes fixed on the spot where she had just been standing, her voice trembling. Someone just patted my butt. Huh? Really? Are you kidding me? There's nobody around here. Could it be haunted? A girl muttered softly, shrinking back in fright. Everyone be careful. Something might have infiltrated the tribe. Stay together and don't go anywhere alone. The girls tensed up instantly, picked up their weapons, stood back to back, and warily scanned the empty courtyard. Hidden to the side, Yi Fan, who was invisible, almost burst out laughing at their paranoid behavior. This invisibility skill is so much fun. Chapter 122, Liu Anuona's Initiative. Yi Fan suppressed a laugh and stepped forward to hug the still panicked Xiao Duo. The girls only saw Xiao Duo suddenly lift her feet off the ground, as if she were being lifted up by an invisible force, and suspend herself in midair. Help! It's haunted. It's really haunted. Xiao Duo was so frightened that she kicked her arms and legs wildly, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling with sobs. Quick! Shoot behind Xiao Duo. Something is supporting her. Xiao reacted the fastest, raising her hand to aim at the empty space behind Xiao Duo. The others also raised their weapons, knocked their arrows, and aimed their guns. No. It's me. It's me. Yi Fan quickly revealed himself, raising his hand and shouting, afraid that if he was a step too slow, he would be riddled with bullets. The girls suddenly pulled back, the arrow grazing Yi Fan's cheek, the bullet hitting a nearby tree trunk and sending up a spray of wood chips. Yi Fan, still shaken, wiped his face and gasped for breath. Phew, that scared me to death. I almost got hurt by you guys. Yi Fan. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you just disappear? What kind of ability is this? It's amazing. I want to learn too. Yi Fan, teach me. That jerk Yi Fan. He actually hid and played a trick on people. How wicked. As soon as Yi Fan put Xiao Duo down, she rushed into his arms, pounding his chest with her little fists, tears still on her face, looking utterly aggrieved. You darn Yi Fan. You scared me to death. You have to compensate me. Yi Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Huh? Compensation? You want to cut in line too? Xiao Duo lifted her tear-streaked face, but a secret smile played on her lips, and her eyes sparkled. Of course. At least let me make it into the top 10. All right. Yi Fan nodded helplessly. How about you rank 5th then? Yay. Xiao Duo instantly stopped crying and started laughing, reaching out to hook her finger with Yi Fan's. Pinky promise, 100 years from now, or I'll be a dog. I'm a dog if I lie. Yi Fan laughed and hooked her finger back. Xiao Duo is the kind of soft and gentle girl who speaks in a soft voice, has long hair, wears glasses, and is like a docile little lamb. But Yi Fan knew all too well that these seemingly delicate girls often had the biggest contrasts. Back on Earth, she was the softest one in her class, and she even wore glasses. Those who know the contrast. Why can Xiao Duo cut in line? I want it too. That's right. We demand compensation too. Speaking of which, Yi Fan, have you passed the period of weakness? Someone suddenly asked. I made it through, what's wrong? Yi Fan had just answered when a familiar, yet somewhat oppressive voice came from behind him, startling him. What do you mean? Liu Anuona's figure appeared behind him, her long legs striding forward, her steps as light as a cat's, without making a sound. According to the order of the queue, it's my turn now, isn't it? Yi Fan stiffened, slowly turning around to meet Liu Anuona's enigmatic, half-smiling gaze. She was the tallest girl in the class with the longest legs, and she exuded a powerful aura just by standing there. No, graceful, Yi Fan chuckled dryly. How come you walk so silently? It's even more unbelievable than invisibility. Awesome. Of course, Liu Anuona raised an eyebrow, a smug look on her face. Otherwise, how would we prevent you from running away? She reached out and grabbed Yi Fan's wrist with considerable force. Let's go. Now that you're better, come with me. Huh? Now. Yi Fan looked resistant. Or wait until tonight. Liu Anuona raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. We still have to deal with those coffin monsters tonight, and you'll make excuses to avoid it then. It's better to deal with them now. Yi Fan sighed, looking utterly helpless. Fine, you decide. Let's go. What? You're not happy about it? Liu Anuona smiled and pinched his arm. Not really. Yi Fan scratched his head, somewhat amused and exasperated. I used to be the one to take the initiative, but suddenly being dragged away like a furnace feels quite undignified. Ha! Yi Fan, you should be secretly happy, the girl next to him teased. Liu Anuona's long legs are the envy of so many rich kids and playboys in school, and now they're a lucky break for a poor loser like you. Exactly. They don't know how lucky they are. Yi Fan grinned. To be honest, he did come out on top in this situation. Back on Earth, Liu Anuona was the center of attention, and he had to muster up his courage just to talk to her. Now, he could enjoy her all to himself, and the thought made him feel wonderful. The girls watched the two figures disappear into the distance, their faces filled with envy as they whispered among themselves. Sigh, I'm number 31 in line. I'll have to wait at least a month. I'm number 27, a bit better than you, but I still have to wait for more than half a month. What else can we do? Mining, of course. Mining more when we have nothing to do is a good way to pass the time. That's right, let's cut down trees. Let's try to gather more resources. The sounds of chopping trees rang out again, and the tribe returned to its bustling activity, only now tinged with a hint of ambiguous banter. The bedroom in the level 3 shelter was much prettier than Yi Fan had imagined. It was his first time inside. The wooden floor makes a slight creaking sound when you step on it. It feels warm and solid. A crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, with a dozen candles stuck in its holder. The flames burn quietly, never going out, emitting a soft, warm light. In the fireplace in the corner, firewood was burning brightly, warming the whole room and filling the air with the pleasant aroma of burning wood. What was originally an ordinary bed has now been transformed into a large golden bed, covered with thick velvet bedding that feels as soft as a cloud, without the slightest hint of artificiality. As soon as Liu Anuona entered the room, she was drawn to the bed. Releasing Yi Fan's hand, she pounced on it, sinking into the soft bedding with a satisfied sigh. Ah, this bed is so comfortable. It would be amazing to sleep on it. There are several private rooms on the second floor, one of which is reserved for you, Yi Fan said, looking around the room. It was fully furnished with bookshelves, bedside tables, wall lamps, and clothes racks, and decorated in a warm and elegant manner. The furnishings inside are similar to those here. Liu Anuona sat up, her eyes sparkling. Really? Thanks. You're so thoughtful. Yi Fan was still curiously touching the blank books on the bookshelf. Seeing that he was hesitant to come forward, Liu Anuona simply got out of bed, walked a few steps behind him, grabbed his wrist, and dragged him to the bedside like a young bride. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Fan panicked and struggled to break free. What do you mean, do something? Liu Anuona raised an eyebrow, her strength surprisingly great, and pressed him down onto the edge of the bed. Do what you're supposed to do. What? Is this room prettier than me? She gripped Yi Fan's wrists tightly with both hands, pressing them firmly onto the bed, her eyes filled with a hint of mockery. Yi Fan looked at her face so close to his, the faint scent of herbs wafting from her, and his heart fluttered inexplicably. The feeling of being suppressed was strange, as if he was the girl and Liu Anuona was the one taking the initiative. No. Yi Fan's voice was trembling. That settles it then. Liu Anuona smiled and untied the hair tie from her hair. It was made from the tendons of wild animals. Only she could use something like that as a hair tie. She casually tossed the hair tie onto the bedside table, her long hair cascading down to her shoulders. A moment of blissful night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, my little wife. Today you belong to me, Liu Anuona. Chapter 123 Night, Enemy Attack. Yi Fan tried to struggle and take control, but found that Liu Anuona was incredibly strong, and he couldn't break free at all. He then noticed an empty medicine bottle and a half-filled bamboo tube of monkey wine on the bedside table. It turns out she just drank a blood-boosting potion and also drank a few mouthfuls of monkey wine. The combination of ox blood potion boosting strength and monkey wine providing immunity to 70% of negative control effects completely baffled Yi Fan. Soon, the golden metal bed frame creaked rhythmically, like an ambiguous melody, echoing in the warm room. At first, everything was orderly, but it gradually became more hurried, with a tense prelude. Liu Anuona held Yi Fan down tightly, her eyes full of smug smiles, while Yi Fan, initially panicked, gradually succumbed to temptation. He could feel the warmth of her palm, smell the fragrance of her hair, and feel their breaths mingling together. After an unknown amount of time, the two intertwined their fingers, their palms sweating together, as if they could never be separated again. At that moment, all the teasing and rules disappeared, leaving only each other, and the two souls seemed to completely merge into one in the warm light. Yi Fan's little wife, Liu Anuona's voice was a little hoarse, but her eyes were very serious. Agile. Me too. Yi Fan looked into her eyes, which were so close to his own, and his heart was filled with tenderness. All his words turned into a tight hug. The firewood in the fireplace was still burning, the light from the crystal chandelier remained soft, and the warmth in the room flowed through the air, quietly capturing this moment of tenderness. After a brief, intimate moment, Yi Fan's physical attributes had already reached level 30, granting him astonishing recovery ability. It's not just a matter of spending some energy. Even if an artery is cut, it can heal perfectly in 10 minutes. He was about to turn over and get up when a pair of warm, long legs wrapped tightly around his waist and abdomen. A graceful voice, tinged with a languid allure, whispered in his ear. Little wife, where are you going? I haven't had enough fun yet, and you're already trying to run away? I'll give you 3 words. She paused deliberately, her fingertips tracing across Yi Fan's chest. Not a chance. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and retorted. This is clearly 5 characters. Before she could finish speaking, a pair of soft lips covered hers, carrying a faint scent of herbs and alcohol. A moment later, Liu Anuona released him, her eyes gleaming with a hint of cunning. I said 3 words, and that's what I meant. She rolled over and pinned Yi Fan down again, her long hair falling across his face, her tone carrying an undeniable force. Come on, I won't let you off today. Yi Fan stopped struggling, a smile playing on his lips. This kind of reversed experience has a unique flavor. Happy times are always fleeting, and night falls silently. Unlike usual, tonight's night sky is devoid of stars, with only a blood-red moon hanging high, its eerie red light casting a dark red glow over the earth, staining the forests and villages a dark red, exuding an indescribable sense of unease. Liu Anuona held Yi Fan in her arms, standing by the window gazing at the blood-red night. The languidness in her tone faded, replaced by a hint of solemnity. Night has come. Those coffins should start moving now. Yi Fan raised his hand and grasped the windowsill, his fingertips feeling the coolness of the wood, his eyes resolute. What are you afraid of? Everything that needs to be prepared is ready. No matter what it is, just kill it. Deep in the forest, The crimson light of the blood moon pierced through the branches and leaves, illuminating an eerie scene. The 20 coffins were moving steadily forward, not fast, but exceptionally smoothly, as if they had invisible wheels beneath their feet, like driving a car through the forest. The most eye-catching coffin at the head of the group was the gilded one, which gleamed with an eerie luster under the blood-red light. The patterns on the coffin seemed to be slowly writhing, exuding a sinister aura. The tribe's watchtowers have been upgraded, becoming taller and sturdier, with an umbrella-like protective structure added to the top. Standing on them, one can have a wide field of vision and clearly see what is happening at the edge of the forest. Meng Meng remained steadfast at her post, her eyes scanning the forest warily. Keeping watch was always her duty. Within the tribe, the bee swarm suddenly became restless, with countless bees buzzing and swarming about, as if they sensed a great threat. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue felt a strong sense of unease and quickly found Su Ma Miao. Ma Miao, what's wrong with the bees? Have they discovered something? Su Ma Miao had just emerged from the swarm of bees, several still clinging to her body, yet she showed no fear whatsoever. These bees have already chosen their master and will never harm the people of the tribe. She raised her hand to brush away the bee that had landed on her shoulder, her brow furrowing slightly. The swarm of bees sensed a strong unease, probably from the coffins Aina saw during the day. They might already be heading our way. She couldn't think of any other reason besides this. The queen bee landed on Su Ma Miao's shoulder, her wings vibrating rapidly, clearly showing some anxiety. Although it is a divine beast, its current strength is only equivalent to the early stage of the gold level. Faced with unknown threats, it is inevitable that it will feel anxious. Chapter 124. The coffin has arrived. Yi Fan's fingertips twitched slightly, and a wisp of gentle spiritual energy, carrying a soothing intention, reached straight towards the queen bee. The restless air around the queen bee suddenly stopped, as if being washed with warm water. Her flapping wings gradually slowed, then emitted a low buzzing sound. The sound frequency is extremely low, and only its swarm of bees can accurately detect it. The previously chaotic swarm of bees instantly quieted down and stopped rushing around. Instead, they quickly formed long, narrow squads, orderly skimming over the rooftops of the tribes and flying outwards to patrol and guard the area. The chaotic situation was brought back to normal in just a few breaths. About half an hour later, a clear rustling sound came from the edge of the forest. The sound was faint at first, but quickly grew deeper and more muffled. It was not the soft rustling of leaves in the wind, but the dull thud of a heavy object crushing decaying leaves and squeezing vegetation. In the deathly silence of the night, bathed in the blood moon, it was as grating as a dull knife scraping against bone. At the same time, Meng Meng on the watchtower suddenly held her breath. Her pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints, and her fingertips gripped the wooden railing of the watchtower tightly. She could clearly see rows of dark figures slowly moving in the shadows of the forest. The crimson light of the blood moon slanted down, making the outlines of the dark figures even clearer. They were actually rows of pitch-black coffins. The trees and grass in the forest remained motionless, but these coffins slid along the ground, heading straight for the tribe. Their strange movements were hard to miss. They're here. They're here. Meng Meng's throat tightened, and she suddenly grabbed the drumsticks hanging by the window and smashed them down hard. The rapid thumping and clanging sounds instantly shattered the tranquility of the tribe, carrying a piercing warning. It's a moving coffin. It's coming towards the tribe. The sound of gongs and drums rolled like thunder, instantly spreading to every corner of the tribe. The girls who were mending clothes and sharpening weapons all stopped what they were doing. Almost reflexively, he grabbed the weapon beside him, his palms sweating and his eyes warily fixed on the direction of the forest. The once warm and cozy village was instantly enveloped in a thick atmosphere of tension, with everyone on edge. A fierce battle is imminent. The crowd rushed up the city wall, watching as the coffins rushed towards them like out-of-control cars, accompanied by a whooshing sound. Their knuckles turned white as they gripped their weapons, and they unconsciously slowed their breathing. "They're here," someone whispered, their voice trembling slightly. "Prepare to meet the enemy," another person responded in a deep voice, gripping the staff in their hand even tighter. "Use magic. They're vulnerable to magic attacks, so use magic to bombard them first." Someone remembered the previous information and shouted hurriedly. "Clear. Prepare." The coffins rapidly magnified in everyone's eyes, and within 10 seconds, they crashed into the city wall with a deafening thud. Amidst the flying stone chips, the city wall trembled violently, causing those standing on it to sway. Fortunately, the level 3 city wall was sturdy enough that it was not directly breached. The impact caused most of the coffins to shatter instantly, except for one golden coffin, which remained intact, while the rest of the black coffins were completely destroyed. As wood chips and coffin fragments flew everywhere, one zombie after another leaped out of the coffin. These zombies looked almost identical to the zombie movies Yi Fan watched as a child, except for a few that were quite different. Their right hand was not a palm, but a gleaming iron hook, as menacing as a pirate captain's weapon. What jumped out of the golden coffin made everyone on the city wall gasp in astonishment. It has only one scarlet eye, which is fixed on the direction of the city wall. It is wrapped with thick iron chains as thick as a child's arm, and its right arm is also made of iron hooks. The hook had a dark luster and looked several times tougher than the iron hooks of ordinary zombies. Yi Fan flipped his wrist and took out a crystal ball. As he poured spiritual energy into it, the ball suddenly shone with a cold light, shining on the strange monster. One-Eyed Zombie King. Rank: Gold, top tier. Ability 1. Hellish Depravity. Swings out an iron chain to grab the prey and pull it in front of him. Ability 2. Soul-Hanging Iron Hook. When activated, it pierces the target's shoulder blade, causing them to lose all strength and skills. 0.5% chance to ignore any defense. Ability 3. Hidden Ability Unknown. Triggered when health drops below 50%. Passive ability. Steel Body. Body stiffens. Immune to 99% physical damage. Roar. The One-Eyed Zombie King let out a deafening roar, his legs slamming into the ground as he sprang into the air. Its movements were like a super spring that had been fully charged, leaping more than 10 meters into the air in an instant, but still several meters away from the top of the city wall, before crashing heavily back to the ground. This scene caused the tense shoulders of the people on the city wall to relax slightly. Some people subconsciously wiped the sweat from their foreheads and breathed a soft sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this guy can't jump up. If they can't jump up, that makes things easier. They can't get in at all. Another person chimed in, their tone tinged with barely concealed relief. The zombies below tried to imitate the Zombie King's leaps, but they were all stopped by the height of the city wall, and they all fell and stumbled. Now, kill them. A fierce glint flashed in Liu Anuona's eyes as she raised her hand first, a blazing flame rising from her palm. Almost simultaneously, a dazzling array of colors lit up the city wall, and various magical skills rained down on the zombie horde below. Fireball. Water spout. Wind blade. Explosions rang out one after another. Fire and water vapor mingled, and the silver-level zombies were instantly blasted into bloody foam under the magical bombardment, proving they were not as indestructible as rumored. It works. That's great, someone shouted excitedly, but their attacks didn't stop. Everyone, give it your all. Let's finish them off before they can get up. The morale of the group soared, and a continuous stream of magical skills poured down on the horde of corpses. After absorbing magic crystals these past few days, their magic reserves have increased significantly, and they show no signs of strain from such a high-intensity attack. Yi Fan stood in the center of the city wall, watching the retreating horde of corpses below, his brows furrowing as he pondered the situation. That's it? The monster that was rumored to be able to wipe out other tribes. Is that all it's capable of? In his view, even the weakest tribes would build magic towers after upgrading to level 2. The second level of the magic towers would provide basic offensive magic, which is almost identical to the skills they currently use. However, the horde of corpses before them was powerless against the magical bombardment, suffering heavy casualties and posing no real threat. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore. Let's finish clearing things up first. Yi Fan shook his head, his eyes narrowed, and he suddenly raised his hand, pointed to the sky, and shouted, Super tier magic, the sky falls. Rumble. A massive meteorite tore through the night sky, slamming into the ground with scorching heat, blasting the remaining horde of corpses to smithereens. After the smoke and dust cleared, only the One-Eyed Zombie King remained on the battlefield, barely clinging to life. Half of its shoulder had been blown away by the meteorite, and its scarlet eye stared intently at the city wall, filled with resentment. Roar. The One-Eyed Demon Zombie King let out a furious roar of unwillingness. The next second, the intact golden coffin suddenly broke through the air and accurately covered it. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the golden coffin slowly sank, eventually disappearing into the ground and vanishing from sight. Yi Fan's expression changed drastically, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. Damn it. Could it be its hidden ability? Is it healing? Or what? That guy ran away. A girl exclaimed, her voice filled with panic. This gold-level monster isn't all that great, someone muttered under their breath, only to be glared at fiercely by the person next to them. Don't be careless. It's a peak gold-level being. It can't possibly be defeated so easily. Everyone, stay alert. Observe your surroundings carefully. Everyone tensed up instantly, their eyes scanning the forest and ground below the city wall with lightning speed, not daring to relax for a moment. Just then, a muffled buzzing sound suddenly came from the open space inside the tribe, followed by bulges slowly rising from the ground. Yifan glanced at it, and found that there were more than 50 such bumps. Damn it! It came from underground. Yifan stomped his foot, his voice filled with anxiety. Edo-tensei? A girl with pigtails stared wide-eyed, her voice trembling, her hand gripping her weapon shaking slightly. Chapter 125 The Powerful Gold-Level Corpse King. 5 seconds later, Yifan belatedly realized the root of why this guy was so difficult to deal with. Those silver-level zombies were not its entire trump card. Those remaining soldiers were just fish that escaped the net after the last round of summoning. This guy's third ability is obviously to restore his status and summon hordes of corpses. This instantly reminded Yifan of the dancing zombies in Plants vs. Zombies, who could summon companions simply by dancing. The one-eyed zombie king in front of us has the same abilities, but the number of zombies it can summon is terrifying. Roar! The one-eyed zombie king let out a deafening roar and suddenly sprang out of the coffin. Before anyone could react, it swiftly lashed out a chain, precisely ensnaring a girl in the crowd. A generous gift of crabs. Yen Lily's exclamation pierced the eardrums. With a whoosh, the chains tightened suddenly, and Yen Lily was dragged directly toward the zombie king. Before she could even react, the zombie king opened his foul-smelling mouth and bit down on her neck. Save Lily. Attack it. Shouts rose and fell, but it was too late. Yen Lily felt a sudden chill run through her body, as if an invisible hand was forcibly drawing away her blood, draining it completely in just a few breaths. Her body quickly withered away, like a dried mummy, her appearance grotesque and terrifying. Before her consciousness completely dissipated, Yen Lily felt herself falling into a dark and cold abyss, her body falling uncontrollably. Ding! Automatic resurrection has been activated. Your body is being rebuilt. Recalling consciousness and soul. 1 minute later, Yen Lily appeared inside the crystal tower. She stared blankly at her hands, then subconsciously touched her neck, which was smooth as ever, without a single wound. Is this what resurrection feels like? She murmured to herself. When she stepped out of the crystal tower, the horde of corpses outside had been cleared away, and the gold-level one-eyed zombie king was pinned down by a huge meteorite, unable to move. Yifan leaned on his staff, panting heavily. The continuous release of super-level magic had made his face pale, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Damn it! Let's see if you survive this time. He glared at the zombie king trapped under the meteorite, his voice filled with rage. Keep hitting him. Kill this guy. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone gathered their magic power and launched an attack on the zombie king. However, a sudden change occurred. Seeing the situation was dire, the one-eyed zombie king chose to sever his own body to survive. It swung its claws and hooks, severing its own body in half at the waist, its upper body leaping out with a gust of foul wind. At the same time, the golden coffin broke through the ground again, precisely covering its upper body. To everyone's astonishment, it slowly sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. What? How so? Holy crap, this skill can be used indefinitely? This is insane. How are we supposed to fight? We have to find a way. If this continues, we'll be worn down by it sooner or later. Panic and anxiety instantly enveloped everyone. Continuing like this will only lead to an endless war of attrition, but the one-eyed zombie king seems to have hardly expended any energy. In contrast, their magic and physical strength were rapidly depleting. No one knows how many more times this resurrection skill can be used. Even if it's used 4 or 5 more times, their magic power won't be able to hold up. Without magic, they cannot cast spells. Without casting spells, they cannot break through the zombie king's defenses, and without breaking through the defenses, only death awaits them. Yifan frowned, his eyes darted around, and his brain worked at full speed, but he couldn't come up with an effective solution for the time being. He stroked his chin and said in a deep voice, "It seems we have no choice but to take a gamble if this drags on. Even if we're a level 3 tribe, will still fall into this guy's hands. Inside the crystal tower, the magic mirror floated silently, taking in everything outside. Ripples spread across its surface, clearly indicating its own concern. I didn't expect all these evil guys to come. It seems something big has happened. Hopefully, this little guy can take down this evil monster, though the chances are slim. You really do know a lot. A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind the magic mirror. It was Wanyu. The magic mirror was not surprised and responded calmly. I know, but as I said, my memory is very fragmented. If I hadn't seen this monster, I wouldn't remember anything. So what did you remember? Wanyu stepped forward, her tone questioning. The magic mirror was silent for a moment before speaking. I remembered 2 words. What word? Guard. Protect? What do you mean? Wanyu pressed. I don't know, the magic mirror said, a hint of confusion in its voice. But when I saw those monsters, only those 2 words came to my mind. Moreover, in my memory, this monster is extremely evil and powerful. If it is allowed to continue its slaughter, it may grow into an immortal being in the future. Immortal level? Wanyu's pupils suddenly contracted. That's right, the magic mirror affirmed. Above the gold level is the platinum level, then the black gold level, the legendary level, and finally the immortal emperor. This zombie king can grow stronger by constantly drinking blood. Its growth method is extremely violent, and it is immune to 99% of physical damage. Ordinary people simply cannot deal with it. Wanyu's expression grew increasingly solemn. She had long realized that this monster was not easy to deal with, especially its almost limitless resurrection and summoning abilities, which were simply heaven-defying. Do you have a way to deal with it? She asked again. No, the magic mirror replied crisply. It should be one of the most powerful branches of the evil god. If it were so easy to deal with, it wouldn't have slaughtered its way here. It would have been eliminated halfway there. On the other side, Yi Fan and the others collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their faces full of exhaustion. The continuous battles had pushed their physical and magical abilities to the limit. Yi Fan, what should we do? Lin Qingxue forced herself to stand up, her voice filled with anxiety. It has already reincarnated 3 times, and it's summoning more and more little zombies. If this continues, we'll really be worn down. I'm still thinking about it. Yi Fan rubbed his throbbing temples and said in a deep voice. Everyone, conserve your magic power and quickly absorb magic crystals to replenish it. We absolutely cannot let it drain us. Everyone immediately shut up, no longer wasting their energy talking, and took out small magic crystals to absorb, trying to restore their lost magic power as soon as possible. Yi Fan held the crystal ball in his hand, his brows still furrowed. He had just tried to unleash a burst of holy light, but the effect was minimal, at most only immobilizing the zombie king for a short while. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't control the coffin. As long as the one-eyed zombie king's health drops below 50%, the coffin will automatically fly out from underground, cover it, and carry it underground. There's no way to stop it. Worse still, as the one-eyed zombie king frequently used its 3rd ability, its stamina not only did not decrease, but instead became stronger. At first, only 50 little zombies could be summoned at a time, but now it can summon hundreds. Just clearing out these little zombies was already a huge challenge for everyone, let alone dealing with that extremely cunning and invincible one-eyed zombie king. Yi Fan glanced at his nearly depleted magic power, his heart sank, and then turned his gaze to Sister Donghua. His eyes gradually hardened as he made up his mind. Winter Melon. What's wrong? Yi Fan, do you have a solution? Winter Melon's sister immediately looked up, her eyes full of anticipation. Yes. Yi Fan nodded. Winter Melon's sister was overjoyed, but after hearing Yi Fan's solution, her expression changed instantly, and she asked in astonishment, Are you sure you want to do this? This is too risky. I'm sure. Yi Fan's tone was unwavering. This is the only way. Well, okay, I understand. Winter Melon's sister gritted her teeth and finally nodded. Just then, the ground suddenly shook again. The golden coffin burst through the ground, accompanied by gusts of eerie wind. 150 silver-level one-eyed zombies emerged from the ground around the coffin, forming a dark, menacing mass. The pungent stench of corpses assaulted the senses, and the oppressive feeling emanating from the horde of zombies was even stronger than before. The sight caused the people, who had just regained a little strength, to turn pale instantly, and a sense of despair quietly spread. It's endless. It's impossible to finish. Chapter 126 The Lurking Elf. Yi Fan's heart felt as heavy as lead. He knew better than anyone that if this dragged on, it would lead to certain death. His magic power can only sustain the casting of 2 more super tier spells at most. If he were to completely drain his magic power and force himself to perform a full spell, it wouldn't be impossible. However, his current magical reserves are simply insufficient to support the consumption of a full-fledged super tier spell. Don't hold back your magic. Clear out this wave of zombies as quickly as possible, and leave the rest to me. Yi Fan shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with unwavering determination. Okay. Everyone responded in unison, without the slightest hesitation. The next second, their palms simultaneously erupted with dazzling lights of various colors. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, lightning arrows. Countless spells poured down, crashing down on the horde of corpses below like a torrential rain, creating a deafening roar as dust instantly filled the open space. Unbeknownst to anyone, a group of uninvited guests had quietly infiltrated the edge of this chaotic battlefield. The black cloaks completely enveloped their figures in darkness, blending them into the night, their presence concealed perfectly, leaving no trace. It's an orc tribe. They were the ones who cast that spell just now. An elf lowered his voice, his fingertips warily resting on his quiver, his eyes fixed on the direction of the crystal tower. No, these aren't orcs at all. They look more like our elves, except they don't have pointy ears. Another elf frowned, carefully observing the figures casting magic. You're not right either, the third person said, shaking his head with certainty. They have no elven blood whatsoever, not even a trace of it. They could never be elves. Several people turned their gazes to the figure at the front of the group at the same time. Captain May, what do you think? May remained silent for a long time, her brows furrowed, as if recalling something, before finally speaking with some hesitation. That seems to be a human. Humans. This question was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing an uproar among the other elves. Impossible. Don't humans all live on the Kingdom continent? How could they appear in this forbidden area? Yes. This land hasn't seen any trace of humans for hundreds of years. Captain Merrill, are you sure you're not mistaken? Someone couldn't help but question. There's no mistake. Melly shook her head, her tone exceptionally serious, her eyes filled with an unwavering determination. I have an impression of humans. Don't forget, I am a half-elf and half-human, and I would never mistake the aura of this race. These words silenced all the elves instantly. For them, humans are extremely rare. So what do we do now? Should we go and help? A young elf asked in a low voice. There's no need. This has nothing to do with us. Why get involved? Someone immediately retorted, their tone tinged with apprehension. That one-eyed zombie king is extremely ferocious. Such an evil being is simply beyond our ability to deal with. Our demon-slaying arrows might be able to hurt it, someone suggested hesitantly. Never mind, Meili said, her brows furrowing slightly, her tone serious. If it doesn't concern us, let's just observe and not meddle. Don't forget, in legends, there are beings among humans who are even more evil than evil gods. All right, the group replied reluctantly, then couldn't help but worry. What if they find out about us? Don't worry. Melly patted her cloak. We're wearing night cloaks. As long as it's night, no one will be able to detect our presence. But I think they can't hold on much longer. They're already exhausted. An elf gazed at the humans in the distance, whose movements were gradually slowing down, and spoke with a hint of pity. That one-eyed zombie king is simply beyond their capabilities. That's probably it, another elf sighed. This one-eyed zombie king is almost at the platinum level, and its strength is unfathomable. If we were to face it, we would only be wiped out. Humans are even more fragile than us, so naturally they would have an even greater chance of survival. Chapter 127, Slaying the One-Eyed Zombie King. In the center of the battlefield, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The vast majority of the small zombies had been cleared away, leaving only the one-eyed zombie king dragging his mutilated body and roaring incessantly. Dark green blood dripped from his wounds, corroding small pits in the ground. It didn't care at all, as if it was certain that its next appearance would only bring more zombies. Yi Fan stared at its movements, a sudden doubt arising in his mind. Why can't the zombie king summon a horde of zombies on its own? Do they only spawn a new wave of zombies after the zombies are low on health or defeated? This shameless skill probably has some triggering conditions. Just then, dozens of remaining magical beams struck without warning. The one-eyed zombie king was unable to dodge in time and was hit hard in the torso. Half of his body was blown away, and dark green blood mist sprayed out. Yi Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart tightened. The opportunity had arrived. Now, he shouted in his heart, his muscles tensing instantly. Almost at the same time that the zombie king was injured, the golden coffin burst out of the ground again, accompanied by a howling gust of cold wind, and accurately enveloped the zombie king's mangled body. Oh no, it's going to run away again. Damn it. If it gets away this time, it'll probably bring 200 or 300 zombies next time. Everyone was shocked and gasped in disbelief, their hearts leaping into their throats. Their magic was already nearly exhausted, and if another wave of zombies came, they wouldn't be able to hold on. Even if resurrected, magic power cannot be fully replenished. Even worse, the Crystal Tower had already been attacked several times by the one-eyed zombie king during the battle, and its walls were covered in cracks. This monster is clearly intelligent. It knows to prioritize destroying their core. What to do? Where is Yifan? Where is Yifan? There. I see Yifan. A girl suddenly pointed to the open space below, her voice filled with a hint of urgency and surprise. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw a figure speeding along the ground below. Its body was as low as a cheetah's, and it charged toward the golden coffin that had just broken through the ground with a whooshing sound. What is Yifan trying to do? Lin Xingxue exclaimed in shock, her fingers gripping the staff tightly until her knuckles turned white. He looks like he's going to crawl into a coffin. The girl next to her stared wide-eyed, her voice trembling, her tone full of disbelief. The golden coffin swooped down with a howling wind, and its shadow quickly enveloped the ground. Yifan's pupils constricted, his heart pounded, and only one thought occupied his mind. It's too late. We have to rush in before the coffin closes. Instant flash. Instant flash. 2 afterimages appeared in a flash, and Yifan flashed twice in succession, landing precisely below the golden coffin. Almost the instant he landed, the coffin lid slammed shut, engulfing him and the one-eyed zombie king, whose body was now only half dead. Then, with a loud crash, the golden coffin carrying the 2 people plummeted into the ground. Yifan! Lin Xingxue screamed shrilly toward the collapsed ground, almost rushing over in her haste. Don't be impulsive. The girl next to her quickly pulled her back, saying urgently, he can be resurrected even if he dies. We still have enough resurrection materials and heavenly demon coins, so he'll be fine. Lin Xingxue's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, but the pressure on her fingertips did not completely dissipate. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anxiety in her heart. That being said, how could one be completely at ease watching Yifan and the zombie king go into the coffin together? The golden coffin traveled rapidly underground. The space inside the coffin was cramped and filled with a strong stench of corpses and decay. Just as he regained his footing, the one-eyed zombie king's remaining half of its body lunged forward, its withered hand gripping Yifan's neck like an iron clamp, its scarlet eye staring intently at him, its pupil churning with violence and unease. Yifan's strength was far inferior to his opponent's, and his neck was being choked tighter and tighter, causing a feeling of suffocation to surge up instantly. He simply gave up struggling and let the other person choke him. This was the opportunity he wanted. As long as he could get close enough, it would be worth it even if they died together. Since the other party wants to kill him, he probably won't complain about being killed. Yifan's face turned purplish red at a visible speed, his lungs were getting less and less air, and his vision began to blur. The one-eyed zombie king seemed to sense something as well, and the unease in his crimson eyes intensified, tightening his grip on the neck even more. The elves lurking in the darkness were completely stunned, and several of them instinctively covered their mouths to keep from making a sound. My God, that human actually crawled into a coffin. A young elf whispered, his voice filled with shock. What an idiot. What's the difference between this and suicide? Another elf scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. It seems this tribe is doomed to destruction. How can they fight like this? Captain Merrill, you see, humans really are the weakest race. They don't even have a brain. Meili didn't speak, her eyes fixed on the battlefield below, her fingertips unconsciously stroking her quiver. A few seconds later, she slowly spoke, her voice calm and utterly devoid of emotion. Humans are a race more evil than evil gods. I think he may not necessarily die. Impossible. How could they survive like that? Yes, that makes no sense. His power is clearly far inferior to that of the one-eyed zombie king. The elves questioned, their faces full of confusion. Deep underground, the golden coffin had already stopped moving, and the confrontation inside was about to erupt. Yifan endured the suffocating pain, and a ball of shimmering white light suddenly appeared in his palm. As magic power poured in, the ball of light rapidly spun and contracted, gradually condensing into a high-density pellet. The swirling air currents tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, and the surrounding coffin debris was all swept into it. The one-eyed zombie king instantly sensed the approach of death. It roared and used all its strength to strangle Yi Fan's neck. Its other withered claw, accompanied by a biting cold wind, went straight for Yi Fan's abdomen. Uff! With a muffled thud, the withered claw pierced straight through Yi Fan's abdomen, and his warm internal organs, mixed with blood, were forcibly pulled out, falling to the bottom of the coffin with a sticky sound. A wave of excruciating pain swept over his entire body like a tsunami. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. Yi Fan's vision completely blurred, and the magic power he had gathered for the Rasengan almost dissipated. He clenched his teeth, biting his tongue until it bled, the sweet, metallic blood filling his mouth, which ironically made him more lucid. Go to hell. Rasengan. Yi Fan used his last bit of strength to slam the condensed Rasengan hard into the face of the one-eyed zombie king. Bang! With a loud bang, the Rasengan slammed solidly into the zombie king's single eye, and a burst of bright white light erupted instantly. The rapidly spinning ball, imbued with violent magic, frantically tore at and bombarded the zombie king's head, the cracking sound of bones shattering clearly audible. Just a second later, the one-eyed zombie king's head exploded like a shattered watermelon, and dark green brain matter mixed with black blood splattered all over Yi Fan's face. A strong, fishy stench assaulted his nostrils, sending shivers down Yi Fan's spine. But the excruciating abdominal pain left him too weak even to feel nauseous. His consciousness receded rapidly like a receding tide. He could clearly feel his life slipping away at breakneck speed. Is this death? As his last shred of consciousness faded, Yi Fan closed his eyes completely. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an endless, dark, icy abyss. The cold void enveloped his entire body like a tide, rendering him unable to move and causing him to fall uncontrollably. Is this the world Xiao Mo was talking about? Yi Fan murmured to himself, filled with confusion. He didn't know why he had come here, nor did he understand why death was not nothingness, but such a bizarre descent. The wait for resurrection was exceptionally long. Although it was less than a minute, Yi Fan felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, with every second feeling suffocatingly long. When his consciousness returned, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the ground of the crystal tower, his whole body aching as if it had fallen apart. He pushed himself up and looked around the tower. The walls were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and in many places, rubble was falling off, making it no longer as solid as it used to be. He staggered out of the tower, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Apart from the remaining craters and zombie remains, there was no trace of the golden coffin. Did it succeed? Yi Fan murmured to himself, his tone full of uncertainty. His plan was a desperate gamble. If it failed, not only would he be unable to try again, but the entire tribe would be worn down and die here. Just then, a series of system notifications rang in his and everyone else's minds simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the gold-tier, one-eyed zombie king. Ding! Your physical fitness level has been upgraded to LV32. Ding! You have obtained the evil god's true IX1. Ding! You have obtained soul-severing chains X1. Ding! You have obtained reincarnation golden coffin X1. Ding! You have obtained 2 zombie king canine teeth. The moment the notification tone ended, the tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. Everyone collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, with smiles of relief on their faces. The huge weight that had been hanging over my heart finally lifted. The sound of the notification meant that the one-eyed zombie king had indeed been defeated. Chapter 128, Discovering the Voyeur. The elves in the distant forest were completely stunned, speechless with astonishment. Their shock stemmed not only from Yi Fan's slaying of the one-eyed zombie king, a feat that even the elves dreaded, but also from witnessing the bizarre scene of Yi Fan's resurrection after death. This was completely beyond their comprehension. Captain Melly, you're right. Humans are indeed more terrifying than evil gods. An elf's voice trembled, her eyes filled with fear. How did that human manage to do that? He fell into the ground with the coffin, yet he still managed to come out alive and even kill the zombie king. The one-eyed zombie king seems to be truly dead. There's been no movement from him since. Mary's heart skipped a beat, and her face showed no sign of horror. The elven race has always been known for its magical prowess, possessing top-tier skills in both ranged archery and elemental magic. She was confident that she could hold her own against the one-eyed zombie king. but that was on the premise that he wouldn't use his underhanded resurrection and summoning abilities. Even though this zombie king could cause considerable chaos by invading the elven stronghold, it was now dealt with by a human tribe, which shocked her. These humans are quite interesting. Meili withdrew her gaze, a hint of inquiry flashing in her eyes. Let's continue to observe for a while. Maybe we can learn something from them. She had developed a strong interest in Yi Fan and his group of humans. On the other side, Yi Fan raised his hand and took out all the spoils he had obtained from killing the zombie king, placing them one by one in front of him to examine them. The items dropped by the top-tier gold monsters certainly did not disappoint him. He flipped his palm over, and a scarlet eyeball appeared in his palm, about the size of a tennis ball, its surface covered with fine blood vessels, still pulsating slightly, and glowing with an eerie red light. Evil God's True Eye. Quality, excellent. Ability 1, True Sight. Can see through most hidden techniques. Ability 2, Passive actively absorbs miasma, poison gas, corpse energy, death energy, etc. within a 20-meter radius. Can continuously grow. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black iron chain appeared, its body engraved with ferocious patterns, exuding a chilling aura. Soul-severing chains. Quality, excellent. Ability 1, Here You Go. Can capture and pull visible targets within a 200-meter range. Ability 2, Chain Funeral. Infused with powerful magic, it strangles the enemy to death. Great stuff. Both of these are truly excellent items. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile, his tone full of satisfaction. This was the first time he had obtained a high-quality piece of equipment, whose attributes and abilities far surpassed those of his previous ordinary equipment. Especially that True Eye of the Evil God, which can actively absorb negative energy to grow. Its potential is simply limitless. However, what Yi Fan cared about most at this moment was the golden coffin of reincarnation. With a thought, the attribute panel of the golden coffin appeared. Reincarnation Golden Coffin. Quality, excellent. Ability 1, Reincarnation, automatically recovers when health and mana are below 50%. Unless one possesses a corpse demon body, the maximum number of reincarnations is determined by one's own mana loss. Ability 2, Summon, summons one-eyed zombies. The number and strength of the summoned zombies are determined by the amount of magic power consumed. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Although the golden coffin's effect wasn't as miraculous as when the one-eyed zombie king used it, it was still powerful enough for him. Now that he has the crystal tower as his protection, plus the resurrection and summoning abilities of the reincarnation golden coffin, he can basically go all out and play wildly from now on. It's like having an extra, reliable way out, so he no longer has to fear dying easily in battle. One Yu then came over, curiously examining the spoils of war, and whispered. No wonder that one-eyed zombie king was so difficult to deal with. It turns out that the death energy produced by those dead zombies could be reabsorbed and utilized by it. Yes, it's like a perpetual motion machine. That's what makes it truly invincible. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, his tone tinged with regret. It's a pity I'm not a corpse demon, otherwise I could also summon and reincarnate infinitely. That would be true invincibility. Stop thinking about these unrealistic things. One Yu rolled her eyes at him. You are a human being, not a corpse. It would be terrifying if you actually became like that. That's true. Yi Fan smiled, putting his thoughts aside. Let's clean up the battlefield first, and then make further plans after we've cleared away the wreckage. Everyone immediately sprang into action, quickly cleaning up the mess on the battlefield. Just then, the evil god's true eye in Yi Fan's palm suddenly turned slightly, and the blood vessels became even clearer. Yi Fan noticed something was off and raised an eyebrow. Curious, he raised the true eye of the evil god and peered around through the eyeball. When his gaze swept over a dense forest, Yi Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Through the vision of the true eye, the once deserted dense forest was now filled with a dozen figures draped in black cloaks, who were staring intently in their direction. Good heavens, they've actually been hiding here spying on me. Yi Fan sneered inwardly, instantly realizing that these elves must have been lurking here for a long time. If it weren't for the evil god's true eye, he really wouldn't have been able to discover this group of peeping toms. The elves in the dense forest also noticed Yi Fan's gaze, and they all tensed up and became vigilant. That human is looking this way. Could he have spotted us? An elf asked in a low voice, a hint of panic in his tone. Impossible. Another elf shook his head firmly. We're wearing cloaks of darkness, which make us practically invisible at night. There's absolutely no way humans could spot us. Exactly. How could a human possibly possess the ability to see through the dark cloak? It must be a coincidence. The elves were all full of confidence, completely disbelieving that they would be discovered. Chapter 129 Interrogation of the Elf. Yi Fan's gaze swept across the elven horde, finally settling on the leader, Melly. This elf girl was tall and slender with delicate features, especially her long legs, which were exaggeratedly long and even more eye-catching than Liu Anuona in the tribe. That figure is not bad, but I wonder if its structure is any different from that of a human. Yi Fan muttered to himself, his fingertips already gripping the soul-severing chains beside him, his eyes fixed on Mei Li. These elf girls are all nearly 2 meters tall, with long, slender, and straight legs, making them visually striking when they stand together. Suddenly, Mei Li, who was being targeted, felt a tightness in her chest, and a strong sense of unease welled up inside her. Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like he's aiming at me? Just as she was wondering, Yi Fan in the distance suddenly narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Capture! Brush!" Before he finished speaking, a thick, black iron chain, as thick as an adult man's arm, suddenly solidified in Yi Fan's palm and rapidly extended with a sharp whistling sound as it cut through the wind. The magic flowed continuously into the chain, instantly extending its length to hundreds of meters, and it precisely wrapped around Melly in the dense forest. The elves were stunned, and before they could react, the chains had already tightly wrapped around Mary's waist. "Ah!" Mary cried out in surprise, her body aching from the chains, and she instinctively struggled. "Oh no! Quick, grab the captain! Oh no, we've really been discovered. Cut the chains quickly." The elves panicked completely, drawing their short blades and slashing fiercely at the chains. The soul-severing chains were high-quality equipment, incredibly sturdy. Their attack struck them with only muffled bang sounds, leaving not a single mark. Yi Fan steadied himself in a horse stance, exerted force from his waist and abdomen, and pulled backward sharply like in a tug-of-war, shouting, "Retract! Brush!" The iron chain wrapped around her waist rapidly retracted, and the enormous pulling force not only dragged Mary forward, but also entangled several elves beside her, forcibly pulling them down from the tree branches high in the sky. They screamed as they plummeted toward Yi Fan, tracing pathetic arcs through the air. "Oops! Ah!" A series of painful screams rang out as the elves crashed heavily onto the open ground in front of Yi Fan, dazed and confused, their hair disheveled and most of their cloaks torn off. Before they could even struggle to their feet, a dozen dark cannons were already pointed at their heads, the chill of the gun barrels freezing the elves instantly. "Don't move," Liu Anuona threatened coldly, holding the cannon gun. "If you move even slightly, we'll shoot immediately." The elves were too frightened to move. Although they were powerful, they dared not resist under the threat of the cannons and guns. Everyone is afraid of death. "Damn it, you should have left long ago, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. You've been caught," an elf said in a low voice, his tone full of regret. "How dare you say that? Who was so sure the cloak of darkness wouldn't be discovered?" Another elf immediately retorted. "Is it my fault? Don't you all think there's no problem?" Mei ignored her companion's argument, slowly raised her hands, and fixed her gaze on Yi Fan. She could tell that the human in front of her was the leader of this tribe. "Hello you," Mei Li said cautiously, her tone tinged with humility. "We mean no harm, we're just passing through. Could you let us leave?" Yi Fan shook his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "And oh, no, no, lurking and spying near my tribe, and you dare say you have no ill intentions?" He took a step forward, his eyes cold. "Let you go? Are you kidding me? Take them away and lock them in the dungeon on the first basement level of the castle," Yi Fan ordered sternly. "Yes." The crowd immediately stepped forward, took out ropes, and tied the elves tightly, leading them towards the castle. Yi Fan tied up all the elves. These elves were all unusually tall, and they were quite different from some of the elves he had seen in movies. Yi Fan stroked his chin. "I didn't expect all the elves to be so tall. Their legs are longer than my life." Yi Fan's gaze was fixed on the long legs of Melly and the others without reservation. Even though the elves in front of him were all subspecies, none of them were ugly. Even the most average-looking woman could easily outshine a large number of girls. "You guys go out first. I need to ask them some questions," Yi Fan said to Yen Lily. Yen Lily rolled her eyes dramatically. "Yi Fan, you wouldn't be thinking about would you? Am I that kind of person? I'm a gentleman," Yi Fan said confidently. "Shaw, I don't believe it." "Never mind, I'm leaving. I won't bother you anymore." As she spoke, Yen Lily led her younger sister out of the dungeon. How could she not know the man's wicked intentions? Especially considering the height and body proportions of people like Meili, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them a new species. What do you want to do? What are you doing? What do you say you're doing? What is your purpose in coming to my tribe? Speak, Yifan demanded. Mary's hands and feet were bound by chains, rendering her unable to move, and her eyes were filled with panic. If it weren't for their intense curiosity, they would never have ended up in such a predicament, and they were filled with regret. We just heard the sounds of fighting and saw magical lights, so we came to investigate. We meant no harm. Please believe me. Chapter 130 Recruiting? No, it's not recruitment. The elves were all pale, huddled together, their fingers clenched so tightly they turned white, and their eyes were filled with panic. Falling into Yifan's hands, they couldn't even imagine their fate. After all, in their eyes, this guy could even kill the ferocious one-eyed zombie king. So his methods must be extremely ruthless, and he could never be merciful. I don't care whether you have malicious intent or not. Yifan took a step forward, looking down at them with an undeniable air of dominance. Everything around my tribe, including the land and resources, belongs to me. His gaze swept over the elves, finally settling on Mary. His fingertips, cool to the touch, gently hooked her chin, lifting it slightly, a playful smile curving his lips. You are no exception, including your lives. These words struck like a thunderbolt, sending shivers down the spines of the elves, and fear instantly gripped their hearts. Judging from this, Yifan had no intention of letting them go. A timid female elf burst into tears on the spot. Her knees buckled, and she tried to kneel down, her voice trembling with sobs as she pleaded. Please let us go. We don't want to die. Yes. We can hunt, we can farm, and we even have simple healing magic. We are very useful, another elf hurriedly added, afraid that if he delayed speaking for even a second, he would lose his life. Yes. Don't kill us. We're really not bad people, will behave. The elves echoed, their voices filled with fear, barely daring to breathe. Yifan chuckled softly, his voice low and hoarse, yet it sounded more terrifying to the elves than the howls of demons. They grew increasingly nervous, their minds racing with all sorts of thoughts. What will this human do to them? Will he skin them alive, or will he use them as slaves? Just then, Yifan suddenly spoke, his tone so calm it was unsettling. You've gone out this time to look for something, haven't you? Meili froze, abruptly looking up at Yifan, her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with shock. How did you know we were out looking for something? Never mind how I know. Yifan withdrew his fingers from her chin. His tone suddenly turned cold. You only need to answer me. What are you looking for? And tell me clearly the number of people and the distribution of your tribe's strength. The elves looked at each other, all pursing their lips and remaining silent, their eyes filled with hesitation. How can we easily tell the secrets of our tribe to an outsider? Seeing this, Yifan calmly added, I advise you not to even think about hiding it. You can't go back now, can you? He paused, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing straight at Meili. If you can't find that divine bow you're looking for, you'll only be going to die if you go back. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up wandering around, homeless and without a place to live. Meili's defenses suddenly sank, and her line of defense instantly loosened. Yifan was right, they had no way back. Since we're destined never to return, it doesn't seem like a big deal to talk about the tribe and the divine bow. But she hesitated, looked up at Yifan, and tentatively asked, I can tell you, but I want to know after I tell you. Will you let us go, or will you kill us? You don't seem to understand your own situation yet, Yifan sneered. He reached out and pinched her delicate chin, the force not heavy, yet carrying an unyielding sense of oppression. You have no right to negotiate with me. It's either talk or you die. It's one or the other. Meili's heart tightened, and she felt a terrible headache. This man was too difficult to deal with. She had already secretly used her charm spell 3 times during their conversation. Her eyes possessed a natural allure that ordinary men simply couldn't resist. But Yifan acted as if nothing was wrong. His eyes were frighteningly clear, which made her even more uneasy. Yifan seemed to see through her thoughts, his fingertips gently caressing her delicate cheek, pinching her small mouth slightly, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Don't waste your energy using your charm magic. Your tricks won't work on me. My strength is far superior to yours. Meili's face turned pale, and she completely gave up struggling. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. We've come to find the divine bow. The divine bow is one of the tribe's 3 treasured artifacts. It's a weapon that can be infinitely refined and continuously improved. The divine bow was stolen by a group of orcs, but but the elves guarding it were of noble blood, and the queen did not punish them. Her voice carried a hint of bitterness. We elves, of impure blood and weak strength, were sent out to find the whereabouts of the divine bow. If we cannot find it, we will die upon our return. Infinite tempering. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and a thought struck him. This was another treasure that could grow infinitely. Ranged weapons are scarce, and the value of the divine bow is immeasurable. He instantly understood the key point. The elves had no real intention of retrieving the divine bow. They were just using these marginalized people as scapegoats. I didn't expect you guys to be in such a sorry state. Yi Fan's tone was slightly amused. Since you know it was stolen by the orc tribe, why not just send a large army to take it back? But your queen didn't do that, because she felt it wasn't worth it to fight the orc tribe to the death for a divine bow. But someone always has to take the blame, and she couldn't bear to punish those pure-blooded elves, so she pushed you out instead. If we find it, we might praise you a couple of times. If we don't, you'll be scapegoats and face certain death. Mary sighed helplessly, her eyes filled with despair. Sigh, you're right. If we want to survive, the only way is to find the divine bow and bring it back, but that's an impossible task. The orc tribe is quite strong. The few of us are no match for them. Tell me about the specific situation of your tribe. Yi Fan's smile faded, and his tone became serious. Our tribe is ruled by the queen. She has the purest bloodline and her strength has already broken through the gold level, reaching the early platinum level. Mealy answered truthfully. In addition, there are 8 gold level guards, and the rest are silver level, bronze level, and iron level tribesmen. The total population of the tribe is about 1,000 people. What about the other 2 clan treasures? What are they, and what are their effects? Yi Fan asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. One is a magic staff, which can summon rain of fire, rain of ice, thunder, and storms, with extremely strong area of effect damage. Melly paused, then continued. There is also a divine sword, which is incredibly powerful and possesses self-awareness. Holy crap! Yi Fan was so shocked he almost jumped up, his voice filled with disbelief. Didn't they say your queen was only gold rank? How come she's already platinum rank in the blink of an eye? Meili was stunned for a moment, then realized, gold level? That must have been half a year ago. Originally, our tribe had 9 gold level experts, but after the queen broke through, it became 1 platinum level and 8 gold level experts. Chapter 131 Dreamlike Treatment. Yi Fan stroked his chin, understanding dawning on his mind. It seems the goblin's information is outdated, otherwise there wouldn't be such a large error. I've said everything. Meili raised her head, her eyes filled with a mixture of hope and trepidation, and asked tentatively, Now can you let us go? Yi Fan suddenly gave a wicked smile, wrapped his arm around Mei Li's slender waist, and instantly a faint fragrance of herbs filled his nostrils. What? You can't wait to leave. Mary's body stiffened instantly, her cheeks flushed red, and her breathing became erratic. She had never been hugged like this by a man before. In the elven tribe, bloodline determines everything. She was of ordinary bloodline and could only do lowly jobs such as hunting and farming. No male elf would even give her a second glance. I just want to live, I don't want to die. Mei turned her head away in a panic, not daring to look Yi Fan in the eye, her voice trembling. The masculine aura emanating from Yi Fan made her heart pound, and for a moment, she didn't know how to react. Hey, you evil human chieftain, come at us if you dare. Let go of our captain. That's right, don't bully the captain. We'll take responsibility for anything that happens. You wicked human, let her go. Seeing this, the other elves became furious and roared at Yi Fan, no longer caring about being afraid even with cannons pointed at them. Yi Fan found these elves rather interesting, chuckled, and released his grip on Mary. What if I say I won't kill you, but I won't let you go either? The elves were stunned for a moment, their faces full of confusion. What do you mean? You're going to lock us up in the dungeon forever? An elf asked, his face turning pale. That's worse than death. I don't want to stay in that dark, damp place. That's right. Either release us or kill us. We won't be prisoners. Looking at Yi Fan's ambiguous smile, Meili suddenly realized something and hesitantly asked, You mean you wouldn't be trying to recruit us, would you? Recruit. Yi Fan scoffed and shook his head. Not really. You are prisoners I captured. So how can you say you recruited you? Recruiting you requires your consent, but you don't have the option of consenting or not. His tone turned serious, carrying an undeniable authority. I want you to be my subordinates. This is an order, not a matter for discussion. If you agree, stay and work. If you disagree, I will have no choice but to kill you to eliminate any future trouble. I won't let a bunch of scheming people stay around me. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep soundly. Mei Li remained silent for a moment, her eyes flashing rapidly, as if she were weighing the pros and cons. A few seconds later, she looked up at Yi Fan and asked, "If we agree, what do we need to do?" Yi Fan pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the tall, slender figures of the elves, a hint of amazement in his eyes. He was never a coy hypocrite, having been in this strange world for so long. Any sense of shame he once had long since been worn away. Now that the people have been captured, they should be made to do things that they are willing to do and that they can be of use. "It's very simple," he said calmly. "You're in charge of cutting down trees and farming. If you're good at hunting, you can also try your luck in the mountains." Mei Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a great weight lifted from her shoulders. These tasks were no different from those in the elven tribe, so they weren't unacceptable, and at least they didn't involve any torture. "Where shall we sleep?" a female elf asked, her eyes full of anticipation. "You have to build us a simple shelter, right? It'll be windy and cold at night." Yi Fan frowned slightly, his tone tinged with impatience. "What are you talking about? If you were my subordinates, would I make you sleep in shacks? Where will you sleep? Are you suggesting we sleep in jail?" The elves spoke one after another, their voices filled with trepidation. None of them dared to believe they would receive any good treatment. Yi Fan sighed, finally truly understanding just how severe the bloodline differences were within the elven race. These elves were already used to the lowly treatment of the lower classes, and dared not even hope for basic dignity. "Forget it. I can't explain it to you in a short time." He waved his hand. "Sign a contract with me first, and from now on you'll be mine." None of the elves dared to object. Their lives hung by a thread, and they had no right to refuse. The contract's light flashed and disappeared in an instant, and Yi Fan clearly felt that an invisible bond had been added to his consciousness. The moment he thought of it, these elves would die instantly, their souls completely annihilated, with no chance of resurrection. "The contract is signed, come with me." Yi Fan turned and walked towards the stairs. "It's still the middle of the night. You've been up all night, you should get some rest." The elves followed behind with their heads down, their steps extremely light, timid, and uneasy. "Where are we going? Are we not going to have to sleep on the floor outside?" "It's hard to say it's good enough to be alive, don't ask for too much." An elf sighed, looking dejected. "Wah, I'm so scared I just escaped one danger only to fall into another. When will I ever get out of this mess? Why are we so unlucky?" The elves sobbed softly, sighing and lamenting, filled with despair for the future. In their eyes, it was just another place to continue suffering. Mei Li frowned, her heart heavy. Their team members were all childhood friends, and now that they had fallen to this state, she, as the team leader, was filled with guilt and worry. She was merely a demi-human of mixed blood, with no status in the elven tribe, and it seemed unlikely she would have a good life here either. Chapter 132, Meryl's Boudoir. But 5 minutes later, all the worries and complaints came to an abrupt end. When Yi Fan pushed open a door, revealing a soft bed covered in snow-white velvet, all the elves froze on the spot. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, and they instinctively rubbed their eyes hard, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. We can really sleep here?" an elf asked, her voice trembling. Her fingertips carefully touched the edge of the bed, the soft touch sending a shiver down her spine. "Is this real? Or am I dreaming? It must be a dream." Another elf raised his hand and slapped his cheek hard, wincing in pain, but the shock in his eyes only intensified. "It's really true. This bed is so comfortable." Looking at the neat and spacious dormitory room in front of her, Mei Li hesitated, her throat bobbing before she spoke. "Master, is this really for us to live in?" Yi Fan nodded seriously, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable certainty. "That's right. Now that you're all mine, I'm naturally not going to treat you unfairly. There's a bathhouse at the end of the corridor on the first floor. There's always hot water in it. You can go take a bath now if you want," he said, pointing to the end of the corridor. "These beds are for them." As he spoke, he looked at Mei Li and said, "Mei Li, your room is on the second floor. I have prepared a private room for you." Mary was stunned, frozen in place, her eyes filled with unbelievable, ecstatic joy. A private boudoir. In the elven tribe, only warriors of the gold rank or higher and nobles of pure blood can have their own private rooms. These lowly elves are all crammed into simple treehouse sheds, with no room to even turn around. Now, her newly adopted owner is treating her with such high regard. With a thump, Mei Li's knees buckled, and she knelt down on the spot, her voice filled with barely concealed excitement. "Thank you, master. I will never forget your great kindness. From now on, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Yi Fan smiled faintly and gestured for her to stand up. All right, no need for formalities. Let me take you to the bathhouse first. Look at all the mud and dust on you. Don't get the bedding dirty. Yes, master. Thank you, master. The gloom on the elves' faces vanished, replaced by an irrepressible joy. Their eyes welled up with tears of excitement. The previous worries and anxieties completely vanished in the face of the soft bed and hot bath. We can actually take a bath in the public bath. This is so wonderful, an elf exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and down. Yes, in the tribe, only the queen is entitled to use the bathhouse. We don't even dare to go near it. I wonder how big the master's bathtub is. Don't expect too much. It's good enough to have hot water to wash in. Even the queen's bath can only hold about 30 people. But the moment Yi Fan pushed open the bathhouse door, all the chatter instantly vanished. The elves stared, speechless for a long time, their eyes filled with shock. The bath in front of me was larger than I had imagined, with lifelike sculptures of mythical beasts carved along its edge, continuously spewing out warm steam. The pool water is crystal clear and steaming, enough to comfortably accommodate not just 30 people, but 300. This can hold at least 300 people, right? My God, an elf exclaimed in surprise. This bath is huge, it's much grander than the queen's. Can we really go down for a bath? Someone asked cautiously, afraid that it was just an illusion. Yi Fan nodded casually. Of course. Go take a shower, then get a good night's sleep. The elves could no longer contain their excitement. They quickly shed their tattered clothes and leaped into the warm pool, letting out satisfied sighs. Yi Fan stood at the doorway, looking at the white figures in the pool. He felt a sudden heat on his nose and subconsciously reached up to wipe it, his fingertips touching something warm. To my dismay, I got a nosebleed. Yi Fan stepped into the warm pool water, the water splashing gently. The elves, naked, gathered around, their skin gleaming white in the moisture, their eyes pure and without a trace of coyness. In their minds, the word shame simply doesn't exist. Although they are highly intelligent beings, they retain a primitive purity. Once a creature has chosen its master, it entrusts its life entirely to him, and only needs to obey any request from its master without resistance. For them, this is not humility, but a survival rule ingrained in their bones. Yi Fan did not do anything out of line. Firstly, he couldn't bear to dirty the clear, warm bath. Secondly, he is still human at heart, and he hasn't lost that last vestige of shame. It would be rather awkward if Lin Qingxue and Wan Yu were to witness this scene. By this time, most people in the tribe were already fast asleep, and Liu Anuona was even snoring contentedly in her room. No one would disturb the tranquility of the place. Master, is this pressure just right? An elf gently wiped Yi Fan's back with a soft bath towel, her movements careful. Not bad, rub the left side a bit more. Yi Fan leaned against the rock by the pool, squinting his eyes contentedly. Yes, master. The elf immediately adjusted its direction, controlling the force perfectly. Another elf knelt beside him, pressing her fingertips against his aching shoulders and neck, and asked softly, Master, is this pressure enough? That's it. Yi Fan let out a comfortable sigh, most of the fatigue from the past few days dissipating in the warm pool water and gentle massage. An elf held up a cleaned fruit and offered it to his lips. Master, try this, it's very sweet. Yi Fan opened his mouth and took a bite. The sweet juice melted on his tongue, carrying a natural fruity aroma. Not bad. On the ground by the pool, several garments made of animal hides were neatly folded, soft and thick. Yi Fan was surrounded by a group of naked elves. Some rubbed his back, some massaged him, some fed him water, and some handed him fruit. He was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. He stretched out a big yawn and let out a long, satisfying breath. Ah, that's awesome. This is the kind of otherworldly life I've always wanted. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan led Mei Li up to the second floor and stopped in front of an empty boudoir. There are 4 boudoirs on the second floor. Lin Qingxue, Wan Yu, and Liu Anuona each occupy one, and he originally intended to reserve the last one for Mei Li. The moment she pushed open the door, Mei Li couldn't help but shed tears. She raised her hand to wipe her cheeks, but the more she wiped, the more tears flowed, as she gazed at the opulent furnishings in the room. The soft velvet bed, the exquisite wooden carvings, the carpeted floor, her voice was choked with sobs. Thank you, Master, thank you. Mei Li has no way to repay you if Master needs anything. Mei Li will do anything, even die for you. She lowered her head deeply, her shoulders trembling slightly. Wah? She had never dared to dream of such a life. This boudoir is hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times better than the treehouse where the elf queen lives. Warm, spacious, exquisite, and with a comfortable bed she had never seen before, it all felt like an unreal dream. Yi Fan smiled faintly and pointed to the soft velvet bed. Mei Li, be good and go lie down on the bed. Yes, master. Mei Li didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and quickly replied. She obediently walked to the bedside, gently lay down, and dared not even fully relax her body, for fear of disturbing this sudden happiness. Chapter 133 Meryl's Determination. It wasn't until Yi Fan lifted the covers and climbed into bed that Mei Li belatedly realized what was happening. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she tentatively raised her eyes, her voice barely audible. Master, do you want to have children with Mei Li? Yi Fan made no attempt to hide anything, his tone calm and frank. That's right, that's exactly what I mean. As soon as she finished speaking, Mei Li suddenly turned around and got out of bed, falling to her knees with a thud. His forehead was almost touching the cold floor, his whole body trembled slightly, and his expression was full of flattery and trepidation. Master's bloodline is noble, while Mei Li is merely a demi-human with impure blood. How dare she overstep her bounds in the slightest? This would tarnish your noble bloodline, master. Absolutely not. Her voice trembled with tears, a testament to her utter disbelief. In the Elven tribe, bloodline is everything. Even a demi-human like her has to be careful when getting close to pure-blooded elves. Not to mention having offspring with a distinguished master. Yi Fan missed his target and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her with some confusion. What's wrong, Mary? What are you doing? He suddenly realized what was happening and asked. Which is better, your queen's residence or mine? Of course it's your place, master. Mei Li answered without hesitation, her tone absolutely certain. The queen's residence is not even half the size of the master's castle, it's very simple. Mei Li grew up in an elven tribe and was already accustomed to the hierarchical system based on bloodlines. Her bloodline was impure, and she was born only to do the lowest level jobs. Fortunately, her bloodline was slightly stronger than that of the lowest level elves, so she didn't have to do the dirty and arduous task of cleaning up excrement. Do you think my status is higher than your queen's? Yi Fan asked with great interest, his curiosity piqued. Of course, Mary nodded without hesitation, her eyes full of conviction. Your residence is so luxurious. It must be among the most luxurious in the human world. And I am just a demi-human, half human and half elf, who was told from childhood that I was of low status and not worthy to be ranked alongside pure-blooded elves. Are there many male elves in your tribe? Yi Fan changed the subject. Not much, probably only about 20%, Mei Li answered truthfully. However, regardless of whether male elves have pure blood, they must bear the responsibility of procreation for the tribe, and their status is inherently higher than that of us demi-human women. So, male elves would choose to mate with female elves of pure blood to ensure the purity of the tribe's bloodline? That's how it is. Mei Li's voice lowered, carrying a hint of barely perceptible loneliness. Even if I live to the end, no male elf will choose me, given my lowly bloodline. So, master, Mei Li will really tarnish your bloodline. She lowered her head again, her head buried very low, humble to the point of being in the dust. A pang of heartache rose in Yi Fan's heart. He stood up and gently helped her to her feet, looking earnestly into her eyes. Mary, I don't care whether your bloodline is pure or not. As long as you behave well in the future, I will not mistreat you. As for the bloodline of my offspring, I don't care at all. We humans never value these things. As long as they are my children, that's enough. Come on, let's do what we need to do. With that, Yi Fan gently pulled her into his arms. Mary's heart was pounding, as if it would leap out of her chest. She asked in a trembling voice. Master, thank you, but I don't quite understand what to do. Yi Fan smiled and reached out to rub her little head. It's okay, I'll teach you if you don't know how. Just do what I tell you to do. Mary has an exceptionally good height-to-hip ratio, with incredibly long legs, even more exaggerated than Camille's waist-to-hip ratio in the league. Yi Fan held her in his arms. Mei Li's beautiful buttocks were wide and large, even more exaggerated than those of Kim Kardashian, who had the most beautiful buttocks on earth. He is over 2 meters tall, with long legs that are narrow at the bottom and wide at the top. With a top-tier physique from Europe and America, plus a face that perfectly matches Asian aesthetics, she's simply amazing. Even so, Mei Li showed an extreme contrast in front of Yi Fan, and it was hard to imagine that such a large and beautiful woman could be so obedient and docile. She was exceptionally obedient, following Yi Fan's instructions completely for the rest of the time, as docile as a gentle puppy. No, it's even more obedient and well-behaved than a puppy. Master, is this all right? Mei asked obediently, her expression flattering. This flush is not due to shyness. Exercise naturally produces light and heat, which is a normal phenomenon. Okay, no problem. Meili is very good, Yi Fan said, gently patting Meili's head. Thank you for the praise, Master. I will continue to work hard. Meili smiled and raised her head. Meili was a well-behaved girl, and she always spoke in a soft, gentle voice. Although she appears quite large in a crowd, her personality is completely different from her size, creating a striking contrast. Yi Fan taught Meili a lot, and Meili learned quickly. She studied the subject of biology very seriously. Of course, things like good luck and prosperity, and what to eat tonight, are also essential lessons to learn. Meili was very careful, afraid of accidentally hurting Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't wake up until the sunlight streamed in through the window the next day. Yi Fan held her warm, lovely body and gently pecked her on the smooth forehead. Mary was awakened by the gentle touch. Half opening her sleepy eyes, she asked groggily, Master, won't you sleep a little longer? No, I have things to take care of today. Yi Fan gently patted her back. He was just about to get up when Meili gently pulled his wrist. What's wrong? Yi Fan turned to look at her. Master, thank you. Meili's eyes glistened with tears, her tone incredibly sincere. If it weren't for my master, Mary would never have experienced such joy and happiness in her life. Master, she called softly again. What's wrong now? Is Master satisfied with Meryl's performance? She asked cautiously, her eyes full of anticipation. Not bad. I'm very satisfied. Yi Fan nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Meili instantly perked up, struggled to sit up, and half knelt on the bed, her expression resolute and determined. Thank you, Master. I will definitely work harder and serve you better from now on. Yi Fan ruffled her messy hair, his tone casual. All right, good boy. From today onwards, the hunting work in the tribe will be handled by your elf team. Is that all right? No problem. Mary immediately straightened her back and answered firmly. Mary guarantees to complete the mission. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan was already standing on the open ground of the tribe, ready to assign tasks for the day. He took out the crystal ball and skillfully activated his divination abilities. Ding! Divination ability activated. 1. Migrating cattle herds have appeared in the northwest direction, which can serve as a stable food source. Risk assessment. 1 star. 2. There are uninvited guests active in the southeast direction. You may go to investigate. Risk assessment. 3 stars. 3. Strong magical fluctuations have appeared in the due east direction. Extremely dangerous. It is not recommended to approach. Risk assessment. 4 stars. Yi Fan stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then began to assign tasks in a deep voice. Su Ma Miao, you lead the bee swarm and the summoning scroll to guard the tribe. You are not allowed to leave even a step. Yes. Su Ma Miao immediately responded, her expression serious and earnest. Yin Lily, take your sister and Xiao Lan and the others to explore in the due east direction. Remember, only observe from a distance and ascertain the situation. You cannot handle a 4-star risk, so do not approach rashly. Understood. Yin Lily nodded in response crisply. After assigning these 2 tasks, Yi Fan's gaze fell on Meili and the other elves. The elves immediately stood tall and straight, their eyes focused, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. This is their first task after surrendering, and they must do their best. Mary, Master, I'm here. Meili stepped forward and answered loudly, her voice full of fighting spirit. Your team is responsible for the migrating cattle herds to the northwest. Hunt as many as you can. Remember, if you encounter danger, prioritize your own safety. The mission can be postponed. Yes, Master. The elves' eyes instantly welled up with tears, their expressions complex. In particular, Yi Fan's words, prioritize your own safety, flowed into their hearts like a warm current, moving them beyond measure. In the original elven tribe, no one cared whether they lived or died. They lived in drafty thatched huts, and the prey they hunted was always the last to be given scraps. They would also be punished for the slightest mistake. Meili quickly grabbed the spear beside her, slung her longbow over her shoulder, waved to the elves behind her, and spoke with fervor. Let's go hunting. All right. The elves responded in unison, and followed Mary, walking quickly in the northwest direction. Chapter 134, A Premeditated Plan. On the forest path leading to the migratory route of cattle in the northwest, the elves moved nimbly, their chattering breaking the morning's tranquility. Captain, that bed yesterday was so comfortable. An elf skipped along after Mary, a satisfied smile on her face. It's much softer than the straw mats we used to sleep on. I don't even want to get out of bed in the morning. Me too. Me too. Another elf quickly echoed, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Lying on it feels like sinking into a cloud. I really want to go back to sleep. All right, stop thinking about sleeping. May turned around and glared at them, but there was no reproach in her tone. This is our first task after submitting to our master. We must complete it well and not disappoint him. By the way, Captain, the elf who had spoken earlier suddenly leaned closer, his eyes full of curiosity. Was the room on the second floor that master took you to yesterday even more luxurious than our dormitory? Seeing that Meili didn't respond, she gently nudged Meili's arm again. Captain, what are you daydreaming about? Meili then came to her senses, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she quickly waved her hand. Nothing. I was just thinking about the precautions for hunting. Captain, you're being unusually quiet today, an elf said, frowning with concern. Could it be that master mistreated you yesterday? Yes, Captain. The other elves gathered around, their faces full of tension. Could it be that our master is a seemingly generous person who is actually cruel? Don't talk nonsense. Mary interrupted them hastily, her tone extremely firm. My master is wonderful, 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than our tribe's queen. Not only did he not mistreat me, but he even rewarded me. A reward? The elves exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with surprise. May blushed and nodded gently, her voice carrying a hint of shyness and pride. Yes, I've already experienced the joys of love. Huh? The elves were completely stunned and speechless. The master actually likes demi-humans like us who aren't of pure blood? Captain, is this true? You're not lying to us, are you? I don't think it's fake. A perceptive elf pointed at Meili's face, her tone certain. Look at the captain's eyes. They're practically glowing when he mentions the master. It's definitely true. Upon closer inspection, the elves indeed saw that when Meili mentioned Yi Fan, her eyes were filled with tenderness and admiration, and they were instantly excited. My God, I want master's reward too. We'd better do our best. Let's slaughter a lot of cattle today and show our master what we're capable of. Yes, go for it. I'm going to slaughter 100 cows today. The group of elf girls instantly became highly motivated, quickening their pace and their eyes filled with fighting spirit. In the past, in the elven tribe, all the prey they hunted had to be handed over, and in the end they could only get some scraps. The best meat was never theirs. Now, eager to gain their owner's approval and rewards, they can't wait to rush up to the herd and wreak havoc. On the other side, after assigning tasks, Yi Fan took out the dungeon ticket and said to the 30 tribe members gathered behind him, "Let's go to the dungeon." As he infused the tickets with magic, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted, enveloping all 30 people. In a flash of white light, everyone's figures disappeared instantly. Su Ma Miao did not accompany them because she had to guard the tribe. However, this scene was clearly seen by an uninvited guest high in the sky. A group of men dressed in jet black armor sat atop the back of a giant bird with a wingspan of several meters, looking down at the tribe. The man at the head of the group was holding up a crudely made, handcrafted telescope, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with greed. Brother Fei, you were absolutely right. A man in armor beside him licked his lips, his tone full of excitement. This tribe is incredibly wealthy. Crystal towers, warehouses overflowing with materials. If we raid them, we'll become rich on the spot. Of course. The man called Fei Gu put down his binoculars, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. However, this tribe is quite capable. They even managed to take down the one-eyed zombie king that we released, which was a bit beyond my expectations. So what? Another armored man scoffed dismissively. We can't handle that one-eyed zombie king, so we lured them here to make them both die, but we didn't expect them to survive. But now, he pointed in the direction where the tribe was deserted, his tone smug. Their main force has gone out hunting, and the chieftain has also led his men into the underground city. They definitely won't be out for at least half an hour. We have a full half hour. The remaining few scoundrels left behind can be easily captured, right? Go. Get down. Fei patted the neck of the giant bird beneath him, his eyes fierce. Quickly finish the job, loot, and run. The giant bird let out a sharp cry, flapped its wings, and swooped down towards the tribe, carrying the group of people. Inside the underground city, time flows differently from the outside world. Yi Fan and his companions have been deep inside the underground city for 5 days, but only 5 minutes have passed outside. Messages were scrolling rapidly in the tribe's chat channel. In the past 2 days, a large number of tribes and independent cultivators have launched a general offensive against the 3rd level of the dungeon. There was even a super alliance of 100 tribes, which was steadily advancing into the depths of the spider's nest, making Yi Fan feel a bit of pressure. Tianyin tribe. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Our 100 tribes alliance chopped the spiders into sieves. We've got the treasures on the 3rd floor. War King tribe. Damn it. Are you guys trying to cheat me? Even if 100 tribes band together and conquer the land, will there be enough loot to go around? What's the point of this human wave tactic? Snow King tribe. What do you know? There are at least hundreds of millions of spiders deep in the spider's nest. Even if the world's #1 tribe came, they would be worn down and killed in a one-on-one fight. Our 100-party alliance signed an agreement long ago. In the end, whoever can last until the finish line will be judged by their own ability. It's fair and just. Warhawk tribe. That's right. I'm from the 100 Tribes Alliance. 8 tribes have already been wiped out, but the remaining 92 tribes are still charging forward. Let these spiders see what real human wave tactics are like. Woohoo! Tianshan tribe. A bunch of idiots. Is it really necessary? It's just some equipment. Why are they acting like they've never seen anything good before? Tianyin tribe. To be honest, I've never actually seen it. Her tone carried a hint of grievance. Good equipment is so hard to get, you know? Snow King tribe. I've never seen it either. The best equipment I have is of excellent grade. I've heard there's also growth-type equipment, but I've never seen a trace of it. However, the rewards for the 3rd level this time belong to our 100 Tribes Alliance. The other independent cultivators and small tribes should hurry back. While slashing at the spiders that pounced on him, Yi Fan kept his eyes on the dungeon map. On the map, dense lines are moving deeper into the spider's nest, and one of the golden lines is his Starfire tribe. I didn't expect so many people to rush in after only 1 day. Yi Fan muttered to himself, his eyes clear. It seems the blood moon is coming soon, and everyone is scrambling to improve their strength. These people were pushing forward recklessly, regardless of the losses, simply to quickly level up and grab good equipment in preparation for the upcoming blood moon. Something Yi Fan knew all too well. Swarms of spiders came from all directions, a dark mass, emitting a sickening hiss. Chapter 135 Trouble is brewing. Yi Fan and his group immediately formed a formation, unleashing bursts of various magical lights that bombarded the spider swarm. Explosions and the spiders' screams echoed one after another. Everyone speed up. Yi Fan shouted as he cleaved 3 attacking spiders in 2 with a single stroke of his blade, the blade slick with dark green liquid. We don't need to deliberately clear out the spiders. We just need to fight our way through and charge deeper into the area. Alright. Everyone, hurry up and follow. Don't get entangled with the little spider, full speed ahead. The group immediately regrouped and followed Yi Fan, charging deep into the spider's lair. Compared to the massive forces of the 100 Alliance, they were fewer in number, had a clear objective, and moved more than twice as fast. This scene instantly sparked heated discussions in the chat channel. War King tribe. Holy crap. Look at that golden line. Which tribe is this? They're so powerful. They're actually going to surpass our 100 Tribes Alliance. Snow King tribe. Holy crap. There's such a master? Who is this? Does anyone know him? Tianyin tribe. They're just a small group. Nothing to fear. Their tone was disdainful. They won't get far. They'll be worn down by the spider swarms soon. Tianwang tribe. Wait a minute. Aren't they afraid of the spider's venom? Those spiders' venom can either blind or slow you down, and some even self-destruct. They're incredibly powerful. How can they charge so fast? Tianshan tribe. Same question. I was almost wiped out by the poison last time, but they were completely unaffected? Do they have some kind of antidote? The chat channel was filled with various opinions, shock, and doubt, but Yi Fan and his group did not stop at all and continued to advance rapidly into the depths of the spider's nest. Spark tribe. Su Manmiao's fingertips were on the mechanism that triggered the scroll, her gaze fixed on the group of people atop the watchtower. Their landing angle was extremely tricky, perfectly positioned in the blind spot of the watchtower's artillery fire, clearly premeditated. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the territory of the Starfire tribe? Do you want to die? Su Manmiao's voice was as cold as ice as she shouted, and the buzzing of bees fluttering their wings could be faintly heard around her. Fei, the leader, crossed his arms, a mocking smile playing on his lips, exuding an air of arrogance. We are the Flying Bird tribe. We're here today for nothing else, just to borrow your tribe's supplies, and we'll leave when we're done. Su Ma Miao narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Borrow something? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You have 3 seconds to get out of the tribe's territory. Otherwise, die. 1. Ha. Brother Fei, is this woman joking? A member of the Flying Bird tribe laughed, clutching his stomach, his eyes full of contempt. She and a few left-behind soldiers dare to make such boastful claims? It seems she hasn't figured out the situation yet. Another member drew a long sword from his waist, his tone ruthless. Make this quick and decisive. Don't let it drag on until their main force returns. Good. Fei suddenly whistled loudly, the sound piercing the silence of the forest and carrying far away. The next second, a dozen bird calls echoed from the depths of the forest, rising and falling, growing ever closer. 2.5 minutes later, a dark flock of birds broke through the treetops and swooped down towards the tribe. These black and white birds all had their signature middle partings, and each carried 2 or 3 fully armed people on its back. Their swords were drawn, and they exuded a murderous aura, clearly indicating that they were up to no good. But Su Ma Miao remained completely calm. After this period of cultivation, the bee colony has already exceeded tens of thousands in size, and is still multiplying at an astonishing rate. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she raised her arm and shouted, "Swarm of bees, attack! Kill them!" As soon as the command was given, tens of thousands of bees surged out from behind the castle, forming a dark, overwhelming mass. Like a small black tornado sweeping out, it blotted out the sky. The crimson-red self-destructing bees charged ahead, exploding upon colliding with the birds. A series of loud explosions followed, and red flames, accompanied by shock waves, swept across the area. Several members of the Flying Bird tribe fell instantly, their screams echoing throughout the area. Not to be outdone, the venomous bees, coated with deadly poison, stung their targets relentlessly. Those stung immediately convulsed, writhing in agony on the birds' backs before plummeting from the sky to the ground, turning into a bloody mess. Ah! Help! My leg! Birds flew out of control, crashing into tree trunks and the ground, creating a chaotic scene. Su Ma Miao's fingertips flew across the panel, her movements hurried yet composed. Yi Fan, something bad has happened. The tribe has been attacked. A lot of enemies riding birds have arrived. At this moment, Yi Fan had been fighting in the underground city for 15 days and was only 1 step away from the depths of the spider mother's nest. With the treasure within reach, turning back now would undoubtedly mean losing everything. Yi Fan's reply came quickly, his tone calm and steady. Don't panic. You still have a fire summoning scroll, right? With the swarm of bees, that should be enough to handle it. Hold on for now. If you really can't take it anymore, then tell me. Su Ma Miao took a deep breath, her eyes hardening. Okay, no problem. I will definitely protect the tribe. Fei Gu watched as his clansmen fell one after another, his pupils suddenly contracting, a storm raging in his heart. He never expected the enemy's bee swarm to be so terrifying. However, he did not panic completely. After all, the Flying Bird tribe was also a level 3 tribe, possessing the Crystal Tower. If he were not fearless, he would not dare to provoke them rashly. Quick, combine magic. We can't let the swarm continue to wreak havoc. Fei Gu roared, veins bulging on his palm, as he flung out a yellowed parchment scroll. Received. The remaining members of the Flying Bird tribe responded in unison, gathering their magic power and pouring it into the scroll. Fei Gu roared hoarsely, combine magic, water splendor sky curtain. As soon as he finished speaking, the parchment scroll suddenly burst out with a blinding blue light, and a huge water curtain rose out of thin air, like a transparent giant shield, enveloping all the remaining birds and soldiers. The swarm of bees crashed into the water curtain, either being scattered by the water flow or having their self-destruction power greatly weakened, making it impossible for them to break through this defense for a time. Chapter 136 Fire Summoning Scroll. The water swarm's canopy, like a giant, transparent water shield, effectively halted the bee swarm's attack. The explosive power of the self-destructing bees was buffered and neutralized by the water curtain, and the stingers of the poisonous bees could not penetrate the moist water film. The once unstoppable swarm of bees instantly lost its momentum, and its offensive was greatly reduced. Ha! Luckily, we were prepared. The people of the Flying Bird tribe were overjoyed at the sight and laughed arrogantly. These past few days of staking out and observing from the clouds have definitely paid off. We knew they had a swarm of bees. Without the swarm, let's see what you can do. An enemy brandished a long sword, his eyes fierce. Charge! storm the castle, and loot all their supplies. As soon as the words were spoken, the group jumped off the backs of the birds and rushed towards the castle. But before he could run 2 steps, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the watchtower. Several cannons fired simultaneously, and lead bullets, accompanied by strong winds, whistled out and instantly pierced the breastplates of several people. Ah! My arm! A man clutched his badly beaten arm, writhing on the ground in pain, his clothes soaked with blood. What kind of equipment is this? How can it be so powerful? The other man had just shouted out when he was hit in the head by a lead bullet and died on the spot. The people of the Flying Bird tribe were completely dumbfounded. They spent the entire day loitering in the clouds, but never saw the Starfire tribe use such a deadly weapon. After all, who would casually fire cannons in their own tribe? Naturally, they didn't notice this hidden killing move. Fei Gu and several leaders' expressions changed drastically, their hearts filled with shock and disbelief. This weapon can actually penetrate excellent-grade equipment? Just how many good things are they hiding? Defend! Defend! Fei shouted urgently, trying to stabilize the formation. But the group of people behind him seemed stunned, and instead howled with red eyes. Charge! Go all out! Let's fight them! Dozens of people rushed forward like madmen, their faces contorted in rage, looking like a group of gorillas coming down from the mountain. Su Ma Miao stood at the castle gate, her eyes cold, and pulled the trigger of the cannon in her hand. Beat them! Anyone who dares to break in won't leave alive. Bang bang bang. The artillery fire continued unabated, and the soldiers at the forefront were riddled with bullets, their bodies riddled with holes, and they fell to the ground as corpses. Fei Gu was so angry that his temples throbbed and his eyes turned red. What the hell? I told you to defend. Who told you to charge? Are you all crazy? A soldier who was charging forward turned back and shouted. It's a gamble, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with that. That strange accent made Fei Ge's pupils shrink sharply, and he immediately lost his composure. Damn accent. What the hell? Come back here. Come back now, he shouted hoarsely. That shout finally had an effect. The remaining people hurriedly retreated, but none of those who rushed forward survived. Fei spat fiercely, and several birds flapped their wings and stood in front of them, their thick feathers barely able to stop the arrows shot from the watchtower. Uft! An arrow struck a bird precisely in the head, and the bird cried out in pain before collapsing to the ground, convulsing. On the watchtower, Ming Ming jumped up excitedly, waving her longbow. Great! I hit it. I really am a sharpshooter. Everyone fire. Don't give them a chance to breathe. More arrows rained down, and the birds quickly circled to protect their master, their feathers flying everywhere. They managed to withstand most of the attacks, but a few birds were hit and fell to the ground. Brother Fei, what should we do? One of his men asked anxiously. Most of our men are dead, and the respawn point is too far from here. By the time they get here, we'll be dead. Yeah, brother, we tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice instead. Use the combined magic quickly. If we don't use it now, we'll miss our chance, someone exclaimed, stamping their feet in frustration. Fei gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Fine. Now that things have come to this is the only way. I originally planned to save it for the dungeon boss, but now I have to use it ahead of schedule. He suddenly pulled a yellowed parchment scroll from his inventory and tossed it aside. Combined scroll. Activate. The next moment, the scroll burst forth with a dazzling golden light, its energy surging and powerful. Su Ma Miao's expression changed, knowing she couldn't let them succeed. She immediately took out the high-level scroll Yi Fan had left her from her bosom. High-level summoning scroll. Use. A burst of red flames suddenly erupted, reflecting the golden light of the scroll and turning half the sky crimson. When Fei Gu saw this, he was stunned. What's going on? How come they also have high-level scrolls? Just how many treasures does this tribe have? Never mind. The magic has already started, and there's no stopping it. Fei Gu realized what was happening and quickly formed hand seals, instantly creating a huge phantom image of a giant in midair. Standing at a height of 15 meters, roughly the length of 3 mid-sized sedans lined up, it towers majestically and exudes a powerful sense of awe. I'll form the head, Fei shouted, transforming into a beam of white light and entering the giant phantom's head. I'll form the legs. I'll form the arms. I'll form the crotch. Combined cart power giant. With a final shout, the light faded, and a giant with a long, pointed mouth, so ugly it was astonishing, appeared in the tribe's open space. Ha ha, scared now? We've already merged. Fei Ji's voice came from the giant's chest, extremely arrogant. Next, will destroy your crystal towers, completely depriving you of your resurrection abilities. Feiji, kill them. Wow, it's so tall. This is my first time using one of these things. It's so much fun. Hey, this isn't the time to play around. Don't try to take control. Your legs are on my command. The giant wobbled precariously, his long legs swaying as if they were walking on cotton, and he almost fell headfirst into the castle walls, looking utterly comical. Su Man Miao and the others on the watchtower twitched their lips. It's an utter disgrace that this group was able to invade a tribe with such a low level of skill. Just then, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the ground beneath Su Man Miao's feet, and fiery red magma surged out, sending waves of heat rushing towards her. A magic circle burning with raging flames appeared out of thin air. Su Man Miao stood in the center of the magic circle, but was not affected by the high temperature at all. Big brother, what is that? The people of the flying bird tribe shouted in terror. What did they summon? I don't know, but it looks really scary. Stop messing around. Give me control. Fei Gu roared, and the cart giant finally steadied himself, his eyes becoming as fierce as Fei Ji's. He excitedly waved his enormous hand, feeling the surging power within him. Wow, is this power? This is awesome. The next moment, the giant of chariots suddenly raised its palm and slammed it down hard on the crystal tower. He had played King of Glory and knew the principle of destroying the crystal first. Without the crystal tower, the people of the Starfire tribe could not revive, and the battle would be won. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the magma, interrupting the cart giant's movements. Fei Gu caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye and was terrified out of his wits. A gigantic head slowly emerged from the lava, its horns sharp as knives, its entire body engulfed in raging flames, and its eyes blazing with fire. It was the fire giantess summoned by Su Man Miao. Ah! The flame giantess roared, leaping high from the lava. Her figure was towering, over 15 meters tall, even taller than the chariot giant. Countless burning iron chains stretched out from the lava, trying to pull her back into the earth. The fire giantess swung her flaming scythe and slashed fiercely at the iron chain. With a loud clang, the chain was split in two, sparks flying everywhere. The magic circle slowly closed, and the fire giantess landed on the ground, breathing heavily, her eyes still showing a hint of shock from having just broken free of her restraints. Only then did Su Man Miao and the others see her face clearly. Covered entirely in lava armor, she had a hot body with exaggerated curves, and every step she took caused the ground to tremble slightly, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Holy crap! Boss, what the hell is that? A terrified scream came from inside the cart giant. This figure is way too much. Rules my ass. We're in big trouble. Fei Ji's face turned ashen. This giant's aura is far stronger than our chariot giant. Never mind. Charge, bro. Let's fight her. You don't need to tell me. Fei gritted his teeth, controlling the chariot giant to charge towards the flame giantess, his huge fists slamming down with a whistling sound. Chapter 137 Guardians? What are those? The fire giantess remained calm, showing no panic in the face of the incoming giant fist. With a flick of her wrist, she swung out a giant scythe engulfed in flames, its blade slicing through the air with a piercing, sharp sound. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the giant's entire arm was severed, and charred smoke still rose from the broken end. You should know that the skin of this combined giant is so tough that even cannons can't penetrate it, yet it was easily cut through like a piece of paper. How could this be? Fei Gu and his group screamed in terror inside the giant's body, completely panicked. This woman is weird. What the hell is her weapon? We can't beat her. We simply can't beat her. She even brought her own weapon. Brother Fei, we miscalculated. Let's run. No. Let's try again. Internal disagreements made the cart titan's movements even more clumsy, its body swaying and unable to even stand steadily. The fire giantess did not pause at all. Her eyes turned cold, and she took 2 steps forward with her giant scythe, slashing twice more with lightning speed. Swish! Swish! The cart giant was cut in half at the waist, its upper body crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ah! A piercing scream rang out from the giant's remains, and then the broken chariot giant transformed into a dazzling burst of light. More than a dozen white beams of light separated from it, revealing Fei Gu and the others after landing. Fei Gu and the others who had survived by sheer luck were terrified. They didn't dare to linger and scrambled to their feet, running towards the birds and trying to escape by climbing onto them. Don't let them get away. Su Man Miao shouted sharply, her cannon musket already pointed at the sky. Upon hearing this, the fire giant suddenly unfurled a pair of burning wings from her back and flapped them sharply. Whoosh! Flames surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping towards Fei Gu and the others. Fei Gu and the others turned around and saw the raging sea of fire. They were terrified, their bodies turned ice cold, and they cried out in despair. How could this happen? Ah! The screams abruptly stopped, and Fei Gu and his group, along with their birds, were instantly engulfed by flames, turning into wisps of ashes that dissipated into the air. Su Manmiao breathed a sigh of relief, her heart finally at ease. If it weren't for the high-level summoning scroll left by Yi Fan, she, the bees, and the watchtowers wouldn't have been able to defend the tribe at all. Fortunately, she managed to hold on. But when her gaze fell on the fire giantess again, worry welled up in her heart once more. The giantess before them was likely already at the platinum level in strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to kill the top-tier gold cart titan so easily. But can she truly be completely under her control? And what were those chains wrapped around her in the summoning circle? They seemed designed to restrain this giantess. Where is this? The giantess suddenly asked, her voice deep and resonant, making everyone's eardrums buzz. Everyone was startled. If this giant wanted to make a move, destroying the entire tribe would be as easy as turning his hand. Their emotions calmed down a little when they remembered the description of the summoning scroll, which said that summoned creatures would be bound by a contract. This is the Misty Forest, Su Manmiao said loudly, regaining her composure. The Misty Forest? The giantess frowned, her eyes filled with confusion. What is that place? Isn't this the continent of Azeroth? The continent of Aze, where is that? Su Manmiao and the people around her looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. Since arriving in this world, the map they marked has always been marked Misty Forest, and they have never heard of the name Aze continent. You don't know? The giantess sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in her voice. All right. Her gaze swept over the tribe's castle, walls, and watchtowers, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Castle walls. Watchtowers. You are the guardians? Su Manmiao was even more confused. The magic mirror has mentioned the word guardians before, but if they are guardians according to the literal meaning, then what exactly are they guarding? What guardian? What are you talking about? Su Manmiao couldn't help but ask. The giantess seemed unwilling to explain further, shaking her enormous head. Never mind. It seems you know nothing. I will leave here once my summoning period is over. She paused, then added, Don't worry. You saved me. I won't hurt you. Besides, I'm bound by a contract, so I can't hurt you either. Gulp. Everyone subconsciously swallowed. Although I have no idea what happened, at least I know I'm safe, and that's enough. The battle in the dungeon has now reached a fever pitch. After all, 1 minute outside is a whole day inside the underground city, and Yi Fan and the others have been fighting here for nearly a month. Swarms of spiders attacked relentlessly, their sticky silk raining down like a storm, and dark green toxins filling the air, almost suffocating people. But Yi Fan and his group did not back down, releasing various spells one after another, illuminating the dark cave. Fireball. Rasengan. Thunder. Yi Fan held the evil god's true eye in his hand the whole time. All the toxins around him, as well as the death aura emanating from the dead spider, were continuously absorbed into this eye, leaving not a trace behind. With this true eye of the evil god, I am indeed invincible, Yi Fan exclaimed, brandishing his long sword and slaying another swarm of spiders that pounced on him. Yi Fan, how far are we from the mother nest? A team member asked loudly while casting a spell. Almost there. Just one more day, and we'll reach the mother nest. Yi Fan shouted back. Upon hearing only 1 day left, everyone's enthusiasm instantly surged, and most of their fatigue vanished. Great. We're finally almost there. After nearly a month of grinding, everyone's level has reached 30, which is the level cap for the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Chapter 138 Encounter, Fierce Battle. However, at this moment, Yi Fan Starfire tribe wasn't the only tribe closest to the Spider Mother's nest. There were 10 others. They were all survivors who persisted to the end in the 100 Tribes Alliance, with the Tianyin tribe and Snow King tribe being the leaders. The remaining tribes either perished along the way or withdrew due to excessive losses. After all, if they don't quit now, they'll all be wiped out here, and even if they survive, they won't be able to compete for the treasure. The chieftain of the Tianyin tribe immediately sent a message to the Shuawang tribe. We must take down the Starfire tribe first. They are a lone wolf tribe, small in number but advancing extremely fast. If we don't deal with them soon, they might get there first and steal the treasures from the mother nest. Snow King tribe, you're right. We paid such a high price to get here. We absolutely cannot let this kid get away with it. Tianyin tribe, alright. Immediately gather all forces and prepare to wipe out the Xingho tribe first. Snow King tribe, how many people do we have left? Tianyin tribe, 500 people. All of them are level 30, the maximum level, and have already reached the 3rd level cap. Taking over a small Xingho tribe will be no problem. Snow King tribe, okay, let's do it this way. Yi Fan stared at the dungeon map, and when he saw the 10 thick lines suddenly change direction and move rapidly towards him, he was momentarily stunned, then a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, these guys actually dare to come here looking for death. Yi Fan, what do we do? They outnumber us, one of the team members asked nervously. What to do? Fight, of course. Yi Fan's eyes flashed, his tone full of domineering power. They want to wipe us out first and take all the treasure for themselves. Perfect, that's exactly what I was thinking too. Let's go? Let's turn the tables and catch them completely off guard. With that, Yi Fan immediately changed direction and led the group toward the 10 allied tribes, charging forward at high speed. The people of the Tianyin and Shuowang tribes were terrified when they saw the Xingho tribe suddenly rushing over. Oh no, the Starfire tribe has changed direction and is charging towards us. What? This is impossible. Have they gone mad? How dare they, a single tribe, provoke 10 of us? They've been on a continuous march for almost a month. How could they possibly be at full strength? Who cares if they're full? They only have a few dozen people, while we have 500, all of them level 30 and max level. What's there to be afraid of? A team leader shouted, trying to boost morale. Fight them. Crush the Starfire tribe, and the treasures of the mother nest will be ours. Yes, kill them. Loot all their equipment and supplies. About half a day later, the two sides suddenly met in a spacious cave. The cave ceiling was covered with a dense array of natural crystals, which refracted tiny, pale blue light spots, dispelling the cold and gloomy atmosphere of the underground city and at least allowing each other to see each other clearly. The leader of the Tianyin tribe was actually a little girl with pigtails. Her exquisitely sculpted face bore an aloofness beyond her years, and she clutched a gleaming short knife in her hand. This sight surprised Yi Fan, who raised an eyebrow. The chieftain of the Snow King tribe was a burly, fat man covered in heavy iron armor. The armor was covered in congealed dark green venom and dark brown bloodstains, clearly indicating that it had been through countless fierce battles. It was clearly this iron armor that had withstood the elements all the way, allowing him to reach this point. The metal armor rubbed together, producing a piercing, creaking sound. Are you the chieftain of the Starfire tribe? The little girl tilted her chin up, her voice clear yet tinged with arrogance, and asked first. What's the matter? Yi Fan crossed his arms, his expression calm, his gaze sweeping over the dark mass of people without the slightest fear. We have a full 500 people here, all of them at level 30, the maximum level. The fat man took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly, his tone full of disdain. I advise you to be smart and turn around and leave immediately. The treasures of the mother nest are not for a small tribe like yours. Oh, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Since there are so many of you, why don't you make a move? What? Are you just going to scare us with empty words? Tianyin Loli's face instantly darkened, her tone laced with venom. Who do you think you are? We're only letting you quit because we're both from Xia country. If it were any other scum from another country, I would have had you chopped into mincemeat long ago. Why would I waste so much time talking to a piece of trash like you? She gripped the short knife tightly, her fingertips turning white. I'm asking you one last time, are you getting out or not? Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not much in stature, but more arrogant than anyone else. Since we're both from Xia Kingdom, why not just give me the treasure to avoid hurting our relationship? Wouldn't that be better? Tianyin, why waste your breath on this kid? The fat man shouted angrily, his face flushed. If he won't listen to reason, he'll have to suffer the consequences. Let's teach him a lesson. The heavenly sound Loli took a deep breath, her eyes turning completely cold. Fine. You asked for it. Today I'll send you back to the newbie village. Yi Fan blinked, his tone playful. Little brat, it seems your grandpa Yi Fan needs to teach you a lesson. Children who speak rudely deserve a spanking. Court death. With a furious shout, the petite Loli transformed into a blur, charging towards Yi Fan first. The 500 people behind her also erupted in a deafening roar, following closely behind like a tidal wave. their footsteps making the cave floor tingle slightly. Fight on your own. No need to conserve resources. Yi Fan left these words behind, his figure also darting out, his target the Tianyin lowly who was charging at the forefront. To capture the enemy, first capture their leader. Taking down the enemy's chieftain is half the battle won. Instant flash. Lion's roar. Two shouts rang out almost simultaneously. Tianyin's figure instantly teleported to Yi Fan's side. Her red lips parted, and a deafening roar of a lion king suddenly erupted, with invisible sound waves sweeping towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt a buzzing in his head, his consciousness momentarily blurred, and his body stood frozen in place uncontrollably. This skill was actually a group crowd control. A great opportunity. A look of wild joy flashed in Tianyin's eyes. The short knife in her hand gleamed coldly as she stabbed fiercely towards Yi Fan's chest. The angle was tricky, and every move was deadly. But she didn't know that Yi Fan had no intention of holding back at all. In that moment of dazed consciousness, he had already activated his trump card skill. Ding! Rage mode activated. Effect 1. Lose 80% of pain sensation. Effect 2. Strength increased by 100%. Effect 3. Agility decreased by 10%. Effect 4. Sanity decreased by 70%. Effect 5. Clear all negative status effects. Effect 6. Gain 10 minutes of invulnerability. Immune to all control effects. Chapter 139 Yi Fan without reason. The lion's roar's control effect vanished instantly. A crimson glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, and a ruthless smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Instant flash? I can do that too. Whoosh. His figure vanished suddenly, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Tianyin. Alarm bells rang in Tianyin's mind. She hadn't expected the other party to be able to break free of control so quickly. But she reacted extremely quickly, activating instant flash again without hesitation. Instant flash. Heavenly sound. Just as she was about to teleport away, she suddenly felt a tightness around her waist as a pair of strong hands suddenly lifted her up, interrupting her teleportation skill on the spot. Ah! Tianyin screamed in terror, her face turning pale. Yi Fan actually predicted her landing point the moment she activated her teleportation, teleported there a step ahead, and grabbed her waist tightly from the front. Let me go? You bastard. Tianyin struggled frantically, kicking her short legs wildly, but she couldn't break free from Yi Fan's grip. Yi Fan ignored her struggles, and with a slight exertion of his arm, tilted her upper body back so that her head was parallel to the ground. Let you go? Dream on. Bastard, what are you trying to do? Let me go. Tianyin struggled. I've said it before, people with foul mouths need to be taught a lesson. Yi Fan's voice was hoarse with rage, yet still carried a hint of mockery. Didn't your mother teach you to be gentle when you were little? As he spoke, Yi Fan flipped up Tianyin's skirt. Then he suddenly ripped open the leisure underwear, and Tianyin immediately sensed something was wrong. What are you doing? Let me go, she shouted anxiously. Yi Fan ignored everything, even under the gaze of hundreds of people around him. He slapped Tianyin's pretty little bottom hard. Those around were instantly stunned. The explosive scene left them speechless. What are they doing here instead of fighting? Are they flirting? You dare hit me. Tianyin was both ashamed and angry, tears welling up in her eyes, but she held them back. Her voice was trembling with sobs, yet she remained stubborn. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Tianyin kicked and struggled wildly, but she couldn't break free at all. Yi Fan completely lost his composure. In his rage, 70% of his rationality vanished, and chaotic violence overwhelmed his consciousness like a tidal wave. At this moment, he was no different from a drunkard who had blacked out. My vision was blurred, my ears were ringing, and my limbs moved only by instinct. All I could see was the small figure struggling in my arms, and a restless feeling that I couldn't stop until I released it. I'll teach you to be fierce. I'll teach you to be fierce. Let's see if you're still so fierce. Yi Fan shouted and fought at the same time, and the scene was extremely explosive. It drowned out the sounds of fighting on the distant battlefield. Every sound felt like a blow to Tianyin's heart. Tianyin cried in grievance, kicking her legs wildly, but she couldn't break free. This scene is reminiscent of being a child and getting spanked by your parents for misbehaving. The physical pain paled in comparison to the shame and despair in my heart. She's such a grown woman, the chief of a tribe, yet she was held like a chick in someone's arms with one hand, her pants pulled down, and she was spanked in public. This is 1,000 times more painful than killing her. Kill me. Just kill me. Weiwa. Tianyin completely broke down. Tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string, her cries filled with grievance and despair, her voice hoarse from screaming. But Yi Fan showed no sign of stopping. His chaotic eyes were filled with nothing but violence. He even found Tianin's equipment in the way and yanked it off with his rough hand. With a few sharp rip sounds, he tore a set of excellent grade armor into pieces with his bare hands. The armor plates were scattered all over the ground, making a piercing, clanging sound. Tianin trembled with fear. That set of excellent equipment was something she had worked very hard to obtain, and it accompanied her through countless dangerous situations. Now Yi Fan has torn it to shreds like paper, leaving no room for reason. She frantically shouted towards the battlefield, "You fatso! Help me!" Her gaze swept hastily across the battlefield, and as soon as it landed on the Snow King tribe chief, Tianin's pupils suddenly contracted, filled with shock. The fat man was beaten until he coughed up blood, his thick chest was pierced with several bloody holes, and his cloudy eyes were filled with only despair. Her people fell one by one like wheat being harvested, their screams echoing throughout the land. How could this happen? Tianin's voice trembled. Only then did she see the scene not far away clearly. Liu Anuona led a group of girls in a circle, back to back, each holding a black cannon gun with wisps of smoke rising from its muzzle. "Don't stop. Beat them to death. Fire. Kill them all." The girls' voices were filled with excitement, but even more so with determination. Bang, bang, bang. The cannon gun roared deafeningly, and black bullets rained down, forming a mobile doomsday turret. Before the Tianin clansmen could even get within 10 meters, their bodies were pierced by bullets, blood splattering everywhere, making it impossible for them to advance an inch. Tianin instantly realized these girls had no intention of conserving magic power at all. They had replenished their magic power on the way here, and now they were fighting with the determination to either perish together or be wiped out. Her heart sank. It's not a big deal if they die. They can always be resurrected. But what about the babies in the mother nest? They brought a lot of supplies to the dungeon this time. If they don't get any benefits and instead lose all their equipment here, they'll be at a huge loss. You should know that if you die in the dungeon, you will drop everything you have, and you can't bring it back to the tribe. In her desperate situation, Tianin gritted her teeth so hard that her lips bled and let out a shrill scream. Enhance magic. Vajra Wrath. Buzz. A violent power erupted from her body. Her petite figure suddenly grew larger, and beneath her originally fair and tender skin, solid muscles bulged out, making her look exactly like a muscle loli. Every muscle exudes explosive power. You forced me to do this. Tianin's voice became a few degrees hoarse, her eyes filled with ruthlessness. This Vajra Wrath is my trump card that I left for the Spider Queen. Now I'll let you taste its power. With that, she transformed into the Vajra Loli and suddenly exerted her strength, trying to break free from Yi Fan's grip. Yi Fan felt a tremendous force on his arm, and a flash of crimson rage appeared in his chaotic eyes. Having lost all reason, he was most intolerant of resistance. Want to break free? We'll see if you have the ability. Without a second thought, he reached out and shoved all the consumables from his inventory into his mouth. The spiciness of the monkey wine and the sweet, fishy taste of the red cow's blood mingled together and slid down my throat. A scorching wave of heat erupted from his body, causing his physique to grow even larger, his muscles bulging, brimming with destructive power. The frenzy state already provides a 200% power boost, and with the added benefits of monkey wine and Red Bull blood, his power has now surged by a whopping 400%. Chapter 140 Was he so angry he died? Just as Tianin was about to break free of her restraints, she suddenly felt an immense force, like Mount Tai pressing down on her, pressing her arm back down instantly, leaving her completely unable to move. How could this be? Tianin's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. This Vajra Wrath is a bloodline ability she awakened by extracting magic from the bone marrow of a group of muscular gorillas and fusing it with hundreds of drops of blood essence. It can increase strength by 200% after use, making it almost invincible among its peers. But now, she can't even break free from Yi Fan's arm. She knew all too well that, at the same level, the difference in basic strength between men and women was not significant. Although boys may have a slight advantage in strength at first, once they reach the same level, the difference will narrow to a negligible level. The fact that such an overwhelming power gap could only mean that Yi Fan's amplification was far, far greater than hers. Damn it! What kind of monster are you? Tianin cursed hysterically, her voice filled with despair and resentment. She turned her head with difficulty and unleashed her sonic skill into Yi Fan's ear again. Lion's roar. Lion's roar. Lion's roar. Lion's roar. A series of deafening roars of the Lion King erupted, and visible sound waves surged toward Yi Fan like a tidal wave. But the next second, Tianyin saw two large golden characters pop up above Yi Fan's head. Invincible body. Invincible body. Invincible body. What? Tianyin was completely stunned, her pupils widened, and her heart sank to the bottom. It's like being stabbed in the butt with a knife. It's an eye-opener. They can't control it, they can't fight it. They've even given up their last trump card, and they still have no power to resist. How can they fight this battle? Release Chief Tianyin. On the battlefield, several girls from the Tianyin tribe rushed towards Yi Fan with red eyes after seeing their chief humiliated in this way. Quickly, save the clan leader. This man is a pervert. He actually spanked the clan chief in public. Kill this pervert. Avenge the clan leader. It's impossible for all 500 people to be held back by Liu Anuona and her group. There are still dozens of people with red eyes rushing towards Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan casually hoisted Tianyin onto his shoulder like a stick, slightly crouched down, and assumed a charging stance, a chaotic, sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Good timing. The next second, he actually used Tianyin, which he was carrying on his shoulder, as a weapon and smashed it hard at the girls who were rushing towards him. Careful, don't hurt the clan leader. The girl at the front turned pale with fright and quickly stopped, frantically dodging. You're despicable. Someone was trembling with anger, but dared not make a move. Yi Fan used Tianyin as a shield, and they were hesitant to act, so they didn't dare to kill him. Tianyin, who was being tossed around like a weapon, felt her head spinning as if it were about to explode. His armor had already been torn to shreds, and after several violent shakings, the last few pieces of cloth covering his body had also fallen off, leaving him completely naked. Tianyin hung upside down in Yi Fan's hands, her hands tightly covering her chest, her face as red as if it were about to bleed, and her desperate scream echoed throughout the cave. She tried to punch Yi Fan in the back, but Yi Fan was wearing scale armor and was also shrouded in a protective black light. In addition, with 80% loss of pain sensation in her rage state, her attacks on Yi Fan were like tickling him, having no effect whatsoever. Yi Fan even found her struggles somewhat noisy, so he reached out with his other hand, grabbed Tianyin's ankle, and tore off the last few pieces of rag she was wearing. Tianyin's scream changed tone, and tears mixed with despair fell down. She never imagined that Yi Fan would be so heartless as to strip her naked. What humiliated her even more was that she was being held upside down, like a baby puppy being held by its legs, and looked at casually. Yi Fan's gaze swept casually over them, his chaotic eyes showing no ripples, and he even casually made a sarcastic remark. Yo, heavenly voice. Although you are a lowly, you are still far inferior to the lowless in my tribe. With your washboard-like figure, you're really nothing special. Hiss. Yi Fan's gaze fell upon a deep abyss. Your Mandala Elementary School is quite rare, but it's just SOSO. These words were like the last straw, completely breaking Tianyin's spirit. Her body went limp instantly, and all her struggles ceased. She slumped in Yi Fan's arms like a lump of mud, too exhausted to even cry. The girls who rushed over were all shocked when they saw this. Clan leader. Tianyin, what's wrong with you? The clan leader seems to have died of anger, someone shouted in a trembling voice. Retreat. Retreat now. If we don't retreat now, it's all over. Someone shouted, and the girls who were rushing towards Yi Fan panicked instantly, and turned around and ran back. Yi Fan scratched his head, his face full of confusion, and casually flicked the heavenly sound in his hand. The next second, Tianyin's body turned into a white light and dissipated into the air. Several pieces of equipment fell from the white light and hit the ground with a crisp sound. This can actually kill you with anger? Yi Fan stood still, the chaotic red blood vessels still visible, his eyes fixed on the spot where Tianyin had disappeared, his fingers unconsciously clenching as if to confirm whether the person he had just held was truly gone. He blinked twice, his face full of childlike bewilderment, not even wiping the monkey wine stains from the corner of his mouth. A mere 30% of his rationality allowed him to maintain basic judgment. He had heard of stories about people being so angry they could die, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Today, he had truly broadened his horizons. But this surprise lasted only 2 seconds before the chaotic violence regained the upper hand. He shook his groggy head, his hair brushing against his cheeks in disarray, and mumbled incoherently. Never mind. If we die, let's kill these bastards first. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into the battlefield like a black whirlwind, long sword in hand. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind, and a bundle of dark iron chains suddenly sprang from his waist, with sharp barbs at the top. Splash! The iron chain, like a living snake, darted out in all directions, instantly growing to 100 meters long, entangled a group of enemies with a whistling sound. Burst! Yi Fan gave a low shout, his voice hoarse, yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. The chains binding the enemy tightened suddenly, the crisp sound of the iron rings colliding mingling with the cracking sound of bones breaking. The person who was entangled was instantly strangled until they coughed up blood, their body contorted into a bizarre shape. What kind of weapon is this? The man trapped by the chains screamed in despair, struggling desperately, but only making the chains tighten. Damn it! They not only have a perverted clan leader, but also this kind of weapon. We had 500 men. How could we be beaten like this? Someone screamed in despair. As soon as he finished speaking, a black bullet pierced his chest, and blood splattered on the faces of those around him. With a face full of resentment, he turned into a white light and vanished. It's suppressive fire. A more experienced team member shouted in alarm, his eyes filled with fear. Their artillery is too powerful. We can't get close at all. This is not an equal battle at all. The swords and staffs in their hands were no different from fire sticks in the face of cannons and guns. It's like 500 primitive people with stone tools charging madly at 30 modern people armed with heavy firearms. And to make matters worse, it was in an open cave with no shelter whatsoever, so they had no chance of winning from the very beginning. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was like a walking Grim Reaper, shuttling back and forth on the battlefield. His movements weren't fast, but every step he took landed on the enemy's weaknesses. With each swing of his longsword, enemies were cleaved in two, their blood splattering all over his robes, making his already bloodshot eyes even more ferocious. Chapter 141 The Bounty for Tianyin. Freeze! A mage mustered all his strength and unleashed a fierce blizzard at Yi Fan. The white, icy air instantly enveloped Yi Fan, attempting to freeze him in place. Wither! Another dark mage chanted, and a flock of black crows appeared out of thin air, swooping down towards Yi Fan's head. A deep quagmire. The ground beneath Yi Fan's feet suddenly softened, and dark mud gushed out, instantly submerging his ankles and attempting to drag him into the depths of the quagmire. Earth rock binding. Suddenly, earth and yellow rock arms emerged from the ground, gripping Yi Fan's ankles tightly. The rough stone skin rubbed against his trouser legs with such force that it seemed as if it would crush his bones. Various control skills surged towards Yi Fan like a tide, almost completely surrounding him. But Yi Fan didn't dodge at all, letting these skills fall on him. The next second, the golden words, Overlord, appeared above his head one after another. All the control effects shattered and dissipated instantly, like foam hitting a steel plate, and he couldn't even pause for a moment. Damn it, I got bounced off again. When will this bastard's invincible body end? I can't control it at all. Is this the strength of the Starfire tribe? They actually have such monstrous skills, it's unbelievable. Seeing that their skills were useless, everyone was shocked and angry, and the despair in their hearts grew stronger. Someone glanced at the battlefield instinctively and gasped instantly. Of the original 500 people, less than 200 are still alive. The rest either fell to the ground and became corpses or turned into white light and were teleported back to the tribe to be resurrected. More and more people stopped attacking, their eyes darting around and their feet retreating. The thought of surviving and preserving their meager equipment outweighed their desire for treasure, and the desire to retreat spread like a plague among the remaining people. Never mind, I'm running first. You guys stay and play with this guy. Damn it, he killed everyone by himself. He's a monster among monsters. Someone's expression turned terrified, revealing a hint of resentment. Damn it, I'm leaving too. As long as we're alive, we can always make a comeback. They're all gone. Damn it, what a waste of a month. One magic array after another unfolded in the cave. Yi Fan did not stop it, as his state of rage would only last for 3 minutes at most. It's good that the other party left now. Otherwise, continuing the fight wouldn't have benefited him at all. In less than half a minute, the remaining 200 people all disappeared into the cave, which became unusually quiet. Yi Fan's body went limp, and he entered a state of weakness, his face pale, as if he had been drained dry. Liu Anuona immediately stepped forward and hugged him. Yi Fan rested his head on Liu Anuona, a satisfied look on his face. Comfortable. Stop joking around. What should we do now? Liu Anuona asked. Yi Fan, supporting his weak body, sat up. It's the same as the previous one. 1 day here is equivalent to 1 minute outside. The flow of time is different. However, if it weren't for the level restrictions in this dungeon, those spiders would probably be beyond our capabilities. That's true. After all, 1 minute outside is 1 day here, and 1 hour outside is 60 days here. If it weren't for the level suppression in the dungeon, all those spiders would have become gold level, which would have been incredibly terrifying. And the 2 gold level goblin heroes on the 3rd floor will surpass gold level, and even platinum level. Hey, look at the chat channel. It's in an uproar, a girl suddenly said, her eyes glued to the scrolling screen. Yifan was slightly puzzled, vaguely sensing something, and opened the panel with a thought. Tianyin tribe, offering 10,000 heavenly demon coins to punish the chieftain of the Xingho tribe. He's a complete scumbag and pervert. I want to tear him to pieces. And make his koan into sashimi and eat it. Snow King tribe. That's right, that guy is despicable. He's inhuman. War King tribe. Wait, sis, 10,000 heavenly demon coins? What? Is he your father's killer? You're really going all out. Warhawk tribe. Ha ha ha, you'll never guess what happened. Just 1 heavenly demon coin to find out the inside story, no cheating. Tianyin tribe. Damn it, if you dare tell anyone, I'll put a bounty on your head too. Don't tell. Tianshan tribe. Wow, what explosive news is this? Tell me quickly, I'll offer 10 Tianyao coins. Nascent Soul tribe. Fellow Taoist, I'll also offer 10 heavenly demon coins. This seems like a really exciting offer. It certainly piques my curiosity. Warhawk tribe. You told me not to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. If you hadn't insisted on going to the Starfire tribe, we might have been able to get some benefits too. Now, all the good stuff goes to them. Listen up, everyone. This news is definitely worth every penny. Thank you all for the heavenly demon coins you've donated. I said I'd keep my word. Tianyin, the chief of the Tianyin tribe, was hung up and beaten by the chief of the Xingho tribe. He was also stripped naked, spanked, and then his naked body was exposed to others. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, what is it? Someone asked. It was that kid who lifted Tianyin upside down and saw every single part of that sacred place. That's not all. Do you know what that guy said after he saw it? He actually said that the most sacred place in Tianyin Temple was just like that. I was stunned. These words immediately caused an uproar in the chat channel, with some expressing indignation on behalf of the Tianyin tribe and others gloating. Farming tribe, 666. Wow, that sounds awesome. By the way, is the chieftain of the Tianyin tribe a lowly? Star Guardian tribe. Tianyin, don't cry. When we meet him, we'll definitely give him a good beating. This is just too much. War King tribe. Holy crap, such an adorable little lowly like Tianyin was treated like this. My god, this is outrageous. Wow, that's awesome. I want to see it too. Nightlight tribe. Same here. I want to see it. Chapter 142, Unleashing the Boss. Tianyin tribe. You bunch of opportunists. I'm going to add you all to the bounty list. War King tribe. I couldn't be happier. Here are the coordinates. Come and fight if you dare. I want to see for myself what this so-called sacred realm really looks like. Hee hee. Nightlight tribe. Seconded. This is definitely interesting. Hee hee. Warhawk tribe. Hee hee, this is going to be good. Tianyin stared intently at the information panel in front of her, her teeth clenched in anger, her chest heaving violently. She stomped her foot so hard the ground trembled. I'm so angry. These gloating guys. They were teammates fighting side by side in the league just a moment ago, and they turned on me faster than flipping through a book. Tianyin, don't be angry. It's not worth getting upset over these people. A gentle voice came, and a tall woman stepped forward and gently patted her back. Upon hearing this, Tianyin felt a lump in her throat and could no longer hold back her grievances. She threw herself into the woman's arms and burst into tears. Wah, sister, that Yifan is too much. He's not even human. You know what, he stripped me completely naked and even spanked me, wah? Tianyin was both angry and aggrieved. This incident was etched into her heart like a brand, and she would never forget it in her lifetime. During her school days, there was a long line of suitors pursuing her. Her inherent pride had never been trampled on like this before. But Yifan not only saw her naked, but also hit her, and in the end, he casually said, she's nothing special. What does "it's just SOSO" mean? Tianyin now often secretly examines herself, wondering to herself, is mine really that ordinary? What she didn't know was that she wasn't ugly at all. It was just that Yifan had seen too many of her looks. Yifan's class is full of girls, including some mythical beasts like the white tiger. What kind of round and plump white steamed buns are these? Or perhaps it's some beautiful, fluttering butterfly. He was already tired of seeing things like that. That's why he casually said, "It's just SSO." A minute passed quietly in the outside world. Yi Fan and his group had already ventured deep into the spider mother's nest and encountered the boss on the third floor. It was an 8-eyed female spider hanging upside down from the cave ceiling, its size astonishing, about the size of a football field. In comparison, Yi Fan and his companions were as insignificant as a few specks of dust, not even as big as one of the opponent's eyeballs. 8 eyes of different colors glowed eerily in the dim cave, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. Holy crap, it's so big? How are we supposed to fight it? A girl's voice trembled with fear, and she couldn't help but take a half step back. It may be big, but its strength is only at the gold level. It's just intimidating to look at. Yi Fan's sharp eyes quickly swept over the spider as he calmly analyzed it. Yi Fan is right. The level is what it is. No matter how big it is, it can't change the fact that it's a gold-level monster, Liu Anuona echoed, her tone much calmer. But how should we proceed? Should we just fire the cannons? Someone asked, their eyes fixed on the giant spider, not daring to relax for a moment. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then took out a crystal ball. Let's try this first. Maybe we can gather some useful information. 8-eyed spider. Level. Peak gold rank. If it weren't for the suppression of the 3 layers of rules, it would have already broken through to platinum rank. Ability 1. Many offspring, many blessings. The more spiders that reproduce, the stronger the spider itself becomes. Each offspring spider will provide experience points after killing a hostile creature. Ability 2. 8-eyed demon eyes. Each eye corresponds to a different elemental power. Proceed with caution. Ability 3. Inescapable web. Sprays out a large amount of spider web, trapping the target from all directions. Fortunately, although this guy is exaggerated in size, he is weaker than the one-eyed zombie king. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief after reading the information, and his tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Indeed, its size is terrifying. It's the size of a football field. It's beyond imagination. Stop dawdling. Let's go straight for the boss. Okay, I'm in my zone. Yi Fan nodded, his eyes instantly turning sharp. Ding, activate fury. Ding, rage state activated. Effect 1. Reduces pain by 80%. Effect 2. Increases strength by 100%. Effect 3. Reduces agility by 10%. Effect 4. Reduces sanity by 70%. Effect 5. Clears all negative status effects. Effect 6. Grants 10 minutes of invulnerability, immune to all control effects. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan's body was instantly enveloped in a rich, blood-red light, with dark red blood energy churning and swirling around him, making his aura violent and bloodthirsty. Attack! Liu Anuona was the first to draw her gun, aiming it at the 8-eyed demon spider, and decisively pulled the trigger. The others immediately followed suit, raising their cannons and firing. A dense hail of bullets rained down like a storm, slamming into the 8-eyed spider's body. Puff, puff, puff. A series of impacts rang out, and the 8-eyed spider, in pain, was instantly awakened from its slumber. It suddenly twisted its huge head, and its 8 eerie eyes locked onto Yi Fan and his group, their pupils filled with ferocity. The next second, one of the white eyes suddenly lit up, and a thick bolt of lightning shot straight towards the crowd. Ah! A piercing scream ripped through the cave, and the girl struck by lightning was instantly charred black. His body emitted black smoke and vanished in just 2 seconds, turning into a ball of light. The cannon in his hand and the equipment on his body fell to the ground with a crisp clanging sound. White eyes indicate lightning attribute. Everyone be careful, Liu Anuona warned loudly with a serious expression. Before the words were even finished, a burst of red light suddenly erupted, and a blazing laser beam shot out from the red eyeball, sweeping across the crowd. Careful! Get out of the way! Instant flash. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone was prepared and activated their teleportation skills, instantly disappearing from their spots. The laser swept across the area where they had just stood, leaving a charred mark. Fortunately, there were no casualties this time. There are still 6 eyes that haven't launched an attack yet. Everyone keep a close eye on them. Liu Anuona said in a deep voice. Don't worry. I have my flash skill ready. They're here. Be careful and avoid them. As soon as the words were spoken, a black eye suddenly lit up, followed by a huge black light curtain that enveloped everyone. The light barrier was extremely large, and even though everyone activated their instantaneous flashes in time, some people still couldn't completely dodge it. What happened? I can't see. It's blinding. Xiaolan, teleport to the left. Quickly. Xiaolan's heart tightened. With her vision completely gone, she instinctively teleported to the left. Just as she regained her footing, a bolt of lightning struck the spot where she had been standing, blasting a small crater in the ground. Thank goodness I almost died. Xiaolan patted her chest, her voice full of relief. On the other side, Yi Fan, using the explosive power of his berserk state, charged straight towards the eight-eyed demon spider. He moved swiftly, running across the rough exoskeleton of the eight-eyed spider, his target clear, its 8 eyes. Although this eight-eyed spider is only of the gold level, it has a lot of health. With such a massive body, even bombarding it with artillery for hours might not be able to fundamentally damage it. Only by destroying its eyes can its fighting power be completely weakened. Chapter 143 complete. Lots of rewards. The eight-eyed spider quickly noticed the little bug on its body. Its biological instincts told it that this tiny human posed a deadly threat to it. Roar. It let out a sharp screech, its huge abdomen jerked upwards, and then countless white spider webs gushed out. The sky was covered with a dense web of spider webs, which descended upon Yi Fan. Yi Fan made no attempt to dodge, letting the spider web entangle him. At this moment, he was in a state of invincibility, immune to all control. The seemingly tough spider silk was shattered by the blood energy around him as soon as it touched him, and it could not stop his steps at all. Upon seeing this, the eight-eyed demon spider panicked. One of the green eyes lit up, followed by a burst of emerald green light that instantly transformed into a pungent poisonous mist upon landing, sweeping towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately took out the evil god's true eye. His scarlet eyes moved slightly, and a scarlet light spread out, absorbing all the poisonous mist without causing him any harm. Then, bolts of lightning and red lasers attacked Yi Fan again, but he used his instant flash ability repeatedly, his figure moving like a ghost as he easily dodged all the attacks. At the same time, a jet-black magic orb condensed in his right hand, spinning rapidly and emitting a piercing sound. Yi Fan leaped forward, silently shouting. Instant flash. Brush. With a flash, Yi Fan instantly appeared less than 50 meters away from one of the spider eyes. The eight-eyed demon spider reacted extremely quickly, immediately activating all its eyes. 8 beams of light of different colors lit up simultaneously, unleashing a variety of skills towards Yi Fan. Despite the danger, Yi Fan remained calm and swiftly swung out a chain, which precisely wrapped around one of the spider's giant legs. He pulled hard, using the reaction force to change direction, and then activated instant flash again. Brush. This time, he appeared directly on that scarlet eyeball. Seeing the enormous, bloodshot eyeball so close to him, Yi Fan's eyes hardened, and he hurled the Rasengan in his hand, shouting, "That's so sexy. Rasengan." Beep. A spinning hiss suddenly rang out as Yi Fan's weapon struck the eight-eyed spider's red eyeball with pinpoint accuracy. With a sharp snap, the scarlet eyeball shattered, and dark green fluid splattered out. Roar. The eight-eyed spider was in excruciating pain and frantically shook its massive head, trying to throw Yi Fan off its head. Yi Fan's body jolted violently. He reacted quickly, immediately swinging the iron chain from his waist and tightly wrapping it around the spider's head. Then, secure the other end of the chain to your waist, locking it firmly like an anchor to prevent it from falling. After regaining his footing, he once again conjured a black ball in his palm. The moment the ball took shape, the surrounding air swirled violently, accompanied by a whistling sound. Yi Fan shouted, "That's sexy. Rasengan." Uff. The black pellet accurately hit the other green eyeball, causing it to explode instantly, splashing liquid all over Yi Fan's face. Go Yi Fan. Give it a little more strength. It can't hold on much longer. The girls below clenched their fists and shouted encouragement, their voices filled with excitement. 5 minutes later, Yi Fan destroyed all 8 of the eight-eyed demon spider's eyes. The spider, now blind, became even more frantic, but lost its precise attack direction. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yi Fan drew his long sword and began to hack wildly at the spider's head. The clanging of knives mingled with the spider's agonizing howls, and green blood splattered all over his robes, turning his black scales a deep green. 10 minutes later, the rage ended. Yi Fan felt all his strength drain away in an instant. His body went limp, and he collapsed onto the spider's bloody, mangled head. The giant spider twitched slightly before crashing to the ground, its massive body slamming into the earth and sending up a cloud of dust. Damn it, I'm in a weakened state again. Yi Fan complained weakly, lying on the cold, sticky spider head, not even having the strength to lift his hand to wipe his face. Liu Anuona and her group immediately climbed onto the spider's back and carefully helped Yifan up, their movements as gentle as if they were handling a fragile treasure. "Are you alright?" Liu Anuona asked with concern, reaching out to wipe the bloodstains from Yifan's face. Yifan's face was pale and his lips were dry. "I'm okay, but I feel weak all over, and even speaking is difficult." Just then, a series of system notifications rang in everyone's minds, breaking the silence of the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the third-floor guardian, the eight-eyed demon spider. The gate to the fourth-floor dungeon has opened. As the one who opened the gate, you will receive an additional reward of 1,000 heavenly demon coins. Ding! You have obtained Ultimate Magic Eye Skill Scroll X1. Ding! You have obtained 10,000 spider leather. Ding! You have obtained 10,000 spider silk. Ding! You have obtained Spider Summoning Scroll X1. Ding! You have obtained Demon Sealing Sword Crafting Scroll X1. Ding! You have obtained Madman Armor Crafting Scroll X1. Ding! You have obtained Hahuan Pill Crafting Scroll ×1. Ding! You have obtained Crafting Scroll for any 8 armor set X1. Ding! You have obtained Tenacity Will X2. Yifan forced himself to open the storage compartment and saw the newly added items inside, which instantly cheered him up. Even the feeling of weakness lessened somewhat. This giant demonic spider had dropped so many good items. It was a truly unexpected delight. Especially those 2 unwavering wool crystals, palm-sized red crystals emitting a faint red glow, are the core materials for crafting the Berserker class change item. Yifan was overjoyed. If Melly can bring back 10 Red Bull hearts this time, I'll only need the blood fusion grass to synthesize the Berserker heart. He had already obtained the Berserker class change scroll. Once he completed the class change, his strength would definitely experience a qualitative leap, and he would be more confident in dealing with the Blood Moon crisis. Shall we go back now? Liu Anuona looked at the chaotic battlefield around her, then at the weakened Yifan, and asked softly. Yifan thought for a moment and shook his head. "Let's wait. If we go back to the outside world now, it will take me a whole day to recover from my weakened state, and it would be troublesome if I encountered any danger during that time. Restoring here will take a day, but only a minute will pass outside. By the time we get out, I'll be fully recovered and safer." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yifan, in his weakened state, was completely powerless, and staying outside would be too risky. At this moment, the small spiders that had been lying dormant all huddled together and remained motionless as their mother spider died. A girl curiously walked over and poked them, only to find that the little spiders had turned into empty shells, completely lifeless. "They're all dead," the girl exclaimed in surprise. "Great. Now we can rest here peacefully for a day. After fighting for so long, I'm starving. Let's build a fire and roast some meat. Let's take out the rations and meat we brought and roast them." "Great idea. I'll go gather some firewood." 10 minutes later, several piles of dry firewood were erected in the cave, the flames crackling and the flickering light illuminating the tired but excited faces of the group. Liu Anuona sat by the fire, gently holding Yifan in her arms. Like caring for a child, she tore off a small piece of fragrant roasted meat and carefully fed it to him. "Anuona, you're so good to me." Yifan nestled in Liu Anuona's warm embrace, snuggling comfortably against her, his tone tinged with dependence. Liu Anuona's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave a soft hum, her eyes so tender they could melt your heart. "Eat quickly. Eat more so you can recover faster. When we get back, I want you to stay with me a little longer." "Hey, why should I spend time with you first again?" The girl next to me pouted and said unhappily. "You've already spent time alone with Yifan. Now it's our turn." "Exactly. We're all in line. We can't let you cut in line all the time." Another girl chimed in, her eyes full of anticipation. Liu Anuona looked embarrassed and was momentarily speechless. Chapter 144: The Damaged Sack of the Mother Spider. They had indeed agreed beforehand that they would take a number and wait in line, so there was no possibility of someone cutting in line. They need to improve their understanding of each other, since Yifan is now the backbone of the tribe. She coughed lightly, then her eyes suddenly lit up, and she suggested, "Then how about we stay here for another 5 days?" "Huh? Why do we have to stay for 5 more days?" Everyone looked puzzled. "Yes, we'll go back once we've recovered. Why stay any longer?" Yifan's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the cunning look in Liu Anuona's eyes, he suddenly realized something, and his eyes widened. "Anuona, you wouldn't be thinking of taking advantage of the time flow here, would you?" Liu Anuona smiled and nodded. A girl next to her realized what was happening and exclaimed in sudden understanding. Oh, I get it. 5 days here is equivalent to 5 minutes outside. We can use this time to let Yi Fan recover properly, and then everyone can take turns having Yi Fan distribute the rewards he deserves. How about that? Yes. Anyway, it's perfectly safe here. 5 days should be enough, since we have less than 30 people now. Is this a legitimate way to cultivate feelings? A girl chuckled. Haha, that's a great suggestion. Yi Fan, what do you think? The girls all looked at Yi Fan, their eyes full of anticipation. Yi Fan's lips twitched. He secretly sighed at how fast these girls' minds worked, but thinking about it, it was indeed a good idea. All right, since none of you have any objections, I have no problem with it. Great. The girls cheered instantly, as if their fatigue from the past few days had dissipated considerably. These days, everyone is busy fighting and building up the tribe, and they hardly have time to communicate with Yi Fan properly. They all have a lot to say. Just as everyone was gathered around the fire, eating roasted meat and chatting and laughing, the corpse of the eight-eyed spider, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly made a strange pop sound, like a deflated balloon. Immediately afterwards, its thick tail pouch contracted sharply, and streams of pink mist gushed out from it, spreading outwards like a tide. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and quickly covered their mouths and noses, their eyes filled with terror. The pink mist carried a sweet, cloying fragrance that made one dizzy. After just a few inhalations, one felt hot all over and began to lose consciousness. It's so hot, why is it suddenly so hot? There's something wrong with this fog. Get out of the way. No, there's no way to escape. The fog is spreading too fast. This pink mist is ubiquitous, easily penetrating into everything from the respiratory tract to skin pores. The group's bodies grew hotter and hotter, and their eyes became unfocused. Their once clear consciousness seemed to be veiled, becoming increasingly blurred. Yi Fan was already in a weakened state, and his resistance was much weaker than that of an ordinary person. As soon as the pink mist surged over him, he felt extremely dizzy. His body felt limp as if he had no bones, and he didn't even have the strength to lift his hand. What is this? He muttered weakly, his mind filled with doubt. Forcing out the last bit of clarity, he took out the detection crystal ball. The crystal ball glowed faintly, and several lines of text appeared on it. Mist in the mother spider's sac. Description: the special mist released after the eight-eyed demon spider's tail sac is damaged has a strong hallucinogenic and stimulating effect. This tail sac is crucial for the demon spider's reproduction. It can catalyze the emotions of creatures, causing them to lose their rationality and actively approach their own kind. What? Yi Fan's pupils shrank, and his heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to warn everyone, he saw the girls in front of him with dazed eyes, like zombies rushing towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan, I feel so dizzy I want to be close to you. Why do I feel that you are especially kind to me? Their voices were sticky, their steps unsteady, and they drew closer and closer together. Surrounded and powerless, Yi Fan could only watch helplessly as these zombies charged towards him, feeling both anxious and resigned. The effect of the fog was even more domineering and unreasonable than he had imagined. This out-of-control situation took a turn for the better a day later. As Yi Fan inhaled more and more mist, his consciousness became completely blurred, and his period of weakness ended just in time. His body regained its strength. He moved his strong arms and the most special supreme bone on his body. You zombies, you've bullied me all day. It's time you received your baptism. As he spoke, Yi Fan, driven by desire, stepped forward uncontrollably. Yi Fan. Graceful. Chaotic shouts echoed through the cave, and everyone lost their senses. The poisonous mist released by the eight-eyed spider lasted for 3 days before gradually dissipating. When the poisonous fog dissipated, the cave was in complete chaos, resembling the scene of an event by a large, shady organization. Everyone's eyes were filled with exhaustion and confusion, letting the faint light refracted from the crystal at the top fall on their faces, just like the groggy feeling when they first woke up in the morning. The group tried to get up, but were unable to because of the poisonous fog. My head, it hurts so much, someone said with difficulty, clutching their head. The poisonous fog did not erase their memories, so they clearly remembered those unbearable scenes. Chapter 145: The Flame Giant. Liu Anuona supported herself on the ground and stood up unsteadily. Her whole body was so soft that she felt like she had no bones, and every movement she made was filled with a sense of powerlessness. She glanced through the scattered crowd and quickly found Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan was lying on the ground, his eyes half open and half closed, his face pale, and he didn't even have the strength to lift his hand. He was listless, like a zombie whose soul had been taken away. Even with his current level 30 recovery ability, he couldn't withstand the torment he had endured over the past few days. Yifan, are you alright? Liu Anuona quickly walked over and carefully helped him up. Yifan felt as if his bones were falling apart. He was supported and swayed before he could barely stand. His legs wobbled uncontrollably, and his voice was weak. I think I can't hold on much longer. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Liu Anuona couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, judging from your appearance, you're completely exhausted, aren't you? As she spoke, she subconsciously patted Yifan on the shoulder. But she herself didn't have much strength, and although the blow looked light, it was actually quite heavy on Yifan. With a thud, Yifan was caught off guard and fell back down, landing hard on the ground. He gasped in pain, feeling as if all the bones in his body were about to break. Liu Anuona was immediately shocked and quickly knelt down to help him up again, her voice full of self-reproach. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I forgot you don't have any strength left. Yifan waved his hand, picked up the raw meat next to him, and stuffed it into his mouth, not even bothering to taste it. The lingering fishy smell of seafood still lingered in his mouth. A little raw meat would actually help to mask it. Over the next 10 minutes, everyone gradually woke up from their coma. The girls who had woken up looked at Yifan with a slightly sticky shyness in their eyes. Their cheeks flushed slightly, and none of them dared to look him in the eye. Yifan, a girl pursed her lips, hesitated, and nervously gripped the hem of her clothes. Most of the other girls also had this shy yet happy look on their faces. Some quietly turned their heads away, while others lowered their heads and twisted their fingers, deliberately avoiding Yifan's gaze. Those crazy scenes from before are etched into my mind. I'll probably never forget them for the rest of my life. Yifan was puzzled by their stares, scratched his head, and asked with a confused look. What's wrong? Why are you all so reserved? He paused, then said, We're all in the same boat now. Since it's already happened, there's no point in dwelling on it. Moreover, after this experience, our relationship has actually grown closer. Wouldn't that be more conducive to future unity? Hearing this, the girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were all highly educated people, and their sense of morality and shame were quite strong. But everything that happened in the dungeon these past few days had long since worn away any trace of shame. You're right. This way, we can speak frankly and openly from now on, without having to hide anything. That's right. You'll have to work hard from now on, Yifan. It's all right. We can go hunting and find some nutritious foods to help you recover. Yes, we must take good care of Yifan, otherwise how will we survive in this apocalypse? I can concoct a magic potion for Yifan. It will be absolutely fantastic. Nail and Mimi said. The girls started chattering away, and the atmosphere became much more harmonious than before. To be honest, it was inevitable that the girls in the tribe would form cliques in the past. After all, back in their dorm, the 6 of them could create 20 small groups, and there were always little conflicts behind the scenes, making it comparable to a mini palace intrigue. But after this unexpected incident, the rift between them actually dissipated considerably. For Yifan, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Let's go? Let's get out. Yifan said. Yes, let's go. It's time to leave here. The next moment, Yifan took out his return ticket and activated it. A flash of white light, and everyone's figures vanished from the underground city in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already standing on the open ground of the tribe. Yifan had barely steadied himself when he was stunned by the sight before him. The towering female giant stood quietly not far away. He was standing at the feet of the giantess, looking up so high his neck almost broke, feeling a chill run down his spine. Holy crap, this is spectacular. Yifan couldn't help but exclaim. This fire giantess was half human and half demon, covered only by a few simple animal skins, barely enough to cover her vital parts. The view Yifan could see from this angle was self-evident. It's just something you can only admire from afar. With his current tiny body, he was no different from an ant in front of the giantess and could do nothing at all. The giantess noticed the gaze at her feet, slowly lowered herself, and looked at Yifan with her fiery eyes, her tone calm and indifferent. Are you the chieftain of this tribe? A scorching heat wafted over, carrying a faint smell of sulfur. But Yifan was not alarmed at all. The scroll in his hand was genuine, and this giantess could not possibly harm him. That's right. I am the chieftain of the Starfire tribe. What do you need me for? Yifan raised his head and answered loudly. The giantess looked Yifan up and down, her eyes showing no emotion, and quickly lost interest. Clearly, She had little interest in the insignificant human beings. It's nothing. Since you're the clan leader, you must know more, right? Perhaps. Yi Fan was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Do you know which direction Azeroth is in? The female giant asked. I don't know, Yi Fan said frankly. A hint of helplessness flashed across the giantess's face, and she sighed softly. Well, I guess I asked for nothing. Just then, a soft white light flew out from the giantess's body, circled in the air once, and then disappeared without a trace. The giantess felt the restraints on her body suddenly disappear, and a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. All right, the restraints are off, I should go. Thank you for releasing me. But I've also taken care of that intruder for you, so we're even now. Yi Fan could clearly sense that this female giant was extremely powerful, at least at the platinum level. If such a strong person could stay in the tribe, it would be an absolute guarantee for them. Wait a minute, Yi Fan quickly called out to her. The giantess, who was about to turn and leave, stopped and looked back at Yi Fan, her tone now tinged with impatience. Human, is there anything else? Could you stay in our tribe? Yi Fan asked tentatively, not really sure. No. The giantess refused without even thinking. Why should I stay in your tribe? We are just partners. You let me out, and I help you deal with the invaders, that's all. Besides, you are just insignificant humans, and I have no reason to stay with you. With that, the giantess turned to leave. For her, there was really no need to stay in this weak human tribe. Yi Fan immediately became anxious. The Elf Queen was already at the platinum level, and she had many gold-level experts under her command. If they were to encounter them by chance in the future, their tribe might face the danger of extinction. Moreover, the blood moon has already descended, and the number of monsters in the surrounding area has increased several times over in the past few days, making the forest increasingly dangerous. At this critical moment, a loud voice suddenly came from the tribe's castle. I know where the continent of Azeroth is. Chapter 146, Turning the Tables? Before the words were finished, everyone was shocked. The one who spoke was none other than the magic mirror, which was being held in Wan Yu's arms. Upon hearing this abrupt sound, the giantess abruptly stopped, her massive head slowly turning towards the castle, her crimson eyes filled with vigilance. Who is speaking? It is me, a talking mirror. The magic mirror's voice came through the mirror, deliberately loud. The giantess narrowed her eyes, glanced at the magic mirror only once, and then showed a look of surprise and doubt. A talking mirror? Are you a witch's keepsake? Indeed. My master was once the most powerful witch in the world. The magic mirror's tone became more arrogant. These words lessened the wariness in the giantess's eyes, and a sense of curiosity began to arise. Since you are the witch's mirror, you should know where the continent of Az is, right? And what kind of place is this? The magic mirror spoke slowly, its tone somewhat persuasive. Don't rush to find Azeroth. Stay here for now. It's not the time to set off. In your current state, what could you possibly do even if you got to Azeroth? It paused, then added a poignant remark. My master perished on the continent of Az. At her peak, even if you were at your strongest, you wouldn't last a single move against her. The giantess remained silent and did not refute. She knew all too well the terror of witches. Those beings could easily annihilate a pure physical attack type like her with just a single spell. Her fighting style relies entirely on brute force, while witches can not only unleash world-destroying magic, but also possess numerous enhancement techniques that can grant mortals overwhelming power in an instant. The next second, flames suddenly erupted around the giantess, orange-red flames rolling and swirling, enveloping her entire body. As the flames faded, her figure shrank dramatically, eventually settling at a height of just over 4 meters. Even when shrunk to its smallest size, it still looks like a solid little mountain when standing in a crowd, exuding an oppressive aura. That's more like it. The magic mirror's voice became lighter. Young man, don't be impulsive. I see your breathing is disordered. I'm afraid your old injuries haven't healed, and your very essence has been damaged, hasn't it? You have a keen eye, the giantess said casually, as if she were talking about someone else. My primordial fire is severely depleted, and my physical body is already teetering on the brink of collapse. That composure made it seem as if he had long since disregarded life and death. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan subconsciously glanced at it a couple more times. Only then did I realize that the woman's exposed skin was covered with fine lines. Upon closer inspection, those lines turned out to be tiny cracks, as if they would shatter at the slightest pressure. The magic mirror suddenly shifted the topic to Yi Fan, turning its surface towards him. This kid is quite capable. He can help repair your body. The woman's gaze immediately fell on Yi Fan, a hint of curiosity flashing in her scarlet eyes. Oh, really? A mere human being, yet he knows how to repair his origin. She reached out her hand to Yi Fan, the warmth of her palm traveling through the air. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Garuda, or you can call me Yenji. Overwhelmed by that imposing aura, Yi Fan instinctively and timidly reached out his hand, quickly withdrawing it the moment his fingertips touched her palm. Yi Fan. Then I'll stay here for now. I hope I won't disturb you. Garuda withdrew his hand, his tone devoid of any questioning. No. Our tribe is the most hospitable. Yi Fan quickly waved his hand. That's good. Garuda raised his eyes and glanced around the castle, then pointed directly to the top floor. The top room is mine now. I'm going to rest. Yi Fan's lips twitched violently, and he muttered to himself. This woman is so rude. She just arrived and immediately took over a room, acting like she's the owner of this castle. This, I'm afraid, it's not very convenient, he said, forcing himself to speak. Garuda frowned, his tone becoming more serious. Why is it inconvenient? Because that's my room, Yi Fan retorted softly. Oh, Garuda drawled out, waving his hand dismissively. Then let's sleep together, I don't mind. What's the big deal? Yi Fan was speechless for a moment, opening his mouth, but unable to utter a word for a long time, finally managing to squeeze out. Sleep together? That's not appropriate, is it? Garuda spread his hands, his eyes full of confusion. What's inappropriate about it? With your height of less than 2 meters, what can you do to me? She abruptly changed the subject, her tone becoming somewhat bluntly sarcastic. Besides, with my size, you wouldn't have the strength to do anything you wanted. But speaking of which, I have been imprisoned for hundreds of years and have indeed been lonely. If you have the ability, I don't mind granting your wish. It's a pity that you are just a weak human being, far too young. The words, too young, were like steel needles hardened with ice, piercing Yi Fan's heart. He couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Even at its smallest size, the woman in front of him was 4 meters tall. Compared to her, he truly looked like a child. He sighed inwardly, realizing that even if he tried his best, the gap would be too large to bridge. All right, whatever you want. Yi Fan waved his hand, completely giving up the struggle. Garuda let out a long yawn, a few physiological tears welling up in the corners of its eyes, its face full of drowsiness. Then you guys go ahead with your work. I'm going upstairs to sleep first. After saying that, she strode towards the stairwell without looking back, leaving a group of people dumbfounded. The faint aura of flames lingered in the air around her. Chapter 147, Searching for the Flying Bird Tribe. Hey, mirror, Yi Fan whispered to the magic mirror as he approached Wanyu. Who exactly is this woman? Aren't you afraid she'll cause trouble if you leave her here? What trouble could possibly happen? The magic mirror retorted. Doesn't Yi Fan also want to keep her here? But she's too domineering. She acts like she's the one who owns this place. Yi Fan complained. It's all right, the magic mirror said in a serious tone. She is an elemental demon, and her strength has reached the platinum level. She will be of great help when we deal with the Elf Queen in the future. I am doing this for your benefit. All right then. Yi Fan compromised and brought the topic back. Speaking of which, what exactly is the continent of Azeroth? But to be honest, I don't know either. The magic mirror's tone was unusually guilty. What? Everyone was shocked and turned to look at the stairwell. Only after confirming that Garuda's figure had not reappeared did they breathe a sigh of relief, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on their backs. You don't know either? Yi Fan's eyes widened, and he roared in a low voice. So how are you going to cover up this lie after you've lured people here? The magic mirror wobbled, revealing an air of nonchalance. What's the panic? She's not very bright. I suspect she escaped from the prison of the ancient battlefield, which must be related to the Great War back then. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed so easily if I just made up a few things about the continent of Azeroth. Yi Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. That makes some sense, but will she really help us? Of course it will, the magic mirror said confidently. She urgently needs rare and precious fire-related materials to repair her primordial fire. If you help her find these things, she will definitely owe you a favor, and she will naturally lend a helping hand when the time comes. All right then. Yi Fan nodded, then complained. But I'm actually not used to you being so serious. What nonsense. This mirror is always serious, the magic mirror retorted defiantly. Yi Fan rolled his eyes, stopped arguing, and turned to look at Su Manmiao. Manmiao, where did those people who attacked us today come from? It flew in from the sky. Su Manmiao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with rage. Their tribe tamed a large number of birds, which could be used as mounts, so we didn't notice their presence at first. In other words, we can't determine where their main base is? Yi Fan frowned. Yes, that's right. Su Man Miao lowered her head, her tone tinged with self-reproach. It's all my fault for not detecting their movements in advance, which caused the tribe to suffer losses. Just then, a buzzing sound came, and the queen bee fluttered her transparent wings and slowly flew to Yi Fan, landing steadily in his palm. It nuzzled Yi Fan's fingertips with its head, emitting a rapid buzzing sound, as if it were urgently conveying some message. Yi Fan was of one mind with it. Upon hearing this, he immediately frowned and asked in a low voice, "You mean, your colony has bees that are good at tracking, able to follow the trails of those people?" The queen bee nodded vigorously, her round compound eyes full of affirmation. It attracts a wide variety of bee colonies, each with its own unique abilities, and tracking such matters is not difficult for one type of bee. Yi Fan understood its meaning and immediately bent down to pick up a feather with an unfamiliar scent from the ground. That was dropped by the enemy's flying bird mout. As soon as I raised the feather, a group of peculiar little creatures surrounded me. They are small, about the size of an old-fashioned mobile phone, but they have fluffy puppy heads, bee bodies, and transparent wings, making them both strange and cute. Wow, this little thing is so cute. The girls in the crowd's eyes lit up instantly, and they couldn't help but exclaim. This appearance, with its fluffy puppy head and tiny bee body, perfectly hits their cuteness point, making it utterly irresistible. Let me touch it. Its soft head looks so cute. I want one too. Line up, no grabbing. Suddenly, the peculiar bee, which was originally tasked with tracking, was surrounded by a group of girls. They eagerly held it in their hands and caressed it, even softening their voices unconsciously, making it seem like a beloved little pet. All right, let's get down to business. Yi Fan coughed helplessly, interrupting this small cuteness moment. The crowd then came to their senses and made way for each other. The little bees, dazed from being petted, immediately flapped their wings and approached the feather in Yi Fan's hand as soon as they broke free of their restraints. They sniffed it carefully and then flew off in unison in the same direction. Should we follow them now? Someone stepped forward and asked, a hint of eagerness in their eyes. Yi Fan looked up at the horizon. The sun had already sunk most of its way down, and the afterglow dyed the sky orange-red. Night was quietly falling. He shook his head slightly. No need to rush. The fact that they can launch a surprise attack on flying birds means that their main camp is definitely not close to us. It's getting late now, and the bees are flying slowly. Once they find a spot and mark it, we'll set off first thing tomorrow morning and wipe out their nest. He said firmly, a cold glint in his eyes. That's right, someone echoed. They suffered heavy losses this time and will definitely not be able to make a comeback in a short time. We can take this opportunity to catch them off guard. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. That's right. It's settled then. Everyone, take a rest and get plenty of energy. We'll set off first thing tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away in a secluded basin, Fei Gu and his group were huddled around a campfire, sighing and cooking in an iron pot. The flickering light from the campfire reflected on their faces, which were filled with frustration and resentment. Damn it, we really lost out today. Fei Gu kicked a pebble away and cursed with a frustrated expression. Not only did I not get anything, but I also lost so many heavenly demon coins. It breaks my heart. That's right, someone next to him chimed in, clicking their tongue with a pained expression. In order to break through, we even wasted a teleportation scroll. Those things are extremely rare and hard to find, no matter how much money you offer. Alas, this was a real miscalculation. Someone slumped onto a rock, sighing deeply. Who would have thought that with most of their main force gone out, they would still have such a powerful hidden talent left behind? Speaking of which, someone suddenly lowered their voice, a look of worry on their face. If their tribe comes back, will they seek revenge on us? What's there to be afraid of? Fei slapped his thigh and chuckled, saying nonchalantly, we're more than 100 kilometers away from them. Even if they take the highway, it will take more than an hour. They don't have any magical beasts to travel with, so they have to walk the whole way. By the time they get here, it will be completely dark. They'll be exhausted to death. Moreover, they don't even know our exact location, so even if they wanted revenge, they wouldn't be able to find the way, he added, his tone full of certainty. That makes sense. Everyone's anxiety immediately subsided. Their tribe is strong, but as long as we develop properly for a while and our strength increases, we can go back and make up for it. The group discussed loudly without any restraint, believing their plan to be flawless and not thinking that Yi Fan had any good way to deal with them. Chapter 148 Elf Enforcer. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, and were lying on the ground to rest, several small, tiny bees had already silently flown to the edge of the basin and were circling around their camp to scout out the danger. The fluffy puppy kept turning its head and quickly found the core area of the camp, leaving a faint, almost invisible fluorescent mark on the trunk of a large tree. At the same time, Yi Fan suddenly sat up straight on the stone bench in the castle, his eyes snapping open, a sharp glint flashing in them. Found it. Mark the location, 137 degrees 68 degrees, distance 108 kilometers. As soon as he finished speaking, a striking red dot appeared on the virtual map floating in front of him. Apart from the red dot and their location, the rest of the map was a pitch-black, unknown area. By this time, the sky was growing increasingly dark, the last rays of the setting sun had vanished, and night began to envelop the earth, leaving only the campfire in the camp still burning stubbornly. Yi Fan stared at the flickering flames, his brows furrowing deeply, his unease growing stronger. Why haven't Mel and the others come back yet? It's almost completely dark. Could something have happened to them? He looked up at the dark entrance to the forest, where the dense trees formed a menacing silhouette in the night. The wind rustled through the leaves, sounding like the whisper of some wild beast. Yi Fan's fingers clenched unconsciously, his worry growing stronger. Deep in the forest, the sunlight had long been blocked by layers of branches and leaves, plunging the area into darkness. Only a few scattered rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, barely illuminating the path beneath our feet. Meili, are you sure you don't want to come back to the tribe with me to confess your sins? A cold voice rang out in the forest. You deserted your posts and fled the battlefield. This is the behavior of deserters. You should know what the fate of deserters is. According to the clan rules, I have the right to execute you here on your own. The speaker was a male elf dressed in a silver-white robe. He stood with his hands behind his back on a thick tree trunk, looking down at Meili and her group below. A faint golden light shone in his eyes, and his tone was icy and piercing, full of unquestionable authority. Meili and her companions, carrying freshly hunted beef on their shoulders, were pale-faced and gripped their weapons tightly, a sudden panic gripping their hearts. Captain, what do we do? It's the enforcer. We can't beat him at all. A companion approached Meili, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Meili suddenly gripped the hem of her clothes, took a deep breath to force herself to calm down. Her eyes darkened, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Why did we have to run into the clan's law enforcement officer here of all places? This is really troublesome. All eyes fell on the golden badge on the other person's chest, and the chill in their hearts instantly deepened. That's not just any ordinary law enforcement officer's badge. It's a badge representing a law enforcement officer with gold-level strength. In Meili's tribe, silver-level law enforcement personnel are called law enforcement envoys. Those below silver are called law enforcers, and only gold-level law enforcement personnel can be respected as law enforcement officers, who are powerful figures in the tribe. Mei swallowed hard, her Adam's apple bobbing. Her face turned deathly pale, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. The strict hierarchy and harsh bloodline system of the tribe were already ingrained in her bones, and the oppressive aura emanating from the law enforcement officer was like a boulder pressing down on her, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? The law enforcement officer's voice was like ice, crashing down with an undeniable authority. You lowly wretches, how dare you desert? Before he finished speaking, a long whip appeared in his hand. The whip coiled in his palm like a living snake, its sharp iron needles gleaming coldly in the dim light, sending chills down one's spine. Silence means consent. The officer's eyes suddenly turned sinister. Those who betray their tribe should be sentenced to death. As he finished speaking, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He leaped down from the tree and walked heavily toward Meili and her group. The pressure of her bloodline spread out as if it were a tangible force, and Meili and her companions felt weak all over, without even the strength to lift their hands. The other elves huddled together in fear, hiding behind Meili. Mary's bloodline was slightly stronger, but she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Her blood trembled as if frozen, assaulting her nerves. This is an insurmountable bloodline divide for the elven race. Born into humble circumstances, they are destined to never rise above their station, and even those with exceptional talent are deprived of cultivation resources. Bloodline is everything to the elves. Meili's gaze swept over the pile of beef and the 3 cows, and a deep regret welled up in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Master, I messed up the first task you assigned me." Her voice was barely audible, tinged with tears. She had never met anyone in her life who didn't look down on her humble bloodline. Her master not only rewarded her late at night, but also provided her with a warm and luxurious residence. She would do anything to repay such kindness. As the law enforcement officer approached, a surge of intense power suddenly welled up in Mary's chest. That was the unwavering determination not to let down its master, which forcefully broke through the shackles of bloodline and tore apart the constraints of lowliness. She actually regained control of her body under the pressure of the law enforcement officer. The officer paused, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Before he could react, Mealy had already hoisted a cow carcass onto her shoulder and turned to run wildly into the depths of the forest. "Even if it means death, I will complete my master's mission," she roared in her heart. "The prey must be handed over to the master." Interesting. The law enforcement officer snapped out of his reverie, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "You actually managed to break through the bloodline suppression, Mealy. You've really impressed me. However, this is the end." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, and the long whip wrapped around Mealy's back like lightning, with the iron needles at the end shooting out with a whooshing sound. May felt a chill on the back of her neck, and a sense of danger instantly gripped her. But at this critical moment, a pitch-black chain suddenly shot out from the darkness ahead, accompanied by a whistling sound, and accurately struck the long whip behind them. Meili's pupils contracted sharply. Then she was overjoyed. Those were her master, Yi Fan's chains. Her master actually came to save her. She had never dared to hope for such a thing. In the elven race, an elf of low bloodline will not be searched for no matter how long they go missing, just as the queen said. Those lowly trash, let them die. Her long-standing fixed mindset had made her no longer expect anyone to stop for her. Bite. The iron chain and the long whip collided, producing a crisp, loud sound, and both bounced away simultaneously. Caught off guard, the law enforcement officer stumbled, quickly regaining his balance and cautiously peering into the darkness. Who dares to interfere in the affairs of my elven race? In the darkness, a figure shrouded in boundless rage slowly emerged. Yi Fan's face was contorted with rage, veins bulging, his eyes like poisoned knives, fixed intently on the law enforcement officer. The law enforcement officer saw his face clearly. A thick chain was slung across his body. His right hand held a scarlet eyeball, and his left hand held a cannon gun. He exuded a terrifying aura of ferocity. "So what if you're an elf? Are you that great?" Yi Fan's voice was as cold as ice. "You dare touch my woman? I'd like to ask you, who do you think you are?" Chapter 149, A Different Kind of Gold. He did not act rashly. As the clan chief, he had many things to consider. "But this elf before us will surely die before sunset today. It's only a matter of time." The law enforcement officer's face showed extreme disdain. A flash of light appeared around him, and a layer of golden armor instantly appeared on his body, making him look somewhat like a Saint Seiya. "Interesting. I didn't expect there to be humans here." His gaze swept over Meili, his eyes filled with disgust. "What's even more ridiculous is that you lowly elf actually recognize humans as your masters." Mei quickly moved closer to Yi Fan, her voice urgent. "Master, be careful. He is one of the tribe's 8 generals, with gold-level strength and excellent equipment." "Don't worry," Yi Fan replied calmly, without even glancing at the screen. "It's just a scruffy, scrambled dog. Scrapped hair." The law enforcement officer's ears tightened abruptly, and the disdain on his face was instantly replaced by intense killing intent. "How dare a lowly human insult me like this?" The next second, he lashed out with his long whip again, shouting sharply. Serpentine movement. The whip suddenly split in midair, turning into 7 small blue snakes that pounced on Yi Fan from 7 different directions, carrying a chilling magical power. Yi Fan was slightly taken aback, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "This is the magic of the elven race. Interesting, I'd like to learn it." The 7 small snakes arrived in an instant, and the law enforcement officer smirked. "You think you're worthy." But before he could finish speaking, Yi Fan had already raised his hand and fired 7 shots in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out one after another, and the 7 small blue snakes were instantly destroyed, their magic power scattering in all directions. The officer's expression finally changed as he easily defused the attack. After all, he was one of the 8 generals of the tribe who had fought countless battles, and he instantly realized that the human in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. He dared not underestimate his opponent again. A flash of white light appeared in his eyes, and a layer of fine radiance flowed across his body as he chanted incantations at an extremely fast pace. Body enhancement, agility enhancement, vision enhancement, focus on improvement, hard value enhancement, flame resistance, freezing resistance, toxin resistance, lightning resistance, physical resistance, magic resistance, light steps, focus on improvement, magic fountain, profound memory, illusion resistance, stay alert, natural affinity, magic amplification, danger perception, spirit armor possession, sharp claw enhancement, global perception, entwined by vines, magic endurance, wind shield blessing, demon slaying blade, battle spirit unites. Yi Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his breathing stopped for a moment. The elven enforcer before them recited a long string of obscure incantations in just 2 seconds. His golden robes shimmered, as if dozens of color-changing ambient lights had been turned on simultaneously, illuminating the surrounding darkness with vibrant colors. Holy crap! Are you the reincarnation of the Bone King? You've activated so many abilities. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock, completely dumbfounded by the absurd scene. Before he could react, the opponent's buffs had already stacked to no less than 20 layers, and the golden light almost dispelled the darkness of the night. Without hesitation, Yi Fan raised his hand and fired several shots at the law enforcement officer. The bullets whistled through the air and aimed directly at the officer's forehead. However, a cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of the officer's lips. The next second, his figure vanished as if swallowed by the air, leaving not even a trace. So fast. Yi Fan was shocked. This speed far exceeded that of any human or elf he had ever seen. It was neither teleportation nor spatial jump, but a pure physical limit burst. Insignificant human. Do you even know what true magic is? The enforcer's voice came from all directions, like a surround sound system, making it impossible to pinpoint its exact location. Today, let me teach you properly. Before he could finish speaking, a dark shadow darted out from the darkness beside Yi Fan like a ghost, carrying a chilling aura, and stabbed straight at Yi Fan. When the law enforcement officer saw that Yi Fan had not dodged in time, a look of wild joy immediately appeared on his face. He had somehow acquired a jet-black ice blade with a chilling blue edge, which he thrust fiercely toward Yi Fan's side with a sharp whistling sound as it tore through the air. Yi Fan suddenly turned to the side, trying to avoid this fatal blow. However, the blade seemed to be imbued with tracking magic, actively adjusting its trajectory to graze Yi Fan's ribs, leaving behind a bloody mess. Puffed. Blood spurted out instantly, staining his clothes red. Yi Fan looked down at his waist, where the ice blade at the wound was slowly melting, turning into a pool of chilling, icy water. He looked up to the side and saw only a dark ice mark dissipating in the air. The law enforcement officer had already vanished into the darkness like a ghost. This blade was also formed from magic, and it could be stacked with ice magic effects, making it incredibly powerful. Master! Mei Li's pupils shrank, and a shrill scream pierced the night as she rushed forward despite the danger. Yi Fan clutched the wound on his waist, his face as pale as paper, blood seeping out between his fingers. He endured the excruciating pain and gritted his teeth, saying, "It's nothing, this little injury won't kill me." Ha! An ant is still an ant. You think you can escape my attack? The law enforcement officer's voice rang out again, filled with mockery and cruelty. You lowly humans, looking down on us noble elves will come at a price. I'm at full power right now. You don't think you can fight me just because we're both gold level? How naive. Eerie laughter echoed from the surrounding darkness, sending chills down one's spine. Mei and the others turned pale with fright, gripping their weapons tightly and looking around warily, but they couldn't even see a trace of the law enforcement officer. This is a high-level concealment magic, even more sophisticated than our dark cloak. Unless you have special means, it's impossible to detect. Melly explained, trying to appear calm, but her eyes were full of worry. She couldn't understand why her usually quick-witted master was so passive. In her memory, her master could easily kill even the one-eyed zombie king, so it was impossible for him not to be able to dodge this sudden attack. However, Yi Fan remained unusually calm, knowing that he had indeed been unable to dodge that strike. The law enforcement officer was incredibly fast, appearing without making a sound, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Detecting him was practically impossible. But instead of panicking, he slowly straightened up, even deliberately exposing his chest in a defiant stance, as if to say, Come and kill me if you dare. What kind of bullshit law enforcement officers are they? They only have these pathetic tricks. You think you can kill me with a broken ice knife? You're being far too naive. His tone was calm, as if he were talking to a clown. A sinister laugh echoed from the darkness. How interesting. I didn't expect you, a human, to be so resilient. But that attack was just a test. Next, I will take your worthless life. Shadow Bind. Chapter 150 Testing the Waters. With a cold shout, the surrounding darkness seemed to awaken a giant beast, transforming into countless twisted shadows that surged towards Yi Fan and the others like a tidal wave. These shadows, as if alive, tightly bound Meryl and the others' ankles, rendering them unable to move. Yi Fan leaped up, trying to break free using the momentum of the jump, but the shadows seemed to be alive, emerging from the ground and tightly binding his limbs, dragging him towards the center of darkness. Upon seeing this, the law enforcement officer's face once again lit up with ecstatic joy. He emerged from the darkness, now clad in a cold, black suit of armor. The robes that once shimmered with golden light had been replaced by a thick layer of black armor, its surface covered with intricate dark patterns, exuding an evil aura. Oomph, I thought you were so strong. It's not easy for a mere human to cultivate to the gold level. However, the gap between you and me is like an insurmountable chasm. With your meager cultivation, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? The law enforcement officer's voice was full of disdain. Die? Myriad shadows calamity. As he finished speaking, the surrounding shadows suddenly rose up and transformed into dozens of pitch-black monsters resembling human figures. Their bodies were made of pure shadow, and they held ice blades just like those of the law enforcement officers, making a teeth-grinding scraping sound as they pounced fiercely at Yi Fan. The moment the ice blade pierced his body, Yi Fan didn't even have time to make any defensive movements. The excruciating pain spread from his spine to every part of his body, as if his body was being pierced by countless ice spikes. Master! Mei Li and the others cried out in anguish, but they were powerless to help. Yi Fan gasped painfully, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and his face turned even paler. However, his eyes were unusually calm, as if he had already anticipated all of this. Have you had enough of watching the show? I admit you're right. These elves are indeed much more troublesome than our previous opponents. However, I think it's better not to let him get away, otherwise we'll be in for a lot of trouble later. Yi Fan suddenly said, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible laughter. His virtual dialogue instantly put the law enforcement officer on high alert. The officer looked up sharply and glanced around, but found nothing. Playing tricks. Humans are truly despicable creatures, only capable of such underhanded methods, the law enforcement officer roared angrily. However, at that moment, the surrounding darkness was suddenly illuminated by a burst of flame. A towering pillar of flame, several meters high, suddenly erupted from the darkness beneath the enforcer's feet. The crimson flames, accompanied by scorching heat, instantly engulfed the surrounding shadows. What? The law enforcement officer was shocked and tried to back away, but found that his body was firmly locked by an invisible force, and he could not move. A moment's hesitation had already cost him the best opportunity to escape. The next moment, a pillar of fire suddenly erupted from beneath the law enforcement officer's feet, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. The scorching flames licked at the enforcer's black armor, sizzling and emitting a pungent, burnt smell. Ah! The law enforcement officer screamed repeatedly as his armor began to melt. His skin sizzled from the high temperature, and blood seeped out from the melting cracks. If he hadn't activated many buffs, he would have been burned to ashes by now. He turned his head with difficulty and saw a woman with flames all over her body and 2 horns on her head standing not far away, looking at him coldly. The woman's figure was formed from flames, surrounded by raging fire. Her fiery eyes were now unusually cold, and the oppressive aura emanating from hell filled him with unprecedented fear. Evil. Demon. How could this be? How could there possibly be demons in this world? The law enforcement officer's voice was filled with disbelief and fear. Yanji crossed her arms over her chest, her expression cold and aloof. She slowly raised the scythe in her hand, its blade gleaming with an eerie blue flame, emanating a chilling aura. Umph, a mixed-blood demi-human dares to call himself noble? Your bloodline purity is not even 1/10,000th of that of the Elf King, yet you dare to call yourself pure? You're nothing but a second-rate subspecies. Yanji's tone was icy and chilling, like a sharp blade in the dead of winter. As she spoke, Yanji flicked her wrist, and the scythe slashed down with a whooshing sound. A flash of cold light, and the law enforcement officer's head flew off like a kite with a broken string, blood splattering on the ground and staining a fallen leaf red. The officer's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with resentment and fear. He died without understanding why a demon would suddenly appear or why he had been defeated so utterly. Flame Princess slowly sheathed her scythe, and the flames around her gradually subsided. She walked over to Yi Fan, frowned, and said, "Your injuries are very serious. I'm afraid you won't survive the night. Let me help you so you won't suffer." Yi Fan was suddenly startled. "Hey, what are you doing?" With a whoosh, Yi Fan was cleaved in two by Yan Ji and died on the spot. The elves, including Melly, were stunned. "Is this right?" Yan Ji clapped her hands. "Don't look at me like that. Yi Fan won't survive in that state. Why don't we just send him back to the Crystal Tower? That would save us the trouble." Meili and the others suddenly realized that their master did indeed possess the ability to resurrect. Yi Fan had died once before when fighting the one-eyed zombie king. Resurrected from the dead, could it be that the master is a descendant of humans and the undead? Meili wondered to herself. "Hey, don't just stand there. I'm only here to help with the fight. You're responsible for carrying these cows back," Yanji said lazily. "Okay," Meili replied. Then the group carried the beef and led the pregnant cow toward the tribe. Yi Fan shook his head as he walked out of the crystal tower, cursing under his breath as he went. "Damn, this guy really is a complete devil. I could still have been saved, right? Sigh, I've wasted some resurrection materials again." After this battle, Yi Fan realized that the elf race was indeed different. Perhaps this would be the first tough battle for their Starfire tribe in a long time. Chapter 151, Roasted Whole Beef. Before long, Mei Li and the others returned in a hurry, carrying heavy loads of beef on their shoulders and leading several mooing cows by the hand, the meat on their shoulders still swaying slightly. Upon seeing that Yi Fan was unharmed, Mei Li's eyes lit up instantly. Excitedly, she immediately let go of the cow carcass on her shoulder and ran wildly towards Yi Fan. The cow carcass crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. "Ah, help!" The goblin who was watching the commotion didn't have time to dodge and was firmly pressed down by the cow carcass, howling in pain. Master, I'm so glad you're all right." Mei Li threw herself into Yi Fan's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and pressing her cheek against his chest, her voice filled with the relief and happiness of surviving a close call. Being able to accompany her master like this is the most fulfilling thing in her life. "Captain is so mean. I want to hug Master too. I want one too." As soon as he finished speaking, 15 female elves swarmed forward, along with Meili, making a total of 16 people surrounding Yi Fan. They nuzzled each other, chattering like a flock of spoiled sparrows. Flame Princess lazily tilted her head to the side, a few physiological tears welling up in the corner of her eye, and yawned with sparks. "All right, I'm going to rest. Don't forget the flame crystal you promised me." She glanced at Yi Fan, her tone threatening. "If I wake up and don't see you, I wouldn't mind letting you experience the taste of death again." Yi Fan froze, then quickly waved his hand. Okay, go to sleep now." This time, Flame Princess's intervention wasn't free. Although she ate and stayed in the tribe, she never intended to pay any rent. The fire crystal was her reward for this trip. Yi Fan gritted his teeth inwardly. "You're a devil, aren't you? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." But upon catching a glimpse of Yan Ji enveloped in flames, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. "Hiss, this thing looks like it's on fire. If I were to actually do it, wouldn't I end up roasting myself like a chicken?" To be honest, he was a little scared. Could this thing that was covered in fire really do that? Despite the fear, the idea of giving it a try never left his mind. It's just that Yan Ji's temperament is too fiery right now, so he needs to find a suitable opportunity. "You know how to prepare these ingredients, right?" Yi Fan changed the subject, looking at the elves surrounding him. Meili and the others nodded immediately, their eyes resolute. "Don't worry, Master. We will definitely handle it well." Yi Fan waved his hand, and rows of spices, packaged in wild fruit shells and bamboo tubes, appeared on the ground. These are seasonings, including sour, sweet, spicy, and salty ones. Add a little bit while grilling to enhance the flavor. Meili smiled and agreed. "Leave it to us. We do these kinds of chores all the time in the tribe." Under Yi Fan's curious gaze, the elves quickly got to work. With deft fingertips, they cut open the cow's belly, deftly emptied the internal organs, and carefully stuffed fish and mutton into the cow's abdominal cavity. Finally, They tied it tightly with vines and strung it on a thick halberd. Noticing Yi Fan's gaze, the elves became even more alert. Mei turned to her companion and said solemnly, "Our master is so good to us, so this barbecue must be the best we can do. We can't let our master down." "Clear. Don't worry, Captain. Leave it to us." A group of elves were full of confidence. One of them stepped forward, firmly held the halberd with both hands, and began to rotate it at a uniform speed, as even as a machine. The elves nearby focused intently, pointing 2 fingers at the spinning bull, and shouted in unison, "Fire of the sun." With a whoosh, pale golden flames shot out from their fingertips, precisely enveloping the cow's body like flamethrowers, and began to roast it evenly. Before long, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air with the steam, making everyone involuntarily sniff. "Wow, it smells so good," Lin Qingxue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, it tastes much better than what we bake ourselves." As expected, everyone has their own expertise. They are really good at hunting and cooking. The beef mixed with lamb and fish doesn't have any gamey smell at all. I saw them stuffing something into the cow's stomach, maybe to remove the fishy smell. Never mind, it smells delicious. Hearing the praise from the crowd, the elves remained expressionless, but their eyes were fixed on Yi Fan, filled with obvious anticipation. The approval of others means nothing. Only the praise of their master can truly make them happy. Yi Fan noticed their gazes, smiled faintly, and said with a hint of indulgence, "Mary, you did a good job." Upon hearing this, the elves' faces lit up instantly, and their hands, which were controlling the flames, unconsciously tightened their grip. "Hey, the fire's too big. Keep it down," an elf hurriedly reminded. The elf who had added the fire panicked and quickly lowered the flames, apologizing with a look of fear. "I'm sorry, master. It's my fault." "It's all right." Yi Fan waved his hand and asked curiously, "Mary, what did you add to it? Why doesn't it smell fishy at all?" Mei smiled and explained happily, "It's a refreshing herb, master. This grass can remove fishy smells and absorb odors, and it can also be eaten directly. Our tribe uses it to process the prey after hunting." Yi Fan suddenly realized, "I see. Then can it mask the smell?" "Yes, that's fine." Mary nodded. "Its sap can purify the surrounding air. When we're hunting in ambush, we'll apply some to our bodies to mask our scent." "Okay." Yi Fan's eyes lit up. "Go and collect some fresh herbs later, and it would be best if you could separate the juice for me." "Yes, master," Mei replied solemnly, keeping the matter firmly in mind. He was calculating in his mind. The crystal ball's invisibility could only hide his figure, but not his scent. If I can also cover up the smell, then when I use invisibility, basically no one will be able to detect me. If it could also learn to hover and fly without leaving any footprints, that would be even more perfect. "Yi Fan, are those 8 elf generals really that strong?" Liu Anuona walked over, her brows slightly furrowed, her tone tinged with worry. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around curiously, their eyes filled with concern. This concerns the safety of the entire tribe, so they couldn't help but be nervous. Chapter 152 News of the Blood-Melting Grass. Yi Fan unconsciously rubbed the chain at his waist with his fingertips and nodded solemnly. "Very strong. It's at least different from the ordinary gold grade ones I've ever seen." He paused, then explained seriously. "The key is that they are proficient in magic and can stack up various buffs before the battle. After being empowered, they can easily kill ordinary gold-level creatures. I was basically powerless to resist that law enforcement officer just now. Although this may boost the morale of the enemy, it concerns the safety of the tribe, so I cannot hide it." The crowd's faces instantly darkened, but their eyes quickly hardened. "It's okay. We'll figure something out together, and we'll definitely get through this crisis." "Yes, Yi Fan, don't shoulder all the pressure yourself. We'll live together, and we'll die together." Suma Miao walked to Yi Fan's side, her fingertips lightly resting on his shoulder, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she still managed a faint smile. "Yi Fan, if you're feeling stressed, I can help you relax tonight." These words startled everyone around, and they all turned to look at Suma Miao. This girl is usually quiet and reserved. I never expected her to say something so bold. "Suma Miao." Yi Fan awkwardly rubbed his nose, his tone hesitant. "This isn't very appropriate, it's so embarrassing." Despite saying that, his hand honestly reached out and gently embraced Suma Miao's slender waist. "Pa, you're just saying one thing and meaning another. Yi Fan, you big jerk. If we weren't here, would you have already taken the test? Where are you going to put your hands? You scoundrel. How shameless." A group of people immediately surrounded him and started complaining. Yi Fan shrugged without refuting, but Su Ma Miao couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right. I've heard everything from Aina about what happened in the dungeon. Now, logically speaking, it's my turn, isn't it? She turned to look at Yi Fan, her eyes sparkling as if they held stars. Yi Fan. What's wrong? You'll be gentler, right? Probably. But it will definitely hurt, Yi Fan said truthfully. It's okay. Su Ma Miao winked playfully. If it hurts, I'll bite you. The two were neighbors and already knew each other well, so their conversation flowed naturally. Yi Fan knew in his heart that Su Ma Miao genuinely wanted to help him relax, and it wasn't just a matter of personal need. Of course, perhaps after this bold attempt, she will start to look forward to those things. Su Ma Miao put her hands behind her back, lowered her head slightly, her ear tips were red, and asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. When do we start? No rush. Yi Fan shook his head, his tone becoming serious. I need to find some materials first. If I want to contend with the elves, I at least need to change my class first. He knew all too well the difference between gold level and gold level items. His previous encounters with law enforcement officers had given him a thorough understanding of this. They fight using brute force and simple basic attacks and skills, but the elves are different. They understand tactics, are skilled in magic, and can stack up buffs. It's like two people with exactly the same physical abilities. One is an ordinary fitness enthusiast, and the other is a martial arts expert proficient in Taekwondo and Jeet Kune Do. If a real fight breaks out, the latter will definitely win. If the 8 elven generals are this difficult to deal with, how terrifying must the platinum-level elven queen be? Yi Fan dared not think too deeply about it, only feeling a chill run down his spine. The most important thing right now is to quickly improve our strength. Yi Fan opened the familiar chat channel, where various messages were still scrolling across the screen, filled with casual chatter and complaints between tribes. Sky Beetle Tribe. How long is this blood moon going to last? I paid a high price for information that an old witch was going to descend, but I haven't even seen a hair of her. White Tiger Tribe. That's right. But we've seen a significant increase in ferocious beasts here. They're almost becoming a plague lately. Tianshan Tribe. Those ferocious beasts are all right. Although there are many of them, they are not strong and are not a threat. War King Tribe. Hee, I've got my hands on a necromancer's class change scroll. Once I successfully change classes, I'll be able to wipe out everything in sight. Snow King Tribe. Give me a break. I also have a fighter's class change scroll. Do you think I don't know how hard it is to obtain those materials? Especially that tenacious will. I've never even heard of it. Iron-Blooded Tribe. Job change scroll? What's that? I've never even heard of it. Can someone help me out? I want one too. Yi Fan slid his finger across the screen, his gaze sweeping over the lines of information, his brows gradually furrowing. While job change scrolls are rare, they are not uncommon. His scroll dropped from a gold rank minotaur. Nowadays, most tribes are capable of hunting gold-level monsters, so it's reasonable for them to drop job change scrolls. However, these tribes all share a common problem. They have not acquired a tenacious will. Hiss! Yi Fan gasped, his mind filled with doubt. Could it be that only monsters in the dungeon drop that thing? His unwavering willpower was acquired in the dungeon, where he even obtained 2 of them at once. No one on the entire server has reportedly gotten one before. However, he had no time to dwell on that. His immediate priority was the blood-melting grass. Red Bull's heart is ready. Mary brought back quite a few today. Only this last ingredient is needed to complete the Berserker's class change. Yi Fan immediately typed and used Heavenly Demon coins to push the message to the top of the channel. Spark Tribe. Does anyone have blood-melting grass? Need blood-melting grass. Buying at a high price. 2 minutes after the message was sent, someone replied. Liver King Tribe. Blood-melting grass? I do have that. But if I remember correctly, it's a necessary item for job change materials, right? You want this. Have you already found the tenacious will? Giant Sword Tribe. Holy crap. No way. So many people around the world haven't found the spawn point for resilient will. How could he possibly have it? I also have blood-melting grass, but I've never even heard a hair of news about resilient will. If I had a strong will, I'd just switch to a greatsword master. That would be incredibly cool. Star Guardian Tribe. I also have blood-melting grass, but I've already listed it on the auction house. I'll definitely need it in the future, so I doubt anyone will sell it. If I weren't short of money right now, I wouldn't be willing to sell it. Seeing everyone's replies, Yi Fan frowned and cursed inwardly. These people are incredibly cunning. They won't even mention how to obtain the blood-melting grass. Sigh. He sighed helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. Only he himself knew where to obtain information about unwavering willpower. If there's no other way to obtain blood-melting grass, so be it, but since someone has listed it on the auction house, he's determined to get it no matter what. The berserker is just one step away from his class advancement, and the threat from the elves is imminent. He is determined to get the blood-melting grass. Chapter 153: The Auction of Blood-Melting Grass. Auction House. Lot 001. Blood Demon, Sword Manufacturing Blueprint. Starting bid, 3,000 Heavenly Demon Coins. Minimum bid increment 300. Lot 002. Berserk Potion Manufacturing Blueprint. Starting bid, 500 Heavenly Demon Coins. Minimum bid increment 100. Lot 009. Blood Melting Grass. Starting bid, 10,000 Heavenly Demon Coins. Minimum bid increment 500. Yi Fan was dazzled by the wide array of auction items, but his gaze remained fixed on lot number 9. This, Yi Fan gasped. 10,000 yuan? That's so expensive. Never mind. I'll get it no matter how expensive it is. He gritted his teeth and made a silent vow. Yi Fan entered auction room number 9, where a large crowd had already gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Room 009. 30 minutes remaining in the auction. Yi Fan glanced at the current wealth rankings and raised an eyebrow again. The Liver Emperor tribe is currently firmly in first place with a wealth of 250,000 Heavenly Demon Coins. It truly lives up to its name as the Liver Emperor. Yi Fan's Spark tribe ranks 8th and currently has 190,000 Heavenly Demon Coins. Of course, this is also why he didn't specifically farm materials. However, he still has many rare materials that he hasn't had time to sell, and they are quite valuable. If all 500 plus sets of equipment seized in the dungeon were sold, they could fetch at least 300,000 Heavenly Demon Coins, enough to surpass the hardcore players' tribe and take the top spot. Wanyu, how are the equipment sales? Yi Fan turned his head and asked Wanyu behind him. I'm adjusting the prices now, and it'll be up for auction soon. Wanyu was extremely busy, frantically changing the prices. Of the more than 500 people we eliminated earlier, more than 100 escaped by teleporting, and the remaining 400 plus sets of equipment are currently being priced. She wanted to maximize profits, even if it was a bit slow, because she couldn't afford to lose money. She would keep the good equipment for the tribe members and sell all the extras in a package. A set of excellent equipment could sell for an average of 200 Tianyao coins. She has a total of 400 sets, which is equivalent to 80,000 Heavenly Demon Coins, enough to significantly increase the wealth of the Starfire tribe. Upon seeing this, Yi Fan immediately began his bidding. Spark tribe participates in auction. Auction price, 15,000 Heavenly Demon Coins. Yi Fan immediately raised the price to 15,000, determined to make the final decision. He didn't have the patience to add only 500 each time. At a price of 15,000, there was definitely someone who could afford it. Rather than bidding slowly, he might as well go head-to-head with the rich. Room 9 instantly erupted in chaos. Shark tribe, holy crap. Someone's here to cause trouble, and they're adding so much pressure. Shark tribe bids, 16,000 Heavenly Demon Coins. Nascent Soul tribe, fellow Taoist. You are truly arrogant. Do you think I'm penniless? The Nascent Soul tribe bids, 18,000 Heavenly Demon Coins. Thunder tribe, interesting. Starfire tribe, you don't actually have a strong will, do you? Raising the price like that, you're determined to win. Thunder tribe bids, 20,000 Heavenly Demon Coins. Tianyin tribe, hey, what a coincidence. It's you again, you pervert. You want the blood-melting grass. I'll make sure you don't get it. Tianyin tribe bids, 30,000 Tianyao coins. Yi Fan's lips twitched when he saw the bid from the Tianyin tribe, and he typed, hey, isn't this Steam Bun Sister? I admit I was wrong, okay? Actually, your Mantu Elementary School is pretty good too. There's no need to compete with me for it. On the other side, Tianyin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You pervert. You're infuriating. Shark tribe, ha ha ha, awesome. Is Chief Xingho really that powerful? The avatars on the screen were flashing wildly, and a line of text popped out. Forget it. Forget it. This is none of my business. You guys continue. Nascent Soul tribe, fellow Taoist, that's not very fair. An exaggerated emoji was sent. By the way, did you take any photos? I'll spend Heavenly Demon Coins to buy an exclusive photo album of Mantu Elementary School. How about it? Thunder tribe, struck by lightning. Struck by lightning. Thunderclap tribe posted an extremely anxious emoji. How could you say such things about such an adorable little girl? You should cherish her. Do you understand? Tianyin tribe, get out of my way, all of you. A profile picture with a crying voice suddenly came crashing down on me. Especially you from the Thunder Tribe. Who needs your protection? Get out, get out. Yi Fan looked at the screen, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. Ha! Behind boiling sheep, lamb chops, and dog there are no seats here. Thunder Tribe, damn it. You treated my kindness like dirt. I'm going to become your hater. Don't let me run into you, or I'll kill you. Nascent Soul Tribe. Fellow Taoist, please explain in detail how to pound it. What should you use to pound it? Is this proper pounding? Puffed. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud, watching the chat box veer off topic into outer space, until the countdown in the lower right corner of the screen started flashing wildly. 10 minutes left. He rubbed his chin, his gaze fixed on the bidding amount on the screen. Are these guys planning to steal the tower? Raising the price at the last second is indeed a dirty trick, like dancing on the edge of a knife. If you're not careful, someone else will take advantage of you. The leaders of these tribes were all shrewd and calculating, each with their own agenda. In the makeshift camp at the edge of the forest, Tianyin clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white from the force. The countdown numbers on the screen flashed like a death knell, and her eyes were filled with resentment. Damn Starfire Tribe. She hated Yi Fan to the core. The shameful scene that happened in the underground city that day was branded into her mind, haunting her day and night. She could even clearly recall Yi Fan's mocking gaze and his sarcastic words. Every time she thought of it, she felt an urge to tear him to pieces. The last 10 minutes I refuse to believe we can't take it. Tianyin gritted her teeth, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Wait a minute, I'll make you pay. Meanwhile, in the Elven tribe's camp 100 kilometers away, the lights were on. A female elf dressed in a gorgeous long dress and wearing a crown slowly rose from the throne. Her face was stunningly beautiful, yet she exuded an icy coldness that kept people at a distance. Aelida is dead. Her voice, as cold as ice, pierced through the entire hall. His life energy has completely vanished. The elves, who had been raising their glasses and chatting happily, froze on the spot, their glasses falling to the ground with a loud clatter. The smiles on their faces froze, replaced by disbelief, shock, and fear. What? Arita is dead? A young elf asked, trembling, his voice filled with fear. Your Majesty, is this true? Another elf cautiously looked up, her eyes filled with unease. How could this be? An old elf murmured to himself. Lord Arita is so powerful that he can escape unscathed even when encountering a strong enemy. Could it be the Orc tribe? Someone speculated, their eyes filled with worry. Impossible. The female elf suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp as a knife. Apart from the Beast King, there is no other orc in the Orc tribe who could kill Arita. But what exactly is going on? An elf asked, trembling, his voice filled with despair. The female elf took a deep breath, suppressing her anger and unease, and said in a cold voice, Aun, go and investigate the location of Arita's death immediately. Find out every detail. I will tell you the exact location where his life disappeared. A tall elf with curved ram horns immediately knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. Orn guarantees to complete the mission. A hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. The death of Arita was undoubtedly a huge blow to the entire Elven tribe. The hall fell into a deathly silence, with only the female elf's cold gaze sweeping over everyone, carrying an invisible pressure. She knew that Arita's death was no accident, and that it had to be investigated thoroughly. Chapter 154 The Game. Obtaining the blood-melting grass. Yi Fan's gaze was fixed on the auction screen, his fingertips unconsciously tapping Su Manmiao's thigh. With only 3 minutes left in the auction, the price on the screen was still slowly climbing, and it had been pushed up to a high of 30,000 heavenly demon coins by the Tianyin tribe. Manmiao, how many tower-stealing moves do you think they'll make in the end? Yi Fan asked, tilting his head, his tone tinged with uncertainty. He was determined to win, but didn't want to waste money. Blindly raising prices will only lead to losses. Su Manmiao has always been clever and quick-witted, and is known as the idea queen in the class. Upon hearing this, she rested her chin on her hand, her brows furrowing slightly as she pondered. Let me sort this out. Okay, you have 3 minutes. Take your time thinking. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze returning to the screen. He knew perfectly well that while blood-melting grass was precious, it was an exclusive material for Berserker class advancement. Currently, only he possesses unwavering willpower. Others who manage to buy these items are merely hoarding them, not fulfilling any genuine need. However, this blood-melting grass is extremely rare, and its value won't drop too much in the mid to late game, so he has to get it. But the key question is, how much should you pay to avoid losing money? I'm spending too much. It hurts to spend the heavenly demon coins. If you sell too little, someone else might snatch it up, and finding a channel to acquire it later will only make things more complicated. This balance is very difficult to strike. The anime version is better. A moment later, Su Ma Miao's eyes lit up, and she said with certainty, "How about we set it at 50,500 heavenly demon coins?" 50,500? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Why this number? Think about it. Su Ma Miao began to analyze clearly and logically. For them, blood-melting grass is just a material that might be needed in the future. It's simply a matter of preparing for the future. But it's a necessity for us, not for them. Given the current economic situation of each tribe, 50,000 heavenly demon coins is roughly 1/3 of the wealth of a medium-sized tribe. They are not as wealthy as our tribe. Previously, they always raised prices to whole numbers, which shows that they subconsciously prefer whole numbers, a common problem for most people. If their bottom line is 50,000, they will most likely offer exactly 50,000. The auction rules stipulate that each bid must be at least 500. We bid 50,500, which will just put us ahead of them without wasting any money. Su Ma Miao's analysis hit the nail on the head, and Yi Fan suddenly understood. He was only focused on having to win, but overlooked the underlying power dynamics behind the price. 50,000 heavenly demon coins is already an astronomical price. A set of excellent grade equipment costs only 200 heavenly demon coins, and a set of fine grade equipment costs only 5,000. This one herb is equivalent to the price of 10 sets of fine grade equipment. For ordinary tribes, spending a third or even half of their wealth to buy a single blade of grass that they don't need for the time being is already the limit. Even if the Tianyin tribe hates him, they might not cross this line. You're right, let's do it this way. Yi Fan made the decision, but then hesitated and said, if we don't get it, we can always pay a high price to find someone to buy it later. At this moment, the countdown on the screen had started ticking, with only 10 seconds left. Throughout the dungeon, the tribal chiefs participating in the auction stared intently at the screens, their breathing almost imperceptible. This essential material for job advancement is something everyone wants to compete for. Shark Tribe, Nascent Soul Tribe, Thunder Tribe, and the gritted teeth of the Heavenly Sound Tribe, everyone's fingers hovered over the bidding button. Inside the Tianyin tribe's tent, Tianyin leaned on the corner of the table, her knuckles white from gripping it so tightly that her fingernails were almost embedded in the wood. Her eyes flashed with malice, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Raise it to 50,000. I want to see who dares to compete with me now." "Chief, isn't 50,000 too high?" the girl next to her said worriedly. "Our tribe only has 110,000 heavenly demon coins in total, and this is almost half of that. Enough to buy 10 sets of excellent grade equipment." "Yes, chieftain, we lack the willpower to persevere. Buying blood-melting grass would be a waste, as we would be powerless to use it." The words of those around her calmed Tianyin down for a moment, but the thought of Yi Fan's previous humiliation, being stripped naked and spanked, still came to mind. She was then dismissed with a casual, "It's just SOSO," and her anger instantly clouded her judgment. "Never mind. I know this decision is wrong, but you understand. That Yi Fan, after how he treated me, I absolutely cannot let him get what he wants." The tribe members exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. They could understand this obsession. Anyone who was humiliated like that would probably try every means to retaliate. The countdown on the screen is getting closer and closer. The numbers are jumping rapidly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Almost a second before the countdown reached 0, all the bidders pressed the button simultaneously. A series of bids instantly popped up on the screen. Shark Tribe's bid, 35,000 heavenly demon coins. Nascent Soul Tribe's bid, 42,000 heavenly demon coins. Thunder Tribe's bid, 45,000 heavenly demon coins. Old Six Tribe's bid, 48,000 heavenly demon coins. Tianyin Tribe bids, 50,000 Tianyao coins. When Tianyin saw her bid, she was overjoyed. It's done. 50,000 yuan. Let's see how he bids. But the next second, a new bid popped up, like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. Spark Tribe's bid, 50,500 heavenly demon coins. Auction ended. Congratulations to Xingho Tribe for winning a blood-melting grass. Yi Fan stared at the prompts on the screen, checking them 3 times before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. He raised his hand and patted Su Ma Miao's thigh, excitedly hugged her, and gently pecked her cheek. "Mua, we got it. You're so smart, you managed to outsmart them. Su Ma Miao's cheeks flushed slightly, but she couldn't help but smile. I told you this price was fine. The auction channel was in an uproar. Shark Tribe, holy crap. Is this some kind of reincarnation of Zhuge Liang? The timing is so precise. Nascent Soul Tribe, fellow Taoist, you're not cheating, are you? Thunder Tribe, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Old Six Tribe was hiding really well just now. They were lurking the whole time, and they almost managed to steal the tower. Old Six truly lives up to his name. Old Six Tribe, I still got robbed by a cheater. I'm reporting this. Tianyin looked at the number, 50,500, and trembled with anger, almost overturning the table. She would rather Yi Fan pay 60,000 or 70,000 for the blood fusion grass. At least that way she could trick him into paying more money. But the other party only had 500 more. Not too much, not too little, just enough to overpower her, and I didn't lose out at all. This is worse than killing her. That bastard Yi Fan. How could he calculate so accurately? She stomped her feet in anger, her eyes reddening. At this moment, Yi Fan sent a cheeky message in the channel. Little steamed bun sister Tianyin, you're still lacking something. I had almost forgotten about what happened before, but your bidding brought back the memory of that day. To be honest, your steamed bun shape is quite unique and clean. Tianyin Tribe, in a frenzy, Yi Fan. I'll kill you. Yi Fan glanced at Tianyin's frantic messages on the channel, smiled jokingly, and ignored them. He raised his hand, and a red and green plant emitting a faint spiritual light appeared out of thin air in his palm. It was the blood-melting grass. Great! Yi Fan gripped the blood-melting grass tightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With this, the Berserker's heart can be synthesized. Once he completes the Berserker class change, his strength will undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap, giving him more confidence to face the impending Blood Moon crisis. Chapter 155 Strange Noises in the Bathhouse. Without further delay, Yi Fan immediately handed all the prepared forging materials to Nalan Mimi. Nalan Mimi. The moment Nalan Mimi's fingertips touched the material, her eyes lit up, unable to hide her joy. These materials are all rare and difficult to obtain, so the finished products forged from them are naturally priceless. She took it carefully, her fingertips trembling slightly. Mimi, you'll have to work hard this time. Yi Fan's tone was full of concern. This thing will take more than 4 hours of continuous hammering to take shape, so don't tire yourself out. Nalan Mimi looked up at him, a gentle smile playing on her lips, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. It's all right, Yi Fan. We survived those days in the underground city. This little bit of hardship is nothing. Halfway through her sentence, her voice trailed off, and her cheeks flushed even more. During their time in the underground city, Yi Fan treated her with exceptional favoritism. Those private moments of tenderness completely disarmed her, and now her dependence on him is deeply ingrained. Yi Fan noticed her shyness, rubbed his nose, and his expression became extremely serious. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for each and every one of you and do everything I can to protect you all. Hearing this promise, Nalan Mimi's smile grew even brighter, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Okay, then can I come to your room alone next time? Of course. Yi Fan readily agreed without the slightest hesitation. Nalan Mimi has a typical pear-shaped, slightly plump figure, which is exactly the type of woman Yi Fan prefers. As they spent time together in the dungeon, this favoritism brought the two closer together. She said no more, took the blueprints from Yi Fan, turned and walked towards the forging furnace, her eyes full of focus. The forging furnace roared into flames, and 10 Red Bull hearts were thrown into the furnace one by one. Accompanied by a sizzling sound, the flames suddenly shot up half a meter high. All the materials slowly melted and fused together at high temperatures, eventually coalescing into a heart-shaped blank radiating a fiery red light. It was about the size of a basketball, scorching hot, and radiated heat. Nalan Mimi picked up the heavy forging hammer, exerted force with both arms, and slammed it down hard on the billet. Clang! The crisp sound of impact echoed in the forging room. With each hammer blow, the blank shrank a little, and strands of pure energy flowed into her body through the hammerhead, turning into experience points to nourish her cultivation. She was focused, and her rhythm remained perfectly steady as she raised and lowered the hammer. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had already brought Su Ma Miao to the public bathhouse. Although only a few hours had passed outside, he had actually endured more than a month in the underground city. The intense battles and constant travel had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Even though his physical abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people, he desperately needed a hot bath to relieve his fatigue. Master, do you really not need us to help you scrub your back? Melly and several other elves gathered around, their eyes filled with a mixture of disappointment and anticipation. Yi Fan smiled gently and waved his hand. All right, there will be plenty of opportunities to get a scrub. After you finish your showers today, go back and rest. Don't stay up too late. Mei pursed her lips, her tone tinged with grievance. Fine, all right. Amidst the envious gazes of the other elves, Yi Fan took Su Manmiao's hand and slowly walked into the bath area. He turned on the hot water valve, and warm water flowed out continuously, quickly accumulating into a shallow layer in the pool. The rising steam spread like a light veil, blurring his vision. There were already quite a few girls soaking and playing in the bath, their laughter echoing throughout the pool. The heat was so intense that only blurry figures could be seen 3 meters away, which also created a natural barrier of privacy. Su Manmiao stared at the scene before her, swallowing nervously, her voice trembling slightly. Yi Fan, can't we go back to our room? It's not really appropriate to stay here, is it? Yi Fan smiled calmly and reached out to brush the stray hairs from her forehead. There's nothing wrong with it. This bath has an automatic purification magic that thoroughly cleans the water every 10 minutes, so it's very clean. He paused, his tone tinged with helplessness. Besides, my room has been taken over by Flame Princess. We can't exactly do that in front of that demon, can we? Well, that's true. Su Manmiao nodded gently, her nervousness easing slightly, though her cheeks were still burning. The hot water gradually rose above my waist, and the warmth enveloped my whole body, making me want to relax. Yi Fan held Su Manmiao's hand and slowly walked through the pool, heading towards a secluded corner. The further you went into the corner, the hotter the heat became, and the laughter around you gradually became indistinct. Soon, the two arrived at the corner. Su Manmiao turned around, her back to Yi Fan, and half leaned on the edge of the bathtub, her lower body still immersed in the warm water. Her long, black hair fell over her shoulders, covering her flushed cheeks. Yi Fan gently wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on the top of her head, and asked softly, "Are you ready?" Su Manmiao's heart rate soared instantly, and the vibrations in her chest were clearly transmitted to Yi Fan's arm. But she didn't back down, nodding firmly, her voice carrying a hint of stubbornness. Yes, I can do it. There's a first time for everything. It can't hurt as much as losing a hand or a foot, right? This wasn't just bravado. She had been seriously injured in previous battles, and the excruciating pain of broken bones and torn tendons is still unforgettable. Although it possesses the ability to resurrect, the pain it feels is incredibly real. But at this moment, in Yi Fan's arms, she inexplicably gained a bit more courage. However, just 2.5 seconds later, Su Manmiao couldn't help but bite her red lips lightly, and her hands, which were supporting her on the edge of the bathtub, clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. A second later, a few crystal tears uncontrollably slid down from the corners of her eyes, silently spreading out amidst the warm pool water. Can you still bear it? Yi Fan noticed the change in Su Manmiao's emotions, and his movements became even gentler, his tone full of heartache. I'm fine. Yi Fan, you can continue. Su Manmiao's voice was as soft as cotton, with a barely perceptible sob, yet she was still trying to hold on. Ripples gradually appeared on the surface of the bathtub. As time went by, the ripples became more and more obvious, eventually turning into tiny waves that spread outwards. The unusual commotion caused the girls bathing nearby to stop their playful antics, their faces filled with confusion. Huh? Why is the water suddenly making waves? A girl stared at the swaying water, her face full of confusion. I don't know, it was fine before. Could there be something wrong with the bathhouse? Another girl chimed in. Look, the wave seems to be coming from the left corner. Shall we go take a look? Someone suggested. Let's go see if there are any new features, the group said, getting up to leave. Just then, Yin Lily rushed forward, reached out and stopped them, her voice urgent. Don't go. Please don't go. Huh? What? The girls all stopped and looked at her curiously. Lily, is there a problem over there? Yin Lily took a deep breath, lowered her voice, and her cheeks flushed slightly. I just saw Yi Fan and Manmiao go to that corner. So you'd better not go over there, so as not to disturb them. Huh? What are they doing in the corner? Someone asked instinctively before they could react. Could it be? Another girl's eyes lit up, and she instantly understood something, her face showing a look of amused curiosity. With things said to this extent, even the slowest person would have realized what was going on. One girl couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, Holy crap! How dare they do that? Chill. Keep your voice down. The person next to her quickly covered her mouth. Do you want to scare Yi Fan? At this moment, the waves in the pool became increasingly turbulent, crashing against them one after another like ocean waves. The girls' cheeks instantly turned bright red, and they all lowered their heads, swimming in opposite directions in unison, not daring to even breathe. In the corner where the steam was thickest, Su Manmiao's fingertips almost dug into the tiles on the edge of the bathtub, her knuckles turning white from the force. She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling slightly. Yi Fan, Manmiao, me too. Yi Fan's voice was also a little hoarse as he hugged Su Manmiao tightly. Chapter 156 Berserker. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Yi Fan, filled with excitement, ran into the blacksmith's shop. Nothing is more exciting than changing jobs. Nalan Mimi was still fast asleep on the wooden bed in the inner room. The stove in the center of the shop was burning brightly, its orange-red flames licking at a heart the size of a fist. The heart's surface, covered with tangled blood vessels, was still pulsating powerfully. With a casual gesture, Yi Fan drew the still violently beating Berserker's heart towards him, drawn by an invisible force. Berserker's heart. After fusion, you will become a Berserker. Berserkers possess more powerful skills, greater survivability, and stronger melee capabilities. Note: the naturally warlike Berserker disdains ranged weapons, preferring the visceral thrill of hand-to-hand combat. After job advancement, your control over ranged weapons will decrease by 50%. Yi Fan glanced at the side effects in the notes, but didn't pay them any attention. He has always preferred close combat. The tangible feeling of a blade slicing into flesh is 100 times more exhilarating than the remote, airborne attacks of ranged weapons. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted in a deep voice, "Merge." As soon as he finished speaking, the heart suddenly burst out with a red light and instantly disappeared into his chest. A surge of scalding heat exploded from his chest and spread to every corner of his body. Yi Fan felt warm all over, as if an inextinguishable flame was burning in his blood. Not only did I not feel uncomfortable at all, but I felt refreshed and energetic, and even my pores felt relaxed. Yi Fan let out a long breath, the exhaled air carrying a faint heat, and he felt a sense of refreshing transformation. He opened his information panel to check. Name: Yi Fan. Class: Berserker. Level: LV 33. Passive 1. Berserker's exclusive skill panel. Passive 2. Bloodlust. Grants you immunity to freezing debuffs, freeing you from the cold. Passive skill 3. Berserker's Heart. The more you fight, the stronger you become. In battle, for every minute of combat, your strength and speed increase by 1%, while your sanity decreases by 0.5 points per minute. Yi Fan stared at the passive skill descriptions on the panel, his heart burning with excitement. These 3 passive abilities alone are enough to boost his strength dramatically, and the most crucial of them all is passive ability 1. The Berserker's exclusive skill panel. I hope there's a more powerful skill I can learn. Berserker skill panel. Learning can be done by consuming level points. Current level points: 33. Blood Spear. Normal skill conjures a blood-red spear and thrusts it forward. War Cry. Buff unleashes a roar, removing all negative effects and granting 0.5 seconds of invulnerability. Increases own strength and speed by 200% and surrounding allies by 50%. Blood Boiling Point. Explosive skill loses 1/3 of its health, unleashing a pillar of crimson magma within a 10-meter radius. Eternal Blood Pool. King's skill consumes a large amount of mana to create a blood pool at the location of your next strike, continuously spewing forth frenzied blood. Sword of the War King. Minor awakening skill: obtain a blood-drinking sword. During battle, absorb blood. Once fully absorbed, unleash an awakening skill. Yi Fan was dazzled by the sights and immediately added a little to all the learnable skills, first unlocking the most basic skill effects. After selecting 15 skills in one go, he stopped. He needed to test which skill he was comfortable with first, and then focus on leveling up the skills that were easy to use later. This was something he had already planned out. Just then, Wan Yu's voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Fan, when are we setting off? The Flying Bird tribe is still quite far away. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan snapped out of his reverie, a smile playing on his lips. We have to go now, but not by walking. Huh? How are we supposed to get there if we don't walk over? Wan Yu asked, looking puzzled. Let Yanji lead us there, Yi Fan said. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yanji walked in, yawning, and asked sleepily. Yi Fan, where's the flame crystal you promised me? Have you found it? Yi Fan flipped his hand, and 2 fiery red crystals appeared in his palm. Yi Fan bought these 2 crystals. Of course, they weren't expensive. They were just not available in the Misty Forest. It's quite common in some other places, like volcanoes. The tribe that sells this stuff lives near the volcano, where there are so many flame crystals that nobody wants them. Yi Fan casually bought 2 for 200 heavenly demon coins. Yan Ji's eyes lit up, and she snatched the crystal without hesitation. A smile instantly spread across her face, but she still asked with a hint of wariness. Yi Fan, what do you mean by giving me 2? You're not asking me for help again, are you? Yi Fan nodded calmly. Of course, we'll let you be our mount, and take us to the Flying Bird tribe. Otherwise it'll be dark by the time we get there. Yan Ji's expression instantly turned cold, and her voice became angry. What? You want me to be your mount? She grabbed Yi Fan by the collar, her eyes fierce. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Yi Fan remained calm and composed, flipping his hand again to instantly produce dozens of fire crystals. Then, with a crash, crack, they all fell to the ground. Is it okay now? Yan Ji's hand instantly loosened its grip, her gaze fixed on the flame crystal on the ground. She bit her lip, but ultimately gave in. All right, for the sake of these things, I'll reluctantly help you out one more time. Chapter 157 Dragon. Flame Princess tilted her head back, opened her mouth, and swallowed all the flame crystals in one gulp, followed by a series of crunching sounds. Those crystals, as hard as stone, were chewed to pieces by her as if they were crunchy bones, and she swallowed them. Yi Fan's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and he subconsciously swallowed. That biting force is incredible. The hardness of the flame crystal is comparable to granite, yet she can easily chew and swallow it. He thought to himself, if I ever think about doing something to her, I'd better think twice. If I accidentally get hurt by those teeth, it's no joke. Especially since Yi Fan didn't want to become a eunuch. After consuming the flame crystal, Flame Princess turned and walked to the open space of the tribe. The flames around her suddenly surged, and her body grew rapidly at a visible speed, transforming into a towering giant in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan, standing at Yan Ji's feet, was once again shrouded in a huge shadow. Looking up, he could see the wind and shadows under her skirt, as well as the unique spring light above his head. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get in my hands. Yan Ji's voice was like a booming bell, urging her with a hint of impatience. Yi Fan then came to his senses and noticed that Yan Ji had already placed her broad palms flat on the ground, supporting the ground steadily, like a safe platform. Okay, coming right away. The group of 10 stepped onto Yan Ji's palm one after another, and she gently closed her palm to embrace them. The enormous fiery wings behind it flapped twice, scattering sparks with scorching air, and it instantly soared into the sky. There weren't many people going to the Flying Bird tribe this time, and Su Miao was among them. She clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, her eyes filled with anger. Those people raided the tribe last time, clearly intending to wipe them out. How could she not avenge that? Yi Fan, we must kill them all in a moment. Su Miao gritted her teeth, her tone full of resentment. Yi Fan's eyes were as cold as ice, his fingertips tracing the chain at his waist. Of course, not a single one will be left alive. Do they really think I can't find their lair? I bet they're still fast asleep in their tribe right now, with no idea we'd come knocking on their door, a girl teased, raising an eyebrow. Definitely. Anyone who dares to mess with our Starfire tribe will have to pay the price. By the way, you guys are responsible for guarding the surrounding area and blocking all escape routes. I'll lead the attack. Yi Fan instructed in a deep voice. Everyone nodded in agreement. Now that Yi Fan has become a berserker, his restless fighting spirit is hard to contain, and he's looking for an opportunity to test his new strength. His current strength has reached the top level of gold. Once he finishes crafting the equipment blueprints dropped in the dungeon, his strength will steadily advance to platinum level. Even if they face the Elf Queen, they might still have a fighting chance. The wind whistled in my ears, and my hair was whipped around wildly. Yan Ji's flight speed was astonishing. Yi Fan roughly estimated it to be at least 300 kilometers per hour, causing the mountains and rivers below to rush past. Flame Princess, is your true form in its small or large form? Yi Fan couldn't help but ask curiously. Sir, this state requires a continuous expenditure of magic power to maintain. Flame Princess replied bluntly. Oh, can you teach me? This magic to grow bigger is so cool. If only I could grow bigger too. Yi Fan rubbed his hands together, a playful glint in his eyes. The girls around him immediately blushed and glared at him. My God, Yifan, what are you thinking? If this really gets bigger, won't people die? That's right. That's right. That won't do. It'll break, you know. Yifan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. No, what kind of person do you think I am? I'm not that kind of person with bad intentions. Yes, the girls answered in unison, their tone resolute. Yifan sighed helplessly, but secretly thought to himself. Actually, he just wanted to learn how to grow bigger so he could try to seduce Yanji. He was really curious about the taste of a demon. But Yanji's words poured cold water on him. This enlargement technique isn't difficult to learn, but there's a prerequisite. What are the conditions? Yifan's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked. You need to fuse with the bloodline of the giants. Otherwise your body will explode if you force the magic to be released. Yanji's lips curled into a playful smile, her tone tinged with teasing. Yifan's face instantly fell. Huh? It can self-destruct? How powerful is the self-destruction? Yanji's body swayed abruptly, her flight path deviating slightly, and she rolled her eyes in exasperation. I mean, is that the point? You humans have such strange priorities. The girls couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. They never expected Yifan's thought process to be so unique. Hey, we have the crystal tower to resurrect anyway, so what if we die? Having an extra self-destruct skill might come in handy at a crucial moment, Yifan said earnestly. Yanji was silent for a few seconds, then said, Oh, what you said makes some sense. I can teach you. However, I must remind you that although your crystal tower can revive, it's only if the soul is still alive. She changed the subject, her eyes darkening. I guess after you die, your souls will enter a dark sea and continue to sink downwards, right? Everyone's eyes lit up immediately, and they all nodded in agreement. That's right. That's exactly it. What exactly is that dark sea? Yifan quickly pressed for an answer. Flame Princess clearly knows far more than they do, and this information is crucial to them. 2 seconds later, Yanji slowly spoke. Give me 10 more fire crystals, and I'll tell you. No problem. I'll get it for you as soon as it's done. Yifan patted his chest without hesitation. All right. Yanji nodded and explained slowly. This world is roughly divided into 2 levels. One is the present world you are in now, and the other is the Dark Sea, a place specifically for containing souls. Generally speaking, after the physical body collapses, the soul will fall into the sea of darkness and sink into eternal damnation. Although some resurrection spells or summoning spells can bring a soul back, such spells are extremely rare. Your crystal tower is very mysterious. I've never seen anything like it before. But conversely, there are also methods in this world that can directly annihilate the soul. So try your best not to die if you can avoid it. If someone seizes the opportunity to erase your soul, you'll be completely gone. Her tone was clearly warning at the end. Upon hearing this, Yifan's heart tightened, and he nodded, saying, I understand. In the future, before engaging in combat, I will indeed need to figure out the opponent's moves and style. That's good to know. Yanji replied with relief. Just then, a sharp glint flashed in Yanji's eyes, and she pointed downwards. We've arrived. Chapter 158 Annihilation of the Flying Bird Tribe. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw a huge basin below, with the tribe sitting in the center of the basin. It was the Flying Bird Tribe. The tribal walls were covered with all sorts of giant birds, and in the distance, countless birds circled overhead, creating a spectacular scene. It seems that the giant birds of the Flying Bird Tribe were all captured and domesticated from this mountain. Should we catch a few? With mounts, it'll be easier to explore farther places in the future. By the way, are there dragons in this world? Yifan suddenly changed the subject, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. Dragons? Of course. Yanji nodded, but her expression instantly turned serious. But that's a being I wouldn't dare to provoke easily. I advise you not to even think about messing with the dragon. On Earth, dragons are an ancient and powerful symbol in both Eastern legends and Western mythology. It seems that dragons also hold a revered status in this other world. How strong is it? Yifan's curiosity was completely piqued, and he pressed for an answer. Very strong, very strong. Yanji emphasized. Dragons are born with gold-level strength, naturally control elemental power, and possess extremely strong magical and physical resistance. She didn't want to say much, but considering that Yifan could find her the flame crystal, she patiently explained it in detail. Good. Very good. Yifan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he clenched his fists. I must catch a dragon to ride. Looking at his triumphant appearance, Yanji sighed helplessly. Sigh, I knew you would say that. Humans, oh humans, so pitifully weak. yet always wanting to conquer everything. On the city wall, several rough men with their shirts open were smoking homemade pipes, while others were relieving themselves against the wall, their posture as relaxed as if they were in their own backyard. Suddenly, one of them caught a glimpse of a dark shadow on the distant horizon out of the corner of his eye. His pupils contracted sharply, and the welding smoke in his mouth fell to the ground with a thud. He rubbed his eyes hard, and after seeing the towering, fiery figure clearly, his voice cracked instantly. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's that female giant from before. Dong dong dong. The rapid sound of the bell instantly echoed over the tribe. In less than 10 seconds, the tribe erupted in chaos. Figures rushed out from every corner, some carrying knives, others carrying bows, moving with incredible speed, as if their backsides were on fire. Their previous nonchalant attitude had vanished completely. Release the arrows. Shoot them down. Someone shouted, and a dense barrage of arrows rained down on Yin Ji like a storm, weaving a net that hurtled towards Yi Fan and the others. Yin Ji raised an eyebrow and opened her mouth to spew out a pillar of flame. Boom! A scorching wave of fire surged out, like an invisible wall of fire. The arrows that hit the flames were instantly burned to ashes and fell down in a flurry. In the center of the tribe, Flying Bird looked at the familiar giant figure in the sky. His heart sank, and he cursed. Damn it! How did they find this place? Chief, it's a bee. It's a bee from the Starfire tribe. A tall, thin man held a dog-headed bee pierced by an arrow, his fingers trembling, his voice trembling with sobs. Fei Niao's pupils contracted sharply, instantly recalling the swarms of bees that were everywhere during the previous raid on the Xingho tribe. But his tribe had never had bees. Damn, these bees are tracking devices. A chill ran through him. Then his eyes hardened, and he said in a deep voice, Never mind. Use all the weapons. Today it's either live or die. Let's fight. His men shouted in unison, rushing toward the tribe's defensive fortifications. Yi Fan had no intention of launching a sneak attack at all. If he wanted revenge, he had to do it openly and honestly, and raze this place to the ground. His strength fully allows him to do so, and if all else fails, he has the platinum-level Flame Princess to assist him. The enemy will definitely be wiped out, and there is no way they will survive. He leaped down from Yin Ji's outstretched palm, the wind tugging at his clothes, and uttered a cold shout to the crowd above. Keep an eye on the surroundings, don't let a single person escape. Don't worry, leave it to us. The girls picked up their cannons and sharpened their eyes, focusing intently on the various exits of the tribe. As Yi Fan leaped alone from the sky, Fei Niao and his men all wore mocking smiles. This kid is incredibly arrogant. Does he really think our Flying Bird tribe is easy prey? Activate the magic gathering cannon. Blast him to death. Flying Bird roared. We are a level 3 tribe, after all. How dare you look down on us? Well then, today we'll make sure this kid doesn't leave alive. Beep beep. A piercing charging sound came from the 3rd floor of the castle. Yi Fan glanced to the side and saw a massive, dark cannon slowly turning its muzzle, its barrel wreathed in a pale blue magical aura. This is a magic-powered energy cannon, and its power should not be underestimated. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, and with a thought, he uttered a low shout. Minor awakening skill, sort of the War King, activate. Boom! A dense red light suddenly erupted from his body, and blood energy coiled around his limbs like a snake. A blood-red longsword formed from pure blood appeared out of thin air and hovered steadily behind him, with blood patterns slowly flowing on its blade. Yi Fan gripped the blood sword tightly in his palm, and the violent energy instantly spread throughout his body, turning his pupils crimson. Bang! The energy cannon roared into action, a projectile wreathed in blue light, trailing a long plume of flame, hurtling straight towards Yi Fan's trajectory. His opponent had clearly anticipated his landing point, and this attack was intended to blast him to pieces. Die! Asuka roared, a fierce glint in her eyes. This shot is enough to kill a gold-level enemy. You're dead. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes full of disdain. Is this all the skill you have? You dare to show off your meager abilities before an expert? King Technique, Eternal Blood Pool. Yi Fan gripped the blood sword tightly, his angry roar shaking the very air. Cut! The blood sword suddenly burst forth with a blinding red light, and a violent suction force enveloped him, causing his descent speed to accelerate abruptly. Like a meteor chasing the moon, he broke through air resistance and forcefully avoided the trajectory of the cannonball. The shell grazed the hem of his clothes, struck the distant hillside, and exploded in a huge burst of blue light, sending debris flying everywhere. It was incredibly powerful. In the sky, a scarlet line of blood tore through the night. Yi Fan, like an out-of-control meteorite, crashed straight into the center of the flying bird tribe with a world-destroying momentum. Die, all of you! Yi Fan roared in the red light, his voice filled with the ferocity and killing intent of a berserker. Boom! The crimson meteor crashed to the ground, and Yi Fan's blood-red sword pierced the ground fiercely. A violent tremor instantly swept across the entire area, and from him, jagged cracks spread outwards, extending for more than 100 meters. Scalding hot, blood-red lava gushed from the crack, and a strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of burning filled the air, as if hell had descended upon us. 0.5 seconds later, the crack suddenly burst open. Puff, puff, puff. Hot blood gushed out of the cracks like a fountain, melting bricks and turning grass and trees to ash wherever it passed. The members of the flying bird tribe were swept up by the blood wave and instantly turned into pools of blood, not even having time to utter a complete scream. Ah! My leg! Help! This blood is scalding hot. He's changed jobs. We can't stop him. Screams rose and fell, but were quickly drowned out by the boiling sound of the blood-red lava. In just a few seconds, the core area of the flying bird tribe was covered in blood. More than half of the tribe members were killed or wounded. The remaining people were so frightened that they turned around and tried to escape out of the tribe, but were blocked by the girls who had been guarding the surrounding area with cannons and guns. Within a radius of 100 meters, the stench of blood and the heat intertwined, resembling a real blood-red hell, where no trace of life could be seen. The new book will begin its regular 2-chapter update schedule on the 3rd. It features a novel setting, global evolution. The protagonist will be driving a bus with his entire class of girls on a runaway mission. Trees have evolved the ability to move, and previously stupid animals have become incredibly intelligent. The new book is divided into 3 categories: brain evolvers, body evolvers, and parasitic evolvers. When monkeys began to speak human language and imitate everything humans did, all evolved species wanted to replace humans and become the new masters of Earth. I hope you all will support me. Love you all. Chapter 159: Slaughter of the Flying Bird Tribe. After this attack, the Flying Bird Tribe was left with corpses strewn across the land, and very few survivors. Fabiao and a few other clansmen with decent strength were lucky enough to survive, but they were still shaken by the earth-shattering power, causing their blood to surge and their limbs to go weak. His heart pounded, his back was already soaked with cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with horror as he looked at Yi Fan. That was a royal technique capable of wiping out half a tribe in an instant, far beyond his comprehension. But he was, after all, the head of a clan. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he gritted his teeth, raised his broadsword, and charged towards Yi Fan, roaring. "What are you doing? You monster! Stop right now! Stop!" Yi Fan sneered, his blood sword pointing straight at the bird's throat. "You attacked my people while I was away, burning, killing, and looting. Now you come to ask me what I'm doing. I'm too lazy to waste words with you." Yi Fan's eyes flashed, and he suddenly exerted force with his feet, raising his blood sword to meet the attack. "You worthless clan leader, today we'll send you on your way." Clang! The blood-red blade clashed violently with the gleaming broadsword, sparks flying everywhere. Asuka felt a violent force travel along the blade. Her arm went numb, and blood instantly spilled from the corner of her mouth. She staggered back 3 steps before regaining her balance. The victor is king, the loser is villain. If I hadn't been careless and not brought the magic cannon, would you be in this situation today? Asuka's eyes were red, his teeth were grinding, and he roared with resentment. "I should have brought the cannons. They would have wiped out your Starfire tribe." He left the magic cannon in the tribe to preserve its defenses, and now he is filled with regret. "You still dare to be stubborn even when you're about to die." Yi Fan was completely enraged, his blood energy surging as he roared. "You have wronged my people. You must pay with your blood. Today I will slaughter your entire clan." Bloodthirsty spear. Before he finished speaking, the blood-red longsword in Yi Fan's hand suddenly twisted, and the red light surged. In the horrified gaze of the bird, it transformed into a ferocious blood spear, the tip of which gleamed with a chilling light. Puff! The blood spear shot out like lightning, piercing straight through the bird's chest and drawing out a spray of scalding blood. The bird's eyes widened, its thin body instantly drained of color, and it collapsed limply to the ground, barely breathing. This is the power after changing jobs. He finally understood that, before he changed his profession, he was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan used to only use basic attacks, but now he can unleash such terrifying skills at will. The two are no longer on the same level. The next moment, the blood-red spear suddenly exploded, and countless tiny blood needles pierced through the bird's body, turning it into a sieve. 0.5 seconds later, the blood needle exploded, and the bird's body turned into a pool of blood and completely disappeared. Yi Fan raised his hand to wipe the blood splattered on his face and spat out, "Trash." In the distance, the pitch-black crystal tower suddenly burst forth with a burst of black light. This is a sign that the remaining members of the flying bird tribe have been resurrected. "Garuda, pluck it out," Yi Fan shouted coldly. Upon hearing this, Yin Ji, who had already landed, bent down and reached out, her large hand gripping the top of the crystal tower like an iron clamp, and exerted a sudden force. "Get up." With a loud crash, the crystal tower was uprooted. The base of the tower was wrapped with dense black threads that were deeply embedded in the earth, clearly the foundation that drew on the earth's magic to maintain its operation. Oh, it actually uses the power of the earth to sustain itself. No wonder it can keep operating. Yin Ji raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with surprise. At this moment, in the dark sea, birds and the remaining members of their tribe are being swept away by the icy water and sinking downwards, despair slowly engulfing them. Damn it! As soon as I'm resurrected, I have to run away immediately. That guy is too terrifying. Asuka screamed in her heart, her eyes filled with the desire to survive. But just as the white light symbolizing resurrection was about to shine, it vanished instantly, like a candle flame extinguished by a gale. What? How is this possible? Asuka was shocked, a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Something's happened to the crystal tower? All the bird people who had succumbed to the dark sea felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, their hearts filled with endless regret. Why provoke the Starfire tribe? Why be greedy for that little bit of profit? But there's no going back in life, and they have no chance to start over. The white light vanished completely, and the dark sea became utterly silent, with no hope of revival whatsoever. Flame Princess casually tossed the crystal tower, which had been broken in two, aside. Without the nourishment of the earth's magic, the tower quickly lost its luster and turned into a pile of ordinary stones. Done. She clapped her hands, her tone relaxed. They can never come out of the dark sea again. Yi Fan, wielding the blood sword, killed the remaining survivors one by one. Several tribesmen attempted to break through on giant birds, but were accurately shot down by Su Manmiao and others who were already waiting on the perimeter, and none of them survived. Yi Fan caught 5 giant birds that were trying to escape, but found that they had all been bound by contracts and could not be subdued. Since we can't subdue them, let's embark on our journey together. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold, and he brandished his blood sword. 5 streaks of blood flashed, and the heads of the 5 giant birds fell to the ground simultaneously, like slaughtered poultry. They flapped their wings twice, and then fell silent. "Mamiao, take these giant bird carcasses back. We'll roast bird meat today," Yi Fan said, turning his head. "All right." Su Mamiao's eyes lit up, and she immediately called out to everyone. "Everyone, please help us deal with this. The legs and wings of this giant bird look delicious." Yes, such a thick thigh would definitely be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside when grilled. And the wings too. They'd be absolutely amazing for making Orleans-style chicken wings. Everyone busied themselves with their hands, their faces beaming with the joy of surviving a disaster. Ding! You have wiped out the flying bird tribe. Ding! You have obtained 12,000 pieces of wood. Ding! You have obtained 5,000 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained 20,000 iron. Ding! Obtain Magic Cannon X1. Ding! Obtain Magic Cannon Manufacturing Blueprint X1. Ding! You have obtained 100,000 stones. Ding! Obtained 10 excellent grade sets. Ding! Obtained 50 excellent grade sets. Ding! You have obtained 1 gatekeeper key. A series of system notifications sounded. Yi Fan glanced at the screen, a smile playing on his lips, and casually wiped away the blood splattered on his face. Looting is the fastest way to go, and we've reaped quite a lot. Yi Fan, where are we going next? Yin Lily leaned closer and asked curiously. Yi Fan looked up at the distant mountain peaks, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Why don't we go take a look at the mountains over there? Maybe we can find some tameable mounts to bring back. Sure. It's still early, there's no harm in going. Yi Fan, whatever you decide is fine with us. All right. Let's go. Chapter 162 Dragons Clash. The group once again boarded Yanji's palm. She flapped her enormous fiery wings and carried them towards the distant mountains, leaving behind only a devastated bird tribe. Looking at the markers on the map, Yifan realized that they had left the misty forest and entered the territory of the Thunder Rock Mountains. Wow, it's a new map. Yifan exclaimed. I really have no idea how big this world is. Very, very big. Yanji's voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of vicissitude, and a trace of barely perceptible hatred flashed in her eyes. It's so large that even after living for hundreds of years, I still haven't been able to see its full size. Several hundred years? Yifan was startled and quickly asked. So what exactly is this continent of Azeroth that you're going to? A human kingdom. Yanji's voice instantly turned cold, filled with suppressed anger. I have an irreconcilable hatred for them. Yifan and the others were all taken aback. A human kingdom? There are still so many humans in this world. Yes, Yanji said firmly, without saying anything more. Everyone fell silent. Yifan had long suspected that humans existed in this world. After all, Meli was a half-human, half-elf. Unexpectedly, there was a complete human kingdom, and judging from Yanji's tone, that kingdom must be quite powerful. The master, mentioned by the magic mirror, might be related to this human kingdom. Before they knew it, Yanji had led everyone to the foot of the Lei Yin Mountains. The vegetation here is sparse, a light drizzle is falling from the sky, and on the mountaintop, streaks of lightning streak across the sky like silver snakes. The booming sound is so loud it hurts your eardrums. It's like an apocalyptic scene. Lightning flashed across the sky, its pale light reflecting on everyone's faces, followed by a deafening roar of thunder that sent shivers down their spines. Holy crap! How can there be lightning and thunder in broad daylight on this mountain range? A girl exclaimed, her face full of fear. Yeah, that lightning looks terrifying. It feels like it could turn me into charcoal in an instant, the other girl said fearfully. Let's just wander around at the foot of the mountain. The top is too dangerous. Yifan looked at Yanji and asked in confusion, what exactly is going on here? I've never been here either, Yanji said calmly. It should be a natural phenomenon. The world is so big, there are all kinds of wonders, there's nothing strange about it. She changed the subject, her tone becoming serious. But I advise you to listen to them and not go to the top of the mountain. Those lightning bolts are extremely powerful. They can directly destroy a person's soul and spirit, and even a crystal tower cannot save them. Upon hearing this, Yifan subconsciously swallowed. Lightning is the power of heaven and earth, and it can even annihilate the soul. He didn't dare to take the risk. Alright, let's try our luck at the foot of the mountain. The trees and cliffs at the foot of the mountain are covered with bird nests of all sizes. The birds here come in all shapes and sizes. Some look like magnified roosters, some have dinosaur-like claws, and some are two-headed birds, making it a dazzling sight. A pair of sharp eyes turned to look at the crowd, but they were too frightened to move by the oppressive aura emanating from Yanji, let alone launch an attack. These birds have grown so big, taming them won't be easy, Yifan said helplessly. That's natural. Flame Princess nodded. Adult birds are wild and difficult to tame. The best way to tame them is to find their eggs and hatch them. But it's not mating season now, so it's almost impossible to find eggs. Then we've come all this way for nothing? Yifan sighed. It wasn't a complete waste of time. I've broadened my horizons. Yanji shrugged. Just as everyone was about to turn and leave, a deafening roar suddenly came from the mountaintop, several times more intense than the previous thunder. Everyone quickly looked up and saw two figures colliding and intertwining in the lightning, one red and one white, moving so fast that they were just afterimages. Yifan quickly pulled out the binoculars he had seized from the flying bird tribe and focused intently on the mountaintop. Through the telescope, a woman covered in red dragon scales came into view. She had wings on her back, a curvaceous figure, and blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that she was injured. The other person was also a woman, covered in white scales, with an exquisite appearance, but her aura was sharp as a knife, and she was fiercely fighting with the red dragon girl. Dragon girl? Yifan's pupils shrank, and he put down the binoculars in his hand and exclaimed in shock. Yanji's expression changed drastically. Almost instinctively, she raised her hand and waved it, instantly enveloping everyone in streaks of white, cold flames. Don't be afraid, Yanji whispered, reminding them. This is cold flame. It can burn away the aura around you. Everyone immediately held their breath and dared not make a sound. Those two are platinum-level dragons. Flame Princess's voice carried a hint of solemnity. Only dragons that reach the platinum level can transform into human form. They are extremely powerful. If we are discovered, we will likely be drawn into the battle, which will be very troublesome. Yi Fan and the others felt a chill run down their spines and quickly shrank behind the rocks, not daring to breathe loudly. They didn't want to get dragged into this for no reason. Remnants of the flame dragon, how dare you? The humanoid thunder dragon narrowed its vertical pupils, its bluish-gray scales gleaming coldly in the lightning, its tone full of disdain. The Leian Mountains are my territory. How dare you trespass? With your pathetic state? The fiery red woman raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, the crimson stain on her fingertips contrasting sharply with her pale cheeks. She looked to be no more than 20 years old, yet her eyes were etched with a grief and indignation beyond her years, and her voice trembled as if torn apart. You slaughtered my mother and killed my entire clan. Today, I will risk my life to take your dog's life. If you have the guts, come with me to the Valley of Blazing Flames and fight. Ha ha ha. The humanoid thunder dragon threw its head back and let out a deafening laugh, the laughter accompanied by lightning, making the air tremble. Go to Blazing Valley? Why should I? Do you think I'm as brainless as you? She took a step forward, her body crackling with lightning. If you've got the guts, kill me right here. My people and my lair are all in these Thunder Rock Mountains. I have to admire your courage for daring to come in alone. Unfortunately, it's foolish courage. Liar, why waste your breath on her? A powerful, thunderous voice boomed from the depths of the thunderclouds, carrying an undeniable authority. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Since she has walked right into our trap, let the last remaining member of the Yanlong tribe die here to prevent future troubles. Before the words were finished, thunderclouds rolled, and a huge white dragon slowly appeared. That was a dragon form unique to the Western fantasy world, its body covering the sky and its white scales gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Each breath emitted streaks of lightning, like a mobile war fortress, its immense pressure causing the entire mountain range to tremble slightly. Upon seeing this figure, the fiery dragon woman froze abruptly, her eyes instantly reddening, her dragon pupils surging with grief and despair. Her father, mother, and dozens of her tribe members were all slaughtered by this dragon and his tribe. Now she is the only one left in the flame dragon tribe. The flames of revenge sustained her to come here, but faced with such a huge gap in strength, her resistance seems so powerless. Chapter 161 Dragon Girl Yuna. Father, mother, I'm sorry it's my fault for being so incompetent. I've come to be with you today. Yuna's voice was choked with sobs, but in the next second it became incredibly resolute. She abruptly looked up, a resolute flame igniting in her eyes, and roared, "Blood ignition! Open!" Boom! A towering crimson flame suddenly erupted around her, and her aura surged at a visible speed. His hair was engulfed in flames, veins bulged under his skin, and every muscle trembled as it burned. His strength instantly leaped to the late platinum level. But within those flames was also the burning pain of life rapidly slipping away. She was exchanging the price of burning her life for a brief burst of power. She's insane. She actually burned her own life essence to forcibly increase her cultivation level. Yenji's pupils shrank, her tone filled with shock. Within the flames, Yuna's form changed, transforming into a giant, crimson fire dragon. The dragon's body was as large as a truck, and its scales gleamed with a dazzling red light in the flames, but compared to the giant dragon in front of it, it still appeared tiny and insignificant. What's even more despairing is that dozens of white thunder dragons emerged from the thunderclouds one after another. 4 of them were particularly large, with scales that gleamed with a dark black gold luster, each comparable to a heavy warship. The lightning surrounding it made the air thick and viscous, and a sense of oppression descended like Mount Tai pressing down. Those are 4 black gold level thunder dragons. Ha! Trying to break a rock with an egg. The dragon roared mockingly, shaking the mountains and forests. Even if you burn your life force, you are still only a mere platinum level warrior. My tribe has 4 black gold level experts. How dare you act so presumptuously? Suppress. With the dragon's command, countless lightning bolts intertwined and descended from the sky. Thunderclouds exploded, and thousands of lightning bolts converged into a cage, tightly trapping the flame dragon Yuna within. Yuna struggled fiercely, her dragon claws tearing at the lightning net, flames shooting out, but only leaving brief scorch marks on the lightning net. The lightning current pierced her body through her scales, causing her to convulse. A mouthful of bright red blood spurted from the corner of her mouth, splashing into the lightning and instantly evaporating. Die, you weakling. Thunder Dragon's voice was chilling. Your father was no match for me back then, and your mother, on her deathbed, clung to my dragon claw, begging me to let you go, saying she would do anything for you. How naively laughable. So what if I slaughter your people? So what if I kill your whole family? The dragon's roar was deafening, filled with unbridled arrogance. Do you think you alone can shake the foundation of my Thunder Dragon tribe? You bastard who bullies the few with the many. Yuna roared in grief and indignation, her voice hoarse. Let me go? I'm going to kill you. I want revenge for my people. Ha ha. So what if we outnumber each other? Layer's laughter was full of malice. Your tribe has long been destroyed, and you have no one behind you. Even if I ravage you in every way, no one will come to your rescue. Her voice was like the sharpest knife, piercing Yuna's heart. Flame Dragon, look at yourself now, all alone, with nothing, so die. The lightning net suddenly tightened, and thousands of bolts of lightning slammed into Yuna's dragon body, causing her to let out a mournful dragon roar. Crimson scales peeled off in the lightning, and blood flowed down the dragon's body, forming a pool of blood on the ground. Washed away by the rain, the blood stained the rocks beneath its feet. With two muffled thuds, the dragon girl crashed heavily to the ground. His body twitched twice. Then he collapsed not far away like a puppet with its strings cut. His breath so weak it was almost imperceptible, his body covered in dust and blood, his fate unknown. Hey, can this thing be tamed? Yi Fan asked in a low voice, hiding behind the dense bushes, his eyes fixed on the dragon girl on the ground, his greed barely concealed. Yen Ji frowned slightly, her voice as cold as ice. Perhaps. She is intelligent and not an ordinary magical beast. But the dragon race is unruly and will rather die than submit. They either submit or die in battle. There is never a third way. Can you save her? Yi Fan asked urgently. Perhaps it's possible, but there's no need. Yen Ji glanced at the several dark shadows circling in the sky, her tone laced with sarcasm. Didn't you see those 4 black gold level experts? You think I'm crazy to ask you to save someone right under their noses? Yi Fan was extremely envious, and a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly reached out and plucked a strand of Yen Ji's hair. Ouch, what are you doing? Yen Ji winced in pain, her cold eyes instantly locking onto Yi Fan, her tone tinged with anger. Yi Fan didn't have time to explain. He quickly sent the strand of hair to Wanyu, along with a word of advice. Quickly put this hair into the crystal tower. This is extremely important. Wanyu replied instantly. Received. By the way, whose hair is this? You've been flirting with other women again. Yi Fan had no time for arguing and turned to look at Yen Ji, whose face was gloomy. All right, your hair has been stored in the crystal tower. As long as the soul is immortal, even if the body dies, it can be resurrected. Help me this time. Yen Ji took a deep breath, her cold eyes flickering uncertainly, and remained silent. 100 fire crystals. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and increased the stakes. Enough to restore half of your strength, or even allow you to advance further. Flame Princess's pupils contracted slightly, and she finally wavered. Her current strength is at the early stage of platinum level. If she had 100 flame crystals, she could not only replenish her lost essence, but also steadily step into the mid-stage of platinum level, and even have the potential to touch the threshold of the late stage. The reward is definitely worth the risk. In the sky, several enormous dragon shadows were already approaching, their dragon might pressing down all around. Yi Fan stamped his foot in frustration as he watched the thunder dragon about to swoop down. Grandma, give me a definite answer. It'll be too late if we wait any longer. Cough, cough, cough. The dragon girl on the ground suddenly coughed twice, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her breath was so weak that it seemed she would stop breathing at any moment, and the rise and fall of her chest became shallower and shallower. Yen Ji closed her eyes briefly, then opened them with a resolute expression. All right, let's do it. At this moment, a thunder dragon covered in bluish-purple scales slowly flew down. With each flap of her wings, gusts of wind were stirred up, and her golden, vertical pupils were filled with disdain, as if the prey beneath her feet was already hers. It was none other than Lair from the Thunder Dragon tribe. The glory of the Flame Dragon tribe should come to an end. Ral's voice carried the unique weight of the dragon language, like a thunderclap. She suddenly extended her enormous claws, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, intending to crush the dragon girl Yuna on the ground with a single claw. Go to hell. Chapter 162, Rescuing the Dragon Girl. At this critical moment, a huge palm shadow wrapped in flames suddenly shot out from the bushes and slammed hard towards Lei Long lair. Lyre had no idea there was an ambush nearby. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she had no time to react. This is the core area of the Thunder Dragon tribe, guarded by 4 black gold level experts. It's already an unexpected surprise that there's a remnant of the flame dragon here, but there's also an intruder hiding here. Who? She screamed in terror, only to be struck squarely in the chest by the giant hand. With a loud bang, Layer's massive body was sent flying backward like a sandbag struck by a heavy hammer, crashing through several towering trees before finally coming to a stop, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Before the other Thunder Dragons could react, Flame Princess flashed and scooped up Yuna from the ground. Suddenly, 2 wings unfurled behind them, carrying 2 figures as they sped away without looking back, heading in a direction far from the Lei-Yin Mountains. Quickly, give chase. The 4 giant dragons in the sky were startled at the same time and roared as they gave chase. Roar, roar. A series of earth-shattering dragon roars resounded through the sky, shaking the mountains and forests. Yi Fan and the others in the bushes felt their eardrums buzzing. Their internal organs felt like they were being stirred by an invisible hand. Their heads were splitting, and their faces were deathly pale. Damn it! Is this the power of a dragon? The crowd clutched their heads, groaning in pain. This power is terrifying. Who dares to run wild in my Thunder Dragon tribe? The largest Thunder Dragon in the group roared like thunder, filled with fury. Brother, why waste words? It's just a demon, just smash it to pieces. The other Thunder Dragons' eyes flashed with lightning, already poised to strike. Thunder Dragons roar. Roar. A thick bolt of lightning, as thick as a bucket, spewed from the Thunder Dragon's mouth, carrying a destructive aura, and slammed into Yen Ji's fleeing figure. The lightning bolt moved at incredible speed, tearing through the sky and leaving a blinding white streak. Yen Ji was terrified, her soul nearly leaving her body. Damn it. They've already used a killing move right from the start. I absolutely cannot let this lightning strike hit me. She suddenly flapped her wings, abruptly stopped and spun around, while shouting, Flame Crystal Shield. Before she finished speaking, the raging flames around her instantly subsided, condensing into a huge shield covered with lava patterns, which she held in front of her. In order to withstand the attack from the black gold level expert, she did not hesitate to use her trump card, almost exhausting her primordial flame. Yen Ji's face turned deathly pale, her aura weakened considerably, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Rumble. A deafening roar echoed through the sky as lightning collided violently with the fiery crystal shield. A violent energy shockwave spread in all directions, and the surrounding air was ionized and crackled. The flame crystal shield was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, clearly at its last gasp and on the verge of shattering. No, the power of a black gold level expert still exceeds my expectations. Yen Ji's heart sank, and she had already made a decision. We have no choice but to fight. Her eyes hardened, and she quickly chanted obscure incantations. Just before the flame crystal shield shattered completely, she suddenly activated her primal magic power, and her body exploded. Swish! The blinding lightning bolt shot straight through the empty space behind, struck nothing, and dissipated into the sky. Huh! The pursuing Thunder Dragons were all stunned, their faces full of confusion. He self-destructed? What about the remnants of the flame dragon? Was he blown to bits? No, this is too strange, one of the Thunder Dragons frowned. I couldn't detect the aura of the fire dragon at all, nor could I sense the life force of the dragon girl. Could he really be dead? The leader, Lei Long, asked with suspicion, his gaze sweeping across the forest below with wariness. Unbeknownst to them, at the very beginning, Yuna was silently slipped into the dense bushes below by Yen Ji with a feint from behind. In the bushes below, Yi Fan and the others were already drenched in cold sweat, their backs soaked through. In Yi Fan's arms lay the dying dragon girl, Yinner. The white flames of Yen Ji still lingered on her body, but the fire was growing weaker and weaker. As Yen Ji fled, the flames, now devoid of magical support, were slowly dissipating. Yi Fan was sweating profusely with anxiety, his hands groping haphazardly over Yuna's body. He wanted to pry off a dragon scale or take something from her body to send back, but the dragon scales on Yuna's body were incredibly hard, and no matter how hard he tried, they wouldn't budge. These dragon scales are too hard. If I get appendicitis, even the doctors probably won't be able to help. Yi Fan cursed under his breath, growing increasingly anxious. He tried to pull out Yuna's hair, but found that her hair had already been burned black and broken in the previous lightning attack, and he couldn't find a single intact strand. Yuna had silver-white hair, but it was all gone at the moment. Just then, Yi Fan's gaze swept across the room, and he suddenly noticed an inconspicuous black hair hidden somewhere on Yuna's body. His eyes lit up immediately. Holy crap, there's one more. I'm sorry, it was all to save you. Without further hesitation, he quickly reached out and ripped out the strand of hair. Yuna winced in pain, her body trembling slightly. In her hazy state of consciousness, she felt a great humiliation, and a single tear slid down her cheek. Without giving it much thought, Yi Fan immediately sent the last remaining strand of hair back. Su Ma Miao and the others had already removed all their equipment and teleported back, leaving them completely naked. They held only a cannon musket in their hands, the muzzle pointed at their temples. Yi Fan, hurry up. We're leaving first, Su Ma Miao urged, her voice carrying a hint of determination. Good. Several gunshots rang out in succession, and the men fell one after another into pools of blood, their souls transforming into streams of light and entering the dark sea. Yi Fan looked at the dying dragon girl in his arms, a fierce glint in his eyes, and decided to use his minor awakening skill, which was only half charged. He gripped the blood-red blade tightly with both hands, slammed it down onto the ground, and roared. The sky collapses. The earth cracks. Rumble. A deafening roar erupted into the sky, and a thick, cylindrical pillar of blood-red energy shot out from the ground, its immense power staining the surrounding sky crimson. Wherever the energy pillar passed, trees turned to ashes and rocks shattered. Ah! A shrill scream came from the sky. A platinum-level thunder dragon, unable to dodge in time, crashed into the energy pillar. Its left wing was instantly melted by the high-temperature energy, creating a huge bloody hole, and its body plummeted uncontrollably. What is that? The thunder dragons were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Dragon Girl Yuna was also completely annihilated in this violent energy. Yi Fan watched this scene and raised the cannon without hesitation, aiming it at his own head. Bang! With the final gunshot, Yi Fan fell into a pool of blood. When the thunder dragons swooped down and parted the bushes, they saw only a mess of scorched earth. The original corpse had long been reduced to nothing by the energy beam, leaving not even a trace. Roar! What on earth is going on? Damn it, who's behind this? The thunder dragons roared furiously, circling wildly through the mountains and forests, but they could not find any clues. All of this was so bizarre that they were completely baffled, and their anger and confusion grew even stronger. Chapter 163: The Dragon Girl's Temperament. Unwilling to submit? When Yuna opened her eyes again, what came into view was a rooftop, which was a large terrace on the top floor of the castle. The warm sunlight shone on her, and two figures were looking down at her. She felt weak and sore all over, and every movement caused a dull pain in her muscles and bones. The dragon power in her body was as weak as a candle in the wind, and it was difficult to even gather it. Hey, what's wrong with her? Didn't you say that letting her get some sun would help her recover more? Yi Fan asked Yanji beside him, his tone tinged with doubt. Yanji pursed her lips, which were unnaturally pale, indicating that she had not fully recovered even after being resurrected, and her aura was still somewhat weak. There's nothing we can do. The Crystal Tower is a resurrection tool exclusive to you humans. It can resurrect your own kind perfectly, but it doesn't seem to be suitable for our alien physique. She raised her hand and pressed it to her chest, her brows furrowing slightly. I have only recovered about 40 to 50% of my strength. The loss of my source energy is more serious than I expected. It seems your physical constitution is too robust, and the Crystal Tower's energy is insufficient to replenish the losses in one go. Yi Fan didn't dwell on it any further. He turned to look at Yuna, who had already sat up, and extended his hand, saying, Hello, my name is Yi Fan. I rescued you from the Thunder Dragon tribe. Yuna blinked, and the blank memories in her mind gradually returned. The encirclement by the Thunder Dragon, the excruciating pain of impending death, the flames of the explosion. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and crimson flames instantly erupted around her. Its naked body was quickly covered by a layer of shimmering dragon scales, exuding the unique, intimidating aura of the dragon race, and it stared warily at Yi Fan. Who are you? Where are the people from the Thunder Dragon tribe? She narrowed her eyes, her golden vertical pupils filled with arrogance and disdain, as she sized Yi Fan up and down. A human? A mere human could save me from a black, gold-level Thunder Dragon. Judging from your aura, You've only just touched the threshold of the platinum level. How could your speed possibly surpass that of a black gold level thunder dragon? That's utterly absurd. Yi Fan clicked his tongue and spread his hands helplessly. Believe it or not, the situation was urgent at the time. If Yin Ji and I hadn't joined forces to restrain the thunder dragon, you would have been a victim of their claws long ago. You don't need to be hostile towards us. If we really wanted to harm you, we wouldn't bother saving you, he said calmly. You should know that you were doomed at that time. You had no other way out but to be rescued by us, right? Yuna's pupils contracted, and she lowered her head in silence, clearly weighing Yi Fan's words. A few seconds later, the flames around her subsided somewhat, and her tone softened. Since you saved me, the dragon race never owes anyone a favor. This drop of dragon blood is given to you, as it will greatly benefit human cultivation and can be considered as repayment for saving your life. As she spoke, she lightly traced a line with her fingernail, and a drop of crystal clear, fiery red blood seeped from her palm, hovering in the air and emitting a rich energy fluctuation as it slowly drifted toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan knew that this was the essence blood of the dragon race. Yuna's entire body can only condense about 20 drops of essence blood, which contains pure dragon power and inheritance marks, making it priceless. But he didn't reach out to take it. He just looked at the drop of blood and shook his head. Upon seeing this, Yuna's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, which was then replaced by a touch of disdain. Human, why don't you want it? Is it because there isn't enough? You really are a greedy race. As a dragon, the pinnacle of all races, she was born with the pride in her bloodline, and even though she received favors from humans, she never truly regarded them as equals. Although Yi Fan was displeased, he patiently spoke up, remembering his purpose. I don't want dragon blood, nor do I want treasures. I want something else. Something else? Yuna raised an eyebrow. What do you want? I want you. Yi Fan said slowly and deliberately, his eyes serious. Be my mount, form a pact with me, guard the tribe, take me across the skies, and submit to me. He took a huge risk, even risking Yanji's life, to save the fire dragon, all in order to subdue such a powerful force. How dare you? Yuna immediately bristled, and flames suddenly surged around her, almost setting the castle ablaze. How dare mere humans harbor such delusions? I, the supreme flame dragon, would never be reduced to a lowly human's mount. Kneel down, she roared, and a powerful pressure of dragon bloodline swept towards Yi Fan, as if the air itself had frozen, carrying an irresistible majesty. Yi Fan felt a weight on his shoulder, and an invisible pressure rushed towards him, but the berserker blood within him instantly stirred, and a fearless fighting spirit dispelled the oppressive aura. If he hadn't switched to berserker, he might have been forced to kneel on the ground by the dragon's might, but at this moment, he stood upright in place, his eyes unchanged. Yuna was taken aback by what she saw, her chest heaving as she suppressed her anger. Her wings suddenly unfurled, and her body instantly transformed into a fiery dragon tens of meters long, its majestic power awe-inspiring, poised to take flight. I'll spare your life today because you saved my life. But if you spout nonsense again, don't blame me for being impolite. Don't even think about leaving. Yanji's voice suddenly rang out, and her figure instantly swelled up, transforming into a demon form several meters tall. A giant hand engulfed in flames suddenly reached out, grabbed the fire dragon's tail, and slammed it down. With a loud bang, the massive body of the flame dragon slammed heavily onto the roof, causing the entire roof to tremble. Yuna let out a muffled groan, and a trickle of dragon blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She immediately turned her head, opened her giant mouth, and spewed raging flames at Yanji. Flame dragon! Roar! The blazing flames surged forth like lava, but Yanji curled her lips into a cold smile, raised her hand to conjure a shield of fire, and forcefully blocked the attack. Flames struck the shield, spraying outwards in an umbrella-like pattern, and the green grass on the roof sizzled as it burned. Damn demon! How could you collude with humans? Yuna was furious, her eyes filled with disbelief. Have you lost your mind? It's just a matter of each getting what they want, Yanji sneered. He can give me the resources to restore my strength, so of course I'll help him. Since he wants you to be his mount, you should obediently listen to him and not resist. As she spoke, Yanji exerted her strength, grabbing the fire dragon's mouth with her giant hand and slamming her fist into the dragon's head twice. With two muffled thuds, the flame dragon's body shrank under the impact, transforming back into human form. Yuna staggered and fell to the ground, her breath even weaker. Chapter 164 Subduing the Dragon Girl. Yin-ji also shrank in size, straddling Yuna's back, and pressed her arms firmly to the ground, making her unable to move. Behave yourself. Let go. You demon. Why are you helping a human? Yuna struggled desperately, but because her injuries had not yet healed, she could not break free from Yin-ji's restraints. He saved you. You should be grateful, Yin-ji said coldly. If it weren't for him, you would have been annihilated long ago. Be glad. Why should I be glad? Yuna roared, filled with resentment. He's just a human of lowly blood. It's his honor to save the noble dragon race. In this world, the hierarchy of bloodlines and races is ingrained in people's bones. In Yuna's eyes, Yi Fan saving her was not a favor, but rather an opportunity for Yi Fan to curry favor with the dragon clan. Yi Fan wasn't angry. He had long anticipated that Yanlong's arrogance wouldn't easily be subdued. He turned to Yin-ji and asked, Yin-ji, how do we operate the Dragon Clan contract method you mentioned? A sly smile flashed in Yin-ji's eyes. Yi Fan, I'll hold her down. You quickly form the contract. Dragons are born with bloodline restrictions, which are meant to ensure the purity of their bloodline. But they also have a weakness. If you can get her to have a relationship willingly or unwillingly, you can use the power of the contract to transform this restriction into a master-servant mark, and from then on she will be unable to disobey your will. How could you know the secrets of the Dragon Clan? Yuna's pupils widened in shock, her face filled with disbelief. This is a secret known only to the core members of the dragon race. How could a demon like you possibly know it? Haha, I've imprisoned you in the land of bitter calamity for so many years. There are quite a few of your kinsmen inside. What kind of secret is that? Flame Princess said mockingly. What? The land of suffering? You actually managed to come out of there. How is that possible? Yuna exclaimed in shock, but Yin-ji ignored her. Yi Fan slowly walked towards Yuna, his eyes resolute. Yuna grew increasingly panicked and began to struggle frantically. Human, I'm warning you, don't come any closer. If you dare lay a hand on me, I'll risk my life to take you down with me. She knew all too well how powerful this bloodline restriction was. Once a master-servant contract was formed, she would completely lose her freedom and become someone else's appendage, which was even harder for her to accept than death. I went to such great lengths to save you, so naturally I have no reason to let you leave so easily. Yi Fan's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable resolve. If you obediently sign the contract, I can guarantee that once you truly submit in the future, I will terminate the contract and give you your freedom. But now, you have no choice. Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than submit. Yuna roared, flames erupting around her once more, but due to her severe injuries, the flames were too weak to break free from Yin-ji's restraints. Yi Fan, hurry up. My injuries haven't healed yet. I can't hold on for much longer. Yin-ji urged through gritted teeth, pressing down on Yuna even harder. Yi Fan no longer hesitated. Such a good opportunity would not come again if missed. Yuna's hot figure made Yi Fan feel a surge of heat. Yi Fan swallowed hard, then pounced on Yuna. Yi Fan was not gentle at this moment, because gentleness was simply not enough to subdue the fiery-tempered dragon girl in front of him. Yin-ji held down the struggling Yuna, while Yi Fan also used both hands to hold down Yuna's fiery dragon legs. No, don't come any closer. Fear appeared in Yuna's eyes for the first time, and her arrogance vanished completely. Please, don't enter into a contract. I can provide you with dragon blood, dragon scales, and even do things for you, but you can't do this. Human, I'm talking to you. Hello. Yuna pounded her hands on the ground and struggled wildly, but it was no use. How could Yi Fan possibly let such a golden opportunity slip by? This was a dragon. Wasn't his purpose in saving Yuna to win her over? Besides, Yuna is just a dragon that can transform into human form. Her essence belongs to nature, so it's perfectly justifiable to conquer her using the most primitive methods. Stop! Yuna shouted urgently, watching helplessly as Yi Fan approached. With Yin-ji's help, Yi Fan finally completed the most important ritual. He and Yuna also began the contract ceremony, and of course, the process was not painful. At least for Yi Fan, it was actually quite comfortable. A tear rolled down Yuna's cheek, whether from pain or resentment, it was hard to tell. Streams of contractual power flowed from Yuna's body into Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan memorized all the obscure and difficult-to-understand incantations. With this spell, he can control Yuna. As long as he has a thought, Yuna will be destroyed immediately. What nonsense about dragons and oppressive aura. They have absolutely no effect on this restrictive spell. From now on, Yuna must listen to Yi Fan and obey his every command. Yuna cried and cursed at the same time, seemingly venting her dissatisfaction. Yi Fan showed no mercy, or rather, since she was a dragon girl, and a particularly irritable and arrogant one at that, he couldn't possibly be soft-hearted. As expected of the dragon girl, you're quite different from those elves. You're even more fiery than them. If it gets any hotter, I really can't stand it. It could probably be turned into a whole roasted Orleans chicken. But right now, the temperature is just right. Yi Fan said, then hugged Yuna tightly. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan hugged Yuna tightly. Initially resisting, Yuna, in that indescribable moment, found herself involuntarily hugging Yi Fan tightly. The previous arrogance vanished, replaced by a sense of relaxation and enjoyment. Her eyes were vacant, and a faint trace of the contract mark had appeared in her once proud golden vertical pupils. After experiencing all of this, Yuna fell into a deep sleep and collapsed to the ground. Is she all right? Yi Fan asked with some concern. Flame Princess released her grip, stood up, and flexed her wrist. Don't worry. It's just that when the contract was signed, the bloodline restriction was forcibly transformed, which caused her to lose some of her essence. She'll be fine after a few days of rest. She glanced at Yuna, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. It's all because she's so stubborn. If she had cooperated earlier, she wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Yi Fan walked to Yuna's side, squatted down, and said, I know you're not reconciled right now, but I won't treat you unfairly. Follow me, and I will help you avenge your family and rebuild the Flame Dragon tribe. But I can't let you go now. Your temper is too fiery, and I'm worried about you. Yuna closed her eyes and didn't speak, but her shoulders trembled slightly, clearly still unable to accept this sudden change. But the contract mark between her brows did not lie. From this moment on, she and Yi Fan had formed an unbreakable master-servant bond. About half a day later, a giant dragon engulfed in flames swooped down from the third floor of the castle and charged toward Yi Fan, who was roasting meat. Die, you despicable scoundrel! Yuna roared in grief and anger, her dragon claws creating a gust of wind that tore through the surrounding air. Yi Fan smiled faintly, and with a thought, silently recited the incantation that resembled the golden headband. With a thud, the giant dragon crashed to the ground, creating a large crater. As the smoke cleared, only a naked woman remained, clutching her abdomen, her face contorted in pain. Yi Fan chuckled and walked over, handing her the grilled meat. All right, have some. Stop trying to kill me. I can sense any thought in your mind. Take good care of yourself and recover. I will avenge your parents and your clan's extermination. With your tribe's meager strength, you dare to dream of going against the Thunder Dragon tribe? That's wishful thinking. Yuna retorted unwillingly. Yi Fan chuckled. Haha. All right, don't worry, and don't think I'm just making empty promises. You can sense that I'm not lying. I'm serious. From now on, you'll be a member of my Starfire tribe. Yi Fan pinched Yuna's chin and looked at her seriously. I, your master, will avenge the injustices and hurts you have suffered. Yuna's heart skipped a beat. She had established a connection with Yi Fan, and at that moment, Yi Fan had opened up his inner world. She could sense through his heart that Yi Fan's words were not lies, but his true feelings. Chapter 165 Enemy Arrives. A hostile bastard. Yi Fan's sincerity did stir Yuna's heart slightly, but that was all. She didn't believe in the depths of her heart that weak humans could stand against dragons, especially in the Thunder Rock Mountains. That's Thunder Dragon territory. The chances of winning are almost zero. It's highly unlikely that humans can defeat Thunder Dragons. Hey, secretly calling me a weakling in your heart. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and spoke with a hint of mockery in his tone. Yuna's cheeks flushed red, and she looked somewhat embarrassed. She and Yi Fan are now on the same wavelength, and her little thoughts can't be hidden from his eyes at all. But I'm stating the truth, she retorted, forcing herself to remain silent, though she couldn't resist her curiosity. And you humans are so strange. I am now nothing more than your servant. You have subdued me, yet you still think about avenging me. It's utterly absurd. Yuna pursed her lips, her tone indifferent. Yi Fan smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Haha, perhaps this is the difference between humans and you dragons. If you're willing to risk your life for your people, I'll stand up for my little pet too, understand? Yuna rolled her eyes dramatically, her tone haughty. I don't understand. That was the annihilation of my clan, and I must avenge it, even if it costs me my life, she emphasized, a ruthless glint flashing in her eyes. But we are different. We've only met once, yet you're willing to destroy the Thunder Dragon tribe for my sake. The price and the reward are completely disproportionate. Yi Fan didn't argue with her, but simply reached out and held her cheek, gently pecking her smooth forehead. What are you doing? Yuna was both embarrassed and angry, and took half a step back, her cheeks turning even redder. I didn't do anything. Yi Fan shrugged, smiling matter-of-factly. My little pet is so cute. What's wrong with giving it a kiss? Just as Yuna was about to retort, Yi Fan raised his hand to interrupt her. All right, let's not dwell on this. Whatever my motives, at least I didn't have any ill intentions towards you. And that's enough, isn't it? Yuna opened her mouth, but swallowed the words that were about to come out. She didn't understand Yi Fan's thoughts, but she could sense the sincerity in his heart. The result was good, and there seems to be no need to dig deeper. Yi Fan grabbed her hand, his eyes sparkling. All right, my little pet, perhaps you should take me for a spin in the sky? Yuna pouted, looking unwilling, but her situation of being dependent on others left her no choice but to nod in agreement. The next second, Yuna was engulfed in flames, and in the firelight, a huge fire dragon suddenly appeared, its scales glowing with a dazzling red light. Without hesitation, Yi Fan jumped up and sat firmly on the dragon's neck, gently patting the dragon's scales with his right foot. Let's go. Take off. A deafening dragon roar resounded, and the fiery dragon, carrying Yi Fan, soared into the sky at an astonishing speed. The wind howled past his ears, and a strong sense of weightlessness instantly struck him. Yi Fan was startled and instinctively hugged Yanlong's neck tightly. Hey, hug me gently. It's squeezing me so tight. Yuna's voice, tinged with a hint of complaint, came from the dragon's mouth. Okay, I got it. Yi Fan loosened his grip a little, not forgetting to tease. By the way, you have to call me master next time. TCH. Yuna scoffed dismissively. What kind of attitude is that? Yi Fan pretended to be serious. If your attitude is bad, I won't let you eat barbecue later. Upon hearing this, Yuna immediately felt conflicted. It wasn't that I was afraid of Yi Fan, it was just that the roasted meat in his tribe was too tempting. It's spicy enough, salty enough, and grilled to a perfect crispy exterior and tender interior. Basically, it's authentic barbecue. She had only tried 2 pieces before, but the aroma was still lingering on her tongue, and she couldn't forget it. Master, after hesitating for a few seconds, Yuna reluctantly called out, her voice barely audible. Yi Fan stroked the dragon's scales with satisfaction, his tone softening. That's right. Don't worry, once we've improved our strength, we'll definitely help you get revenge. You can stay with me without worry, I won't treat you badly. Although the way we made the contract is indeed a bit special. Yuna didn't speak, her mind was full of thoughts, but the flight path became much smoother. Obviously, she was deliberately taking care of Yi Fan's feelings and making his experience more comfortable. Just then, a cold notification sound suddenly rang in Yi Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations on taming the Supreme Pure Flame Dragon. Unlock an unprecedented exclusive title, Fierce Battle in the Dragon's Lair. Yi Fan was taken aback at first, then his eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the title panel to check. Holy crap, I suddenly got a title? What's the story behind it? Title, Fierce Battle in the Dragon's Lair. Effect, Warrior, you have conquered the dragon. From now on, you will no longer fear the dragon's might or roar. When fighting dragon-like creatures, you will gain a 10% increase in damage and a 10% reduction in damage taken. Damn, this is a huge profit. What a pleasant surprise. Yi Fan couldn't help but shout excitedly. With this title, you won't be afraid of the roar of dragons anymore. Previously in the Leiyan Mountains, the dragons could roar with a powerful, natural aura that suppressed all living beings. He was so shocked that his whole body went numb, and even his magic flow stopped for several seconds. It was extremely uncomfortable. Master, is that person also from your tribe? Yuna's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with doubt. Yi Fan followed her gaze downwards and saw a strange figure heading towards the tribe. This guy had a black iron pot on his back and a hammer in his hand. It stands 3 meters tall, with a pair of curved ram horns on its head. Despite its large size, it moves swiftly and is not at all bulky. Yi Fan frowned instantly. What is that thing? Judging from the direction it's coming from, it's clearly heading towards our tribe. No sooner had he finished speaking than Meng Mingchan sent a message. Yi Fan, something bad has happened. There's a strange guy heading this way from the due north. I see it. Yi Fan replied decisively. Never mind where it comes from, as long as it enters attack range. Just start smashing it. Okay, no problem. The order was quickly relayed to the tribe, and everyone immediately went on high alert, mobilizing all armed forces. Swarms of bees fluttered and hovered, their buzzing sounds rising and falling. The city walls were filled with people, each holding a cannon or musket, their eyes fixed on the forest to the north. In the forest, Orn, carrying an iron pot on his back, continued his journey. He held a hammer in his left hand and a small mirror, no bigger than the palm of his hand, in his right. The mirror shimmered and reflected the footprints on the ground clearly. Alota came here, and he died here. Orn's eyes darkened as he muttered to himself. To kill Alota, the opponent's strength must be at least platinum level. Thinking of this, Orn raised his hand and gently touched the mirror. The mirror glowed blue, and the figure of a woman appeared. It was the Elf Queen. Orn, how's the investigation going? The Elf Queen's voice came from the mirror, carrying a hint of authority. Your Majesty, Arita died quickly, and the person who did it was at least one rank higher than him. Orn replied respectfully. The Elven Queen on the other side of the mirror frowned slightly. Oh, it seems that other high-level species have appeared in this area. Come back first. Don't linger outside, lest you run into that high-level creature. Yes, Your Majesty, Orn replied, but then added. However, I discovered the footprints of other creatures and want to follow them to explore. Perhaps we can pinpoint the exact location of that higher-level creature. His tone was somewhat stubborn, clearly indicating that he did not want to give up. Chapter 166. One of the 8 elf generals, Orn. The Elf Queen remained silent for a few seconds before finally relenting. All right, I grant your request. Just to be on the safe side, activate the power of mirroring and I'll replicate some magic for you. If something happens to you, it will be a huge loss for the tribe. Thank you, Your Majesty. Orn's face immediately lit up with joy. The next second, he raised his hand to touch the mirror again, and the blue light on the mirror surged, instantly transforming the queen's figure in the mirror into his own. A surge of pure energy flowed into his body through the mirror, causing his aura to rise steadily until it stabilized at the early stage of the platinum level. With the queen's magical blessing, Orn's confidence grew, and he quickened his pace. Just then, a scorching heat suddenly surged from above, carrying a destructive temperature. Orn reacted extremely quickly. The small mirror in his hand flashed, and an image exactly like him instantly appeared 20 meters away. The scorching flames struck the mirror image precisely, leaving only a blurry afterimage, while Orn himself appeared unharmed on the other side. Yuna was somewhat surprised when her attack missed. You actually dodged it? Yifan jumped off the dragon's back, patted the dragon's neck, and signaled it to circle around and keep watch. Orn's gaze fell on Yifan, his eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing in them. Did you kill Arita? I never expected it to be a weak human. Who is Alida? Yifan asked blankly. I don't know any dog Alida, or cat Alida. He took a step forward, his tone turning cold. What do you want by trespassing on my territory? Don't tell me you're just passing by. Orn chuckled, his expression calm. Humph. I am one of the 8 generals of the elven race, Orn. Yifan stroked his chin and said knowingly. Oh, so you've come for revenge. In that case, I have no choice but to leave you here as well. What arrogance! How dare a mere human challenge my elven race? Orn was instantly enraged, and his aura suddenly became sharp. Before he finished speaking, a small, black hammer appeared out of thin air in his hand. The hammer was engraved with intricate patterns and looked to be of excellent quality, much more advanced than the hammer in Nalan Mimi's hand. This hammer is pretty good. Yifan's eyes lit up, his tone filled with undisguised greed. Perfect for killing you so I can take the hammer and use it. Orn's face darkened, and a layer of black light emanated from his body. Instantly, a set of jet black armor was draped over his body, making him appear even more ferocious. Arrogant. You think you're worthy? The next moment, Orn gripped his hammer and slammed it down on Yifan with a whistling sound. Mischievous hammer. Orn wasn't particularly fast, and Yifan easily dodged the attack by sidestepping. Before he could even catch his breath, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his abdomen, as if he had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. He was sent flying backward uncontrollably, crashing through several large trees before landing heavily on the ground. Yifan spat out a mouthful of blood with considerable force. Yifan, Mingming Jiang and the others on the city wall exclaimed in surprise, their voices filled with worry. Yan Ji charged out first, followed by the crowd, all glaring angrily at Orn, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Despite being surrounded by dozens of people, Orn remained completely calm. He raised his hand and shook the small mirror in his hand. The mirror surface flashed with a faint light, and he could see everyone's strength clearly. Humph, a bunch of trash. Their strength is mediocre at best. He sneered disdainfully. Yanji quickly ran to the tree and helped the dazed Yi Fan down. Yi Fan clutched his throbbing abdomen, looking utterly bewildered. What happened? I clearly dodged it, so how did I still get hit? The injury wasn't fatal, but it was excruciatingly painful. That's why he became even more interested in the hammer. It was definitely a treasure. I must get my hands on this hammer. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Just then, Orn suddenly pulled a chessboard from his pocket. The chessboard is clearly black and white, with 64 squares engraved on it, just like the chessboard. What is that? A chessboard? How could an elf possess such a thing? The girls all looked puzzled and momentarily forgot to launch an attack. The fact that something from Earth appeared in this alien world naturally surprised them greatly. In Orn's eyes, even if Yi Fan and his group swarmed at him, he could easily handle them. Without the slightest hesitation, the small mirror in his hand flashed again, and beams of light shot out from the mirror, instantly splitting into more than a dozen identical Orns, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Fire! Someone shouted, and the guns in everyone's hands immediately fired in unison, bullets raining down on those figures. The bullets passed through the figure, leaving only afterimages, and did not cause any damage to Orn at all. I am an elven blacksmith, capable of crafting and melting anything. Orn's voice came from all directions, yet his true form remained unseen. You may call me Orn, or the god of forging. Pa, you dare call yourself a god? Aren't you afraid of the true god's wrath, who will grind you to dust? Yanji spat, her tone full of disdain. God is a supreme and unattainable being. This elf in front of me is utterly arrogant. Ha ha, utterly foolish. Orn's laughter was full of sarcasm. Since I dare to call myself a god, I naturally have the qualifications to do so. Come, and sink into my chessboard magic circle. The next second, the ground beneath Yi Fan and the others suddenly lit up, and a huge chessboard instantly unfolded, with 64 black and white squares neatly arranged. Yi Fan and the others were surrounded in the center of the chessboard, and suddenly 5-meter-tall chess pieces rose up on both sides. Its shape is exactly like a chess piece, with a dark shadow pressing down, making it hard to breathe. They were statues, including knights on horseback and majestic watchtowers. The most striking feature is the king wearing a crown standing on a platform that resembles a traffic control platform. Both sides also had queens dressed in black and white dresses. Yi Fan and the others were positioned in the center of the chessboard. Chapter 167 Chessboard Props. The surrounding scenery had been completely transformed. The familiar fragrance of the trees had vanished, and the once lush forest had disappeared entirely, replaced by a grid-like ground that gleamed coldly. The oppressive air made one's chest tighten. Where have we been dragged to? The forest? The tribe? Where is the tribe? A girl asked, her voice trembling and her body shaking uncontrollably. Don't panic, a calm voice rang out. Look at the grid on the ground and the surrounding aura. It's a magic array. No wonder this guy is so fearless. Yi Fan frowned, his gaze sweeping over the edges of the faintly glowing magic array around him, his tone grave. It seems he has quite a few powerful tools hidden away. To be honest, he didn't take this guy named Orn seriously at first. After all, they had 2 platinum-level experts on their side, while the other side was all alone. But now it seems that the other party dares to be so arrogant because he has many trump cards up his sleeve, and he may even be confident that he can kill them all. Yi Fan unconsciously rubbed his chin with his fingertips, his eyes darkening. This guy's trump cards should be more than just this strange chessboard. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the image of an old friend instantly appeared in his mind. Li Feiyu, the murderer and arsonist. Even among cultivators of the same level, that guy could dominate the battlefield with all sorts of rare treasures. Especially after entering the gluing tape stage, he became even more dominant with the help of these treasures. Yi Fan, Lin Qingshue's voice carried a calm, analytical quality as she stared intently into the depths of the magic array. This guy calls himself the god of forging. He's probably just as good at crafting equipment as Mimi, otherwise he wouldn't have such confidence. Yes, Yi Fan. Nailin Mimi immediately echoed, her small hands tightly gripping her forging hammer, her eyes full of determination. I can clearly feel the energy fluctuations emanating from his hammer. It's far stronger than the one in my hand. Oh, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly mocking. Then shall we just snatch it? Okay, I want it. Nailin Mimi's eyes lit up instantly, as if they held stars, and her tone was full of anticipation. With that hammer, my forging speed will definitely increase by more than 10 times. Ha ha ha, you stole my forging hammer? A wild laugh suddenly came from all directions, echoing like a great bell in the empty magic circle, but Orn could not be seen at all. I'd like to hear who's talking in their sleep. You few dare to oppose me? A demon that has lost its origin, a severely wounded fire dragon, and a group of weak humans. Charge. War elephants. Kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground trembled violently, and a huge stone war elephant appeared, charging towards Yi Fan and the others. Wah! The dull roar was so loud it hurt the eardrums. The war elephants, treading on the white glowing checkered ground, charged diagonally toward the group. The heavy stone hoofs landed on the ground, each step kicking up fine stone chips. The black and white squares on this chessboard are astonishingly large, each square measuring 10 meters in length and width. The chess pieces and stone sculptures in the grid are about the same size as the grid itself, and their stone bodies are covered with ferocious patterns, making them look majestic and terrifying. Upon seeing this, Yuna's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, she opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames. Roar of the fiery dragon. Roar. The blazing flames, like a fire dragon, hurtled towards the stone elephant, but the moment the flames hit the elephant's body, it was as if they had been splashed onto an iron plate. With a sizzle, it scattered in all directions, leaving only a few fleeting scorch marks, but causing no real damage to the stone elephant. How is this possible? Yuna's pupils suddenly contracted, her face was full of shock, and her voice trembled slightly. My attack didn't work on it. Wah! The enormous stone elephant did not stop at all, roaring as it continued to charge at Yuna. Yuna reacted quickly, dodging to the side, but the two girls behind her didn't have time to react and were slammed into by the stone elephant's heavy body. With two muffled thuds, the two men were instantly smashed to pieces, their blood splattering on the white checkered surface, a horrifying sight. Another shrill scream rang out as a girl fell to the ground. One of her legs twisted at an odd angle, clearly broken from the impact. She clutched her broken leg, her forehead covered in cold sweat, curled up on the ground in agony. Everyone be careful. These chess pieces have all moved. Liu Anuona shouted loudly with a serious expression, her eyes fixed on the other restless stone carvings on the chessboard. Spread out. Don't huddle together. Scatter quickly. The crowd was terrified and scattered immediately, no longer daring to stand together. Ha ha ha, useless. All useless. Orn's maniacal laughter rang out again, filled with sarcasm. You will all be killed by my pawns. Charge. Chariot watchtower. As he shouted, the stone statue in the far corner of the chessboard, which looked like a watchtower, suddenly moved. Despite having no wheels, it sped across the chessboard in a straight line, its target Yi Fan in front of it. Yi Fan's pupils contracted, and almost the instant the watchtower moved, he suddenly dodged to the left. The watchtower rushed past him with a whooshing sound, crashing into the edge of the magic circle behind him with a loud boom, sending stone chips flying everywhere. Rook? Bishop? Yi Fan steadied himself, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that the rules of this magic array are related to chess? Just then, the stone elephant not far away roared again, turned around, and charged at Yuna once more. A hint of stubbornness flashed in Yuna's eyes. This time, she didn't dodge. Instead, she took a deep breath and exhaled flames again. I refuse to believe I can't handle a bunch of broken rocks. The roar of the fiery dragon. Rumble. A torrent of flames erupted, engulfing the entire stone elephant, but the result was the same as before. The stone elephant was completely unharmed, and its speed did not even decrease. How is this possible? Yuna was shocked, her eyes filled with disbelief. She, a platinum-level expert, couldn't even do anything to a pile of stones. Just as the stone elephant was about to collide with Yuna, Yi Fan rushed over and pulled her onto the black grid next to him. Rumble. The stone elephant barely stopped on the adjacent white square. Although it was still roaring angrily, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier and could not move forward any further no matter what it did. What are you spacing out for? Are you out of your mind? Yi Fan looked at the still shaken Yuna, his tone carrying a mixture of concern and helplessness. Yuna came to her senses, looked at the stone elephant with a puzzled expression, and then at the black grid at her feet. Huh? What's going on? Why can't it get through? Yanji also came over, completely bewildered. This big guy was it burned by flames? That's why it can't move. No, One Yu stood to the side, looking very serious, and explained in a serious, studious manner. Because this white elephant can only move diagonally, and can only move on white squares, it can't enter the black squares at all. What do you mean by diagonal lines? Yuna and Yinji exchanged a glance, still looking confused. They weren't from Earth and didn't understand these rules at all. You don't need to know too much, just follow us. Yi Fan patted Yuna on the shoulder, his tone confident. Since this magic circle is shaped like a chessboard, it must have corresponding rules. Once we find the rules, we can deal with it. In fact, from the moment he entered the magic circle, he had been observing these grids and stone carvings, and he already had some guesses in his mind. Wanyu, tell everyone the rules you know. There are definitely still people who don't understand. Yi Fan shouted to Wanyu. But just then, the second white giant elephant suddenly charged towards Wanyu at great speed, accompanied by a whistling sound. Wanyu's pupils contracted, and she shouted without hesitation. Instant flash. Swish. The figure instantly appeared on the black grid a few meters away, barely dodging the stone elephant's impact. At the same time, she shouted loudly, speaking rapidly yet clearly. Listen up, everyone. The soldiers in the front row can initially move 2 squares forward, and then only 1 square at a time. They can only attack the squares diagonally in front of them. And these 2 elephants can only move diagonally, and only on the white squares. And those warhorses, they're walking in an L shape, remember, an L shape, so be careful and avoid them. The watchtower that just hit Yi Fan was the vehicle. It can move horizontally or vertically at will, without any distance limit, but it cannot move diagonally. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the stone elephant that had just rammed into Yuna turned around again and charged toward Wanyu, its massive body creating gusts of wind and making a tremendous impact. Wanyu reacted extremely quickly, using her teleportation ability again to move to the black square next to her. The stone elephant indeed stopped again at the edge of the white grid, roaring angrily but unable to move an inch. What? How is this possible? Orn's voice, filled with shock and anger, echoed from the void, tinged with disbelief and fear. No, impossible. How could they possibly know the rules of the magic array? This chessboard formation was something he obtained by chance, and it took him countless efforts to repair half of this legendary item. Back when he was still at the gold level, he used this thing to kill platinum level creatures, and it was his greatest asset. Although this item has been downgraded to epic level because it was only half repaired, its power is still astonishing. Who would have thought that the other party would figure out the rules in such a short time? How is that possible? It must be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Orn roared in the void, as if trying to comfort himself. Attack! Empress! The next moment, a tall figure emerged from among the white chess pieces, wielding a long sword that gleamed with a cold light, and charged straight at Yi Fan. The figure was at least 5 meters tall, with an upright posture, and the long sword in his hand exuded a domineering aura. Just getting close to him made people feel a suffocating pressure. Yi Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart skipped a beat, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it! This troublesome guy is here. It's the Empress. The one who's chopping Yi Fan down is the Empress. Wanyu's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly shouted to explain. She is the most powerful of all the pieces. She can move diagonally, horizontally, and vertically, and there are no distance restrictions. Yi Fan was forced into a retreat by the Empress, and his arm felt numb with each block. He could clearly sense that this stone statue was no ordinary object. His attacks were like stones sinking into the sea. All his magic was instantly absorbed, rendering them completely ineffective. Hey, I'm getting hacked to pieces. Can you please stop giving me some information at a time like this? Yi Fan shouted at Wanyu while dodging in a disheveled manner, his back accidentally scraping against the stone chips on the ground, causing a burning pain. Go for it, Yi Fan. Kill her, his teammates shouted from the sidelines. What the hell are you going to cut? This thing is harder than the rocks in the latrine. Yi Fan rolled his eyes, dodged a sword strike, and was almost hit in the cheek by the sword wind. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly paused, glancing out of the corner of his eye to see that the other pieces were not moving at all. The black pieces never moved from the beginning, and the white pieces could only move one at a time. There was never a situation where 2 pieces moved at the same time. He also noticed a detail. The Black King did not have a crown on its head, while the White King wore an exquisite crown. Chapter 168 Offense and Defense, a different form. I'll add. Rule 2. These pieces can only move one at a time. Yi Fan shouted while dodging the Queen's attacks. I already knew, came Liu Anuona's voice. Yi Fan turned his head and was instantly stunned. Liu Anuona, Wanyu, and the others were already standing there, taking out roasted meat from their storage compartments and eating it. They looked quite relaxed, showing no signs of tension despite being in danger. Momo, put less salt in the grilled meat next time. It's a bit too salty, Liu Anuona said casually after taking a bite of the grilled meat. Okay. Momo nodded obediently and picked up a piece of grilled meat to eat. This damn sense of relaxation left Yi Fan, who was being chased, speechless. Well, as long as their souls don't dissipate, they can all be resurrected, so it's no wonder they're so relaxed. Hey, stop trying to kill me, Yi Fan shouted at the Empress, pointing to the group of people eating barbecue next to him. Those people over there are almost asleep. Aren't you going to go and chop them up? Perhaps having heard his words, the Empress suddenly changed direction, picked up her long sword, and charged towards the direction where Wanyu and the others were. Oh no, run. The Empress is coming. Wanyu's expression changed drastically, and she took the lead in running away into the distance. Yi Fan finally got a chance to catch his breath. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, panting heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat. Mei and the others immediately ran over and handed Yi Fan a towel to wipe his sweat. Master, are you all right? Master, let me massage your legs to help you relax. Let me give you a back massage. Orn, standing in the void, was completely stunned. He stomped his feet in anger and roared. Damn it, these humans are so troublesome. I can't kill them even after all this. His chessboard formation was used to kill 50 gold level and 2 platinum level orcs. But this time, how could this be? How could they understand the movement of these pieces? It's like they were born knowing it. Orn's face was full of disbelief, and his unease grew stronger. Never mind. So what if they know the rules? They can't withstand the Queen's power. If we keep going like this, I'll win sooner or later. Orn gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing his unease and comforting himself. On the other side, Yi Fan began searching through his storage compartment. As his cultivation level increased, his storage compartments grew larger and larger, overflowing with items. He swiped rapidly down the shelves, muttering to himself. Strange. I remember getting a broken crown when I killed the troll goblin before. Where is it now? After searching for a while, he finally found the cracked and slightly dilapidated crown in the bottom few compartments of the storage column. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, a strange sense of anticipation welling up inside him, and he hurriedly took out the crown. Found it. Maybe this thing will come in handy. He held the crown, looked up at the black and white kings on the chessboard, and carefully compared them. He discovered that this damaged crown was somewhat similar to the crown on the white chess piece, king, as if they came from the same source. Orn, in the void, was taken aback when he saw Yi Fan running towards the black chess piece. Why is this guy running that way? The next second, a strong sense of unease suddenly welled up inside him, and a bad premonition became increasingly clear. No, whatever he's going to do, we have to stop him. No sooner had she finished speaking than the Empress, who was chasing Wanyu and the others, suddenly changed direction and charged towards Yi Fan again with a fierce aura. Yi Fan had just run to the black chess piece, king, when he felt a chilling aura behind him. He turned around and saw the queen was already close at hand. Startled, he quickly activated his movement skill. Instant flash. Instant flash. Swish swish. With several quick flashes, Yi Fan finally reached the black chess piece, king, before the queen could catch up. Under Orn's bewildered gaze, Yi Fan unhesitatingly placed the broken crown on the head of the black chess piece, king. Buzz. A muffled hum resounded, and the entire chessboard array began to vibrate violently. The black chess piece, king, suddenly lit up its eyes, emitting a scarlet light, and a powerful pressure instantly spread out. Seeing this, Yi Fan was overjoyed and couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! It worked!" Just then, a cold notification sound suddenly rang in everyone's minds. Ding! Player Black. Yi Fan, the game has officially begun. The heavenly chessboard is now open. Rules: the king loses. Loser's penalty: soul annihilation. The next moment, Orn in the void suddenly let out a scream as he was forcibly pulled down by an invisible force. A golden crown automatically appeared on his head, fixing him in the position of the white chess piece, king. The originally scattered chess pieces automatically returned to their positions in an instant, rearranging themselves into the formation for the game. Yi Fan also felt a force pulling him, and the next second, he appeared in the position of the black chess piece, king. The tattered crown automatically appeared on his head, and a strange connection instantly linked him with all the black chess pieces. What was going on? Orn was terrified and struggled desperately. only to find himself bound by an invisible force and unable to move at all. Why can't I move? He could clearly sense that if the opponent's pieces attacked him, his very soul would be completely annihilated. This was not a chessboard or formation he was familiar with at all. It was a deadly gamble that risked his very soul. However, Yi Fan slowly curled the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery and smugness, and shouted at Orn. The offense and defense have switched, little sprite. You probably don't know how to play chess, do you? Hey. Chapter 169, Orn's Backup Plan. Orn's heart sank to the bottom, and his hands and feet trembled slightly. He had studied this chessboard for almost 10 years, always relying on the characteristics of the pieces to mindlessly charge and kill. How could he understand any serious game of chess? At most, he only knew the rules of how each piece moved. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? He struggled frantically, his limbs tightly bound by an invisible force, making it difficult to even move a finger. Let me go? I am your master. Is your broken chessboard blind? How awful. Only deathly silence answered him. The chessboard remained motionless, but the binding force grew stronger, and Orn's heart sank lower and lower with it. But the combat instincts honed through years of fighting forced him to suppress his panic. His fingertips were still trembling slightly, but he forced himself to take a deep breath. Calm down. I must calm down. I've studied this chessboard for 10 years. Even if this kid wins the crown, he can't possibly know it better than me. I just picked up this chessboard by chance. He was probably lucky to get the crown. If he panics, it'll be all over. I have to stay calm. In just a few seconds, the panic in Orn's eyes completely disappeared, replaced by an extremely solemn expression, and even his breathing became steady. This scene made Yi Fan raise an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised. This guy isn't stupid. He was able to calm down so quickly. But he immediately scoffed. I don't believe you know anything about chess. Yi Fan does know chess, but only to a slight degree, not to be considered a master. Just to be on the safe side, he turned and called out to the crowd. Cilantro, come over here and give directions. Okay. A clear voice immediately responded, and a small figure squeezed out. It was a girl. This girl is only 1.45 meters tall, petite like a child who hasn't grown up, with a round baby face and big, bright eyes. Previously, when Yi Fan asked her to go to an internet cafe to play Eternal Tribulation, the internet cafe manager stopped her and checked her ID card, fearing that she was underage. She also likes to cosplay cute and cuddly characters like Xiao Qiao, who looks like someone who could cry for a long time if you punched her. Cilantro is her nickname. I can't really remember her real name, Yi Fan. It seems she was called Qin Xiaoxiang. It's because she always added a handful of cilantro to her noodles, and over time, everyone started calling her that. She wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she found the nickname cute and accepted it gladly. Despite her cute and cuddly appearance, she is a true chess prodigy. She is proficient in Go, chess, and Chinese chess, and has won many competition awards. Having her as a coach is definitely a safe bet. Kid, no matter what tricks you pull, you're going to die here today. Orn's eyes were fierce as he roared. Soldiers, charge. The next moment, the white soldiers in the front row stepped forward 2 squares in unison, their stone feet landing on the chessboard with a dull thud, exuding an imposing aura. Yi Fan, third soldier to the left, advanced 2 spaces. Xiangcai waved her little hand, giving orders with great skill. Received. Yi Fan immediately manipulated the chess pieces to do as instructed. The pieces on the chessboard moved back and forth, with the crisp commands of Cilantro and the fierce roars of Orn alternating. 5 minutes later, Orn's eyes suddenly widened, his face instantly erupting in wild joy as he slapped his thigh and laughed hysterically. Ha ha, got it. I'll eat your elephant. Vehicles, charge, crush it, swish. The watchtower-like vehicle transformed into a blur and crashed heavily into Yi Fan's black stone elephant. With a crisp crack, the stone elephant was instantly shattered, and fragments of stone scattered everywhere. Orn was so excited he almost jumped up, shouting at the top of his lungs. Woohoo! Now let's see what you do. Your 2 elephants are gone, and all your soldiers have been eaten by me. You are bound to lose. So what if you know the rules? This chessboard is still my territory. You're dead today. Yi Fan remained unfazed. He had long understood Cilantro's strategy. The core of chess is to checkmate the opponent's king, and losing a few pieces is insignificant. The situation is clear at this moment. Orn has lost both horses, 1 bishop, and 1 rook. Although Yi Fan's side lost 2 elephants, all his soldiers were wiped out, and he also lost 1 horse. He seemed to be at a disadvantage. But Cilantro showed no sign of panic. Seeing the elephant being eaten, she actually breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to herself. Great, this idiot is really focused on capturing pieces. He actually thinks this is a game of capturing pieces. She called out, Yifan, move the car on the left forward 6 spaces. Good. The black chariot immediately sped forward 6 squares and came to a steady stop in front of Orn's king piece, forming a standoff. Orn scoffed, completely unconcerned. That's it? Trying to checkmate me? I can just step back and avoid it. He immediately roared, Empress, attack. Kill the remaining horse. The queen, dressed in a white dress and wielding a long sword, flashed to the front of the black warhorse and slashed down with her sword. The warhorse let out a shrill, stone-like howl before shattering into dust. Haha, now you only have 2 chariots and a queen left. Let's see how you play this. Orn laughed even more wildly. Cilantro breathed a sigh of relief again, a sly glint in her eyes. Yifan. The car on the right, crossed to the finish line, checkmate. No problem. The black car suddenly accelerated, swooping down to the baseline like an arrow released from a bow, and stood in the same row as the king that Orn had transformed into. General. The cold notification echoed in the space. TCH, is that all? Orn scoffed, immediately maneuvering the queen back to stand between himself and the black car. With the Empress's movement, Yifan's other vehicle was instantly freed from retreat, and he no longer had to worry about being instantly killed. A glint flashed in Cilantro's eyes, and she clapped her hands excitedly. Great. Yifan. One more time. Double chariot strike. Checkmate. Roger. Rook to the 3rd position. Checkmate. Rumble. Another black car suddenly moved forward 3 squares and locked onto Orn's king, once again. General. Oh no. Again. Orn's heart sank. He dared not be careless again and hurriedly moved king, 1 space to the left. Now, Cilantro shouted. Yifan, eat his queen. Keep going, General. Good. Without hesitation, Yifan steered the car forward and crashed hard into the white queen. With a snap, the Empress was crushed to pieces. General. Double car breakdown. Dead end. The notification sound was like a thunderclap, making Orn tremble all over. The arrogance on his face vanished instantly, replaced by extreme panic, his eyes bloodshot. No. Impossible. How could this be? The next moment, the king he had transformed into began to slowly become transparent, and a soul-tearing pain surged through him, causing him to let out a shrill scream. I don't want to die? I'm not reconciled. I am the god of forging. I cannot die here. I am not reconciled. Amidst screams, Orn's figure gradually dissipated until it vanished completely. At the same time, the chessboard space began to shake violently, and the surrounding scenery shattered like glass. The outlines of forests and tribes gradually became clear, and familiar plants and houses reappeared before our eyes. They're finally out, the girls cheered. Where's Orn? Is he dead? The girls looked around. Nail and Mimi was also anxious to find Orn's forging hammer, but after searching high and low without finding it, she asked in confusion. Strange, why didn't he drop his hammer when he died? That shouldn't be possible. Yifan had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt a soft sensation under his feet, like stepping on jelly. What is that? He looked down sharply, his pupils contracting sharply. There was a red blob under my feet, which looked like a slime I'd seen in anime. This thing is turning bright red at a visible speed and is expanding rapidly. Oh no, it's a trap, Yifan exclaimed in alarm, but at such a distance, there was no way to dodge it. Chapter 170, The Magic Mirror of Fatherhood. Exploding slime. Rank, gold level peak. Note, this item was deliberately contained and placed here. Its explosive power at close range is extremely strong. Even a platinum level expert would be severely injured. Boom. Before Yifan could react, the slime exploded. The massive shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust, snapped the surrounding saplings in half, and sent rubble and debris flying everywhere. Several girls were caught off guard. Their skirts were blown up, revealing their underwear, which made them scream in fright. Yifan. The girls turned pale and rushed towards the center of the explosion. What happened? Lin Xingshua's expression turned serious as she rushed over. Wan Yu also sensed something was wrong. Clutching an antique mirror tightly in her arms, she dashed out in a flash. Quickly save Yifan. I have a bad feeling. Amidst the smoke and dust of the explosion, a small mirror, no bigger than a palm, quietly appeared, reflecting Orn's illusory soul. His soul was extremely weak, almost transparent, yet it revealed a hideous, cruel smile. Haha, luckily, I was prepared and used the soul mirror to preserve 1/10 of my soul. Otherwise, I would have really been defeated by you today. He was filled with shock and anger. If one hadn't used their soul power to nurture the chessboard over the years and gain some understanding of its spatial rules, it would have been impossible to escape before their soul was scattered. You really think I have no backup plan? How naive. I am the god of forging, Orn, one of the 8 generals of the elf clan. Orn's soul twisted in the mirror. Even if my physical body is gone, as long as I absorb your soul, I'll still have a good deal this time. Killing you will wipe out your tribe. You can't escape. It turns out that he had already planned his escape route. Even if he lost the game, he arranged for the exploding slime to buy time. Also that he could use the soul mirror to absorb Yi Fan's soul and ensure that Yi Fan would never be reborn. At this moment, Yi Fan's soul was drifting out from the wreckage of the explosion, about to fall into his own dark sea to await resurrection, when it was pulled back by a powerful suction force. His soul, as if it were a physical entity, drifted uncontrollably toward that small mirror. Damn it, this treacherous guy has this trick up his sleeve. Yi Fan's soul was shocked. He knew very well that once he was sucked into the soul mirror, there would be no chance of resurrection. He struggled with all his might, his soul swimming against the current like a boat, but he was no match for the suction force, and his body was still slowly getting closer to the soul mirror. Still trying to run? Come here. Orn roared, pushing his soul power to its limit, and the soul mirror unleashed an even stronger suction force. Your soul is mine now. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just 1 second, Yi Fan's soul was less than a meter away from the soul mirror, and in 2 more seconds, it would be completely sucked in. Wan Yu's eyes reddened with anxiety, and she rushed forward, clutching the magic mirror in her arms. Without hesitation, she activated her skill. Instant flash. Instant flash. Swish, swish, swish. After several teleportations, she instantly rushed to within 10 meters of the soul mirror and Yi Fan's soul, shouting urgently. Magic mirror. Help. Save Yi Fan. The magic mirror yawned lazily, a faint golden light shimmering on its surface, its tone nonchalant. Don't worry, this little thing isn't even enough for me to warm up. Orn, reflected in the soul mirror, caught a glimpse of the magic mirror. His soul trembled violently, and his voice shook. A talking mirror? Could it be the legendary? Ah! Orn screamed in agony as his soul was being torn apart. His words were interrupted by an extremely piercing scream. The magic mirror burst forth with dazzling golden light, which surged like a tide and instantly enveloped the palm-sized soul mirror. Yi Fan's soul felt the suction loosen, and he was swept into the magic mirror by the golden light, safe and sound. Even more terrifying, the golden light forcefully pulled Orn's soul out of the soul mirror. The palm-sized soul mirror instantly became covered in cracks and emitted a crisp sound as it struggled to withstand the pressure. Faced with the father-level magic mirror, the soul mirror is utterly powerless. No! Orn screamed in anguish. This is impossible. Impossible. How could you possibly have something like that? Just 0.5 seconds later, with a crisp crack, the soul mirror shattered. Orn's soul was instantly torn apart and crushed by the golden light, leaving not a trace. This time, he was truly beyond dead. The magic mirror yawned widely, the golden light on its surface gradually fading, its tone tinged with impatience. Done. Don't call me next time. You little rascal, you're keeping me up at night. Wan Yu breathed a sigh of relief, slumped to the ground, and looked at Yi Fan's unharmed soul in the magic mirror, her eyes reddening. Thank goodness you're all right. The magic mirror released its power instantly, and Yi Fan's soul entered the dark sea. A few minutes later, he reappeared in the tribe. Thinking about what had just happened, Yi Fan was still shaken. He had almost really died, truly never to be reborn. Damn it, this guy is a tough opponent. I wonder what kind of existence the Elf Queen is. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Suddenly, a series of notification sounds rang out. Ding. Congratulations on killing Orn. Ding. Your level has been upgraded to LV35. Ding. You have obtained 1 Tianyuan chessboard. Ding. You have obtained a demigod forging hammer X1. Ding. You have obtained the god of cookery stew pot X1. Ding. You have obtained a pet bag X1. Ding. You have obtained 1 demigod's blood essence. Ding. You have obtained 20 potions. Ding. You have obtained the grafting forging technique record book ×1. Hearing the various notification sounds, Yi Fan felt a sense of pleasure. That's great. The people of Orn are really kind, giving us so many treasures. We really should thank them. Chapter 171, The New Set. After the battle, Yi Fan laid out all the treasures he had seized from Orn, appraised them one by one, and began to distribute them. Yi Fan, is this chessboard really for me? Xiang Kai stared at the ancient Tianyuan chessboard, her eyes sparkling, her little hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her face full of disbelief as she asked. Of course. Yi Fan smiled and rubbed her little head, feeling the soft touch on his fingertips. You're the best chess player in our tribe, so giving you this opportunity is the best use of your talents. Wah! Yi Fan, you're so great. Cilantro's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She rushed forward and hugged Yi Fan's leg, rubbing her little head against his trouser leg. Now I'm a fighter too. I'll definitely do more for the tribe from now on. All right, get up quickly. Yi Fan helped her up, feeling both helpless and amused. Go and study how to use this item quickly. It's of a high quality, so don't waste it. Cilantro nodded vigorously, holding the chessboard and looking up at him with her little face full of expectation. Okay, once I've figured it out, I'll come to your room tonight, okay? Yi Fan was taken aback and subconsciously asked, Huh? What do you want with me? Cilantro blinked her big eyes, her tone straightforward and pure. It's about with you. Everyone else has been with you, but I haven't. I want to try it too. Okay, we'll talk about it tonight. Yi Fan scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. What are you hesitating about? Cilantro immediately puffed out her cheeks, her little face fell, and her tone was a little aggrieved. Coriander. It's nothing, Yi Fan said, both amused and exasperated, and gave her a serious look. Are you really okay with being so petite? Of course, no problem. Cilantro puffed out her small chest. I have everything that others have, and my crying is just a sign of happiness, so you don't need to worry about me then. Okay, I'll definitely wait for you tonight. Yi Fan didn't hesitate any longer. The girls around them were already used to this straightforward conversation and didn't react much. Only a few girls huddled together, whispering amongst themselves, their voices filled with frustration. Sigh, when will it be our turn? It'll be soon. Meng Meng and the other 4 on guard duty are still ahead of us in line. There are only 5 of them left, let's wait a bit longer. Yi Fan turned around, picked up the small black hammer, and handed it to Nailin Mimi, who was waiting eagerly beside him. Mimi, this is for you. Thank you, Yi Fan. Nailin Mimi's eyes lit up as she happily took the small hammer, her fingertips tracing the cool hammer body, her face full of joy. With this hammer, my forging efficiency will definitely improve significantly. She examined the hammer for a moment, turning it over and over, and quickly discovered its special feature. She looked up and explained to Yi Fan. This hammer isn't just for forging, it also has offensive capabilities. It can create an invisible, phantom hammerhead. It's connected to the main body with magic threads, just like a meteor hammer. The hammer you saw before was fake. The real attack came from the invisible one, which is why you couldn't dodge it. I see. Yi Fan suddenly realized, finally resolving his previous doubts. No wonder I was hit, even though I dodged it. Besides the chessboard and hammer, the seized items also included a god of cookery stew pot. This pot not only makes the stewed ingredients exceptionally delicious, but it also increases the experience points gained by the user by 20%, making it extremely practical. From now on, everyone's speed of leveling up by eating will be even faster. Yi Fan checked all the other props one by one, and finally opened a pet bag. As soon as the bag was loosened, about 20 slimes rushed out, making sticky and cute squeaking noises. Some of these slimes are like the explosive slimes that were detonated earlier, while the rest are water and fire type. Water-type slimes can convert magic into pure drinking water, while fire-type slimes can generate flames after absorbing magic, making them perfect for cooking and saving a lot of wood. They were all round and plump, like glutinous rice balls of different sizes. The largest was as big as a motorcycle, the medium-sized ones were about the size of a wash basin, and the smallest were only the size of a kitten. They were all slippery and slowly swam towards Yi Fan. After losing its master, the slime acts entirely on instinct. They can clearly sense hostility and will not attack unless the other party has malicious intent. Wow, so cute. The girls were instantly drawn to these soft little creatures. They all crowded around and carefully picked up the small slimes. Touching the slime's jelly-like body with your fingertips brings a bouncy, smooth texture that makes it irresistible. Even more docile than a kitten, and it doesn't shed. Yes, look, it even rubs against my hand. It's so cute. Yi Fan organized all the supplies and put on new equipment. Nail and Mimi has already produced several finished products using the blueprints she seized from the spider's nest. Yifan, the materials needed for these equipment are too rare. Only 3 sets were made. What do you think we should do with them? Nail and Mimi walked over and handed over 3 brand new sets of equipment. That's enough. Yifan nodded, his tone calm. These materials are indeed rare, but we'll make do with them for now. He took off his previous black scale suit and put on newly crafted equipment, most notably the long sword in his hand and the armor on his body. Demon Sealing Sword. Rarity, epic. Passive, the souls of monsters struck will be absorbed into the sword, enhancing its power. For each soul absorbed, the power of the Demon Sealing Slash increases by 1%. Skill 1, Demon Sealing Slash, unleashes a massive crimson beam of light forward, with a range exceeding 100 meters, possessing a natural suppressive effect on demons. Skill 2, Demon Sealing Sword. After charging, unleash a sword wave with extremely long range and high damage, capable of instantly piercing through multiple enemies. Note, this artifact is a relic left behind by the gods, seemingly forged to fight against some powerful demon. This Demon Sealing Sword is entirely blood red, interspersed with several black lines. The character, Fug, Seal, is engraved on the blade in ancient script. It feels slightly cool to the touch and faintly exudes energy, giving it an incredibly imposing presence. Yifan then opened the armor's attribute panel. Madman Armor. Rarity, epic. Passive, absorbs blood within a 10-meter radius, automatically generating a crimson shield to block some external damage. Active skill, unique. No madness, no demon. Enters a mad state upon activation, increasing strength, speed, and mana recovery speed by 500%. Immune to all mind control, madmen are inherently uncontrollable. Resilience increased by 90%. Rationality reduced to 30%, prone to irritability. Once activated, it consumes 10% of your health per minute. If your health is depleted, your physical body will be destroyed, but your soul will not be damaged. All healing methods will be ineffective during this time. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Requires health greater than or equal to 80% to activate. Note, the person who designed this armor was absolutely insane trading blood for power. That suits you quite well. Chapter 172 The Church That Appeared Suddenly. Yifan carefully read the attributes, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. This is much more powerful than my Fury skill. Fury has a weakness period, but this one not only doesn't, but the bonus is also so terrifying. More importantly, the skills of the Madman Armor and his Fury skill do not conflict. The two can be used together. This means he has another trump card up his sleeve. Yifan's gaze fell on the magic mirror in the corner, and a sense of curiosity arose in his heart. The magic mirror played a crucial role in this battle against Ornn. Without it, not only would I have been defeated, but Ornn would have also escaped. He walked over, gently wiped the mirror with his sleeve, and thoughtfully blew away the dust. Unsolicited kindness is either a sign of ulterior motives or theft. The magic mirror's voice rang out, carrying a hint of arrogant arrogance, and the mirror's surface trembled slightly. Yifan wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Isn't this to thank you for saving me?" "You're welcome, it was nothing." The magic mirror said dismissively, "So that some people won't keep nagging me that I only know how to sleep and am completely useless. All right, stop being so smug." Yifan scratched his head and got straight to the point. "You should know quite a bit, right? What level of item is Ornn's soul mirror?" When it came to serious matters, the magic mirror, unusually, put away its joking tone and became more serious. Epic, garbage. Epic level and trash. Yifan was stunned. Otherwise what? The magic mirror's tone grew even more arrogant. "I am a mythical artifact. Compared to me, what is it if not trash?" "That's true. As a mythical item, it certainly has the right to be arrogant." Yifan was secretly surprised. He never expected that the mirror he had casually dug up would actually be a mythical artifact. Based on his current understanding, and combined with the information revealed by the magic mirror, the items are divided into 8 levels, from lowest to highest. Common, excellent, superior, epic, legendary, mythical, immortal, god. The magic mirror is now at the mythical level, but that's because its power has been greatly reduced. At its peak, it was enough to achieve immortality. "Now you know how important I am, right?" the magic mirror said smugly. "You'd better treat me like royalty. Maybe I can help you out next time." "You wish," Yifan said helplessly, spreading his hands. Wanyu, however, showed no mercy. She stepped forward and lightly kicked the mirror. "Hey, Can you stop being so arrogant? So what if you're a mythical level expert? You can't even move yourself. What are you so cocky about? The magic mirror fell silent instantly, and even its surface stopped shaking. To be honest, it was genuinely afraid of Wanyu. It felt somewhat guilty for deliberately calling out to Wanyu underground, which had frightened people quite a bit. Moreover, Wanyu has a fiery temper and doesn't care about its rank. If she angers it, she will resort to violence and doesn't reason with it at all. Okay, Grandma. I was wrong. The magic mirror quickly begged for forgiveness, her voice full of grievance. I won't be so arrogant anymore, alright? That's more like it. Wanyu put her hands on her hips and nodded in satisfaction. Yifan stopped participating in their bickering. Now the magic mirror is basically Wanyu's personal tool. As long as Wanyu can control it, he is at ease. Moreover, the magic mirror may have a sharp tongue, but it's not a bad person at heart. Looking up at the sky, the red light of the blood moon grew even more intense, like congealed blood, casting an eerie red mist over the entire tribe. In the past 2 days, the results of divination using the crystal ball have shown that there is no particular danger, and the tribe members who went out to search for supplies have been able to bring back quite a lot of things successfully. The cattle and sheep raised in the tribe are growing well, and there are girls specifically responsible for raising them. Several plots of farmland have been cultivated in the open space, and Yifan plans to plant some vegetables to improve everyone's meals. After arranging all the affairs of the tribe, Yifan opened the chat channel. The channel was buzzing with activity. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that quite a few tribes had already been wiped out. At least 1/5 of the tribes have disappeared from this vast world. Ironblood tribe. Holy crap. So many tribes have disappeared these past few days. The situation is getting increasingly strange. Snow King tribe. Who says otherwise? A witch came knocking yesterday and almost wiped out our tribe. It was terrifying. War King tribe. What? Witches have appeared? There's no sign of anything happening on my end yet. Is it really that scary? Tianyin tribe. That bastard Chief Xingho. I want to curse him 1,000 times. He's the one who caused our tribe to suffer such heavy losses. Grinding Master Clan. Stop cursing. The most important thing now is to strengthen our defenses. Chop more trees and stockpile more materials to protect our clan and keep grinding. Goddess tribe. Are there any kind brothers who can give us some equipment? Please. Our tribe is about to die. The girls are all lying down and won't listen to commands at all. Celestial tribe. Your teammate is really bad. I'm doing okay. Everyone's quite capable. But yesterday I saw a few dark shadows flash by in the forest. I don't know what they were. I have a feeling danger is coming. Yifan rubbed his chin, a question forming in his mind. There were rumors that an old witch would descend after the blood moon appeared, but so far, he hasn't seen a single witch. Could it be that our tribe is too remote and the other side couldn't find us? He asked instinctively. No sooner had the words left her lips than Mengming Chan's anxious voice came from the direction of the watchtower, her voice trembling with tears and her words coming out rapidly. Something's wrong. Yifan, due south. A church has suddenly appeared. It just popped out of nowhere. Yifan was stunned for a moment. Wow, what I said just came true. The group immediately went to the city wall to take a look, and a church suddenly appeared about 1,000 meters to the south. Numerous crows circled around the top of the church, cawing loudly in a way that sent chills down one's spine. Yifan's eyelids twitched slightly. Could this church be related to the old witch? Who knows? Anyway, it appeared suddenly. Lin Qingxue said solemnly. Should we send someone over to take a look? Yes, Yifan, since we can be resurrected anyway. Why don't we send someone over to check it out first? Yifan shook his head. No, just hearing the words old witch is enough to tell that she's not someone to mess with, and she might even know some powerful magic. What if the other side has a way to imprison or kill souls? Let's stay here and keep an eye on things. If there's any movement over there, we can send a swarm of bees to test the waters. At that moment, an old woman with a weathered face emerged from the church. Her features were wrinkled and worn, and she wore a black cloak, carrying a magic wand. She's here. It really is the old witch. The girls exclaimed in shock. Chapter 173 The Situation in the Land of Suffering. The old witch appeared without warning, leaving everyone present frozen in place, more bewildered than surprised. Where did she come from? A girl asked in a low voice, her tone filled with barely suppressed panic, her gaze fixed on the old witch. It must be magic, right? Otherwise, how could it appear out of thin air? Another girl chimed in, her voice trembling. Most likely, but why does it feel like there's more than one old witch like this? It might be an organization. Think about it. If it were just one, there would be no need for such a bizarre entrance. A buzz of discussion filled the air, and everyone's face was filled with confusion. No one could explain what was going on with this bizarre scene. Yifan had no time to dwell on it. He opened the chat channel with a tap of his finger. As soon as he entered, the barrage of messages made his eyes blurry, and the channel was already in complete chaos. Jiahua tribe. Holy crap. A church suddenly appeared next to me. It just happened out of thin air. It's really weird. Ikuan tribe. What are you afraid of? Watch me crush her with my Iron Mountain lean. She's just an old witch. What can she do against my brother? Iron-blooded tribe. What's the panic? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. We've survived countless life or death situations. This little bit of trouble is nothing. Machi tribe. Anyone want machi? We've developed our own super strong machi, fast-paced machi, and sturdy machi. Honest and fair, first come, first served. Your combat power and endurance depend on it. Fengyan tribe. Hey upstairs, how much are the firm machi? Is it the kind of firm I'm thinking of? Tianshan tribe. Hey, can you guys be serious for once? Is the focus on machi now? That church looks creepy. What are we going to do? Something bad is going to happen. Wind Shadow tribe. It's here. There's movement at the church here. Something's about to come out. Everyone, be on guard. The messages were still scrolling rapidly when Yifan's gaze suddenly sharpened. He finally saw clearly that something was slowly wriggling in the gloomy church across the way, like a bunch of twisted black shadows. What is that? The girls around me exclaimed instantly, their voices trembling uncontrollably, and many instinctively hid behind their companions. Yifan immediately looked up. The figure that came out of the church looked like a person, yet it wasn't a person at all. Their faces were as haggard as dried-out logs. Their skin shriveled and clung to their bones, wrinkled into a ball. His eyes were empty, devoid of any light, and he looked almost exactly like a zombie from a movie. These monsters poured out of the church in droves, like a flood bursting its banks, stretching as far as the eye could see. In just 5 minutes, the number soared to several thousand, densely packed at the church entrance, a dark, ominous sight that sent chills down one's spine. Woo-woo. The deep, piercing roars rose and fell, spreading through the silent forest, carrying a chill that penetrated to the bone, making people's bodies stiff. Yifan, what exactly are those things? Lin Qingxue gripped the arm of the person next to her tightly, her knuckles turning white, her voice trembling uncontrollably. The other girls' faces also turned pale, their voices trembling with tears. So scary it really looks exactly like a zombie. What level are they? A girl asked, her voice trembling as she tried to suppress her fear. They may not be high-ranking, but their sheer numbers are overwhelming. There's no way we can stop so many charging at once. How disgusting it makes me want to vomit. It's like they haven't washed their face or brushed their teeth in decades. There's a fishy, foul smell wafting over. The discussions were filled with fear and disgust. Without saying a word, Yifan quickly took out the crystal ball and aimed it at the monsters. The suffering slave. Rank, silver. A group of unfortunate laborers, whose souls cannot find peace even after death, are forcibly dragged into a hell of torment, toiling eternally without escape. After reading the introduction, Yifan immediately turned to look at Yanji, his tone urgent. Garuda, what exactly is the hell of suffering? If I remember correctly, you escaped from there, didn't you? Yanji's eyes darkened, and her fingers clenched slightly, clearly unwilling to bring up this past event. But when Yifan asked, she gritted her teeth and spoke. You can think of hell as a prison from which you can never escape. A prison cell? Yifan frowned, his face full of doubt. Yes. Yanji's voice was laced with an unconcealable hatred. But the creatures trapped inside are immortal and can only work in the land of suffering day after day, never having a moment of rest, not even the right to stop. Huh? What's the difference between that and being a working ox or horse on earth? The girls were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. The difference is huge, one of the girls said. Blue Star people can die, but they can rest. But according to Sister Yanji, people in the hell of suffering can't even die. They are trapped in labor forever. This is too tragic, a girl muttered softly, a hint of pity flashing in her eyes. Yanji took a deep breath, suppressing her surging emotions, and continued. Anyway, whatever you do, don't let that old witch catch you. If I'm not mistaken, she's a member of the Church of Suffering. The Church. Yifan raised an eyebrow. It was another unfamiliar word. Flame Princess nodded. That's right. Besides prisoners, the Abyss Hell is also filled with the management, the most powerful of whom is the Church of Abyss. Their mission is to capture all kinds of creatures from the outside world and throw them into the abyss hell as laborers. Why are they arresting people? There must be a reason behind this, right? One of the girls couldn't help but ask. Of course there is. A hint of resentment flashed in Yanji's eyes. Humans are their favorite targets, because humans have the greatest emotional fluctuations and can generate the most intense misery. Discontent. Everyone was even more confused, their faces full of question marks. Yanji knew this wasn't the time to hide anything, so she decided to be frank. Since you've come to this point, I'll explain it to you clearly. The master of hell of suffering is the king of suffering, whose strength has reached the immortal level, that is, the top immortal emperor. His imperial throne was forged entirely by the emotional energy of suffering. The establishment of the hell of suffering was merely to consolidate his power. If there were no suffering emotions in this world, his strength would be greatly reduced. When I escaped, he was at war with other immortal emperors. I managed to escape by taking advantage of that lull, along with your teleportation scrolls. Otherwise, I'll never be able to leave that hellhole in my life. She paused, her tone becoming extremely serious, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. He must have been seriously injured in the war and now urgently needs a lot of misery power to recover, which is why he sent his men out to capture people. You must be careful. They have an enormous need for humans, a species with high emotional capacity. Once you get caught, it will be 1,000,000 times worse than death. Everyone then realized that the old witch was part of an organization, and that there were many such old witches. Chapter 174, A Tide of Attacks. By the way, does this church have a leader? Yi Fan suddenly thought of a crucial question. Since it's a church, shouldn't it have a leader? The sect leader is a witch, and her strength is at the legendary level. Yanji shook her head. But you don't need to be afraid. She probably won't come in person. She's just arresting some people. It's not worth alarming her. That's good. Someone breathed a sigh of relief, their tense shoulders relaxing slightly. But before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, a girl screamed, "Oh no! Those monsters are charging at us." Yi Fan suddenly turned his head. Thousands of zombie-like monsters were rushing wildly toward them at an astonishing speed, rustling the fallen leaves beneath their feet. What's even more chilling is that these monsters are still roaring, their voices filled with a frenzied desire that sends shivers down your spine. Charge! Capture 2 humans, and you'll be free. Drag them in. Once they're in, we're free. Freedom. I want freedom. Yi Fan frowned. These guys were complete lunatics, utterly irrational, with only the word freedom on their minds. Attack. Stop them. Yi Fan shouted sternly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Shooting. Turrets ready. Charge. Fire. A barrage of gunfire erupted from the city walls, a continuous cacophony of crackling sounds, punctuated by the muffled toot-toot-toot of magic cannons charging. This cannon was obtained from the flying bird tribe. It is extremely powerful and can severely injure a platinum-level creature with a direct hit. It is one of their trump cards. Liu Anuona placed one foot on the cannon, one hand firmly pressing down on the firing array, her eyes fierce as knives, her red lips slightly parted. Die you all! Boom! A deafening cannon shot rang out, and the shells, accompanied by a whistling sound, accurately struck the monster horde. With a loud bang, more than a dozen monsters were instantly blasted into dust, leaving a deep crater in the ground, with dirt and rubble flying everywhere. But this fatal blow did not deter the remaining monsters. Instead, it ignited their frenzy, and their roars grew even louder. Kill. Occupy the high ground. Charge. We'll take a couple of people down with us, even if we die. The roar echoed through the forest, causing the leaves to rustle and fall. These suffering slaves, fearless of death, charged forward wave after wave. For them, death is a relief. In the hell of suffering, they don't even have the right to commit suicide. Now, as long as you can drag 2 humans down with you, even if you die, you can be completely free. Arrows and cannonballs rained down on the monster horde, and corpses quickly piled up into a small mountain at the foot of the city wall. The stench of blood and decay mingled together and wafted towards the city wall. But monsters kept pouring out of the church, and later even slaves armed with crossbows and hunting rifles launched ranged attacks on the city walls. Bang bang bang. Several gunshots rang out, and several girls on the city wall fell down without any warning, with several bloody holes in their foreheads, and blood flowing down the city wall. Watch out. Move around. Don't stand still. They have long-range weapons. Don't huddle together. Spread out. Quick, get behind cover. In the chaos, The girl who had been killed had already respawned unsteadily in the crystal tower. His face was ashen, his chest was heaving violently, and his voice was trembling with sobs. I was so scared I just heard the gunshot. My mind went blank, and I lost consciousness. I thought I would never wake up again. These slaves are getting harder and harder to deal with. They even have ranged weapons. Stop standing around. Get back to the city walls and provide support. If they break through, we're all doomed. On the other side of the battlefield, Su Ma Miao's eyes narrowed as she controlled a swarm of bees to charge towards the monster. One by one, the red exploding bees crashed into the slaves, exploding with a few loud bangs, blowing their heads to smithereens and splattering red and white matter all over the ground. Beautiful, someone couldn't help but exclaim, their tense nerves relaxing slightly. The roar of the flame dragon. Yuna roared with all her might, spewing out a large amount of scorching dragon flames. The golden flames, carrying rolling heat waves, swept forward. Whoosh! The dragon flames instantly devoured a large number of slaves, burning them to ashes, and a burnt smell filled the air. Yay! Yuna jumped up excitedly, her eyes sparkling with a sense of accomplishment. Before, when dealing with those chess pieces, she always felt like she couldn't use her strength and was full of frustration. Now that she can unleash her full power and dominate the battlefield, it's incredibly satisfying. Just then, a heavy thud was heard, and the ground trembled slightly, as if a giant beast was approaching. Everyone looked up and gasped in shock. Giants, each 5 meters tall, slowly emerged from the church, each carrying an iron hammer larger than a person, their bodies radiating an eerie red light, causing the ground to tremble with every step they took. Roar! The giants roared towards the city wall, their red eyes fixed on Yi Fan and the others, filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, their voices so loud they made people's eardrums hurt. It's the giants. Yen Ji's pupils suddenly contracted, her voice changed, and her tone was full of solemnity. Everyone be careful. Prioritize attacking the giants. They're incredibly strong. A few hammer blows from them could smash down the walls. We absolutely cannot let them get close. No one dared to be negligent, and they immediately turned their guns around, concentrating all their firepower on the giants. Gunfire and cannon fire intensified once again. Awoo! The giant, enraged by the attack, turned to the side, revealing the bulging muscles on his arms, and slammed into the city wall. His steps became bigger, and the ground shook even more violently. Meanwhile, bad news kept popping up in the chat channel, one after another, making it hard to breathe. The Snow Knight tribe was defeated and wiped out. The fiercely contested tribe was defeated. All members were wiped out. The Xiongba tribe was defeated, and its entire members were wiped out. These prompts are so dazzling they make your eyes dizzy. Some tribes have already succumbed to the first 2 waves of attacks, and have been dragged into hell, destined to toil forever in this land of suffering, with no hope of escape. Iron-blooded tribe. Damn it. These monsters keep coming in waves. It's never-ending. If this keeps up, we can't hold on any longer. Snow King tribe. That's right. Some tribes have been wiped out. They couldn't even withstand 2 waves. They're really useless. Our tribe can hold on a little longer. Tianyin tribe. Chief of the Xingho tribe. You'd better die? I want you dead. Spark tribe. Hey, are you sick? So what if you saw something naked? It's not like it's anything special. What kind of time is this to be harping on such a trivial matter? Can't you have a little sense of the bigger picture? Celestial tribe. You 2 living fathers. We'd better find a way to destroy the church quickly. Otherwise, we're all doomed. Does anyone know how to get close to the church? Goddess tribe. We can't get close at all. That old witch has been guarding the church the whole time, and she can cast spells with incredible power. The people we sent were instantly killed as soon as they got close. We can't break in at all. Spark tribe. Everyone, calm down. Just treat it like playing Plants vs. Zombies. Holding on is victory. By the way, does anyone have any extra stones? My walls have been badly damaged, and I desperately need supplies. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold out for much longer. The news kept spreading like wildfire, and the giant outside the city walls was getting closer and closer. The heavy footsteps seemed to pound on everyone's hearts, and everyone's heart was in their throats, not daring to breathe. The giants multiplied, quickly surging to over 100. Chapter 175. The job-changing prodigy, imprisoned for a century. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. He knew he could not allow these behemoths to get close to the city wall. Their bodies, comparable to battering rams, would cause devastating damage if they hit the wall. Fortunately, the tribe has 2 platinum-level powerhouses, Yen Ji and Yuner, in charge. Before the giants could even enter the attack range, Flame Princess's blazing flames and Yuna's dragon flames had already intertwined into a net, roaring as they blasted towards the giants, instantly turning those 5-meter-tall behemoths into a sky full of ashes. Charge! Drag them into hell, and we'll be free. Drag them down from their horses. Let them taste the bitterness of eternal toil. Humans, you shouldn't be alive. 300 years. Freedom. I want freedom. Escape. Even if it means death, we must escape. Ugh. The roars pierced through the gunfire. The hordes of slaves had long since gone completely mad. Their eyes burned with an almost destructive fanaticism. They could see no one but their obsession with freedom, and they charged forward, stepping over the corpses of their comrades. Yi Fan felt no sympathy whatsoever. To show pity to these madmen who are willing to drag innocent people down with them is to be cruel to one's own people. He waved his hand, and a barrage of artillery fire instantly rained down, blasting down hordes of slaves at the forefront. In a short time, the forest surrounding the church was filled with corpses. The faces of those dead slaves, besides the lingering madness, also revealed a deep-seated weariness and resentment. That was the despair of a soul drained by 1,000 years of toil. Some of them were imprisoned for hundreds of years, some even for thousands of years, and their labor never stopped, day after day. For them, death was not the end, but rather a belated release. The endless stream of slaves still made Yi Fan's heart sink. Even more troublesome is that the slaves that subsequently surged forth were increasingly powerful, and included members of different races such as elves, goblins, and orcs. Clearly, the hell of suffering imprisons far more than just humans. Just how many creatures are imprisoned in this hell of suffering? Yi Fan asked, frowning. Yanji shook her head, her tone grave. Too many to count. All I know is that it's an endless cage. Are we going to keep fighting like this forever? Someone couldn't help but ask, a hint of panic in their voice. Yuna shook her head firmly. Probably not. This church is essentially a teleportation building. All teleportation facilities have a durability limit, and it will stop when the limit is exhausted. Yi Fan felt a weight lifted from his heart. As long as it's not an endless stream of enemies, he's absolutely confident he can hold out with the tribe's defenses and fighting strength. Yi Fan, that old witch is too troublesome. Two figures, their bodies billowing black smoke and their hair sticking up like steel needles, rushed over. They were the girls who had tried to approach the church earlier. As soon as we got close, she hurled 2 crimson bolts of lightning at us, nearly turning us into charred corpses. Yi Fan was startled by their disheveled appearance. Holy crap, did you just crawl out of a fire? That's terrifying. One of the girls coughed twice, covering her throat, and exhaled a puff of black smoke. Cough cough, if we hadn't been wearing the thunder armor, we would both be ashes by now. Fortunately, after defeating the giant spider, they obtained the blueprints for 8 sets of armor, each corresponding to the attribute of one of the giant spider's eyes. This thunder armor is one of them. It can not only resist all kinds of thunder attacks, but also actively release thunder counterattacks. Don't try to get any closer, Yi Fan said in a deep voice. That old witch's aura should be at the peak of the platinum level. We can't afford to offend her right now. So we're just going to wait like this? One of the girls said anxiously. This church probably won't disappear until we deal with the old witch, will it? Yi Fan pondered for a moment and analyzed. There's no other way but to wait it out for now. Didn't you notice? That old witch never left the vicinity of the church. Guarding the church was her primary task. As long as she doesn't make a move, we'll leave her alone for now. The old witch stayed close to the church after she appeared, clearly indicating that guarding the place was her primary mission. Could this church itself be a prop? A thought suddenly popped into Yi Fan's mind. Yanji saw through his thoughts at a glance and exclaimed, Hey Yi Fan, you wouldn't be thinking of taking over this church, would you? Yi Fan shrugged and retorted, Otherwise what? If it really is a prop, wouldn't it be better to keep it and use it ourselves? Yanji swallowed hard, looking at Yi Fan as if he were a madman. No way, what are you thinking? What kind of time is this to be plotting against enemy equipment? Your thought process is just too abnormal. Yi Fan shrugged. I don't know either. I just felt that this church was something special, a good thing, and I wanted it. Yi Fan, something bad has happened. Another formidable figure has emerged from the church. Lin Qingxue suddenly pointed in the direction of the church and shouted, her face pale. Yi Fan looked in the direction she pointed and saw a figure slowly walking out of the church. It was a woman carrying a cross on her back. She had a pretty face, but her body was bulging with muscles. The muscles on her thighs were sharply defined, exuding an explosive sense of power, which created a strange contrast with her appearance. Ha ha ha. The woman suddenly burst into laughter, her voice deafening, filled with 1,000 years of suppressed ecstasy and madness. Finally, I can see the outside world. So many years. So many years I've been locked up. I want liberation. I want freedom. She held the cross, trembling with excitement. Yi Fan dared not delay and immediately took out the crystal ball and aimed it at the woman. Lines of information appeared. Liu Luo. Rank, mid-platinum. Occupation, fighter. A job change practitioner imprisoned for hundreds of years, with no opportunity to use her skills, possesses mental strength far surpassing that of powerful women of the same level. Skill details, none. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "Damn, why can't I see the skill details?" Yan Ji pondered. It's probably because the era of the crystal ball doesn't match hers. Perhaps she was already imprisoned in the hell of suffering before the crystal ball was even created. Yi Fan suddenly realized. The crystal ball is a creation of a witch, while the female fighter in front of us may come from an earlier era, so it's normal that the two are incompatible. At this moment, Liu Luo's gaze finally fell on the city wall, his eyes filled with excitement. Humans! How many years? How many years has it been since I've seen humans? She murmured softly, then her eyes became complicated. I never imagined that this time, I would be standing on the opposite side of humanity. After a moment of silence, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. So be it, there's nothing I can do about it. The value I can bring to humanity by gaining freedom far outweighs this sacrifice. Thinking of this, a burning flame reignited in Liu Luo's eyes. Centuries of imprisonment did not diminish her will, nor did it corrupt her mind. The next second, she suddenly pushed off with her feet, carrying the cross as she sprinted towards the city wall, roaring. For humanity. For liberation. For Icaria. Kill. With her roar, the slaves who had been charging forward surged toward the city wall like a tidal wave, numbering in the tens of thousands, larger and more ferocious than any previous wave. This offensive was even more intense than the previous attacks by the elves, and Yi Fan dared not be careless in the slightest. He didn't understand what Icaria meant in Liu Luo's words, and he was too lazy to understand. Whatever her reasons, the price of failure is being dragged into a living hell, and that's enough. Chapter 176 Icaria. Where is it? Black energy surged around Yi Fan, and the mad demon armor slowly emerged, eventually materializing and covering his entire body. He clenched his right hand, and the demon sealing sword appeared out of thin air, its blade humming. Those who offend my tribe. His voice was icy, filled with chilling killing intent. Die. Before he finished speaking, he had already transformed into a blur and rushed out, slashing fiercely at the surging horde of slaves. Seal the demon. Slash. A thick wave of sword energy instantly formed, whistling out along the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, and sweeping fiercely towards the slave horde. With a soft whoosh, the sword wave swept across the land, and hundreds of slaves were instantly reduced to ashes before they could even scream. Liu Luo's eyes narrowed, and he swung the cross in his hand horizontally. A white light flashed, directly blocking the sword wave without causing any injury to himself. She's a job changer. Her tone was tinged with surprise, but even more so with seriousness. No sooner had she finished speaking than a blood-red figure suddenly appeared above her head. It was Yi Fan. His body surged with blood energy, carrying an unparalleled power, as he swung his sword fiercely down at Liu Luo. Eternity. Blood pool. Yi Fan roared, his eyes bloodshot, unleashing his king technique without reservation. Liu Luo's expression changed drastically. Not good. It's a king technique. But she didn't panic. Instead, she poured all her strength into the cross and slammed it towards Yi Fan. King technique. Heavenly seal. Eternity. Rumble. The cross and the demon sealing sword collided fiercely, and violent energy spread in all directions, instantly cracking the ground with spiderweb-like patterns. Yi Fan looked down at Liu Luo with immense power, causing her face to flush red, veins to bulge on her forehead, and making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Damn it! Liu Luo gritted her teeth and persisted. To think I'd run into a berserker right off the bat. Hey, aren't most job changers in this era either dead or locked up? Where did you come from? She demanded, bewildered, as she defended herself. Yi Fan didn't answer at all, but roared, suppress, suppress, suppress. Rumble. The ground around them instantly cracked open, and countless streams of magma, carrying a pungent, bloody stench, spewed out from the fissures, enveloping the two of them. The scorching heat almost ignited the air. Seeing this, Liu Luo knew she could no longer remain passively defensive, and the cross in her hand suddenly burst forth with a dazzling silver-white light. The next second, a huge phantom of a cross appeared behind Yi Fan without warning, carrying a strong sealing aura. Seal. Minor awakening skill, Eternal Tomb. Liu Luo shouted sharply at the same time, and the awakening skill was instantly unleashed. Yi Fan's expression changed drastically. This awakening skill was too fast. He had no time to dodge. He only felt a weight on his back as the huge phantom of the cross solidified instantly, pressing down on his back like a massive boulder. Immediately afterwards, the ground beneath his feet began to rise wildly, the soil churning, and in less than a second, it transformed into a massive stone tomb. With a loud bang, Yi Fan was smashed into the depths of the grave by the cross. A burst of dense black light erupted from the surface of the tomb, then abruptly tightened, completely sealing the cracks in the stone, making it airtight, clearly an attempt to seal Yi Fan inside forever. Yi Fan. The girls on the city wall were terrified when they saw this, and tried to rush down. Don't be impulsive. Lin Qingxue reacted the fastest, shouting sharply. Hold the walls. Don't let the slaves break in. Charging down now will only fall into their trap. Her voice was calm and powerful, instantly stabilizing the chaotic situation. Liu Luo breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming with joy. Humph. My eternal tomb can suppress even a mid-stage platinum-level cultivator, let alone someone who is only at the early stage. She looked up at the city wall, a fierce glint in her eyes. Stay in your grave forever. I will lead your people into the hell of suffering to earn the freedom I deserve. The crazed slaves trampled over the corpses of their comrades, piling them up like small mountains as they climbed the city walls, screaming incessantly. For freedom. For life. Ikaria. Forever. Gunfire from the city wall suddenly intensified, with endless bangs. One by one, the slaves fell from the city walls and lost their lives forever. Looking at the slaves falling one after another, a trace of pity flashed in Liu Luo's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a resolute determination. These sacrifices were necessary for her freedom. She had no other choice. Just as she was about to step forward to help, the grave beside her suddenly began to tremble with a crackling sound, as if something terrifying was about to burst out of the ground. Liu Luo's pupils suddenly contracted, her face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? My eternal tomb can't suppress him. The next second, several faint, almost inaudible voices came from deep within the tomb, clearly reaching Liu Luo's ears. No madness, no demonic spirit, begins. Rage activated. Use the calming potion. Use the power potion. Use the swift potion. Health restore use. Ding. You have entered the demon sealing state. Strength, speed, and mana recovery speed increased by 500%. Immunity to all mind control. Resilience increased by 90%. Sanity reduced to 30%. Irritable. Ding. You have activated Fury. Lose 80% of pain sensation. Strength increased by 100%. Agility decreased by 10%. Sanity decreased by 70%. Effect 5. Clear all negative status effects. Gain 10 minutes of invincibility. Immunity to all control effects. Boom. With a deafening roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the tomb with the huge cross planted in it suddenly exploded. Debris flew everywhere, and the violent energy shockwave sent Liu Luo flying from a short distance away. How could this be? Liu Luo, who was flying backwards in the air, was filled with shock and disbelief. Amidst the ruins of the tomb, a figure slowly rose. The man exuded a thick aura of blood, like a demon crawling out of hell. He held a blood-red longsword in each hand, and his eyes were bloodshot, devoid of any rational light. Only pure destructive desire. Kill! Kill! Yi Fan roared like a wild beast, his voice devoid of any humanity. Those who offend my tribe, die. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished instantly. His extreme speed meant that the naked eye could only catch a blood-red afterimage as he traversed dozens of meters in a flash. Before Liu Luo could react, a sharp pain shot through her left shoulder. The blood-red figure had slammed into her. Ah! Die! Yi Fan roared, pressing Liu Luo's head down with his left hand and slamming it against the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, Liu Luo's head was slammed 10 centimeters into the ground, sending dirt flying everywhere. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fan raised his right foot and stomped hard on her calf. With a crisp crack, The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible as Lu Luo's lower leg was crushed. Upon seeing this, the surrounding slaves became enraged, turned around, and charged madly towards Yi Fan. Don't hurt her. Kill this brat. The warriors of Ikalia are not to be desecrated. Countless slaves surged towards Yi Fan like a tidal wave, but he remained expressionless, brandishing both swords simultaneously and roaring, "Get out! Seal the demon!" Slash! Buzz! Two thick sword waves intertwined to form a net, instantly sweeping over the surrounding slaves. Before they could even scream, they were instantly reduced to ashes and vanished without a trace. Lin Qingxue and the others on the city wall watched this scene with a mixture of shock and curiosity about Ikalia. From Lu Luo to these slaves, everyone repeatedly mentioned this name. Clearly, they all came from the same place called Ikalia. What kind of place is this? Chapter 177, The Reckless Lu Luo. The surrounding noise and the sound of falling gravel became indistinct background noise to Yi Fan. His rationality had long since plummeted. His pupils were filled with only crimson killing intent, and a single thought kept swirling in his mind. A fight to the death. Either he falls, or this woman named Lu Luo must breathe her last. Lu Luo was clearly driven to the brink of despair. She clenched her teeth, veins bulged on her forehead, and her magic power surged wildly through her limbs and bones. Visibly, her already agile body rapidly expanded, her muscles bulged, and even her chest heaved and swelled violently. Every inch of her skin was taut, exuding an almost ferocious sense of power. Even with murderous intent burning within him, Yi Fan couldn't help but momentarily lose focus when his gaze swept over Lu Luo's exaggerated features, and an absurd thought uncontrollably popped into his mind. Those pecs are just too outrageous. Normally, he might have joked, "Why are your son's pectoral muscles so exaggerated?" For the people of Ikalia, I must win. Lu Luo's roar broke through his throat, carrying a desperate and tragic air, with even a hint of blood-soaked hoarseness in his voice. She opened her arms wide, like a ferocious beast pouncing on its prey, and hugged Yi Fan tightly. The force with which his arms tightened seemed to break his bones. Yi Fan was instantly immobilized by Lu Luo. Yi Fan's mouth and nose were firmly covered, and the feeling of suffocation surged like a tide, causing his mind to explode with a buzz. He cursed inwardly. Is this woman crazy? She actually tried to smother him to death in her arms by using this suicidal method. Yi Fan was naturally unwilling to submit. His muscles tensed, and his surging power violently rammed against Lu Luo's restraints. But Lu Luo's desperate stance was too tricky. Her arms were like iron hoops, tightly locked around his waist. No matter how he struggled, he could not budge her even a little. This feeling of being tightly restricted made Yi Fan both anxious and angry, and the fire in his chest burned brighter and brighter. However, Lu Luo's condition was even more dangerous than Yi Fan's. Blood seeped from between her clenched teeth, and fine cracks covered her bulging muscles, making her look like a piece of porcelain about to break. Yi Fan's strength far exceeded her expectations. Even though she was a fighter known for her physical strength, she gradually couldn't hold on to such overwhelming force, and every muscle in her body was groaning in pain from the strain. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Lu Luo's heart was filled with horror. She could clearly feel the immense power within Yi Fan, like a dormant volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Is this really a power that humans can possess? Fighters naturally rely on close combat strength, so their physical bodies are extremely powerful, but at this moment they are being suppressed by Cece. But after the initial shock came an even deeper resolve. Her people are still suffering in the land of woe. She cannot lose, nor can she afford to lose. Never mind. I must kill him here today. Even if it costs me my life. Even if my soul is scattered, I will never let him block the path to survival for the people of Ikalia. Lu Luo steeled herself and suddenly exerted force with her legs, which were supporting her on the ground. The next moment, like two steel whips, they tightly wrapped around Yi Fan's body, completely locking the two of them into one. With her last ounce of strength, she screamed, "Liu Anuona." The next second, the magic power within Lu Luo's body began to rotate in an extremely bizarre trajectory. Then a spiral-shaped stream of air formed, spreading along her limbs to her entire body. She started spinning around like a jackhammer. With a piercing whistling sound, it head down, burrowing straight into the ground. Yi Fan felt dizzy and his vision blurred. His forehead and cheeks kept hitting the rubble on the ground, and blood flowed down his cheeks, blurring his vision. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Although he could still bear it for now, he knew that if this continued, he would definitely not be able to win once his peak condition ended. Humans, I don't care where you come from. No one can stop the liberation of the people of Ikalia today. Liu Luo's voice sounded particularly hoarse amidst the spinning whistling sound. Her muscles had begun to break apart inch by inch, the ruptured muscle fibers like snapped strings, constantly spurting blood. For my people, for the future of Ikaria, die gloriously. Yifan's heart sank. He could clearly feel that the sinking speed was getting faster and faster, and in no time he had gone hundreds of meters underground. All around him were cold, hard soil and rocks, and the air was getting thinner and thinner. If he continued to crawl on like this, he might not be able to escape, let alone break free. Even if Liu Luo stopped, he might not be able to crawl out alive. More importantly, he cannot die here. If he were to commit suicide and be resurrected here, the resources required would be several times greater than usual. The stronger he is now, the greater the price he would have to pay to be resurrected. Yifan's brain raced amidst dizziness and suffocation, desperately clinging to the last shred of clarity. With my current strength, it would take me at least 2 more minutes to break free from her restraints. But 2 minutes is too long. There are still a lot of enemies outside waiting for me to deal with. I can't afford to waste time. No, we must finish this quickly. He gritted his teeth and made his decision. We can't worry about that anymore. If they don't care about martial ethics, then so be it. There's no need to follow any rules when dealing with this kind of crazy person who's going all out. The next moment, Yifan let out a low growl to suppress the discomfort in his heart. He suddenly flipped his wrist and unleashed a move. Kato Taka's hand. Uff. A dull and eerie sound rang out, and Liu Luo felt as if all her strength had been instantly drained away. The skill being activated shattered like broken glass, completely disintegrating, and the offensive came to an abrupt halt. Her whole body went limp, replaced by extreme shame, anger, and pain. She anticipated that Yifan would use various methods to break free, but she never expected that Yifan would use such a despicable and vile trick. You're a madman. What are you doing? Liu Luo screamed in despair. Her voice was trembling with sobs, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Although this tactic was extremely despicable, it was surprisingly effective. She was completely drained of energy. She didn't even have the strength to lift a finger, let alone continue attacking. Yifan ignored her screams and breakdowns, and took advantage of the moment when Liu Luo was exhausted to break free from her restraints. He drew the demon-sealing sword from his back with a backhand motion. The blade gleamed coldly and was pressed firmly against Liu Luo's throat. With just a little force, he could easily sever her throat. I'd like to ask you what you're planning to do. Yifan's tone was cold and fierce, and the murderous intent in his eyes had not yet dissipated. Aren't you human too? Why are you being so ruthless? Are you trying to kill me? These words struck Liu Luo like a heavy hammer, leaving her speechless. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Yes, she is human too, but her people are still suffering, and she has no choice. In an instant, Liu Luo raised her head again, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading and an unwavering determination, though her aura had weakened considerably. Yes, I am human too, but my people, my subjects, are still suffering endless torment in the land of calamity, where they have been trapped for hundreds of years. I know you have the key. It's their only hope of getting them out. I have to get the key and get them out. Her voice trailed off, tinged with barely perceptible guilt. After all, we are complete strangers to you. Your life or death has nothing to do with the people of Ikaria. I can only prioritize my own people. Perhaps knowing that her words were not reasonable, Liu Luo slowly turned her head away, her eyes darting around, not daring to look directly into Yifan's murderous eyes. Chapter 178, Liu Luo's Purpose. 177 has been detained. He'll probably be released tomorrow. A key. Yifan scoffed, his eyes full of disdain. He casually pulled a key from his storage space and handed it to Liu Luo. It was the gatekeeper's key he obtained from the chieftain's corpse after killing the flying bird tribe. The moment Liu Luo saw the key, her eyes lit up, her breathing quickened, and she leaned forward involuntarily, her eyes filled with longing and excitement. Yes, this is the key. How come you have another one? She originally thought Yifan only had one key, but she didn't expect him to have a second one. Seeing Liu Luo's almost out-of-control excitement, Yifan suppressed his anger to prevent his rationality from completely collapsing. He could feel that the struggle and anger he had just felt had further diminished his rationality. His fingertips trembled slightly as he pulled a bottle of calming potion from his storage space, smashed it, and popped it into his mouth. He didn't care about the broken glass. He figured the injury would heal itself anyway. Of course, this was something he could only do when he wasn't thinking straight. The cool medicine slid down his throat, a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body. His sanity slowly recovered by 20 points, calming him down a little. What exactly is the use of this thing? Yi Fan asked in a deep voice, his tone filled with unwavering determination. You have to explain yourself clearly today. I need to understand why I was transported to this godforsaken place and the true purpose of this key. According to his memory, this key was something that would only fall off after the death of tribal chiefs, and it was a symbol of status and power. He had previously wiped out the Kimchi tribe and obtained a weapon from the corpse of the Kimchi tribe chief. Later, after destroying the Flying Bird tribe, they obtained a weapon from the Flying Bird chieftain. So, only tribal chiefs would drop this kind of key. A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Fan's mind. In other words, he himself, as the leader of the tribe, probably also possessed such a key within himself. If he dies completely here, the key might drop. This thought caused his expression to change slightly, making him feel even more strongly that he couldn't die here so easily. Lu Luo's face turned pale and then red, her eyes filled with hesitation and a hint of barely perceptible shyness. She bit her lip, hesitated for a long time, and then whispered, "Before I answer your question, could you please take your hand away?" She was referring to the sword Yi Fan still held against her throat, and the hand that filled her with shame. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan not only didn't let go, but instead slightly increased the pressure, the blade drawing a shallow line of blood on Lu Luo's throat, his tone becoming even more ferocious. "No, tell me now. Don't try to bargain with me, or I'll kill you right now." At the same time, Yi Fan also exerted force with his other hand. "Ah!" Lu Luo cried out in pain, her body tensing up instantly before quickly going limp, as if she were about to collapse. She could clearly sense that Yi Fan wasn't joking with her. This key can open the void rift. Lu Luo dared not hesitate any longer and hurriedly explained. The land of suffering was a space forcibly created by an immortal-level powerhouse. The space inside was not naturally formed, and a key can be used to open the passage to the outside world. And this key is a treasure left behind by the ancient Moon Kingdom. The people of the Moon Kingdom are born with an extremely strong ability to control space. This key was created by them with countless efforts, specifically to control the void rifts in the land of suffering. So it can open certain rifts in the land of suffering. With this, I can find a safe passage to rescue the people of Ikalia who are trapped in the land of suffering. Lu Luo's voice was filled with anticipation as she stared intently at the key in Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan frowned deeply. Lu Luo's words contained a lot of information, and he didn't have time to think about it carefully. He could only temporarily memorize the information. He glanced down at the system panel, which showed that he had 6 minutes left in his enhanced state. Time was of the essence, and he had to make a decision as soon as possible. "Can you get those people who are following you outside to retreat?" Yi Fan asked directly, as this was a prerequisite for cooperation. Lu Luo was silent for a few seconds, a hint of struggle flashing in her eyes, before she nodded heavily. I can. They are all citizens of Ikalia, and they have obeyed my orders since they were young. As long as I give the order, they will definitely retreat. But you have to give me a key." Lu Luo raised her head, her eyes filled with a hint of stubbornness and expectation. "This is my only condition. Just give me a key, and I'll help them evacuate." "Then what can you bring me?" Yi Fan didn't answer immediately, but asked seriously. He is not a philanthropist. He cannot give away such an important key for free. He must receive a sufficient reward. Lu Luo was taken aback by the question, and then panicked. She has nothing left. She can give Yi Fan nothing but her trapped people. She spoke hastily, her tone tinged with urgency. I don't know what I can offer you, but I can assure you that if I can successfully rescue the people of Ikalia, I will bring them to your side. From now on, all of us in Ikalia will obey your orders." Chapter 179, Yi Fan's Plan. As she spoke, her gaze toward the key grew increasingly intense. That key was her only hope, the only way out for the people of Ikalia, and she had to get it. Yi Fan's body trembled slightly, and the restlessness that had been suppressed earlier began to surge again, while his rationality continued to decline. He dared not delay, and took out another bottle of calming potion from his storage space, and drank it down. The icy potion calmed his mind again, and suppressed the restlessness in his body. "Can you control those guys outside?" Yi Fan asked again. He had to make sure Lu Luo had enough control, Otherwise he would be in even more trouble if they attacked from both sides. Yes, I absolutely can, Lu Luo said firmly, her eyes full of confidence. They are all people I train myself, and they are absolutely loyal to me. As long as I give the order, they will not utter a single complaint, even if it means death. Fine. Then you kill the old witch for me, and I want that church. As he said this, Yi Fan's eyes became even more fanatical. He had already scanned the church with his crystal ball. It was an epic level item that could be used to connect to the land of suffering, which might come in handy later. Moreover, such an epic level treasure must have other functions. It couldn't be so simple. However, after hearing Yi Fan's idea, Lu Luo thought Yi Fan was crazy. Are you crazy? That old witch is at the peak of the platinum level. You want to kill her? How is that possible? Besides, we both bear the marks of suffering. Otherwise, do you think I wouldn't know how to resist? She could obliterate me with a single thought. And my soul will forever enter the soul forge of the land of suffering, to suffer eternally. Yi Fan understood what was going on. He immediately drank a bottle of calming potion, which calmed his agitation considerably. However, he maintained his mining posture, fearing that Lu Luo might launch a counterattack. It's like when your opponent suddenly grabs your vital point during a fight. You have no choice but to beg for mercy. At this point, even if others call you a sissy, you have to take it. Of course, although Lu Luo is a woman, her situation is not much different. At least she dares not make any rash moves, since she is currently powerless. If I can find a way to preserve your soul, can you help me fight that old witch? Yi Fan asked. In his view, the magic mirror possessed the ability to absorb souls, and in this respect, it was an absolutely extraordinary object. It seems that competing with the land of bitterness for a single soul shouldn't be too difficult. Upon hearing this, Lu Luo asked in disbelief, You have such a good thing? Yi Fan slapped Lu Luo. Don't waste your time. I said I have it. So I have it. You have no choice now. Either I finish you off with one blow, or you come with me and we'll fight. I'll save your soul and give you a key. Once we destroy the old witch, the church will be mine. Lu Luo's eyes darted around. She felt that Yi Fan was indeed right. She had no choice now. It was either die or fight. No matter how you looked at it, Yi Fan's offer was more tempting. After thinking it through, Lu Luo's eyes narrowed. Fine. I'll do it with you. After receiving Lu Luo's affirmative reply, Yi Fan did not delay at all and immediately connected his consciousness to the system panel to communicate with the core members of the tribe. Wanyu, Qingxue, you two go and tell Yuner and Garuda to get ready. We'll make our move together to hold that old witch back. We must keep her firmly under control and not give her any chance to breathe. We'll find an opportunity to ambush her underground and try to kill her in one fell swoop. Then seize the church. Yi Fan's voice clearly reached Wanyu and Lin Qingxue's ears through the system panel. Wanyu and Lin Qingxue were both startled when they heard Yi Fan's voice, but they quickly realized what was going on. Clearly, Yi Fan has reached some kind of agreement with Lu Luo underground. As for how Yi Fan subdued Lu Luo, they didn't know, but it probably wasn't through any normal means. Okay, we understand. We'll go tell them right away. Lin Qingxue replied immediately, without the slightest hesitation. After closing the panel, Lin Qingxue immediately pulled Wanyu and ran quickly to Yuner and Yinji's side, revealing Yi Fan's entire plan without omitting any details. After listening, Yuna and Yinji exchanged a glance, both seeing excitement and determination in each other's eyes, and agreed without any hesitation. The old witch was at most at the peak of the platinum level. Although she was slightly stronger than the two of them, she was not strong enough to kill them instantly. After all, the two of them were genuine platinum level experts who had experienced countless battles and had incredibly rich combat experience. They were quite confident that they could hold back a peak platinum level expert. They still have that much confidence. Meanwhile, the Horde Alliance's public chat channel had already exploded. In this sudden disaster, more than half of the tribes have been destroyed by the old witch and Lu Luo's people, and have completely disappeared from this land. Snow King tribe. Damn it, help. Is there anyone who can save us? The church is going to eat us. Tianma tribe. We can't kill them all. We simply can't kill them all. There are so many of them. What do we do? Tianxing tribe. Just do it. Anyone who chickens out is a coward. It's either them or us who die. Snowy Night tribe. Can anyone explain what's going on? What happened? War God tribe. Why ask so many questions? Let's focus on surviving first. There's no point in saying more. Thank goodness that old witch didn't make a move. Otherwise we would have been in big trouble. Grind King tribe. Wow. Looks like everyone's busy. Anyone need materials? or some defensive buildings. The shop has new items, cheap prices, grab them while you can. Iron-blooded tribe. Holy crap, you're selling a flame defense tower for 10,000 heavenly demon coins? Why don't you just rob someone? Lazy king tribe. This is so troublesome. I might as well just lie down and relax. Maybe I can get a good night's sleep in the land of suffering. Liver emperor tribe. Wow, my price is already very cheap. After all, compared to my life, what are a few heavenly demon coins? Yifan quickly skimmed through the messages and understood the gist of it. It seems everyone has encountered the old witch trying to capture them. This only fueled Yifan's curiosity about the land of suffering. What kind of place was it exactly? Chapter 180, The Old Witch's Strength. Yuna let out a deafening roar. Her bones cracked, golden scales instantly covered her entire body, and her size increased several times over, transforming her into a lithe fire dragon that soared into the sky. She spread her wings, stirring up a gust of hot wind, and tilted her head back, opening her massive maw filled with fangs. A scorching dragon breath erupted down like lava. The roar of the fiery dragon. Yuna shouted. Crimson flames, carrying an aura of destruction, descended from the sky, distorting the air and instantly cracking and carbonizing the ground, turning it into a raging inferno. Ah, it's a dragon. It really is a dragon. The slaves below were terrified by the oppressive aura, collapsing to the ground and screaming as they fled in all directions. They were ants who were at the mercy of others their whole lives. They had never even seen a dragon, let alone heard of one in legends, let alone a pure-blooded fire dragon with such a terrifying aura. Amidst the fear, an incredulous shock welled up in his eyes. Yanji also stopped holding back. Her demonic energy suddenly surged, and her figure rapidly rose in the black mist, instantly transforming into a towering female giant, several meters tall. She lifted the grotesque demon scythe with one hand, its blade gleaming with a cold light, her eyes filled with violent killing intent, and began to reap the surrounding enemies. Die, all of you! Yanji's roar shook the ground slightly. With a swift swing of her arm, the massive scythe swept across the air with a whooshing sound, instantly slicing the surrounding slaves in half at the waist, splattering blood and limbs everywhere. Even those giants who were originally proud of their height were as vulnerable as children in front of Yanji. With a sudden leap of her left foot, she kicked a giant away, sending him flying into a distant rock where he instantly died. With a swift downward stomp of his right foot, another group of slaves were crushed into a bloody pulp. Flame Princess, treading on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, approached the church step by step with an unparalleled aura. The old witch stood at the church entrance, and upon seeing this scene, her heart tightened, and a look of solemnity flashed in her cloudy eyes. She could clearly sense that the dragon and the demon's target had always been her. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her face obscured by her long robe, but a ruthless and sinister glint swirled within them. I never imagined that such a remote and impoverished place would harbor a pure-blooded dragon and a high-level demon. This is interesting. The old witch slowly took a step forward, her black robe fluttering in the wind, and slightly raised the magic wand covered with strange patterns in her hand. Before Yanji and Yun'er could launch an attack, she took the initiative, her tone full of arrogance and disdain. How dare you make a move on this old woman like me? Don't you even know your place? Or ask who's behind me? Do you think you demons and monsters can mess with the church? The old witch suddenly raised her wand and screamed. Guests are always welcome. Since you're here, let this old woman treat you to a thunder apple. Get down here. The moment the last down was uttered, the previously clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, the heavy clouds like spilled ink, making it hard to breathe. Immediately afterwards, dozens of thick white bolts of lightning tore through the clouds, crashing down to the ground with a deafening crackling sound. The lightning struck with astonishing speed, giving people almost no time to react. Yuna flapped her wings rapidly, dodging nimbly beneath the clouds, but her size was too great, and she still couldn't completely avoid them. A bolt of lightning struck her right wing precisely, instantly scorching the feathers black and making a sizzling sound. Hiss! Yuna let out a shrill scream of pain as her right wing lost strength, and her body fell uncontrollably downwards. Yanji was much more decisive. Seeing the lightning strike, she didn't hesitate to plunge the giant black scythe in her hand into the ground. The moment the giant scythe touched the ground, the lightning bolts that had been striking her seemed to find an outlet, falling onto the scythe, and then flowing down its shaft into the ground, leaving behind deep pits emitting white smoke. In the air, Su Manhwa controlled the dense swarm of bees to hover and fly, catching all the stray lightning bolts that had escaped. The bees were struck by lightning and instantly turned to charcoal, suffering heavy casualties, with crimson blood mist spreading in the air. But Su Manhwa did not hesitate for a moment. Compared to the fate of having one's soul shattered after being struck by lightning, this sacrifice is nothing. Yanji caught sight of Yuna falling, raised her left hand, and a blazing fireball materialized. She hurled it towards Yuna, her tone tinged with impatience. "You weakling, catch this." Yuna twisted her body with difficulty in the air and opened her mouth to precisely bite the fireball. As the fireball entered his abdomen, a warm power instantly spread throughout his body. His charred right wing reignited with flames, the burnt feathers fell off, and new golden feathers grew rapidly. The reason she was in such a sorry state was not only because of the power of the thunder, but also because the thunder was her nemesis. The Thunder Dragon tribe wiped out her entire clan back then, and that deep-seated fear was etched into her soul. Now, struck by lightning again, the intense physical pain combined with the psychological trauma has left her trembling all over. The lightning has become an insurmountable obstacle in her heart. "Thanks," Yuna shouted at Yanji, her voice still trembling slightly. She flapped her wings again and steadily flew into the sky. This time, her eyes became extremely solemn as she stared intently at the clouds in the sky, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Upon seeing this, the old witch let out a sinister laugh. This is just the appetizer. The real show is yet to come." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her wand again and pointed it towards the sky. A strange red beam shot out from the tip of the wand and instantly disappeared into the dark clouds. The next second, the clouds began to churn violently, and then countless silver-white blades shot down from the clouds, stabbing towards the ground like a torrential downpour. Each knife whistled sharply through the air, its blade gleaming with a cold light, its power not to be underestimated. The girls below suddenly narrowed their eyes, their faces turning pale. "Everyone be careful," someone shouted a warning. "Get back to the shelter quickly." Liu Anuona's voice was hoarse with anxiety. She waved for everyone to retreat, and then ran towards the nearest shelter first. But it was too late. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dense rain of blades descended upon them, their terrifying density leaving no room for dodge, and an instant sense of suffocation enveloped the entire scene. The bees in the air were the first to be hit. All of them were pierced by the knife, and they fell from the sky one by one, exploding in crimson blood mist in midair, a scene of extreme horror. On the ground, many girls were stabbed by knives because they were running too slowly, and their screams echoed everywhere. My leg! Help! Someone please help me!" Well, because of her slightly overweight figure, Wintermelon's sister ran slower than everyone else. The moment the knife fell, she had no time to react and was riddled with countless stabs, turning her into a hedgehog. Blood gushed from countless wounds, staining her clothes red. She felt a sharp pain in her head, her vision went black, and she fell straight down, completely losing consciousness. The rain of knives was like a death net, completely engulfing the girls who couldn't retreat in time. Many were cut into pieces, a truly horrific scene. Fortunately, this rain of swords was not as domineering as thunder, and it would not directly shatter the soul. Although the girl who was hit died, she still had a chance to be resurrected. However, as everyone's strength increased, the resources required for each resurrection also increased. If things continue like this, even if the tribe manages to survive this battle, it will suffer significant losses. Chapter 181: The Old Witch's Methods. Yi Fan couldn't gauge the battle situation on the ground, but even a fool could tell the situation was dire. That old witch's strength is unfathomable. Defeating her will be no easy task. "Are you sure that going up from here leads to the old witch's location?" Yi Fan asked in a deep voice, the demon sealing sword at his fingertips trembling slightly. His berserk state was almost over. If he misjudged the location and the effects of the drug wore off, he would be too weak to even lift his hand. When the old witch strikes down with a single bolt of lightning, he will be instantly annihilated, without even a chance to be reincarnated. Liu Anuona nodded emphatically, her tone resolute. "Believe me, it's right above us. You hold the key to save my people. What good would it do me to lie to you?" Yi Fan remained silent, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the hilt of his sword, and did not respond immediately. Seeing this, Liu Anuona gritted her teeth and added, "Here's what we'll do. I'll rush up first and grab the old witch tightly. Then you can find a chance to launch a sneak attack." She looked up at Yi Fan, her gaze filled with a resolute determination. Even if I'm wrong, I'll be the one who dies. If I'm right, you can jump out and deliver the fatal blow, and there will be no chance of failure. Upon hearing this, Yifan finally stopped hesitating. This method was indeed safe. With Lu Luo going ahead to scout the way, he had no worries whatsoever. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's do it this way. Time is running out. Let's get started." "Good," Lu Luo responded, her hands quickly forming hand seals, her magic power surging around her, and she began to dig at the layer of soil on her head. The two of them darted through the ground like two mudfish, with dirt falling down in a flurry. "Your ability to burrow underground is quite interesting. Can I learn it?" Yifan asked subconsciously. Having another trick up your sleeve is never a bad thing. "I can learn it." Lu Luo didn't even look up, her hands still moving. But the amount of magic power consumed is terrifying, and if you don't control your strength well, you can easily get stuck underground and suffocate to death. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. "You can teach me later. Let's deal with the old witch first." Above ground, the old witch stood atop a high platform that seemed to have risen out of thin air, tilting her head back and letting out a piercing, maniacal laugh. She lightly tapped her wand on the ground, and a fierce wind suddenly arose, whipping up sand, stones, and broken wood, blowing the people below the city wall off course. Tables and chairs were overturned and crashed against the wall with loud cracking sounds. Foolish and weak humans. Die, you old woman." The old witch's voice was sharp as an owl's, piercing through the gale and reaching everyone's ears. "I will drag all your souls into the hell of torment, to provide endless power for our great master. The reign of corruption." With a sharp shout, the sky suddenly darkened, and a dense rain of green raindrops poured down, crashing against the city walls with a hissing sound. A pungent, putrid stench filled the air, making people nauseous. Raindrops fell on the trees, and those towering trees melted quickly like candles, turning into puddles of green pus. The impact landed on the city wall and the ground, instantly corroding the bricks and soil, leaving them riddled with holes and billowing black smoke. The entire city wall trembled slightly, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Yuna and Yanji exchanged a glance, and then suddenly sprang into action. They were the only two platinum-level experts in the tribe, and at this moment they had no choice but to fight back. Yuna flapped her wings and spewed out a large amount of scorching dragon flames, which swept towards the old witch on the high platform. The old witch merely glanced at it disdainfully, then lightly waved her wand. "Ice barrier." With a crisp crack, a huge ice shield suddenly appeared in front of her. The dragon flames crashed into the ice shield, instantly turning into a cloud of white mist, without even leaving a crack. Seizing this fleeting opening, Yanji flashed forward, wielding her massive black scythe, and brought it down fiercely towards the old witch's head, her voice filled with murderous intent. "Old woman, prepare to die." The giant scythe sliced through the air, creating a sharp gust of wind. This strike was powerful and heavy, enough to split a small mountain in two. But a sinister smile curled at the corners of the old witch's mouth. She pointed a finger, her tone full of disdain. "A mere trick. The hand of evil." Whoosh! A giant, pitch-black hand suddenly tore through space without warning, its 5 fingers like iron pincers, and grabbed the giant scythe that was coming down. "What?" Yanji's pupils shrank suddenly. A tremendous force came from her arm, making her hands go numb. She staggered back several steps before she could regain her balance. She was shocked and finally realized that this old witch was far more troublesome than she had imagined. The old witch grinned smugly. "I'm a member of the Church of Suffering. You really think a stupid dragon and a little devil can go toe-to-toe with me?" She twirled her wand, her tone growing increasingly arrogant. "Let this old woman teach you what real dark magic is." Summoning the dark pet, Brain Eater. A brain-eating demon? Upon hearing these 3 words, Yanji and Yunur's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Without thinking, they retreated rapidly, their movements as fast as if they were being chased by a demon. No sooner had they left their spot than a dark figure pounced like lightning toward the place where Yanji had just stood, only to miss and let out an angry growl. Only then did the girls on the city wall see what it looked like. It looks like a dog, but it only has a bald head. Its entire body was pitch black, without a single hair, and its skin swayed like jelly, burning with eerie black flames, making it look extremely strange. "What is that thing?" a girl asked, her voice trembling with fear. "Why are Yanji and Yunur so afraid of it?" "Stop asking. Get away from here." The girl next to him was pale and gripped her weapon tightly. Their fear means this thing is absolutely deadly. We should be prepared to provide support at any time. In midair, Yuna flapped her wings and circled, her voice tinged with urgency. What should we do? This thing is too troublesome. Should we retreat first? Yin-ji swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the brain eater on the ground, not daring to blink. She glanced at Lin Qingxue and the others on the city wall behind her and gritted her teeth. We can't retreat. If we leave, the rest of the tribe will only face death. She hadn't been in the tribe for long, but she had already developed a bond with the girls. In her world, the word betrayal simply doesn't exist. Chapter 182, The Stubborn Old Witch. Yuna hesitated for a moment, looking at the brain-eating demons eyeing her menacingly on the ground, then at her panicked companions on the city wall, before finally making up her mind. Okay, you're right. No matter how troublesome this thing is, only the two of us can handle it. Just then, the brain-eating demon suddenly made a crunching sound, as if it was chewing something. Its lifeless eyes slowly rose and stared at Yuna in midair. Dragon race he. The brain-eating demon's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like two stones rubbing against each other. It must taste delicious. I've never had dragon meat before. Before the words were even finished, its body suddenly shot out and pounced towards Yuna. Watch out, the girls on the city wall shouted in unison. Yuna was so shocked that her heart stopped. She never expected that this thing would come at her first. Damn it, why did it have to chase me? She was both anxious and angry. She flapped her wings violently, increasing her speed to the maximum, and flew forward with all her might, just wanting to shake off the dark shadow behind her. But the brain-eating demon was just as fast. Even more bizarrely, it could run in midair, its limbs treading on the air as if walking on flat ground, relentlessly following Yuna, its gaping maw dripping with thick, black saliva. Yin-ji, go and deal with the old witch. Yuna shouted as she turned around, her voice trembling with tears. I can hold out a little longer. Dealing with the old witch is the priority. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will have been in vain. She didn't want to do something pointless. To deal with me? The old witch let out a piercing laugh upon hearing this. What an arrogant little beast. I'll watch as the brain eater devours your soul bit by bit. Just then, a petite figure suddenly leaped from the treetop of a large tree nearby and pounced towards the old witch on the high platform like an arrow released from a bow. It's Cilantro. Early in the war, she used the stealth of her climb skill to sneak up into a tree near the old witch and lay in ambush, waiting for the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack. What she was tightly clutching in her arms was the epic level item she had obtained earlier, the Heavenly Origin chessboard. In midair, Cilantro suddenly unfolded the chessboard, her voice clear and firm. Old witch. Prepare to die. Tianyuan chessboard. Open. The old witch's attention was entirely focused on Yin-ji and Yuner, and she had no idea that there was someone hiding nearby. By the time she realized what was happening, the chessboard had already released a dazzling magical light screen. She was a seasoned veteran, and remained calm, raising her hand to unleash a bolt of lightning at the Cilantro. Oof, you ignorant little brat. Thunder. Sizzle. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a bowl, carrying an aura of destruction, struck fiercely towards the Cilantro. But at that moment, the Tianyuan chessboard fully unfolded, and a huge magic array appeared out of thin air, firmly blocking the lightning outside. The Cilantro was completely unharmed. The old witch's sinister smile froze instantly, her pupils contracting sharply. An epic item. Her attack was completely unrestrained. Any item below the epic level would have been blasted to dust by the lightning. How could this chessboard possibly withstand it? Oh no, I was careless. The old witch's heart skipped a beat, and she finally panicked. She never imagined that these little bastards had so many trump cards up their sleeves. The next second, the black and white chessboard magic circle suddenly expanded, enveloping the old witch completely. Tenjin match officially begins. Playing sides, Church Priestess versus Cilantro. The old witch, pulled into the magic circle, completely panicked. Looking at the unfamiliar black and white squares around her, she screamed in terror. How is this possible? How did you get the Tianyuan chessboard? She frantically waved her wand, unleashing waves of dark magic towards the surrounding boundary walls. But those powerful spells, when they landed on the boundary wall, only caused the magic circle to tremble slightly before completely dissipating. A powerful force of rules surged from the depths of the chessboard, suppressing the old witch's magic, and even beginning to pull her soul toward the king piece on the board. The old witch let out a shrill scream, desperately resisting the pulling force. Under the pressure of the power of the rules, the magic wand in her hand shattered inch by inch and turned into dust. Her heart sank little by little. Am I really going to fail here today and become a disgrace to the Church of Suffering? No, I absolutely won't allow it. A glint of madness flashed in the old witch's eyes. She suddenly raised her hand and slashed her arm with her sharp nails. Black blood gushed out as she chanted obscure and incomprehensible incantations. The black blood fell onto the chessboard and spread rapidly, turning into a huge pool of blood that stained the black and white squares crimson. Even more terrifying, countless wailing souls slowly crawled out of the blood pool. They were both male and female, their faces etched with exhaustion and pain, crawling towards the old witch on all fours. Ugh! Get to work, get to work. We can't stop. If we stop, we'll die? The wails of souls were incessant, densely covering the old witch's entire body. As more and more souls attached themselves to her, the force of the rules that had been pulling at her soul slowly dissipated. Cilantro was dumbfounded. She never expected that the old witch would have such a method to resist the power of the chessboard's rules. But she quickly regained her composure, her eyes becoming incredibly resolute. Yifan handed her the chessboard, so she absolutely could not let him down. I never knew you had this trick up your sleeve. Cilantro gritted her teeth and shouted, but so what? Empress, attack. Kill her. At her command, the black-clad queen chess piece on the chessboard instantly transformed into a life-sized figure, wielding a long sword and fiercely slashing at the old witch. The old witch, enveloped in a soul, dodged helplessly in the pool of blood while simultaneously unleashing several magical attacks on the queen. But when those spells landed on the queen, they were like mud oxen sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. The old witch's pupils constricted sharply as she finally realized. Anti-magic stone. This chess piece contains an anti-magic stone. Damn it. She trembled with rage, a hint of despair flashing in her eyes as she looked at the relentlessly pressing empress. Could it be that I'm really going to die here? She was not willing to accept it. The old witch suddenly raised her head, a fierce glint in her eyes, and began to frantically tear at the souls on her body, swallowing the souls of those suffering slaves one by one. The blood in the pool grew increasingly intense, and even the boundaries of the chessboard began to distort slightly. She's actually breaking the rules of the chessboard. Cilantro turned pale with shock, her heart sinking as she watched the increasingly unstable magic circle. The old witch's aura suddenly surged, and there was a faint tendency for her to approach the black gold level. But having devoured so many souls at once made her already wrinkled face appear even more grotesque and terrifying. Chapter 183, Killing the Old Witch, an excellent reward. But the old witch hadn't been gloating for long when a hand suddenly stretched out from under her feet. That's right. It's Liu Luo. Liu Luo grabbed the old witch's ankle. I've got it. Move it now. Liu Luo shouted urgently. Yifan didn't waste any time. Although his minor awakening skill couldn't unleash its full power yet, he didn't care. He swung his blood-stained blade, barely holding its power, towards the old witch's feet. The sword of the War King. Cut. With a loud bang, a thick red beam of light suddenly appeared beneath the old witch's feet and shot towards her. A red pillar of light, brimming with the aura of blood and heat, instantly engulfed the old witch. The old witch screamed, panic crossing her face. You will not have a good end if you go against the church. She tried to resist, but found that the souls within her body were beginning to dissipate, seemingly defeated by Yifan's offensive. Her growing strength began to decline again, and eventually fell back down. The old witch's pupils dilated in shock. This is impossible. Yifan didn't understand what was going on either. He only saw his skills burning the old witch's soul. At that moment, the souls of those slaves were all liberated, and they all lunged at the old witch. The old witch was terrified. The devoured slave souls had suddenly gone out of control and become uncontrollable. No, stop, stop. I am your master. Shut up. The old witch cried out urgently, her body completely powerless. Her body was enveloped in the awakened skill, and her soul was being torn apart by the souls of those slaves. She was attacked from both sides and had no power to resist at all. Liu Luo frowned and observed, strange. Why can your skill sever the soul connection? Yifan shrugged. How would I know? But it seems like a good thing now. Otherwise I might not have been able to defeat her with just this one skill. That's true. The old witch is not weak. Her awakened skill, which hasn't been fully charged yet, can only seriously injure her at most. It's hopeless to kill her completely. Yi Fan hadn't held out much hope from the beginning, but now he was pleasantly surprised. The souls that had been swallowed by the old witch had all lost her control and began to viciously tear at their master. The old witch's face contorted in pain, her already wrinkled features becoming even more distorted. No, no, save me, great king of suffering, save me. However, this time the so-called king of misfortune ignored the old witch's pleas for help, letting the souls devour her. If the old witch hadn't devoured the soul, and it hadn't been covered by Yi Fan's skill, things might not have gone so smoothly. Everyone watched from the sidelines. The old witch struggled for 2.5 minutes before dying completely. Her body was mangled beyond recognition, and her soul had vanished. Phew, that was really tough, Yi Fan said. She killed herself, though. If she hadn't devoured those souls, we would have had to put in a lot of effort, Cilantro said as she walked over. That's right. He brought it on himself. At that moment, a kill notification sound came. Ding. You have killed the church witch. Ding. Your physical fitness level has been upgraded to LV38. Ding. You have obtained 2 crystallized tears of a shrine maiden. Ding. You have obtained a broken dark wand X1. Ding. You have obtained 1 heart of darkness. Ding. You have obtained 1 church badge. Ding. You have obtained a black magic book X1. Yi Fan put everything away. The rewards he received this time were much better than before. It's not just the emblem controlling the church, but also the black magic book and the heart of darkness. Just as Yi Fan was about to take a closer look, a black shadow suddenly rushed in from above. It's the brain-eating demon that was released earlier. Hee, if you can't catch that dragon, you can eat me. A human with the blood of a berserker. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine, and before he could even dodge, the jet-black, brain-eating demon burrowed into his body. Yi Fan, the girls exclaimed in surprise. The surrounding chessboard barrier slowly dissipated, and Yuna and Yin Ji quickly landed and rushed over. Yi Fan was completely bewildered as he searched his body. He knew nothing about the brain eater and never expected to be suddenly attacked. What just crawled into my body? Yi Fan asked in surprise. It's a brain-eating demon, Yuna said worriedly, her face covered in sweat and panting heavily, clearly exhausted. What is a brain-eating demon? Yi Fan asked curiously, still not knowing where that thing came from. A monster that devours consciousness. It will turn you into an empty shell, Flame Princess said, her face pale. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure and asked, be more specific. At least let me know where this monster comes from. Flame Princess sighed heavily and began to explain. This thing exists between the soul and the physical body. No one can actively touch it. It can only actively choose its prey. Moreover, it feeds on the mind of living beings. To put it simply, it gnaws at your soul, but only at the brain part. Even black gold level experts would have a hard time surviving if they were hit, unless they had a special weapon of light that could prevent its invasion. The weapons of light can only serve as a defense. If an opening is opened, they are useless. Chapter 184 Yi Fan's Crazy Idea. Yi Fan finally understood. According to Blue Star's understanding, the human soul is divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits, and the brain-eating demon only ate 3 of them. Moreover, this thing is like a ghost. It can touch you, but you can't deal with it without a corresponding light attribute weapon. Will Yi Fan die? A girl asked, her face full of worry. We shouldn't die that easily, right? We've survived all these days, Su Ma Miao said, her face also pale. The other girls also started worrying and grumbling. What will we do if Yi Fan dies? Don't talk nonsense. Yi Fan will definitely be fine. But what do we do now? Where can we find something to deal with the brain eater? Yi Fan can't die. It's almost my turn. I said, is this a matter of waiting in line? Yi Fan is going to die, you idiot. The scene was noisy and quite chaotic. After hearing what had happened, Luluo looked at Yi Fan with a hint of sympathy and slowly shook her head. Alas, if you hadn't set your sights on that old witch, it would have been us slaves who died. Why bother, Sai? Luluo said regretfully. She admired Yi Fan's courage. He actually dared to make a move on the old witch. If Yi Fan doesn't attack, the old witch will only maintain the operation of the church and won't make a move at all. You've lived for so long and spent so long in the land of suffering. Do you have a way? Yi Fan suddenly asked Luluo. Luluo shook her head. No. The brain-eating demon is basically unsolvable. You're only at platinum level now, and you don't have any light attribute items. You're basically doomed. Yi Fan's brows furrowed even deeper. At this moment, Wan Yu rushed over quickly, carrying the magic mirror. Her expression was equally grim. She had already realized how terrible things were. They are not afraid of physical death, but they are afraid of problems with their souls, because that is irreversible. If the soul dies, it is truly dead, and they will lose Yi Fan forever. Quick! Magic mirror. Use your power to save Yi Fan. Wan Yu patted the magic mirror and said. The magic mirror slowly opened its eyes, and its surface began to emit light, illuminating Yi Fan with a dazzling white light. Liu Luo was stunned when she saw the magic mirror Wan Yu was using, and then exclaimed in surprise. You guys actually have items of this level? With this mirror, there might really be hope, she murmured. Everyone was filled with hope, but 2 minutes later, the white light dimmed. The mirror reflected Yi Fan's soul. Besides a human-shaped outline, a ball was wriggling towards Yi Fan's head. The hopes that had been building slowly crumbled. They weren't stupid, they all saw through the deception. It was clear that even the magic mirror couldn't save Yi Fan. Magic mirror, what's going on? Aren't you supposed to be very strong? Even you can't save me. Lin Qingxue asked, grabbing the magic mirror. Mirror, what's wrong with you? We've always been so nice to you, a girl said angrily. The magic mirror wasn't angry, but it wasn't in a good mood either. After all, it had feelings for Yi Fan and had known him for so long. It sighed, Alas, I am powerless to help. If it had been from the beginning, I could have kept the brain-eating demon at bay, preventing it from entering Yi Fan's body. But now that it's inside, it's very difficult for me to pull it out. It has firmly attached itself to Yi Fan's soul, like a maggot clinging to a bone. Forcibly pulling will only tear Yi Fan's soul apart as well. At this point, the surroundings fell silent. If even the magic mirror couldn't solve Yi Fan's predicament, what other method could it possibly do? Everyone racked their brains, but couldn't come up with a solution. How much time do I have left? Yi Fan suddenly asked. The magic mirror thought for a moment, and then said, 1 minute. At most 1 minute before it starts tearing your soul apart. Then within 3 minutes, it will devour your consciousness, leaving you as an empty shell. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan took a deep breath, his gaze blank, his eyes sparkling, and his brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. He's going to die. There's absolutely no way to stop the brain-eating demon. He never imagined that he would actually die one day. And so suddenly, with a snap, I was told I was going to die. To be honest, Yi Fan couldn't accept it, and didn't want to accept it. No, I can't die, Yi Fan muttered to himself, but what should he do now? His mind raced with all sorts of ideas, but none of them would work. At that moment, Yi Fan felt a sharp pain in his head. Ugh! Yi Fan screamed in pain, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yi Fan! The girls cried out in alarm, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Qingxue held it in her arms and used healing magic again and again, but to no avail. The spring rain fell on Yi Fan without causing any ripples. Yi Fan gritted his teeth in pain, but he remained conscious. Wah, what should I do? Su Ma Miao burst into tears. Wan Yu rushed over and hugged Yi Fan's neck. Yi Fan, I don't want you to die. Hold on, don't give up. A group of female elves immediately knelt down beside Yi Fan, sobbing, Master, Wah. The goblins also stood outside the crowd, pacing back and forth hesitantly. That damned brain-eating demon. How did it get attached to our master? Yes, Wah, our master is so good to us. I wish I could die in his place. The queen bee and a swarm of bees approached. Some bees with special abilities flapped their wings and tried to use their powers, but to no avail. No matter what kind of magic or skill it was, it couldn't help Yi Fan. Yi Fan could sense that if things continued like this, he would eventually be killed by the brain eater, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Am I going to die? Yi Fan's eyes became somewhat glazed. He could feel that he had lost a lot. Sudden, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. He suddenly drew the demon-sealing sword and plunged it fiercely into his own heart. All of this happened so quickly, catching everyone completely off guard. They never expected that at this moment, Yi Fan would suddenly raise his sword and slash, stabbing it fiercely into their hearts. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, his life force rapidly fading. Yi Fan, the girls exclaimed in surprise. Don't revive me. Yi Fan managed to utter these words before his head lolled to the side, and he died on the spot. What is Yi Fan doing? The women stared at each other, completely bewildered. However, only Yi Fan knew what he was doing. With his last shred of consciousness, Yi Fan hanged himself. He took his soul into the sea of darkness. After death, the soul enters the dark sea. This is an ironclad rule, except for methods that directly attack the soul and cause it to dissipate. The icy seawater instantly enveloped Yi Fan, and his soul began to sink into the depths of the dark sea. The brain-eating demon is currently devouring Yi Fan's thoughts and consciousness, so it is connected to Yi Fan's consciousness. Upon realizing Yi Fan's actions, the brain-eating demon was immediately shocked. "Kid, are you crazy? You actually brought me to a place like this?" Hearing the brain-eating demon's inner thoughts and its panicked behavior, Yi Fan felt a secret sense of satisfaction. At the same time, I am also having a dialogue with it in my mind. "You chose it, my idol. Since you want me dead, then I will condemn you to eternal damnation in the sea of darkness. May they never be reborn." Chapter 185 Post-Battle Cleanup. The brain-eating demon was truly panicked. Its entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Although it is a powerful and bizarre creature, it is never a beast that acts on instinct. Self-awareness endows it with power, but also imbues it with the emotions of living beings. It can feel fear, dread, anger, and also joy at plundering delicious souls. If it is an evil creature born of darkness, then this sea of darkness is an abyss that even darkness itself must revere. Once trapped here, there is no chance of escape unless someone outside uses special magic to guide the soul of the deceased. It will fall like this forever, sinking into the dark depths that can devour even consciousness, never to see the light of day again. Both were imprisoned by the power of the dark sea, unable to move their bodies. Only their consciousnesses intertwined and intertwined, barely able to transmit their thoughts. "You madman! Madman!" The brain-eating demon's consciousness roared, filled with anxiety and fear. "Find a way to get me out of here. I don't want to be trapped here forever." Seeing that Yi Fan did not respond, it threatened him viciously again. "If you don't think of a solution soon, I'll devour your soul and make you vanish completely." A cold smirk crept into Yi Fan's mind, his tone carrying a resolute determination. "Threatening me? Great, that's wonderful. Even if I go out, I'll still be devoured by you, so I might as well take you with me to the grave." "Take you out? Dream on. Given my current situation, dragging you down into this dark sea with me is the best option." The brain-eating demon's energy surged upwards, causing violent fluctuations in consciousness. "Good lad. I'll devour your soul right now. Come on." Yi Fan's resolve only grew stronger. "If you eat me, I will disappear forever, and you will be trapped in this darkness for the rest of your life, never to see a glimmer of light again." The brain-eating demon, which was about to devour Yi Fan's soul, froze instantly. The ferocity in its consciousness faded considerably, leaving only a deep sense of dread. It dared not act again. That's right. Yi Fan was already doomed to die anyway, so he might as well take someone down with him. The edible brain demon is different. It has too many concerns, and only 3 paths lie before it. The first rule is to not eat Yi Fan, but instead just wait it out with him, falling together into the depths of darkness, endlessly. The second option is to swallow Yi Fan to vent one's anger temporarily, but this would trap one here forever with no chance of escape. The third option is to compromise and back down, let Yi Fan go, and once Yi Fan is resurrected, he can naturally be taken out with him. Every thought of it was clearly exposed to Yi Fan's perception. At this moment, their consciousnesses were connected, forming an unbreakable bond, and his schemes had nowhere to hide. "Give up. You have no choice but to take the third path." Yi Fan's tone was firm. The brain-eating demon gritted its teeth, its mind filled with humiliation and anger. "You're the one who should give up. I've lived for thousands of years, and have never been threatened like this since I was born. You lowly human being, do you think you're worthy of my compromise? Dream on." The great brain-eating demon would never bow down to a human. Yi Fan scoffed, his tone indifferent. "Fine, then let's just wait it out. Anyway, I had no choice, so it doesn't matter how long it takes." The brain-eating demon fell completely silent, leaving only its unwilling fluctuations of consciousness, as it sank into endless darkness along with Yi Fan. The surroundings were in impenetrable darkness. Not a single glimmer of light could be found. Only the intertwined consciousness of the two remained locked in a deathly silence. Outside, everyone was in a state of panic, their faces filled with barely concealed anxiety. Someone paced back and forth, their hurried steps making the atmosphere around them even heavier. Someone stood with their hands hanging down, their brows furrowed, looking full of worry. "What should we do? Is there nothing we can do now?" a girl asked, her voice trembling with helplessness. "Oh dear, Xiao Mo, stop spinning. The more you spin, the more confused I get, and my head is spinning. Yin Lily pressed her temples, her voice full of frustration and worry. Everyone, please calm down. Yi Fan always acts with discretion. He wouldn't do anything meaningless. Xiaoxi suppressed her anxiety and tried to reassure everyone. Yes, Yi Fan definitely has his own plans. Cilantro said. Wan Yu sighed softly, a hint of understanding flashing in her eyes, and slowly spoke. Yi Fan is gambling that the brain-eating demon won't dare to perish together with him. In the end, he's fighting that monster to the death. Bet. Fight to the death. The girls looked puzzled, not understanding what it meant. Wan Yu nodded, her tone certain. That's right. Yi Fan must have fallen into the dark sea with the brain-eater. If he was killed by the brain-eater, the monster would be trapped inside forever and never be able to get out. But if the brain-eater doesn't kill him, the two of them will just keep dragging this on and sinking together. Liu Anuona's eyes lit up, and she suddenly realized what was going on, but then she quickly frowned. I understand. But Yi Fan could never choose resurrection. Resurrection is tantamount to suicide. Once he returns to the outside world, the brain-eater will still devour his soul. She paused, then said with a hint of surprise, so, Yi Fan's goal is to subdue the brain-eating demon. Upon hearing this, all the girls were shocked, their minds buzzing. Wow, Yi Fan actually came up with such a risky move. Brilliant. No wonder it's Yi Fan. Only he could come up with such a method. Only if the brain-eater truly submits will Yi Fan be willing to be resurrected. This is the only safe way out. It's either mutual destruction or dragging it out until the brain-eater gives in. He has no choice. After figuring out the key point, the girls breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts finally at ease. As long as Yi Fan is still holding out, it means he is temporarily safe. But how can we be sure Yi Fan is still alive? If he really succeeded, when should we start to revive him? Ming Ming frowned and raised a new question. That's right, this is the most pressing issue at the moment. Yi Fan's soul fell into the dark sea, rendering the chat panel unusable and preventing him from sending messages. Su Ma Miao suddenly smiled, raised her hand, and called out softly to the air. The queen bee fluttered her thin wings and flew over, landing steadily in her palm. With its round, fluffy body and adorable appearance, it is very cute. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The queen bee nuzzled Su Ma Miao's fingertips, making a faint but clear chirp. What is it saying? A girl asked curiously as she approached. As a dragon, Yuna could understand the whispers of other races. She listened for a moment, then smiled and explained. This little guy says that its owner is still alive, and the bond between it and Yi Fan is still there and has not been broken. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy, and their anxiety lessened considerably. Yi Fan's continued existence means the standoff is ongoing and there is still a chance for a turnaround. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The honeybee queen chirped twice more, nodding her little head gently. It said that when the time is right, it will remind us to resurrect our master. There's no need to rush now, just wait patiently. Yuna continued translating. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and relieved smiles appeared on their faces. That's great. As long as Yi Fan is all right. Lin Qingxua breathed a sigh of relief, her tone becoming much lighter. Hopefully Yi Fan can hold on and force that monster to compromise soon. Definitely. If that brain-eating demon really dared to prolong the conflict, it would have made its move long ago. It's just afraid of being trapped in the sea of darkness forever. That makes sense. Let's take care of what's in front of us first. We should clean up the mess and cook, instead of just sitting here waiting. Wintermelon's sister clapped her hands and suggested. Lin Qingxua nodded in agreement. Okay. I led the men to repair the damaged city walls, while the rest of us were responsible for gathering resources, starting fires and cooking, each doing our own job. Everyone agreed. They couldn't help Yi Fan right now, but managing the tribe well was the best support they could give him. Although this was dangerous, everyone's level has increased significantly. Several core members of the tribe have reached level 34, and the lowest level in the entire tribe is currently level 27. In terms of overall strength, it has become nearly balanced, and the strength of the strong and weak forces has been somewhat balanced. With the old witch dead, the church was completely out of control. Lu Luo glanced at Yi Fan's body lying on the ground, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes, and murmured with emotion. What a crazy human being. How could he come up with such a method? Why couldn't I have thought of it? Does becoming a fighter really turn me into a simple-minded, muscle-bound, stupid woman? Thinking it over, she led the group of slaves toward the church, and before leaving, she turned back and called out to Lin Qingxua. When your chieftain wakes up, tell him that I will be back soon, and when I do, I will lead the people of Ikalia to join the Starfire tribe. Lin Qingxue responded loudly. I understand. I will definitely tell him. Chapter 186 The Brain Eater's Compromise. Lu Luo led her people back to the land of suffering, clutching a key tightly in her palm, the one Yi Fan had given her. With this key, she can open a boundary wall in the land of suffering and free them from it. Lu Luo's fingertips turned white from the force she exerted. She looked up into the distance, her gaze firm and intense, and murmured softly. Phew, finally, this day has come. At this time, the chat channel was still bustling with activity, but the words conveyed the anxiety of war. Many tribes were attacked by the church, and some were even captured and taken to the land of suffering. Iron-blooded tribe. Damn it. We've already lost 10 people. When will this dilapidated church finally disappear? Flying Eagle tribe. What's the panic? Those slaves will drop equipment when they die. Pick it up and sell it to make up for the loss. Liver Emperor tribe. Do you think we could capture some slaves? We could have them help us farm and cut down trees, saving us a lot of effort. Snowy Night tribe. Is the person upstairs an animal? How could they say such a thing? Liver Emperor tribe. What else? They are being driven in the land of suffering anyway. What difference does it make if they work in a different place? We have already captured more than 20 of them and are making them cut down trees. Fenghua tribe. Asking the person upstairs, how do we remove the marks from slaves? We also want to capture a few to help us. Tianyin tribe. Does anyone know if the chieftain of the Xingho tribe is dead? That guy is despicable. Celestial tribe. Can the person upstairs please stop cursing every day? I think Chief Xingho is a pretty good person. Tianyin tribe. What a load of rubbish. He saw you naked too. Chen Xianxian from the Celestial tribe looked at the screen, thought for a moment, and replied, pretty much. When everyone first came here, they didn't have many clothes. Speaking of which, you're so angry. Is it because you're not good looking and he doesn't care about you? I remember he seems to like women with big breasts and big butts. Upon hearing these words, the people of the Tianyin tribe were instantly thrown into disarray, their Dao hearts in turmoil, and they dared not utter a single word in response. Yes, this is her eternal pain. Apart from the Starfire tribe ending their attack early, other tribes are still putting up a tough fight against the church's offensive and are in a difficult situation. Qingxue, this is terrifying. Wan Yu stared at the panel of surviving tribes, her voice trembling. The number of surviving tribes is less than half of what it used to be. Lin Qingxue sighed softly, her tone heavy. There's nothing we can do. This attack by the church was too brutal. The targets were clear, the offensive was concentrated, and it came wave after wave. Many weak tribes simply couldn't withstand it. This disaster is more dangerous than any other one before. Previously, only scattered monsters roamed around, posing a limited threat. This time, however, the church went straight for all the tribes, and the attack was precise and fierce. She scrolled through the chat history, her brows furrowing even more. Most tribes have encountered gold-level enemies. Although platinum-level ones are rare, just one is enough to wipe out an entire tribe. Platinum-level enemies don't appear everywhere. Such powerful combat forces are not numerous. Therefore, the destruction of some tribes was purely due to bad luck, as they happened to encounter a platinum-level expert. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The girl still thought about Yi Fan. Fortunately, the feedback from the honeybee queen never stopped. Yi Fan was still alive and was still locked in a stalemate with the Brain Eater. Deep in the dark sea. Boy, how long are you going to keep this up? Let me out of here. The brain-eating demon's mind was full of impatience. The days of death and depravity had worn away most of its ferocity. Yi Fan didn't bother with it. A few days ago, he would argue with it, but after 10 days, he had long lost the interest in arguing and just stayed quietly, guarding his own consciousness. Hey, I'm talking to you. You rude bastard. The brain-eating demon was indignant, its consciousness fluctuating more and more agitated, but it dared not actually make a move. Yi Fan remained silent, ignoring the brain-eating demon's incessant chatter in his mind. 5 more days passed, and Yi Fan remained silent as the two continued to sink deeper into darkness. Yi Fan knew very well that he had no choice. The brain-eating demon refused to submit. He absolutely could not leave. Going out means certain death, and it will also bring disaster to the tribe. The only chance of survival is to wear them down and force the brain-devouring demon to compromise. The Brain Eater had already been driven to the brink of collapse by the boundless darkness and Yi Fan's cold violence. In this desolate place where there is not even a sound, even anger seems pale and powerless. Finally, 2 days later, all arrogance faded from the brain-eating demon's consciousness, replaced by a hint of reluctant compromise. Kid, I'm scared of you. Let's talk this over. I don't want to be stuck in this godforsaken place for the rest of my life. A barely perceptible sense of pride flashed through Yi Fan's mind. The balance of power had finally been reversed. 17 days of emotional abuse finally broke the brain-eating demon. Yi Fan replied in his mind at this moment, his tone cold and firm. Want to get out? Then submit to me and become my dog. Brain Eater. Chapter 187, Subduing the Brain-Eating Demon. The brain-eating demon felt a burning rage in its chest, causing it to ache, and even the black aura surrounding it began to stir restlessly. For so many years, it has run rampant, relying on its soul-devouring technique that can strike at vital points, and its invincible body that is impervious to swords, spears, and magic. It has devoured countless lives. Even powerful black gold-level creatures have become its prey over the years, with a total of 7 swallowed up. It had long been accustomed to its domineering and fearless life, but now it had been driven to a dead end. It has to lower its head and become a dog for a human it has always looked down upon. In its eyes, humans are ridiculously fragile, their flesh is easily broken, and their souls are thin and weak. It can swallow a whole group of them in one gulp and is not worth mentioning at all. But now it really has to abandon its millennia-old arrogance and bow down to become a subservient vassal of humanity. This realization was like a sharp thorn, making it restless and unwilling, causing the dark energy to surge even more violently. Seeing its hesitation and the flickering black aura around it, Yi Fan moved closer, his tone resolute and determined, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. You have no choice. Stop hesitating. Either come at me now and eat me alive, or we'll both die and neither of us will get away with it. He paused, his fierceness subsiding, and with a clear, lucid gaze, he spoke plainly, his tone carrying an undeniable certainty. You know that I can't be completely at ease without signing a soul contract with me, and without that, I will never be able to resurrect you. I won't lie to you, and I won't retaliate against you for past conflicts. Let's wipe the slate clean and be partners who support each other from now on. Yi Fan softened his tone, deliberately throwing out an irresistible bait, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Anyone in this world who becomes our enemy, you can devour them if you wish, even the high and mighty elf queen or the mighty thunder dragon. If you want to eat them, I won't stop you. Not only will I let you eat them, but I'll also help you restrain and deal with them. These words eased the brain-eating demon's tense nerves somewhat, and the desire for freedom and prey outweighed some of the humiliation. However, it was tightly intertwined with Yi Fan's consciousness, and it could see clearly the true intentions Yi Fan had in mind to use it. Not even the slightest bit of distraction could escape its notice. Kid, you just want to use me as a pawn in battle, to do whatever you want with my power. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? The black aura surrounding the brain-eating demon suddenly surged, its tone filled with shock and anger. What it hates most is being schemed against and used. The humiliation of being manipulated is even more unbearable than being trapped in a dark and hopeless place. A hint of helplessness flashed across Yi Fan's face. He didn't offer any explanation, but calmly met its fluctuations in consciousness. That's right, you can't hide my thoughts from me, but the benefits I mentioned are all true, not a single lie. His tone deepened, becoming more sincere. This world is inherently intertwined by interests. It's a dog-eat-dog world where everyone gets what they need. If we spend a lot of time together and develop some bond, even if you lose your usefulness, I will still help you out of affection. The brain-eating demon paused for a moment, and the black aura gradually subsided. It could discern Yi Fan's true feelings. Although the other party had ulterior motives, every word he spoke came from the bottom of his heart, and even the last sentence about affection was not false at all. The exploitation is real, the cooperation and win-win situation is real, and that implicit sincerity is also real. It struggled internally, its years of pride and its current predicament pulling it back and forth, until finally, only a powerless and unwilling sigh remained, dissipating in its connection of consciousness. Fine, it said, suppressing its resentment and resignation. I've had enough of this dark, sunless place. Come on, let's sign the contract. Yi Fan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Every second that the brain-eating demon was struggling with had been a life-or-death ordeal for him. He could clearly sense that the other party had considered taking them down with him more than once, since no one wanted to be humiliated and controlled by weak humans. Fortunately, Yi Fan's invitation to cooperate, though tinged with calculation, was sincere enough to overcome the other party's will to die, causing it to choose to compromise. Okay, after we sign the contract, I'll take you out. Yifan thought to himself, the weight lifted from his shoulders. The brain-eating demon signed the contract with a resentful expression, its body shrouded in a gloomy black aura. It had no choice. Yifan was in the same boat. Unless the brain-eating demon completely submitted, he would either die here or be forever trapped in this darkness, and he dared not resurrect rashly. At this moment, outside the crystal tower, the queen bee fluttered her tiny wings, hovering and dancing at the top of the tower, emitting a soft and cheerful buzzing sound. Suman Miao, who was absorbing the magic crystals with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. The joy in her eyes was almost overflowing, and she couldn't help but gasp. Great! Yifan succeeded. He subdued the brain-eating demon. The moment the news spread, the tribe, which had been suppressed for half a month, instantly erupted in excitement. The girl who was cutting down the tree casually threw her axe next to the woodpile and ran towards the crystal tower, her skirt fluttering in the wind. The elves who were preparing the ingredients put down their knives and vegetables and rushed over, standing guard outside the tower with their eyes fixed on the tower gate, waiting for Yifan to come out. Several goblins wiped away their tears, sobbing as they murmured, "That's great, boss succeeded. He defeated the brain-eater." Lin Qingxue leaned against the stone pillar beside her, let out a soft sigh, and spoke with a hint of relief. Phew, Yifan is a genius. He always manages to find a way out of desperate situations. Liu Anuona leaned against the tree trunk, her shoulders, which had been tense for a long time, finally relaxing, and she smiled and echoed. That's right. It was a surefire way to die, but he managed to turn it around with his sheer grit. The girls gathered in front of the tower, chattering excitedly and with obvious joy. That's great. I can finally have a good meal and get a good night's sleep tonight. These past 2 weeks have been so stressful that I haven't been able to eat or sleep properly. I've been mining every day until I'm about to throw up. I feel much more at ease now that Yifan is back. Hey, you're not thinking of taking this opportunity to get closer to Yifan, are you? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you want to? So you bet. I've been cooped up for almost half a month, dealing with cold or every day. It's been awful. Suddenly, a soft yet bright white light shone from inside the crystal tower, and the tower trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, Yifan emerged unharmed, still carrying a faint aura of magic. A familiar roguish smile played on his lips as he opened his arms and shouted, "I, Yifan, am back. My beauties, have you missed me?" The girls immediately swarmed around him, laughing and joking, completely surrounding him. The tribe is hot and humid, and everyone usually wears light clothing for ease of movement, leaving heavy equipment in the storage room. Surrounded by soft, fragrant, and warm jade, Yifan felt completely at ease, and his smile deepened. "Yifan, it's my turn today? I've already taken a number, so I can't cut in line." A girl squeezed in front of him, grabbed his arm, and said excitedly with a hint of coquettishness, "Nonsense. It was clearly me. Yifan made a promise with me that he would accompany me." Cilantro jumped up and down angrily. She was short and squeezed at the back of the crowd, so she could only reach up on tiptoe, her little hands clutching the hem of the person in front of her, her cheeks flushed with anxiety. "I want some too. I want some too. Yifan hasn't spent time with me in so long. Your Majesty, please favor this servant," someone deliberately put on a pretentious voice, acting like a complete drama queen. Meili and the other elves wanted to go forward, but the crowded circle of people was already completely sealed off, so they could only stand on the outside, covering their mouths and laughing as they watched from afar. Chapter 188, The Irresistible Cilantro. In the chaos and crowd, Yifan subconsciously reached out and groped her. The girls didn't resist. Instead, they cheered and jeered. "Yifan, you scoundrel. Why do you only target Yin Lily? Why can't you target me?" "Me too. Me too. Yifan, what are the plans for tonight?" Yifan smiled and responded to each person, opening his arms to give everyone a big hug, leaving no one out. Don't rush. Everyone gets one." When it was Cilantro's turn, the little girl puffed out her cheeks, tilted her head back, and looked up with eyes full of expectation mixed with a hint of grievance, asking timidly, "Yifan, isn't it my turn today? We agreed on this before." Yifan gently patted her head, his fingertips brushing against her soft hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Well, it's your turn, so I'll stay with you tonight, I promise." Cilantro looked up at the sky. The sun hadn't completely set yet, and there were still 2 or 3 hours until dark. Her eyes crinkled with laughter, and her little face was full of joy. Okay, let's go eat first. I'll come to your room tonight after we've eaten. Okay, no problem, Yi Fan replied, then turned to the elves on the outside, beckoned them over, hugged each of them tightly, whispered a few tender words in their ears, and soothed their emotions. Mary leaned against him, her cheeks slightly flushed, and asked softly, Master, I'll kill a fat Red Bull to nourish you, okay? You must have suffered a lot these days. Okay, go ahead. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Hey, I don't eat beef. A sharp, somewhat sinister voice suddenly rang out, shattering the warm atmosphere. It was the Brain Eater. Meili was startled and quickly pulled away from Yi Fan's embrace. Looking up in the direction of the sound, she saw a small black dog standing at Yi Fan's feet. Its body was jet black and shiny, and it looked just like an ordinary mongrel dog, but the sinister aura in its eyes betrayed its identity. It was the brain-eating demon. She instinctively took 2 steps back, clutching her skirt with both hands, her voice trembling slightly. Master, this is a brain eater? Yi Fan bent down and picked up Xiao He, letting it nestle against his chest, and smiled as he comforted Meili. That's right, it's now a member of our tribe. Don't be afraid. Its soul is firmly bound to mine. I can control it at any time and will never let it harm the people in the tribe. Meili breathed a slight sigh of relief, patted her chest, and tentatively looked at Xiao He, her voice still soft and gentle. Little puppy, if you don't want beef, what do you want to eat? I'll prepare it for you. I eat bones. Bones. The kind with marrow, the fresher the better, understand. Xiao He wrinkled his nose, pouted, and spoke in a fierce tone, but deliberately restrained the black aura around him and stopped releasing malice. Okay, I'll go save the best beef bones for you right away. Mei quickly agreed and hurried towards the kitchen, clearly still somewhat wary of this once fearsome brain-eating demon. Xiao He glanced at her hurried back, chuckled, and said nothing more. Although it was unhappy about being controlled by Yi Fan and losing its former freedom, it could clearly sense that the other party had no intention of killing it. As things stand, being able to escape the darkness and have food is the best outcome both sides can achieve. How about we name you Xiao He? Yi Fan suddenly asked. Xiao He glanced at him, turned his head to the side, and said in a tone full of disdain and helplessness. You already had your mind made up, yet you still pretended to ask me. Humans are so hypocritical and troublesome. Yi Fan was speechless, rubbing his nose. He had indeed already made up his mind. Regardless of whether Xiao He agreed or not, the name was already decided. It's simple, easy to remember, and hassle-free. He thought for a moment, then quietly shut down most of his consciousness, leaving only the necessary soul connection. He couldn't let this guy see through his lewd thoughts. He had to leave himself some pure land. About 2 hours later, the communal meal in the village was ready, and the rich aroma of meat mixed with the sweetness of wild fruits filled the entire village. Today's meal was exceptionally lavish. Meili had specially chosen a plump yellow cow and a sheep, and also gathered plenty of sweet and sour wild fruits. She has been picking these wild fruits for years and has long since figured out which ones are edible and which are safe and delicious. In the center of the village stood a huge table, 3 meters wide and 15 meters long, large enough to accommodate everyone. The table was covered with large swathes of fresh broad leaves and laden with various meat dishes. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, roasted lamb chops, sizzling steak, and braised lamb leg. These are all hearty dishes that look incredibly tempting. Little Black leaped onto the table, ignoring the gazes of everyone around it, and began to devour the sheep's head that had been specially reserved for it, the juice dripping down its chin and covering its face. Yi Fan leaned closer and asked with a smile, How is it? Is our cooking method delicious? It chewed greedily while mumbling indistinctly. It's all right. I didn't expect this stuff to taste better cooked than raw, and it's less fishy. It's a pity that eating meat doesn't increase strength, it only satisfies cravings, otherwise it would be better. Yi Fan smiled, didn't disturb it any further, and turned to walk back to his seat. He knew that Xiao He had a special constitution. It never gained experience by killing, nor did it rely on eating meat to nourish its body. Only by eating fresh souls could it nourish its intelligence and strength. Once a living being's physical body is destroyed, its soul will fall into a dark void, and it will never have another chance. Therefore, for Xiao He to feed, it must burrow into the mind and devour the soul while the other person's body is intact. At this moment, Liu Anuona walked over carrying a broad leaf covered with bullwhip and roasted lamb kidneys, and handed it to Yi Fan, her eyes filled with a mischievous smile, her tone ambiguous. Come on, eat some good food and nourish your body. Don't let everyone down. Yi Fan looked at the things on it. His lips twitched, a blush rose to his face, and he said helplessly, "Damn, are you trying to make me bleed from the nose? That's way too much." Liu Anuona smiled, her eyes crinkling, her tone direct and bold. "Otherwise what? We've been mining for half a month, and we're all going stir-crazy. Shouldn't you make it up to us?" Yi Fan scratched his head, his face flushing even more, but he didn't deny it, saying awkwardly, "The words may be rough, but the meaning is sound. It's just that you've been too blunt. Couldn't you have been a little more subtle? Why would I need to beat around the bush with you?" Liu Anuona raised an eyebrow and asked, her eyes full of teasing. "You're not a decent person to begin with, so why pretend to be reserved? Everyone knows that." Yi Fan touched his nose, readily accepted the broad leaf, and chuckled as he admitted defeat. "That's true. There's no point in pretending with you guys." Cilantro's gaze shifted, looking at Yi Fan with a hint of anticipation, her heart pounding. Chapter 189 Obtaining the Dark Heart Job Change Scroll. Yi Fan gnawed on a sizzling, oily roasted lamb kidney, his mouth filled with the aroma of meat, and his tense nerves, which had been on edge for days, finally relaxed a little. Indeed, good food is the best way to soothe the soul. As he chewed, he casually opened the chat channel and typed "job change scroll" into the search box. He had personally experienced the Berserker's power. In this world, changing jobs was the only way to gain a foothold. At the same level and with the same equipment, the difference between those who have changed jobs and those who haven't is like heaven and earth. The search results popped up instantly, and a dense barrage of messages flooded the screen. 9 Heavens Tribe. Buying job change scrolls. No matter the job, high price offered. Bosses with stock, come quick. Tianfei Tribe. Selling job change scrolls. Poor people need not inquire. If the price is not right, just block me and don't waste your time. War Dragon Tribe. Hee, just got a fighter class change scroll. Once I collect all the tenacity I'll take off. Asin Tribe. Anyone want a Grand Mage job change scroll? Highest bidder wins. I'm desperate for money, otherwise I wouldn't sell it for anything. Tianming Tribe. Selling a job change scroll, price negotiable, already listed in the shop. Feel free to DM me. Yi Fan scanned through the messages one by one and selected a few that seemed reliable to ask in private messages. Many of the scrolls were indeed quite good, but he didn't have the corresponding job change materials, so buying them would just leave them at the bottom of his drawer, a pure waste of heavenly demon coins. As the tribe grows stronger, the cost of resurrection also increases, so we have to be careful with our heavenly demon coins. More importantly, they also need to stockpile supplies and storm the level 4 shelter, Glory Fortress. Who knows how many more deadly things are waiting for us. After comparing the messages, Yi Fan's gaze fell on the message from the Tianming tribe. His finger hovered over the screen. He hesitated for 2 seconds, and then sent a private message. What are the scroll's attributes? What's the starting price? On the other side, in the Tianming tribe's camp, the air was filled with the stench of blood and an atmosphere of despair. Chief Zhao Tianming slumped to the ground, his back against the cracked city wall, covered in dust and blood, the stone spear in his hand long since broken in two. He stared intently at the dialogue box on the system panel, his fingertips turning white from clenching his fists so tightly that he didn't even notice his nails digging into his palms. A group of tribesmen lay sprawled around him, all on the verge of death. Those with severed arms were haphazardly wrapped with strips of cloth, their wounds still bleeding. The one with the missing leg was curled up on the ground, his face as pale as paper. Some people were coughing up blood, while others didn't even have the strength to groan anymore. This scroll of the Heart of Darkness was obtained by him risking half his life to hunt down a gold-level monster with his people. The drop rate was frighteningly low, making it their tribe's last lifeline. Chieftain, has he returned? A man with a broken leg asked in a hoarse voice, the despair in his voice like a stone sunk to the bottom of water. Zhao Tianming's Adam's apple bobbed, and his dry lips parted, but he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. The dialogue box was silent, like a deep well that swallows people whole. He only had 100 heavenly demon coins left in his pocket. A tribe of 53 people needs 600 coins to revive each person, so reviving all members would cost 31,800 coins. Not to mention that their armor is broken, their weapons are broken, and without buying new equipment, even if they are resurrected, they will be lambs to the slaughter. They couldn't hold on to those mineral veins and resources. Sigh, someone sighed resignedly, slowly closing their eyes. Let it go, chieftain, we've lost. Just then, the sentry on the city wall suddenly let out a shrill scream, his voice cracking. Chief, The American advance force has reached the mountain pass. We can see the dust. 8 minutes. At most 8 minutes to the city walls. What? Zhao Tianming sprang up abruptly, staggered to the city wall, and peered through the gap. Sure enough, billowing yellow dust rose from the distant mountain pass, and the rough shouts of battle could be faintly heard, like the urgent beat of a death knell. Large beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, streaming down his cheeks and hitting the ground. The back of my clothes was instantly soaked with cold sweat, sticking to my body, feeling both cold and sticky. My heart was pounding like it was going to shatter my ribs, my throat tasted metallic, and even breathing was painful. 8 minutes. Only 8 minutes left. He stumbled back to where he started, his fingers trembling so badly he could barely hold the spear. The chat box remained silent. Yi Fan had not yet responded, remaining as cold as a stone. Chieftain, why don't we run away? As long as we're alive, we can always rebuild, someone cried. Run? Where to run? If we leave the tribe, we'll have no chance of survival in the dangerous forest. Zhao Tianming roared, his eyes red. Even if I die, I'll take their people down with me. He stared intently at the dialogue box, each second feeling like an eternity. 7 minutes. 6 minutes. The shouts of battle from the city wall grew closer and closer. The sound of horses' hooves could even be heard. Just as Zhao Tianming's heart was about to stop beating, the system notification suddenly rang out with a ding. Yi Fan's message popped up. The scroll can only be used by women? The material must be the heart of darkness, right? Zhao Tianming grasped at a straw, his fingers flying across the keyboard, his hands trembling so much he almost pressed the wrong keys. Yes, only for women. The required material is the heart of darkness. A flat price of 50,000 heavenly demon coins. Market price. I absolutely won't rip you off. After sending the message, he stared intently at the screen, barely daring to breathe. This price is actually a normal price. Zhao Tianming did not overcharge Yi Fan. Yi Fan had also talked to others, and the other job change scrolls were priced at around 70,000. Zhao Tianming's job change scroll can only be used by women, so selling it for 50,000 is quite reasonable. 5 minutes. For minutes. The shouts of battle could be heard clearly in the distance, and you could even see the flashing knives in the hands of the Americans. There was no response from Yi Fan's side. Zhao Tianming's face gradually turned deathly pale, until all the last trace of color disappeared. He slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the approaching smoke and dust, muttering, "It's over, it's all over." The clansmen all closed their eyes, and some began to weep silently. 3 minutes. The sentry's cries pierced the camp. "Chief, they've crossed the pass. 3 minutes left." Zhao Tianming's hand fell limp. The dialogue box slipped from his grasp and crashed to the ground. Just then, ding. Player Starfire Tribe has requested to trade with you for the Heart of Darkness scroll. Please confirm. Yi Fan's message popped up. 50,000 it is. I don't really like beating around the bush. Let's make a deal. Zhao Tianming's eyes widened suddenly, thinking he had misheard. He was stunned for a full 3 seconds before he reacted, then rushed over like a madman, his fingers trembling as he clicked confirm. Ding. Transaction successful. You have received 50,000 heavenly demon coins. The moment the system notification sounded, all the strength in Zhao Tianming vanished instantly. He collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, and he burst into loud sobs. It's sold. It's sold. We're rich. We're rich. The cries contained the ecstasy that followed despair, the relief of escaping death, and brought tears to the eyes of anyone who heard them. Those dying clansmen sprang to their feet instantly, ignoring their injuries, their eyes burning with renewed fire, filled with resentment and the madness of surviving a catastrophe. Chief, it really sold. Great. We're saved. All of you, listen to my command. Hang yourselves immediately and go to the Crystal Tower to be resurrected. Zhao Tianming wiped away his tears, his eyes red as he roared, his voice cracking but filled with murderous intent. 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes left. After respawning, grab your gear and fight those Americans to the bitter end. The tribesmen echoed in unison, their eyes resolute, and without hesitation, they slit their throats. Streams of blood shot out, and everyone collapsed to the ground, then turned into white light and were teleported to the Crystal Tower. Zhao Tianming disregarded everything else, frantically clicking through the shop, his fingers moving so fast they were like afterimages, each click carrying a desperate, all-or-nothing force. Buy. Buy as much as you can. Crimson Flame set. Frostfire set. Explosive crossbow bolts. Buy them all. Ding. You have purchased 10 Crimson Flame sets. Ding. You have purchased the Snowfall set X10. Ding. You have purchased 500 explosive crossbow bolts. Meanwhile, outside the walls of the Tianming tribe, the Americans had already rushed within 100 paces. They carried shields, brandished long swords, and roared arrogantly. Charge. Break through the walls. Loot everything they have. Kill. Leave no one alive. The clash of swords was imminent. Chapter 190 Shy Little Cilantro. On the other side, in Yifan's storage space, a scroll emitting a dark purple light lay quietly. Ding. You have obtained 1 dark heart scroll. He casually unfurled the scroll, a smile playing on his lips. The reason he chose this scroll was because he had the materials readily available. The Heart of Darkness, that we seized when we killed the old, which is exactly the essential item for this scroll's class change. He handed over the job change scroll and all the materials to Nail and Mimi. Wow, a new job change. Nail and Mimi exclaimed excitedly, holding the scroll. Yifan nodded. Yes, that's right, a new job change scroll. We'll see who gets to use it. Now that you have a new forging hammer, how long will it take to forge this dark heart? 1 hour. Just 1 hour will do. It won't take too long. Nail and Mimi said earnestly. Okay, I'll come find you to pick it up in an hour. Yifan said. Nail and Mimi gave an okay sign. No problem. Nail and Mimi carefully examined the scroll and discovered that the name of this job change was Daughter of Darkness. How interesting. The Daughter of Darkness. It was getting late, and Nail and Mimi planned to take a bath after creating the Heart of Darkness, and then have a nice nap. Yifan kicked Yanji out of the room. He was going to sleep in his own room tonight. Yanji stood in the corridor with a resentful look on her face. Why do you have to send me away? Is there something you can't show to others? Yes, it's important. Yifan said. Yanji sneered. Don't forget what happened between you and Yuner. I was there. You didn't even try to kick me out. You want to kick me out now? Is that really necessary? Yifan blushed, feeling a little embarrassed, but he had no choice but to be with Yuna before. But now he certainly can't do a live broadcast in front of Yanji anymore. He stepped forward and pushed Yanji, shoving her downstairs. All right, you can sleep in my room tomorrow. You can sleep somewhere else tonight. Flame Princess reluctantly went downstairs, and as she walked, she suddenly turned back and said, I wonder what it's like to be with a human. Yifan, how about we give it a try sometime? Yifan glanced at the towering Yanji and was somewhat speechless. Please, you're so big. Are you sure we can do that? Also, you're on fire. You'll get burned to death if you're on fire. Yanji covered her mouth and chuckled. You're quite cute, but what you said makes some sense. In your human terms, I'm still a virgin. Huh? Really? Yifan asked in disbelief. Flame Princess subconsciously tossed her hair. Of course it's true. My people were basically wiped out in the Holy War, and even though I've lived for so long, I'm only 18 years old by human reckoning. But I'm just curious about what it's like. I don't actually like you that much. I hope you understand. Yifan didn't seem to mind. Oh, alright, if I can withstand the flames on your body, I might give it a try. Flame Princess shrugged and went downstairs. Yifan waited in the room for a short while before the door was opened by Xiangcai, who was small and cute. Cilantro's heart was racing, and her face had already flushed on the way here. Yifan, I'm here, Xiangcai said in a childish voice. Yifan swallowed hard, and Xiangcai immediately threw herself into his arms. Yifan, don't look at me. I'll be shy and blow out the candles without any light. Yifan smiled leisurely. Okay, no problem. To be honest, Yifan had never experienced a girl who was both an adult and petite in both figure and appearance. The night was dark, and only the two of them could be heard breathing in the room. The cilantro was so small that Yifan could hold it in his arms. Yifan peeled off the clothes off the cilantro in his arms as easily as peeling an onion. Ready, little coriander? Yifan asked, hugging the naked coriander. I'm ready, Cilantro said nervously. Yifan didn't say anything more and subconsciously hugged the cilantro tighter. Good. Cilantro nodded, its voice barely audible. But 0.5 seconds later, Cilantro burst into tears. Wah, Yifan, wah. Yifan felt a pang of concern. Are you alright? Cilantro. Cilantro sobbed a few times, then slowly nodded. It's okay, it's alright. Let me cry. Don't worry about me. I'm only crying because I'm happy. Yifan smiled and said, Alright, there's always a first time. Yifan also felt more comfortable than ever before. Although Xiangcai was petite, some things could only be understood intuitively and not explained in words. For example, if a normal person is 0, then Cilantro is a period. Wah! Cilantro cried, even louder. Chapter 191 Zhao Tianming's Extraordinary Encounter. Intermittent crying and faint, strange cries could be heard from the third floor. It lasted until almost midnight before it stopped. Yi Fan hugged the tiny coriander hole in his arms, and the coriander clung to him, whimpering. Yi Fan, you're so mean. Can't you be a little gentler? Do you know I'm dying? Yi Fan chuckled and patted Xiang Cai's head. He knew, of course, that Xiang Cai was joking. In reality, she had been quite proactive just now. Okay, everyone has a first time, right? It won't be so painful next time. Cilantro nodded weakly. Okay, fine. But next time we'll have to get a number again. And who knows how long we'll have to wait. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on when he heard this. He was now a treasure of the tribe, and a precious gem shared by everyone. Now it's not Yi Fan choosing a card. It's someone else choosing his card. Of course, this is also a good thing for Yi Fan, since his physical condition is now more than enough to recover quickly. As for who will be assigned the Dark Heart job after the class change, Yi Fan has already thought it through. Lin Qingxue is currently a priestess, which is considered a healer-level role. The Benunci had already been set up, and Wan Yu is currently a farm girl who is responsible for the daily life of the tribe, such as planting and raising livestock. Moreover, the farm girls have a very strong resistance to poison, and there is basically nothing that can poison them to death. Yi Fan planned to go to the third level of the dungeon again, where there were 2 more gold-level goblins belonging to the hero species. Maybe I can get a resilient willpower, then I can buy 2 more job change scrolls and make the tribe even stronger. He planned to buy another melee-type class change scroll for Liu Anuona later. The Heart of Darkness will be given to Su Man Miao when the time comes. The Heart of Darkness has been completed. Nalan Mimi sent the message several hours ago. But it's too late now. The Heart of Darkness won't be lost, and everyone's asleep, so it's not too late to talk about it tomorrow morning. Yi Fan lay on the bed, deep in thought. He had too many things to consider. For example, where exactly is this place, and how can they get back? Or perhaps what exactly is the Moon Clan? Because Lu Luo said that Yi Fan and the others belonged to the Moon Clan, a human race that once wielded the power of space. Yi Fan, aren't you going to sleep yet? Cilantro asked. Sleep? Of course I need to sleep, but there are too many things to think about. Yi Fan replied. Why don't you tell me, and I'll help you think of something, or we can all think of something together. How about that? As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are equal to 1 zhuge liang, right? Cilantro said earnestly. Yi Fan thought it made sense. He couldn't figure this out by himself, so perhaps it would be a good idea for everyone to offer their opinions and ideas. Yi Fan rolled over and moved the cilantro from his left side to his right. You're right. Let's go to sleep first, and I'll call everyone together to discuss it tomorrow. Yi Fan closed his eyes, intending to get a good night's sleep and leave the things he couldn't figure out for tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Tianming, his face covered in blood, had overturned the American's dark crystal tower. Then, with a furious expression, he held a knife to the neck of the American tribal chief, his face fierce, and said, Damn it! Weren't you arrogant enough to mess with me? Didn't you threaten to wipe me out? Come on, you son of a bitch. Now it's your turn to die. Americans were trembling with fear. They couldn't understand how Zhao Tianming had suddenly turned his fortunes around. They were the ones who had gone to besiege Zhao Tianming and his remnants. But in the blink of an eye, they saw Zhao Tianming and his men fully revived, dressed in new equipment, and charging towards them. This is utterly upside down. Spare us, the Americans pleaded on their knees, for they could never be resurrected after the Crystal Tower was destroyed. We were wrong. We were so wrong. Ming Ming's father, please let us go. We can cooperate, really. I can give you all my resources, the American clan chief pleaded. Zhao Tianming kicked them to the ground and spat. Pa, you don't know you're wrong. You're just afraid you're going to die. Even if I kill you, the resources will still belong to me. After saying that, Zhao Tianming swiftly swung his knife and slaughtered all the dozens of Americans, leaving the scene stained with blood. A series of notification sounds suddenly rang out. His gains were considerable. To jump from outside the top 1,000 to 5th globally is quite a leap. At this moment, Yi Fan, who was lying in bed, received a message from Zhao Tianming. Tianming tribe. Hey bro, are you asleep? Spark tribe. Not yet. I was just about to go to sleep. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Tianming tribe. Yes. Of course something's up. Thank you so much for today. Without your heavenly demon coins, my tribe would probably have been wiped out today. Yi Fan frowned, finding it somewhat strange. Just for this? Tianming tribe. Of course not. Firstly, I really want to thank you. And secondly, since you are also a Xia citizen, I have some secrets I want to tell you. Yi Fan sat up, sensing that what Zhao Tianming was about to say was not simple. Go on. Tianming tribe. Actually, I'm gay. Yi Fan's mind went blank. It completely crashed. Tianming tribe. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously, just trying to lighten the mood. I'm a rather abstract person. Spark tribe. We can see that. Tianming tribe. What I wanted to say is that I've been outside the wall. You know what I mean? That wall. So tall it's higher than a mountain. I've been through it. Yi Fan was suddenly startled and remembered the high wall that Zhao Tianming had mentioned. Chen Xianqian had also mentioned it before and even sent Yi Fan a photo of it. What's on the other side of the wall? Yi Fan asked in shock. Tianming tribe. Many people. And a kingdom. A powerful kingdom. Spark tribe. What? A kingdom? And people in it. Is the news confirmed? And how did you get out? Tianming tribe. A rift. A spatial rift has just collided with it. Then I was discovered by the sentries, and they killed me. When I was resurrected and went to look for the crack again, it was gone. It seems it has been repaired by the laws of nature. Yi Fan fell silent. In truth, Zhao Tianming's situation was quite an extraordinary adventure.